Family, who understands the feeling of crossing over as a 3-year-old baby with an extra unlimited jade wall shop in my mind? I practiced hard for 3 years and reached innate full soul power. Tomorrow, I will awaken my martial soul, and the result of the test is innate level 8, and I was pulled into the spirit hall. But my real ace is my twin martial souls, which means I'm taking off right from the start. Let me tell you, the meal I had today was truly nerve-wracking. At the Emperor Hall's dining table, on one side sat my future father-in-law, the current Pope YeXuan, and on the other side was my teacher, the future Queen Bibi Dong. The aura from the two of them was so intense that the dishes were half cold. Meanwhile, I was just focused on eating and occasionally serving dishes to my 6-year-old fiancé, YeXuan. Guess what happened? Bibi Dong suddenly said, "Teacher, I'm level 90 now, it's time to get my 9th soul ring." Goodness, I almost spat out the food in my mouth. YeXuan paused with his chopsticks, not even raising his eyelids, and casually said, "What's the rush? Tang Hao from Haotian sect, his wife is a 10th Ascendier soul beast who just gave birth. She's weak as hell. I've already sent someone to keep an eye on her. When the time comes, we'll just capture her and use her as a soul ring, a sacrificial one, straight to the point." Family, who understands? I was sitting there, my mind buzzing. It's over, the big one is coming. The countdown to YeXuan's death has begun. Let's not talk about this for now. I need to start from the beginning and tell you how I ended up at the dining table of the Pope in the Spear Hall. My name is YeXuan, and I'm a transmigrator. I won't explain this much anyway. I just closed my eyes and opened them to find myself as a little kid, and I directly landed in the top-tier dungeon of Douluo Continent, the Pope Hall of Spirit City. Right from the start, I was assigned a fiancé, YeXuan. Yes, that 6-winged angel with a divine martial soul. We practically grew up together, a classic childhood sweetheart scenario. When I first arrived, I was still confused until one day I saw with my own eyes the 9 soul rings rising beneath YeXuan's feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 black. That special effect, that prestige, I immediately confirmed there was no doubt this was Douluo Continent. From the age of 2, I started spending time in the library of the Pope Hall, where the books were taller than me. The maid was surprised and said, "Young Master Xian, you've read all the books written by the Holy Maiden. The entire library has been cleaned out by you." Yes, you heard right. My teacher is Bibi Dong, who at that time was still just a holy maiden, but her martial soul theory writings were leagues ahead of that Xiaojiang, simply far superior. After finishing the last book, I handed the pile of stuff to the maid and turned to find my little Schwerer. In the garden, that little girl was struggling to water the flowers with a watering can. Dressed in a shiny golden dress, with golden long hair, her little face was unbelievably beautiful, making all the flowers in the garden look like plastic fake flowers in comparison. I walked over, snatched the watering can from her hand, and said, "I say, Miss Schwerer, why let the servants do the rough work?" She wrinkled her little nose and pouted. "Isn't it because I'm bored? Unlike you, who just reads those boring books all day." Looking at her adorable expression, I couldn't help but pinch her little face. The feeling of that skin, my goodness, was as smooth as a peeled egg. But the next second, she bit my arm with an ow. "Ow, ow, ow. Let go." I cried out in pain. She glared at me with those golden phoenix eyes, biting down harder before finally letting go, threatening, "If you pinch my face again, I'll bite you." I looked at the bloody bite marks on my arm. Good heavens, this is going to leave a scar? But can I bear it? I directly threw the watering can aside and picked her up by the waist. No matter how much she struggled, I was much stronger, and with the system's boost, carrying a little girl was a piece of cake. I sat down in the pavilion, and after she tired herself out from struggling, she resigned to her fate, angrily letting me hold her. I smelled her fragrant scent and teased her. "Why aren't you resisting anymore?" She huffed. "Does resisting even work?" "Of course not," I said confidently. "You are my fiancé, what's wrong with a hug?" The little girl's face turned red. She turned her head away, but she didn't fuss anymore. After a while, she suddenly asked me, "When can we awaken our martial souls?" Yes, at 6 years old, it was time to determine our fates. In Douluo Continent, martial souls decide everything. The saying there are no useless martial souls is complete nonsense. That's just for people like Tang San who are cheating. If I awaken a blue silvergrass, then it's really game over. My dad said, "There's still a week to go." YeXuan leaned against me and said softly, 7 days, truly something to look forward to." Just when we were being all sweet, a handsome uncle in a golden robe walked over, and YeXuan's face turned red all at once, quietly urging me, "My dad is here, put me down quickly." The person was indeed YeXuan. Instead of putting her down, I held her tighter and called out to him, "Uncle Qian." Guess what? YeXuan looked at us being all lovey-dovey and not only didn't get angry, but he smiled with satisfaction. He sat down, first praising me for finishing all the books in the library, then pulled out a book from his soul guide, which was that so-called top 10 core competencies of martial souls by YeXuan. He earnestly said, "Xiao Xian, just take a look at this. The theory is all just empty. Strength is what matters." Qian Renxue, and I leaned over to flip through a couple of pages, nearly laughing out loud. What is this nonsense? Martial soul mutations, soul ring acquisition, this basic knowledge my teacher Bibi Dong had already taught me 100 times, and it was way more detailed than this. Especially the line, "There are no useless martial souls." It was simply the biggest joke of the year. Seeing that we were uninterested, Qin Xuanji didn't say much more and got up to invite us to eat. Then, the scene at the beginning happened. After that conversation at the dining table, Qin Xuanji specifically explained to me why he didn't take Hao Yi's sect seriously, saying something about how, after level 95, each level is like reaching the heavens, and his father Qian Douluo is a 99-level limit Doa who can sweep away everything. The smug look on his face was enough to almost solidify the hatred in Bibi Dong's eyes. 7 days later, the day of martial soul awakening arrived. I was awakened from my bed by a punch from Qian Renxue, washed up, had breakfast, and then rushed to the worship hall. Goodness, the scene was filled with big shots. The grand offering Qian Douluo, a 99-level limit Doa, the second offering Golden Crocodile Doa, level 98 the third offering Holy Dragon Doa, level 97 7 offerings, the lowest being 95 level title Doa, plus Pope Qin Xuanji and Holy Maiden Bibi Dong. The prestige was off the charts. Old man Qian Douluo smiled, and let us go over first for Qian Renxue's awakening. With a flash of golden light, a giant six-winged angel phantom appeared behind Qian Renxue, holy and noble. Qian Douluo stroked his beard and laughed. No wonder she's my granddaughter, a six-winged angel martial soul. No need to test, definitely innate level 20 soul power. Qian Renxue happily walked aside, and then everyone's gaze shifted to me. As I stepped into the light shield, I felt a surge of primal power ready to explode. A deafening tiger roar erupted, and a snow-white, imposing white tiger appeared behind me. The system's voice echoed in my mind. "Ding dong, congratulations to the host for awakening the martial soul. Divine beast white tiger." Golden Crocodile Douluo was shocked. "Is this the evil-eye white tiger of the Star Luo royal family?" Qian Douluo shook his head and tossed the question to Bibi Dong. "My teacher is truly impressive." She just calmly glanced and then stated the answer. "This is the legendary divine beast white tiger, possessing the ultimate light attribute, specializing in killing, also known as the war god white tiger." The entire venue gasped in shock. The quality of this martial soul was not in the slightest inferior to the six-winged angel. Qiang Sunji came over with a crystal ball to test my soul power. As soon as he placed his hand on it, the light burst forth. Innate full soul power. Great! Qiang Sunji laughed heartily. "Xiao Xian, you can choose any of the offerings here, including the grand offering, to be your teacher." Everyone thought I would choose the strongest, Qin Douluo. But under everyone's gaze, I walked step by step straight to Bibi Dong, bowed respectfully, and said, "Disciple YeXuan pays respects to the teacher." The venue fell silent. Qiang Sunji's face darkened. "Xiao Xian, what nonsense! The grand offering's six-winged angel attribute is the most suitable for you. Becoming a disciple is not a trivial matter. You must think carefully." I didn't lift my head, but my voice was extremely firm. "The Holy Maiden has taught me for 6 years. Only she can recognize my martial soul at a glance. Besides her, I recognize no one." Bibi Dong was taken aback for a moment. Then a charming smile appeared on her lips as she stood up to support me. "All right, I accept this disciple." She patted my head and told me that my constitution was special, and my first soul ring could exceed the limits of ordinary people, completely able to absorb a soul ring from 700 to 900 years. At that moment, Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo arrived, kneeling on one knee to report. "Your Holiness, we found Tang Hao. The Hao Qian sect hasn't moved. He only has a 100,000-year soul beast that just gave birth by his side." Qiang Sunji waved his hand, full of vigor. "Everyone, move out. Just say that Tang Hao has a treasure." After saying that, he didn't even glance at us and directly led his people away. Bibi Dong also left with a smile. Today's unexpected gain made her very happy. As soon as we exited the offering hall, Qian Renxue was dissatisfied and questioned me. "Why did you choose that woman as your teacher? She's so annoying to me." I pinched her little nose and smiled. "Silly, I did it for you. The teacher actually loves you very much. I want to find out the reason and reconcile you two mother and daughter." The little girl pouted and said, "Who wants to reconcile with her?" But her eyes sparkled. I took this little tsundere and went shopping in the Spirit City. After buying a string of candied hawthorns, she ate with a face full of happiness. I asked her if it was good, and she nodded, holding out a piece she had bitten into towards my mouth. "It's very sweet. Do you want to try it?" I leaned over and took a bite, looking in her eyes, and said, It's really very sweet. The next day, we set off for the Douluo forest with golden crocodile Douluo. The carriage traveled for 4 days, and finally, we arrived. We headed straight for the edge of the forest, and soon, Qian Ringshu spotted a 400-year-old Xianling leopard, which had a light attribute, perfectly matching her. The golden crocodile Douluo was incredibly fierce. At level 98, super Douluo, he didn't even need to move, just a glance, and the leopard lay down. He brought back the half-dead leopard, and I handed Qian Ringshu a short sword. The little girl swiftly struck, and a yellow soul ring slowly rose. While she absorbed the soul ring, the golden crocodile Douluo asked me, "Xiao Xian, how many years do you plan to absorb? Are you really going to follow the saintess's suggestion, 700 to 900 years? I nodded. Yes, let's do as the teacher said. I trust her. Half an hour later, Qian Ringshu had finished absorbing the spirit ring, and a shiny yellow spirit ring appeared beneath her feet, making her look much more spirited. I walked over and asked her, "Swear, what is your first soul skill?" She proudly raised her little chin and winked at me. "Do you want to know?" "Of course I do. Hurry up and tell me." I want to tell you. This little girl was flirting with my buddy right here, and I tell you, even Grandpa Golden Crocodile on the side couldn't stand it anymore. He directly cleared his throat a couple of times and said, Hey, enough of that. We still need 2 soul rings. If we can't find them today, we'll have to sleep on the ground in this forest and feed the mosquitoes." Only then did the two of them calm down a bit and continue deeper into the forest with Grandpa Golden Crocodile. Goodness, what luck! Not long after, we stumbled upon 2 soul beasts fighting it out. One was a golden eagle over 900 years old, and the other was a holy pattern crane over 700 years old, both of them light attribute. Isn't that just perfect? I tell you, it's like the heavens are serving us a meal. The golden eagle has explosive attack power, perfectly suited for my buddy YeXuan. The holy pattern crane has exceptional defense, making it a perfect soul ring for Qian Ringshu. YeXuan immediately made the decision. "Grandpa, it's these 2. When Grandpa Golden Crocodile heard this, his expression turned serious, and he said, "That golden eagle is almost 1,000 years old. Are you sure you can handle such a powerful first soul ring?" Qian Ringshu also persuaded him, saying, "Don't be reckless. Let us choose one with a lower age." But my buddy directly reached out and scratched Qian Ringshu's nose, showing his affection, and said, "Don't worry, don't you know how strong I am? My martial soul greatly enhances my body." Grandpa Golden Crocodile sighed and said, "Fine, but take it easy. If you really can't handle it, give up quickly. Don't risk your life." YeXuan nodded, and then, folks, the moment of witnessing a miracle arrived. I saw Grandpa Golden Crocodile flash, and before I could even see how he moved, those 2 soul beasts that were just fighting were instantly struck into a near-death state, as if they had been hit with pressure points, without even being able to release a skill. My buddy and Qian Ringshu each delivered a finishing blow, and the 2 soul rings, one bright yellow and one yellow with a hint of purple, floated out directly. The 2 quickly sat cross-legged to start absorbing them. I tell you, that soul ring over 900 years old is no joke. A surge of violent energy poured into YeXuan's head, causing his meridians to ache and his whole body to tremble. Inside his sea of consciousness, it was even more lively, directly staging a fantasy blockbuster of a fierce tiger fighting a soaring eagle. A snow-white fierce tiger, the embodiment of his martial soul, was battling against the golden eagle that had transformed from the soul ring's resentment, and it was a chaotic scene. But who was my buddy? His willpower is as strong as steel, and with the bloodline of the divine beast white tiger, the aura of the king of beasts emerged, directly suppressing the golden eagle. Before long, the white tiger swallowed the golden eagle in one bite. Outside, YeXuan's body stabilized instantly, and only then did Grandpa Golden Crocodile breathe a sigh of relief. It was already dark, and Qian Ringshu had finished her absorption long ago, her soul power soaring to level 23, looking at YeXuan with concern. At that moment, YeXuan suddenly opened his eyes, and I tell you, the silver in his eyes sparkled like electric arcs, bursting forth with a kingly aura that looked down on the world. The white tiger phantom behind him let out a roar towards the sky, causing all the soul beasts in the Douluo forest to be frightened out of their wits. Qian Ringshu hurriedly asked him how he felt. YeXuan stood up, stretched lazily, and smiled confidently. "I feel great. Soul power at level 14, my physical abilities have more than doubled, and I even got an extremely cool soul skill." "What soul skill?" "White Tiger Meteor Destruction." I tell you, just hearing that name is enough to be intimidating, right? It can attack multiple targets or a single one, and it boosts his own strength by 75 and speed by 25. It's simply overpowered. As a result, Rinshua pouted her little mouth and said proudly, "It's pretty good, but unfortunately it doesn't work on me. My second soul skill just happens to counter yours." Then, these two little kids started flirting again, with YeXuan looking at her affectionately, saying, "Even if it worked, I wouldn't want to use it against you." Rinshua blushed on the spot. Grandpa, Golden Crocodile, over 140 years old, watched these two kids show off their affection every day, and I bet his CPU is about to overheat. He hurriedly coughed a couple of times to interrupt the spell casting and asked whether to return to the carriage or stay here for the night. YeXuan naturally took Rinchua's hand and said, "Let us go back to the carriage." Back on the carriage, my buddy started to fawn over her again, taking out snacks and water from the soul guide for Rinchua. As a result, this guy only remembered to buy for Schwerer, completely forgetting about his and Grandpa Golden Crocodile's portions. Grandpa Golden Crocodile waited for a long time and finally said, "Ahem, little Xian, your grandpa has been busy all day too." This created an awkward situation. YeXuan could only force a smile and say, "Grandpa Golden Crocodile, you're old and shouldn't eat snacks. Let us hold on for a few more hours and have a big meal in Soto City." Grandpa Golden Crocodile knew the situation well, but had to cooperate with his act. The scene was just too funny. The carriage traveled all night, and early the next morning, they entered Soto City. After being hungry for a whole day and night, YeXuan and Grandpa Golden Crocodile rushed into a hotel, not even looking at the menu, and just said to the waiter, "Everything on the menu, one of each." The way they ate was simply like a whirlwind. After they were full, they continued on their way, this time not in a hurry, walking during the day and resting at night. That night, they arrived at a remote little village called Yuting Village. Grandpa Golden Crocodile found a family to stay with, and he offered 200 gold soul coins right away. The hostess looked like a soul master, at least at the soul master level, and had two children, a 3 or 4-year-old little boy and an even younger little girl. The three of us enter the house, and YeXuan and Rinshua immediately began to meditate. The little boy was quite bold, actually trying to reach out and touch Rinshua. My buddy's eyes snapped open, and his gaze was so icy it felt like it could freeze someone in place, effectively scaring the boy back. Grandpa Jean, he was watching this unfold, probably thinking to himself that it was over. This kid was completely taken in by Schwerer. But then something strange happened. The male owner of the house went out to buy groceries and didn't return for 3 hours. I tell you, the atmosphere instantly fell off. At that moment, YeXuan's mind received a system notification, releasing a task to check in, and the location was right in this house. Almost simultaneously, a sinister aura that made the hair on one's neck stand up emerged. Grandpa Jean immediately stood up, his expression grave, and said, "Evil Soul Master, you two come on my side quickly." Goodness, this little village actually harbored an evil soul master, and from Grandpa Jean's tone, it seemed there were 3 of them at the soul Douluo level. The whole village was probably doomed. The female owner turned pale upon hearing this, and, holding her 2 children, begged Grandpa Jean for help. He replied, "I need to protect these 2 kids, but I can't handle it alone. Unless you can help me hold off one evil soul master for 10 minutes. One soul king holding off a soul Douluo for 10 minutes? Wasn't that just asking for death?" But for the sake of her children, the woman agreed without a second thought. After Grandpa Jean and the woman went outside, only us and the 2 kids were left in the house. My buddy YeXuan remained calm and even poured himself and Rinshua a glass of water, casually asking the 2 kids what their names were. The little boy, though scared, straightened his back and said, "My name is Xiaoyu, and this is my sister, Hulaina." I told you my buddy's hand stopped right there when he was drinking water. Xiaoyu? Hulaina? Aren't these the future golden generation of the Spirit Hall? Goodness, what a coincidence. It's like striking gold. Rinshua didn't feel much. Geniuses aren't that easy to come by. Just then, a scream came from outside the window, and Xiaoyu watched helplessly as his mother was pierced through the heart by someone. His eyes turned red, and he roared, ready to rush out. But YeXuan's words pinned him in place. "Going out to die? What about your sister?" Family members understand, and although these words were cold, they were too damn reasonable. Xiaoyu broke down on the spot, holding his sister and crying. At that moment, YeXuan completed his check-in task. The rewards exploded. One was the secret of the word Xing from Heavenly Cover, representing the speed of the world. The other was the divine artifact, the 5-color stone. The last piece left from Yuas repairs to the sky, which could improve one's constitution and nourish the meridians if worn. My buddy didn't think twice and decided to make a necklace from this stone for Schwerer, a textbook-level good man move. The battle outside ended quickly. with Grandpa Jean killing all three evil soul masters. He returned to see the orphan Xiaoyu siblings and gave them two choices: either stay in the village and wait to die, or go back to the Spear Hall with him. Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and chose to go to Spirit City. The next day at noon, the carriage finally returned to Spirit City, passing by a candied hawthorn vendor. With just a look from Qian Rinxue, YeXuan understood immediately. He took out 5 gold soul coins and handed them to Xiaoyu, telling him to buy a string. As a result, Xiaoyu returned with a string of candied hawthorns and a bunch of change. YeXuan asked, "How much was it?" Xiaoyu scratched his head and said, 5 copper soul coins. My buddy was completely stunned. 5 golden soul coins are equal to 50,000 copper soul coins. Last time he bought them, he spent 1,000 times the price. Isn't that just a consumer assassin? The look on his face at that moment was like he wanted to drag that boss out and beat him up. When they arrived at the Pope's Hall, Grandpa Golden Crocodile took the Evil Moon's siblings to settle down. As soon as YeXuan and Qian Rinxue entered, they saw Bibi Dong handling official business alone. Let me tell you, Bibi Dong's gaze was something else. When she saw my buddy, her face lit up with joy. But when she turned her head and saw Qian Rinxue, her expression instantly fell, showing undisguised disgust. Qian Rinxue couldn't take this insult and stormed off in anger. After she left, Bibi Dong finally let my buddy come over to talk. YeXuan recounted everything that happened on the way, of course excluding the system matters. After listening, Bibi Dong asked him who was stronger between him and Qian Rinxue now. YeXuan modestly replied that he was a bit weaker. Bibi Dong laughed directly and said, "You little brat, stop it. You've never lost to her since childhood. Every time it ended in a draw was because you let her." YeXuan then joked, "Liking someone is being evenly matched, while loving someone is admitting defeat. Right, teacher?" Bibi Dong was taken aback for a moment, then immediately called him out. "You're not admitting defeat. You just can't bear to be ruthless with her at all." YeXuan quickly changed the subject, took out the 5-colored stone, and asked Bibi Dong to help find someone to turn it into a necklace, specifically describing a vintage and elegant golden style. Bibi Dong immediately knew it was for Qian Rinxue and smiled as she agreed, then waved him off disdainfully, telling him to hurry and find Qian Rinxue, so he wouldn't be an eyesore around her. While everything was calm at the Spirit Hall, on the other side, let me tell you, a big incident occurred. In a desolate mountain in the Tiando Empire, a man, covered in blood and holding a huge hammer, was frantically escaping while protecting a beautiful woman holding a baby. This man was Tang Hao. "Tang Hao, you can't escape." A hoarse voice rang out as a ghostly figure appeared out of nowhere. Without saying a word, Tang Hao swung the Haotian hammer and struck, but the ghostly figure easily dodged. Following that, another strange voice came, and Zhu Huaguan had also arrived. 2 titled Douluos. As the 9th soul ring of YeXuan lit up, the signature Zhu Hua can move, full of injuries, was unleashed, and petals like knives swept towards Tang Hao. Tang Hao endured with the Haotian hammer, making a clanging sound. Just then, a golden light burst in the sky as the 6-winged angel spirit descended. Pope Qian Xuanji, leading a large force, surrounded them completely. Qian Xuanji looked down from above, his voice commanding, "Tang Hao, hand her over, and I will spare your life." Tang Hao's eyes turned blood red as he roared, "If you want to harm her, you'll have to step over my corpse first." After saying that, he pointed the Haotian hammer directly at Qian Xuanji. Qian Xuanji's gaze turned cold as he swung the angelic holy sword in his hand. Stubborn fool. An earth-shattering battle erupted in an instant. Tang Hao faced 3 opponents, relying solely on his chaotic hammer technique, striking Qian Xuanji with a hammer. Qian Xuanji was momentarily stunned, amazed that this kid was indeed a once-in-a-century genius of the Haotian sect. Just at that moment of distraction, Tang Hao's second hammer was already upon him. Just as it seemed he would succeed, the soul rings of YeXuan and the ghostly figure fused in an instant, and they both shouted, "2 instruments stillness domain." I tell you, this time Tang Hao was completely pinned in mid-air. That old guy Qian Xuanji's cold smile was about to fade. He felt victory was within reach. The angelic holy sword in his hand flew out directly, shouting that the Spirit Hall wanted it, and no one could stop him. Just as the sword was about to pierce through Tang Hao's body, giving him a chilling blow, Tang Hao was also tough, knowing he couldn't dodge. He closed his eyes and prepared to take it head-on. But at that critical moment, several blue vines suddenly sprang up from the ground, seemingly alive, wrapping around that broken sword in an instant. It was Ain. She handed the baby in her arms to Tang Hao, stood up herself, and her gaze instantly transformed from that of a gentle mother into that of a warrior ready to fight to the death. Let me tell you, family, who understands this kind of scene where the wife saves the day? It's simply an epic moment. Yin, facing off against Qin Xuanji and his group, said with a hint of sarcasm, "I know I won't survive, but I want to make a deal with you." Qin Xuanji was quite interested and stopped the moonlight ghost from attacking, eager to hear what she had to say. But Yin completely went off script. Her blue light erupted, and a massive domain enveloped everyone. Qin Xuanji immediately broke down, shouting, "You want to sacrifice yourself? Are you crazy? Stop her." The people from the spirit hall rushed forward, but what happened? As soon as they touched that blue domain, regardless of whether they were titled Douluo or not, they were all bounced back like rubber balls. No. With Tang Hao's heart-wrenching shout, Yin transformed into a brilliant blue light and directly surged into Tang Hao's body. I watched in awe as Tang Hao's injuries instantly healed, and on the Haotian hammer, a blood-red soul ring appeared with a clang. That old fellow Moonlight's eyes nearly popped out, trembling as he shouted, "A 100,000-year soul ring. He has become a title Douluo." Qin Xuanji's face turned green right then and there. 100,000-year soul ring isn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Its value is on a whole different level. Tang Hao slowly stood up, tightly holding his child in his arms, his gaze fixed firmly on Qin Xuanji. The Haotian hammer in his hand instantly resembled a small mountain. Then I heard the line that would go down in history. "Great Sumeru hammer, 9 rings explode." Let me tell you, that scene was incredible. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, 9 soul rings, and with a loud bang, they all shattered. That surge of energy made my scalp tingle from a distance. Tang Hao swung that world-destroying hammer with one hand and smashed it towards YeXuan. The soul masters blocking the way in front were like paper, flying away with just a touch. YeXuan and Guanyin activated their martial souls to resist. But they were also sent flying by a single blow, tracing beautiful parabolas in the sky. YeXuan panicked and activated his 9th soul ring desperately, unleashing his ultimate move, Angel's Glory, directly colliding with the Haotian hammer. But it was useless. The Haotian hammer pressed against the light column and smashed down hard on him. YeXuan's clothes instantly exploded into pieces, and he was blasted into the mountain wall like a cannonball. They fought for 3 whole days and nights. In the end, the spirit hall was completely annihilated, leaving only YeXuan and his 2 companions, being dragged away like corpses by Guanyin and YeXuan. Meanwhile, Tang Hao simply picked up a blue seed from the ground, held his child, and walked away without looking back. The scene shifted, and on our side, everything was peaceful. I was in Bibi Dong's room, looking at the gift box she prepared for me, a necklace for Schwerer. Let me tell you, that necklace was gorgeous, embedded with 5 colored stones. Even Bibi Dong said it wouldn't leave a scratch on it. She advised me, "Are you really going to give something this good to Schwerer?" I replied confidently, "Of course I have to give it to her." Seeing my love-struck expression, Bibi Dong cautioned me not to neglect my cultivation before leaving. I took the gift and ran to the garden to find Schwerer, who was quite unhappy. I picked her up and placed her on my lap, teasing her with the gift. When she saw the necklace, her eyes lit up. I proudly told her, "This stone is called 5-colored stone. It's a divine artifact, unique in the continent." She didn't believe me, so I kissed her directly, and she playfully pushed me away a couple of times, but didn't resist further. After the kiss, I thought I should give her something practical, so I passed on the secret of the Xing character to her. I thought to myself, now that's what a good brother is. Unlike some person with the surname Tang, who hides all his skills and doesn't even teach his wife. Isn't that a narrow mindset? I told Schwerer that this was my creation, and she actually believed me, leaning in to whisper not to deceive her. What could I say? I definitely couldn't reveal the system's secret. Just as we were being affectionate, that old man, Qian Douluo, came in. He took us to a place we were previously forbidden to go, the Douluo Hall. Inside, there were tombstones of the great figures from the continent. Then we entered the angel's secret realm, and wow, there stood a silver spear shimmering with lightning. Qian Douluo took out 2 marriage contracts, stating that Schwerer and I would marry at 16, signed by YeXuan and Bibi Dong. My parents' signatures were covered by light, and when I asked, it was futile. Qian Douluo said he didn't know either. It was arranged by the angel god. Then he pointed at the spear and said, "This is called the Divine Punishment Silver Spear. It's prepared for you. Take it." As soon as I touched the gun, it buzzed, and the white tiger martial soul within me roared, as if shouting it's mine. Suddenly, a jolt went through my mind, and the system came online. It informed me that this gun was incredible. It was a plus version upgrade package of the white tiger martial soul. Originally, the white tiger was a ferocious beast, and it became a divine beast only after its wings were plucked. This gun was made from those wings, and nurturing it in the sea of consciousness could allow the martial soul to evolve. I explained to Snow that she was quite surprised. Not long after coming out of the secret realm, she was in the middle of her training when a maid rushed over in a panic and said, "Not good. His Holiness, the Pope, has returned seriously injured and unconscious." I hurriedly ran to the Pope's palace with Schwerer and saw YeXuan lying on the ground like a dead dog, while YeXuan and Guanyin were kneeling, and Qiandoliu's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Schwerer rushed over, crying and calling for her dad. Qiandoliu immediately started scolding YeXuan and Guanyin, asking them what happened. The two of them trembled as they explained the situation, how Tang Hao broke through, how Yin was sacrificed, how the 9 rings exploded and incapacitated the Pope, and how they fought for 3 days and nights before escaping. I was shocked to hear this. Tang Hao was so powerful. A newly promoted title wiped out the main force of the Spear Hall. Qiandoliu was so angry that he stood up and cursed them for being useless, but there was nothing he could do, so he had to send someone to replenish the manpower and let Bibi Dong take YeXuan back to heal. I watched Schwerer crying like a rain-soaked pear flower and could only hold her and comfort her, while inwardly I was bitterly laughing. Get better? Whether we can survive tonight is still uncertain. On a dark night with a strong wind, a night for killing and arson. Let me tell you, Bibi Dong had been waiting for this day for 8 years. She looked at YeXuan on the bed and calmly told him that she had already entered the Rakshasa secret realm, and the first trial was to devour the soul of a 6-winged angel. As soon as she finished speaking, 6 dark green spider legs suddenly emerged from her back, and she made her move. The next morning, while we were having breakfast, the maid rushed in, gasping for breath, saying, "His Holiness the Pope has passed away." Schwerer completely broke down on the spot and threw her bowl. When we rushed to the room, YeXuan was already cold. Qiandoliu was so angry that his soul rings exploded. 9 of them. Black, 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 red. But when he saw Schwerer, he forcefully swallowed his anger. Family, this is for his granddaughter. He could endure anything. He told me to gather people with the angel order and first take Schwerer back to the offering hall. Once everyone left, Qiandoliu buried YeXuan and said to the tombstone for Schwerer for the greater good. He would not take revenge on this grudge and would also push Bibi Dong to the Pope's position. Listening to this, I felt that this old man was too tolerant. Soon, Bibi Dong donned a golden Pope robe and took that position. Qiandoliu brought people from the offering hall to attack the Haotian clan, but when they arrived, he said that he had promised Tangshan not to step into this place, so he took his people back. The Haotian clan also announced their retreat into seclusion. Now the entire continent was in an uproar. Bibi Dong became the new pope and began to implement sweeping reforms. Qiandoliu came to her asking for manpower, but she wanted to borrow people from the offering hall, only to be rebuffed by Qiandoliu saying that the offering hall had the right to depose the pope. Schwerer cried for a long time in the offering hall and finally gritted her teeth and said, "The grudge of killing my father cannot be shared under the same sky. Tang Hao, just wait for me." I stroked her head and could only silently say, "Brother Tang Hao, you take the blame for now." In the end, Qiandoliu gave Schwerer YeXuan's angel sword and told her that her father's only contribution was giving birth to her, allowing her to establish a marriage contract with me. Then he looked at me and said, "It's a pity her father won't see the day we inherit the divine position and become gods." I was stunned at that moment. Good heavens, inherit the divine position? Us? Could it be that I also have a share? Is this overwhelming fortune finally coming to me? I was so excited at the time that I quickly asked the old man, "Grandpa, if Schwerer is an angel god, then what about me? Which god position will I inherit?" As a result, that old man Qiandoliu looked at me with an expectant face and slowly replied, "I don't know." I almost couldn't catch my breath at that moment. Goodness, you don't know who my parents are, and you don't know what divine position I inherited. Is this 99 level limit Douluo a purchase skin? I was thinking this in my heart, but I definitely didn't dare to say it out loud. However, this information is quite significant. A divine position is no lower than that of an angel. So it's settled. I'm here as the 2nd generation of a god to experience life. The old man saw us looking like we were on fire and nodded in satisfaction, saying that having a divine position inheritance is useless if you can't pass the assessment. So I should practice well and not be lazy. Then he left with his hands behind his back. How can I not practice hard? Tang San is about to go online over there, and their Tang family has been hammering the Pope for generations. I don't want to just be a background character. A few days later, my teacher Bibi Dong called me over. Let me tell you, she wasn't wearing her Pope attire that day. She changed into a sleek black outfit. her long hair tied up high, looking so cool. She tapped her fingers on the table and told me she was going to the Douluo Forest to get a 100,000-year soul ring. And during her absence for these few days, all the affairs of the Pope's palace were entrusted to me. Who understands the pressure, right? I directly became the acting Pope. She even took the Guardian Knights and Douluo with her, but gave me the angel order, saying that if anyone was disobedient, I could directly mobilize the offerings to deal with them. I was quite pleased at that moment, but when I saw the mountain of official documents in the office, I was immediately overwhelmed. The smell of bureaucracy was too strong. The scene shifts, and my teacher Bibi Dong has already led her team into the Douluo Forest. Douluo and the others were puzzled, saying, "Your Holiness, aren't the 100,000-year soul beasts in the court area? Why are we running to this mixed area?" My teacher coolly replied, "What I want to hunt is right here." Then they found a small cabin in the forest with a woman standing at the door. Goodness. She looked exactly like my teacher. Douluo and Douluo were both stunned. As soon as my teacher spoke, she was decisive, directly revealing, soft-boned, charming rabbit. "Long time no see. I'm level 90 and need a soul ring. I just took on a disciple and need a meeting gift. So, I want to borrow your soul ring and soul bone for a bit." That rabbit exploded on the spot, wanting to play the emotional card, saying, "I saved you back in the day. Is this how you repay kindness?" My teacher immediately crossed her legs and intertwined her fingers. The aura was simply incredible. "I've already repaid that debt. I taught you human language, and your transformation was modeled after me. Don't expect those two in the core area to come save you. I've already found out they're not here. I am human. You are a soul beast. This world is survival of the fittest. And I taught you that back then." It was basically the voice of the jungle law. As soon as she finished speaking, Douluo and Douluo directly unleashed their skills, one controlling and the other dealing damage. That rabbit had just activated its invincible golden body when my teacher broke through its defense with a move called Eternal Creation, taking it away directly. Physical defense? Sorry. My teacher's move ignores physical defense and focuses on true damage. Once it was settled, my teacher immediately absorbed that blood-red 100,000-year soul ring, leveling up to title Douluo. Douluo and Douluo were dumbfounded, praising her, saying my teacher became a title Douluo at 30, much more impressive than Tang Hao. Just as they left, Xiao Wu rode in on the Titan Great Ape, saw her mother's corpse, and broke down on the spot, vowing to take revenge on the human world. Sigh. This feud has been established. 5 days later, my teacher returned. As soon as she walked in, she saw me squatting on the floor, pulling my hair, while Shuer was laughing at me while eating candied hawthorn. When I saw my teacher, it was like seeing a savior. Handling official business was just too tedious. She saw my frantic expression, chuckled lightly, and then with a snap, threw something into my arms. "All right, stop showing off. This is a meeting gift from your teacher. A 100,000-year right leg bone. Take it to absorb." I was completely stunned, family. 100,000 years of soul bone. This overwhelming wealth has just hit me in the face. Isn't this welcome gift a bit too hardcore? I thanked them and pulled Snow back to the room, telling her I needed to go into seclusion. Absorbing the soul bone was incredibly smooth, with no pain at all, just pure energy like a huge health potion. 3 days later, I came out of seclusion and my soul power shot up by 4 levels, reaching level 18. My physical condition also doubled. I even gained 2 skills, one called Void, which grants 3 seconds of immunity, a life-saving technique, and another called Radiant Strangle, an AoE clearing skill. From now on, I'll be the first to initiate the team fights. I boasted to Shuer, and she seemed quite happy about it. Then she told me that she felt her physique had also strengthened. I pointed to the necklace around her neck and said, "It's a divine artifact, right?" She rolled her eyes at me, giving me a look that said, "Keep making things up." Oh, that little girl. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. We were both 9 years old. Shuer was already a level 32 Soul Sovereign, while I was a level 26 Great Soul Master. One day, while we were playing chess, she suddenly told me that she had to leave to carry out a secret mission and might not return for 10 or 20 years. My heart sank at that moment, but I maintained a calm demeanor and directly pointed out, "You're going to the Tiando Empire, disguised as Xueqinghe, right?" Well, Shuer was shocked at that and asked how I knew. Obviously, aside from that, what other mission would require a divine heir like you to go in person? The next day, as I saw her off and watched her get on the carriage, I felt an immense sense of reluctance. I told her that once she had established herself, I would go to Tiando City to help her. After Shuer left, my life was quite boring. I spent my days drinking tea and reading books. However, My teacher was displeased with my idleness. One day, Elder Guay came to report on work and mentioned that the new genius training camp was facing a problem because the kids were too scared to face the final challenge, which was too dangerous. My teacher's eyes lit up, and he focused on me. He told them that my disciple would also join the training camp without any special treatment, just like them. I was drinking tea at that time, and I sprayed water everywhere. Teacher, why should I go to that place? You are too relaxed. You need some training. Can I not go? I said, I'm a level 26 soul master, carrying a 100,000-year-old soul bone. Isn't that just asking for trouble? My teacher shot me a look. No, you must go. Well, it seems the higher the rank, the more pressure. Elder Ju sent me to a place that looked like a fortress. As soon as I pushed open the dormitory door, a fist hit me in the face. I tilted my head and dodged, then kicked back, sending that red-haired kid crashing into the wall. There was a familiar face in the room, Xiaoyu. When he saw me, he was so scared he could barely speak. I found the blanket dirty, so I tossed a gold soul coin to Xiaoyu and told him to buy a new one. That red-haired kid named Yin foolishly asked me why I was here. I said I was experiencing life. Do you have a problem with that? Just then, the door opened, and Hulayina walked in. Wow, the golden generation from the original story is all here. We were chatting when the assembly bell rang, and Xiaoyu grabbed his sister and rushed out, afraid of being late and getting punished. In the square, the instructor started his speech, and the main point was clear. Fighting is allowed here, but no killing. The training is divided into 2 parts. The first month is to traverse the wild mountains outside. The next 2 months, we would go to a place called the Mysterious Canyon, where even titled Douluos could end up dead. After the briefing, Xiaoyu came over and suggested that the 4 of us form a team. Sure, we introduced ourselves. I'm a level 26 soul master, spirit beast white tiger. The 3 of them are Xiaoyu with a level 15 moonblade, Yin with a level 15 flame lord, and Hulayina with a level 12 demon fox. With this lineup, I felt like I could lead 3 kindergarten kids. I told them to buy some food and weapons while I headed back to the dormitory. The next day, as soon as the bell rang, training officially began. The first activity was running. Following us was a female instructor with a whip. Anyone who ran slowly would get whipped, and the screams were terrible, focusing on physical motivation. I easily ran at the front, feeling like it was a game. After 2 hours, we finally arrived at a vast, white wilderness. The instructor tossed us in and said we had a month to get through, wishing us good luck. And then she disappeared. All right, wilderness survival officially begins. Our team wasted no time and chose the shortest route, planning to push through. As soon as we entered the mountains, I noticed something off. Hulayina and the others were still joking around, like they were out for a stroll. I felt a chill at the nape of my neck, and my hair stood on end. Without a second thought, I activated my white tiger spirit, and 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, shone blindingly. I raised my hand and unleashed my second soul skill, White Tiger Extreme Cold Break. A blade of light shot past Hulayina's scalp. She was stunned, not even realizing what happened, when suddenly a loud meow echoed, and a colorful cat fell from a tree, bleeding profusely. I withdrew my spirit and calmly said to them, Guys, this is wilderness survival, not a park stroll. Can we be a little more alert? If it weren't for me just now, you would have been in serious trouble. Hulayina's face turned pale in fright, and she quickly patted her chest, saying she understood. We didn't walk far when, lo and behold, a large river blocked our way, at least 20 to 30 meters wide, and the surface was frozen solid. Just as I was about to cross, I suddenly felt a chill under my feet, not from the cold, but from instinct. I quickly grabbed Hulayina and the others. At that moment, a few reckless youths came by, saw us hesitating, and mocked us. Oh, you don't dare to cross such thick ice? Better go home and drink milk. After saying that, one of them swaggered into the middle of the river. Yin, being impulsive, said, Xiange, are you being too sensitive? I ignored him and kept watching. The next second, who understands the situation? All I heard was a crack, and the ice exploded instantly. Several large gray fish jumped out, like piranhas, dragging that guy down in an instant. The river turned red immediately, and there wasn't even a bubble. Xiaoyu was dumbfounded, hissing. He didn't even have time to activate his spirit. Hulayina turned to me and asked, Xiange, did you know this would happen? I nodded. Yeah, I have good eyesight and saw through the ice. She asked again, then why didn't you warn him? I rolled my eyes and thought, why should I warn him? Whether he lives or dies is none of my business. He is not my teammate. Hulayina was left speechless by my response. Her saintly heart couldn't survive in this situation. I said directly to them, activate your martial souls, charge ahead, and don't look back. Leave the fish behind to me. The 3 of them immediately complied and ran off quickly. As for me, I took out my divine punishment silver spear and followed at the back. Those monstrous fish crashed into the ice like mad, causing cracks to spread all over. With a loud boom, the ice beneath my feet collapsed. I immediately activated a secret technique, maximizing my speed, and wielded my silver spear like a tornado, lightning flashing around me. Just as those fish jumped out of the water, trying to catch me off guard, I executed my self-created technique, Broken Sun, Remaining Snow. The trajectory of the spear tip was instantly filled with lightning. I stepped across to the opposite bank, and behind me, there was a thunderous explosion, sending the entire ice surface along with those monstrous fish flying into the air. The smell of grilled fish filled the air. Honestly, this technique was powerful enough, but it took 7 seconds to charge, which was too slow. In a real battle, that makes you a live target. I needed to improve it. Turning back, I saw that Xiaoyu and the others had their eyes nearly popping out, their jaws dropped. Yin looked at me with admiration and asked, "Brother Xian, is this your self-created soul skill?" I put away the silver spear and remained silent. Are you kidding? Would I casually reveal my trump card to you? We're not that familiar yet. Continuing on, we encountered a black swamp, with mud bubbling ominously, clearly indicating an ambush. Yin asked again, "Brother Xian, how do we get past this?" I was too lazy to think, just fight through. I charged in first, and sure enough, 5 large black crocodiles sprang out of the swamp, opening their mouths to bite me. I swept my right leg, and silver light flashed. Those 5 crocodiles instantly turned into a rain of blood. Good heavens, the mud and blood splattered like rain. Do you think I would let this thing dirty my cloud-patterned white clothes? Don't even think about it. Activating the soul bone skill void, my body instantly became transparent, allowing all the dirt to pass through me without a single drop touching me. When I reached the opposite bank and looked back, I almost laughed out loud. Poor Xiaoyu and Yin, who had just been blinded by the bright light from my technique, had fallen right into the mud pit, looking like terracotta warriors, just missing a serial number. "Hey, where's Ulayina?" Just as I was looking for her, I saw her walking over cleanly from the left. Xiaoyu, with a head full of mud, asked, "Sister, how did you get over here?" Guanyin held back her laughter and pointed beside her. I came over the bridge. The 3 of us looked in the direction she pointed, and I couldn't believe it. There really was a single log bridge on the left. Xiaoyu and Yin's faces turned green. "Why didn't you say there was a bridge earlier?" Guanyin looked innocent. "You didn't ask." It was simply the live version of the Human Confusing Behavior Awards 2025. As it was getting dark, I told them to hurry and find a place to wash up, and we found a cave to spend the night. We made a fire and munched on dry rations. I arranged the night watch. Me, Xiaoyu, and Yin, each taking 4 hours. Guanyin and Yin quickly fell asleep, snoring. I was pondering how to improve my Broken Sun, Remaining Snow technique when Xiaoyu quietly approached me. "Brother Xian, can I ask you a question?" I didn't even lift my eyelids. "Go ahead, but I might not answer. You seem a bit shy." I also want to create my own soul skill, but I have no idea where to start. I wanted to ask about your insights. Leaning against the wall, I splashed him with a bucket of cold water. "I can't help you. My situation is too special. It's not a level you can touch. Come on. My divine punishment silver spear is a divine weapon. How can it be compared to your broken moonblade?" After hearing this, Xiaoyu went back dejectedly. When it was Yin's turn to keep watch, it was the darkest. He heard a commotion outside and shouted, "There's a soul beast." Xiaoyu, Guanyin, and I instantly sprang up. Outside was a 5-meter-tall, golden-armored bear, 500 years old. I thought, perfect, time for you all to practice. I can't be a babysitter, right? With that, I closed my eyes and continued to rest. I could hear the sounds of clashing outside. Yin and Xiaoyu's attacks were like scratching, unable to break through its defenses. That bear was quite clever. It knew to pick on the soft targets and charge straight at Guanyin without bothering with the 2 guys. Xiaoyu, being a man, didn't think twice and stood in front of his sister. At that moment, something miraculous happened. Their soul rings suddenly fused together, and the 2 of them merged into one. They transformed into a person with long hair, neither male nor female, holding an upgraded version of the Moonblade, surrounded by red mist. I opened my eyes wide. Wow, isn't this the martial soul fusion skill enchantress? They actually stumbled upon such great fortune. After merging, they were incredibly fierce and cleaved the golden armored bear in one stroke. When they separated, they looked at the bear's corpse on the ground, still a bit dazed. I didn't care about that and directly took out a dagger, cutting off the best piece of meat from the bear and roasting it over the fire. I also pulled out my secret spices from the soul guide, such as cumin powder and chili flakes, sprinkling them generously. Guanyin and the others looked dumbfounded, Brother Xian. You even carry spices with you? I said while eating, you could tell you guys lack life experience. Many soul beast meat is a delicacy when roasted. The three of them had black lines on their faces, probably thinking about who studies this stuff in normal life. I tossed the dagger over to them and did it myself, finishing my meal before we set off. The three of them tasted a bite, their eyes lit up, and they even asked me where I bought the spices. Secret recipe, not available on the market. After eating and drinking enough, we finally arrived at the last challenge of the Wild Mountain, the Misty Canyon. A pink mist floated in the canyon, smelling quite fragrant. Guanyin took a deep breath. Wow, it smells so good. Yin also said, feels like there's no danger here. This training camp is nothing much. At that moment, I felt something was off and reminded them, don't celebrate too early. Just as my words fell, I felt a wave of dizziness, my head becoming heavier. Oh no, this mist is poisonous. Just as I was about to collapse, I looked back and saw Xiaoyu and Hulaina had already succumbed, each worse than the other. I couldn't hold on either. My consciousness faded to black, and I fell into an illusion. Good heavens, in the illusion, I became a pope, surrounded by stunning beauties. Just about to enjoy it when Qianrenshu suddenly stormed in with a golden, glowing angel sword, chasing me around trying to cut me. Damn, that's a divine weapon. I was so scared that I jolted awake, wiping the cold sweat from my brow, thinking if this were real, my life would be in danger. Looking beside me, Xiaoyu was writhing in pain on the ground, Hulaina was crying loudly, and Yin was there grinning foolishly. I couldn't be bothered with them. I just had to see if I could walk out on my own. I directly crossed the canyon and reached the iron gate at the end. An old man lying on a rocking chair saw me and was astonished. Wow, the Pope's disciple is different, coming out so quickly. I twitched my mouth. Can I not be quick? If I didn't come out soon, the angel sword would be almost in my face. When I came out, I comfortably stayed in the camp for over 20 days. On the last day of training, a leaderboard was set up in the square. Me, YeXuan, cleared in 2 days, ranking first, far ahead. Hulaina and the others took 5 days, tying for second. Just as I was about to head to the dining hall for a meal, I was blocked by 3 clueless individuals trying to rob me. I was so angry I almost laughed. You a bunch of level teens dare to rob me? I couldn't even be bothered to activate my martial soul. With a punch for each, I sent them flying over 10 meters, knocking them out on the spot. Everyone around was dumbfounded, starting to discuss, some amazed at my strength, some swooning, and one unconvinced person said something about pretty boy, only to be rebutted by a little fangirl nearby. He is a disciple of His Holiness the Pope. Who do you think you are? I couldn't be bothered with this, walking into the dining hall to eat. Halfway through my meal, another group rushed in to rob the place, and the dining hall instantly turned into a chaotic mess. Tables and chairs flew everywhere, and soul skills flashed erratically. They were quite coordinated, all circling around my table to fight. I just sat calmly in the center of the chaos, eating my meal, embodying a spirit of non-confrontation. The next day, our group of over 30 who cleared the challenge gathered. The chief instructor Long Shao announced the second training. Go to the Misty Grand Canyon and survive for 2 months. As long as you come out alive, you can graduate, and even have a chance to be taken in as a disciple by the Pope. As we boarded the carriage, Yin eagerly asked me, Brother Xian, will we form teams over there? I directly refused. No, I'm going alone. To be honest, those 3 are just dead weight to me right now. In a place like the mysterious canyon, having them with me would be a burden. Seeing their puzzled expressions, I reminded them, don't underestimate that place. It said that even tidal Douluo have fallen there. It's no joke. We're just on the outskirts, but it's still countless times more dangerous than desolate mountains. Be careful. As soon as I said that, their faces changed. They probably thought I was just boasting before. I didn't say much more and directly closed my eyes to cultivate, trying to break through to level 27 as quickly as possible. After half a month of bumpy travel, just as we were about to arrive, I suddenly opened my eyes. I felt like someone was secretly watching me. The feeling was raw and unrestrained. I immediately sent a sound transmission to the chief instructor Long Shao outside, asking if there was anyone nearby. He, an 82-level soul, Douluo, swept his mental energy around and told me there was no one. I frowned tightly. It was impossible. The feeling of being scrutinized as prey was growing stronger. This person was definitely a master, someone even a soul Douluo couldn't detect. Yet they deliberately made me feel this way. What does it mean? Provocation? When we arrived, we got off the carriage, and after the instructor explained the rules, we entered the mysterious canyon. The feeling of being watched intensified the moment we stepped in. It was eerily silent here. Not even an insect was chirping, which was bizarre. I had just taken a couple of steps forward when, with a whoosh, several dark vines suddenly shot up from the ground and wrapped around me. I quickly jumped aside and focused my gaze. Good heavens, it was the Ghost King vines that were over 7,000 or 8,000 years old. I unleashed my martial spirit and executed the white tiger falling star, smashing the vines into pieces with a punch. However, before I could catch my breath, several more vines silently emerged from beneath my feet, quickly binding me tightly. The thorns on the vines pierced into my flesh, and blood started to flow, staining my white clothes red. I didn't have time to think. My body instantly became ethereal, allowing me to break free from those deadly thorns. I tell you, my right leg soul bone is no joke. As soon as the phasing effect ended, a burst of light blades erupted from my leg, like I had activated a super move, slicing all the vines that were entangling me into dumpling filling. Just when I thought I could catch my breath, a voice suddenly rang in my head, steady and calm, saying, "Little white tiger, the main body is at the 8 o'clock position to your left. Take it down, or you'll be done for today." Who is this? I didn't have time to think, because a new wave of vines was charging at me like rabid dogs. Without hesitation, I activated my secret technique beneath my feet, and I shot out like an arrow, with a flash of silver light in my hand. I threw out my second soul skill, the crescent light blade, cutting through all the vines in front of me. With a loud bang, the main body of the Ghost King vine was instantly bisected, and all the vines immediately fell limp to the ground. Only then did I feel relieved. Luckily, this thing was not even 10,000 years old. Otherwise, today would have truly been my last performance. I gasped for breath and shouted into the air, "Senior, don't hide. Come out and chat a bit, will you? It's really unsettling when you keep observing me from the shadows." As soon as I finished speaking, the air in front of me began to ripple like water, and a massive phantom slowly took shape. I focused my gaze and thought, holy crap, a white giant tiger the size of a small mountain, with a pair of wings on its back and bold black stripes all over its body. The most outrageous part was that it had 3 eyes. The left one was red, the right one was blue, and there was a golden vertical pupil on its forehead. The pressure it exuded was overwhelming, and its 3 eyes stared at me intently, as if I were some rare treasure. Its voice booming like a bell, a pure white tiger martial soul, a top-tier white tiger bloodline. This talent is simply incredible. Compared to the so-called evil-eyed white tigers of the Xingluo royal family, they're just a bunch of insignificant chickens and dogs. At that moment, my heart skipped a beat. I felt that this matter was not simple. Sure enough, the next thing it said revealed everything. "Little white tiger, I have made my decision. I will bestow my legacy upon you. Don't get too excited, just kneel down and thank me. Who understands what family is?" I almost passed out from disbelief. What is this? Bestow? And I have to kneel? Who do you think you are, the dragon god? I was wildly complaining in my mind, but I didn't dare to say anything out loud. I was 100% sure that I couldn't even take on a single hair of it. I can only force a smile. "Thank you for your kindness, senior. Your inheritance is too advanced for my humble self. You should find someone else." Just kidding. I already have my own divine position inheritance, so why would I need this unknown one from you? Oh, you probably don't know who I am. That arrogant, 3-eyed tiger. I am the evil, holy king, a divine beast from the same era as the dragon god. Accept my inheritance, and I will ensure you surpass the limits of this continent and become the supreme god. Back in the day, the dragon god fought against the 5 great divine kings. Although I was slightly lacking, I was still a 2nd-level god. Now, will you refuse again? That voice was filled with persuasion. I refuse, I said firmly. My own divine position guarantees me at least a 1st-level god. What are you bragging about as a 2nd-level god? You were probably just guarding the dragon god back then, right? Well, you've really pissed it off now. You don't eat the toast, but drink the punishment wine. I was originally planning to go to the Xingluo royal family to reclaim my bloodline, but now it seems I won't need to bother. Your bloodline is more suitable for me. Its 3 eyes instantly glowed with fierce light, locking onto me tightly. My body was instantly covered in goosebumps. Want to steal my stuff? No way. I immediately pulled out the divine punishment silver spear, fully unleashing my martial spirit. I may not be able to win, but waiting to die is not my style. The evil, holy king was momentarily stunned when he saw my spear. A divine artifact? So you've already been chosen by the gods. However, even with a divine artifact, you're still not enough in my eyes. Today, your bloodline is mine. As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming pressure slammed me to the ground. I felt as if a mountain was pressing down on me, and my knees buckled, causing me to half kneel. Just when I was about to collapse, My divine punishment silver spear suddenly flew out of my hand, bursting with terrifying destructive energy. From that energy emerged a figure wrapped in a cloak, with only a pair of purple eyes visible, their gaze cold enough to freeze shards of ice. With a wave of his hand, the pressure weighing down on me instantly dissipated. I gasped for breath, dumbfounded as I looked at him. Who was this big shot? Upon seeing the cloaked figure, the evil eye holy king, who just a second ago was brimming with arrogance, immediately turned to flee. But the cloaked brother didn't even move. He simply extended a hand, and countless purple lightning bolts shot out, directly binding the evil eye holy king into a lightning-wrapped dumpling. Roar! Roar! The evil eye holy king struggled wildly, shouting, "You are violating the rules of the divine realm, coming down to the mortal world and daring to attack. The divine realm committee will not let you go." The cloaked figure completely ignored him and turned to look at me. His purple eyes met my silver ones, and he slowly spoke. "This is the first time I am helping you, and it will also be the last. The divine realm has its own rules. Do you understand?" I nodded in confusion. "Who are you?" "You will naturally know who I am later. I've already paved the way for you. Don't let me down, and don't let her down either." After saying that, without waiting for me to ask again, he turned directly to the evil eye Saint King, his tone sounding like a final ultimatum. "Evil eye Saint King, I give you a choice. If you want to live, offer him as a sacrifice, and I will guarantee your resurrection in the divine realm. If you don't want to live, I will kill you right now and strip your soul bone from you. Offer him as a sacrifice? Dream on." The evil eye Saint King actually had some backbone. As a result, the brother in the black robe waved his hand, and the divine punishment silver spear fell into his grasp. The sky over the mysterious canyon instantly darkened with thick clouds, and thunder rumbled. The aura of destruction made it feel like the place would be reduced to ruins in the next second. All the soul beasts in the canyon were frightened, trembling on the ground. At this point, the evil eye Saint King was completely panicked, his three eyes wide open, and he quickly shouted, "Wait, can you really guarantee that I will be resurrected in the divine realm?" The brother in the black robe didn't say anything, just turned his gaze towards me. I immediately understood, and my heart was filled with overwhelming joy. A divine beast is offering me a sacrifice? The fortune I've longed for has finally come to me. I immediately swore to the heavens. I vow with my martial soul that I will definitely resurrect you in the future. As for when that resurrection will happen, that's uncertain. The holy king of the evil, I hesitated a bit. My power is too immense. This little body can't handle it. You don't need to worry about that. The man in the black robe said calmly, "Just focus on the sacrifice, and I'll take care of the rest." "All right, I will sacrifice. Remember what I said today." The holy king of the evil eye roared, and his body erupted with red, blue, and golden light, forming a huge energy field. The energy surged into my body like a tide. The red and blue energies rushed into my eyes, while the golden energy flowed throughout my body. I felt my soul power skyrocketing as if I were on a rocket, reaching level 27, 28, 29, until it finally stopped at level 30. Immediately after, a golden soul ring slowly emerged beneath my feet, and my soul power jumped 2 levels again, reaching level 32. I felt like I had been completely reborn. My strength and speed had tripled, especially my eyes. It felt like I could see through walls now. The man in the black robe saw that I had absorbed enough and explained, "This is a 1,000,000-year soul ring, the limit your current body can handle. It will provide you with 4 soul skills, a soul bone, and an unformed martial soul. The remaining energy I have sealed for you with 10 seals. When you're able to handle it in the future, the seals will automatically unlock." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished in an instant, not leaving me a chance to say anything. I stared blankly at the golden soul ring beneath my feet, almost going crazy with joy. A 1,000,000-year soul ring. Who would believe that if I told them? I quickly checked my new skills and wow. 4 soul skills. 1 is a mental attack with lightning called Evil Eye Holy Light. 1 is a holy light barrier that provides immunity to control and reduces damage by 80. 1 is a wide-range mental shock called Holy King Tiger Roar. And the last one is a super strong single target attack called White Tiger Annihilation Strike. The soul bone also comes with 2 skills. 1 can suppress all beast martial souls called Holy King Pressure, and the other, Holy King Whale, is even more powerful, capable of immobilizing the enemy's thoughts, freezing their blood, and shattering their soul rings, though it does have some significant side effects. "So what do you think, little white tiger?" The proud voice of the evil eye Holy King suddenly echoed in my mind. "With my soul ring and soul bone, you are probably far ahead among the younger generation." I shrugged. I'm second, and the first is someone else. Oh, who is it? My fiancée, I replied, which left the old guy speechless. Wait, you've already sacrificed. How can you still talk? I asked curiously. I am an ancient beast. My divine consciousness has entered your sea of consciousness, so of course I can talk. Can you see what's happening outside? I can when you activate your martial soul, but when it's not activated, I'm just a blind man with my eyes open. Hearing this, I breathed a sigh of relief. It would be too awkward if an old man was spying on me while I was doing something. I brushed off the dust from my clothes and continued to wander around the outskirts of the canyon. Before long, I witnessed a dramatic display of human nature. A man and a woman were being chased by a soul beast. As the man was running, he tripped and fell. Seeing that the soul beast was closing in, the woman turned back to help him. And guess what happened? The man quietly said, "I'm sorry," then pushed her towards the gaping maw of the soul beast and ran away without looking back. I was standing in the tree, and I was furious. How could a good person be bullied like this? I took out a dagger and threw it at the back of that guy's heart. It made a whoosh sound and hit the mark perfectly. Like I didn't even know who did it before he died. It's so lonely to run alone. I should go down and keep her company. I sneered and turned to leave, and behind me came the sound of the soul beast chewing. At night, a thick fog rose in the canyon, reducing visibility to less than 5 meters. I sat in the tree, gnawing on some rations, always alert to my surroundings. Just then, I suddenly heard Hulaina's cry for help. "Shingo, save me." I looked down and saw that it was indeed the three of them. Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin, being chased around by a 1,000-year-old armored rhinoceros. I thought to myself that we have a decent relationship, and since Hulaina will be my junior sister in the future, I might as well save them this once. I jumped down from the tree and threw a punch at the charging armored rhinoceros. Damn, it was really hard. The impact made my arm go numb. All right, I won't play with physics anymore. I directly summoned my martial soul, and the 3 soul rings in yellow, purple, and gold dazzled their eyes. With my first soul skill, White Tiger Falling Star Destruction, I smashed the armored rhinoceros's head into the ground with one punch, killing it on the spot. Huo Li and the other 2 were stunned. Climbing up the tree, and Yin even foolishly asked me what that golden soul ring was. I shot back at him with a straightforward, "Don't ask what you shouldn't." We were resting when suddenly, the entire canyon began to shake violently, and countless soul beasts rushed out from the depths like crazy, forming a terrifying tide of beasts. A giant black phoenix was circling in the sky, as if searching for something. Without saying a word, I got up and ran. I set my speed to the maximum, and in an instant, I left those 3 far behind. As I was running, I encountered a lewd-looking young man coming towards me, also being chased by a soul beast. I initially didn't want to get involved, but that guy saw me and shouted, "Brother, catch this," before throwing something over to me. I instinctively reached out and caught it. It was an egg, and not a small one. There was no time to think, so I directly stuffed it into the soul guiding device and continued to run. As a result, the soul beast that was chasing him immediately turned around and started chasing me. The black phoenix in the sky also went crazy, directing the entire beast tide to surge towards me. I was completely bewildered at that moment, complaining to the evil Saint King in my mind. I didn't do anything. Why are these soul beasts chasing and biting me? You can't die. The evil Saint King was even more anxious than I was, quickly urging me to call that deity down again. Do you think he is my second uncle, always available on demand? I was running and dodging, in a terribly awkward state. Just then, a furious female voice echoed throughout the canyon. "Human, give me back my things. I promise you will live to get out." "What did you take from her? Hurry and return it." The evil Saint King urged me. I really didn't take anything. I felt so wronged I could die. I haven't even been deep into the place. What could I possibly have taken from her? As dawn broke and the mist cleared, I finally saw the exit. I sprinted forward with all my might, and the soul beast behind me seemed to be on a blood rush. A 10,000-year soul beast directly broke through my holy light barrier, sending me flying out. Coincidentally, I rolled like a lazy donkey, just managing to roll out of the canyon's range. Those soul beasts were all blocked by an invisible wall. I had just let out a sigh of relief when Xiaoyu and the others helped me up. It turned out that the instructor had noticed something was wrong and had brought them out long ago. Back on the carriage, I was about to grab something to eat, but ended up pulling out that egg from the soul guide. I instantly remembered it was the one that creepy guy threw at me. Damn, I got tricked. I was so angry that I cursed, "You better not come out alive, or I will definitely kill you." Later, we found out that out of more than 30 people who went in, only the 4 of us came out alive. Upon returning to Wuhuan City, I met with teacher Bibi Dong. She saw me in a disheveled state, but didn't say much in front of others. After sending Xiaoyu and Yin to handle the enrollment procedures and accepting Hulaina as her second disciple, she then brought me and Hulaina to her room. As soon as I entered, I unceremoniously sat down and started drinking tea. The teacher didn't mind me. She first gave Hulaina a new soul guide, and then asked me, Xiao Xian, your soul power, from level 26 to level 32, did you have some kind of fortuitous encounter? I glanced at Hulaina and felt that we were not strangers, so I said directly, I encountered a god in the canyon, and a second-level divine beast offered itself as a sacrifice to me. Teacher Bibi Dong was stunned on the spot, and Hulaina was even more confused. Then your third soul ring. The teacher's voice trembled a bit. 1,000,000 years. I said calmly, let me see. I stood up and released my martial soul. As the yellow, purple, and gold soul rings appeared, the teacher stared at the golden soul ring and was speechless for a long time. After retracting my martial soul, I took out the black egg and placed it on the table. Teacher, do you know what kind of soul beast this egg is from? The teacher took out a book and compared it for a long time before saying in shock this should be the egg of the legendary Dark Phoenix. Where did you get it? I gritted my teeth and recounted how I was tricked. Teacher, let's turn it into fried rice and welcome our junior sister. Hulaina didn't say anything beside me, but from her expression, I felt like she was actually looking forward to it. As a result, when my teacher heard I wanted to make fried rice, her forehead immediately sprouted 3 black lines, and she looked at me as if I were an idiot. Fried rice? What are you thinking? Let me tell you, her tone was just unbelievable. She said this thing is alive, that there's a dark phoenix inside already formed, and once it hatches, it will be raised in the spirit hall as a mascot. I was thinking at the time, isn't raising this thing going to cost a lot of money? I started discussing it with the teacher, saying, Teacher, how much would it cost to raise it to the level of a titled Douluo? How many rare materials would that take? This is simply a bottomless pit. Although our spirit hall has money, we can't just burn it like this, right? As a result, my teacher just laughed and said I was overthinking it. She said, raising it for 100 years is enough. As long as it can use spatial power, that's fine. Besides, it can also serve as a mount. Isn't that more comfortable than that broken horse carriage? A 100-year-old Dark Phoenix has combat power that surpasses a 1,000-year-old spirit beast. Upon hearing this, I thought, hey, that makes sense. Riding a Phoenix is definitely cooler than driving a sports car. I immediately stopped talking. After we finished discussing this, I looked at my tattered clothes and quickly bid farewell to the teacher, saying I wanted to take a shower and change into something nice. The teacher also took the opportunity to let Hulaina come down with me and asked me to arrange a room for her. I brought this little junior sister and casually found an empty room. I told her, from now on, this will be your nest. If you need anything, ask the maid. If you don't understand something, come find me next door. She obediently nodded her head. I returned to my room, took a refreshing shower, and changed into a clean white outfit, feeling revitalized. Just as I lay down on the bed, there was a knock on the door. It was Hulaina. Senior brother, are you there? I let her in, and the little girl blushed and asked me, Senior brother, where are we eating? I am hungry. When I looked at the time, it was indeed time to eat. So I took her to the dining hall, and, on the way, I pointed to the back of the garden and seriously explained to her, Listen up, little junior sister. That back there is the offering hall, which is not on good terms with our Pope's hall. It's part of the opposing faction. So don't wander over there for no reason. Let me tell you, the office politics of the Spear Hall is way more complicated than our company. My teacher, Bibi Dong, has been working to undermine the influence of those old guys. But the big boss, Qian Daolu, is still around, so there are currently undercurrents at play. Hulaina seemed to understand and quickly nodded, saying she got it. When we arrived at the dining hall, I was completely stunned. The table was filled with dishes, all made from the meat of 1,000-year spirit beasts. Wow, this is definitely a welcome feast for my new junior sister. Hulaina was about to drool and quietly asked me, Senior brother, do you guys usually eat this well? I laughed. What are you thinking? This meal is to welcome you, so hurry up and eat. Saying that, I started eating without hesitation. Hulaina hesitated a bit and asked if we should wait for the teacher. I pointed behind me. It's fine, she doesn't mind these things, and look, she's coming over. Sure enough, Bibi Dong walked over and told Hulaina not to be constrained and to eat quickly. I took a few bites of my meal, then put down my chopsticks, looking at my teacher and getting straight to the point. Teacher, I want to go out and train. Bibi Dong's gaze was like an x-ray, seeing right through my thoughts and knowing I wanted to find Schwer. She shook her head. Not now. Wait until things stabilize on her side, then I'll let you go. I was a bit anxious at that moment. Teacher, am I really that unreasonable? I believe you can distinguish between what's important and what's not. She sighed and even asked if I wanted her to secretly send a title de law to protect me. Who understands family? That feeling of being sheltered by a big shot is just too great. Of course, I said yes. Having a max-level big shot as a bodyguard would save me so much trouble on the way. When are we leaving? She reached out and touched my head. And I have to say, that felt pretty nice. We'll leave early tomorrow morning. Bibi Dong nodded, then suddenly dropped a bombshell. On the day of your coming-of-age ceremony, I will proclaim you the holy son of the Wuhuan Hall. I was directly stunned. The holy son? Isn't that the reserve for the next pope? I quickly declined, saying, Teacher, Schwer is more suitable than I am. As soon as I said that, Bibidong's hand froze, and her gaze instantly turned cold and piercing. This position, I will never give back to the Qian family. Anyone can do it, but someone with the surname Qian cannot. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point in an instant. What could I say? I could only silently reply, I understand, and then slipped away. This noble family feud is too complicated. After I walked far away, Hulayina finally dared to ask me in a low voice, Teacher, who is the Schwer that senior brother mentioned? My teacher gave a wry smile and said, A person who shouldn't have appeared. You better not mention this in front of your senior brother, or he will lose his temper. Early the next morning, I put on a silver mask and went directly to the Pope's hall. I thought, since I've crossed over, I should make a name for myself on the continent, right? Tangchun and Qiandaolu are said to be two insurmountable mountains, aren't they? So I'll set a small goal for myself first, to become an insurmountable mountain among the younger generation. When I arrived at the Pope's hall, my teacher was standing next to a muscular man whose build was as massive as a bear. My teacher introduced him to me. This is Iron Bear Douluo, level 94. He will follow you from now on and ensure your safety. The Iron Bear Daw patted his chest and assured, Your Holiness, rest assured as long as I am alive. No one can harm a single hair on the young master's body. I said goodbye to my teacher and set off with Iron Bear. As soon as I got on the carriage, I put on the mask and my whole demeanor instantly changed. From the friendly big brother next door, I transformed into a cool and aloof boss with pride in my eyes. I calmly said to Iron Bear outside the carriage, Heaven Do City, Heaven Do Great Soul Arena. After we left, Hulayina ran to see me off, but she was a step too late. She asked my teacher who else is powerful among the younger generation of the Spirit Hall besides me. My teacher mentioned Schwer, saying that in terms of talent, Schwer is even better than me. Hulayina became even more curious and asked if that means Schwer is stronger than me. My teacher thought for a moment and said something particularly convoluted. Her strength is not as good as your senior brother's, but your senior brother can't win against her. Family. This high-level riddle completely stumped the little newbie, Hulayina. A few days later, the carriage stopped outside Heavendo City. I asked Iron Bear what was going on. He lifted the curtain and looked out, saying, Young master, our Spirit Hall people are besieging a middle-aged man. Should we help? I stuck my head out and saw that 16 Soul Emperors were surrounding a Soul Emperor with a great Strength King, Kong Bear Martial Soul. And after fighting for a long time, they still couldn't take him down. When I looked at that person, I immediately realized, isn't this the future immovable King Zhao Wujia? I immediately ordered, Iron Bear, go save him, but don't reveal your identity. Although Iron Bear looked confused, his execution was impressive. Without saying a word, he got out of the car, and with each step, he unleashed a soul ring. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 9 soul rings shining brightly, creating an explosive aura. He shouted at those white-robed bishops with a thunderous voice. This person is under our protection. You can leave now. The leading bishop still wanted to use the title of the Spirit Hall to intimidate us, saying that offending the Spirit Hall would lead to dire consequences. Iron Bear just laughed, full of disdain. Come on, he was a level 94 powerhouse, far ahead of someone like Dugibo, who was at the bottom of the title ranks. Seeing they were no match, the bishops left with a few harsh words. Zhao Wujia was saved and came over to express his gratitude profusely. Iron Bear waved his hand, telling him to thank me in the carriage. I stepped out of the carriage and assessed this future vice president of Shrek Academy. Zhao Wujia was also looking at me. Although I was wearing a mask, he could tell from my demeanor and the title Daw beside me that I was no ordinary person. He patted his chest and assured me, I will be forever grateful for your great kindness. In the future, if you ever need my help, whether in fire or water, I will not hesitate. I am at Shrek Academy in Soto City. You can send someone to find me anytime. I nodded. Just remember what you said today. After saying that, I returned to the carriage. This investment is guaranteed to be profitable. When I arrived at the Heaven Do Grand Soul Arena, I registered directly, using the codename YeXuan, and then went to the VIP box to watch the show. Soon it was my turn to take the stage, and my opponent was a Xian Shi with a 9-game winning streak. The host was still introducing him, but as soon as that guy took the stage, he announced his martial soul and waited for me to return the greeting. I couldn't be bothered with him at all. He hadn't even activated his martial soul and just rushed in. The mysterious serpent was so enraged that it screamed, saying it would teach me a lesson for my parents. As soon as the passive skill Saint King's pressure from my left arm soul bone was triggered, his beast martial soul's quality was too low, and all his attributes were directly suppressed by 20. The moment he moved, he felt something was off all over his body, and then with a bang, I knocked him out of the arena with a single punch. The entire venue fell silent. The host's mouth was agape, large enough to fit an egg. A few seconds later, a tsunami of cheers erupted. White Tiger! White Tiger! I felt a bit bored, so when I returned to the private room, I told Iron Bear, go tell the manager here that I won't play a team battle, alone, against their entire team. Anyone below Soul King is fine. Iron Bear took the order and left. I looked in the direction of the Tiendo Palace, thinking about Schwerer. A month later, I had already achieved 99 consecutive wins. The weekly manager of the Soul Arena came to me with a sad face, saying they were about to go bankrupt because of me, and they were willing to give me 1,000,000 gold soul coins, begging me to go easy on them. I asked Iron Bear, how many matches have we played? Young Master, 99 matches. All right, I'll leave after one more match, I said lightly to Manager Zhou. He looked as if he had received a great pardon and hurriedly went to make arrangements. In the last match, the opponent was a fierce god with a 28-game winning streak, a Soul King. The betting side went crazy, all betting that I would win. This guy Iron Bear, after stroking his chin, actually wagered all his belongings, a total of 200,000 gold soul coins. The match began, and that fierce god revealed 5 soul rings, shouting that he would unmask me. I smiled as my white tiger martial soul emerged behind me, and 3 soul rings rose beneath my feet, yellow, purple, and gold. I tell you, when that golden spirit ring appeared, the entire battle arena erupted. What the hell? What is this golden spirit ring? I've never seen it before. I've never even heard of it. That fierce god activated his 5th spirit ability and charged over. I activated my 3rd spirit ring, summoned the white tiger's phantom in my hand, and instead of retreating, I advanced and threw a punch. White tiger, illusionary strike. The big and small fists collided, and with a few cracking sounds of bones, the fierce god let out a scream like a dying pig, and his entire arm was rendered useless. I followed up with a kick, sending him flying off the stage. 100 wins legend. The host's voice was trembling. I ignored the cheers from the crowd and went straight to settle my points, earning the highest level Diamond Soul badge. Iron Bear followed behind me, his face beaming with joy. His 200,000 had directly turned into 2 million. Back at the hotel, I wrote a challenge letter and handed it to Iron Bear. Oh, deliver this to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family and say I want to challenge all their younger generation. Then, spread the word throughout the entire Heavendo city. Iron Bear's face turned pale. Young Master, I can't defeat that old dragon from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. What if they don't follow the rules of martial arts? I glanced at him and said, then go to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and explicitly challenge Sword Douluo Continent. Young Master, wait a moment. I'm heading to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family right now. Iron Bear dashed off. It's a joke. He can't even beat Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo together, so he might as well bully the old dragon family. Once he left, a system panel popped up in front of me, showing a new check-in location, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Hey, I've been looking forward to this reward for a long time. After struggling for a while, Iron Bear finally did as I said. He flew directly above the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, and when he unleashed his 9 spirit rings, the pressure overwhelmed the entire family. An old dragon, YeXuan, flew out angrily, asking if he was there to cause trouble. Iron Bear tossed the challenge letter. My young master wants to challenge all of your younger generation. If you're too afraid to fight, then forget it. YeXuan opened the letter and, shaking with anger, crumpled it into powder, roaring, 3 days later, we welcome your young master. My Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family won't bully the weak. Iron Bear achieved his goal and turned to leave, conveniently spreading the news throughout the entire Heavendo city. For a moment, the whole Heavendo city was in an uproar. Over at the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji and Sword Law were interested, and even Ning Rongrong insisted on going to watch the excitement. Meanwhile, in the royal family of Heavendo, a prince named Shui Qinghe looked down on the matter. However, a girl disguised as a maid next to him, who was actually Qian Renxue, had her eyes flicker. While Shui Qinghe was lamenting how good it was to be indifferent to the world, Qian Renxue suddenly asked him, Prince, don't you want to compete? No, I don't. Since you don't want to compete, Then let me compete for you. Qianrenxue chuckled softly, and the next second, a dagger silently pierced through Xueqing's chest. Xueqing fell down, eyes wide with disbelief. Qianrenxue wiped the blood off the dagger, called her subordinates to handle the body, and then changed into Xueqing's clothes. With a flash of golden light, she transformed into Xueqing's exact likeness. She picked up the news about my challenge and murmured, 100 victories in the Soul Arena. Diamond Badge, is it you? I've heard that you went out to train. That's right, it's me. I'm here to pay you a visit. I just received news that the old guy YeXuan is still pretending to be nice, asking Tai Xiong to convey a message, saying something about how the top 3 sects have great businesses and won't bully the weak. Huh. I laughed when I heard that. He's clearly setting up a trap, just waiting for me to slap him in the face. The next day, I went straight to the headquarters of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Wow, what a scene. It was packed inside and out like a big conference. Sitting in the main seat was the old man YeXuan. On his left side were Ning Fengji from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Sword of Chanexen, Ning Rongrong, and my beloved Schwerer. Oh no, now she's His Royal Highness Xueqing. The whole setup was clearly a feast of the Hongmen banquet, just waiting for me, this naive kid, to walk right into the trap. As soon as I stepped through their front door, a bell rang in my head, and the system task popped up. Timing for 15 minutes. Hey, perfect timing. The time management master is online, just enough for me to make a scene. Without saying a word, I activated my secret technique. And in an instant, I appeared right in the center of the training ground. Was T that cool? The audience, including the sword Douluo Continent, was stunned, unable to help but praise my marvelous agility. Next to him, the old fox Ning Fengji pretended to be profound, saying my gaze was too wild and not steady enough. Wild. I came here today to show what being wild really means. I glanced at the so-called third-generation elite family members in the audience and directly spoke into the mic. Yuzu Zhang, stop stalling. It's a waste of time to take them on one by one. Let them all come at once. Or let their fathers come too. Family members, who understands? With just this one sentence, the entire venue erupted. Those young people were like cats with their tails stepped on, howling and wanted to rush up to teach me a lesson. Arrogant, sneaky, and exposed. The insults were harsh. Old man YeXuan waved his hand to suppress the noise and started lecturing me, saying that a tiger can only shake one region, while a dragon can dominate the world, bragging that his broken dragon martial soul is the #1 beast martial soul, while my white tiger is not good enough. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, clapping my hands and cheering. Well said. That was great. Then I suddenly changed the tone of my voice, raising it sharply. Speaking of someone renowned across the world, I can't help but think of your eldest son, Yu Xiaojiang. With a half-level innate soul power and a mutated martial soul, the 3-headed dog, he truly is famous everywhere now. Who doesn't shout master when they see him? But I can't understand why, on his wedding night, he suddenly abandoned his bride and ran away. Clan leader Yu, could you enlighten this junior? I tell you, as soon as I said that, YeXuan's old face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Ning Fengji beside him was also shocked, looking at me as if to say this kid knows how to hit where it hurts. I stole a glance at Schwer, who still had her cool, prince-like demeanor. But the smile hidden in her eyes told me she was enjoying this immensely. The old man exploded on the spot. All 9 of his soul rings, yellow, purple, black, 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 lit up, and the pressure of a tidal Douluo came directly at me, trying to intimidate me. I'm afraid of him. I turned my head and shouted at Iron Bear. Hey, Iron Bear, what was it that the Jade Clan leader asked you to convey a couple of days ago? My memory isn't too good. I forgot. Iron Bear, being the lively character he is, suppressed his laughter and shouted at the top of his lungs. Young master. The Jade Clan leader asked me to convey that the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, being one of the 3 major sects, naturally wouldn't bully the weak or take advantage of the small. His voice was so loud that I estimated the entire mountain heard the echo. I slapped my forehead and suddenly realized. All right, I remember now. Of course, on your own territory, as the head of the family, you can say whatever you want. YeXuan was so enraged that his chest heaved violently, like a broken bellows, and I bet he wanted to slap me to death. What else more? Ning Rongrong next to him couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. This laughter was like slapping YeXuan's face back and forth. Sword Douluo was still fanning the flames, picking up Ning Rongrong and saying softly, "Oh, old dragon, she is still a child. You wouldn't lower yourself to argue with a child, would you?" After this combo attack, YeXuan could only swallow his anger, his face turning the color of pig liver as he sat down again and squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Let us start. Finally, we could begin fighting. At this moment, the system chimed, indicating I had successfully clocked in, rewarding me with a Limit Douluo experience card, which instantly summoned a level 99 Peerless Powerhouse as my bodyguard. I'll tell you, I felt incredibly secure at that moment, thinking that even if I tore this place down today, I could still retreat unharmed. The first opponent that came up was a weakling. I was too lazy to even unleash my martial soul. Just went up and knocked him off the stage with one punch. I smirked. Clan leader you. Someone like the Shun Ti come up and embarrass himself. I wouldn't even need to use a single move against him. YeXuan was so angry that the veins on his forehead were popping out, shouting, "You Tianlin, you go up." This time, the one who came up was a Soul King. With 5 soul rings in yellow, purple, and black, he looked somewhat impressive. I didn't play around and directly revealed my white tiger martial soul, with yellow, purple, and gold soul rings rising beneath my feet. At that moment, Ning Fengji and the others were dumbfounded, whispering to each other about what that golden one was. Country bumpkins. Haven T, they seen a million-year soul ring before? As soon as we started fighting, I hadn't even put much strength into it when I suddenly felt a familiar gaze. I turned my head abruptly and just happened to catch a glimpse of Xue Qinghe's fleeting golden eyes. It's Xue. She succeeded. My heart raced with excitement, and I couldn't help but let my eyes reveal all the love I had. As a result, Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo's group followed my gaze and immediately locked onto Ning Rongrong, who was in Ning Fengji's arms. Does anyone understand the huge misunderstanding this caused? In that brief moment of distraction, Yu Tianlin seized the opportunity and swiped at me, directly knocking my mask off my face. As soon as my exceptionally handsome face appeared, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with stars, showing a look of "Oh my true destiny has arrived." Xue subtly shook her head at me, signaling me to focus. All right, no more acting, time to reveal my cards. I looked at Yu Tianlin rushing towards me and directly unleashed my third soul skill, White Tiger Illusionary Strike. A phantom of the White Tiger surged forward, and no matter what lightning he had, I knocked him out with a single punch. The crisp sound of bones cracking echoed as that guy flew out like a broken sack. The people from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family wanted to accuse me of being too harsh, but I shot back. He's a Soul King, I'm a Soul Sovereign, with a difference of over 20 levels. If I don't use lethal force, should I wait for him to kill me? Ning Fengji, that old fox, had his eyes lit up beside me, whispering to Sword Douluo. From his expression, I could tell he thought I had my eyes on his daughter and was plotting how to recruit this exceptionally talented young genius as a son-in-law. I tell you, he really did ask Ning Rongrong if she wanted to meet me later, and she nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Xue watched this scene with a look full of derision, her eyes filled with laughter. YeXuan's face turned extremely gloomy, and in the end, he could only admit defeat. But he still stubbornly said that their real genius was still young. I laughed. I'm only 10 years old, okay? As I was about to leave, 2 little brats, Yu Qianheng and Yu Tianxin, jumped out to threaten me, saying they would seek revenge in the future. I couldn't even be bothered to respond, simply stating my name. I'm YeXuan, the peak you will never surpass. As a result, that old geezer YeXuan couldn't take it anymore. Just as I was about to leave, he suddenly spoke up, saying that after dealing with the young ones, it was time to settle the old scores. And according to the rules of the Soul Master world, he wanted to spar with the title Douluo behind him, Iron Bear. I tell you, that old guy can't take a loss and wants to vent his anger on Iron Bear. Does he think he's got me under control? I just laughed and calmly shouted into the air. Aunt Yi, this old man says we can't leave. What do you think? As soon as I finished speaking, a cold and magnetic female voice descended from above. Rest assured, my lord, he doesn't have that ability. In the next second, a stunning woman in purple slowly descended from the sky, and with each step she took, a soul ring lit up beneath her feet. Everyone in the audience was stunned because the configuration of those soul rings was simply outrageous. Black, 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 red, red, red. 9 soul rings, starting with 10,000 years, and the last 3 are 100,000 years. Limit Douluo. Everyone, the entire venue fell silent. YeXuan and the Sword Douluo looked as if their eyes were about to pop out. YeXuan's face was worse than if he had eaten a fly. My newly arrived bodyguard, title, Death God, Yi Shixue. YeXuan immediately backed down, clasping his hands, wanting to let us go. I laughed, thinking you can come and go as you please. It's not that easy. I pointed at the grand hall where they worshipped their ancestors and said to Iron Bear, "Go, tear it down for me." Iron Bear was so scared he was dumbfounded, saying it would drive Old Long crazy. I told him directly, "What are you afraid of? Aunt Yi is here. Who dares to touch you? Just tear it down." YeXuan completely lost his composure and charged at Iron Bear. As a result, Aunt Yi flashed in front of him and with a light palm, sent him crashing from the sky to the ground. Level 99 against level 95, isn't that just a pure dimensionality reduction blow? Other elders wanted to move. They were so intimidated by Aunt Ye's aura that they felt like grandchildren, not even able to move a finger. Then there was a loud rumble, and their most sacred grand hall turned into a ruin. YeXuan looked at the ruins, completely dumbfounded, sitting on the ground as if he had lost his soul. I tell you, this is called self-inflicted suffering. You can't live. We left in style, and on the way, my new bodyguard, Aunt Yi, was quite fierce, asking if I wanted to take the opportunity to wipe out the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. I quickly stopped her. It wasn't the right time yet, as I had a big plan. I was mainly worried that she would go on a killing spree and expose her identity as a soul master, which would be troublesome. Back at the hotel, I specifically confirmed with her, and she said that as long as she didn't want to, even a limit Douluo of the same level wouldn't be able to see through her identity, which reassured me. Late at night, my true queen arrived. YeXuan returned to her original appearance and pushed the door open directly. The two titled Douluos, Snake Spear and Bloodspike, stood guard outside with keen insight, and Aunt Yi also discreetly left. As for that silly Iron Bear, he just stood behind me like a light bulb. Who understands family? I was speechless at the time and quickly kicked him out. Once he was gone, I immediately swept Schwerer off her feet and placed her on the bed. I missed her so much. That familiar fragrance intoxicated me. But then the queen turned the tables, flipping over and pinning me down, sitting on my waist. Her stunning golden eyes fixed on me. What else are you hiding from me? Confess for leniency. Resist for strict punishment. Can I tell the truth? No way. You see, being honest leads to leniency, while resisting leads to a harsh punishment. I reached out and pinched her perky nose, starting to weave a story. Oh no, I mean to tell the truth. I said that after she left, I attended the teacher's genius training camp and encountered a divine inheritance in the Misty Canyon, where my third soul ring came from a divine bee sacrifice, a million-year soul ring. That death god Douluo YeXuan was also sent by that deity to protect me. Schwerer listened with her eyes wide open, her face full of disbelief. Seizing the opportunity, I hugged her back into my arms and said with a smile, "See, I haven't hidden anything from you, just didn't have the chance to tell you." That's more like it. She pouted her lips in a proud manner. This look was simply too cute to resist, so I directly kissed those slightly pouting vermilion lips. Very sweet. After a long while, our lips parted, and Schwerer, lying in my arms, gently reminded me, Ning Fengji from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School might come looking for you soon. He's an old fox, so be careful not to fall into his trap. I had a puzzled look on my face. Why is he looking for me? YeXuan chuckled lightly and poked my chest with her finger. The look you gave me during the day was seen by him, and he thought you were interested in his daughter. Plus, with your perverted talent, he wants to recruit you as a son-in-law for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. I tell you, this old fox is calculating so much that the beads are almost bursting on my face. He wants to recruit me as his son-in-law. He has tried to invite this great Buddha of mine into their Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and conveniently take Aunt Yi, this ultimate Douluo, along with him. What a beautiful thought. But you know what? His actions have actually inspired me. I happen to want to establish my own faction and create a new power. You understand, the Spirit Hall's target is too big. I'll create an alias and act outside, making things convenient. With Aunt Yi, a 99-level living signboard, in charge, my new faction will start at the level of the top 3 sects. Who would dare to disrespect me? Besides, Aunt Yi is also a top-level soul minter. I can casually whip up some products to sell, and the funding will just come in, right? Isn't that better than working? Upon hearing this, YeXuan became anxious, her brows furrowing. You want to leave the Spirit Hall? Are you crazy? You were raised by my mom. I was speechless and gave her a light tap. What are you thinking about? The Spirit Hall is my home. Why would I run away? I'm just opening a branch office outside. I leaned closer to her ear and shared my plan. Let me tell you, her eyes instantly lit up, like 2 little light bulbs. Her mind was working quickly, and she immediately grasped the essence of my plan. This operation was not only feasible, but could also add an extra layer of security to our grand plan for the Spirit Hall, focusing on a dual-line operation, which was very stable. She felt relieved, but still reminded me, you have to be careful. Ning Fengji is a cunning old fox. Don't let him see through you. I pinched her cheek and smiled. Don't worry, when it comes to acting, I'm a professional. The next morning, before dawn, YeXuan got up quietly like a little agent, dressing in the dark. I was woken up by her and sleepily asked, "Sure, are you leaving this early?" While buttoning her shirt, she replied. I just became Crown Prince Xueqinghe. I can't be late or leave early. Otherwise, all my previous efforts will be in vain. After getting dressed, she was about to leave, but ran back to give me a peck on the cheek and sternly warned me. In 6 years, it's our engagement day, so don't go around flirting with others. I was directly taken aback. Am I that kind of person? Very much so. She laughed like a little fox. And yesterday, that girl from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was almost starry-eyed when she looked at you. I pulled her back into my arms, gazing into her golden eyes, and said earnestly, having you is enough. I will love only you in this lifetime. Only then did she smile with satisfaction, her eyes brimming with uncontainable affection. She lingered in my embrace for a little while longer before reluctantly pushing me away, saying, I have to go now, or I'll be late. Remember to stick to the plan. I'll wait for you at the Tiando Imperial Palace. After saying that, she playfully winked at me and slipped away. As soon as she left, I quickly changed clothes, took out a new mask from my soul guide, and wrote a challenge letter in a flurry. I found Tai Xiong and handed him the letter, saying just a few words. Go to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and deliver this to Jian Dao Chun XIN. Without a word, Tai Xiong took the letter and left. I looked in the direction of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, feeling a rush of excitement. Jian Dao Chun XIN. With his sword intent reaching the divine, I was just a step away from mastering my gun intent. Please don't let me down. After taking care of this, I returned to my room to meditate. Meanwhile, the news that I had led a team to dismantle the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's main hall spread throughout Tiando City, and even the entire Soul Master community like a virus. I, YeXuan, along with my companion, the 99th level limit Douluo Continent, became famous overnight. When Tai Xiong arrived at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, he didn't cause any trouble and was honestly reported. Upon entering the main hall, he saw Ning Fengji sitting in the main seat, with Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo standing like two door gods on either side of him. Tai Xiong, being tough, stood there and handed the challenge letter to Chen Xian. When Chen Xian opened the letter and saw it, he actually smiled. You tell him that I accept the challenge. And by the way, I've already comprehended the realm of intent. Wow. He laid his cards on the table. Tai Xiong nodded and went back. As soon as he left, Ning Fengji curiously asked, Sword Uncle, what did the letter say? Chen Xian replied calmly, he wants to challenge me, but without using martial souls or soul power. Only comparing the intent in weaponry. Ning Fengji was bewildered. What is intent? Chen Xian began to explain, saying that this concept is the highest realm of weaponry, consisting of 4 stages: qi, momentum, sharpness, and intent. When one reaches the realm of intent, the weapon feels like an extension of their own limbs, with power multiplied several times. However, nowadays, soul masters only know how to use their martial souls. This craft is on the verge of being lost. If he hadn't comprehended sword intent himself, he wouldn't believe this thing really existed. Ning Fengji's eyes turned, and he asked, when will the competition be? Tomorrow. Ning Fengji smiled, a meaningful grin. He knew that I wasn't just there to spar. At that moment, Ning Rongrong bounced over, holding my mask that I had dropped that day, shouting, Daddy, aren't you going to take me to meet that big brother? Ning Fengji affectionately patted her head, saying, don't worry, that big brother will come to us tomorrow. His inner calculations were ringing. For the sake of the sect, sacrificing his daughter's happiness seemed acceptable. Who understands the family sacrifices made for KPIs? Even using his daughter as a bargaining chip. TSK. The next day, I brought Aunt Yi and Tai Xiong directly to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Ning Fengji was incredibly enthusiastic, immediately asking me to call him Uncle Ning, and even invited Aunt Yi to sit. I couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This guy was so friendly. Aunt Yi completely ignored him, standing behind me like an iceberg. I had no choice but to speak up. Aunt Yi, since Uncle Ning has invited you to sit, you should take a seat. Only then did Aunt Yi show some courtesy and sit down. As for Tai Xiong, he could just stand. After all, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were also standing. Ning Fengji said with a smile, Uncle Jian, Xiao Xian is here. You can start now and let us see. The way he called Xiao Xian was so affectionate. I thought to myself, well, my brother, trying to build connections without making a fuss, quite the expert. Chen Xian didn't waste words and walked straight out. I immediately followed. Once we reached the open space outside, he casually picked up an ordinary iron sword. As for me, I drew my divine punishment silver spear. Chen Xian glanced at my spear and praised, good spear. But I won't bully the weak. You go first. Then I won't hold back. As soon as I finished speaking, the silver spear in my hand instantly danced into a flurry of spear flowers, each thrust targeting Chen Xian's vital points. completely abandoning defense for a fierce attack. Clang, clang. The spear tip met the sword blade, sparks flying everywhere. I felt a tremendous force coming from the spear, numbing my grip. Looking back at YeXuan, he stood there like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, exuding an aura that seemed to dominate the world. Is this the essence of sword intent? Incredible. I marveled internally, but my movements quickened. However, he defended flawlessly, not counterattacking at all, as if he were playing with a child. Just when I was about to reach my limit, YeXuan deflected my spear with a swing of his sword and spoke. His voice cutting through like a knife. You haven't grasped intent yet. Your heart and your intent are not the same. How can you possibly comprehend? His words left me in silence. I looked at the spear in my hand, my mind blank. Seeing me like this, he added, follow your true heart. That's all I can say. Whether you comprehend it or not depends on yourself. I closed my eyes, and the image of my white tiger martial soul appeared in my mind. Suddenly, I understood that the white tiger is born to kill and is naturally filled with fighting spirit. Yet I have been suppressing its true nature all along. How could I comprehend the true essence of the spear while holding it back? I suddenly opened my eyes and laughed. I will no longer suppress you. The white tiger has arrived, its momentum unstoppable, its power invincible. Roar. The martial soul white tiger seemed to hear my call, directly manifesting behind me and letting out a thunderous roar. I retracted my martial soul, twirled the silver spear in my hand, and pointed the tip directly at YeXuan. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I have gained insight. I have a move. Please evaluate it. YeXuan seemed to be intrigued as well. Feel free to use it. It's fine to use your soul power. I didn't use any soul power, just simply thrusting my spear. But this thrust seemed to transform into a white tiger with wings. The overwhelming pressure and endless killing intent instantly locked onto YeXuan. YeXuan squinted his eyes and swung his sword. With a crisp sound, the iron sword in his hand shattered inch by inch. My spear tip stopped right in front of him. I withdrew my silver spear and respectfully bowed. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. In fact, my hand was trembling uncontrollably, and my tiger's mouth was split. I was taking a shortcut. My divine punishment silver spear is a divine weapon, while he was wielding nothing but scrap metal. Jian Xin, however, was completely unconcerned and simply said, the sword is broken, you win. Then he turned and returned to the hall. When I got back, Ning Fengji had already prepared the banquet. He smiled and gestured for me to take a seat, then casually asked, Xiaoxian, I'm very curious. Which sect could cultivate a talent like you? Here it comes, the main topic. I took off my mask and said lightly, I don't have sect, but I want to establish one myself. Ning Fengji immediately responded, oh, with Senior Death God around, establishing a sect is certainly no problem. However, the money, territory, and manpower are all significant issues. He shook his head and sighed while speaking, acting as if it were all very realistic. I pretended to have a surprised expression, as if I hadn't thought of it. As soon as he saw the fish was hooked, he immediately said, Xiaoxian, if you really want to do this, our 7-treasure glazed tile school can help you solve the funding and territory issues. Of course, I have a condition. If you want me to be a vassal, then forget it. I'll block the way directly. That can't be. He smiled even brighter. My condition is very simple. We form an alliance, plus one agreement. In the future, if our 7-treasure glazed tile school is in trouble, you must lend a helping hand, and you cannot go back on your word. All right. I agreed very readily. In the future, if the 7-treasure glazed tile school is in trouble, you can notify me, and I will definitely help. Did you hear that? He said you. And I said I. If he can't find me in person when the time comes, then he can't blame me. Ning Fengji thought he had taken a huge advantage, and immediately decided to take me to see the land after dinner. In the end, I found a piece of land with excellent feng shui, and I handed him the design drawings for the Starfall Palace that I had prepared earlier. He happily guaranteed that it would be built within 3 months. Watching his departing figure, the corners of my mouth couldn't help but curve upwards. Playing tricks with me? You're still too young for that. I turned to Aunt Yi and said, Aunt Yi, the 7-treasure glazed tile school is in your hands now. Back at the hotel, I immediately wrote a letter for Tai Xiong to deliver to the Martial Soul Temple, to be given to Salas, asking him to send it to my teacher Bibi Don as quickly as possible. By the way, I also asked him to get a list of all the major and minor forces around Heavendo City that hadn't chosen sides from Salas. This immense wealth and fortune must be taken by someone, right? After Tai Xiong left, I handed the angel's order to Aunt Yi. Aunt Yi, once you have a list, you can go visit them as you see fit. I need to enter seclusion to consolidate my strength, and no matter what happens, don't disturb me. Aunt Yi took the token, her gaze cold. Rest assured, my lord. That night, in a village outside Heavendoe City, a sudden red light shot into the sky, and a fierce wind howled. The wails of hundreds of wronged souls could tear one's eardrums apart. 10 minutes later, everything returned to silence. The next morning, during the court, the Snow Knight Emperor was so furious that he slammed the table. A village of a few hundred people was slaughtered by evil soul masters overnight, and a message was left at the scene. We will come again tonight. It was simply writing on the face of the empire. The Snow Knight Emperor immediately ordered Prince YeXuan to handle the matter. Prince YeXuan turned pale and could only grit his teeth and take it on. The first thing he thought of was to find poison Douluo. After Douluo inspected the scene, his expression was grave. Everyone had died in their sleep, their blood completely drained. The rank of this evil soul master was not ordinary. He told Prince YeXuan that he wasn't fully confident, and if it didn't work out, they should ask the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School or me. Upon hearing my name, Prince YeXuan felt overwhelmed and thought the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was more reliable. As night fell, Douluo and Prince YeXuan were lying in wait near various villages. But they didn't know that the figure in the black robe completely ignored them, casting a disdainful glance before heading straight for the Heavendoe Imperial Palace. At the same time, Qianren, who had already become the crown prince, also stepped out of her room, leisurely walking towards the Snow Knight Emperor's study. As soon as she entered, she saw the old man Snow Knight looking at her with a satisfied expression, probably thinking that my eldest son was performing excellently, and his humble demeanor was simply textbook level. Just as we were playing out a scene of filial piety, suddenly, the palace outside exploded with a bang. Flames soared into the sky, and the maidservants and guards were running around like headless flies, screams rising and falling. The old man Snow Knight was furious and slammed his palm on the table with a loud bang, standing up and rushing outside. I quickly followed, and as the door opened, I have to tell you, the scene was like a disaster movie. What's the panic? Everyone be quiet. The old man Snow Knight roared, using his soul power to finally calm down the terrified crowd. Several maidservants knelt with a thud, trembling like chaff, crying out, "Your Majesty, there's an evil soul master. He broke into the second prince's room and killed the second prince." Another one followed, wailing, "The third prince." The third prince was playing when a red light shot in, and the person disappeared. The fourth prince is also gone, and many guards are dead. I can't believe it. These maids are chattering away, and the Snow Knight Emperor's eyes are bulging like copper bells, completely dumbfounded and unable to believe it. As for me, of course, I have to cooperate. I plopped down on the ground, my eyes glazed over. It would be unacceptable for me not to receive an Oscar tonight. Just then, from across the rooftop, a figure in a black robe appeared like a ghost, and their voice was so hoarse it could scrape off a layer of wallpaper. So that's why I couldn't find the Grand Prince. He's been with you, old man. What luck for him. Snow Knight Emperor, we shall meet again. After saying that, the figure disappeared in a flash. At this moment, the Snow Knight Emperor completely lost his composure. He was only suspicious a moment ago, but now he had irrefutable evidence. He felt a surge of blood rush to his head and spat it out, almost losing his balance. I was quick to step forward and support him, my voice filled with emotion. "Father, you must avenge second brother, third brother, and fourth brother." The Snow Knight Emperor was shaking with anger, pointing outside and ordering, "Come, seal off Heavendoe City. Search the entire city for the evil spirit masters, alive or dead." He then turned to me, his voice tinged with sadness. "Qingha, you must not go anywhere recently. Just stay in your room. I will send heavy guards to protect you. You are the only heir of our royal family. You absolutely cannot have any accidents. Father, you must be careful too." I choked out in response, and then, surrounded by a crowd of guards, I returned to my room. Let me tell you, the number of guards was overwhelming, with layers upon layers, and more were continuously being added. As soon as I entered the room and closed the door, the sadness on my face instantly vanished, replaced by a raging fury. I looked at the figure in the black robe in the room, waved my hand, and with a flash of golden light, transformed back into my original self, Qianren. I pointed at the black-robed person, my chest heaving with anger. The plan between Xiao Xian and I was not like this at all. Did he make you do this? Or did you take matters into your own hands and alter the plan? The black-robed figure removed their hood, revealing the face of YeXuan. She even leisurely bowed to me. "Mistress, please calm down. The master is currently in seclusion and is unaware of this matter. So you acted on your own? I'm about to explode with anger. How dare you? Do you know how risky this is? If exposed, all my efforts over the years will be in vain." The entire plan of the Spirit Hall will be ruined. Can you take on this responsibility? And guess what she said? Yi Shishui was so nonchalant. Mistress, your plan is too conservative. With your approach, it would take at least 10 to 20 years to succeed. Do you want to waste your best years in this broken place? I was rendered speechless by her words. Who understands what it's like for my family? I was doing well as an undercover, but my subordinates thought I was too slow in achieving KPIs and directly switched to hell mode. I took a breath and coldly asked, "What do you mean? Tomorrow, Snow Knight will undoubtedly confer the title of Crown Prince upon you. At that time, I will kill Snow Knight, and you can ascend the throne justifiably. With me here, I can help you stabilize the court. When the time comes, you can cleanse the officials and take command of the military, and you will be free," Yi Shishui said, as if discussing what to have for dinner tonight. I was shocked and immediately vetoed it. No, this is too risky. If Shui Yi dies on a snowy night, the entire empire will be shaken, and there will be great chaos. I absolutely do not agree. Master, Shui has already sent someone to invite Ning Fengji. Yi Shishui completely ignored me. Tomorrow you will be conferred after the ceremony. Just stay by Ning Fengji's side, and I'll handle the rest. I command you, you must not do this. I gritted my silver teeth, feeling like I was about to have a heart attack from this disobedient subordinate. Master, you do not have the authority to command me. She shot back directly. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Also, your two titled Douluo who are secretly protecting you should hide better. If Ning Fengji discovers them, it would be a total loss. After saying that, she jumped out of the window and disappeared into the night. I was so angry that I fell onto the bed, puffing my cheeks in frustration. Now it was a situation where I couldn't back down. I could only go along with her plan. Otherwise, if something went wrong, my years of undercover work would become a joke. It was all about being unable to act freely. On the other side, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji listened to the report from the royal officials, and with a flick of his eyes, his inner calculations began to take shape. He said to the sword law, Chan Xan beside him, "Fengji, now the Tiando royal family has only Xue Qinghe left. We don't need to play any balancing acts anymore. It used to be a matter of adding icing on the cake, but now it's about providing timely help. Let us go to the Tiando Palace." When they arrived at the palace, they saw Emperor Shui Yi looking green with anger, while Douluo and Prince Xue Xing had serious expressions. Douluo was puzzled, wondering if this evil soul master was tired of living. In one night, he nearly wiped out the princes. Fortunately, the eldest prince, Xue Qinghe, was lucky. When Shui Yi saw Ning Fengji, it was like seeing a savior. "Master Ning, this evil soul master is so rampant. What do you think we should do?" Ning Fengji had a serious expression. "The urgent task is to establish the crown prince position first to stabilize people's hearts. Then we will fully search for the evil soul master." "Good. I will confer Qinghe as the crown prince in tomorrow's morning court." Shui Yi immediately decided, then asked, "Who will guard the palace? Sword Douluo or Poison Douluo?" Ning Fengji thought for a moment and suddenly suggested, "Your Majesty, have you heard of YeXuan?" "I have heard of him. He is that kid who smashed the hall of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. He has a senior titled Death God by his side. A level 99 limit Douluo. If we can invite her to guard the palace, it will be absolutely safe." Ning Fengji dropped a bombshell. Emperor Shui Yi was immediately excited. "Where are they? I will send someone to invite them right away." "In Tiando City, at the Rose Hotel." However, the person sent soon returned with the news. YeXuan is in closed-door cultivation, and the death god Douluo is away. Emperor Shui Yi's face immediately fell. The next morning court, Emperor Shui Yi directly announced my conferment as the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. The civil and military officials below didn't dare to utter a word. Of course, there was only one candidate left, so what else could they choose? After the court, I immediately found an excuse, saying I needed to take revenge for my brothers, and followed Ning Fengji and Chan Xan out of the city to search for the evil soul master. Meanwhile, Douluo, the unlucky guy, was left to protect Emperor Shui Yi. At the same time, Yi Shishui had already infiltrated the palace, silently following behind Shui Yi and Douluo like a ghost. The two were reviewing a large army of tens of thousands with Prince Xue Xing, who confidently said that with the army and Douluo present, there would be absolutely no safety issues. Let me tell you, Douluo probably thought everything was secure at that moment, and his tension relaxed. In the shadows, Yi Shishui watched this scene, her mouth almost stretching to her ears in mockery. With this ragtag group, plus the weakest title Douluo, did they think they could stop her? Dream on. Just when everyone thought everything was foolproof, a blood-red light flashed by so quickly that no one could react. With a splatter, blood burst forth, and Emperor Shui Yi's body fell straight down, his eyes wide open. Douluo exploded on the spot. His martial soul manifested. 9 soul rings shining blindingly as he roared and charged forward. Evil Soul Master, you seek death. But what happened? YeXuan didn't even activate her martial soul. With a casual wave, a red light ball flew out, exploding with a bang, and Douluo was blown away like a broken sack, lying on the ground, spitting blood. Looking horrified, a title Douluo couldn't even withstand her casual attack. Where could he argue about it? YeXuan couldn't be bothered to look at him again, waved her hand, and another light ball flew toward Prince Xuexing, who held military power. She understood the importance of cutting the roots. Then, she left gracefully. Outside the city, as soon as Ning Fengji and Qinxin saw the red light rising from the direction of the palace, they knew something bad was about to happen. By the time we rushed back, what we found was chaos. Palace maids running everywhere, soldiers wailing, and Douluo lying half dead, alongside the cold body of the Snow Knight Emperor. Of course, I immediately rushed over to start my performance, crying as if my heart were being torn apart. While my mind was racing, what a madman YeXuan is, this is too big of a game. Qinxin helped Douluo up and asked him what happened. Douluo weakly explained that the Evil Soul Master had launched a surprise attack. He didn't even have time to react, and the opponent had taken him down before he could unleash his martial soul. The next target was definitely the Crown Prince. Qinxin's face changed. He could defeat Douluo, but to injure him without a single attack from a martial soul, he believed he couldn't do that. This Evil Soul Master was stronger than him. Ning Fengji's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He quickly helped me up and said with great seriousness, "Your Highness, the country cannot be without a ruler for even a day. You must immediately gather yourself and ascend to the throne." "What does Lord Ning mean?" I asked while wiping my tears. The situation was urgent, so everything had to be simple. I would ascend the throne tomorrow. Right now. We must go to the Rose Hotel and, by all means, invite the senior death god to come. Meanwhile, YeXuan had changed her clothes and returned to the hotel, specifically instructing Tai Xiong to say that she had returned in the morning if anyone asked. When we arrived at the hotel, Tai Xiong stood at the door like a gatekeeper, saying that YeXuan was still in seclusion. Ning Fengji was anxious, and I didn't have the patience to wait, so I directly shouted, "I am the Crown Prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Xuexing. May I ask if young Master YeXuan is available for a meeting?" The door opened, and YeXuan came out yawning, with an innocent expression as if asking what had happened. Ning Fengji hurriedly explained the situation, and, after listening, YeXuan showed an appropriately shocked expression. I bet he was already delighted inside. This kid, acting alongside him, was really tiring. "Oh, Uncle Ning means that we should step in to help?" YeXuan lazily asked while leaning against the door. "Exactly. We want to invite Senior Death God to guard the palace. If we help you, what do we get in return?" YeXuan's gaze fell on me, and wow, this kid was starting to negotiate. I smiled inwardly and immediately responded, "As long as young Master YeXuan is willing to help, I will make you a king after I ascend the throne. Senior Death God will be the national teacher of my Heaven Do Empire. Moreover, the Heaven Do Empire will fully support you in establishing your sect. Since His Highness the Crown Prince is so sincere, I shall not refuse." YeXuan chuckled lightly and turned to call out, "Aunt Yi, Tai Xiong, let's go to the Heaven Do Royal Palace and help His Highness the Crown Prince ascend the throne." With a creak, YeXuan walked out of the room with a blank expression, following behind him. When we returned to the palace, the scene was truly shocking. YeXuan, Qinxin, and Tai Xiong, the 3 titled Douluos, simultaneously released their martial souls and aura, causing the entire palace to fall silent. Seizing the opportunity, I stepped forward and announced loudly, "Everyone should perform their duties. Anyone who dares to spread rumors or cause trouble will be executed without mercy." Under the absolute intimidation of power, order in the palace quickly restored. The next day, I successfully ascended the throne and immediately announced that YeXuan would be named the Day King, YeXuan the national teacher, and ordered the military to stand down, stating that with the national teacher present, the Evil Soul Master would not dare to come again. The ministers below dared not voice any objections. With a limit Douluo as their backing, they felt much more secure. YeXuan took the king's token, glanced at it a couple of times, and then tossed it into the soul guide. Of course, the entire empire was nearly ours. What was a token worth? Once everyone left, only the 2 of us remained in the room. I transformed back into Qian Ringshu, walked over to YeXuan, who was sipping tea and snacking, and after thinking for a long time, I couldn't help but remind him, "Xiao Xian, you should still be wary of YeXuan. After all, she is an evil soul master." Don't worry, swear I know. YeXuan replied, but who knows what he was really thinking. Seeing him agree, I nodded in satisfaction. YeXuan put down his teacup and suddenly asked me, Sure, do you know about the Hanhai Qinquan shield of the Heaven Do royal family? It seems to be in the treasury. What do you want that for? That thing is also called the heart of the sea god. Obtaining it is equivalent to acquiring half of the sea god's divine position inheritance, YeXuan said with a mischievous smile. What? Sea god divine position? I was shocked. Let's go, we need to find it quickly. I immediately transformed back into Xueqinghe and pulled him towards the treasury. Although it felt a bit awkward being pulled by man, I endured it for the sake of the divine position. The royal treasury was dazzling, with several pieces of Millennium Soul Bones. Now, they all belong to us, perfectly serving as startup capital for YeXuan's newly established Starfall Hall. We split up to search, and finally found the Hanhai Qinquan shield in the furthest corner of the third underground level. It was a palm-sized blue triangular object, crystal clear, with patterns inside that seemed alive. Without a word, YeXuan pricked his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto it. The drop of blood instantly merged into the shield, and then a phantom of an old man floated out, looking us up and down. I heard an ancient voice exclaim, What pure bloodline! What a powerful physique! Not bad, not bad. I have finally found a suitable successor. This little girl's physique is also sufficient to bear the power of the Hanhai. Now, who should I choose? Just as the phantom finished speaking, it suddenly disappeared. YeXuan and I exchanged looks, both bewildered. I frowned and said, Xiaoxian, I felt like someone was watching us just now. YeXuan felt it too and chuckled, saying, Let's put this shield away first. It has many wonderful uses. I tell you, I guess that the one watching us was probably that old sea god. Just as he finished speaking, the Hanhai Qinquan shield suddenly emitted a burst of blue light, enveloping the two of us. The next second, the world spun around, and we found ourselves standing on a vast ocean, with waves beneath our feet and sky above our heads, in a 3D surround sound sea view room. Immediately, a pile of instructions about the shield was forcefully stuffed into our minds. Before I could fully digest it, a glowing mark suddenly appeared on our foreheads. This was a blood-red sword-shaped mark, and mine was a light golden six-winged angel. Let me tell you, that scene was incredible. Two beams of light burst open, and the sea view in front of us shattered like glass. The shadow of the peeping sea god hidden under the cover probably didn't even react. Poof! It was gone like a popped soap bubble. When we came to our senses, the mark on our foreheads had also disappeared, as if everything that just happened was an illusion. YeXuan picked up the cover with a look of constipation on his face, muttering that the sea god was too stingy. He taught us only 3 moves of the sea god's 13 styles, and then ran away. What? Is the rest going to cost us to watch? I was quite happy and quickly told him, This thing is a treasure. It can make you invisible, bind people, and perform both group and single attacks. It's simply an essential tool for home and travel, perfect for killing and looting. After hearing this, YeXuan weighed the cloak in his hand, grinned, and said, Once my Starfall Palace is built, I'll empty the entire treasury of the Tiando royal family. After that, he activated his invisibility, and the two of us swaggered out of the treasury. Let me tell you, while we were all confused here over in the divine realm, things were truly exciting. The sea god, a big guy, suddenly opened his eyes, looking utterly astonished. The bit of divine consciousness he left in the barrier was shattered by the two of us. As soon as he sensed it, he realized it was the work of the Azura god and the angel god, and he exploded with anger, thinking these two were teaming up to cut off his inheritance. He stormed off to the divine council to demand an explanation. What happened next? The angel god and the Azura god silenced him with just a couple of sentences. The angel god calmly said, You branded my heir with your inheritance mark, and I haven't even asked you what that means yet. The Azura god was more direct, his aura radiating, You're openly stealing my people. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? The sea god turned pale, realizing he was in the wrong, and quickly tried to brush it off, saying, Well, let's not talk about the divine consciousness for now. You two hurry up and get those little brats to return my vast ocean barrier. The Azura god narrowed his eyes, implying, Not a chance. He directly brought up the ironclad rule that deities cannot interfere in the mortal realm, stating that if you dare to mess around, I, as the enforcer of the divine realm, won't go easy on you. The angel god chimed in, essentially saying, If we don't clarify this matter today, don't even think about getting your broken barrier back. Who understands this? The bickering in the divine realm is no different from our meetings. Meanwhile, on the other side, my mother, the Pope Bibi Dawn, also received the news. After reading the letter, She sat there deep in thought, muttering about some ruthless strategy, thinking it was devised by that death god Douluo to protect YeXuan. Then she began issuing orders, instructing the ghostly charm to secretly infiltrate Heaven-Do City and asking YeXuan to prepare carriages, saying she wanted to meet the newly crowned emperor, YeXuan. Who is me? Before long, my mother changed into a stylish white outfit, with a small black phoenix perched on her shoulder, looking quite heroic. After giving a few instructions to YeXuan, she directly got into her luxurious carriage and headed towards Heaven-Do City. On our side, YeXuan was planning to recruit a titled Douluo named Douluo. However, the person sent to negotiate, Aunt YeXuan, returned saying that the old man was unyielding and resistant to both soft and hard approaches, even suggesting to simply kill him to eliminate future troubles. YeXuan shook his head, saying that although the old guy might not be good at one-on-one combat, he was a professional when it came to large-scale destruction. He decided to personally pay a visit to this old poison master. Let me tell you, that scene was really interesting. When we found Douluo, he was lying on a chair, looking sickly while basking in the sun. YeXuan went up without saying a word, poured himself a cup of tea, and then directly mocked him. I've heard that the poison Douluo's poison is unparalleled in the continent, but seeing it today, it's nothing special. The old man exploded on the spot, his eyes wide like a venomous snake. YeXuan was completely unfazed and leisurely continued. A person who plays with poison ends up being backfired by his own martial soul, resulting in himself being full of poison. Don't you find that ironic? Then YeXuan seemed to have opened his third eye, revealing all of Douluo's ailments, like itching in his ribs on a rainy day and the pain of needles pricking his head and feet in the middle of the night, detailing everything. Douluo was stunned at that moment, stubbornly saying that YeXuan was talking nonsense, but his expression had already betrayed him. In the end, YeXuan unleashed his ultimate move, mentioning Douluo's beloved granddaughter, Guanyin, saying that she would also suffer the same pain as him in the future. This completely hit the old man's soft spot. Douluo immediately asked, "Can you detoxify?" YeXuan confidently nodded. I knew he was just making empty promises. Douluo was shaken at that moment, saying that as long as he could detoxify, he would join. But then YeXuan, being quite scheming, turned the tables. First, you work for me at the Starfall Palace for 20 years, and I'll see how you perform before deciding when to detoxify you. Wow, this is just classic empty promises and manipulation. Douluo was so angry that he slammed the table and stood up, but YeXuan calmly threatened him, saying he had a 99th level limit Douluo backing him up, and as a bottom-tier title Douluo, he had no choice. After saying that, he gave him 3 days to think it over and left with us in style. 3 days later, we went to check the construction site of the Starfall Palace and see how the old man was considering things. As soon as we entered the yard, we saw Douluo leisurely drinking tea, and YeXuan's heart sank. Sure enough, the old man laid it all out. Kid, enough of this nonsense. Detoxify first. Then we'll talk business, otherwise forget it. He must have figured it out in the past few days, thinking that YeXuan wouldn't detoxify at all and was just bluffing. YeXuan sighed inwardly, realizing that this matter was likely a failure. It's true that not many who can cultivate the title Douluo are fools. We exchanged glances, said nothing, and turned to leave. A few days later, my mother Bibidon's convoy finally arrived in Heaven-Do City. YeXuan and I were watching from the hotel window when YeXuan suddenly asked me mysteriously, "Schwer, what do you think would happen if two people with very tragic experiences met?" I didn't quite understand what he meant at the time. Then he pulled me along, using the vast sea cover to become invisible, and ran to the palace to bring YeXuan along, and the three of us went to the spirit hall together. As soon as we entered, my mother was sitting in the main seat. When we appeared, YeXuan and the others were startled, thinking there were assassins. Once they realized it was us, they breathed a sigh of relief. Then, let me tell you, the iconic scene came. My mother Bibidong and the death god Douluo YeXuan locked eyes. In that moment, I felt the air in the entire room solidify. One was regal and elegant, and the other was cold and proud. The aura was clashing in the air. My goodness. YeXuan and I were beside them, not daring to breathe. Almost wanted to grab a small stool and eat melon seeds. In the end, it was my mother who spoke first, asking YeXuan to introduce the death god. YeXuan exchanged glances with her, and she understood, sending everyone out. Then, in front of us, YeXuan recounted YeXuan's tragic life. I felt sympathy just listening, and my mother was completely stunned, her hands trembling. After YeXuan finished, my mother asked us to step out to rest, saying she wanted to talk to YeXuan alone. They stayed in the room, chatting from day to night. Outside, we could hear laughter and crying from inside. It was just that they regretted meeting so late, having found sisters with different parents. The next morning, my mother and YeXuan finally walked out of the room, both looking much better. Everyone below was gathered, just missing YeXuan and me. My mother glanced at the sky and asked YeXuan, "Where are Xian and Shuer? Did they go to the palace?" YeXuan, in a high-pitched voice, said, "Your Holiness, I kept watch all night and didn't see them come out. They must still be sleeping in the room." My mom nodded slightly. There was still some time before the morning assembly, so she didn't rush us. But as each second passed and the time for the assembly approached, the more my mom's face darkened when YeXuan and I still hadn't made a move. In the next second, she unleashed her big move. My mom, Bibi Dong, snapped her fingers and, suddenly, a big blackbird flew out from the corner with a loud squawk. Its voice was so sharp, it was like a living air raid siren, making the entire spirit hall hum. I was in a deep sleep with YeXuan when this terrible noise jolted us awake. We stumbled out of the room, our hair a mess, and saw my mom's icy face, along with that restless bird bouncing on her shoulder. But strangely enough, I have to say, the look in my mom's eyes when she saw us wasn't the usual disdain of "you two are in big trouble." Instead, it carried a hint of affection. Family members. Who understands? This was so unusual that I even thought I hadn't fully woken up yet, and rubbed my eyes vigorously. As it turned out, YeXuan noticed it too. We exchanged a bewildered glance, both confused, wondering what in the world my mom and that old lady, YeXuan, had talked about for so long that she seemed like a different person. My mom cleared her throat and immediately sounded like the old head teacher. "Look at you two. So messy. Have you been living too comfortably that you've even forgotten to practice?" YeXuan quietly squeezed my hand from below, and I understood the meaning. He wanted me to seize the moment. I hesitated for a moment, gathered my courage, and tentatively called out, "Mom." Just that one word, and I clearly saw the tenderness in my mom's eyes flash brightly for a moment, although it was quickly suppressed again. But that feeling couldn't deceive anyone. She closed her eyes, pretended nothing had happened, and said, "All right, hurry up and clean up. Today as matters must not go wrong." I was overjoyed. Although her attitude was still cold, this was definitely a sign of breaking the ice. I quickly grabbed YeXuan and ran to wash up. By the time we finished tidying up and came out, the hall was empty, and only YeXuan was left. Without saying a word, YeXuan directly activated the Han Hai Qian Kuan shield, and with a flash of blue light, the three of us disappeared from our spot and appeared in the Tiando Palace the next second. Wow, I tell you, that scene was like a large immersive script-killing game. I transformed back into my appearance as Shui Qinghe and sat on the dragon throne, with YeXuan and YeXuan standing beside me like two great guardians. I glanced at the dense crowd of civil and military officials below, and they were all there, not a single one missing. I smirked and directly ordered, "Attack." The ministers below looked bewildered, not knowing what the crown prince was up to. Then, the next second, the doors of the main hall slammed shut with a bang. YeXuan and the few familiar faces from Guanyin, along with a bunch of titled Douluos, blocked the exit completely. It was that simple. A month later, the entire Tiando Empire, from top to bottom, military power and court, was in my mother's hands. Now, as long as she wanted, she could take down the Tiando Empire sign and replace it with the Wuhuan Empire. After that, YeXuan and I sat in my mother's luxurious carriage, preparing to return to Wuhuan City. On the way, YeXuan asked my mother what the next plan was, and she didn't even look up, just said, "You two don't worry about it. Just focus on your cultivation." The carriage stopped outside Wuhuan City, and we first went to pay respects to my father, Qin Xuanji. Looking at that tombstone, I felt a mix of emotions and swore to avenge him. YeXuan was beside me, his expression a bit complex, but he quickly returned to calmness. After paying our respects, we directly went to my mother to lay our cards on the table, saying we were preparing to go out for training, a spontaneous trip, tentatively for 6 years. After hearing this, my mother shook her head immediately, her expression serious. "Training is fine, but you must return to me before you turn 16, not a day later." All right, having conditions is better than not being allowed to go at all. We also greeted Grandpa Qian Douluo, who was quite open-minded and readily agreed with a smile. Then, the two of us walked out of Wuhuan City empty-handed, without even taking the carriage. I asked YeXuan, "Shall we go straight to the extreme north first?" YeXuan shook his head. "Not yet. That place is too dangerous. Let's go to Soto City first, and when we reach level 40 Soul Master, we can head over there to explore. If we go now, I'm afraid I can't protect you." I snorted and said, "Who needs your protection?" But inside, I was actually feeling quite sweet. As a result, let me tell you, while we were making our escape, there was a little incident on the other side. That theoretical master, Yu Xiaojiang, returned to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, covered in dirt and looking disheveled. As soon as he walked in, an elder pointed his finger at him and scolded, "You worthless piece of trash! How dare you come back? If it weren't for the clan leader backing you up, could our family have had our great hall torn down and someone injured so severely?" Yu Xiaojiang turned pale and couldn't utter a word. At that moment, his father, Yu Yuanjin, the old Dragon King, walked out looking haggard, appearing 10 years older than last time. He stared at Yu Xiaojiang and asked, "Aren't you theoretically invincible? Then tell me, what exactly is that golden soul ring?" Yu Xiaojiang was stunned on the spot. He had never seen such a thing in any book. But he was quick-witted and forced himself to analyze. Its power is stronger than that of a 100,000-year-old spirit beast. I boldly speculate it could be a 200,000-year or even 300,000-year spirit beast offering. The elder next to him burst out laughing. Offering? You really dare to think that way? Why would such a powerful spirit beast offer itself to a little brat? However, Yuanjin seemed to have grasped onto a last ray of hope. He fixed his gaze on Yu Xiaojiang and said word by word, "I don't care if your theories are true or not. Now, I entrust my most talented grandson, Yu Qianheng, to you. Take him away and use your theories to train him into a talent in 10 years. Clear our family's disgrace." Goodness, this was simply a case of a dead horse being treated as a live one. Yu Xiaojiang was stunned at the time, and then he was overjoyed. Without saying a word, he took Yu Tianheng and left. On the other side, I and Yixian were already gorging ourselves in a restaurant in Soto City. While I was gnawing on a chicken leg, Yixian suddenly froze, his brows slightly furrowed. I didn't think much of it at the time, but later he told me that the old man in his head, the evil-eyed Saint King, suddenly started calling him frantically, saying he sensed his bloodline and urged him to go kill that person to retrieve the bloodline, and he could also upgrade his distant vision. At that time, Yixian was busy wiping the grease from the corner of my mouth and replied to that old guy with his mind. "Oh." The evil-eyed Saint King exploded on the spot, roaring in Yixian's head. "Oh? Just a no. I give you such a powerful ability, and that's a reaction?" Yixian replied impatiently. "I have no grievances or grudges with that person. Why would I go and kill him? Besides, my fiancée is eating, so don't bother me." That old guy wasn't giving up, starting to value it. Women are like clothes, brothers are like hands and feet. With your strength, what kind of woman can't you have? Let me tell you, Yixian's next words were simply explosive. He shot back directly. "What do you know? What kind of electronic immortal tricks are you trying to pull on me? My woman, I'm willing to pamper her. What is it to you? If you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I'll resurrect you and then personally throw you away?" The evil-eyed Saint King instantly became cowardly, not daring to make a sound, and pretended to be dead. After finishing our meal, we inquired a bit and headed towards the legendary Shrek Academy. My goodness, that place. Rather than an academy, it was more like a gathering point for ramshackle houses at the village entrance. There was a broken sign at the entrance with a green old man drawn on it, ugly as hell. My disdainful glance at that moment was almost like I could carve the words poor right onto my face. And I complained to Yixian, "Coming to a place like this is just a waste of time." Yixian smiled and said, "Since we're here, let us go in and take a look. Someone here owes me a favor." At the entrance sat an old man lazily, saying the registration fee was 10 gold soul coins. Yixian didn't even lift his eyelids and directly said, "Call Zhao Wujia out to see me." Soon, a man as strong as a bear came out. It was Zhao Wujia. As soon as he saw Yixian, his attitude was extremely respectful. Yixian said he wanted to cultivate here for a while. But Zhao Wujia seemed a bit troubled and said the academy had rules. They only accepted those under 12 years old with a soul power of level 20 or above. Yixian chuckled lightly. "We are 10 years old this year, and we are both soul honor to the third ring." Zhao Wujia's eyes nearly popped out. He hurriedly took out a crystal ball to test, and when we placed our hands on it, the ball lit up like a little sun. Seeing this, Zhao Wujia stuttered. The registration fee plus tuition." Yixian was too lazy to waste time talking with him and directly pulled out a 100,000 gold soul card from a soul guide and slapped it on the table. "Get us a single room. Replace everything inside with new stuff and prepare fresh ingredients every day. We'll cook for ourselves." It was all about being rich and willful. Just as Zhao Wujia got the card and hadn't even warmed it in his hands, a middle-aged man with glasses snatched it away. That man was the principal, Flanders, who stuffed the card into his pocket and smiled, saying, "No problem. Old Zhao, you test their levels first. I'll arrange everything right away." He took the money while letting Zhao Wujia do the heavy lifting. I could hear the calculations all the way at the spear hall. Zhao Wujia helplessly said he would use only 3 soul skills to play with us. I directly replied, "You'd better use your full strength." The next second, The battle began. As soon as Zhao Wujie activated his martial soul, YeXuan and I charged in like shadows. Our cooperation was incredibly tacit. One attacked while the other restrained. As soon as YeXuan activated his million-year golden soul ring skill, a mental shock hit Zhao Wujie, leaving him dazed. By the time he reacted, we had already beaten him to a pulp. He got anxious and activated his gravity skill, trying to limit our speed. As a result, we both pulled out our weapons, my Angel S sword and YeXuan's Divine Punishment silver gun, attacking him from both sides. In the end, Zhao Wujie was hit in the face by YeXuan's gun and flew out. When he got up, covering his face, he muttered, "I was careless, didn't he dodge?" Goodness. It was like Teacher Ma had possessed him. After that, we settled down in this shabby place. The next day, Yu Xiaojing actually brought Yu Tianheng to our door, insisting on making a 10-year agreement with YeXuan, saying that 10 years later, Yu Tianheng would come to challenge him, and if he lost, YeXuan would have to apologize to their family. YeXuan couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind and casually agreed. I thought to myself, whether your blue lightning tyrant dragon family would still exist in 10 years is a question in itself. Just like that, 2 years passed in a flash. During these 2 years, YeXuan and I basically practiced on our own. The people from Shrek couldn't teach us anything. Our cultivation also smoothly broke through to the fourth ring's soul ancestor. Finally, it was time to leave. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, I first boarded the carriage to the extreme north, while YeXuan handed a letter to Zhao Wujie and whispered in his ear, "Help me take care of this matter, and we'll wipe the slate clean for the favor you owe me." Zhao Wujie glanced at the letter, and his expression instantly became extremely serious as he nodded vigorously. "Let me tell you, once this letter is sent, my honeymoon trip with Qian Renshua, oh no, I mean the 3 years of devilish training, will officially begin. Goodness, we have been bouncing around in a carriage for a full 3 months, our butts almost split into 8 pieces, and we finally arrived at this legendary far northern land. I tell you, this place is truly uninhabitable. As soon as we got off the carriage, the wind was like a knife, cutting into our faces painfully. Breathing in the air feels like I could cough out ice shards at any moment. The ground is covered in snow, all white and blinding. It feels like my eyes are about to be dazzled. What level are we at now? I am at Soul Master level 41. Qian Renshua is at Soul Master level 43. It sounds pretty good, right? But the key is our soul ring configuration, which is significantly ahead. The fourth ring starts directly at 10,000 years, and fighting monsters at a higher level is as easy as drinking water. Even so, when we just arrived here, we almost froze to death. Luckily, I was prepared and took out 2 very thick fox fur coats from my soul guide device to drape over her. Her little face turned bright red from the cold, and it broke my heart to see that. We arrived at a remote town early in the morning, and the shops on the street were all closed, making it look like a ghost town. We braved the wind and snow for quite a while before finally spotting a tavern with its lights on. As soon as we pushed the door open, the air inside was thick and murky, a mix of smoke, sweat, and alcohol that nearly overwhelmed me. Inside sat a group of burly men who looked tough and intimidating. The moment we entered, the entire tavern fell silent, and dozens of eyes suddenly fixed on us, their gazes resembling those of wolves staring at 2 little rabbits that had wandered into their den. We didn't take it seriously and found an empty table to sit down. I picked up the menu and was shocked. The cheapest vegetarian dish cost several thousand soul coins. This isn't dining, this is daylight robbery. But does my buddy lack this little money? I directly called the waiter and casually ordered a few dishes, paying tens of thousands of soul coins without batting an eye. As soon as the payment was made, the entire tavern erupted in laughter. There are all kinds of mocking voices. Ha 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 ha. There really is a fool who paid according to the menu prices. It cracked me up. Clearly, he's just a newbie who doesn't even understand the rules here. Rules? The only rule here is that whoever has the bigger fist makes the rules. I exchanged a glance with Qian Renshua and understood. This place is a chaotic land, purely governed by the laws of the dark forest. Just as I was thinking about it, a burly man with a face full of flesh and muscles all over his body staggered over. He completely ignored me, and his squinty eyes were fixed on Qian Renshua, making a sound with his mouth. My goodness, I've never seen such a beautiful girl. Come on, play with me? As he spoke, his filthy hand reached out towards Qian Renshua's face. I was furious at that moment. His hand was still in the air when I grabbed it tightly, rendering him immobile. I looked at him coldly, and with a sudden force in my grip, crack, crack, the sound of bones shattering was crisp. The burly man let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. I didn't give him a chance. With my other hand clenched into a fist, without any hesitation, I punched him right in the chest. There was a muffled thud, and his chest caved in with a large dent. I then casually flicked him away, and he flew like a broken sack, crashing through a table and dying on the spot. Qianrenxue immediately entered combat mode, ready to unleash her martial soul at any moment. When the burly man's companion saw his brother was down, he slammed the table and stood up, pointing at me and shouting, "You brat. My brother was just joking, and you went and killed him?" I let out a cold laugh. "I was just joking and accidentally killed him. Do you have a problem with that? I can send you down to keep him company. You're too arrogant." "I'm arrogant. What are you going to do about it? If you want to live, shut your mouth." The killing intent in my eyes was about to overflow. Suddenly, with a clatter, over 20 people stood up, all unleashing their martial souls, with soul masters and soul kings among them. The remaining onlookers, like they were watching a show, held their wine glasses and laughed. The guy leading the group pointed at me and shouted, "Kid, kneel and bow your head now, and we'll make your death quick. In this extreme northern land, strength is everything." I stood up directly and laughed disdainfully. "You bunch of worthless people huddling together for warmth. Do you dare shout in front of me? Just right. It's too lonely for him to go down alone. I'll send you all on your way. The main point is companionship." As soon as I said this, the faces of the people opposite turned green with anger. I pulled out my divine punishment silver spear, and the 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, gold, and black rose up from my feet, looking quite imposing. I blocked the rising Qianrenxue and said manfully, "This is a matter between men. You shouldn't interfere." As a result, Qianrenxue exploded on the spot. She also stood up in a flash, holding the sword of angels in her hand, her yellow, purple, gold, and black soul rings dazzling the eyes, staring at me. "Bastard, what do you mean? Do you look down on me? Do you think I will hold you back?" I was helpless at that moment. Who understands this strong-willed girlfriend of mine? I could only explain, "I didn't mean it that way. It's mainly because these worthless people are not worthy of you stepping in. We are flirting here, but the people across can't wait any longer and shout. Let's go down and get cozy." Over 20 people charged up directly. I spun my silver spear and rushed in. Qianrenxue shot me a glance, and also drew the angel sword to join the fray. The entire tavern instantly turned into chaos, with soul skills flying and energy exploding. Those unfortunate spectators who got caught up in it were furious and began to unleash their martial souls, joining the melee. The scene was completely out of control. Anyone who wasn't on our side was fair game. At that moment, I had only one thought. Wow, I came here to tidy up the workplace, but instead, I ended up shutting the whole company down. The silver spear in my hand is entwined with the power of destruction, flying up and down. Death follows a touch, and a brush causes injury. On the other side, Qianrenxue is also fighting fiercely, with the angelic holy sword ignited in golden flames, striking fiercely. Suddenly, a burst of golden light erupts from Qianrenxue, and the angelic domain instantly covers the entire area. Our strengths surge, while the others are suppressed, their soul power restrained, moving as if in slow motion. As soon as I saw the opportunity, I unleashed a flurry of silver spears, executing a move called Breaking the Sun and Shattering the Snow. Countless lightning snowflakes, imbued with destructive power, scattered out, and wherever they landed in the crowd. A series of explosive booms erupted. I didn't look at the result at all. I picked up Qianrenxue horizontally and activated the Xingzi secret, then dashed outside. Just as I burst out of the tavern, the building behind me collapsed with a loud rumble. The people inside? They fell victim to my destructive power, and not a single one survived. I held Qianrenxue in my arms and smiled. "Sure, it seems we need to find another place to eat." She huffed in its under a manner. "Then why don't you put me down?" "Put you down? Impossible." I grinned mischievously and carried her away. She struggled to break free, but couldn't, so in frustration, she bit down hard on my shoulder. I glanced down and thought, "Hey, it doesn't hurt, let her be." Seeing that I didn't react, she stopped biting and instead looked back at the collapsed tavern, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting. I knew she liked my decisive nature. We quickly found a hotel that was open and booked a room. As soon as we walked in, the warm feeling was incredible. It was like 2 different worlds compared to the outside. The room only had a big bed, large and soft. I placed Qianrenxue on the bed, looking at her stunning face, and said with a sly smile, "Sure, you actually bit me just now." She pouted her little mouth and said, "I did bite you. What do you do about it?" Guess what? I smiled even more wickedly and leaned in to kiss her. After a long while, I got up contentedly, took out some food and water, and casually said, "Let's make do with this for now." She shot me a glance and silently started eating. I looked at her and suddenly said in surprise, "Schwer, I've discovered something." "What is it?" she asked, looking puzzled. I cleared my throat and said seriously, You're no longer ordinary, but rather quite impressive now." She was taken aback for a moment, then followed my gaze and looked down at her chest. Suddenly, a terrifying power surged forth. "YeXuan, you bastard!" A flash of golden light appeared in her hand, and I didn't even have time to react. Anyway, after causing a ruckus for a few days, once we got used to this cursed weather, we officially stepped into the depths of the extreme north. As soon as we entered, it was still the same as before, icy cold and snow-covered, with howling winds. But the strangest thing was, after walking for most of the day, we hadn't seen a single soul beast, not even a hare. It was so quiet that it sent chills down our spines. Qianren couldn't help but ask, "Xiaoxian, isn't this place supposed to be filled with soul beasts? Why can't we see a single one?" I also find it strange. This is too abnormal. Logically speaking, with the Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, and Titan Snow Demon, the three great kings protecting this place, how could there possibly be no subordinates at all? We had walked close to the core area, and it was getting dark, so we had no choice but to set up camp. I lit a bonfire, and the feeling of unease in my heart grew stronger. I quickly called out to my cheap cheat, Evil Eye Saint King. "Bro, wake up. Help me take a look at this place. Something feels really off." The Evil Eye Saint King in my sea of consciousness was awakened by my shouting. With 3 eyes wide open, he scanned the surroundings and said in a serious tone, "It really is strange. All the soul beasts are huddled in the core area. There are 3 extremely strong auras in the core area, and the strongest one seems to have about 700,000 years of cultivation. Moreover, she seems to be injured. Little guy, I advise you to run away quickly. Otherwise, if you die, I'll have to accompany you to the grave." As soon as I heard it, I was stunned. 700,000 years. That must be the Snow Empress. The Snow Empress is injured? What kind of monster could have hurt her? This is definitely not something that Qianren and I can handle right now. I immediately retracted my martial spirit and, with a serious expression, said to Qianren, "Shuai, we must leave right now. It's too dangerous here, and I can't guarantee your safety." As a result, Miss Qianren got upset and frowned, saying, "Xiaoxian, you are too cautious. We are here to train, not to travel. Besides, I don't need your protection. I can handle it myself. Family members, who can judge this? Is this really the time to throw a tantrum?" I got anxious. "Shuai, can you please listen to me? There S.A. 700,000-year-old fierce beast injured in the core area, and if a fight breaks out, it could involve us, and we'd both be finished." I told her what the Evil Eye Holy King had informed me. After listening, she seemed skeptical but still shook her head, saying it's pitch black outside. Running around is even more dangerous. Let's rest for the night, and if it's still like this by dawn, we can leave then. Looking at her determined eyes, I sighed. She had a point. It was indeed easy to encounter trouble in the dark. All right then, just for one night. I'll keep watch. It should be fine, right? I let her go to sleep first, while I kept my spirits high, scanning the surroundings with mental vigilance. As a result, what I feared came true. In the latter half of the night, a thunderous roar of beasts suddenly echoed around. I was instantly awakened along with Qianren. As soon as I rushed out of the tent, I saw Qianren pick up the water bottle and pour it over the campfire with a splash. I quickly shouted, "Shuai, don't use water," but it was already too late. With a loud hiss, a thick plume of green smoke shot up into the sky, standing out starkly against the dark night, making us a perfect target. Just then, an extremely uncomfortable aura wafted in from the distance. It was the evil Soul Master. I didn't have time to think. I grabbed Qianren and ran desperately in the opposite direction. On the other side, a group of men in black saw the green smoke, and a hoarse voice said, "Go check it out. We can't let our whereabouts be exposed." Good grief. They were coming after us. We activated the secret technique to its maximum, speeding away like the wind, but the evil aura behind us was getting closer and closer. And there was more than one. The pursuing evil soul masters were surprisingly not in a hurry to attack. They were trailing us at a distance, toying with us like a cat plays with a mouse. Qianren was so angry her face turned pale. "Xiaoxian, we can't escape. Let's fight them." I squeezed out a smile, but my eyes were icy cold. "Don't worry, you don't need to struggle. Hidden in my left arm is an unused trump card, Saint King's Wail, a forbidden move that kills 1,000 enemies but injures 800 of its user." Just when it seemed we were cornered, those black-clad men finally surrounded us. The leading vice sect master clapped his hands and stepped forward, smiling as he said, "Not bad, not bad. 2 with 4 rings and a 10,000-year soul ring. Truly exceptional talent. Are you interested in joining our Holy Spirit sect? If you kill each other, the one who survives can become the Holy Son or Holy Maiden." Qianren was instantly furious. Wishful thinking. A bunch of scurrying rats. I pulled her behind me and pretended to be very interested, asking, "Join you?" "Sound good." Then I quickly turned around and hugged her, whispering in her ear, "Schwer, you run first while I hold them off. I have my own way to get away. We'll meet outside." My expression was one of great confidence. Although Qian Rinxue didn't understand, she still believed me and gently nodded her head, saying, "You mustn't lie to me." I turned around and smiled at the cult leader, saying, "I've made my decision, but unfortunately I don't plan to join." As soon as I finished speaking, I activated the Holy King's Wail. The spiritual energy from the surrounding world surged into my left arm, and an invisible force instantly locked onto all the evil soul masters. With all my strength, I pushed Qian Rinxue away and shouted, "Run." Just as Qian Rinxue had run a short distance, she heard a deafening wail from behind. She stopped in her tracks, recalling that I had told her about a skill in my left arm bone that could shatter all of the enemy's soul rings. But it would also inflict a strong backlash on myself, shattering the soul rings of 3 titled Douluos and 6 soul Douluos. She couldn't even dare to imagine the consequences of that backlash. "YeXuan, you bastard! You lied to me!" Tears streamed down Qian Rinxue's face as she turned around and ran back to me frantically. That wailing echoed across the heavens and earth, and the soul rings of the evil soul masters shattered one after another like glass. With each soul ring that shattered, it felt like a heavy hammer was striking me, causing excruciating pain that eventually numbed my senses and blurred my consciousness. At the moment the last soul ring shattered, I could no longer hold on. My vision darkened, and I collapsed straight down. But what welcomed me was not the cold snow, but a soft and warm embrace. Qian Rinxue held me tightly, tears falling like beads from a broken string onto my face. "YeXuan, you bastard! How could you lie to me?" She cried heart-wrenchingly. "Who asked you to protect me? Get up! I beg you, please wake up." Just then, a stunning white-haired woman walked through the snow. She glanced at the evil soul masters who had turned into living dead and waved her hand, turning them into ice fragments with the swirling snow. Her sky-blue eyes looked at us, and her voice was cold as she asked, "Did you too take care of these people?" Qian Rinxue completely ignored her, holding the unconscious me and staggering forward. The woman frowned slightly. "You can't get out of the extreme north like this. His injuries are too severe." Qian Rinxue seemed not to hear and continued to walk forward. "If you want to save him, come with me. If you don't want to save him, you can leave." I tell you, Qian Rinxue was just standing there at that time, looking defiant, and directly retorted, "Why should I trust you?" Guess how that woman responded? "Believe it or not, it's up to you. Do I need to explain myself to you?" Wow, that was just exuding dominance. After saying that, she turned around and left. Her demeanor was so graceful, without a hint of hesitation. Qian Rinxue was in a panic, with YeXuan in her arms, looking like he was about to die. His breath weak like a candle flickering in the wind. If they delayed any longer, he would really be finished. There was no choice but to grit her teeth and follow YeXuan. Goodness, the further they went in, the colder it got, feeling like stepping into a giant freezer with bare shoulders. Qian Rinxue felt like she was about to freeze into an ice sculpture. Moreover, there were a bunch of soul beasts eyeing them hungrily, and the atmosphere was tense to the breaking point. Finally, they followed that woman into a spacious ice room. The woman slowly spoke. "Put him on the bed. Let me take a look." Qian Rinxue hurriedly complied and settled YeXuan down. The woman extended her hand, a flash of blue light, and began to examine YeXuan. After a while, she frowned and said, "This guy's internal organs, bones, and meridians are all shattered. But there is a continuous source of life energy keeping him alive. The only way to save him right now is to guide this energy to heal himself." Then she added, in a very businesslike manner, "If you help me deal with those people, I will provide you with protection. You can rest in this room without anyone disturbing you. There is enough water, but no food." After saying that, she directly walked out, slamming the door behind her, exuding an air of aloofness. I told you, as soon as I stepped outside, a little girl immediately came up the Ice Scorpion Queen. She was not happy at all and shouted at the aloof woman, "Sister Xue, why are you saving those 2 humans? How many of our kind have died at their hands?" Sister Xue maintained an indifferent expression. "They helped. I provide shelter. It's a clean slate. Once the humans are healed, they will naturally leave." The Ice Scorpion was so angry that her scorpion legs trembled. "But they are humans. Selfish, cunning. It's good enough that we don't kill them. And you're still providing shelter?" The murderous intent was so palpable that I could feel it even from behind the door. It was unbelievable. On the other side, YeXuan's consciousness had completely fallen into an endless darkness. He couldn't see anything. There was no time, no path. He could only keep moving forward. feeling as though he was just treading water. He didn't know how long he had been walking when suddenly a glimmer of light appeared before him. Upon getting closer, he realized it was a blue planet. Family, who understands, it was Earth. The temptation of going home was right in front of him. He was just a step away from that planet. All he had to do was lift his foot to return. Just when he was about to take a step, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Xiao Xian. It was Qian Renxue. At the sound, YeXuan's movements froze. He looked up at the planet that he longed for. And with a bitter smile, he thought, in the end, I still can't go back. He withdrew his foot, and the scene before him shattered like a mirage. Immediately afterward, an overwhelming amount of life energy surged in from all directions, enveloping his consciousness entirely. As his consciousness returned to his body, YeXuan slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying in a strange and empty room. Turning his head, he saw Qian Renxue sleeping by the bedside, with tear stains on her beautiful face, which made one's heart ache. He tried to move his body, but the pain was excruciating. The old man in his head, the evil Saint King, started to scold him. Kid, you better not move around. If it weren't for the life energy in that broken gun of yours holding you up, you'd be cold by now, and even I would have to accompany you in death. YeXuan asked in his heart, how long have I been unconscious? Where's this place? The old man was speechless. I can't even feel the outside. How would I know where you are, or how long you've been out? YeXuan didn't bother with him anymore and forced himself to sit up. The room was really cold, making him shiver involuntarily. Perhaps his sudden movement startled Qian Renxue, who was sleeping nearby. Qian Renxue looked up, and their eyes met. She was stunned for a moment, then suddenly jumped up and tightly hugged YeXuan, crying out, YeXuan, you bastard! You actually lied to me. You bastard! I didn't lie to you, see, I'm fine now. YeXuan said as he was hugged, feeling the pleasant fragrance from her body, but the wound still hurt, making him wince. Qian Renxue noticed something was wrong and quickly released him, helping him sit up properly on the bed, and with tears of joy, she said, Xiao Xian, you just focus on recovering. Once you're healed, we'll leave the extreme north and won't train anymore. We'll go back to the Holy Emperor's palace. No more training. YeXuan smiled and reached out to wipe away her tears, saying, it's fine, see, I'm not hurt anymore. Besides, this can be considered a blessing in disguise. Qian Renxue looked up, puzzled. Blessing in disguise? What do you mean? YeXuan smiled mysteriously and centered around his body. A faint green light quickly appeared, enveloping the entire room. Qian Renxue looked around at the light, her eyes filled with surprise. She had her angelic domain and could recognize that this was another type of domain. Wow, had he unlocked some new skill? Moreover, this domain was filled with rich life energy. As the energy flowed into her body, Qian Renxue felt warm all over, very comfortable. However, she didn't feel any enhancement to her attributes. But she didn't ask. She trusted that YeXuan would tell her. The life energy continuously entered YeXuan's body, slowly healing his wounds. After about 3 hours, YeXuan felt a bit better and then withdrew the domain. After waiting for a while, when Qian Renxue still didn't ask any questions, YeXuan felt a bit puzzled. In the past, she would be like a curious baby, asking nonstop in such situations. Why was she so unusual today? YeXuan blinked and took the initiative to ask, Schwerer, don't you want to know what effect my domain has? Of course I want to know, but I believe you will tell me. Qian Renxue replied, while taking out some food and handing it to him. You trust me that much? YeXuan took the food, looking at her with surprise. Yes, Qian Renxue smiled. If a person can die for you, what is there not to believe? Try this food. Is it delicious? YeXuan took a bite of the food, and the next second, his expression froze. The taste was a mix of sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty. It had all kinds of flavors, simply an epic dark dish. Just as he was about to spit it out, he heard Qian Renxue ask expectantly, There is no food here, only water. This is made from the ingredients I prepared using your soul guide. How? Is it delicious? Brothers, the will to survive. Hearing this, YeXuan forced himself to swallow it down and even put on a tasting expression, giving a thumbs up and exclaiming, Delicious, very delicious. Much better than what you buy outside. If it's good, eat more. Qian Renxue squinted her eyes in a crescent and took out a lot of food to place in front of him. YeXuan's brows twitched violently, and he thought wildly. Qian Renxue is a young lady who doesn't even touch water. How could she possibly cook? These things look fine, but they must be dark dishes when eaten. Thinking this, he immediately put all the food away, took a deep breath, and said, Schwerer, I'm not very hungry right now. I can eat later when I'm hungry. Don't you want to know the effect of my domain? I'll tell you about it now. Although Qian Renxue was a bit confused, she still nodded gently and sat by the bed. YeXuan sighed in relief, reached out to hug Qianrenxue, and whispered in her ear, "My domain is called the Life Domain, formed by absorbing the life energy from the Divine Punishment Silver Gun. It doesn't provide much of an attribute boost, but within its range, it can continuously and rapidly heal the injuries and soul power of all our people." Qianrenxue blinked and said, "The effect of your domain is somewhat similar to the Nine-Heart Sea Peony." "Of course, it's not just that," YeXuan smiled. "The second effect of my life domain is that within the domain, it immunizes against all negative states while absorbing the life force of enemies to replenish oneself. Unless someone can instantaneously kill me within the domain, no one can kill me in the life domain." Qianrenxue's eyes widened. The effect of this life domain was incredibly overpowered. With this, he could be considered invincible at the same level. Seeing Qianrenxue's shocked expression, YeXuan, inhaling the faint fragrance from her body, kissed her cheek. Qianrenxue just rolled her eyes at him and asked, "Then how long does it take for you to recover from injuries in the life domain?" YeXuan thought for a moment. In the realm of life, it would probably take 3 days to fully recover. Outside the realm of life, it might take 1.5 years to recuperate. The only regret was, YeXuan lamented, that the life energy in the Divine Punishment Silver Gun had completely vanished, leaving only the energy of destruction. "Is your Divine Punishment Silver Gun still a divine weapon? I hope it won't affect your future inheritance of the divine position," Qianrenxue said with a hint of urgency in her eyes. "Even if the energy of destruction disappears, the Divine Punishment Silver Gun is still a divine weapon. As for the future inheritance of the divine position, I don't know if it will be affected. After all, I don't even know what my divine position is right now." YeXuan replied with a smile, completely unconcerned. Qianrenxue nodded gently, feeling reassured. YeXuan noticed that her attention had successfully shifted. Feeling relieved that he temporarily wouldn't have to eat her dark cuisine, and he resolved that he must never let her cook again. Her dark cuisine was too terrifying. With a creak, the door opened, and the Snow Empress walked in slowly. "The Ice Goddess, Snow Empress?" Although it was a question, YeXuan stated it as a declaration. "You know me?" the Snow Empress asked, somewhat confused. "I don't know you, I was just guessing." "YeXuan replied, "Jesuali." The Snow Empress nodded lightly and took out 2 translucent objects emitting cold air, resembling blue crystals, placing them in front of them. Her cold voice echoed, "These are 2 pieces of eternal ice essence. After you absorb them, you can leave the extreme north. This is my way of thanking you." YeXuan's eyes brightened at her words, quickly calculating in his mind. Although eternal ice essence is a good item, both he and Qianrenxue are not ice type, so it would help them much. After a while, he spoke. "Snow Empress, we don't want the eternal ice essence. We want to train in the extreme north for a while longer. If you want to thank us, you can do it in another way." "Oh, what do you have in mind?" the Snow Empress asked, looking at YeXuan with a cold gaze. YeXuan, holding Qianrenxue, shifted to a comfortable position and smiled lightly. "We want to train in the extreme north for nearly 3 years. Help us find a sparring partner so we can hone our combat skills and accumulate experience. When the time comes, we will naturally leave." "Okay," the Snow Empress said, retracting the eternal ice essence and walking out directly. "You 2 focus on healing first. I will ensure your safety in the extreme north for these 3 years. 3 years is just a moment for her spirit beasts." After the Snow Empress left, YeXuan released Qianrenxue and unleashed his life domain to start healing. Meanwhile, the Snow Empress found the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion and relayed the situation to her. Upon hearing this, the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion immediately refused. "Sister Snow, it's already good that we don't kill the 2 of them. You want me to be their sparring partner? That's completely impossible. If you don't go, I will go myself," the Snow Empress said, looking at her flatly. The Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion immediately caved. "Sister Snow, I will go. I will be their sparring partner." "All right, remember not to hurt them. Be careful with your strength," the Snow Empress said sternly. "I understand. I will be careful and won't hurt them." The Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion promised readily, but secretly thought, "I am the Ice Emperor of the extreme north. And now I have to be a sparring partner for 2 humans? This is really infuriating. Since I can't hurt them, I will let them suffer a bit, so they can leave the extreme north sooner." After nearly 3 days, YeXuan finally fully recovered from his injuries. He moved his limbs, and his body made crackling sounds. He felt that not only was his physique stronger, but his pure physical strength was also close to 30,000 pounds. "How is it? Are your injuries completely healed?" Qianrenxue asked. "Yes, I'm fully recovered. We can go see the sparring partner the Snow Empress found." YeXuan smiled, and took her hand to walk outside. Once outside the room, the biting cold wind swept over them. Scanning the surroundings, apart from the icy landscape, the only spirit beast present was the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion. Seeing the two come out, the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion walked straight over, sizing them up for a while before speaking. I am the sparring partner that Sister Snow found for you. Do you want to start now? YeXuan nodded. Then please show mercy, Ice Emperor. Since you know me, you should know my strength. I will not hold back. The ice-blue Emperor Scorpion said with disdain in her eyes. YeXuan and Qian Renshue exchanged glances, and YeXuan was the first to unleash his martial soul, activating White Tiger Possession, aiming the divine punishment silver gun directly at the Ice Emperor and attacking instantly. Qian Renshue followed closely behind, swinging the angel sword. The ice-blue Emperor Scorpion looked at their attacks with contempt. She was over 300,000 years old, and these two little ones could not possibly hurt her. YeXuan swung the silver gun with all his might, but he didn't dare to use the destructive power within. That thing was too violent now, and he couldn't control it. The Ice Emperor's forearm became extremely hard, and with every swing, she could accurately block the gun tip, producing a series of crisp sounds. On Qian Renshue's side, the angel sword was blocked by a long scorpion tail. The scorpion tail was very flexible and could easily respond. However, the Ice Emperor's eyes were filled with disdain and laziness. She didn't even move an inch during their prolonged attacks. She wanted to first assess their strength before deciding how to make them suffer without actually hurting them, prompting them to retreat. After a while, YeXuan made a strong attack, then used the movement secret technique to make his figure become erratic. Qian Renshue also released her angel domain, boosting their attributes, but in the Ice Emperor's eyes, it was still insufficient. After a while, the Ice Emperor had a rough understanding of their strength, and a mocking glint appeared in her eyes as she directly launched an attack, instantly turning the tide. She suppressed both YeXuan and Qian Renshue from all aspects, strength, speed, and defense, making them struggle painfully. But the Ice Emperor was still very measured in her strikes, not genuinely hurting them, just making them feel extremely uncomfortable. At that moment, Qian Renshue swung her sword at the Ice Emperor, wanting to relieve some pressure off YeXuan. But she didn't notice the scorpion tail attacking from an odd angle. YeXuan's peripheral vision caught it just in time. The silver gun, originally meant to block the forearm, instantly adjusted direction, grazing past Qian Renshue's hair and collided directly with the scorpion tail. However, the opening in front of him was wide open. The Ice Emperor paused upon seeing this, and without any hesitation, attacked YeXuan. Qian Renshue also noticed, but she couldn't stop in time. YeXuan was just about to use his soul bone skill to immunize against damage when he saw the Ice Emperor's forearm stop, right in front of him, the howling wind raising his hair. The Ice Emperor's somewhat surprised voice rang out. Aren't you humans all small and despicable, selfish and self-serving? Why would you risk your own safety to save her? Do you know that if I wanted to kill you just now, you would already be a corpse? YeXuan, upon hearing this, also retracted his martial soul and spoke calmly. Ice Emperor, what is the most important thing to you? Naturally, strength, the Ice Emperor answered succinctly. Then what about the Snow Empress? Is your own strength more important compared to the Snow Empress? Or do you only listen to the Snow Empress because her strength is greater than yours? YeXuan's voice remained calm. The ice-blue Emperor Scorpion did not answer, but seemed to be pondering. You spirit beasts have emotions. We humans naturally do too. So, isn't this easy to understand? With that, YeXuan directly pulled Qian Renshue to walk back into the room, leaving the Ice Emperor standing in place. After a long time, the Ice Emperor seemed to think of something and let out a light chuckle. Interesting, truly interesting. For the sake of emotions, I want to see whether you're genuinely persistent for love or just pretending. She turned and left directly, finding the Snow Emperor and expressing her thoughts. After hearing this, the Snow Emperor furrowed her brows slightly and said, "It can be done, but you must not harm them. Sister Snow, you can rest assured. I just want to see if that human boy is really persistent or just pretending. I will know my limits." The Ice Emperor's voice sounded quite casual. In the room, YeXuan was just about to make something to eat when he was stopped by Qian Renshue, who smiled and said, "Qian, your injuries have just healed. Let me cook, and you can taste my cooking." Hearing this, YeXuan's brow jumped, and he hurriedly stopped her. "Swear, you have never touched water for cooking. How can I let you do this?" "No need. The dry rations were made by me. Weren't they delicious?" "I can handle it," Qian Renshue said, not waiting for YeXuan to speak, directly taking the pot and ingredients to start cooking, and even closed the door behind her. YeXuan closed his eyes and silently prayed, hoping this time the dark cuisine would be bearable. After anxiously waiting for about an hour, Qian and Shui brought out 2 plates of seemingly fine dishes. YeXuan scrutinized them for a long time, picked up his chopsticks, and placed a piece of green vegetable into his mouth, only to feel a salty and bitter taste blooming on his taste buds. After swallowing it with difficulty, he picked up a bit and brought it to Qianren Shui's mouth, smiling and saying, "It's delicious, you should try it too." Qianren Shui opened her mouth and took a bite, chewed a couple of times, and then spat it out with a puff, quickly grabbing a cup of water to wash it down. "How is it, Shui? Is it tasty?" YeXuan asked with a hint of a smile in his eyes. "So salty, it's completely inedible." Qianren Shui frowned slightly, her eyes filled with disappointment. "You just added too much salt. You don't have to do this kind of thing in the future. Just wait to eat," YeXuan said, reaching out to wipe the oil off her mouth. Then took out the ingredients again and began to cook. The next morning, as Qianren Shui just stepped out of the room, she felt a gust of wind rush at her, and then her body was wrapped by something suspended in mid-air, a silver gleam of a curved hook halting in front of her fair neck. "You better not move, or I can't guarantee I won't hurt you." The Ice Emperor's voice rang out. As YeXuan stepped out, he saw this scene, and a killing intent surged in his eyes. "Ice Emperor, what are you doing?" "Nothing much, just found her displeasing and prepared to kill her." The Ice Emperor's voice was filled with killing intent. "However, I'm giving you a chance. You can try to save her from my hands. Of course, I might kill you or both of you." YeXuan's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, he unleashed his life domain, attacking the Ice Emperor in a life-for-a-life manner. He didn't dare to gamble, not knowing whether the Ice Emperor would really take action. After fending off several attacks, the Ice Emperor realized that this human was fighting recklessly, and that domain was actually siphoning her life force. Although it wasn't much, who could stand being drained continuously? She exerted a slight force on her forearm, forcing YeXuan back, and then relaxed her tail, letting Qianren Shui down. YeXuan quickly checked on Qianren Shui, and after confirming she was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. The Ice Emperor then spoke in surprise. TSK. This time I just wanted to see if you were genuinely persistent or just pretending. I didn't expect that there are indeed humans who are truly devoted for love. Boy, I admire you." YeXuan and Qianren Shui turned their heads in unison to glare at her, remaining silent. "All right, don't look at me like that. I was only joking with you." The Ice Emperor waved her hand. "You can find me when you need a sparring partner. I guarantee your absolute safety in the extreme north. Now you can put away your domain. It's really excessive to keep siphoning my life force." "Ice Emperor, this joke of yours is too much." YeXuan retracted his domain, his gaze fixed on her. The Ice Emperor completely disregarded it as she turned to leave, her voice lingering. "Just call me if you need a sparring partner. By the way, you better not walk out of this range alone. There are many powerful soul beasts here, and if you encounter them, you will only end up as food." Qianren Shui watched the departing Ice Emperor, pouting, and let out a cold huff. YeXuan smiled and explained to her that the Ice Emperor, being such a fierce beast, would follow through on her promises, and that such incidents would likely not happen again today. The two returned to the room and began to formulate their training schedule. Physical training in the morning, finding the Ice Emperor for sparring in the afternoon, and meditation in the evening. In the morning, YeXuan and Qianren Shui were in the core area of the extreme north, doing morning exercises by running. Neither of them used soul power. They simply relied on their physical bodies to run against the biting cold wind. The Ice Emperor followed leisurely beside them. After running for nearly several hours, Qianren Shui stopped, panting heavily, and YeXuan's breathing also became somewhat rapid, white mist escaping from their mouths and noses, instantly turning into ice shards. "Is this all you can do? How long has it been?" "I haven't even finished warming up." The Ice Emperor's voice, slightly teasing, rang out. When Qianren Shui heard this, her little face immediately fell, glaring at the scorpion and taking a deep breath, gritting her teeth, and continuing to charge forward. It's about not letting this damn scorpion look down on her. YeXuan, on the other hand, was running alongside her, looking completely relaxed, as if he were strolling in his own backyard. The difference in their physiques was just too obvious. They pushed through until noon, dragging their half-dead bodies back to the small hut, just as they changed into dry clothes and prepared to munch on some dry rations. They heard the Ice Emperor shouting outside, "Hey, you two, come out. This Emperor has brought you something delicious." The two exchanged a bewildered glance and walked out in confusion. "Goodness, I was wondering what was going on, and then I saw a massive soul beast thrown at the door, warm blood oozing out and instantly freezing into ice lumps." YeXuan's eyes lit up. Wasn't this a century-old ice snow pig? The meat quality was exceptional, perfect for roasting or making soup. 500 pounds. Enough for the two of them to eat until the end of time, especially since this ghostly place was a natural big freezer. Without saying a word, YeXuan took out a small knife and swiftly cut off a large piece of meat, then looked up at the Ice Emperor, calmly asking, "Want to come in and have some roasted meat? I guarantee it's a taste you've never had before." The Ice Emperor was momentarily stunned at the mention of roasted meat, saying it usually only ate raw food, but it could give it a try. As soon as it entered the room, it felt uncomfortable all over. You see, it had spent years in environments below freezing, and although this room wasn't warm compared to the outside, it felt like a sauna, especially when YeXuan started a fire. The temperature shot up instantly, making the Ice Emperor want to run outside. But at that moment, a strange aroma wafted over. I tell you, the smell of the roasted meat, mixed with cumin and spices, sizzling with oil, made the Ice Emperor unable to move, its eyes fixated on the golden, crispy piece of meat, drooling almost. Qianrenshua felt the same, salivating uncontrollably. After being here for so long, her mouth was almost dry. Soon, the meat was ready. YeXuan divided it into 3 portions, giving the largest one to the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor tentatively took a bite, and its eyes immediately lit up. Its expression was as if it had discovered a new continent. The raw meat it had eaten before was simply pig food compared to this. In no time, it devoured the entire portion and immediately turned its gaze towards YeXuan and Qianrenshua, smacking its lips and saying, "Hey kid, you're too stingy, right? I brought you such a big pig, and you only roasted this little bit for me? I'm still hungry." YeXuan chuckled at this, realizing he had hooked it. He said, "If you want to eat more, that's fine. You can provide the ingredients, and I'll roast it for you. You'll be full." The Ice Emperor had no reason to refuse this deal and immediately agreed, saying it would handle all the food from now on. This made YeXuan and Qianrenshua extremely happy, as it meant they could enjoy fresh soul beast meat every day. That night, YeXuan began to take a huge risk. Looking at Qianrenshua, who was cultivating on the bed, a crazy idea suddenly popped into his mind. Since he could absorb the life energy from the divine punishment silver gun, could he also absorb that violent power of destruction? Anyway, the energy in the gun was currently imbalanced, so why not directly absorb it into his body and take control of it all at once? People, who understands this idea? It was like pushing himself down a path to death. He quietly slipped out of the room, found the Ice Emperor, and asked it to help him find a completely quiet place. The Ice Emperor, not bothering to ask, took him to an ice valley and lay at the entrance as a guard. YeXuan sat cross-legged deep in the valley, first enveloping himself in a life domain, thinking that as long as he didn't die on the spot, he should be able to recover. Then he cautiously drew out a strand of destructive power from the silver gun. Goodness, as soon as that thing entered his body, it went wild like a husky in a cotton shop, wreaking havoc in his meridians. On one hand, his life force was frantically repairing, while on the other, the destructive power was causing chaos, and the back and forth made YeXuan's face turn green in excruciating pain. To make matters worse, the destructive power in the divine punishment silver gun seemed to have found a vent, completely uncontrollable, crazily pouring into his body. YeXuan's mind was filled with one thought. It's over, I've messed up. He felt like a smartphone being overcharged, his meridians bursting with a loud crack. And he spat out a mouthful of blood 3 meters away, just as his vision blacked out. Thinking he would become the first person in history to play himself to death as a transmigrator, a sudden roar of a tiger echoed in his mind, startling him awake. Immediately after, a silver light like a meteor shot down from the sky and hit him. The next moment, his consciousness arrived in a pure silver space. His white tiger martial soul uncontrollably emerged, majestically surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, a voice full of authority bellowed, "Get up, as the only descendant of my bloodline. How can you lie here waiting for death?" I tell you, as soon as that voice came out, the imposing white tiger martial spirit behind YeXuan instantly wilted, like a primary school student who had just seen their homeroom teacher, almost burying its head in the ground. YeXuan looked up and saw, good heavens. Right in front of him stood a gigantic, pure white divine beast, the white tiger, with wings sprouting from its back. Its gaze was filled with disappointment, as if looking at its useless son. Just as YeXuan got up, the divine beast white tiger flapped its wings, and an invisible force sent him flying, crashing to the ground in disarray. Get up now." The voice of the divine beast white tiger boomed like thunder. YeXuan was furious but did not retaliate. The divine beast white tiger grew even angrier. "Why don't you dare to strike back? Do you only bully the weak? As it spoke, it swatted him away again with a paw. You carry my bloodline and should be a king who commands slaughter. Look at you now. You truly disappoint me. These words ignited a fire within YeXuan. He crawled up from the ground, lowered his head with a smile. His eyes filled with a frenzied battle intent and killing aura. The white tiger martial spirit behind him also raised its head again, roaring at the divine beast white tiger. If you want to fight, then let's fight. YeXuan roared and charged forward. Then it was a one-sided beating. The divine beast white tiger flicked its tail, sending YeXuan flying. With a swipe of its paw, YeXuan was sent flying again. But he was like an indestructible little cockroach, charging again and again, his battle intent growing stronger. After an unknown amount of time, YeXuan landed a punch on the divine beast white tiger, but it didn't budge an inch. The divine beast white tiger pressed him down with a paw, its claw tip resting against his throat, coldly saying, "With such little ability, don't go out and embarrass me. You have bloodline, but don't know how to use it. What use are you?" Just when YeXuan thought he was done for, the divine beast white tiger retracted its paw, its tone slightly more satisfied. "Now that's more like it. Well, since you're my only descendant, I will use this remnant soul to help you one last time." As soon as the words fell, the gigantic divine beast white tiger transformed into countless silver light points that surged into YeXuan's body. In an instant, his bloodline began to boil, and a brand new power surged from deep within, instantly suppressing the violent, destructive force. A plethora of inherited memories filled his mind, all about how to cultivate and utilize bloodline power. At the same time, the entire extreme north region changed dramatically. A thunderous tiger roar erupted from the ice valley, echoing across the land. In the sky, the star representing the lesser Eans suddenly fell, followed by the emergence of a new, faint star. An invisible pressure enveloped the entire continent, forcing all soul beasts, no matter how powerful, to cower on the ground, trembling. Even the Silver Dragon King in the Stardow Great Forest was alarmed, merely sending a disdainful message. No need to pay attention. It's just a little tiger roaring in the world. Outside the Ice Valley, the Ice Emperor was pressed to the ground, looking in horror toward the Ice Valley. What is this kid doing? Inside the valley, YeXuan slowly opened his eyes, his silver pupils filled with a disdainful pride. He could now perfectly control the destructive power. He walked out of the Ice Valley, and the Ice Emperor immediately jumped up, questioning what he was up to. YeXuan, feigning ignorance, innocently said, "I don't know, I was just cultivating and didn't hear anything." The Ice Emperor was so angry he could hardly contain himself, but had no way to deal with him, only half-believingly taking him back. Back in the room, when Qianrenxue saw him, she felt that he was different, though she couldn't pinpoint what had changed. YeXuan just smiled and said, "Maybe I became 3 points more handsome." Qianrenxue shot him a glance, knowing he was hiding something, but being very understanding. She didn't press further, only saying, "I'll wait for you to tell me later." On the other side, the Ice Emperor told this to the Snow Emperor. Looking at the night sky, the Snow Emperor said faintly, "The Lesser Ean star has changed masters. According to legend, a new divine beast white tiger has emerged." The Ice Emperor was dumbfounded, thinking could it be that kid YeXuan? But he is a human. The Snow Emperor didn't think much of it either, and just sent the Titan Snow Demon King to the extreme north to see if there was a white tiger with wings. Time passed, and 3 years quickly went by. One day, YeXuan and Qianrenxue were finally set to leave. Over the past 3 years, the Ice Emperor had gotten used to taking them for morning exercises every day, then eating the roasted meat they made. When YeXuan said he was leaving, the Ice Emperor was taken aback, a bit reluctant as he asked, "Aren't there still 3 months left? Why are you leaving early?" YeXuan smiled and said, "I have things to do back home. I left you some freshly roasted meat in the room. Eat it while it's hot." The Ice Emperor watched their departing figures, lost in thought, and finally shouted, "You two, make sure to come back to find me." The two waved their hands without looking back, their figures disappearing into the wind and snow. After getting on the carriage back to Tindo City, Qianrenxue asked, "Are we heading back early to get the 5th spirit ring in the Stardow Great Forest?" They were both at level 49 now. YeXuan stroked her hair and said, "Yeah, there is enough time. Perhaps there is still time to kill someone." Of course, he didn't say the last part out loud because the person he wanted to kill was his teacher Bibi Dong's first love, Yu Xiaojiang. If that got out, it would cause a huge stir. 3 full months later, the carriage finally arrived outside Tindo City. The two got off and looked at the impressive building in front of them, and YeXuan smiled. This was the Starfall Pavilion he had casually established back then, and it had developed quite well, There were guards at the entrance and people patrolling. Looks like Annie Yi has managed this place well. YeXuan proudly took Qian Rinchua's hand and walked towards the main door. However, as soon as they reached the entrance, they were stopped by 2 guards. The Starfall Pavilion is a restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Qian Rinchua suddenly burst out laughing, looking at YeXuan and saying, "Well, it is managed well, but now you, the hands-off manager, can't even get into your own house." YeXuan was equally embarrassed. Good heavens, his own created power, and he was blocked at the door on his first return. He rummaged through his soul guide for a long time and finally pulled out a silver token and tossed it over. On one side of the token was a meteor pattern and the words Pavilion Master, while on the other side were the words Starfall Pavilion. The 2 guards, upon receiving the token, had their eyes widen in shock. I tell you, their expression was like when someone sees their idol suddenly announce a relationship. Filled with disbelief and a hint of, is this something I can see without paying? After all, they listened to Deputy Pavilion Master Yi Shishui giving orders every day, but they had never seen the legendary real Pavilion Master in person. This Pavilion Master token could not be faked. The 2 guards quickly responded, bowing at a 90-degree angle, respectfully returning the token to YeXuan, and then swiftly stepping aside, standing straight as 2 telephone poles. YeXuan, holding Qian Rinchua's small hand, walked inside. The interior of the Starfall Pavilion was not the ostentatious kind of luxury, but rather had an antique charm, and as soon as they entered, it felt like their hearts had calmed down. People were coming and going inside, all busy with their own matters, completely ignoring them. We directly made our way to the study in the back hall. As soon as we pushed the door open, there she was, Yi Shishui, deeply engrossed in handling documents. When she looked up and saw us, she immediately stood up and respectfully bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, lady." YeXuan was quite rude, walking straight to her previous position and plopping down, casually pulling Qian Rinchua into his arms. Qian Rinchua shot him a glare, but didn't say anything. She was also curious about how the Starfall Palace had developed. YeXuan got straight to the point. "Aunt Yi, tell me, how are our resources looking now?" Yi Shishui nodded, her tone as calm as if she were talking about the weather. "Your Majesty, our Starfall Palace now has about 500 people in total. As for high-end combat power, counting me, we have 2 titled Douluos. Then there are 3 soul Douluos, 7 soul sages, 18 soul emperors, and dozens of soul kings. Oh, right, it's no longer called the 3 sects outside. It's now the 4 sects. Our Starfall Palace has already caught up with them." When these words came out, YeXuan was astonished, not because of the strength, but because there was actually another title, Douluo. He quickly asked, "Aunt Yi, who is the other title, Douluo? It can't be that old man Dugabo, right?" Upon hearing the name Dugabo, Yi Shishui frowned, clearly annoyed with that old man. She replied, "It's not him. It's a powerful soul master from the Free Soul Masters, titled Blazing Flame, with a martial soul of Blazing Fire Cat Eagle, a level 93 attack type." "Got it," YeXuan nodded. "I'll meet all the high-ranking members tomorrow. Aunt Yi, please arrange it." He then said to Qian Rinchua, "Let us go rest first. We've been on a carriage for 3 months. I'm exhausted." After speaking, he picked up Qian Rinchua in a princess carry and turned to leave. Family members. Who understands? This move was simply a blatant display of affection in front of subordinates. Yi Shishui acted as if she didn't see anything, responding, "Yes, Your Majesty," and then went to arrange matters in the front hall. The blueprints of the Starfall Palace were all drawn by YeXuan himself, so he quickly found his exclusive room. Upon entering, wow, it was luxurious and spotless. Clearly someone cleaned it every day. The bed in the bedroom was large and soft. Qian Rinchua glanced around and blinked, asking, "Xiao Xian, shall we start meditating and cultivating now?" YeXuan smirked, his smile mischievous. "Cultivating is so tiring. We should relax a bit." Qian Rinchua paused for a moment, and upon seeing his mischievous grin, her face flushed. The next second, she found herself lying on that large, soft bed, and then, well, those who understand know what happened next, as the light veil at the head of the bed slowly fell, and an exhilarating battle began. The next morning, YeXuan opened his eyes and looked at Qian Rinchua beside him, gently covering her with a blanket. Qian Rinchua rubbed her eyes sleepily and said, "Xiao Xian, you're back again." YeXuan smiled and pinched her nose. "Sleep a little longer. I'm going to meet the high-ranking members, and I'll come back to keep you company." "I'll go with you," Qian Rinchua said, directly throwing off the blanket and starting to get dressed. YeXuan was left dry-mouthed by her flawless figure. He admired her for a while before starting to put on his clothes, since there were important matters to attend to. However, as soon as Qian Rinchua took a step, her brow furrowed. Without saying a word, YeXuan picked her up again in a princess carry and headed toward the front hall. By this time, there were already dozens of people standing in the front hall, all craning their necks, curious about what kind of person this legendary hall master was. They saw YeXuan carrying Qian Renxue come out from the back hall, then boldly sit in the highest seat. Qian Renxue felt everyone's gaze on her. Her face turned red, and she shot YeXuan a fierce glare. "Want to get down?" But YeXuan held on tightly. She couldn't struggle too obviously in front of so many subordinates, so she had to endure it. Behind them, YeXuan was observing with a calm expression, clearly indicating, "I saw nothing." The higher-ups below couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. They finally understood that this silver-haired, silver-eyed youth, who looked like a celestial being, was their hall master. And the stunning girl in his arms was obviously the lady of the house. Bringing the lady to the meeting and sitting her on his lap was truly an operation that was far ahead of its time. YeXuan smiled and said, "I just got back. I'm not familiar with the situation. Aunt Yi, please introduce them." "Yes, Your Majesty." YeXuan started calling names. "Currently, we have 1 elder and 3 hall masters. The elder is Elder Blazing Flame, a level 93 title Douluo. The 3 hall masters are Meng Shu, a level 87 soul Douluo, Yin Xiao, a level 83 soul Douluo, and Zhang Chun, a level 81 soul Douluo." The 4 people who were named stepped forward, staring intently at YeXuan above them. Elder Blazing Flame was a beautiful woman. Meng Shu was a white-haired old man, and the other 2 were middle-aged men. YeXuan's gaze suddenly turned sharp as he scanned them, speaking blandly. "Nice to meet you all. I am YeXuan, the hall master of the Starfall Palace." As soon as he finished speaking, the immense pressure from YeXuan, a limit daw, burst forth, making it very clear. "Show some respect." The crowd below felt the pressure and hesitated for half a second before immediately bowing in unison. "We have seen the hall master." YeXuan nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "You all prepare to leave. Tomorrow morning, all soul sages and above in the palace will accompany me to the Sunset Forest." Everyone was stunned. Going to the Sunset Forest? Hunting soul beasts? Did they really need to bring all their high-end combat power just for a soul ring? It felt like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Although they had 1,000 questions in their hearts, no one dared to ask. Once everyone left, only the 2 of us remained in the hall. Qian Renxue finally asked, "Xiao Xian, why are we going to the Sunset Forest?" "The soul beasts there don't have a long lifespan. It's not as good as going to the Stardew Forest." YeXuan helped her smooth her hair and smiled, revealing the answer. "We're going to collect celestial herbs. There's a treasure spot there where the celestial herbs can quickly enhance soul power without side effects. We'll also look for suitable soul rings. If we don't find any, we can go to the Stardew Forest later." Qian Renxue's eyes lit up. "Really? There's such good things?" I don't remember the exact location. We'll have to look for it tomorrow." "No problem. We have plenty of time," Qian Renxue said casually. Indeed, with the current manpower of the Starfall Palace, turning the entire Sunset Forest upside down was more than enough. YeXuan suddenly smiedet Mishivosli, Xuea. "Do you want to go shopping in Heavendo City?" Qian Renxue shot him a glare. "No, I'm tired. I want to go back and rest." "Then let us go back to our room to rest." YeXuan smiled meaningfully, carrying her back to the back hall room. Meanwhile, on the other side, in that shabby wooden house of Nodding Academy, the atmosphere had dropped to freezing point. Yu Tianheng yelled at Yu Xiaojiang, "Uncle, why has my soul power been regressing? It's been 3 years. Do you have any solutions?" Yu Xiaojiang was still holding on. "My theory is correct. It might be an issue with a certain step. Just give me more time to study." Yu Tianheng exploded. "Still studying? My soul power is about to drop to level 20. Back then, you swore I could absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. And what happened? You used me for your experiments and let your disciple Tang San absorb the 100-year soul ring. Yu Xiaojiang, you're really a good uncle to me. I want to go back to my family right now." After shouting, he kicked open the wooden door, and with a bang, the door shattered into pieces. Yu Xiaojiang watched his retreating figure, his expression changing several times before he finally sighed and chased after him. "Tianheng, I've thought of a solution." Yu Tianheng stopped in his tracks and shouted, "What plan?" Yu Xiaojiang, with his hands behind his back, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his eyes glimmering with wisdom. "We can find YeXuan. He built the Starfall Palace, so he must know where the problem lies. If that doesn't work, I can take you to Wuhuan City to find the Pope. I still have some connections with the current Pope. As long as I ask, she will definitely help." Yu Tianheng was so angry he almost laughed. "Huh? YeXuan is our enemy. Why would he help me? You know what kind of relationship our family has with the Wuhuan Temple, right? That little connection of yours? Good heavens. You're like an old man with a subway phone. Your naive demeanor really opens my eyes. But Yu Xiaojiang remained confident, stating firmly, I don't know if YeXuan will help me, but as long as I ask, the Pope will definitely lend a hand. A few days later, our group arrived at the Sunset Forest. YeXuan led us straight to the center of the forest, quickly arriving at a peculiar peak that was half an iceberg and half a volcano. I took one look and thought, wow, isn't this the Eye of Ice and Fire? There was a poisonous formation outside the mountain, but YeXuan directly opened a life domain, immunizing us from all negative effects, and we swaggered right in. After passing through the poison formation and climbing to the summit, a massive inverted cone-shaped valley appeared before us. Xiao Xian, is the fairy herb down there? Qian Renxue curiously looked down. Exactly. YeXuan smiled, and what I want is not just the fairy herb. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped down first, lightly tapping the rock wall with his toes, landing at the valley floor, as if he were taking a stroll. We all followed suit, showcasing our own abilities. As soon as I landed, I was stunned. The ground was covered with top-grade medicinal herbs. At that moment, a figure walked out from within. It was Douluo. Upon seeing YeXuan, his face darkened, and he impatiently said, Kid, why are you here again? I told you I'm not joining your Starfall Palace. YeXuan chuckled lightly. Douluo, I'm not here to persuade you this time. Then what are you here for? This place, the Eye of Ice and Fire, is pretty good. My Starfall Palace is taking it. YeXuan said nonchalantly, You can consider it a strong-arm takeover. Douluo exploded on the spot, releasing his martial spirit. This is my medicinal garden. Do you think I'm afraid of you? YeXuan completely ignored him, taking Qian Renxue and walking forward. Behind him, YeXuan moved. Her second martial spirit, the bright phoenix, activated, and 9 soul rings dazzled the eyes, directly suppressing Douluo with the aura of a limit Douluo. In the next second, YeXuan appeared in front of Douluo and struck his dantian with her palm. Douluo couldn't even dodge. His soul power was instantly sealed, and his martial spirit was forced back. The whole process took less than 3 seconds, a complete dimensionality reduction attack. After dealing with Douluo, YeXuan began to collect the fairy herbs. He expertly gathered the Chilua Yujin tulip, the 8-angled Xianbing grass, the Liehua, Xingjiaoshu. He handled them with such professionalism, afraid of damaging even a little bit of their efficacy. After finishing, YeXuan called Douluo over and unsealed him. I want to kill you, but this place belongs to me now. Don't play any tricks, otherwise I want to mind making you disappear from this world. Douluo was so angry he trembled, sneering. Should I thank you, Master Yi, for your mercy? After saying that, he turned and left without looking back. YeXuan asked from his side, Master, are you just letting him go? YeXuan shook his head. He has a poison pill in his body. If he dies, it will explode and destroy this Eye of Ice and Fire, which isn't worth it. This place will be our Starfall Palace's exclusive medicinal garden in the future. Send someone to guard it. Then, YeXuan began to distribute the spoils. He first gave Qian Renxue 2 fairy herbs, the bright 7-leaf flower and the shui, Xian Yuji bone, for her to absorb. Then he took out a YeXuan, Qiu Shui dew, dripping the dew into his eyes, instantly feeling the entire world become clear, and his vision skyrocketed. After doing all this, he took the 8-angled Xianbing grass and the Liehua Xingjiaoshu, consumed them simultaneously, and then jumped directly into the half-boiling, half-freezing spring water, using the Eye of Ice and Fire to refine his body. The sensation was so exhilarating just to watch. A few hours later, Qian Renxue finished absorbing and felt her physique strengthen significantly. Absorbing a 25,000 year soul ring would be no problem. She walked to the edge of the spring, squatted down, and rested her chin in her hands, quietly watching YeXuan, who was cultivating inside. Half an hour later, YeXuan also finished absorbing and walked out of the water. Not only had his physique increased by 1/3, but he also gained immunity to ice and fire and became invulnerable to poisons, truly against the heavens. Shuer, how do you feel? He asked, drying his hair. Very good. My physique has improved tremendously. Qian Renxue smiled radiantly. Then let us go find soul rings. YeXuan said, taking out a fairy herb from his soul guide and handing it to Qian Renxue. The Yujin tulip, take it back and give it to the teacher. Qian Renxue took it and with a sly smile, asked, Is this the best one? YeXuan smiled, taking out another flower, its petals dotted with a hint of blood. Stunningly beautiful. This is called Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, a divine product among fairy herbs. When picking it, one must think of their beloved and drip a drop of blood on it. If there's even a hint of hesitation, you'll be spitting blood and unable to pick it. It's the most precious among fairy herbs. After hearing this, Qian Rinxue without hesitation took the flower, bit her tongue to draw blood, and as the blood fell, her mind was filled with images of YeXuan from childhood to now. The Xiangxi Duanchang Hong instantly swayed and dropped from the stone, which she caught steadily in her hands. YeXuan looked at this scene with gentle eyes, reaching out to help her wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. Since you've picked it, just absorb it. No, Qian Rinxue put the flower away. I want to wait until I finish adding my 5th soul ring before absorbing it to see how magical it really is. After saying this, she took YeXuan's hand and continued deeper into the forest. As a result, let me tell you, this luck is really a mystery. The two of us walked so much in the sunset forest that our legs were almost broken, yet we didn't encounter a single 10,000-year-old beast. Only some 1,000-year little calamies, causing Aunt Yi to be too lazy to move her hands. She just shooed them away like flies. There was no choice but to head back to the Starfall Palace, change maps, and set our sights directly on the Stardoe Forest. I told Aunt Yi, hurry up. Prepare the carriage. I'm going to solo the Stardoe. Just as I finished changing my clothes and came out, Qian Rinxue had already explored the entire Starfall Palace, as if inspecting her own backyard. Soon, a top-of-the-line luxury carriage was ready. As soon as we got on, Aunt Yi personally sat at the front, commanding the situation. With a guard driving, it was quite impressive. The carriage was so stable that even if the scaly horse outside was racing and smoking, not a drop of water would spill inside. On the road for 2 days, Qian Rinxue meditated the whole time, showing her true nature as the queen of the role. I quietly watched her, and to be honest, I was also uncertain about how magical the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong really was. I was quite curious. That night, while I was contemplating things, a carrier pigeon suddenly landed in front of Aunt Yi. Seeing this, I understood business was coming. After Aunt Yi read the note, she rubbed her hands and sent it away. Then a voice entered my ear. Master, Zhao Wujie has sent a letter. Yu Xiaojiang is bringing Yu Qianheng toward Tiando City. Good heavens, I was stunned at that moment. I casually left a letter for Zhao Wujie back in the day, asking him to keep an eye on Yu Xiaojiang. And I didn't expect this guy to be so loyal and actually keep an eye on him. I glanced at Qian Rinxue, who was still cultivating. Quietly slipped out of the carriage, sat next to Aunt Yi, and whispered, "What is he coming for?" Aunt Yi transmitted back to me, according to previous news. Yu Xiaojiang seems to want to bring Yu Tianheng back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family to solve the problems with his body. I'm even more puzzled. What kind of problem can Yu Tianheng have? Zhao Wujie said that Yu Xiaojiang forced Yu Tianheng to absorb soul rings beyond his level, and now his body is being backfired, causing his soul power to continuously decline. Aunt Yi's tone was full of sarcasm. I almost burst out laughing after hearing that. Level jumping absorption? That's exactly me. But the premise is that the physical body has to withstand it. Forcibly absorbing can lead to 2 outcomes. Either you explode on the spot, or like now, your soul power slowly drains away, and when it's all gone, you're finished. To put it bluntly, this genius, Yu Tianheng, has been completely ruined by his theoretical master uncle. I originally planned to settle the score with him after absorbing the soul ring, but it seems he's delivered himself right to my doorstep. 2 days later, the carriage arrived at the Stardoe Forest. Qian Rinxue, Aunt Yi, and I got off the carriage and walked in on foot. As soon as we entered the mixed zone, Qian Rinxue's eyes lit up immediately, and she quickly locked onto a 24,000-year-old bright lion. Her gaze shot towards me like an arrow, and the meaning couldn't be clearer. I smiled and gave her nose a gentle poke, saying to Aunt Yi, please take care of it. Yes, my lord. As soon as Aunt Yi finished speaking, she had already flashed in front of the lion. Let me tell you, that scene was simply a dimensionality reduction strike. With just a casual wave of her hand and a flash of red light, the majestic light lion didn't even have time to react before being blasted away, crashing into a tree and ending up lying on the ground with only grunts left. Qian Rinxue went up with the angel sword to deliver the finishing blow, and a beautiful black 10,000-year soul ring burst forth. She immediately sat cross-legged and began to absorb it. I leaned against a tree and watched, while Aunt Yi stood behind me like a shadow. Just as Schwetter sat down cross-legged, I tell you, a sudden roar came from deep within the forest. The roar carried an aura of evil, and it was clearly directed at me. My white tiger martial soul instantly sensed it. This is a blatant provocation. The nearby birds all flew away in fright. I squinted and took a glance deeper inside, but I didn't move. Protecting Qian Rinxue is the most important thing right now. As a result, that guy just wouldn't stop. He roared one after another, each more arrogant than the last. My temper flared up immediately. Once is enough. Twice is too much, but 3 or 4 times. Does he really think I'm made of clay? Ain't ye? Stay here and protect Schwer. I'll be right back. Before I even finished speaking, I had already dashed out. I want to see who dares to jump around in front of me like this. I followed the sound and, wow, when I got closer, this tiger looked so cyberpunk. With a snow-white body and pitch-black stripes, it had a pair of black wings on its back, and its tail had a scorpion-like barbed end. Isn't this the dark demon, evil god, tiger recorded in ancient texts? This thing is a fierce character, possessing several attributes like evil, darkness, lightning, wind, time, and space, with intelligence as high as a human's, specializing in devouring soul masters and soul beasts to level up. When it saw me chasing it, it immediately flapped its wings and ran away at an absurd speed, clearly trying to lead me to a remote place to attack. I knew its intentions well. Just like the evil Holy King inside me, it was coveting my white tiger bloodline. At that moment, the evil Holy King in my mind suddenly got all hyped up, excitedly shouting, "Kid, hurry, chase it. Don't let it get away. I have a way to make it offer a sacrifice to you as your second martial soul." I'm completely stunned. A second martial soul? Can it really be played like this? The evil Saint King saw my lack of reaction and got anxious, starting to promote it wildly. Don't underestimate it. Although this thing is only 30,000 years old, its combat power is comparable to that of a 100,000-year soul beast. It contains the power left by the evil god, which most people can't withstand, but you're different. You have the white tiger bloodline, so you can definitely handle it. Once it becomes your second martial soul, its quality will definitely not be worse than your current white tiger, and you'll be able to master several elements at once. I thought to myself, all right, fortune favors the bold. Let's do it. I asked him, what do you have in mind? He chuckled, it's simple. You just need to touch it for 3 seconds, and the rest is up to me. Fine. My martial spirit instantly manifested. My speed increased by 1/3, and I tightly bit onto that tiger. I chased it all the way to a secluded valley, and that guy finally stopped, turned around, his eyes filled with greed, drool almost dripping out. I also didn't dare to be careless. I took out the divine punishment silver spear, fully opened my domain, and kept a safe distance from it. This thing is not to be trifled with. A sneak attack could leave me seriously injured if not dead. It moved, suddenly lunging at me. I stepped aside just in time, narrowly avoiding it, and thrust my spear back at it. With a clang, its scorpion tail blocked my attack. Our lightning energies collided, and the resulting shockwave knocked me back several steps. Seeing that I had taken a small hit, it became even more aggressive and lunged at me again. Now it's my chance. I mentally counted the distance, and at the moment it got close, I thrust my spear into the ground, using it to propel myself into the air, landing directly on its back. I clamped my legs tightly around it, drew my spear back, and blocked the poisonous hook it swung at me from behind. 3 seconds had passed. Just as I finished counting in my mind, the evil Saint King sprang into action. Tricolored light erupted from my body, instantly enveloping the dark demon, evil god tiger. The tiger's eyes went blank, and its consciousness was pulled into my sea of consciousness. Next, let me tell you, the scene was simply astonishing. The evil Saint King began to paint a grand vision for the tiger in my sea of consciousness. It spoke of sacrifices made for me, promising to revive it once I became a god. Just think, if I inherit the divine position, how could there not be a place for you in the starry sea? It exaggerated the future benefits to no end. At first, the tiger was disdainful, but after being coaxed by the evil Saint King, hearing about the rare opportunity and that if it missed this village, there would be no shop left, it was actually moved and began to negotiate. I can sacrifice, but you must guarantee to revive me, and I want one of the 5 main stars. The evil Saint King remained calm, pretending to consider it. I'll ask him for you. After waiting for a while, it earnestly fabricated nonsense. He agreed. You'll get a position as one of the 5 main stars in the future. Good heavens, what a blank check. I felt embarrassed for it. But the tiger believed it. It immediately agreed to the sacrifice. In the next second, a purple-black light erupted from its body, rushing madly into mine. Damn, the sensation was like having every bone in my body crushed inch by inch and then reassembled. It hurt so much that I started sweating. The evil Saint King was still beside me, making sarcastic remarks. Kid, hold on. What is a little pain? Your body can take it. I was in so much pain that I couldn't even speak, enduring it for 2 whole hours. When the pain gradually subsided, a purple light flashed behind me, and 2 roars of tigers echoed simultaneously. My soul power shot up to level 52. I also got a second martial soul, the dark demon, evil god tiger. along with a 30,000-year-old left leg soul bone. This was like completing half of a main quest and suddenly triggering a hidden SSR card pool. This immense fortune was finally mine. The skill of this soul bone was incredible, called spatial movement. With a thought, the purple light flickered on my left leg, and the space in front of me tore open with a rip. I stepped right in. In the next second, I appeared next to YeXuan. Aunt Yi was startled, but, sensing my presence, returned to her icy demeanor. I leaned against the tree, and YeXuan had finished absorbing the soul ring and was refining the heartbreak red. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes, saw me, and smiled so happily. Xiaoxian, this divine herb is amazing. I was only level 53 after absorbing the soul ring, but after absorbing this, I shot up to level 55. She excitedly ran over to me, and it even gave me an incredibly strong recovery skill, probably just a little bit weaker than your life domain. I smiled and said, then this skill is just useless. With me around, you can't possibly get hurt. YeXuan glanced at me, but the smile at the corner of her mouth couldn't be hidden. She asked me again, what about your 5th spirit ring? I nodded. I've got it. We can go back now. After I finished dealing with the matters of the Starfall Palace, I returned to the Papal Palace. 3 days later, at the Spirit Hall in Heavendo City, a shabby horse-drawn carriage stopped at the entrance, and Yu Xiaojing entered with his crippled nephew, Yu Qianheng. Let me tell you, on the other side, the duo of clowns, Yu Xiaojing and his useless nephew, also arrived at Tiando City. As soon as he entered the Spirit Hall, he pulled out a Pope's order and told the staff, let your Platinum Bishop Salas come down to see me. Then he sat down and started analyzing for his nephew. We should go directly to the Starfall Hall. YeXuan will definitely ignore us. But now it's different. I have the Pope's order. My status is equivalent to that of an elder. We can use the Spirit Hall's power to pressure him. He only has one title de law in the Starfall Hall. Does he dare to disobey? Family, who understands? He took the Spirit Hall's token to threaten the Prince of the Spirit Hall. This operation is like using a McDonald's coupon to demand a discount at KFC, highlighting sheer absurdity. Salas came down, appearing respectful on the surface, but he was probably laughing crazily inside. He certainly knows my identity, but he still cooperatively played along. Elder, please wait. I will go invite the Hall Master of Starfall Hall right away. As soon as Salas left the main hall, he came directly to the Starfall Hall to find me and told me everything in detail. I was sitting with my legs crossed, and after hearing that, I almost laughed the table down. Yu Xiaojing? He actually didn't go back to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, but came to the Spirit Hall to find me. That Pope's order must have been given to him by Tang Hao. I smirked and said, all right, since you've come to me, don't leave now. I turned to Aunt Yi and Salas and said, let's go meet him. My left leg flashed with a purple light, directly tearing open a rift in space. And with a bayou, the two of them parachuted into the hall of the Spirit Hall. When Yu Xiaojing saw me appear out of nowhere, he was stunned, but he quickly composed himself, thinking that I had rushed over so soon because I was afraid of the Spirit Hall's power. He didn't waste any time, shook the Pope's order in his hand, and got straight to the point. I want to know how your 2nd soul ring was attached for 1,000 years, and what the duration of your 3rd soul ring is. I laughed, leaning back in my chair, lazily looking at him. Why should I tell you? Yu Xiaojing's face darkened as he threatened. Master Yi, this is the Spirit Hall. You better think carefully. Offending the Spirit Hall, you probably won't be able to walk out of this door today. Beside him, Salas was holding back laughter to the point of almost getting an internal injury. I haven't spoken yet, but beside me, Yu Qianheng became anxious and directly shouted at me. YeXuan, ever since I absorbed the soul ring beyond my level 3 years ago, my soul power has been regressing. Do you even know what problem I have? Hearing this, I placed my hands behind my head and slowly spoke. Aunt Yi, come and take a look at the problems with him. It was so professional that Aunt Yi went up without saying a word, resting her jade hand on Yu Qianheng's shoulder and closing her eyes to sense a bit. I'll tell you, it was just a few seconds later, she pulled her hand back, and that expression, TSK, it was like a doctor telling you that your illness is incurable. Time to prepare for the end. She shook her head at me and said, my lord, don't look anymore. This spirit is wasted. Even if you clean out all the messy things in your body, you'll only end up as a soul master at best in this life. Want to become a soul king? That's just a dream. Goodness. As soon as those words came out, Yu Qianheng froze on the spot, looking like he had been struck by lightning, his eyes filled with disbelief. This is absolutely impossible. But let me tell you, standing in front of him is a title Douluo, the person who once pressed his grandfather to the ground and rubbed him the past. Does she need to lie to a little brat like him? The answer is no. So despair set in. Yu Tianheng's gaze instantly transformed from disbelief to two poisoned daggers, piercing straight into Yu Xiaojiang, who understands a family. Originally, he was the hope of the family, the future pillar, but he ended up being treated as a theoretical guinea pig by his most trusted uncle, completely wasted. Who would he go crazy in this situation? The hatred in his eyes was almost tangible, with no hint of concealment. And guess what? Yu Xiaojiang was still being stubborn. Impossible. Tianheng, don't believe her. My theory is perfect. She is talking nonsense. I burst out laughing at that moment and couldn't help but retort. Master, just give it a rest. Is your theory perfect? You're stuck at level 29 and can't get any higher. What do you have to prove your theory is correct? Besides, how much of that junk is actually yours? Don't think I don't know. If it weren't for clinging to my teacher Bibidong's leg back then, mooching off resources and research in the Spirit Hall, what did you possibly come up with? My few words were simply adding fuel to the fire. As soon as I finished speaking, there was a loud bang from Yu Tianheng's side. His martial soul was directly activated, and the blue lightning tyrant dragon possessed him. He leaped forward and unleashed a flurry of punches on Yu Xiaojiang's seemingly invincible face. It was brutal, with each punch landing heavily, enhanced by his soul power. Showing no mercy at all, Yu Xiaojiang was immediately dazed from the beating, falling to the ground like a broken sack. Yu Tianheng's eyes turned red. He jumped on top and continued to pummel him, punch after punch. Yu Xiaojiang was getting hit so hard that he became dizzy. When he finally came to his senses, he tried to appeal to emotions. Tianheng, stop. I'm your uncle. How could I harm you? They're all lying to you. You have to trust your uncle. I just stood by, arms crossed, watching the show like it was nothing, and then slowly added a knife in. All right, Yu Tianheng, I forgot to tell you a little detail. In your current situation, your soul power decreases little by little as you use it, and once it's completely gone, you'll be done for. Moreover, the lower your soul power, the more intense the backlash from the soul rings will be. Hey, I'm just an ordinary little genius at fanning the flames. As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Tianheng immediately transformed into a dragon fist in the world, increasing the force in his hands by another 3 points. With a crisp crack, accompanied by Yu Xiaojiang's pig-like scream, a bone broke. I gave a wink to Salus beside me, and the old fellow understood, quietly slipping out. After more than 10 minutes, he returned leisurely with a tea set. Seeing the nearly unconscious Yu Xiaojiang on the ground, he looked at me for confirmation. I nodded, and he began his performance, just like when he first saw it. Yu Tianheng, you have such audacity. How dare you assault an elder of the Spirit Hall? Come, pull him away. Several staff members rushed forward and restrained Yu Tianheng, who still wanted to kick a few more times. As for Salus, he pretended to help Yu Xiaojiang up, who was already beaten to a pulp, with several teeth missing. His face bruised, and his ears ringing, unable to hear clearly. While everyone was surrounding the two of them, I picked up a cup of tea from the table, flicked my finger, and a pinch of colorless and tasteless drug powder silently dissolved into it. The whole process was as fast as lightning. No one saw it except for Aunt Yi. After being pulled away, Yu Tianheng didn't linger, breaking free and walking out, his back looking desolate like a salted fish that had lost its dreams. Yu Xiaojiang wanted to say something, but when he tugged at the corner of his mouth, he winced in pain. I smiled and handed him the specially brewed tea. Master, take it slow. If there's anything, have a cup of tea to calm your nerves. He didn't think much and took it, gulping it down in one go. By the time Aunt Yi and I walked out of the Spear Hall, I couldn't hold back my cold smile any longer. What I had given him was called Shadowstone Evil. It was lethal, but it could make people go insane and lose their rationality at unpredictable times. I turned to Aunt Yi and said, Aunt Yi, spread the word throughout the entire Soul Master world about how Yu Xiaojiang and Yu Tianheng have been ruined. I want everyone to know what kind of master he really is. Killing is not as good as striking at the heart. I'm telling you, once this news gets out, the entire continent will explode. Over at the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. As soon as Yu Tianheng returned, he completely stunned his grandfather, Yu Yuanjin. The old man didn't believe it at first, but after a probe, he took a step back, his face full of bitterness. The family's hope has been ruined by his useless son. The old man immediately made a decision to remove Yu Xiaojiang from the family tree, forbidding him from ever stepping into the family again. Now, the family wants nothing to do with him, and his reputation outside is completely ruined. In the past, when people mentioned the master, they might have thought there was something to it. But now, whenever someone mentions the master, everyone's reaction is, oh. He asked the top-notch clown who ruined his genius nephew by using him as a test subject. It's simply an epic social death. But that's not all. I still have a backup plan. Within the Spirit Hall, I personally brewed a bowl of nourishing soup, added some special ingredients, and had Salus deliver it to Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang was already furious from the rumors outside, and when Salas added fuel to the fire, he got so worked up that he gulped down the soup. After drinking it, he lay in bed still making threats. Just wait, I will definitely prove my theory right. Less than 2 minutes later, the effects kicked in. He felt like there was a fire burning inside him, getting hotter and hotter, and his mind became increasingly muddled until he completely lost his rationality, flailing around in bed. As soon as Salas heard the sound of the porcelain bowl shattering from outside, he knew the timing was right. He opened the door, quickly closed it again, and then knocked on the door next door. When the door opened, a few boldly dressed women came out. After Salas gave them a few instructions, he pushed them into Yu Xiaojiang's room, closed the door, and eavesdropped by leaning against the door. It wasn't too long before unbearable sounds came from inside. By noon, the street outside the spirit hall was bustling with people, all chatting about Yu Xiaojiang's joke. Suddenly, there was a crash, and a window on the second floor of the spirit hall shattered. A few disheveled women ran out, crying like rain from inside. The people on the street were dumbfounded. Immediately after, a middle-aged man, completely naked and with bloodshot eyes, jumped out of the window and began chasing and tearing at those women in the street. Good heavens! This directly set the whole street ablaze. What the hell? Who is this? So arrogant. In broad daylight, is there no law left? Brothers, let us stand together. We must act for justice today. The crowd instantly erupted. A group of hot-blooded men rushed forward, kicking the madman away, saving the women, and then surrounding him, raining down punches like a storm. Let us beat this scoundrel to death. Still daring to glare? Hit him to death. Meanwhile, Salas stood at the entrance of the spirit hall, stroking his chin, watching Yu Xiaojiang being overwhelmed by the crowd, thinking this is about right, as long as he is still breathing. When Yu Xiaojiang was beaten to the point of barely breathing, Salas cleared his throat, walked over dramatically, and shouted, "Stop! How dare you gather and fight in front of the spirit hall?" Everyone stopped when they saw it was the bishop. Someone stepped forward and solemnly explained the situation, demanding an explanation from the spirit hall. Salas looked troubled, remained silent for a long time, and then said loudly, "Everyone, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. This person possesses a papal decree. I have no authority to deal with him, but I can report this matter to His Holiness the Pope, and let His Holiness decide personally." I was on the second floor of the tea house across the street, watching a show with Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo Continent. As soon as Ning Fengji heard this, his eyes lit up, and he immediately stood up and walked to the window. Channeling his soul power, his voice spread throughout the entire street. "Since we need to report to His Holiness the Pope, I would also like to trouble the bishop to help me deliver a letter from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. I believe His Holiness the Pope will handle it fairly." Ning Fengji's shout instantly elevated the atmosphere to its peak. Someone in the crowd shouted, "I remember now. He is the master Yu Xiaojiang who ruined Yu Tianheng." This completely ignited the powder keg. Everyone started writing letters, and the scene turned into a place where thousands were writing blood letters, with piles of letters resembling small mountains, all demanding the Pope to severely punish Yu Xiaojiang. I looked at the spectacular scene downstairs and felt overjoyed. Now, Yu Xiaojiang has been completely nailed to the pillar of historical shame. A few days later, at the Papal Palace in Wuhuan City, 3 large boxes of letters were delivered to my teacher, Bibi Dong. When she heard that someone was flaunting the Pope's decree and acting like a thug in the streets of Tiando City, she immediately became furious. Who has the audacity to do this? After her subordinates reported back, they said, "Your Majesty, it is Master Yu Xiaojiang." I can imagine that in that moment, my teacher's entire CPU must have been overheating. She definitely couldn't believe it. After all, it was a man she had been thinking about for so many years. Until I delivered the letter from Qian Ruxue. When she opened it and read it, her heart probably sank halfway, but she still held onto the last glimmer of hope, trembling hands opening my still unopened letter, hoping to find even a single word inside that would prove it was all just a rumor. And what happened? My letter clearly stated everything, with every detail hitting her right in the face, leaving her no choice but to believe it. I tell you, at that moment, my teacher's soul power trembled, and the 2 letters instantly turned into a flurry of paper scraps. She lowered her head, initially with a light laugh, but then her laughter grew louder and louder, echoing throughout the Pope's palace, sending chills down people's spines. Yet within that laughter, there was an indescribable sense of relief. It was as if the stone that had weighed on her heart for so many years had finally cracked and shattered. She finally saw clearly what kind of person Yu Xiaojiang truly was. With human evidence, material evidence, my and Qian Ruxue's handwritten letters, And the testimony from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it was simply irrefutable proof, impossible to wash clean. She shed this burden and became much more decisive. She directly ordered Zhu Huaguan and Ghost Douluo to go to Heavendo City and handle the matter fairly. I tell you, she emphasized those 4 words, handle fairly, with such intensity. Goodness, the news spread incredibly fast. Within a few days, Yu Xiaozhang's reputation in the entire Soul Master world was completely ruined, even more annoying than evil Soul Masters. Rumors and gossip circulated, ultimately painting him as a heinous villain. When Zhu Huaguan and Ghost Douluo arrived at Heavendo City, Platinum Bishop Salas reported to them, saying that Yu Xiaozhang might have gone mad from the shock. Zhu Huaguan laughed at that, saying, "So what if he's gone mad? We can still interrogate him." The next day, the entrance of the Spirit Hall was packed with people, like a bustling market. The important witnesses, myself, Qianren Xue, Aunt Yi, as well as Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, were all invited to the VIP seats. It was a scene for onlookers. When Yu Xiaozhang was brought in by 2 big men, he did indeed look like a madman, shouting and babbling nonsensically. Zhu Huaguan and the others were too lazy to waste words, just going through the motions and directly announcing they would revoke the Pope's decree and execute him publicly. At that moment, a young man suddenly emerged from the crowd, shouting, "Wait." I looked and thought, "Oh, isn't that Tang-san?" He was there insisting that my teacher would never do such a thing and asked the elders to investigate thoroughly, which was naively ridiculous. But the focus wasn't on him. It was on the little girl in the pink dress beside him. Does anyone understand? We titled Douluo could see clearly with our sharp eyes that she was not human at all. She was a 10,000-year-old beast in human form. Damn, at that moment, I felt the air in the entire venue change. Qianren Xue's eyes lit up instantly, and she directly communicated with Aunt Yi, saying to keep a close watch. And after dealing with Yu Xiaozhang, take him down immediately. Such immense wealth right before our eyes. How could we possibly let it slip away? Ning Fengji couldn't sit still either, quietly whispering to the Sword Douluo, clearly wanting to get a piece of the action. Tang Sen was still trying to justify himself. But Xiao Wu, sensing those hungry, wolf-like gazes, turned pale with fear and kept tugging at him, urging him to run. But Tang San was stubborn, insisting that once a master, always a father, refusing to leave no matter what. And what happened? It was too late. The pressure from Zhu Huaguan and the Ghost Douluo pinned them both in place, unable to move. Just as the executioner was about to make a move, suddenly, a dragon's roar erupted, and a dignified voice came from the sky. "My son, when did it become your turn to execute him?" Good heavens, Yu Xiaozhang's father, YeXuan, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, had arrived. The scene instantly descended into chaos. YeXuan directly confronted Zhu Huaguan and the Ghost Douluo. Xiao Wu took the opportunity to pull Tang San and try to slip away, but just as Qianren Xue was about to get up, I pressed her down and gave Ning Fengji a knowing glance. "Hey, at a time like this, how can we let our family take action? We need to let the dogs fight it out." Ning Fengji indeed understood, immediately signaling for the Sword Douluo to take action. Once the Sword Douluo unleashed his martial soul, the pressure from the 7 killing sword was even more intense than the combined might of the previous 2, pinning Tang San and Xiao Wu down again. Now, this was good. The Spirit Hall wanted someone, and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect wanted someone too. And the 3 forces directly clashed at the door of the Spirit Hall, creating an incredible scene. Just when everything was in a mess, another voice floated down from the air. "Zhu Hua, old ghost, it has been a long time since we last met." I tell you, as soon as that sound came out, the faces of Zhu Hua Pass and Ghost Douluo instantly turned green. Everyone's gaze in the arena turned to the sky, and there stood a man in a black cloak holding a gigantic hammer with 9 soul rings under his feet, the last one an eye-catching red. Tang Hao, the Hao Qianduo Tang Hao, he actually came too. This guy is really crazy. Without saying a word, he directly unleashed his spirit ring. A massive Haotian hammer phantom smashed down towards everyone below. It didn't matter who you were all within his attack range. I was furious at that moment. We had just been sitting there watching the show. Who did we offend? Even attacking us together? Boom! With a loud bang, the entire square exploded. We were fine on our side, as Aunt Ye's light guardian shielded us. No harm done. But the others were in a terrible state. Zhu Hua Pass, Ghost Douluo, YeXuan, and Sword Douluo were all blown away. Ning Fengji spat blood on the spot, and those with weaker spirit power were either dead or injured. That madman Yu Xiaozhang was also directly killed by the shock wave of the energy, dying in a way that was truly chilling. When the dust settled, Tang Hao had already taken advantage of the chaos to escape with Tang San and Xiao Wu. Escape? I sneered at that time. You think you can run after attacking me? Not so easy. Qian Rinxue and I said in unison. Chase. Aunt Yi led us. And Juhua Pass and Ghost Douluo followed closely behind, directly chasing them out of the Heaven Do City. That guy Tang Hao was seriously injured from unleashing his spirit ring, so he couldn't run fast at all, and it wasn't long before we caught up to him in the Stardo Forest. In the forest, Aunt Yi took the lead to attack. With a vengeful spirit, Tang Hao was pushed back repeatedly. He knew he couldn't escape, so he pushed Tang San and Xiao Wu forward and shouted for them to run, then turn around to fight Aunt Yi. That kid Tang San really listened, following Xiao Wu into the depths of the forest. Qian Rinxue and I exchanged glances and smiled. Want to run? I directly used a space leap and instantly appeared in front of them, kicking Tang San away. This kid was quite resilient. He struggled to stand up, using blue silvergrass and shooting hidden weapons. Unfortunately, in front of me, all of this was just child's play. I pinched his sleeve arrow between my 2 fingers, flashed in front of him, and with one punch, I heard a crack. He probably broke several ribs, and his whole body crashed against a tree like a broken sack. And guess what he said? He actually had the nerve to tell me, "Your spirit power is higher than mine. It's not fair." I was so angry that I laughed, holding the divine punishment silver spear against his throat, giving him a good lesson. There has never been fairness in this world. The law of the jungle is the truth. You talk to me about fairness? Do you even deserve it? On the other side, Qian Rengshu easily subdued Xiao Wu. Just then, the entire ground began to shake, and 2 soul beasts as big as mountains charged out. The Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python. Xiao Wu's reinforcements had arrived. When Xiao Wu saw her saviors, she was so excited that she pointed at me and shouted, "Daming, Erming, save my brother. My mother's soul bone is also on him." The 2 big fools' eyes turned red upon hearing this, and their massive hands came crashing down towards me. I dodged just in time and casually shot the arrow I had just confiscated from Tang San at the lying Tang San. Xiao Wu was still screaming, "Erming, stop. That's my brother." Too late. The arrow accurately pierced into Tang San's chest, and he immediately lost consciousness. Xiao Wu completely went mad, roaring at the 2 beasts. Kill him for me. Settle old scores and new grievances together. I just sneered coldly. Kill me? Just based on you? It's simply a group effort to deliver my soul bone. Just then, there was a huge bang in the sky, and a dark shadow crashed down, creating a large pit in the ground. As we focused our eyes, good heavens, it was Tang Hao. He had a huge blood hole in his chest and was already dead. Aunt Ye's figure slowly descended from the air, coming before me, and respectfully said, "My lord, Tang Hao is already dead." I looked at the bright phoenix martial soul behind her and smiled. "Aunt Yi, there's no need to hide it now that we're here." "Yes, my lord," Aunt Yi replied and retracted the bright phoenix. In the next second, the blood soul demon lord's martial soul soared into the sky, and the soul rings beneath her feet instantly changed. Black, 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 red, red, red. 9 soul rings made the eyes of the 200,000-year soul beasts nearly pop out. At that moment, I tell you, it directly left those 200,000-year beasts in silence. Looking at Aunt Ye's 9 soul rings, 6 black and 3 red, the configuration was almost comparable to a top-end computer, and those 2 soul beasts probably had their CPUs burned out. I directly threw out a command. "Aunt Yi, that long worm is up to you. This big gorilla, my snow, and I've got it covered. Today, I want all their soul rings and soul bones." As soon as I finished speaking, my white tiger martial soul activated. With 5 rings in yellow, purple, gold, and black, I twirled my divine punishment silver gun and aimed it straight at the Titan giant ape's face. Qian Rinxue was equally in sync, quickly stripping the soul bones from Tang Hao's corpse, then activating her 6-winged angel martial soul, wielding the angelic holy sword, and following suit. The big gorilla was also loyal, with one hand firmly protecting Xiao Wu and Tang Sen inside, while the other hand, with a fist as big as a pot, came crashing towards me. I wasn't foolish. I activated my life domain, covering the entire area, and started dealing continuous damage to them. Let me tell you, going head-to-head is a trap. I shot directly at its fist, and the force nearly wrecked me, sending me sliding across the ground for dozens of meters. Shaking my numb hand, I felt quite pleased. Indeed, when it comes to strength against this thing, a bit of brain power helps. Qian Rixue was much smarter. Once her angel domain was activated, it glimmered with golden light, and she began to perform various scraping techniques on the Titan giant ape. Focusing on agile positioning, you can't hit me, but I can still slash you a couple of times. Frustrating, isn't it? On the other side, the The sky blue bull python was in a dire situation. Who understands, everyone? Under Aunt Ye's command, it was utterly dominated. Its scales were falling off like rain, and it cried out in misery. It tried to activate a slow domain to save itself, but in my life domain, it was utterly useless. What a sense of despair. I caught my breath and realized my strength wasn't enough, so I decided to go all out with speed. I went straight into action, and my gun shadows filled the sky. That gorilla couldn't even touch me and could only howl as I poked it. My goal was simple: to hold it off until Aunt Ye finished her business, or to exhaust it to death with the life domain. When that big blue bull saw this, it knew it was finished and wouldn't be leaving this novice village today. It was also a tough guy and shouted at the Titan giant ape, "Air Ming, take sister, Xiao Wu, and run. I'll hold him off." The Titan giant ape, filled with brotherly love, panicked and said, "Big brother, if we're leaving together. What the hell? Do you want sister Xiao Wu to die here too? Get lost. Get stronger and avenge me later." The dying words of the blue bull were filled with tragic heroism. The Titan giant ape, with tears in its eyes, memorized our faces and turned to flee. Just when it was about to escape, a dramatic scene unfolded. A strange voice suddenly echoed across the battlefield. "Run? Where are you running to?" At this critical moment, guess who showed up? Oh, my old acquaintances, the Chrysanthemum Pass and the Ghostly Shadow. As soon as they appeared, they joined hands and unleashed a martial soul fusion skill, the Polar Stillness domain. Instantly, those two 10,000-year soul beasts were frozen in place, as if someone had hit the pause button. How could I let this opportunity slip by? Aunt Ye unleashed a 9-ring ultimate move, the Fallen Bloodlight, directly taking down the blue bull. I rushed in and delivered a clean finishing shot, and a bright purple 10,000-year soul ring floated out. I didn't hold back and immediately switched to my second martial soul, the dark demon evil god tiger, sitting cross-legged to start absorbing. Qian Rinxue naturally came to my side to protect me, serving as a great support. Just as the Titan giant ape broke free from control, it turned around and saw its big brother down, and its cry of "Big brother" was heart-wrenching. But it knew better, not looking back. It protected Xiao Wu and dashed deep into the forest. Aunt Ye and the others consulted Qian Rinxue, and, after receiving permission, the three of them chased after them. I am currently absorbing the soul ring, and my spiritual sea has erupted. The resentment from that bull won't disperse and insists on coming in to fight me, targeting my evolving white tiger martial soul. As a result, the other two deities in my body, the dark demon evil god tiger and the evil ice saint king, transformed into gate gods on the spot. "Want to touch my big brother? You'd better ask us first." Then they began to clash with the bull's resentment. As they fought, my white tiger martial soul, disregarded martial ethics and directly evolved on the spot. A pair of large wings suddenly sprouted from my back, my eyes opened wide, and a tiger roar erupted, which was truly remarkable. That pressure directly scattered the bull's resentment, causing the dark demon evil god tiger and the evil ice saint king to kneel instantly, as if they had seen their ancestors. Then, family, who understands? It was like a meteor shower in the sky. Streams of golden light poured into me, directly giving me a property ascension. All the soul beasts in the Stardoe forest were frightened to the ground. When I opened my eyes again, my white tiger martial soul was truly far ahead. A real divine beast, the white tiger. Qian Rinxue saw that I had woken up and handed me the 3 soul bones that Tang Hao had revealed. I glanced at them, but the age was too low, so I dismissed them and told her to keep them for rewarding her subordinates later. Then I rummaged through the body of the sky blue bull python and found a 100,000-year-old right arm bone, which I happily collected. Just as I was preparing to find Aunt Ye and the others, I saw the 3 of them returning with dusty faces. YeXuan and Guanyin were supporting each other, and even Aunt Ye had injuries on her back, her clothes stained red. I quickly opened the realm of life to treat them, and upon questioning, I found out that 2 unexpected foes had appeared, one named DivineTiger and the other Xiongjian, who had rescued the Titan Great Ape. Aunt Ye said that DivineTiger's strength was on par with hers, and the injury on her back was caused by a sneak attack from Xiongjian good grief. Has the Stardoe forest stirred up the spirit beast nest? Even such ancient monsters are coming out to roam. I waved my hand and ordered everyone to retreat. The Titan Great Ape can't escape. We will remember this grudge. On the other side, at the Lake of Life, DivineTiger completely ignored Xiao Wu's request to save Tang San, and the Titan Great Ape could only let her soak Tang San in the lake and leave his fate to chance. Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with rage, as if she wanted to devour us alive, muttering something about blood debts needing to be repaid with blood. On the way back to Wuhuan City, I didn't waste any time and absorbed the right arm bone of that bull. A few days later, the carriage entered Wuhuan City, and Qian Rinxue and I headed straight for the Pope's palace. As soon as we entered the pavilion in the lake, my teacher Bibi Dong had already set up a table full of dishes waiting for us, with Hulayina sitting beside her. Upon seeing us, Bibi Dong smiled and said, "Oh, have you had enough fun? Finally willing to come back?" I stretched lazily and said jokingly, "Teacher, I haven't had enough fun yet. If it weren't for the time, I could have messed around for another 2 years." Bibi Dong laughed and playfully hit me. Qian Rinxue quickly took out a fairy herb, the Chuoyu Jingxiang, for her mother. But when Bibi Dong asked how to use it, Schwerer shot her a glare, and I quickly recited the usage. During dinner, Bibi Dong asked me to unleash my evolved white tiger martial soul for a look. The pressure from that divine beast made Hulayina's demon fox martial soul tremble. I smugly said, "Don't ask, just know that among the younger generation, I'm invincible." Then Hulayina, being straightforward, suddenly said, "Senior brother, since you're so amazing, why did the teacher say you can't beat Sister Schwerer?" I tell you, at that dinner table, the air was so thick it felt like you could hear a pin drop. Qian Rinxue had her head down eating, her shoulders shaking, trying so hard not to laugh that she looked like she might injure herself. My hand was frozen in midair, holding a piece of food, and I could only glare at Hulayina out of the corner of my eye. That meal was truly heart-stopping. After dinner, Bibi Dong asked Qian Rinxue to go to the offering hall to see her grandfather, but kept me behind, saying she had something to discuss with me. As soon as I heard this, I thought, wow, the second half of the Hongmen banquet is here. Following Bibi Dong, I entered the study. She sat down, exuding a powerful aura, and directly issued a notice. 3 days from now, you two will get married. For these 3 days, you will stay honestly in the Pope's palace and are not allowed to go to the worship palace. I know what's going on. They're just afraid that I might collude with the old man in advance and stir up some trouble. I smiled lightly, calmly poured myself a cup of tea, and said, "Don't worry, teacher, I understand the rules." She nodded, her expression very serious. "It's good that you understand. This matter has gotten quite big, and both the papal hall and the offering hall need to prepare. Moreover, let me tell you, people from the divine realm will be coming, so keep that in mind." My hand holding the tea froze in place. The divine realm? Damn, this is quite a big deal. I quickly asked, "So will my parents come?" Bibi Dong shook her head. "It's uncertain. Who can guess the thoughts of a god?" The study fell silent, and my mind was buzzing. This information was a bit overwhelming. Bibi Dong noticed I was dazed, but didn't care about me. She took out that exquisite tulip and started absorbing it right in front of me. After a while, she opened her eyes, sensed her soul power, and then looked at me and said, "Xiao Xian, do you have any more of this good stuff? If you do, get one for your junior sister too." I came to my senses and thought to myself, this girl is really not being polite. After considering it, I took out a plant called 8-petal xianlon and said, "Teacher, this is called 8-petal xianlon. Its medicinal properties are mild, and it helps to strengthen the foundation and nourish the essence. You could just chew it directly." She nodded and accepted it, then issued a dismissal order. "All right, you can go down now and prepare well." I bowed and slipped away, casually taking the teapot and cups with me, planning to continue my leisurely activities in the garden. I just sat down in the garden for a little while when Hulayina came over. She approached and asked, "Senior brother, the teacher asked me to find you to help me practice the art of charm. Do you have some time?" I could hardly lift my eyelids, took a sip of tea, and replied perfunctorily, "No time, I'm busy. Go find someone else." At that moment, Hulayina had 3 black lines on her forehead. "Senior brother, you're the most free in the entire papal hall, okay? It's the teacher who asked me to find you." Well, since she brought up the teacher, there was no way around it. I put down my teacup, wearing an expression that said, "Hurry up, I'm in a rush." "All right, start your performance." In the next second, Hulayina activated her martial soul, with her fox tail appearing. As her third spirit ring lit up, a mental attack came charging toward my forehead. I didn't block it. I just wanted to see what level she was at. As a result, my vision blurred, and I found myself in a luxurious suite, with a group of stunning beauties walking in line. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Wow, this scene felt so familiar. Back in the day, in the illusion, Qian Rinxue came in wielding the angelic sword. Now that was truly thrilling. Compared to that, Hulayina's approach was like a children's amusement park. Just thinking about Qian Rinxue made me instantly sober, and the illusion before me shattered in an instant. In less than 2 seconds, I didn't even use any soul power. Hulayina was completely stunned, standing there asking, "Senior brother, how did you come out? Is my illusion too weak?" I picked up the teacup and calmly pretended to sip. "Your illusion is fine, but for a man with a steel will like me, It feels like just a tickle. After saying that, I got up and left, hiding my achievements and name. The next morning, the entire Pope's Hall and the offering hall began to be adorned with decorations, with red lanterns hanging everywhere, creating a festive atmosphere. While having breakfast with Bibi Dong and Hulaina, just as we were halfway through, Bibi Dong suddenly looked at me and seriously warned, "Xian, don't do anything that would let Shuer down in the future. Otherwise, no matter how powerful your background is, I will make you pay the price." I put down the bowl and smiled at her. "Teacher, do you think I can do it?" She shook her head, "No." "Then why did you remind me?" "Just to give you a little nudge," she said, casually tapping my head. At that moment, I felt the flavor of a mother-in-law, and it clicked. 2 days later, the wedding day arrived. That night, a golden light suddenly burst from the Douluo Palace, and a huge, six-winged angel phantom enveloped the entire night sky, so sacred that it made people want to kneel. The angel's secret realm was opened. Bibi Dong said to me, "Xiao Xian, go ahead." I quickly walked to the worship hall, and Master Qian Daolu was already waiting for me at the door. He pointed inside and said, "Shuer is in the room. You two have to go to the Douluo Hall by yourselves." I pushed open the door to Qian and Shue's room, and I tell you, my mind went blank in an instant, completely crashing. She was sitting by the bed in a full set of phoenix coronet and robes, and that face paired with the outfit was simply stunning. Family members, who understands what it means to fall in love at first sight? She saw my silly expression and burst out laughing. I snapped back to reality, walked over, and without saying a word, I lifted her up in a princess carry and headed straight for the Douluo Hall. As soon as we entered the Douluo Hall, a divine pressure hit us. But the divine marks on our foreheads glowed, and the pressure instantly disappeared. We walked smoothly into the open angel's secret realm. Just as we stepped inside, the system's voice echoed in my mind. "Ding dong, clocking in, please maintain your position for 3 hours." Me? No, system. What are you doing here at this time? Looking up, I saw several deities sitting in the secret realm. On the main seat were a man and a woman. The man in a black robe was the one I encountered in the canyon before. The woman in a green dress looked surprisingly similar to me, about 70%. Below them were the angel god, the Shura god, and another one, the sea god. The angel god spoke first, addressing us. "Enough, enough. Let go of each other, put each other down. We didn't come to the lower realm to watch you two show off your love." She pointed to the two on the main seat and introduced them. "YeXuan, this is your father, the god of destruction. This is your mother, the goddess of life." Then she pointed to the side. "This is the Shura god, your future divine position. I am the angel god, the one who brought you down here. Oh, and the one opposite is the sea god. Just pretend he doesn't exist." The sea god's face darkened immediately, and just as he was about to explode, he was glared at by the other 4 gods and instantly switched back to a poker face. Wow, he really knows how to bend and stretch. My mind is completely messed up. Parents? What about the promised destruction and the inability to have children? What does this count as? Genetic mutation? But I can really feel that blood connection with the goddess of life. Qian Rushua obediently called out uncle and aunt while I was still experiencing a CPU overload. The goddess of life smiled and tapped Qian Rushua's forehead, giving her a gift for their meeting. Then, the god of destruction spoke up to clarify things for me. "Xiao Xian, your origin is not a secret. To put it simply, many years ago, a silver light that surpassed the level of a god-king fell into the divine realm. But it was cut in half before it landed. One half fell into the ancient tree of life, absorbing energy and becoming you. The other half became that silver spear. So, you can be considered the child of Little Green, the goddess of life." I understand now. No wonder my martial soul is incomplete. It turns out I'm not biological. I was born from a tree. I immediately bowed to the two of them and said, "Dad, Mom." As soon as I called out Dad, Mom, the atmosphere became instantly warm. The goddess of life held my hand and asked about my well-being, while the god of destruction gave Qian Rinxue a seed of life as a greeting gift. The god of Shura said he would gift each of us a divine soul ring, which we could claim in the city of slaughter. The angel god was even more direct, turning the marriage certificate into 2 rings that could activate an invincible shield. Just then, the sea god, who had been a background character, suddenly spoke up. "Oh, since you all have divine positions now, that sea god heart of mine is useless to you. So get back to me. How about I exchange it for an assessment?" As soon as I heard it, I couldn't help but laugh. This guy wants to pull off a trick without any means? I exchanged a glance with Qian Rinxue and immediately began the performance. Heart of the Sea God? Senior. What is that? We haven't seen it before. The Sea God turned pale. He could clearly sense that the item was on us, and he was so angry that his beard almost curled up. Just as he was about to explode, the four lines of death, destruction, life, angel, and Azura simultaneously locked onto him. The sea god instantly changed his expression and burst into laughter. Ahaha, I might have remembered it wrong. It's nothing, nothing. He was probably thinking of other tricks in his mind. I looked at him and laughed too. This round for us was a case of saying one thing while meaning another. We were both eyeing that deep-sea demon whale king. When the time came, the few gods returned to the divine realm. My mother was reluctant to leave before they went. Just as they departed, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding dong. Check-in successful. Reward. All soul ring years increased by 100. When my martial soul awakened, wow. Purple, purple, gold, black, black. The first soul ring jumped directly from 900 years to 1,000 years. I carried Qian Rinxue out of the secret realm and headed straight for the wedding banquet at the Pope's palace. As soon as I entered the room, the atmosphere was incredibly subtle. On the left were Qian Douluo and Golden Crocodile, while on the right were Bibi Dong and Hulaina, with both sides resembling a standoff, each side glaring at the other. I quickly sat down with Qian Rinxue to act as mediators. After a meal, everyone finally had smiles on their faces. However, Master Qian Douluo suddenly changed the subject and started to urge, Qian Rinxue, at my age, all I want is to hold a great-grandchild. I hurriedly practiced Tai Chi. Grandpa, no rush. We still need to focus on our cultivation. After the dinner party ended, Bibi Dong reminded us not to slack off in our training before leaving. Once everyone was gone, I looked out at the pitch-black sky, smirked, and directly picked up Qian Rinxue in a horizontal embrace, grinning as I said, sure, everyone has left, we should go back to our room and get down to some serious business. The next day, I was sleeping soundly when I was awakened by a knock on the door. The maid outside said, young master. Young lady, His Holiness the Pope wants you to go to the garden to assess the cultivation results of the golden generation. I was completely speechless at that moment. It was only the second day of my marriage. Can't I get some more sleep? Bibi Dong must be doing this on purpose. By the time Qian Rinxue and I leisurely strolled to the garden, Hulaina, Xieyu, and Yin were standing in front of Bibi Dong, looking at the 3 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones on the table, their faces filled with determination. Bibi Dong pointed at us. Look, your challenger has arrived. The 3 of them turned around to see me, and their confidence instantly shattered. Hulaina uncertainly asked, Teacher, you don't mean that senior brother will fight all 3 of us by himself, right? Bibi Dong calmly nodded. Yes, it's just him. As long as you can draw, the soul bones will be yours. I walked over to stand opposite them, still feeling a bit grumpy from just waking up. With a command from Bibi Dong, she said, all right, you can start now. As soon as she finished speaking, Hulaina and the other 2 immediately summoned their martial spirits, and the 3 soul rings of yellow, yellow, and purple rose up. They took their positions, looking at me as if facing a great enemy. I looked at their appearance as if facing a great enemy, and to be honest, I felt a bit embarrassed. They made such a big fuss, and I couldn't even be bothered to unleash my martial soul. Let me tell you, Yin was the first one to charge up, and he immediately used his second soul skill, something like granitic rock, making it look like a cannonball. His brother Xieyu and sister Hulaina weren't idle either. They directly started a duet, and once their martial soul fusion skill, Enchanting Charm, was activated, the whole place was filled with red mist, making it impossible to see anything. What about me? I feel like I've activated a companion mode, slowly raising my hand and pouring a bit of soul power into the ring. With a hum, it enveloped me. Bang! Yin punched my shield, and the sound was deafening, yet my shield didn't crack, nor did it even ripple. Immediately after, the enchanting creature in the red mist also attacked, wildly swinging 2 crescent-shaped blades at me, clanging like blacksmithing, but it couldn't break through my defense no matter what. Family, who understands? I just stood inside, calmly testing whether this ring consumes blue power. The conclusion is that this divine gift is simply absurd. The soul power consumption is almost negligible. My mother-in-law Bibi Dong was stunned beside me and asked my wife Qian Rinxue, sure, what treasure is that in Xiao Xian's hand? My wife is also an honest kid. She directly said, oh, it's a gift from the angel god. By injecting soul power, you can activate the shield, which can block any attack of the same level as your own soul power. After the test was over, I thought it wouldn't be fun to keep playing with them, so I withdrew my soul power with a thought. The golden shield disappeared with a snap. The 2 siblings saw an opportunity, and their eyes lit up. Yin charged at me with a fiery punch, followed closely by Yao Mei. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Looking at Yan's punch, I raised my hand and met it with a punch of my own. There was a loud bang, and Yin was sent stumbling back several steps, but I didn't hit him hard enough to hurt him. Then I sidestepped lightly and dodged Yao Mei's moonblade, smiling at them. All right, Warm-up's over. It's my turn now. As soon as I finished speaking, I flashed right in front of Yin and threw a very simple punch. Yin reacted quickly, his third soul ring lit up, and he tried to punch me back with flames. But what happened? He was sent flying by my punch into the garden. This guy was quite self-aware. He rolled off the ground, retracted his martial soul, and stepped aside to watch as a spectator. Now only Yao Mei was left. The couple was really going for it. The red light on the moon blade surged, clearly building up a big move, and they slashed at me. I saw it and thought, oh, a self-created soul skill? Not bad, but I wasn't scared at all. As their blade was about to reach me, I took a small sidestep, almost like dancing, and dodged it. What followed was quite amusing. The fused Yao Mei chased after me, swinging wildly, but I seemed to be following a script, evading each attack at the last possible moment. They couldn't even touch a hair on me. It felt like you put all your strength into a punch, only to hit a pile of cotton. So frustrating. After a while, the red mist dissipated, and the time for their martial soul fusion skill was up, causing it to disband. Hulaina and Xieyu stood there, panting heavily, their soul power exhausted and their faces pale. Bibi Dong watched with great interest and smiled at my wife, saying, "Schwerer, isn't Xiao Xian's strength at the level of a soul, Douluo?" Qian Rinxue playfully blinked and replied, "Mom, didn't YeXuan and Gue Mei report to you about the Stardew Forest?" She briefly recounted how we defeated Tang Hao. Bibi Dong was stunned, especially when she heard that even the limit Douluo Yishishue was injured. Her eyes filled with shock. While they were chatting, I slipped over to sit next to Bibi Dong. The three siblings stood there like schoolchildren caught misbehaving, not daring to lift their heads. Bibi Dong cleared her throat and said to them, "You've made good progress, but you didn't win, so you can't get the soul bone. Train hard, and there will be opportunities in the future." After sending them away, Bibi Dong turned to us to discuss serious matters, instructing us to return to the Starfall Palace tomorrow and use the news of Tang Hao's death to lure out the Haotian sect. I tell you, this plan is brilliant. Although Tang Hao was expelled from the sect, his son is still out there. The Haotian sect cannot ignore that. Before leaving, Bibi Dong curiously asked me, "Xiao Xian, have you figured out what divine position your inheritance comes from in the angel secret realm?" I didn't hide it either and directly told her, "The Shura God." The assessment location is in the city of Slaughter. To my surprise, when Bibi Dong heard the three-word Shura God, her eyes lit up. It turned out that she inherited the Rakshasa God, and our divine positions represent pure slaughter and evil resentment, making us like fated rivals in a tragic love story. After Bibi Dong left, I was about to say something to my wife when suddenly I felt a strange sensation in my heart. I instinctively looked up at the sky and saw a star shining brightly in the eastern sky. That feeling was incredibly clear. I instantly knew it was the eastern Shaoyang star, and the divine beast, the azure dragon, had emerged. Qian Rinxue followed my gaze, looking confused as she saw nothing. I smiled and brushed it off, saying I was just admiring the scenery. She shot me a glance and pulled me to go shopping in the Soul Master City. The next morning, we set off in a carriage. On the way, Qian Rinxue took out the seed of life my father gave her and asked me what it was for. I said I had no idea. It was given by the God King, so absorbing it couldn't be wrong. She obediently began to meditate and absorb it. Since I had nothing to do, I was about to meditate when suddenly a voice echoed in my mind. It was the dark demon, evil God Tiger. It said that when it was sacrificed, its inner core was left in my body, right in the dantian. I was surprised to hear this good news. But then it added, "This inner core is condensed with the power of the evil God. I don't know what it's specifically for or how to use it." I was completely speechless at the time. They left me a cyber inheritance, but there wasn't even a manual. It's all about opening a blind box, right? I tried using various powers to refine that orb, using soul power and destructive force, but the orb didn't budge at all. Instead, it made my dantian ache. Well, I guess this matter has to be put on hold for now. A few days later, while I was resting with my eyes closed, suddenly there was a burst of golden light in the carriage. When I opened my eyes, good heavens, the six-winged angel martial soul behind Qian Ringshu actually grew another pair of wings. It transformed into an 8-winged angel. The soul power also skyrocketed by 2 levels, reaching level 57. I quickly asked the coachman to stop, jumped out of the car to protect her. As the golden light dissipated, Qian Rinxue stepped out of the vehicle, radiant and with a proud little expression. I smiled and pinched her nose, took her hand, and directly tore open a spatial rift, stepping back to the Starfall Palace in one go. Just as we reached the study door, I pushed it open and saw, wow, not only was Aunt Yi inside, but also Ning Fengji from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong, and Bon Doloa Guyon. This old fox Ning Fengji immediately pretended to ask about Tang Hao. I laid my cards on the table. He is dead. In the Stardow Forest, we killed him. He feigned shock upon hearing this, and then started his performance, saying something about the three upper sects being connected and fearing that the Haoyan sect would cause us trouble, wanting Ning Rongrong to stay with us under the pretext of mediating conflicts. I understood his intentions clearly. He just wanted to take the opportunity to bind the 7-treasure glazed tile school to us. I smiled and flatly rejected him. Uncle Ning, you needn't worry. We can handle the Haoyan sect's matters ourselves. At the dinner table, this old fox changed the topic, mentioning that tomorrow was the big auction in Heavendo City, and there were rumored to be soul bones, asking if I was interested. Upon hearing that there were soul bones, I had to go take a look, and I agreed on the spot. After sending them off, I immediately ordered Aunt Yi, spread the news of Tang Hao's death, and keep a close watch on that Tang Yuehua from the Moon Pavilion. She is Tang Hao's younger sister. As long as she makes a move, the Haoyan sect's foxtail won't be able to hide. The next day, I took Qian Rinxue and Elder Lion straight to the Heavendo auction house. At the entrance, I saw Ning Fengji and Gu Yong waiting there. We gathered together and walked in side by side, where a hot-looking lady at the entrance handed each of us a mask, saying it was to protect the privacy of the guests. I thought to myself, why wear that thing? My face is the pass. Just walk in and it's done. I'll tell you, the auction house that day was set up like a large pyramid scheme scene, really extravagant. The whole venue resembled a big pot, with a platform in the middle and seating arranged in concentric circles around it, specifically divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades with 5 colors: red, black, purple, yellow, and white. We were definitely the top of the top, directly invited to the innermost red area, a place only accessible to those with a wealth of millions of gold soul coins and top-tier status. As soon as we sat down, a waitress came over with tea and snacks. She was quite attractive, with a great figure, but her eyes were as hollow as an NPC's, and her smile looked more like a grimace than a happy expression. Ning Fengji, being the clever person he is, picked up his teacup, saw through it at a glance, and leaned closer to me, whispering, "Did you see? These staff members are also commodities. As long as the money is right, their lives are yours." I was shocked at that moment. Qian Rinxue, who heard this beside us, frowned and said, "Aren't the 2 great empires and the Spirit Hall explicitly prohibiting human trafficking?" After saying that, she shot me a glance. At that moment, I rolled my eyes and thought, why are you looking at me? I'm not a pervert, and this illegal business has nothing to do with me. I casually picked up a piece of pastry and continued to eat and drink. Ning Fengji was there pretending to be profound, saying that there are many helpless things in this world, and here, as long as you dare to think, there's nothing you can't sell. Well, I get it. Money can make the devil push the mill. Soon, the auction began. When they started auctioning those storage soul guiding devices, I didn't even bother to lift my eyelids, just watching Qian Rinxue flaunt her snacks. It wasn't until a major highlight came on stage that we perked up a bit. A staff member brought out a soul bone. Wow, the main event has arrived. The left leg bone of a 60,000-year-old Azure Jade Phoenix. My mind quickly turned in the database. The Azure Jade Phoenix, that's a legendary soul beast that can stand up to dragons. Although it's just a subspecies, its bloodline is impressive. This 60,000-year-old soul bone is worth as much as an ordinary 100,000-year-old soul bone. If I buy it and give it to my subordinates, it'll definitely be impressive. The starting bid was 3 million. Once this price came out, most people in the audience wilted, with only the big shots in the red and black zones still playing. 3,500,000, 4,200,000, 5 million. The price kept skyrocketing. Ning Fengji also joined in, leisurely raising his hand. 7 million gold soul coins. I leaned back and lazily shouted, 8 million. Ning Fengji glanced at me, smiled, and understood, directly picking up his teacup and falling silent. But others were still hesitating. 8,500,000, 9,200,000, 10 million. I was so annoyed that I directly held up 3 fingers, my voice not loud, but heard by everyone. 30 million. It was a decisive statement. The whole venue fell silent. Who understands this moment of shock that I enjoy? The host nervously tapped the hammer 3 times, and this soul bone was mine. Did you think that was the end? The grand finale was even more outrageous. Several staff members pushed up a large iron cage covered with a red cloth. The host, with a mouth like it was smeared with a laxative, babbled on, saying that all the male friends present would love it. When the red cloth was lifted, I couldn't believe it. Inside was a little girl. She was locked in iron chains, curled up in there, but her figure, cough. The key point was that she had a pair of fluffy white ears on her head and a tail behind her. The host was still boasting. You guys aren't mistaken. It's a top-tier variant of a martial soul. Just think about how happy it would be to raise such a pet cat. That little wildcat had quite the temper. When the host leaned in, she swiped at him with a paw, instantly leaving 3 bloody scratches on his face, which was hilarious. The host, furious, kicked the cage, but the crowd burst into laughter and started bidding. 150,000. 110,000. Qianrenxue's face turned dark, I tell you. Her expression was practically screaming insects on her face. She couldn't hold back anymore and coldly shouted a price. 300,000 gold soul coins. The whole venue went quiet again, spending 300,000 on a disobedient pet and offending the big shots in the red area. Nobody was foolish. Naturally, that little girl belonged to us. The handover went quickly. We were taken to a room where the soul bone and the cage with the girl were both inside. I swiped my card, 330,000, without blinking. Then I pointed at the cage, let her out. As soon as the staff unlocked the chains, that little girl shot out like a cannonball and swiped at them. The staff was prepared, dodging to the side while gathering soul power to retaliate. Stop! Qianrenxue shouted coldly. The staff halted, but that little girl didn't care and continued to attack. The staff had no choice but to knock her back with a palm, sending her crashing back into the iron cage. Qianrenxue frowned and asked YeXuan to help her up. After leaving the auction, I asked Qianrenxue, now that you've bought her, what do you plan to do? Shui, being kind-hearted, glanced at the vigilant little girl behind her and said, she can decide for herself. If she wants to leave, she can go. And if she wants to stay, she can be a maid, ensuring she has no worries about food and clothing. The little girl was stunned, probably not expecting such good fortune. Sister YeXuan kindly reminded her, if you leave, be careful. If you're captured again, you might not encounter someone as kind as our Lord and Lady. A few of us directly entered a restaurant, and that girl stood at the door for a long time, looking at the malicious gazes on the street. In the end, she gritted her teeth and followed us in, saying, I want to go back with you and be a maid. All right, then let's sit down and have a meal together. When Qianrenxue and I saw her eating, wow, her manners were definitely not something an ordinary family could teach. Shui asked her what was going on. As a result, this girl started to tell a story full of family feuds. Her name is Bai Fangyu, from the Baihu sect, one of the 4 lower sections. When her martial soul awakened, it mutated, retaining the form of a tiger, but she couldn't cultivate soul power, so her family kicked her out as a disgrace. And then she was captured by others. I thought to myself, I've seen this script before, but what does it have to do with me? I usually take the attitude of not my business, so I won't get involved. But then Qianrenxue showed some compassion and surprisingly asked me after dinner, Xiaoxian, is there a way to solve her situation? I placed my hand on her forehead to probe a bit, and indeed, the situation was quite complicated. I explained to Shui, theoretically, it could be saved, but it would require a massive amount of rare materials, and the failure rate was as high as 99%. Saying it was a life-and-death situation was an exaggeration. It was basically a 10% chance of survival, with huge risks involved. Upon hearing this, Shui also felt that this deal was a huge loss and was about to give up. However, Bai Fangyu was also a tough character. She suddenly knelt down and swore a fierce oath, saying that as long as she was given a chance, she would be willing to die as a test subject. And if successful, she and her descendants would be loyal to our lineage for generations. This moved Qianrenxue, and she whispered beside me, Xiaoxian, shall we take a gamble? Resources can be earned back, but talent is key. If it succeeds, this martial soul evolution will definitely not be weak. I looked into Bai Fangyu's determined eyes and said, all right, I'll be straightforward with you. I'm using you as an experiment, and I have no guarantees. Are you sure? Her eyes lit up, and she nodded vigorously. I'm sure. Even if I die, I have no regrets. Great. I made the decision right away. Since you're not afraid of death, I'll provide the resources. Whether it works or not depends on your own fate. If it weren't for Schweder speaking up, I wouldn't bother with this trivial matter. But it's just as well. I also want to study what the inner core of that dark DivineTiger is useful for. Back at the Starfall Hall, I cleared out the 3rd level of our treasury, piling up hundreds of years' worth of precious materials into a small mountain, making Qianrenxue exclaim in pain. I took out the inner core of the dark demon evil god tiger and began to unleash the evil god energy towards Bai Fangyu. Let me tell you, the scene was simply extraordinary. I was urging the inner core, and purple-black energy surged crazily into her body, while she acted like she was in a competitive eating contest, desperately stuffing her mouth with those rare treasures. The 2 terrifying energies clashed violently within her, causing her to bleed all over and her bones to crack inch by inch. The screams were so horrific that they made one's scalp tingle. I kept the life domain activated the whole time to keep her alive. Otherwise, she would have been dead long ago. Qian Rushua watched for a while, but couldn't bear it any longer and asked me how long this would take. I said, I don't know. It depends on how tough her life force is. Either her martial soul evolves successfully and she survives, or she explodes and dies. Schwer sighed and ran back to her room to cultivate, preferring not to see it. I was left there alone, maintaining the energy output while listening to her wailing. I tell you, there were sounds of bones shattering coming from Bai Fengyu's body. I heard the sound of bones shattering within Bai Fengyu's body, which made my teeth ache. I could see that the energy from the heavenly materials and earthly treasures she had consumed was about to run out, and the evil god energy within her inner alchemy was simply rampaging, completely taking over the battlefield. Bai Fengyu spat out a mouthful of blood, and her expression turned gray in an instant, like a phone battery at one. She kept muttering something about ultimately failing, filled with unwillingness. I was just about to give up, thinking this investment was a total loss. But guess what? Just as I was about to withdraw the inner elixir in my life domain, a drop of dark purple blood shot out of that inner elixir. Just that one drop dove straight into Bai Fengyu's body. Wow. I instantly became alert, froze in my tracks, my eyes wide open, eager to see what kind of incredible twist was about to unfold. In the next second, a miracle happened. After that drop of blood entered her, the pair of snow-white ears on top of Bai Fengyu's head and the tail behind her began to turn black. The pupils of her eyes also transformed into an eerie purple. Her entire aura changed, exuding a dark and evil energy that filled the air. Even more astonishing was that the injuries on her body, caused by the energy collision, started to heal at a visibly rapid pace within my life domain. I saw a chance and quickly encouraged her. Don't give up. Hang in there. Soon you'll be a true soul master. It seems that my voice gave her a bit of strength. She struggled to get up, but as soon as she moved, she gasped in pain. However, it was good that this excruciating pain completely cleared her mind. She started shouting that she felt hot, saying it was like there was a fire burning inside her. But guess what she actually said? It felt quite comfortable. Who understands this? Her constitution is truly something else. With a tearing sound, the fabric on her back split open, and a pair of shiny black wings suddenly spread out. A black tail with barbed tips glimmering coldly sprouted from the end. Immediately after, a roar of a tiger made my ears buzz, as a gigantic shadow of a black tiger formed behind her. After getting all this done, she finally couldn't hold on anymore. Her eyes rolled back, and she passed out. I laughed. It's done. My martial soul turned out to be the dark demon, evil god tiger. It seems that drop of blood was the key essence of the bloodline. I retracted my inner core and domain, looked up at the sky, then glanced down at the corpse of Bai Fengyu lying on the ground. After thinking for a moment, I took off my white robe from the soul guide and threw it over her, then turned around and went back to my room. Are you kidding me? Someone who has awakened their martial soul is very resilient. Can they really catch a cold just from sleeping on the ground? As soon as I opened the door, Schwer woke up from her meditation, her eyes darting over. Xiao Xian, how is she? Did she succeed? Basically, she's done. I sat down by the bed. I'll check tomorrow for any side effects. If everything's fine, she can go for her spirit ring. Schwer had a satisfied smile on her face as she said, it seems we made the right bet. Those rare herbs weren't wasted. The next morning, while Schwer and I were having breakfast, Bai Fengyu arrived. Now, apart from the pair of black ears on her head, her tail had already retracted, and she looked just like a normal person. As soon as she approached us, without saying a word, she bowed at a 90-degree angle, looking very serious. As agreed, I have succeeded. I, Bai Fengyu, swear by my martial soul that from now on, for all eternity, I will be loyal to your lineage. My clan and my descendants will do the same. Just as her words fell, a thunderous sound echoed outside, as if heaven itself had stamped its approval. I waved my hand and calmly said, all right, get up, release your martial soul, and let me see. And by the way, let's check your soul power level. Bai Fengyu immediately complied, and as soon as her dark demon, evil god, tiger, martial soul appeared, that imposing aura, wow. I extended a finger and pressed it against her forehead, letting my soul power circulate for a bit, checking her meridians and sea of consciousness, confirming that there were no issues. Her body was perfectly normal, so she could practice with peace of mind from now on. I withdrew my hand and said, you currently have innate soul power level 9, not bad. Once you reach level 10, I will arrange for someone to take you to hunt for a soul ring. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young lady. She was so grateful she was almost in tears. As a result, Schwer leisurely took a sip of tea and spoke up. Don't be in such a hurry to thank. As soon as I heard that tone, I knew the main event was about to begin. Sua yuktea, smiling like a little fox. I help you because I need you to bring enough benefits. The things you eat, aren't they all worth tens of millions of gold soul coins each? A few hundred plants together could easily amount to several billion. Your single vow of loyalty cannot bring such great benefits right now. Therefore, what I want is not just your loyalty, but the entire White Tiger sect. Bai Fengyu's expression instantly froze, and she hurriedly said, "Don't say that I've already been expelled from the sect. Even if I hadn't, I don't have the ability to make the entire White Tiger sect loyal to you. I simply can't do it. Can't do it?" Xuya chuckled lightly. Her gaze was something else. "I will help you achieve that. You come from the White Tiger sect, so the people of the White Tiger sect are naturally your kin. Just now, you swore with your martial soul that your kin and descendants would be loyal to us. So, as long as you can return to the White Tiger sect, won't that be enough?" Bai Fengyu's face turned pale, shaking her head and saying, "You didn't say you wanted the entire White Tiger sect before. That's my home." Schwerer crossed her arms, leaning back in her chair, her tone as light as a feather. "Do you think you have a right to refuse? It was you who begged to come here, and the oath was made by you. Your life is now ours. What do you have to refuse?" Bai Fenyu bit her lip, unable to utter a word. In the end, she could only bow to us and leave in a daze. I'm telling you, Schwenner's tactic is truly brilliant. She has mastered the game of words. After handling this matter, my attention turned to another side. My subordinates placed in Heaven-Do City relayed news that Tang Yuehua, who is Tang Hao's sister, quietly left the city after learning of her brother's death. My people followed her, watching her take a carriage and travel 300 miles into a particularly remote little village. Found it. The rat nest of the Haotian sect. I was holed up in my room, studying the inner core of the dark demon, evil god tiger. I had given the bloodline to Bai Fenyu, but the energy inside was still abundant. However, how exactly do I use this thing? I directly called out to my external aid in my consciousness. "Hey, Evil Eye Saint King, old relic, do you know what this orb is for?" The Evil Eye Saint King sensed it and clicked his tongue in amazement. "This is a treasure. It contains the energy of an evil god." But as for how to use it, he actually turned to ask another resident in my consciousness, the remnant soul of the dark demon, evil god tiger. As a result, that old tiger lazily replied, "Do you think if I knew, he would be asking you?" Good grief, my two external aids are both unreliable. Simply a pair of hidden talents. After asking for a long time, they really weren't cooking up anything. Finally, after a long pause, the Evil Eye Saint King gave a suggestion. "This orb has its own spirit. Why don't you try communicating with it?" "All right then, I'll give it a shot." I immersed my consciousness into it, and hey, guess what? I really got in. Then a rather dramatic phrase poured directly into my brain, illusion of extinction, transforming into myriad forms. Evil soldiers of 1,000 illusions. I recognized every word, but put together, I didn't understand a single one. I lay on the ground, staring at the starry sky in a daze. Schwerer came over and sat down beside me without me noticing. I casually pulled her down to lie beside me, and then I got a little playful, sending my thoughts to the stars in the west. "Hey, show me some respect. Move a bit." After a while, the stars in the west lazily twinkled, and then they streaked across the night sky like a meteor shower. The scene was breathtaking. Schwerer said it was pretty good, but her eyes were filled with stars. At that moment, she took out a letter from her bag and handed it to me. "My grandpa is here." I took a look at the letter, and it had just one sentence. "The Spirit Hall forbids anyone below me from stepping into the secluded grounds of the Haotian sect." I was puzzled at the time. Isn't Tang Chun in the City of Slaughter? What is Haotian sect afraid of? Schwerer pointed to the back. I turned it over and saw a line of small text. "I once fought against Tang Chun on the mountain and unfortunately lost to him by half a move. I couldn't hold it in and lost half a move. Doesn't that still mean I lost?" This excuse is really classic. It's giving cope. But that's not a big deal. What he said about the Spirit Hall people not being allowed to enter doesn't mean my Starfall Palace people can't enter. Just as I was saying this, Aunt Yu was knocking on the door outside. "Master, the people from Haotian sect and Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect have arrived." I exchanged a smile with Schwerer, and there it was. The main character had come knocking. We arrived at the main hall and saw Tang Xiao, an elder beside him, and Ning Fengji, who was eager to watch the commotion. Tang Xiao's gaze first glanced warily at Aunt Yi behind me. Then he got straight to the point. "Master Yi, how did Tang Hao die? Where's his son?" I leaned back in the chair and admitted straightforwardly, "Tang Hao, I killed him. His son might be feeding soul beasts in the Stardo Forest, so you can go find him yourselves." The elder next to Tang Xiao slammed the armrest and stood up, shouting with his beard blowing. "Since you killed Tang Hao, then the soul bones on him should be returned to our Haotian sect. I laughed, looking at him as if he were a fool. The soul bone is also with me. But now, it's my trophy and has nothing to do with your Haotian sect. The old man was so angry that his fingers were trembling. Young man, don't be too arrogant. My gaze instantly turned cold. Arrogant? You need to understand, this is my Starfall Hall, not your Haotian sect. If you want revenge and to retrieve the soul bone, you are not worthy. Get lost and call Tang Chen over. Maybe there is still a chance. That old man wanted to say something, but was directly stopped by Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao was much smarter than his brainless elder. He knew that a direct confrontation today would be disadvantageous for them. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said, "We can discuss Tang Hao's matter later, and we can also forego the soul bone. But you must tell me the whereabouts of my nephew Tang San." I looked at him, my eyes slightly squinting. I want to find Tang San. Go to the Stardow Forest. Don't come to me. Whether he is dead or alive, I don't know. The hall was terrifyingly quiet. Ning Fengji over there was holding a teacup, watching with great interest. After a long while, Tang Xiao finally withdrew his gaze and stood up. Since that's the case, we of the Haotian sect will not stay any longer. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly, his seventh elder became restless, like a firecracker igniting, insisting that he was not convinced and wanted to challenge YeXuan one-on-one as an elder of the Haotian sect. I have to tell you, that old rascal Tang Xiao is quite clever. As soon as he heard this, he immediately shifted the blame, saying, "Well, you should see what Lord Yi thinks," and then sat back down, picking up his teacup to continue watching the show. Ning Fengji, who was beside him, was so scared that he hurriedly whispered to the Sword Douluo, "Sword Uncle, be ready to rescue someone later. I'm afraid the members of the Haotian sect won't be able to walk out of this door today." The Sword Douluo thought Ning Fengji was overreacting and said, "Both sides have their concerns. They won't fight." But Ning Fengji's next words left him speechless. Concerns? Someone who dares to smash the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, dares to kill Tang Hao, and even dares to admit it in front of the Haotian sect. Do you think he has any concerns? Upon hearing this, the Sword Douluo fell silent. It was true. This guy YeXuan plays by his own rules and has no concept of concerns in his dictionary. Just as this was said, the terrifying pressure from YeXuan's side was suddenly released, directly making the seventh elder turn pale, as if he were carrying a mountain, unable to move at all. However, YeXuan raised his hand to stop it, smiling and saying, "It's fine, ain't ye? They came from afar as guests. Let us just play with them." Who understands this demeanor among family members? Then a group of people rushed outside the hall. Once outside, the seventh elder still tried to act tough, saying to YeXuan, "I'm a level 92 titled Daw, titled Fear Sunday. I will fight you using the same soul power and let you strike first to avoid you saying, 'I bully the weak.'" YeXuan laughed, waved his hand, and said, "No need, just use your full strength. Otherwise, it won't be interesting." As soon as he finished speaking, the white tiger martial soul was directly possessed, and the soul rings rose beneath his feet. Let me tell you, the whole venue fell silent at that moment. Purple, purple, gold, black, black, 5 rings. The seventh elder's eyes nearly popped out, and he must have been frantically thinking, what kind of abstract soul ring distribution is this? 2 purple, 1 gold, 2 black? What is this kid's background? It seems like he's hit a steel plate. He still pretended to be tough. Arrogant. I want to see what kind of strength you have. The Haotian hammer shone, and 9 soul rings emerged as well. In the next second, both of them moved simultaneously. The fierce sun launched a Haori Liang attack, and the Haotian hammer became like a small sun, with burning meteors falling from the sky, bombarding YeXuan indiscriminately. What happened? YeXuan's movement technique was like a ghost, dodging crazily between the gaps of the meteor shower, and he didn't get hit even once. He also activated a holy light barrier, becoming immune to all control. Seeing this, the fierce sun was shocked. Physical attacks couldn't land. He then unleashed his 5th soul skill, gravity control, trying to pin YeXuan to the ground. But he never expected that inside the barrier, YeXuan was completely unaffected, directly passing through the rain of fire, and in an instant was right in front of him. First soul skill, White Tiger, Meteor Destruction. YeXuan punched out, and countless silver rays shot out like a machine gun. The fierce sun hurriedly swung his hammer to defend, but each strike left his hands numb, and inside he was churning with waves of shock. This kid is only a soul king. How can his attacks be almost on par with a soul Douluo? How am I supposed to fight this? He panicked and directly used his 6th soul skill, Martial Soul Avatar. 1 hammer instantly became 2, attacking YeXuan from both sides, trying to finish the battle quickly with the advantage of close combat. YeXuan need it. You think you're the only one with a weapon? He swiftly drew out his divine punishment silver spear. As soon as the silver spear appeared, its sharp aura seemed to cut through the air. Clang! Clang! The two of them clashed hard like iron striking iron. Watching the show, aside from Qianren Xue and Aunt Yi, everyone was stunned. Ning Fengji quietly asked the Sword Douluo, Sword Uncle, what do you think are little Xian's chances of winning? The Sword Douluo shook his head. It's hard to say, both are not holding back. The outcome is unpredictable. On Tang Xiao's side, his face turned green, and he praised. What terrifying talent. But inside he was probably bleeding. If this were a disciple of our Haotian sect, we would spare no effort in nurturing him. Unfortunately, he is now a mortal enemy. If he grows stronger, will there still be a future for the Haotian sect? On the battlefield, the fight was becoming more intense. As they fought, the fierce sun started to show signs of injury, with several cuts from the silver spear bleeding. In contrast, YeXuan was fine apart from some torn clothing. The fierce sun realized he couldn't win in close combat, so he suddenly retreated using the force from a collision, simultaneously throwing his hammer like a hidden weapon towards YeXuan. YeXuan easily dodged to the side. At this moment, the fierce sun finally panicked, and his seventh soul ring shone brightly. Kid, you're the most talented young person I have ever seen, but a soul king is still a soul king. This match should end. Martial soul, true body. A Haotian hammer as large as a small mountain descended from the sky, smashing down towards YeXuan. At the same time, the hammer he had thrown earlier also turned in midair, attacking from behind. A pincer attack, a guaranteed kill. I'll tell you, at that time, everyone thought YeXuan was done for. But YeXuan stood still, not moving at all, and instead threw the divine punishment silver spear at the distant blazing sun with all his might, just like a javelin. He didn't even glance at the two hammers that were about to smash down on him. Just as those two hammers were about to hit him, a flash of light appeared on his body, making him become ethereal. The two Haotian hammers passed right through him without causing any damage. This move nearly burned out my CPU. But on the other side, things were dire for the blazing sun. He looked at the flying silver spear, and, instead of dodging, he attempted to catch it with his bare hands. I wanted to shout, dude, do you have some sort of hero complex? You really want to catch a divine weapon with your bare hands? The divine punishment silver spear pierced through his palm with a whoosh, sending him flying backward and finally pinning him to the ground. The terrifying destructive power from the spear surged into his body like a virus through the wound, causing him to scream in agony like a slaughtered pig. Tang Xiao noticed something was wrong and rushed over to help pull out the spear. But what happened? The spear was as if it were rooted to the ground. No matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge. Of course, how could a divine weapon be pulled out so easily? At this point, everyone realized it wasn't that YeXuan's attack couldn't be avoided, but that the old man himself chose not to dodge and insisted on taking it head-on. Who understands that this was essentially a high-level suicide move? YeXuan then leisurely walked over and easily pulled the spear out like he was harvesting a radish. The blazing sun's one hand was completely blackened, effectively ruined. Even a healing soul master wouldn't be able to save him now. Then, the most outrageous move of the night happened. YeXuan patted the dirt off his clothes, pointed at the pockmarked ground, and spoke. Since the competition is over, it's time to settle the score. The ground in my Starfall Hall is mostly damaged by your Haotian hammers, so your Haotian sect must compensate. The blazing sun was so furious, he nearly choked. I've been beaten like this, and you still want us to pay? YeXuan looked at him as if he were an idiot and slowly said, First, the competition was initiated by you. Second, you didn't use your brain and insisted on catching my spear with your bare hands. You chose not to dodge, so who can you blame? Third, does my Starfall Hall not need money to repair the ground? Damaging things requires compensation. Isn't that common sense? This logical closure left the old man speechless. Tang Xiao's face was as dark as a pot bottom, barely holding back his anger, asked, How much do you want in compensation? YeXuan held up 5 fingers. Tang Xiao tentatively asked, 50,000 gold soul coins? YeXuan shook his head. 500,000? No, YeXuan chuckled lightly. It's 50 million gold soul coins. 50 million? Are you robbing us? The blazing sun roared. Tang Xiao exploded too, his whole aura erupting. Yihall Master, do you really think our Haotian sect is afraid of your Starfall Hall? YeXuan squinted his eyes, his aura unwavering. Then do you think I'm afraid of the Haotian sect? You can try and see if you can leave the Starfall Hall today. Yi Auntie behind him also moved, the pressure of a limit Douluo instantly enveloping the entire venue, and the atmosphere became tense. Luckily, Ning Fengji quickly stepped in to mediate. urging both sides to return to the hall and talk things out properly. Thus began the most absurd negotiation in history. Let me tell you, YeXuan and his wife Qianren were practically masters of the double act. As soon as YeXuan sat down, he said, 50 million, not a penny less. Once the money is paid, we'll go our separate ways. Tang Xiao directly refused. Impossible. It's better to go to war than to negotiate like this. YeXuan, then let us go to war. Ning Fengji, stuck in the middle, was feeling overwhelmed, desperately trying to smooth things over. At this moment, Qianren spoke up. Winking at YeXuan, little Xian, what Ning's sect master said makes sense. Why don't we take a step back and settle for 45 million? YeXuan pretended to think for a moment before reluctantly nodding. All right, then 45 million. Tang Xiao's face turned green, gritting his teeth. 500,000 gold soul coins. That's the highest price. Huh, 500,000? Are you trying to insult us? YeXuan laughed directly. It seems you have no sincerity to negotiate. Then let us just fight. Ning Fengji quickly stepped in again to mediate. Hey, how about this? You each take a step back and settle for 5 million gold soul coins? This price was clearly acceptable to Tang Xiao, and he was about to speak when YeXuan chimed in again. 5 million gold soul coins is fine, plus 30 heavenly treasures and 2 soul bones. Otherwise, no deal. Goodness, now, that was sky-high pricing. Tang Xiao was so angry his hands trembled. Heavenly treasures can be increased by 10, but soul bones are out of the question. Qianren came out again to bargain, tugging at YeXuan's sleeve. Little Xian, let us give the Haoyan sect a bit of a discount for Ning's sect master's sake. Let us settle for 20 heavenly treasures and 1 soul bone. YeXuan put on a pained expression. Oh dear Shui, the cost of repairing the ground is quite high. 5 million might not even be enough. If we go lower, will be a loss. But for Ning's sect master's sake, I'll reluctantly accept. I was watching from the side and almost burst out laughing. Tang Xiao's face turned purple from the effort, and in the end, he had no choice but to concede. Okay, 5 million gold soul coins, 20 spirit herbs, and a soul bone. I agree, but we need a few days to gather them at Haoyan sect. All right, I'll give you 5 days. If I don't get the items after 5 days, don't blame me for personally visiting your Haoyan sect with my people. With that, Tang Xiao, supporting the half-dead 7th elder, left in a dejected manner. Once everyone had left, Ning Fengji also stood up to take his leave. Before he left, he cast a meaningful glance at Qianren, then exited the main hall and quietly asked the sword Douluo beside him. Sword uncle, can you tell what level of strength YeXuan really has? If, say, Lai Yang had dodged his attack, could he still win? What kind of person is sword uncle? He smacked his lips and told me. That kid YeXuan is definitely a title Douluo level monster right now. Think about it. Lai Yang, an old-school title Douluo, has his martial spirit true body activated, and his soul power is almost at level 40. Yet what happened? It ended in a draw. You say dodge? Even if he dodged, it wouldn't matter. There are no ifs in this world. A loss is a loss. How can a title Douluo be taken down by a soul king and almost end up in ICU? Who would believe that? Uncle Ning sighed deeply after hearing this and remarked that back in his day, the strongest was Tang Hao, but now among the younger generation. That kid YeXuan is simply the leading version of the answer. The scene shifts back to the Starfall Hall. Aunt Yi, the very cool Vice Hall master, brought YeXuan a project proposal that was quite professional. The PPT was even prettier than my year-end summary. YeXuan asked, what else is missing? Aunt Yi replied, everything is ready, just lacking a location. As for teachers, we can either recruit from outside or promote from within the hall. Just ask the Tiando royal family to open a back door for the procedures. Once the academy opens, graduates can directly enter our Starfall Hall, perfectly connecting the talent supply chain. I'm telling you, that kid YeXuan is really dark-hearted. He directly made Qianren take out a map and told Aunt Yi go. See if this is the place where those bastards from Haoyan sect are hiding. Goodness, he is planning to build a school right on their ancestral grave. Without hesitation, YeXuan opened a spatial door and took Qianren directly to the Tiando Imperial Palace. As soon as they landed, a big guy named Tai Xiong threw a punch without saying a word. I was stunned. Family, who understands? This welcome ceremony is way too special. Shima and Ci Shui were so scared they yelled to stop. We're on the same side, but it was too late. YeXuan caught the punch with one hand. Looking incredibly cool, Qianren face turned dark immediately. Are you blind? How dare you sneak attack us? And guess what Tai Xiong said? I didn't sneak attack. I was fighting openly. Seriously, this guy's thought process is just plain stupid. This big guy even felt wronged. Saying he'd been cooped up in the palace for 6 whole years, never stepping outside, just waiting for YeXuan, thinking he had been forgotten. YeXuan was speechless, asking him, "You're publicly a member of the Starfall Palace. Why didn't you go report to the Starfall Palace directly?" Taixiong went blank at that moment. His expression was like a CPU overheating, right? How'd I not think of that? Once in the study, Qian Renxue immediately gave orders to allocate land and use half of the empire's tax revenue to build a school. So domineering. Then she passed the task to Taixiong. Why does YeXuan trust him? Because although this guy is silly, his execution ability is max. If you tell him to go east, he won't go west. And if you ask him to draw a circle, he won't draw a square. Later, YeXuan hugged Qian Renxue and quietly said, "Got it? This guy, why did he punch us as soon as we met?" Qian Renxue rolled her eyes, saying she had already seen it. Yes, just a one-track mind, doing things without thinking. Then she reminded the fake crown prince to hide his tail, especially to be careful of that old fox Ning Fengji. To facilitate Taixiong's work, YeXuan specially brought him back to the Starfall Palace and gave him a nominal elder status. Let me tell you, this move was quite clever. YeXuan clearly told him, "You're just a nominal elder. You're still from the Pope's Hall, don't think too much." This not only gave him face, but also drew a clear line, showing high emotional intelligence. After hearing this, Taixiong breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "Thank goodness, I'm still the loyal dog of His Holiness the Pope." But this silly guy insisted on staying behind as a bodyguard before leaving. YeXuan just laughed. "Come on, you wouldn't be able to beat me if it really came to a fight." He arranged everything clearly for him. All right, the main event is here. That night, while YeXuan was cultivating, suddenly there was a ding in his head. System prompt. Your external module is updating, V1. 0 to V2. 0, please wait. I thought, does this system even have OTA updates? Half an hour later, when the update was done, I was shocked. The check-in function was gone, and a mall had opened instead. What sky opening divine axe for swords of extermination, the prices nearly made my eyes pop out, and I had to count the zeros at the back for a long time. Then I looked at my balance, 9,000 luck points. Not even enough to buy a bathroom. Then YeXuan began his traditional skill, getting close to the system. "Hey, system bro, after our 16 years of relationship, how about that 20 billion sky opening axe? Can you give me a friendship price of 2,000? Guess how the system replied? How about I just give it to you for free? YeXuan was dumbfounded, thinking the system had a bug. Then the system casually said, "Weren't you the one who joked with me first?" Ha ha. This system upgraded and learned to be sarcastic. Has AI evolved to this extent? In the end, with no choice. He honestly spent over 7,000 to buy a super Douluo experience card as a trump card and also bought a beauty revitalizing pill, planning to give it to Qian Renxue as a gift later. TSK, this man is quite clever. Then he started pondering how to earn luck points. The system was like a riddle master, making him figure it out by himself. This just pushing him to go out and stir up trouble. The next morning, YeXuan was contemplating how to make money. Oh no, how to earn luck points when Ning Rongrong showed up. This young lady was very rude, coming straight in to pour out YeXuan's tea and replace it with her own 7-treasure glazed tea, claiming the other one was terrible. Then she blinked her big eyes and asked YeXuan, "Big brother, want to go shopping?" YeXuan immediately rejected her 3 times. "No time, very busy, need to cultivate. Go back home quickly." But the next second, Qian Renxue came over and said, "Xiao Xian, let's go shopping." YeXuan instantly changed his attitude. Sure, perfect timing. I need to relax." Oh man, the double standard was right there. Ning Rongrong turned green in the back, immediately chasing after them and questioning. "Didn't you say you were busy?" YeXuan couldn't care less, saying, "The road isn't my family s. If you want to follow, then follow." Then he grabbed Qian Renxue's hand, and the two of them chatted and laughed as they walked ahead, leaving Ning Rongrong behind. What a scene. After about 10 minutes, the 3 of them reached the most bustling street in Tiando City and started wandering around aimlessly. Qian Renxue was looking at all the shops, as if she was picking something, but she just wouldn't go in, leading YeXuan to the next street. Ning Rongrong was also looking around, wanting to rush into the shops several times. But this little princess didn't stand a chance. Qian Renxue completely ignored her, like a radar with a clear target, leading them straight to a street that was dazzlingly brilliant, then plunging into a luxurious clothing store that looked like it could sell me off. I tell you, as soon as we walked in, the waitress floated over with a smile like a blooming flower. But Qian Renxue didn't even lift her eyelids and directly said, "No need for your introduction. We'll look ourselves," sending her back. Wow, my sister is truly a queen, radiating confidence. This store is really exaggerated. The clothes are so glamorous they almost blinded me, and even a single piece costs thousands of gold soul coins. I feel like I'd trip if I wore them. Qian Rinxue scanned the first and second floors like she was surveying her territory, not even raising her eyebrows, and went straight to the third and fourth floors. This guy YeXuan really understands her. He pointed to a golden gown in a display case on the fourth floor and asked Schwerer, "What do you think of that one?" Qian Rinxue's eyes instantly lit up. That dress was indeed beautiful, with golden threads, both classical and elegant, clearly not an ordinary item. Without saying a word, she grabbed YeXuan and rushed up to the fourth floor. When they reached the display case, Qian Rinxue just stared at it without speaking. YeXuan understood and directly waved to call the waitress. "This one, wrap it up." And guess what? The waitress smiled and said, "Sorry, young sir, but everything on the fourth floor is not for sale. They're only for display. I just want to complain, why put it out there if you're not selling it? Is this some kind of performance art?" YeXuan wasn't going to tolerate her and said, "Isn't displaying it here just selling it? Wrap it up. We could talk about the price." The waiter was really struggling there. Please understand, their smile was almost frozen. Let me tell you, YeXuan is a man of no nonsense. The next second, with a crash, he smashed the glass of the display case with a punch. He reached in and took out the clothes, then pulled out a gold soul card from his soul guide and threw it to the petrified waiter, saying in a tone that was simply unbelievable, "I'm taking the clothes. If your boss has any objections, let him come to the Starfall Palace to talk to me." People, who understands this? This move was straightforward and brutal. I wanted to shout 666 right there. Qian Rinxue took the clothes with an air of indifference, as if it were just like going out to buy a cabbage, and continued to shop with YeXuan. When we finished shopping and came out, we happened to run into Ning Rongrong at the door. This little rich girl actually told me she forgot to bring money and couldn't pay for a few clothes she liked. YeXuan was also straightforward, directly handing her a gold soul card with a limit of 100,000. Just 2 words, remember to pay back. Ning Rongrong was completely unconcerned. After all, the 7-treasure glazed tile school wasn't short on money. After that, the 3 of us wandered aimlessly on the street until noon when we found a high-end restaurant to eat. As soon as we sat down, Ning Rongrong, this little princess, really didn't treat herself as an outsider. She grabbed the menu and started naming dishes like she was rapping, and just when tea stopped, ordering a huge table full. YeXuan and Qian Rinxue looked like they were about to explode, but they didn't say anything, just sitting there quietly. Just when the atmosphere was awkward, the restaurant door opened and a man walked in. Let me tell you, this guy was really handsome, but he walked with a sway every 3 steps, holding a wine jug in his hand, and even had lipstick marks on his face that clearly showed he had just gotten off work. As soon as he walked in, his eyes locked onto YeXuan's, and that gaze, I tell you, made the air crackle like Pangu opening the sky. Something big was about to happen. This guy didn't care about us, sat down at a table not far from us, and then did something even more explosive. He told the waiter, "Bring me one of everything on the menu." The waiter was stunned, looking him up and down, probably afraid he would skip out on the bill. The guy took a sip of wine and said casually, "Don't worry, I have money. I'll one-tea run away." Qian Rinxue quietly asked YeXuan, "Do you know him?" YeXuan shook his head. "I don't know him." But his eyes clearly felt that this matter was not simple. By the time the dishes were served and we had eaten most of our meal, the guy was also full and waved to settle the bill. The waiter reported, "Young master, the total is 100,800 soul coins." I just wanted to see how impressive his handsome face could be. Sure enough, he became all EMO, and his hand holding the menu was trembling. He awkwardly smiled and said, "Wait a moment, I need to talk to my friend." After saying that, he walked straight over to our table. Ning Rongrong was the first to be unhappy. "Who are you? Get up. Can't you see we're eating?" The guy completely ignored her, sat down, and stared at YeXuan, saying, "I'm Qing Sheng. I think we should have a private chat." YeXuan put down his chopsticks, and the 2 of them went to a corner of the restaurant. I perked up my ears to listen and heard that Qing Sheng said, "Bro, help me out. I don't have money to pay the bill. We're both descendants of divine beasts, so rounding it up, we're practically brothers, right? You can't just leave me hanging." Wow. Starting off by building connections and playing the emotional card. Huh? YeXuan was straightforward, saying, "I can lend you money, but you have to work at my Starfall Hall to pay it back." Upon hearing this, Qing Sheng shook his head vigorously. No, I hate being constrained the most. I just like to live a carefree life." YeXuan laughed. "Then you might as well prepare to dine and dash." After saying that, he walked back to his seat. When Qing Sheng saw the deal fall through, he pretended to take out money in front of the waiter, and while no one was paying attention, he turned and dashed towards the exit. The waiter reacted quickly and shouted, "Someone's dining and dashing." Instantly, several bouncers jumped down from the 2nd floor of the restaurant, led by a soul emperor, who immediately chased after Qing Sheng. In the end, Qing Sheng was as slippery as an eel, dodging without fighting back. cornered against the wall. He suddenly shouted, "The master of Starfall Hall is my brother. Think carefully before you make a move." I was eating next to them and almost spewed my food out. Dude, this is what you call a stage social interaction. Those thugs were having a blast, shouting Pope or my bro, and then they started beating him up. The most ridiculous part was when this Qing Sheng actually squatted in the corner with his hands on his head, toughing it out. I was dumbfounded. Where's the dignity of a dragon clan? Did you drink it away? Seeing him so cowardly, the thug stopped and prepared to search him for valuables to settle the score. Suddenly, a hairpin fell out of his sleeve, looking particularly expensive. The leader reached out to grab it, but the previously submissive Qing Sheng's eyes changed in an instant, as if he had become a different person, and coldly said, "I can give you anything on me, but not this." Those guys didn't care and directly tried to snatch it. The next second, a dragon's roar shook the heavens. A giant azure dragon's phantom coiled behind him, with 4 soul rings dazzling the eyes. Then it was a one-sided crushing. He had just been beaten up, but now it was like he had activated cheats, taking down all those thugs in no time. However, he was careful not to kill them. YeXuan explained to me that this guy's martial soul is the divine beast azure dragon, renowned alongside his white tiger. But the problem is this guy can fight, but he has given up. It's like, completely let go, not fighting for anything anymore. So his martial soul looks powerful, but it actually lacks spirit. What a shame. After beating them up, Qing Sheng carefully tucked the hairpin away and said to the people on the ground, "I will pay you back the money later." Then he actually walked back to his table, packed up all the untouched dishes, and then swayed away with a wine jug. This guy is truly a living legend, emphasizing thrift and family management. We settled the bill, and YeXuan directly said to Ning Rongrong, "You can go back to the sect. We have something to do and don't have time to play with you anymore." After saying that, he pulled Qian Rinxue and walked straight out of the restaurant, heading in the direction of that Qing Sheng. I tell you, these two people are quite carefree, showing no restraint at all. Qing Sheng must have noticed, but he didn't care at all and didn't pay any attention. We just followed him all the way out of Tiando City and arrived at a dilapidated village. In the center of the village, there was a newly built small wooden house. Qing Sheng pushed open the door of the wooden house and turned back to smile at us. "My humble abode is simple, so I won't entertain you." After saying that, he went inside by himself. As we reached the door, we heard a woman's coughing from inside the house. When we entered, we saw a pale, severely ill young girl sitting on the bed, while Qing Sheng was preparing medicine for her nearby. The girl weakly asked, "Sheng, are these two your friends?" Qing Sheng pointed at YeXuan and smiled, saying, "This is my brother, and the one next to him is." He stumbled when introducing Qian Rinxue, seemingly unsure of how to address her, almost overheating his CPU. YeXuan naturally interjected, "This is my wife." He then looked at the girl on the bed, and her complexion suggested that the situation was dire. Qing Sheng also regained his composure, took out the packaged food, and gently said, "Let me introduce you. This is my wife." Inger smiled at us, but after smiling, she started coughing even more violently, and blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. YeXuan, being straightforward, immediately said, "She's been poisoned. You should find someone to detoxify her instead of trying to suppress it with herbs here." Qing Sheng didn't respond, wiped the blood from Inger's mouth, then stood up and gave YeXuan a look, signaling him to follow him outside. As soon as we were out the door, this guy, without saying a word, pulled a gun out from thin air. The gun gleamed with a blue light, and dragon patterns were engraved on the barrel, clearly indicating it was no ordinary weapon. I hadn't even had the chance to ask him what he meant by that when he started dancing by himself. Let me tell you, his shooting skills and movement were incredibly smooth, all clever techniques, with not a single flashy move, emphasizing practicality. But his style was too conservative. Every move was first about defense and then about offense, which made me, a strong attack-type player, feel uncomfortable. Does anyone understand? When you can knock someone down with a single punch, why play turn-based? Isn't that just wasting time? After finishing a set of shooting moves, he downed a drink and then started entrusting me with a legacy. He said this set of shooting skills was the culmination of his life's work. And since he found me agreeable, he wanted me to pass it on to someone fated in the future. He felt that if he could do that, his life wouldn't have been in vain. I laughed at that moment and said, "Dude, why are you already talking about your last wishes? Aren't you afraid I'll expose your gun technique and practice it myself?" He gave a bitter smile, took another sip of his drink, looking quite worn out. He said, "Inger has been poisoned with a mixed toxin. There's no saving her. She wants to go to the far north to see the ice fields, and if nothing unexpected happens, we'll be buried there together. As for this gun technique, do whatever you want with it. It won't matter to us anymore." As soon as I heard it, I felt something was wrong. Revenge? I just couldn't believe that this poison was inflicted for no reason. As a result, he directly got EMO on me and said that he had been a soul sect 3 years ago, but in the past 3 years his soul power had remained stagnant, as if it were welded shut. Forcing himself to cultivate would only lead to going crazy, turning him into a complete waste. How could he even talk about revenge? After saying this, he looked at the sky and said the medicine was almost ready, then walked into the room. I looked at his desolate back and shouted, "I won't leave a will. I only deliver news of death." After saying that, I followed him in, too lazy to explain. Once inside, without saying a word, I walked straight up to Inger, placed my hand on her shoulder, and sent my soul power in to investigate the situation. The girl remained quite calm, probably thinking that there was nothing left to gain at this point. Qing Sheng watched from the side, shaking his head and smiling wryly, likely believing I was wasting my efforts. After my soul power circled around, I was taken aback, my brows furrowed tightly. The situation was worse than I had imagined. The toxins had basically finished remodeling her body, and relying solely on soul power to suppress it was simply insufficient. Qing Sheng came over with medicine and said, "Brother, I appreciate the sentiment, but don't waste your efforts." I ignored him completely and unleashed my power. The realm of life instantly opened up, filling the entire wooden cabin with that green life energy. Let me tell you, I may not know how to detoxify, but using my life energy, which is comparable to spring water, to temporarily suppress the toxins is like having the power in my hands, right? The effect was immediate. Inger's pale face instantly regained some color. Qing Sheng, holding the bowl, started to tremble, his gaze fixed on me, making me feel a bit uneasy. I said, "Big brother, please don't look at me like that. I'm not used to it when a big man stares at me like this. I can only suppress it. I can't detoxify, so staring at me won't help." But he didn't care. Hope had reignited in his eyes. Before, he thought there was no chance. But now even the smallest hope is still hope. He was so excited that he pulled out a tightly sealed jar of liquor from under the bed, insisting on giving it to me, saying it was his treasure possession. I waved my hand and withdrew from the situation, saying, "I won't have the wine. Just call me brother, and helping out is nothing." Inger was able to sit up and looked at me, sincerely saying thank you. You see, I'm the kind of person who is easily swayed by this, so I quickly said it was nothing, just a small effort. As a result, the first thing this girl did once she regained her composure was to offer to cook for us. At that moment, I felt something was off. Qing Sheng's expression was quite something. There was concern on one side and a bit of, hard to describe on the other. He was still trying to hold on. "Bro, let me tell you, my wife's cooking is absolutely top-notch. You must try it later, don't be polite." I glanced at him sideways, already having a hunch that this guy was definitely boasting. What's worse is that Qianrenxue, that silly girl, actually volunteered to help. My eyelids were twitching at that moment. Let me tell you, this is going to be interesting. A rising star in the world of dark cuisine and a noble young lady who has never lifted a finger in the kitchen. Putting the two of them together in a kitchen is bound to create some abstract art. Qing Sheng saw Qianrenxue go in and cheekily leaned over to ask me, "Bro, how's your wife at cooking?" Can I say no? I said without changing my expression. Is there even a need to ask? The delicacies of the human world are an understatement. We just looked at each other, seriously bragging, neither of us wanting to expose the other. The scene was simply incredible. In the end, Qing Sheng couldn't hold back anymore, took out 2 cups, and said, "Stop waiting around, let's have a drink. I really want to see what that earthly delicacy of yours is like." I chuckled and said, "Same here. I also want to see what you call a masterpiece." After taking a sip of wine, I thought it was just okay, far from what the Pope would have. Qing Sheng probably felt awkward waiting around, so he grabbed a fishing rod and said he was going to catch a couple of fish. I went along with him. When we got to the stream, it was crystal clear, and we could see the fish clearly. In the end, this guy sat there for 2 hours and didn't catch a single one. He even told me that fishing is all about one state of mind. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. You, with a heart shattered into a QR code, are talking to me about mindset? I didn't say anything and just picked up a branch nearby, tied on a fishing line and hook, and cast it into the water. In less than 3 minutes, I caught a fish and threw it in front of him. He was stunned again. I continued fishing, and another fish bit. This time, I was too lazy to put bait on the hook and just cast the empty hook. Qing Sheng couldn't stand it anymore and said, "If you can catch a fish without bait, I'll eat this fishing rod." As soon as he finished speaking, a colorful fish bit the empty hook. I pulled it up and held it in front of him, making a gesture as if to say, Go ahead, show me how to eat the fishing rod. Don't be shy." His face turned green, and he quickly changed the subject. "How did you do that? Are you insulting my fishing skills?" I ignored his fishing rod issue, took out a golden soul coin, tossed it into the air, caught it, and asked him, Guess character or pattern? Pattern. He answered very decisively. I opened my hand, and it's a word. You lost. I threw again, and he still chose the pattern. As a result, for more than 30 times in a row, every time it was a word, and he never won once. He was confused and asked me how I did it, clearly not seeing me use my soul power. I spread my hands, took out 2 golden soul coins, and smiled, saying, just because you can't see it doesn't mean I can't do it. The poison on Inger is the same. Just because we can't solve it doesn't mean others can't. For example, that poison Douluo, he's the ancestor of poison users. He might have a way. Mentioning Douluo, Qing Sheng seemed discouraged again, saying, how could that kind of eccentric person possibly help? But while he said that, there was something more in his eyes, and he said he would try. As long as there was hope, he wouldn't give up. Just then, Qian Rinxue and Inger called us to eat from behind. When we returned to the wooden house, the table was filled with dishes. Just as we were about to sit down, Qian Rinxue said they had already eaten and told us to go ahead. Yingyan nodded in agreement. I was about to say I wasn't hungry either, but that brat Qing Sheng pressed down on my shoulder and shouted loudly, brother, didn't you say your wife makes delicious food? Come on, we have to try it. His voice was so loud that he seemed afraid Qian Rinxue wouldn't hear. When I turned around, sure enough, Qian Rinxue was smiling at me. Fine, you win this round. I could only brace myself and pick up the chopsticks. Qing Sheng leaned over and whispered behind his chopsticks, as brothers, we share the hardships together. The colors of these dishes are clearly off. You can't let me die alone. I took a glance, and indeed, several dishes had quite a magical color. But the most explosive one was the pot of soup in the middle of the table. Let me tell you, it was in a wooden bowl, and inside was an unknown liquid constantly bubbling with green bubbles. If he told me this was mangpa soup, I would believe you. I also covered my mouth and asked him, what is that green thing in the bowl? He averted his gaze, and his mouth twitched. Ahem, that's soup. Don't be put off by its strange appearance. It tastes good. Want to give it a try? You can keep it for yourself. I decisively refused and quickly reached for a dish that looked the most normal. Qing Sheng did the same. We tacitly chose only the dishes that appeared normal. I took a bite. Although the taste was mediocre, at least it was salty. Qing Sheng had it worse. After one bite, his face contorted. Probably because it was so salty it tasted bitter, but he still swallowed it down with a straight face. After we cleared all the normal dishes on the table, only that bubbling green divine soup remained. I slammed down my chopsticks and stood up, saying, Qing Sheng, your wife's cooking is indeed exceptional. I see this soup is specially reserved for you, so I won't take it away from you. I'm full now and should head back to the Starfall Palace. Come visit when you have time. After saying that, I grabbed Qian Rinxue and prepared to leave. However, Qing Sheng reacted even faster with a quick glance. He stood up and grabbed Inger, chasing after us. Brother is right. Let's go visit the Starfall Palace. Great. It looks like I can't shake them off. On the way, I quietly asked Qian Rinxue what she thought of those two. She said that Inger is straightforward and wants to get close to Qing Sheng, but it needs to start with helping her with the poison, provided I can cure it. I silently opened the system shop and saw the detoxification pill cost 5,000 luck points. Goodness, I can't afford that, farewell. Soon we arrived at the Starfall Palace. Qing Sheng looked at the ground at the entrance, which I had wrecked during a fight yesterday, and complained, brother, as the palace master, you don't care about your FAA? Did someone crash your place? I led the two of them into the back hall and let them choose a place to stay, and I specifically informed them of mealtimes. As soon as he heard this, his eyes lit up, clearly indicating he was here to mooch off food. Just as they were settling in, YeXuan came in and directly conveyed to me, my lord, Saruth has sent a message. Someone from the Papal Palace has come to Tiando City. I felt a sudden jolt in my heart. After sending Qing Sheng and the others away, I went into the study with YeXuan and asked her, what did the teachers send someone for? To investigate the matter of Yu Xiaojiang. At that moment, I couldn't hold back my expression and murmured to myself, hasn't she already let it go? Why is she still investigating? YeXuan hit the nail on the head. Your Majesty, you are underestimating Her Highness. Her understanding of Yu Xiaojiang is enough for her to discover countless doubts once she calms down. The reason she has sent someone now is not really to uncover any clues, but to wait. To wait for that person who tries to cover up the doubts or obstruct the investigation to appear. That person is her target. So, Your Majesty, you must not do anything now. Just pretend you don't know. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to directly telling her that the matter is related to you. As soon as I heard this, wow, it was like a sudden enlightenment. I told you, as soon as Aunt Yi finished speaking, my mind buzzed and cleared up. That's right. Who's my teacher? A genius with an IQ ceiling, playing dirty tactics. In this situation, she's not looking for evidence at all. She's just playing a psychological game, seeing who cracks first, who moves first, and who becomes the guilty one. I immediately had Aunt You run a trip to personally remind that old fox Alice with just one sentence. Act like a dead man. Don't even think about stopping us. Even if the investigation team were digging 3 feet into the ground at his doorstep, he should happily go over and hand them a shovel, and even ask if they are thirsty. As long as we remain as steady as a rock, she won't be able to uncover anything, and in the end, it will just be treated as a cold case. Once this is settled, I can finally put down that heavy stone in my heart. So what to do next? Of course, it's time to focus on my career. I've been thinking about creating my own devastating gun technique lately. I strolled into the backyard with my Divine Punishment silver spear, contemplating how to compress all my powerful energies, such as soul power, mental power, destructive power, and bloodline power, into a tiny point at the tip of the spear, and then add the soul rings on top of that. I thought I could create an ultimate compression, and when I shot it out, wouldn't it be able to kill gods? But what was the result? The ideal was grand, but reality was harsh. As soon as I pushed the destructive power into it, wow, the 3 types of energy started a free-for-all at the tip of my spear, and with a bang, they all disappeared right there on the spot. I was stunned at the time. This energy has its own thoughts. Not convinced, let's try again. I attempted to adjust the ratio, reducing the destructive power a bit while maximizing the soul power and mental power. But the result was the same. Boom. These types of energy seemed to be incompatible, unable to come together at all. After several attempts, a flash of inspiration hit me. Hey, don't I still have a bloodline power? I thought of using it as a mediator to see if it could reconcile the conflict. Guess what? It worked. Let me tell you, once the bloodline power was activated, it was incredibly dominating, directly separating the soul power and mental power, and then the destructive power was added in, also arranged clearly, with each not interfering with the other. It worked. I felt a surge of joy inside. For the final step, I attached my first spirit ring. That purple 100-year spirit ring, entirely to the silver gun. In that moment, one of the spirit rings under my feet disappeared, all transferred to the gun. I looked at my shining gun and thought to myself, this is solid, definitely a big weapon. To test its power, I didn't dare to do it in my own yard. I directly opened a spatial door and ran to a remote little grove. I looked around to confirm no one was there, then took a deep breath and activated all the energy in the silver gun. Let me tell you, at the moment the energy was unleashed, my heart sank, and an extremely ominous feeling surged up. That energy was as wild as a runaway dog, completely out of control. Without even thinking, I used all my strength to throw the silver spear in my hand like a javelin. Boom! A loud bang. I watched with my own eyes as that spear pierced into a massive stone weighing hundreds of pounds, and then that stone instantly turned to dust. The purple destructive force vaporized it, and the remaining energy shot out like shock waves, knocking down trees as thick as a bowl in clusters, as if they had been plowed through. I had to clumsily dodge everywhere. It was quite thrilling. Who understands family? Creating my own soul skill almost ended up harming myself. When the energy storm passed, that purple soul ring flew back to me, but when I looked down, hey, it was completely gray, its glow dimmed. The energy inside was drained, and the soul skill was unusable, entering a state of dormancy. Luckily, I could slowly recover on my own, or I would have suffered a huge loss. I walked over to pick up my gun and started reflecting. The problem was obvious. The energy ratio was off. Although there was the bloodline power as a medium, the amounts of various energies were different, leading to internal instability, which caused the explosion. As for the side effects, after using it once, the soul ring attached had to cool down, and I didn't know how long the cooldown would be. It seemed that this thing needed further optimization. So for the entire day that followed, I played the scientist in the garden, constantly adjusting the energy ratio with my gun. By late at night, I was still hard at work when that guy, Ching Sheng, floated over like a ghost, swaying with every step, and sat down right next to me, immediately saying, "Bro, I need your help with something." I didn't even lift my head and directly interrupted him. Dugabo lives in a small courtyard 3 miles east of Tiando City. Your wife is very safe with me. No one can harm her unless she dies from her own poison. Rest assured. My words left him in silence. He was stunned for a while, then laughed heartily and lay down on the ground. We really are brothers. I hadn't even spoken, and you already knew everything. I'm tired too, so I might as well lie down with him, and the two of us just stared at the stars. After a while, he suddenly said, "With such a big Starfall palace, how come you don't have any wine? You're making me crave it." I pointed to the teapot on the table. "I don't drink alcohol. There's green tea. Take it or leave it. Besides the two of us in this back hall, it's all women. Who has the time to keep wine?" He glanced at it, shook his head, and looked disdainful. For years ago, I might have drunk tea, but now, it's still better to enjoy some wine. I couldn't be bothered to respond to him and change the topic. You used to be the inheritor of the Azure Dragon. Do you know where the inheritance secret realm is? He was taken aback for a moment and asked me back. Aren't you the inheritor of the White Tiger? You don't know? Seeing that I didn't answer, he continued to say to himself, I don't know either. My qualification for inheritance has been, who cares about that stuff anymore? As soon as I heard that, I thought, well, that's true. This conversation is dead. I rolled over and got up from the ground, dusted myself off, and was ready to go back to sleep. Where are you going? He asked. I gave him a glance and said, go back to your room and sleep. Are you expecting me to accompany you to watch the stars in the middle of the night? Are you waiting to see the sunrise too? To my surprise, he actually smiled and said, watching the stars and the sunrise is pretty nice too. I thought to myself, dude, you really have a problem? I'm not going to entertain you. Just as I was leaving, I heard the sound of pouring water behind me. I turned around and saw him pouring my pot of tea, talking to himself. This tea is nice. I could take it back for Inger to try. After saying that, he took my teapot and went back to his room. This move was truly incredible. The next morning at breakfast, the scene was quite spectacular. That guy Qin Sheng took a bite of the meat from the ancient soul beast, his eyes widened in shock, and he asked me, bro, this thing doesn't seem like ordinary meat, does it? As I was serving Qian Rushu a food, I casually said, the meat of a 10,000-year soul beast is good for the body. He gasped in surprise. 10,000-year soul beast meat? Do you eat that every day? While speaking, he also very obsequiously pushed the plate of the best dish in front of him towards his wife. I laughed. What kind of beautiful thing are you thinking? Do you think being a 10,000-year soul beast is like being a cabbage, that you can just eat whenever you want? We only occasionally improve our meals. As a result, this guy's next sentence left us all at the table in silence. While stuffing his mouth with meat, he mumbled, bro, if I can't finish it, can I take it to go? In that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Qian Richue and his wife Inger all froze, our chopsticks in hand, turning to look at him in unison. Inside, I was frantically complaining, dude, you come to my house to eat and drink, and now I have to pack some for you to take away? Do you think my Starfall Palace is a 5-star hotel buffet? What? Do you want to sneak out a couple of buns too? Inger's face turned bright red. She looked like she wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in, covering her face with her hands and whispering, Sheng, watch your image. But this guy had thick skin. As if nothing happened, he cheerfully said, I know, I'm just trying to lighten the mood. The three of us quietly lowered our heads and continued eating, acting as if nothing had happened. Just as we finished our meal, Qian Rinshue's maid, Bai Fangyu, came in, saying that her soul power had reached level 10 and she could go obtain her soul ring. This was just a minor task. So I directly took her to the front hall and shouted in the main hall. It was time to take her to the Sunset Forest for a 100-year spirit ring hunt. Such small tasks were too trivial for the big shots in the hall. So, in the end, it was just the right timing for Chao Tianxiang, who happened to be heading out to take on this task. I explained a few requirements for the soul ring attributes and was about to go back to continue my research project. But just as I stood up, Yi Shishue behind me transmitted a message. Master, the people from the Pope's Hall have arrived. To avoid exposure, I had them wait for you in the study. I couldn't help but exclaim in my heart, oh, here you come, and quite fast too. I staggered into the study and saw two middle-aged men. As soon as they saw me, they immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. I ignored them and slumped directly into the main seat, propping my feet on the table. Getting straight to the point. Speak up, what do my teachers send you here for? One of the middle-aged men forced a smile and spoke very politely. Young master, it is not His Holiness the Pope who sent us. Rather, we have some questions we don't understand and would like to seek your advice. Go ahead, I'm listening. I rested my hand behind my head, looking nonchalant. Young master, it's about the incident with you, Xiaojiang. We were a bit confused and would like to know what you were doing at that time and why you happened to see the entire process. The man asked with a grin, as if making small talk. As soon as I heard it, I couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this just a way to test me? I pretended to be confused. What's the matter? I was just having a discussion with Ning Fengji from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School in the tea house, and enjoying some tea. Did something happen? That guy, still persistent, continued to ask. May I ask, young master, what were you discussing with Ning Fengji at that time? As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on me, trying to read something from my face. I was really annoyed at that moment. So I directly put my feet down from the table, leaned forward, and with a cold gaze and a lowered voice, I said, Are you two interrogating me? Or do I need to report everything I do to you? The two of them were momentarily taken aback by my imposing demeanor, looking into my silver eyes. They couldn't read anything and only saw coldness and sharpness. After a long standoff, one of them finally couldn't hold it any longer and quickly smoothed things over. young master. Please don't misunderstand. We're just curious. Since you are unwilling to speak, we have no right to ask further. We have matters to attend to and must return to Soul City to report, so we won't disturb you any longer. My complexion relaxed a bit as I took out the prepared map of the Guanyin sect from the Soul Guide and tossed it onto the table, saying, "Give this to my teacher. Also, don't ask what you shouldn't ask in the future, and be mindful of your own identity." "Yes, young master, we understand." One of them quickly picked up the map and tucked it away, and both bowed to me before leaving in a hurry. Looking at their retreating figures, I couldn't help but sneer inwardly. After getting rid of these two nuisances, I took out a crystal card from my pocket. Hee, this is my prized possession. Bought at a high price during the system update. A level 98 super law character card of the Frost Law, YeXuan Kong. Unless absolutely necessary, no one is allowed to see this trump card of mine. In a good mood, I returned to the garden to continue my great invention. You wouldn't believe it, but I actually managed to get it done. After countless attempts, I finally found the most precise balance point of those 4 types of energy. Now my technique has at least tripled in power, and it's incredibly stable. No more risk of explosion. Satisfied, I practiced a set of gun techniques, feeling completely refreshed. I just finished practicing shooting when that guy, Qing Sheng, floated back like a gust of wind, his face full of the words I succeeded. Excitedly, he said to me, "Bro, I want to find Douluo today, guess what?" I shot him a glance. "With that expression of yours, do I still need to guess?" "It's just that Douluo agreed to help your wife with her illness, right? But I'm quite curious. How did you manage to persuade that old poison master? Come on, let us go to Heaven City for a drink. I'm in a good mood today. We can talk while we walk." He pulled me and headed outside. I originally wanted to invite Schwerer, but he said he just saw her, and both Schwerer and Inger are probably out shopping together. On the way, he excitedly told me how he wanted to provoke Douluo, claiming that he was the best in the world at poison, but couldn't detoxify. That old monster indeed took the bait and insisted on seeing what poison he couldn't detoxify. I curiously asked him, what if he really can detoxify? What reward did you promise him? Guess what he said? He chuckled and replied, "Of course, it's taken literally a heavy gift. I'll find a thick enough stone to carve the 2 big characters thank you on it and send it over. It's a small gift, but carries deep feelings." I really can't stand this guy. The 2 of us stumbled into Heaven City, and just as I was about to casually look for a tavern, he stopped me abruptly. He raised his eyebrows and asked me, "Bro, do you like women?" I looked at him with an idiotic expression. Of course, who doesn't like it? You don't like it? Drinking is all about the atmosphere. I know a place that's perfect for drinking. After saying that, he mysteriously led me to a somewhat secluded street. As soon as I looked, I was taken aback by the sight of all the elegantly dressed young nobles flocking into a store. The shop was lavishly decorated, and several girls in revealing outfits stood at the entrance. Just as Qing Sheng was about to walk in, I pulled him back. "Do you know what kind of place this is that you're rushing into?" He looked completely calm and even innocent. "Of course I know. It's a place to drink, also known as a brothel. You know that and still want to go in? Aren't you afraid Inger will find out?" I was truly exasperated. He even justified himself. "What do I have to be afraid of? I'm just going in for a drink, not doing anything else, so I have a clear conscience." I watched him spouting nonsense with a serious face and couldn't be bothered to argue with him. So I dragged him away directly and found a normal tavern to sit down. After ordering drinks and having a few sips, Qing Sheng put down his glass, suddenly serious, and looked at me, saying, "Brother, if the poison on Inger can really be cured, I'd like to ask you for a favor. You tell me what the favor is, and I'll see if I can help." YeXuan twirled the glass in his hand, looking at Qing Sheng. If it was something not too difficult related to Qing Sheng, he wouldn't mind lending a hand. If Inger can successfully detoxify, I would like to borrow some cultivation resources from you, as well as to restore my state of mind in your Starfall Palace. Of course, if the poison can't be cured, then what I said won't be needed. Qing Sheng smiled. This condition was quite simple, and the cultivation resources he needed were only a few, mainly to restore his own state of mind. "Sure, I can provide you with the cultivation resources you need to restore your state of mind. You can also stay in the Starfall Palace. This small matter is something I can help with." YeXuan focused on the drink in his glass, not paying much attention to what Qing Sheng was saying. If it were too difficult or costly, he might not agree, but for this small matter, he would help. He knew what cultivation resources were needed to restore a state of mind. However, cultivation resources could only assist and speed up Qing Sheng's recovery time. Whether he could successfully restore his state of mind ultimately depended on Qing Sheng himself. Of course, I won't let you help for free. If Inger's poison can be cured and my state of mind can be restored, I will join your Starfall Palace. If the poison can't be cured or my state of mind can't be restored, then there is no need for me to join. Your Starfall Palace won't be missing a useless person with a broken state of mind. After saying this, Qing Sheng began to savor his wine again. Chapter 137. You were the second one after finishing their drinks. Qing Sheng shook his empty glass and asked, Brother, why did you stop me from going in just now? I'm quite curious about this. First, I'm not interested in that kind of place. Second, look behind you, in the 3 o'clock direction. YeXuan smiled and didn't pay much attention to Qing Sheng's question. Upon hearing this, Qing Sheng remained composed on the surface, but secretly released his spiritual power to probe the 3 o'clock direction behind him. However, it felt as if something blocked his spiritual power, and he couldn't sense anything. Although Qing Sheng's soul power was only at the soul sect level, the street outside the tavern had only a few roadside vendors, so his spiritual power shouldn't have been unable to detect anything. The current situation could only mean that someone was watching both him and YeXuan from that direction, and the person watching them had soul power and spiritual power far beyond his own. You must have been releasing your spiritual power all along and discovered it long ago, right? Qing Sheng looked at YeXuan with some suspicion. Although he didn't know who was watching them, YeXuan's nonchalant expression suggested that it was likely someone familiar, or at least someone YeXuan knew. Otherwise, he wouldn't look so unconcerned. Who would keep releasing their spiritual power for no reason. I just have strong perception. When we were walking on the street, I sensed a familiar gaze. As YeXuan spoke, he waved to summon the tavern owner, preparing to settle the bill and return to the Starfall Palace. The tavern owner approached with a faint smile and asked, Gentlemen, are you soul masters? If soul masters consume in our establishment, there will be a discount. No, just tell me how much it is. YeXuan waved his hand, not caring much. It wasn't a lot of gold soul coins anyway, so what discount? The owner looked at the two carefully for a moment before saying, Gentlemen, a total of 30,000 gold soul coins. If you don't have gold soul coins, we also support card payments. Hearing the owner's words, both YeXuan and Qing Sheng narrowed their eyes simultaneously. Qing Sheng slowly said, Boss, we might be in the same line of work. Young master, is your family running a tavern too? The owner looked at Qing Sheng with curiosity. No, I'm robbing people. Qing Sheng glared at the owner. No wonder he first asked if they were soul masters. If they weren't, he opened with an outrageous price. The few bottles they drank couldn't possibly cost more than a few gold soul coins, yet now they were being charged 30,000. YeXuan chuckled lightly and said, You are the second one to dare to openly scam me like this. The owner laughed at their words, showing no fear. Looking at their ages, they seemed to be around 16 or 17. Even if they were soul masters, how high could their soul power be? At most, they would be soul respect level. Your attire doesn't look like you're short on money, so it's better to settle the bill early to avoid suffering. The owner waved his hand, and a waiter closed the tavern's door. YeXuan and Qing Sheng leaned back in their chairs, quietly observing, showing no intention of stopping or paying, just watching silently. Outside the tavern, Qian Renshua and Inger each held a skewer of candied hawthorn, looking at the tightly closed tavern door. Occasionally, they could hear sounds of things breaking inside. Inger took a bite of her candied hawthorn and asked Qian Renshua, Sister Shui, do you think they will be okay? Should we go in and help? From the sounds, it seems like they are fighting. No need. We'll just wait here for them to come out. Qian Renshua's gaze was fixed on the tavern. Although she didn't know why they were fighting inside, she was certain that YeXuan would be fine. As for whether Qing Sheng would have any problems, that wasn't within her consideration. Inger blinked her eyes. She knew Qing Sheng's strength, so it was impossible for him to have any issues. As for YeXuan, she didn't know how strong he was. After all, she had no idea about YeXuan's true abilities. Inside the tavern, the fighting had stopped. Some of the tavern staff were lying on the ground, groaning in pain, while others were kneeling, trembling uncontrollably. YeXuan sat in a chair with his feet on the table, playing with a dagger that gleamed coldly, looking at the owner, who was standing stiffly, his eyes full of mockery. Qing Sheng leaned against the door, casually picking up a bottle of wine, opening it, and taking a sip, showing no concern for the people kneeling in front of them. YeXuan looked at the owner and said with a faint smile, You got some guts, being able to get up and stand straight. How could I be like them, kneeling and surrendering without a fight? I know what it means to have gold under a man's knee. The owner placed his hands behind his back, adopting a fearless demeanor. Upon hearing this, YeXuan suddenly stopped playing with the dagger, and in an instant the dagger shot towards the owner like a bolt from a crossbow, accompanied by a somewhat indifferent voice. If you have guts, then I'll fulfill your wish for guts. Seeing the dagger flying towards him, the owner had no hesitation. His knees buckled, and he knelt down, simultaneously saying, But I think it's better to be someone who knows the times. As the owner knelt down, the dagger grazed his cheek, leaving a thin, long cut on his face. Others looked at the boss with a hint of mockery. Just moments ago, they had said that beneath a man's knee lies gold, but now they recognized that those who know the current situation are the true heroes. How shameless! YeXuan glanced at the boss, chuckled lightly, and showed no intention of engaging further, directly getting up and walking towards the tavern exit. Qin Sheng saw this, reached for a few bottles of expensive liquor, and said to the boss, "I'll take these bottles. You can keep a tab for now." "No need. I'll give them to you," the boss replied with a smile, quickly responding to the two. Qin Sheng didn't mind. After all, he and T planned to pay, so it made no difference whether it was a gift or he took them himself. As YeXuan and Qin Sheng stepped out of the tavern, Qin Sheng tossed a bottle of valuable liquor to YeXuan with a hint of a smile, saying, "Brother, this isn't cheap. We can try it later." YeXuan caught the bottle, took a quick look, and tossed it back to Qin Sheng, replying, "You can keep it. I prefer tea over liquor." Chapter 138. Nian, to be revised later. Qin Sheng caught the liquor without further politeness and stowed it away. Then, both of their gazes turned towards the 3 o'clock direction, where they saw Qianrenxue and Inger sitting by the roadside. At that moment, Qianrenxue and Inger were enjoying a skewer of candied hawthorn, and their eyes were also on YeXuan and Qin Sheng. "I now understand why you didn't let me in, but your wife seems quite strong. I can't even sense their presence with my spiritual power." Qin Sheng chuckled awkwardly, feeling relieved that he hadn't entered. Otherwise, he would have had a hard time explaining. "Not sensing them is quite normal. She can easily overpower you right now," YeXuan replied casually. With Qianrenxue's current strength, overpowering Qin Sheng was indeed not an issue at all. Qianrenxue was continuously enhancing her physique with colorful stones, nurturing her meridians, had a movement technique, word of action, a divine weapon, the angel's sword, an evolved martial soul, the 8-winged angel, and the blessings of the goddess of life, plus the celestial herbs and the soul rings with optimal ratios she had consumed. It could be said that in any comparison, Qin Sheng would only end up being overpowered. "I admit your wife is stronger than me, but saying she can easily overpower me is a bit of an exaggeration. If someone had said this to me 4 years ago, I would have challenged them, but now forget it." Qin Sheng's eyes were filled with disbelief. While there were younger generations stronger than him, he simply couldn't believe anyone could easily overpower him. Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. The fact is what it is. YeXuan smiled and immediately walked towards Qianrenxue, showing no intention of explaining to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng didn't care much either, taking YeXuan's words as a joke and following him towards Inger. YeXuan sat down beside Qianrenxue and asked Schwerer, "Are you just wandering around in Heavendoe City, or are we heading back to the Starfall Palace now?" "Let us head back to the Starfall Palace. We've been out all day, and there's nothing fun left in Heavendoe City." Qianrenxue stood up, stretched her body, and looked at YeXuan, her meaning very clear. Inger saw Qin Sheng approaching, took a bite of her candied hawthorn, and looked at Qin Sheng with a smile, remaining silent. Qin Sheng understood the situation, but didn't mind. After all, he and T entered, so it was easy to explain. YeXuan's left leg glowed with a purple-black light, opening a spatial rift in front of him. He reached out and picked up Qianrenxue, directly stepping into the rift. Qin Sheng and Inger stared at the rift in front of them, momentarily stunned. Just as they were about to follow, the rift vanished without a trace. "Damn, brother, did you forget there are still people?" Qin Sheng looked at the disappearing rift, his expression a bit speechless. "Saint, we could just walk back and explain why you went to the brothel," Inger said, taking another bite of her candied hawthorn and looking at Qin Sheng. "Let us go. Inger, we can talk while walking." Qin Sheng smiled, reached out to take Inger's hand, and walked towards the Starfall Palace. In the back hall of the Starfall Palace, YeXuan emerged from a spatial rift holding Qianrenxue, scanning the surroundings. When he didn't see Qin Sheng and Inger, he asked in confusion, "Didn't those two come in with us?" "I don't know, but they definitely didn't come in." Qianrenxue blinked, her tone somewhat flat. "Forget them. Heavendoe City isn't far from the Starfall Palace. They can walk back themselves." YeXuan didn't care much about the two. After all, it was only a 10-minute walk from Heavendoe City to the Starfall Palace, so returning was no problem. YeXuan opened the door to his room, carrying Qianrenxue inside. He walked straight to the bed and set Qianrenxue down. YeXuan sat on the bed, reached into his soul guide, and took out a soul bone, placing it in Qianrenxue's hand. "This is a 1,000-year soul bone I won in a bidding in Heavendoe City. You can keep it for use." Looking at the 1,000-year soul bone in his hand, Qianrenxue showed a hint of disdain. He already had plenty of soul bones in his soul guide, and their quality was not low. He felt a bit indifferent towards this 1,000-year soul bone. YeXuan took out the soul bones one by one from the soul guide, including two 10,000-year soul bones originally from the Heaven Do treasury, two 10,000-year soul bones and 100,000-year soul bone from Tang Hao, and a 10,000-year soul bone of the Azure Phoenix bought from an auction house. But he just had no use for them. Qianrenshua looked at YeXuan's actions with some confusion and asked, Xiaoxian, what are you doing? Nothing. Just checking how many soul bones I have. Turns out I'm quite rich, with 100,000-year soul bone and 4 10,000-year soul bones. YeXuan Jesua Livipiet, putting the soul bones away. As for the 1,000-year soul bone, it was unnecessary to mention. Others might be satisfied with having 1 or 2 soul bones. Not everyone is as wealthy as you. Besides, a 1,000-year soul bone isn't low quality either. You should be content. I encountered an attack when I bought this soul bone halfway. Qianrenshua glanced at YeXuan, although she also looked down on the 1,000-year soul bone. Its age was indeed not low. Hearing Qianrenshua's words, YeXuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He placed his hands on Qianrenshua's shoulders, scrutinizing her carefully for any injuries. Seeing YeXuan's concern, Qianrenshua smiled, brushed his hands away, and said softly, Xiaoxian, I'm fine. You don't need to look so closely. The one who attacked me was just a soul sage named Shernyan. If it weren't for Inger being there, he would have been left in Heaven Do City forever. Shernyan, a soul sage. He got away. YeXuan's gaze gradually turned cold. Yes. He fled after I severely injured him. I didn't chase after him since Inger was present, Qianrenshua replied, not noticing YeXuan's gradually cooling expression. With a smile, she leaned back on the bed, lazily saying, Xiaoxian, I'm a bit hungry. Can you have the restaurant make me something to eat? All right. I'll have the restaurant prepare something for you. Just wait here for a moment. YeXuan smiled and immediately got up to walk out of the room. Chapter 139. I value him. As YeXuan stepped out of the room, his expression instantly turned cold, his eyes filled with a chilling aura. After arriving at the dining hall, he instructed, prepare some dishes. I will come to get them later. Yes, Your Excellency. The people in the dining hall responded and began to busy themselves. YeXuan then walked straight to YeXuan's door and gently knocked. Soon, the door opened, revealing YeXuan. Master, YeXuan greeted YeXuan with a bow, waiting for his instructions, knowing that his late-night visit must be for an important matter. Mobilize the power of the Starfall Palace to search for the whereabouts of Shernyan. As long as there is any news of him, those above the Soul Sage rank in the palace can be dispatched to hunt him down at any cost. Whoever kills Shernyan will be rewarded with 2 high-quality 10,000-year soul bones. YeXuan's voice was icy, laced with endless killing intent. Yes, master. I will go and instruct them right away, YeXuan replied before heading to the front hall to relay YeXuan's orders. Just after YeXuan left, a crystal-clear card, resembling a piece of crystal, appeared in YeXuan's hand. With a slight force, he shattered the card, and a strong burst of colorful light emanated from it. After the light faded, a somewhat thin man appeared in front of YeXuan. The man looked slightly gaunt but had bright, piercing eyes. His nose was high, his lips appropriately thin, and he gave off an exceptionally upright impression. Long hair flowed down his back, and with the breeze, it was evident that his lake blue hair reached his waist. Upon appearing, the man immediately bowed to YeXuan and said, I am Wu Changkong, greeting the master. YeXuan reached into the soul guide and took out a Pope's order, tossing it to Wu Changkong. Take this Pope's order and go to the Wuhuan Hall, asking Salas to send someone to search for Shernyan's whereabouts. As soon as you find him, go to the Tiando Imperial Palace and mobilize the 4 title Douluo in the palace to hunt Shernyan down at any cost. Yes, master. Wu Changkong accepted the Pope's order and headed towards Tiando City. At the same time, the people in the Starfall Palace began to take action as well. Those below the Soul Sage rank went to gather information about Shernyan's whereabouts, while those at the Soul Sage level and above waited in the front hall for updates. YeXuan did not pay attention to this matter. With the combined forces of the Starfall Palace and the Tiando Imperial Palace, there were 7 title Douluo, in addition to all the Soul Sages and Soul Douluo in the Starfall Palace. Hunting down a Soul Sage could not yield any other outcome. YeXuan returned to the dining hall, sitting at the table quietly waiting for the dishes to be prepared. Shortly after, a staff member brought a tray to him, respectfully placing on the table in front of him. Looking at the neatly arranged dishes on the tray, YeXuan picked it up and walked back to his room. Once inside, he placed the tray on the table and called out, Shuer, it's time to eat. I saw it. You don't need to call me specifically. Shuer replied as she got out of bed, sat at the table, and began to eat with her bowl and chopsticks. YeXuan smiled and sat down. The coldness on his face and the chill in his eyes had long since disappeared, replaced by a gentle smile on his lips. Compared to before, he seemed like a completely different person. When Qin Sheng and Ying Er returned to the Starfall Palace, they were startled by the tense atmosphere in the front hall, unsure of what was happening. The people in the front hall ignored them, remaining silent. Qin Sheng and Ying Er did not ask any questions and headed directly to the back hall. Upon arriving in the back hall, Qin Sheng softly said, "Ying Er, you go back to your room first. I need to ask my brother some questions." "Okay, you go ahead. If you can help, remember to do so. They have helped us a lot." Ying Er smiled at Qin Sheng and then walked towards her room. "I know," Qin Sheng replied and went straight to YeXuan's door, knocking lightly. Hearing the knock, YeXuan immediately said, "Come in." With a creak, the door opened, and Qin Sheng entered, walking directly to the table and asking, "Brother, is something happening in the Starfall Palace? Is there anything I can help with?" Qianren Shui blinked her golden eyes at Qin Sheng's words, unsure of what he meant. But she soon recalled what she had just mentioned about being attacked. However, she couldn't be certain, so she remained silent and continued eating the dishes in front of her. YeXuan gently stroked Qianren Shui's hair, shook his head with a faint smile, and said, "It's nothing. It's just that during our time in Tiando City, Shui and Ying Er were attacked. The attacker escaped, and now I'm just trying to find him and deal with him." Qin Sheng was momentarily taken aback by this, then slammed his hand on the table, his expression shifting from calm to furious, with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. "Who did it, and what is their strength?" "Shernyan, Soul Sage level." YeXuan replied casually, as if Shernyan were already dead, being hunted by 7 title Douluo, including 1 ultimate Douluo and 1 super Douluo. He could hardly survive, unless he couldn't be found. But the forces of the Wuhuan Hall were nearly everywhere on the continent, and in such a short time, where could Shernyan escape to? Upon hearing this, Qianren Shui's beautiful face broke into a smile, and her eyes sparkled with joy. Qin Sheng thought for a moment. It seemed he wouldn't be able to handle a Soul Sage at his current level, and with the Starfall Palace taking action. A Soul Sage wouldn't stand a chance of survival, so it appeared he wouldn't need to intervene. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng immediately said, "Brother, I'll leave this matter to you. I want to go back and see if Ying Er is hurt. You all continue. No need to see me off." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Sheng stood up and walked towards the door, closing it behind him as he left. Chapter 140. Wu Changkong arrived at the Wuhuan Hall, took out the Pope's order given by YeXuan, and relayed the instructions. He then quietly waited in the Wuhuan Hall. The people in the Wuhuan Hall quickly sprang into action, beginning to search for Shernyan's whereabouts in the surrounding area. Salas even sent people to various main halls and sub-halls to help in the search for Shernyan. A day later, both the Starfall Palace and the Wuhuan Hall received news almost simultaneously that Shernyan was heading towards Soto City. Upon receiving the news, Wu Changkong immediately held the Pope's order and headed to the Tiando Imperial Palace. However, when he arrived at the Tiando Imperial Palace, he saw the 3 title Douluo, Iron Bear, Serpent Spear, and Blood Spike, and couldn't help but ask. The master said there are 4 title Douluo in the Tiando Imperial Palace. Why are there only 3 of you? Where's the 4th? Shepard stepped forward and replied, "There is one more person responsible for protecting Shui Qinghe closely. Unless absolutely necessary, they cannot move lightly. Moreover, someone must remain stationed in the Tiando Palace. The Lord's command is for the 4 of you to accompany me to hunt down Shinian, pursuing him at any cost." Wu Changkong looked at the 3 people in front of him, and a somewhat arrogant voice came out of his mouth. Tai Xiong, Xi Miao, and Ci Shui exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment, before Tai Xiong went to find the title Douluo beside Shui Qinghe, preparing to go with Wu Changkong to hunt down Shinian. In the Xingyan Hall, all Soul Saints and above walked out, heading towards Soto City, including the title holder Lai Yin and the limit Douluo Yishi Shui. Moreover, YeXuan clearly stated that whoever could kill Shinian would be rewarded with 2 pieces of high-quality 10,000-year soul bones. This reward could definitely be considered a hefty prize. Not only Soul Saints and Soul Masters were envious, but even the title Douluo Lai Yin was also quite tempted. Lai Yin clearly remembered that during the last auction, YeXuan spent a lot of money to buy a piece of the Qingyu Phoenix soul bone. The Qingyu Phoenix itself is a fire attribute, which matches perfectly with her martial soul, the Fire Cat Eagle. If she could obtain it, her strength would at least be elevated to a new level. In the pavilion at the back hall, YeXuan and Qianren Shui were sitting cross-legged, cultivating. After 3 days of recovery, YeXuan was aware of the side effects of his self-created soul skill. After using it, the soul rings attached within 3 days could not be used. Although the side effects were considerable, the power was equally formidable. if he infused all the energy from his soul rings into the divine punishment silver spear. The power would be unimaginable. After all, the energy of a million-year soul ring was no joke. However, YeXuan would not easily do this. Infusing the energy of one soul ring would not greatly affect him. But if he infused the energy of all his soul rings, he could be sure that not only would all his soul rings be unusable for 3 days, but he would also fall into a state of weakness. The duration of this weakness could be at least 3 days, or possibly 30 days, even 3 months. This was currently unpredictable. Therefore, this move could ultimately only be used as a life-saving trump card and could not be used at ordinary times. Otherwise, the cost would be too great. And if the opponent was too weak, it would be a bit of loss. While YeXuan and Qian Renxue were cultivating, Qing Sheng and Ying Er also walked into the pavilion. Just as the two entered, YeXuan and Qian Renxue almost simultaneously opened their eyes, looking at the two approaching. Qing Sheng smiled faintly and said, "Bro, have you found out Shunyan's whereabouts? I see that the high-ups of your Xingyan Hall have basically all left." "Yes. Xingyan is heading to Soto City, so I sent the high-ups ahead." "What's wrong? Do you need something?" YeXuan replied without much concern. "Originally, I wanted to take Ying Er to Douluo to detoxify, but I don't trust Douluo too much, so I wanted to find someone to intimidate him a bit, to prevent him from doing any tricks. But it seems your Xingyan Hall's high-ups have all left, and I can't find anyone to help intimidate Douluo." Qing Sheng shrugged, looking somewhat helpless. "That probably won't work. In our Xingyan Hall, there are only 2 titled Douluo on the surface, and Douluo has basically seen them all. So if you look for them, Douluo probably won't help you detoxify anymore." YeXuan smiled. Not that he didn't want to help, but mainly because there really was no one in the Xingyan Hall at the moment. None of the high-ups above Soul Saint were present, and those below Soul Saint wouldn't be of much use anyway. So it was better not to go. "I know that. I'm not here to borrow people from you. I just wanted to ask if you're interested in going to Soto City to take a look. I'm quite curious about how Xingyan died." A cold light flickered in Qing Sheng's eyes. A dragon has a reverse scale. Touching it means death, and Ying Er is his absolute reverse scale. Moreover, he had asked for details about the incident yesterday, and it was clear that Xingyan sought to seize the soul bone, bringing about his own demise. If Qian Renxue hadn't been present at the time, Ying Er might not have returned. How else could he die? "He was beaten to death," YeXuan said disinterestedly. 7 titled Douluo hunting a soul saint. There was simply no room for resistance, only the fate of being killed instantly. Qian Renxue's expression was equally unenthusiastic. If Ying Er hadn't been present, Xingyan would have been killed long ago. So she had no interest in such battles, especially with a limit Douluo involved. Seeing the expressions of the two, Qing Sheng mysteriously said, "You know about the Fighting Soul Arena, right? There's a record of 100 wins there. We could go to Soto City, refresh that record, and conveniently see how Xingyan died. This way, while accumulating battle experience, we can also earn a decent income and see how Xingyan was killed. It's a win-win situation. Why not?" YeXuan's expression was somewhat strange. He remembered that 100-win record was set by him, and now Qing Sheng actually invited him to refresh a record he set. Qian Renxue looked at YeXuan and slowly said, "The record you mentioned was set by Xiao Xian 6 years ago." Upon hearing this, Qing Sheng and Ying Er also turned their gaze to YeXuan with a glint of excitement in Qing Sheng's eyes. After thinking for a moment, he immediately said, "Bro, how about we collaborate and trick the Fighting Soul Arena? We can definitely earn a lot of gold soul coins." YeXuan asked in confusion, "How are we going to collaborate?" Chapter 141. Do I lack money? Qing Sheng smiled mysteriously and said, "Bro, you achieved 100 wins in the Fighting Soul Arena. Your popularity there is certainly not low, and the bets on you winning will definitely be substantial. As long as you deliberately lose a match, we can make a fortune." Qing Sheng looked at YeXuan with hopeful eyes, eager for him to agree. "Do you think I lack gold soul coins? Moreover, do you think the people in the Fighting Soul Arena are fools who can't tell if you're throwing a match?" YeXuan looked at Qing Sheng as if he were an idiot. 6 years ago, when he participated in the Fighting Soul Arena, the highest level of participants in the Tiando Great Fighting Soul Arena was only at the Soul King level. Let alone a small place like Soto Great Fighting Soul Arena. It would be impressive to have a few Soul Sect participants. Furthermore, he had swept through Soul King level opponents with the energy of million-year soul rings. Now, after 6 years, if he were to lose to a Soul Master or Soul Sect in Soto Great Fighting Soul Arena, it would be obvious to anyone that something was wrong. Did he really think the people in the Fighting Soul Arena were fools? "Bro, you're the lord of the Xingyan Hall, so you definitely don't lack those gold soul coins. But I do. I still owe the restaurant 100,000 gold soul coins. which I haven't repaid yet. Moreover, even if you don't lack gold soul coins, we can quickly accumulate battle experience by participating in the fighting soul competitions. No matter how you calculate it, we are bound to make a profit, Qing Sheng said, his eyes showing a hint of helplessness. Although he could avoid paying the restaurant's 100,000 gold soul coins, the people at the restaurant wouldn't come looking for him. But he had promised to pay back the meal money, and he had to keep his word. Moreover, Qing Sheng himself had not cultivated for 4 years, and his battle experience was very lacking. The Fighting Soul Arena was not only a place to earn money, but also a place to quickly accumulate battle experience, making it a perfect opportunity for Qing Sheng. YeXuan and Qian Rinxue listened to the voice of Qing Sheng, their expressions still lacking enthusiasm. If they went to the Soul Fighting Arena, it wouldn't contribute to any accumulation of combat experience, and it would be a straightforward sweep with absolute strength. It could be said that the contestants in the Soul Fighting Arena didn't even qualify to be their sparring partners. They had previously trained with the Ice Emperor, a fierce beast with nearly 400,000 years of experience. So in terms of combat experience, they were not inferior to anyone. Seeing the expressions of the two, Qing Sheng felt that his hopes were likely to be dashed. However, he didn't get discouraged. After all, there was a large soul fighting arena in Tiando City. Once Inger was cured of her poison, he could participate in the arena as well. Inger looked at Qing Sheng and then focused her gaze on Qian Rinxue, asking, "Sister Shui, with your strength, your winning streak in the soul fighting arena must be quite high, right? After all, even the Soul Saint was no match for you back then." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue glanced at YeXuan and said somewhat proudly, "Little Xian can draw with or even defeat title Douluo, but I can defeat Little Xian. As for my winning streak in the soul fighting arena, I currently don't have one because I have never participated." YeXuan was somewhat taken aback by Qian Rinxue's words, but he didn't speak up because what she said was completely valid. She only claimed she could defeat him and didn't say she could defeat title Douluo. A glimmer of light appeared in Inger's eyes. If YeXuan could draw with or even defeat title Douluo, and Qian Rinxue could defeat YeXuan, then that would mean Qian Rinxue was even stronger than title Douluo. Qing Sheng's gaze was fixed on YeXuan. He wasn't as naive as Inger. He himself couldn't defeat Inger, a great soul master, and if it came to a real fight, he would have no chance to fight back. Therefore, there were unknown factors in this situation. It wasn't necessarily the case that Qian Rinxue could defeat YeXuan simply because she was stronger than title Douluo. Moreover, he also didn't believe that YeXuan had the strength to defeat title Douluo. He was roughly the same age as YeXuan, and his talents and bloodlines were not inferior to his. Although he hadn't cultivated for 4 years, and his strength was somewhat below YeXuan's current level. Even if YeXuan's mindset hadn't encountered any issues and he had been diligently cultivating for the past 4 years, it was impossible for him to reach the strength of title Douluo. YeXuan also turned his gaze to Qing Sheng, wondering why he kept staring at him. Qing Sheng then gave YeXuan a knowing look before retracting his gaze. "Brother, since you don't have anything to do right now, why not come with us to the soul fighting arena? You might find some unexpected surprises or gains," Qing Sheng suggested one last time. If YeXuan and Qian Rinxue still weren't willing to go, he would give up on the idea of heading to Soto City. If something unexpected happened on the way, with his current strength, he could protect himself, but it would definitely not be enough to protect Inger. "All right, since we have nothing to do right now, going to Soto City for a stroll is fine," YeXuan said, looking at Qian Rinxue with a questioning gaze. Seeing YeXuan's look, Qian Rinxue lightly nodded and stood up, waiting in place. Traveling through the spatial rift was much more convenient than taking a carriage. YeXuan simulit faintly, opened a spatial rift in front of him, and walked in with Qian Rinxue. Qing Sheng and Inger, having had the previous experience, followed them into the spatial rift without any hesitation. Outside Soto City, in a quiet forest, an old man dressed in a black robe was fleeing rapidly. Behind him, there were soul saints and soul-level experts from the Starfall Hall in pursuit. Yixishui and Lai Yin were floating in the air, following leisurely, as if they were playing cat and mouse. Lai Yin asked, "Deputy Hall Master, aren't you going to make a move to kill him? He's worth 2 soul bones now." "I'm not interested. He's too weak and not worth my effort," Yixishui replied indifferently, looking at the old man below, showing no intention of making a move. "Since the Deputy Hall Master looks down on him, I won't be polite. After all, he's equivalent to 2 high-quality 10,000-year soul bones," Lai Yin said with a slight smile. Her martial soul, the flame cat eagle, instantly manifesting, with 9 soul rings flashing beneath her feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. "You should act quickly. Otherwise, you might not get the chance," YeXuan said lightly, her gaze remaining fixed on the old man. YeXuan shifted her gaze from the old man to the position ahead of him. There, 5 people stood quietly in midair, as if waiting for the old man to arrive. Each of them also had 9 soul rings flashing beneath their feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Seeing the 5 titled Douluo appear before him, the old man glanced back at YeXuan and YeXuan, who were also titled Douluo, and decisively stopped fleeing. Instead, he bowed to the surroundings and said, "Your Excellency's titled Douluo, I do not know whom I have offended, but I apologize to you here. Please spare my life. You haven't offended us, but you have offended someone you shouldn't have. There's no need for you to beg for mercy now. You definitely won't leave this forest today. You're worth 2 10,000-year soul bones now, and I never expected a soul saint to be so valuable. 2 high-quality 10,000-year soul bones can be obtained just by killing you." Thinking about it really gets the blood boiling, YeXuan said, her 8th soul ring flashing rapidly, and a feather appeared in her hand. 8th soul skill, blood boiling. YeXuan's palm gradually tightened, and a scorching heat radiated from her body as flames burned in her hand. In midair, feathers continuously fell, igniting as they landed in the forest, turning into a sea of intense flames. "May I ask, which major power have I offended that would send 7 titled Douluo to hunt me down, a soul saint?" The old man's voice just fell, and his figure was almost instantly engulfed by the sea of flames. A scream echoed from within the fire, and then no further sounds emerged. Wu Changkong watched the burning sea of flames, and his martial soul, the heavenly frost sword, appeared in his hand, with his 6th soul ring flashing rapidly. 6th soul skill, frost condensation. Wu Changkong swung the long sword in his hand, and a deep blue light glimmered on the heavenly frost sword. A crescent-shaped light with a cold aura shot out, colliding with the sea of flames, which quickly extinguished, leaving some frost on the ground of the forest. "My apologies, but those 2 high-quality soul bones will probably belong to me." YeXuan smiled, looking very happy and excited. She was glad that the old man was killed by her and thrilled that she would soon obtain 2 high-quality 10,000-year soul bones. Tai Xiong, Shi Mao, and others were unaware of the soul bone matters, so they didn't pay much attention. YeXuan glanced at the high-ranking members of the Starfall Hall who had just arrived, and a calm voice escaped her lips. "Since the matter has been resolved, it's time for us to return to the Starfall Hall." As soon as she finished speaking, YeXuan waved to the arriving crowd and led them straight towards the direction of the Starfall Hall. Wang Changkong was also among them. He was originally from the Starfall Palace. Since the matter was already settled, he naturally followed back to the Starfall Palace. Only Tai Xiong, Shi Miao, Ci Shui, and a burly middle-aged man remained in the jungle. After exchanging glances, Shi Miao spoke up. "The young master sent someone with the Pope's order to bring us 4 to the Tiando Imperial Palace. It can't be just to hunt down a soul saint, right? I don't know, but since the matter is over, we can take a breather in Soto City before returning to the Tiando Imperial Palace," Ci Shui replied, not caring much. Now that the issue was resolved, it had nothing to do with them, and it was a good opportunity to relax in Soto City. Staying in the Tiando Imperial Palace was quite stifling. Hearing this, Tai Xiong turned his gaze to the burly middle-aged man and asked, "Old Wang Ba, what do you think of Ci Shui's suggestion?" Upon hearing Tai Xiong's words, the middle-aged man's mouth twitched involuntarily, and his expression darkened. Shi Miao and Ci Shui both looked up at the sky, suppressing their laughter and pretending they saw and heard nothing. After a while, the middle-aged man spoke in a somewhat gloomy voice. "Tai Xiong, I'm telling you again, my martial soul is a turtle, a spiritual turtle. And my title is also Spiritual Turtle. Now tell me, what's the difference between a turtle and a Wang Ba? Aren't they just a turtle shell and 4 claws? Where's the difference?" Tai Xiong looked at the spiritual turtle sideways, curious about the difference between the 2. "Forget it, I won't argue with you. I estimate that when you cultivated your title, you must have exchanged your brain to succeed. Otherwise, you wouldn't be missing a string in your head," the spiritual turtle said, turning around and walking towards Soto City, feeling that Ci Shui's suggestion was quite good. Shi Miao suppressed his laughter and said, "Tai Xiong, let me educate you on the differences between a turtle and a Wang Ba. First, a turtle shell is harder than a Wang Ba's, and turtles have no teeth, making them more docile. But Wang Ba is different. It has teeth, a neck that can stretch long, and is somewhat aggressive." Tai Xiong stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, "So, given his irritable personality, his martial soul must be a Wang Ba." The spiritual turtle paused upon hearing this, his expression darkening. He kept silently reminding himself to stay calm. He couldn't fight him, so he had to keep his cool. He was missing a string in his brain, missing a string, and he couldn't argue with him. In Soto City, at the Soto Great Soul Arena, Qing Sheng and Inger were registering for the competition, while YeXuan and Qianrenxue were waiting nearby, wearing beautifully crafted masks. After Qing Sheng and Inger completed their registration, Qing Sheng pointed to YeXuan behind them and said, "He's my brother. He'll bring the money later." With that, Qing Sheng pulled Inger away. YeXuan didn't mind. It was just 20 gold soul coins, and paying for Qing Sheng was no issue. The staff at the Soul Arena looked at Qianrenxue and asked, "Soul Power. Codename or real name?" "Level 57 Soul King, codename Angel," Qianrenxue replied succinctly. After entering the information, the staff turned to YeXuan and asked, "Soul Power. Codename or real name?" "Level 14 Soul Master, codename Evil God," YeXuan responded casually. However, the staff paused in entering the information, furrowing their brows and saying, "Please provide accurate information. We will conduct a soul power test here. If the information is false, you will be permanently blacklisted from the Soul Arena." "I know. I'm giving you precise information. Just record it," YeXuan said, completely unconcerned about the staff's warning regarding the soul power test. As long as he controlled his soul power precisely at the level of a 14-level soul master with his second martial soul, the dark demon Evil God Tiger, there would be no problem. The staff, hearing this, said nothing more and continued entering the information. After a while, they spoke again: 3 single soul battles, 2 double soul battles, and 1 team soul battle. Each registration fee is 10 gold soul coins, totaling 60 gold soul coins. After paying the registration fee, a dedicated staff member will conduct a soul power test on you. Please be patient. After taking out the gold soul coins from his soul guide and handing them to the staff, YeXuan and the 3 others found a spot to quietly wait. Qing Sheng asked, "Brother, it doesn't matter if you don't participate in the 2-on-2 soul battle. I can win by myself. I just want to know, will you intervene in the team battle?" YeXuan, Qianrenxue, and Qing Sheng had all signed up for single soul battles. However, Inger, due to her poisoning, didn't register for a single soul battle, but signed up for double and team soul battles with Qing Sheng and YeXuan, respectively. YeXuan and Qianrenxue also registered for the double soul battle. If it was a single soul battle, Qing Sheng had no problem at all. Even in a double soul battle, he could ensure that Inger wouldn't be harmed in the slightest. However, a team soul battle was different. A team battle usually involved 7 people, while they only had 4, one of whom was completely non-combatant. Moreover, both YeXuan and Qianrenxue had clearly stated that they wouldn't intervene in the team soul battle unless absolutely necessary. This meant that in a team battle, he would have to fight 7 opponents alone while also protecting their non-combatant, which was a significant challenge. If Inger got hurt, it would be his failure. Therefore, he wanted a clear answer. He didn't need YeXuan to help him, but as long as YeXuan could protect Inger, it would be fine. As for YeXuan's claim of being a 14-level soul master, Qing Sheng didn't believe it at all. Someone who had received the inheritance of a divine beast couldn't possibly be a 14-level soul master. "I can still help protecting, so you don't need to worry about that," YeXuan said confidently, hands behind his head. Although he couldn't use his white tiger martial soul in the soul arena after registering, as long as he used one of the soul rings from his dark demon, Evil God Tiger martial soul, he could sweep through the entire arena. Even below the Soul Emperor level, he could easily win based solely on his physical strength without using his martial soul. However, if he encountered a soul saint or above, he would have to unleash his martial soul. After all, once one reached the soul saint level, they could use their martial soul's true form, making the 70-level soul saint a watershed moment among soul masters. Those who reached the soul saint level could basically be regarded as high-level soul masters. Hearing YeXuan's words, Qing Sheng felt much more at ease. As long as YeXuan said so, he wouldn't have to worry about anything during the team soul battle and could fight with all his might. Soon, a person responsible for testing soul power came to them and led them to a spacious room for soul power certification. Upon entering the room, the tester took out 4 blue crystal balls and placed them in front of them, saying, "You will release your martial souls and use the crystal balls to test your soul power levels." YeXuan, Qianrenxue, Qing Sheng, and Inger all remained silent and directly released their martial souls. Behind Qianrenxue, an 8-winged angel martial soul appeared, with 5 soul rings shimmering in yellow, purple, and black. After Qing Sheng's azure dragon martial soul manifested, 4 soul rings of yellow and purple glimmered around him. Behind Inger, a light purple butterfly appeared, adorned with 2 yellow soul rings. After YeXuan released his dark demon, Evil God Tiger martial soul, a red soul ring shone brightly on him, making him particularly striking in the venue. Qing Sheng, Ing Er, and the staff responsible for testing soul power all stared wide-eyed at YeXuan's soul rings. The first soul ring was 100,000 years old, which was simply unheard of. Moreover, Qing Sheng was certain that this was not the white tiger martial soul, which led to the conclusion that YeXuan's soul power must be considerable. Otherwise, it would be impossible to harness the immense energy of a 100,000-year soul ring. Upon noticing everyone's gaze, YeXuan chose to ignore it, as the 100,000-year soul ring was just a routine operation for him. He still had 9 sealed energies from the sacrifice of the evil, holy king within him that had not been released. Otherwise, his soul rings would definitely exceed 100,000 years. However, his physical body currently could not withstand such immense energy, so it could not be released. YeXuan's gaze fell on the martial soul behind Ing Er. This martial soul was the purple-winged phoenix butterfly, proficient in speed and poison attributes. Although the quality of the martial soul was not high, it was still above average, belonging to the category of high-level martial souls. The innate soul power at awakening was around level 7 to 9, which could be considered talented among ordinary soul masters. However, due to being poisoned, her soul power was just at the level of a 2-ring great soul master. Soon, everyone withdrew their gazes, picked up the crystal balls in front of them, and began testing their soul power. YeXuan precisely controlled his soul power at level 14 and then injected it into the crystal ball. The person responsible for testing the soul power level compared the information with 4 documents carefully. After finding no issues, he said, "The information you provided has no problems. But are you sure you want to participate in the team battle? Your number is insufficient at 7, and the gap in soul power levels is significant. Participating in the team battle will be quite disadvantageous for you. It's fine. You can arrange the arena for the team battle. We are sure we want to participate." Qing Sheng waved his hand dismissively. Among the 4 of them, except for Ing Er, the others were capable of fighting beyond their ranks. One person could easily take on several opponents of the same rank, so Qing Sheng did not take the staff's concerns to heart. Especially with YeXuan displaying a 100,000-year soul ring, it gave him even more confidence. With a 100,000-year soul ring, there would undoubtedly be a 100,000-year soul bone, so there was no question of not being able to win. Chapter 144. Those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre. All right, you can come to the battle arena anytime to participate in the battle. I wish you good luck. After finishing, the staff made a gesture inviting them to leave. YeXuan, Qian Renxue, Qing Sheng, and Ing Er immediately walked out of the room and headed toward the battle arena. They still intended to participate in the battle, but planned to explore Soto City first. As the 4 walked through the streets of Soto City, they noticed that it was much less bustling compared to Tiando City and Wuhuan City, with fewer people on the streets, although vendors along the roadside were still numerous. YeXuan and Qian Renxue took off their masks and put them back into the Soul Guide, since they were not participating in the battle now. There was no need to wear masks. Around 10 in the morning, Qing Sheng touched his stomach and said, "Brothers, we have the battle tonight. Can we find a place to sit and grab a bite first? After all, I will be the main force in the battle tonight. As if I made you participate in the battle. I don't know who insisted on joining the battle and dragged us along." YeXuan glanced at Qing Sheng, but still casually found a restaurant and walked in. The restaurant's decor was quite ordinary, and there were very few customers. Only 3 young boys. The 4 walked into the restaurant, found an empty table, and YeXuan picked up the menu, ordered a few dishes that Qian Renxue liked, and then tossed the menu to Qing Sheng, indicating he could order whatever he wanted. Qing Sheng opened the menu, saw that the prices were quite cheap, and casually ordered a few dishes before waiting quietly. YeXuan closed his eyes to rest and recover his soul power. They had come from a spatial rift, and the distance from the Starfall Palace to Soto City was not short. Opening such a long spatial rift had consumed a lot of his soul power, so he needed to recover a bit. At a nearby table, a chubby boy looked in YeXuan's direction and said, "Dai Lauda, I thought your face was already quite feminine, but I didn't expect we would encounter someone today with an even more feminine face than yours. Ma Ongjun, I think you're itching for trouble. If you can't speak properly, just shut your mouth. No one will treat you as a mute." Dai Mubai's gaze was also on YeXuan's table, but he was primarily focused on Qian Renxue and Ing Er. "Xiao Ao, you need to pay attention to your image. Don't stare so much," Ma Hongjun said, his gaze also fixed on Qian Renxue and Ing Er. "I think they look a bit familiar, like I've seen them somewhere. But I can't quite remember." Oscar stroked his chin, starting to ponder. "TCH, Xiao Ao, just because you see someone pretty doesn't mean they look familiar. It serves no practical purpose. Teacher Zhao said that those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre, so we need to prove it with action." Ma Hongjun glanced at Oscar and continued to focus on Qian Renxue and Ing Er. Since they spoke without any concealment, and there were only their 2 tables in the restaurant, YeXuan and the others clearly heard their words. Qian Rinxue and Ing Er felt their gazes but did not care and chose to ignore them, sitting in place, each lost in their own thoughts. Qingsheng took out a wine jug, took a sip, glanced at them, and then withdrew his gaze. YeXuan continued to rest with his eyes closed, seemingly having heard nothing. However, in his sea of consciousness, the voice of the evil, I holy king, echoed. I sense the aura of my bloodline nearby. It's very close to you. You can retrieve my bloodline, and I will use it to transform your eyes, granting you true evil eyes. Moreover, the stronger the user of my bloodline, the stronger the transformed evil eyes will be. He hasn't provoked me. Why should I forcibly extract his bloodline? Besides, since the stronger he is, the stronger the evil eyes will be, it might be better to let him continue to grow and to discuss this matter later. After replying in his heart, YeXuan did not pay much attention to it. If the effect improves with strength, he could let him grow slowly. As for the transformation of the evil eyes, that could wait until later. After a while, Ma Hongjun saw Dai Mubai not making a move and couldn't help but ask, Dai Lauda, are you not planning to take action? Those 2 beauties are quite rare. I've never seen such beautiful ones in my life. You think you have a chance with your current appearance? Dai Mubai turned his gaze back and looked at Ma Hongjun. Whether I have a chance or not, we'll find out. Ma Hongjun tidied his hair, stood up from his chair, striding towards where YeXuan and the others were sitting. While walking, Ma Hongjun took out a red rose from his body. He approached the table and extended the rose to the center, smiling lightly as he said, Ladies, are you interested in discussing life in the future? Qian Ringshu and Inger had no intention of responding to him. Qian Ringshu found it very boring and simply closed her eyes to rest. Inger, on the other hand, focused her gaze outside the window, watching the street. YeXuan opened his eyes and looked at Ma Hongjun, coldly saying, Get lost, you're being an eyesore here. The tricks Ma Hongjun was playing, YeXuan had already stopped playing with at the age of 2. Besides, what he gave at that time was an entire garden filled with various rare plants, and that garden was still planted in the pavilion of the Wuhuan Hall's lake. Fatty, if you have nothing to do, just get lost. Qing Sheng glanced at Ma Hongjun with evident impatience in his voice. No one would give him a good face when he was holding a flower in front of their wives. Hearing their words, Ma Hongjun spoke without any courtesy. Who are you? I'm talking to these 2 beauties. What are you interrupting for? Where did you come from to meddle in my business? Qing Sheng's gaze turned cold upon hearing this. You come over to hit on someone and dare to be so arrogant. Do you really think we have no temper? Just as Qing Sheng was about to teach Ma Hongjun a lesson, YeXuan made his move and struck Ma Hongjun. The overwhelming force instantly sent Ma Hongjun flying. Dai Mubai, who was watching the commotion, stood up without hesitation to catch Ma Hongjun, preventing him from getting hurt. Chapter 145. Growing up well, when Dai Mubai caught Ma Hongjun, he immediately felt the overwhelming power coming from Ma Hongjun's body. His own body was pushed back by this powerful force. After crashing into a table, Dai Mubai could no longer hold back and directly released his Wuhuan, a white tiger with black stripes, which appeared behind him. 2 yellow soul rings also flickered around him. However, despite this, Dai Mubai's figure continued to retreat until he crashed into the wall of the restaurant after hitting 2 tables, finally stabilizing himself. The cracks in the wall were enough to show how strong YeXuan's casual strike was. In terms of pure strength, YeXuan was only slightly weaker than the Titan Great Ape at this moment. When fighting against ordinary title de law in close combat, he would not be at a disadvantage. It should be known that the strength of a limit Douluo is 100,000 pounds, and YeXuan's strength had already reached around 40,000 pounds. Therefore, even YeXuan's casual strike was something Ma Hongjun could not withstand. This time, we might have hit a hard wall. Dai Mubai thought as he glanced at the already unconscious Ma Hongjun, shaking his slightly numb arm, his expression serious. Oscar noticed YeXuan and Qian Ringsha more and felt like he had seen them somewhere before, but he just couldn't recall where. However, when he saw Ma Hongjun's condition, he stopped thinking further and hurried to Ma Hongjun's side, beginning to chant a spell. I have a big sausage. As soon as he finished speaking, a sausage appeared in Oscar's hand. Without any hesitation, he directly stuffed the sausage into Ma Hongjun's mouth to help him recover from his injuries. Qing Sheng, hearing the spell, spat out the drink he had just sipped, looking at Oscar with a suppressed laugh. Inger, somewhat confused, asked, Saint, what are you laughing at? It's nothing. I just saw someone who was being arrogant just now fly out. I can't help but find it funny. Qing Sheng replied, unable to contain his laughter. Inger looked at Qing Sheng and found it a bit nonsensical. What was so funny about someone just being thrown out? Qian Ringshu opened her eyes, glanced at YeXuan with a hint of a smile, and then continued to close her eyes to rest. She was not surprised by what had just happened. It was all within her expectations. YeXuan calmly watched Dai Mubai's Wuhuan, letting out a soft laugh, not caring about Dai Mubai's gaze. Compared to his white tiger Wuhuan, the Wuhuan behind Dai Mubai was nothing more than a mixed breed, not even a subspecies. After all, the evil eye white tiger was created from the bloodline of the evil eye Saint King. Strictly speaking, even the evil eye Saint King would only be considered a mixed breed in front of YeXuan, let alone the evil eye white tiger, which was merely created using the bloodline of the evil eye Saint King. As for what the evil eye Saint King said about reclaiming the bloodline from him to modify his eyes and give himself a true evil eye, YeXuan had no such thoughts at the moment. Dai Mubai's strength was too weak. He was only a two-ring great soul master. Let him grow well for now. The stronger he becomes, the stronger the evil eye he would enhance later on. Moreover, the Star Luo royal family was not just Dai Mubai. If YeXuan really wanted to modify the evil eye, he could go to the Star Luo Empire to use someone else's bloodline for modification. As for Dai Mubai, let him grow well for now. YeXuan shifted his gaze away from Dai Mubai and began to close his eyes to restore his soul power. After seeing that YeXuan did not continue to make a move, Dai Mubai signaled to Oscar with his eyes and quietly said, "Little AO, let's take Fatty back. We might have hit a hard wall this time." "Okay, Boss Dai, let's go," Oscar agreed, and together with Dai Mubai, they helped Ma Hongjun up and walked out of the restaurant. YeXuan and the others had no intention of stopping them, simply acting as if they hadn't seen anything and letting them leave. Soon, the dishes ordered by YeXuan and the others were served by the restaurant owner. YeXuan and the others picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. After serving the dishes, the restaurant owner started to tidy up the tables that had been knocked over. After a few rounds of drinks and meals, YeXuan, Qianrengshu, Qin Sheng, and Inger were full. YeXuan took out 3 gold soul coins from his body, placed them on the table, took Qianrengshu's delicate hand, and walked toward the restaurant exit. Qin Sheng looked at the 3 gold soul coins on the table, sitting still, waiting for the restaurant owner to give change. Although they ordered a lot of dishes, they were all very cheap, and the restaurant was not high-end, so 3 gold soul coins were more than enough. According to Qin Sheng's calculations, there should still be quite a few silver soul coins left. However, Qin Sheng did not wait for the owner to give change, as he was forcefully pulled away by Inger, not giving him a chance to linger. The two hurriedly left the restaurant and quickly caught up with YeXuan and Qianrengshu. Qin Sheng asked, "Brother, why did you give him 3 gold soul coins? The things we ate only cost about 2 gold soul coins. I didn't bring any change, and don't the broken tables and chairs need compensation?" YeXuan replied, while scanning the surroundings for a place to stay. After all, they needed to stay in Soto City for a while to participate in the soul fighting competition, so they needed to find a place to stay. Although YeXuan could use the spatial rift to return to the Starfall Palace, it consumed too much soul power and was not worth it. After all, they were not short on accommodation money. When Qin Sheng heard YeXuan's words, he thought for a moment and felt it was quite normal. How could the dignified master of the Starfall Palace possibly carry small change like silver soul coins? They mostly used cards. As the 4 of them turned the corner onto the most prosperous street in Suatoa City, they happened to see Tai Xiong, Shi Miao, Si Shui, and Ling Gui leisurely strolling down the street. When Qianrengshu saw the 4 of them, she looked at YeXuan with a questioning gaze, wanting to know if it was YeXuan who had summoned them out of the Tiando Palace. Because in Tiando City, only she and YeXuan had the authority to mobilize them. If it were the Pope's Hall or the Offering Hall that summoned them, they would not be so leisurely strolling around Suatoa City. They should be executing their tasks. Chapter 146. Who goes back when YeXuan saw Qianrenshu's gaze? He nodded slightly, indicating to her that he was the one who had summoned them out, and they hadn't come out on their own. Seeing this, Qianrenshu didn't say anything further. She just kept her eyes on the 4 who were wandering around. Tai Xiong, Shi Miao, Si Shui, and Ling Gui also noticed YeXuan and Qianrenshu. Without any hesitation, they directly approached the 2 and called out, "Young Master Mississippi, please come with us." Qianrenshu said something blandly and then walked straight ahead. YeXuan smiled at the 4 and quickly followed Qianrenshu's pace. Qin Sheng and Ing Er glanced at Tai Xiong and the others but didn't pay much attention, thinking they were just personnel from the Starfall Palace. After exchanging glances, Tai Xiong and the others said nothing further and followed behind. YeXuan and Qianrenshu entered the Rose Hotel in the center of the street. YeXuan spoke to the staff, "I need 2 couple rooms and 4 single rooms, the highest quality ones." The staff replied, "We only have 1 high-end couple room. Not 2, but our other rooms are also very nice." The staff smiled at the group. That's fine. How much will it be? Just swipe the card. YeXuan took out a gold soul card from his soul guide device and placed it in front of the staff. The staff took the gold soul card, deducted the balance, and respectfully returned it. They then led the group to their respective rooms. When Qing Sheng and Ying Er arrived at their room, they went straight in, planning to rest well before going to the soul fighting arena for the competition in the evening. Tai Xiong, Xi Miao, Ci Shui, and Ling Gui followed YeXuan and Qian Renxue into their room. After entering, Qian Renxue immediately sat down on the bed, looking at Tai Xiong and the other four. YeXuan lay on the bed, resting his head on Qian Renxue's lap, enjoying the faint fragrance and feeling very comfortable. Qian Renxue didn't mind YeXuan's action and focus her attention on Tai Xiong and the others, asking, "Now that you're all out, who is stationed at the Tiando Palace?" "Miss, there are only the four of us titled Douluo present at the Tiando Palace. After we came out, there are no titled Douluo left to guard the Tiando Palace. Moreover, we came out to work according to the young master's orders, not on our own accord." Xi Miao stepped forward and answered straightforwardly. "Then, Xiao Xian, have you completed the tasks you were assigned?" Qian Renxue's gaze swept over the four, her tone very neutral. "Miss, we have completed the tasks the young master assigned us," Ci Shui said respectfully with a bow. "Since you've completed the tasks, why haven't you returned to the Tiando Palace? Why are you wandering around Suatuo City? If any changes occur at the Tiando Palace during this time, how will you handle it?" Qian Renxue's gaze was fixed on the four in front of her. They didn't all need to stay at the Tiando Palace. Having one person stationed there was enough. However, all four of them had come out to wander after completing their tasks. If something unexpected happened at the Tiando Palace, who would handle it? Tai Xiong, Xi Miao, Ci Shui, and Ling Gui exchanged glances and fell silent. They had never considered the issue Qian Renxue raised. In their eyes, the entire Tiando city was already under the control of the Wuhuan Hall. What could possibly happen? Moreover, there was the Wuhuan Hall in Tiando City and the Starfall Palace outside, making it impossible for any unexpected situations to arise. If it came to handling matters, the four of them together wouldn't be as competent as Shui Qinghe, who had been managing the affairs of the Tiando Empire for 6 years and was now very adept at handling matters. After a long while, when Qian Renxue saw that they had not responded, she waved her hand and said, "The Tiando Palace cannot be without someone stationed there. So one of you needs to return to the Tiando Palace and take charge there. The rest can relax in Suatuo City for a few days before going back. As for who returns to the Tiando Palace, you can decide among yourselves. You may leave now." "Yes, Mississippi." The four answered and immediately walked out of the room. Once outside the room, Tai Xiong, Xi Miao, and Ci Shui all turned their gazes to Ling Gui, their meaning quite clear. They wanted him to return to the Tiando Palace and stay there. Ling Gui looked at the three and immediately said, "What do you mean? I also worked hard to come out this time. Ever since I was sent here by Her Holiness the Pope 6 years ago, I have hardly ever left the Tiando Palace. Now that I finally have a chance to relax, you don't expect me to go back to the Tiando Palace, do you?" "Old Turtle, we also don't want you to go back to the Tiando Palace, but we have no choice. Xi Miao and I were sent out to ensure the safety of the Mississippi. However, there is no one protecting the Miss now, so we have the obligation to ensure her safety here," Ci Shui said with a hint of regret in his voice. Tai Xiong took out the elder token of the Starfall Palace and said, "I also have the duty to protect the young master's safety. And I still have tasks assigned by the young master that I haven't completed, so I cannot return to the Tiando Palace." A proud smile appeared on Tai Xiong's face. Now that he had the elder token of the Starfall Palace, he had ample reason not to return to the Tiando Palace. Although the environment at the Tiando Palace was good, looking at the same place for 6 years would become boring, and he also had to constantly hide his identity. None of them wanted to return to the Tiando Palace now. At least they wanted to relax a bit before going back. If it's just about protecting the young master and Miss, Ling Gui can handle that too. You can completely return to the Tiando Palace and continue enjoying life while also taking charge there, Ling Gui said, completely ignoring Tai Xiong and focusing on Xi Miao and Ci Shui. "Old Turtle, you should just go back to the Tiando Palace. We were originally sent by the Great Offering to specifically ensure the safety of the Miss, so you're not capable of that," Xi Miao smiled, looking at Ling Gui with amusement. Chapter 147. Making money. Ling Gui looked at Xi Miao and Ci Shui, and after a moment said, "Sai, forget it. I might as well go back to the Heavenly Fighting Emperor Palace to hold the fort. Anyway, you will have to return sooner or later. I'm just going back a few days earlier." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Gui didn't wait for Tai Xiong, Xi Miao, or Ci Shui to respond and turn around, striding out of the hotel. Tai Xiong, Xi Miao, and Shui watched Lingue leave, smiling, without any intention of stopping him. Staying a few days longer is better than going back right now. In the room, Qianrenxue looked at YeXuan, who was lying on her lap, stretched out her hand and patted him, saying, "Xiao Xian, aren't you getting up? Why should I get up? I feel quite comfortable." YeXuan replied with a faint smile, looking at Qianrenxue, showing no intention of getting up. "Didn't you exhaust a lot of soul power? Why don't you get up and recover some soul power? We have the fighting soul competition at night," Qianrenxue said, her gaze fixed on YeXuan. "The main one fighting in the competition is Qing Sheng. Besides, if I'm the one fighting, do I even need to use soul power?" YeXuan chuckled it, still showing no intention of getting up. "Then just lie there." After giving YeXuan a glare with her eyes, Qianrenxue leaned back on the bed, allowing him to continue lying on her lap. Seeing this, YeXuan blinked and, as soon as he got up from Qianrenxue's lap, reached out to embrace her, looking at her stunningly beautiful face and saying with a faint smile, "Shui, we need to participate in the fighting soul competition tonight, so we can do something beneficial for our physical and mental health now." "Wait, Xiao Xian, it's still daytime. Let us wait until tonight," Qianrenxue responded, feeling that doing such things during the day felt a bit. YeXuan looked at Qianrenxue, who was speaking in his arms, completely ignoring her words, and directly kissed those tempting lips. Late at night, YeXuan and Qianrenxue had just fallen asleep. Shortly after, there was a knock on the door. YeXuan glanced at the very tired Qianrenxue in his arms and said, "What is the matter? If there's something, let us talk about it tomorrow. If not, you can leave now." After saying that, YeXuan found a comfortable position with Qianrenxue in his arms and prepared to sleep, not caring who was knocking outside. Qianrenxue leaned closer to YeXuan, also ignoring who had knocked on the door, and closed her eyes, falling into a deep sleep. Outside the room, Qing Sheng heard YeXuan's voice and fell a bit speechless. They had agreed to go to the Fighting Soul arena tonight. What was this situation? What did he mean by let's talk tomorrow if there's something? If there's nothing, they can leave now? After thinking for a moment, Qing Sheng decided not to knock again. He turned around and walked back to his room. After all, it was just a Fighting Soul competition. Going tomorrow would be just as good. The next day, around noon, Qing Sheng was about to knock on YeXuan and Qianrenxue's door when he saw the door open. YeXuan, with wet hair, walked out, clearly just having taken a shower. YeXuan looked at Qing Sheng and said, "It's just a Fighting Soul competition. Why are you so anxious?" As he spoke, YeXuan circulated his energy to evaporate the water droplets on his body. Soon, his previously wet hair dried up. His silver long hair was casually draped behind him. "Big brother, look at the time. It's almost afternoon. Can we still make it to the Fighting Soul arena?" Qing Sheng saw YeXuan's method of evaporating water and felt no surprise. It was just a way to use blood energy. As long as one's blood energy was strong, it could be done. However, few knew how to use it. Coincidentally, both YeXuan and Qing Sheng knew how to use blood energy methods. "Let us wait a bit. Once Shui comes out, we can have a meal and then head to the Fighting Soul arena, where you can go ahead and compete without waiting for us." YeXuan stretched lazily. The cracking sounds coming from his body made him feel indescribably comfortable. "Forget it. I'll wait a bit longer. We can go to the Fighting Soul arena together then." Qing Sheng casually found a place to sit down. He had already waited for half a day, so waiting a little longer was no big deal. Moreover, he was just there to compete. He also wanted to place bets and make money. YeXuan glanced at Qing Sheng, but didn't say anything more. He reached for the teapot and poured a cup of tea, then picked up a piece of pastry to eat. Qing Sheng took a swig from his wine jug and quietly waited. About half an hour later, Qianrenxue finally walked out of the room, fully dressed. Upon seeing Qianrenxue, YeXuan immediately stood up and smiled, saying, "Shui, let us go eat something first, then we can participate in the Fighting Soul competition." "Yes, let us eat something first. There is no need to rush." Qianrenxue agreed and walked downstairs with YeXuan. Qing Sheng also put away his wine jug, opened his room door, and said to Ying Er, "My brothers have come out. We should go eat now." "Oh, then let us go." Ying Er closed the book in her hand and stood up to walk towards the door. Qing Sheng glanced at the book title, and his eyelids twitched. It was actually a cookbook. Qing Sheng wanted to say, "Give it up. You really have no talent for cooking." But after thinking it over, he decided against saying it. Instead, he thought about how to dissuade her from pursuing that idea. "Sheng, what are you looking at?" Ying Er asked as she approached Qing Sheng, following his gaze to see the cookbook on the bed. "Nothing, Ying Er. We should go eat with them. Otherwise, if we wait too long, they might leave without us." Qing Sheng smiled, reached out to pull Ying Er, and walked downstairs. "It's fine. I can cook for you." Ying Er blinks his, a faint smile appearing on her face. Hearing this, Qin Sheng felt an increasingly strong sense of foreboding. He was almost certain that Ing Er had come up with some new dish again. As for what kind of dish it was, and whether it was poisonous, that was hard to say. Qin Sheng looked at Ing Er and said, Ing Er, you should learn to use poison instead of wasting your talent on cooking. Chapter 148. Level it for me. Upon hearing Qin Sheng's words, Ing Er looked at him with a very surprised expression and said, Sheng, I'm still poisoned. You're telling me I have a talent for using poison? Of course, your martial soul, the purple-winged phoenix butterfly, has a poisonous attribute. How could you not have a talent for using poison? Once the poison on you is lifted, I will find someone to teach you how to use it. Qin Sheng reached out and patted Ing Er on the head, not saying anything more. Ing Er's inherent talent was not low, and she could definitely pursue the path of using poison. However, on the continent, although there were quite a few soul masters who could use poison, those who could use poison and cultivate to become title Daw were even rarer. Ing Er nodded gently at his words, but didn't say anything further. However, there was a thoughtful look in her eyes. Once Qin Sheng and Ing Er walked out of the hotel, they saw YeXuan and Qian Renxue sitting in the restaurant across from them, leisurely enjoying their meal. Behind the two of them stood Tai Xiong, Shimao, and Ci Shui, which made Qin Sheng even more certain that these three were members of the Starfall Hall. Qin Sheng reached out and pulled Ing Er up, heading straight to the dining table of YeXuan and Qian Renxue, sitting down directly and picking up chopsticks to eat the various dishes in front of him. Tai Xiong, Shimao, and Ci Shui, upon seeing no change in YeXuan and Qian Renxue's expressions, did not stop Qin Sheng and Ing Er's actions. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they went straight to the soul fighting arena to prepare for the soul fighting competition. Upon arriving at the arena, they did not head to the central area, because participating in the competition there required their badges to be at least gold soul level. Their badges had just been registered, so they could not enter the central area. Although YeXuan could enter, he had no intention of going to the central area. It was all the same for him. Whether in the central area or the smaller outer areas, he could basically defeat his opponents in seconds, so it didn't matter where he was. YeXuan sat in the private box, picked up a piece of pastry, and ate it slowly. Meanwhile, he looked towards the competition stage, focusing not on the competitors, but on a screen at the top of the stage, which displayed only a name and 4 words. Competitor, White Tiger, Legendary 100 Victories. Qin Sheng looked at the name on the screen and said, Brother, it seems your popularity in the soul fighting arena is definitely not low. Even those who have never seen you compete before probably know about you. In the soul fighting arena, as long as one has sufficient strength, becoming famous and gaining popularity is not a difficult task, but rather a very simple one. While speaking, YeXuan tasted the pastry in his hand, finding it quite good. He then reached out to offer another piece to Qian Renxue, saying, Shui, this pastry is quite tasty. Do you want to try it? Qian Renxue slightly opened her mouth, took a bite of the pastry that YeXuan offered, and after tasting it said, This pastry is indeed good, quite delicious. If it weren't good, I wouldn't let you eat it. YeXuan placed the remaining pastry in Qian Renxue's mouth and reached out to wipe the crumbs from the corner of her mouth. Hearing both of them praise the pastry, Qin Sheng couldn't help but take a piece and taste it himself. Ing Er, sitting beside him, asked, How is it? Is it good? It has a faint fragrance. Quite delicious, but it's not suitable for drinking wine. Ing Er, you should try it too. While speaking, Qin Sheng glanced at the tray, which had only 2 pieces of pastry left, and directly took one. YeXuan then picked up the last piece of pastry and held it to Qian Renxue's mouth. Seeing this, Qian Renxue rolled her eyes at YeXuan but did not refuse. She slightly opened her mouth and took a small bite. Qin Sheng threw the pastry into his mouth and picked up the wine jug, swallowing the wine along with the pastry. After a while, Qin Sheng put away the wine jug and said, Indeed, it's not suitable to drink wine while eating this pastry. Ing Er didn't speak, just stared at Qin Sheng with wide eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, Tai Xiong, Shimao, and Ci Shui, who stood behind YeXuan and Qian Renxue, were communicating in secret. Ci Shui asked Tai Xiong through a sound transmission, Tai Xiong, did you notice anything? Such a simple thing. How could I, Tai Xiong, not see it? Tai Xiong looked at Ci Shui with disdain and quickly retracted his gaze. You actually noticed, so it seems you're not as stubborn as others say? Shimao stroked his chin, feeling quite surprised. Weren't you just thinking about his wine jug? However, the wine he drinks really does have a strong fragrance. It seems to be just a jug of old wine. Tai Xiong glanced at Shimao and Ci Shui, noticing their surprised expressions as they looked at him. He secretly smiled, having seen Shimao and Ci Shui looking at Qin Sheng. At that time, Qin Sheng only had a piece of pastry and a wine jug in his hand. So Tai Xiong thought that Shi Mao and Ci Shui were interested in Qin Sheng's wine jug, try to trick him into taking it. Tai Xiong, I want to take back what I just said. I've now confirmed that you really are missing a few screws in your head. After saying this, Shi Mao ignored Tai Xiong. Ci Shui also nodded in agreement, noting that Tai Xiong's focus was completely different from theirs. While Shi and Shi Mao were focused on people, Tai Xiong was fixated on Qin Sheng's wine jug. Noticing Ying Er staring at him, Qin Sheng couldn't help but ask, Ying Er, what is wrong with your eyes? Why are you staring at me? It's nothing, my eyes are fine. With that, Ying Er diverted her gaze and found a random spot to sit down. Qin Sheng didn't mind. He originally thought YeXuan would save that last piece of pastry, so he ate the piece he had. Little did he know, YeXuan had no intention of saving it. After Qian Rinxue finished the pastry, YeXuan reached for the teapot, poured a cup of tea, and placed it in front of Qian Rinxue. Just then, the voice of the host reached everyone's ears, now inviting the Qinglong contestant to the stage. Upon hearing the announcement, Qin Sheng smiled and walked out of the private box, heading towards the competition stage to participate in the soul fight. After Qin Sheng left, YeXuan took out a gold soul card and instructed Tai Xiong, take my gold soul card and check Qin Sheng's odds to see if he is more likely to lose than win. If so, buy a win to level the odds. Chapter 149. Too conservative Tai Xiong, upon hearing YeXuan's voice, reached out to take the gold soul card and replied, yes. Young master. YeXuan waved his hand, not paying attention to Tai Xiong's words, and instead wrapped his arm around Qian Rinxue, asking, Shui Er, do you still want to eat that pastry? If you do, have Tai Xiong bring some back. Then let's have her bring some back. After all, there is nothing much to do, so it's just a way to pass the time. Qian Rinxue gazed at the competition stage below, her eyes filled with boredom. Tai Xiong, remember to bring back 3 portions of pastry. After giving the order, YeXuan focused on the competition stage. Although he didn't know what Qin Sheng's odds were, he was sure that Qin Sheng would win. Betting on Qin Sheng to win while leveling the odds meant he would definitely make a profit. After hearing YeXuan's instructions, Tai Xiong left the private box with a gold soul card. As soon as he stepped out, he took out his own gold soul card to prepare for betting. With both the young master and Miss participating in the soul fight, betting on a win was a guaranteed profit. After all, among people of the same level, no one could compare to the young master and Miss. Therefore, betting on a win was basically like picking up money for free. Tai Xiong quickly arrived at the betting area, checked the odds for both sides, first placing a bet with his gold soul card, then using YeXuan's gold soul card to level the odds. Once everything was complete, Tai Xiong smiled as he carried 3 portions of pastry back toward the private box. On the competition stage, Qin Sheng looked at his opponent, feeling a long-lost battle intent rising within him. To respect his opponent, Qin Sheng unleashed his Qinglong martial spirit, with 4 soul rings of yellow and purple flashing around him. Qin Sheng, martial soul, Azure Dragon, level 43 power attack system. 4-ring soul master. Qin Sheng looked at the person in front of him and made a starting pose. Wang Zhong, martial soul, Scarlet Fire Ape, level 47 power attack system, 4-ring soul master. Wang Zhong looked at Qin Sheng and released his martial soul while stating his martial soul and soul power level. However, there was a hint of seriousness in Wang Zhong's eyes, although his soul power was 4 levels higher than Qin Sheng's. He felt a kind of suppression from the essence of Qin Sheng's martial soul. Since being suppressed, he could only exert 80 of his original strength instead of the full 100, which meant he was at a disadvantage. Therefore, Wang Zhong felt that this opponent was somewhat extraordinary, and if he wanted to win, he would have to go all out. Otherwise, his chances of victory would be very slim. The host, seeing that both sides were ready, immediately announced, "It seems both sides are prepared." Then, the match officially begins. As soon as the host's words fell, Wang Zhong charged towards Qin Sheng. Leaping high into the air, his right hand clenched into a fist, with soul power gathering continuously on his fist, attacking Qin Sheng directly. Qin Sheng quickly thought of a defense method in his mind upon seeing the incoming fist and judged how Wang Zhong would attack next and how he should counterattack. Qin Sheng extended a palm to block Wang Zhong's attacking fist while leaning back. Wang Zhong instinctively swept horizontally towards Qin Sheng. However, Qin Sheng had already anticipated this move, so he dodged it easily, without sustaining any damage. Seeing that there was an opening in front of him, Qin Sheng seized Wang Zhong's fist and exerted force. Caught off guard, Wang Zhong leaned forward, and Qin Sheng's left hand formed a fist, instantly attacking Wang Zhong's chest. Wang Zhong had no way to defend now. He could only watch Qin Sheng's fist land on him. In just a blink, Wang Zhong felt a sharp pain in his chest. and then his body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. After getting up from the ground, Wang Zhong looked towards Qin Sheng, and his fourth soul ring began to flicker rapidly. A blazing flame appeared in his hand, and the temperature in the arena gradually rose. Fourth soul skill, Fury of the Scarlet Flame. Wang Zhong did not hesitate and directly attacked Qin Sheng. His flaming palms were like two blazing fireballs, continuously targeting Qin Sheng's vital points. However, Qin Sheng had rich combat experience and could accurately predict Wang Zhong's attack direction each time, allowing him to either block or dodge Wang Zhong's attacks. "It's over," Qin Sheng said with a smile, as his fourth soul ring began to flicker. Qin Sheng extended a hand, with a light azure soul power continuously gathering, emanating a vibrant aura from him, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar from behind. Fourth soul skill, Azure Dragon, Dragon Soul. A high-pitched dragon's roar rose in the arena as a vividly realistic azure dragon. Dragon Soul shot out from Qin Sheng's hand, directly attacking Wang Zhong. When Wang Zhong heard the sound, there was a moment of distraction in his eyes. By the time he reacted, his body had already been knocked away by the Dragon Soul, crashing onto the ground outside the arena. Seeing this, Qin Sheng felt a bit disappointed. The fighting spirit that had just risen in his heart disappeared again. He had originally thought Wang Zhong would be a formidable opponent, but it turned out he had overestimated Wang Zhong and slightly underestimated his own strength. Fortunately, he had held back and didn't attack with full force. Otherwise, Wang Zhong would have suffered severe injuries, not just being knocked out of the arena. The host, seeing the outcome, immediately announced, "The winner of this soul fighting match is our Azure Dragon contestant." After hearing the host's words, Qin Sheng had no intention of lingering in the arena. He took out a wine flask, took a sip, and walked directly out of the arena. His match was over, so he could leave without needing to listen to the host's words. In a VIP box, YeXuan and Qian Renxue watched the entire match of Qin Sheng. Qian Renxue, eating pastries, said, "Qin Sheng's combat experience is quite rich, but his fighting style is a bit conservative." Qian Renxue's own fighting style was also to first think about how to defend before choosing to attack. However, she used 7-0 for offense and 30 for defense, achieving a balance between offense and defense. Qin Sheng's style, however, was to look for flaws in his opponent's attacks while defending, drawing the opponent into his combat rhythm before counterattacking. In simple terms, he would first understand the opponent's attack patterns, then find flaws in their moves, and use those flaws to counterattack. Although his fighting style is relatively conservative, as long as the soul power gap is not too large, Qin Sheng can gradually win. Because the longer the fight lasts, the more flaws the opponent would expose, and Qin Sheng's chances of winning would increase. Chapter 150. Instant Kill. When YeXuan heard Qian Renxue's voice, he didn't pay much attention. Fighting styles are generally formed based on one's personality. Everyone's personality is different, so the fighting styles they develop will also be entirely different. Tai Xiong, go to the betting place and bring back our winnings, YeXuan said with a smile while holding Qian Renxue. "Okay, young master, I'll go right now." A smile appeared on Tai Xiong's face as he happily walked back toward the VIP box. Although his bet wasn't large, if he could make a small profit, that was still achievable. YeXuan and Qian Renxue turned to look at Tai Xiong when they heard his cheerful voice, just in time to see his departing figure. Qian Renxue chuckled lightly and said, "I didn't expect Tai Xiong to secretly place a bet. It's quite normal. Anyone who can cultivate to title Douluo level isn't a fool. Tai Xiong just doesn't like to think much, so it's perfectly normal for him to place a bet secretly." YeXuan smiled, not caring too much. Although Tai Xiong was a bit simple-minded, he could occasionally show some cleverness. Standing behind the two, Xi Miao and Ci Shui were slightly stunned upon hearing their conversation. They were curious about what Tai Xiong was secretly smiling about, and they didn't expect him to place a bet and make money. Moreover, the idea of making money just by betting hadn't occurred to them. They found it a bit unbelievable that Tai Xiong, who seemed a bit simple-minded, could think of it. After all, compared to intelligence, both Xi Miao and Ci Shui felt they were a level above Tai Xiong, and that was without question. However, now they couldn't believe that Tai Xiong thought of something they hadn't. If you want to place a bet, you can do so. There's no need to stand behind us all the time. Qian Renxue didn't turn around, but waved her hand at the two behind her, indicating they could leave and not stand behind them all the time. "Yes, Mississippi." The two responded and casually found a spot to sit in the VIP box, showing no intention of placing a bet. After all, betting on others was not as good as betting on their own young master and miss. If others lost, they could end up with significant losses, while betting on the young master was guaranteed profit. Soon, Qing Sheng and Tai Xiong walked into the VIP box together. Qing Sheng walked straight to Ying Er's side and sat down, gently wrapping his arm around her and picking up a pastry to eat. Tai Xiong approached YeXuan and handed him a gold soul card, saying, "Young master, this is your gold soul card. The winnings from your bets are already on the card. I understand. You can find a place to rest in the private room for a while. There's no need for you to stand behind us," YeXuan replied, glancing at the gold soul card but not intending to pick it up, casually leaving it on the table. Tai Xiong then cheerfully approached Shi Jiao and C.I. Shui, took out his own gold soul card, and looked at the balance with an increasingly broad smile. "Tai Xiong, how much have you earned in gold soul coins this time?" Shi Jiao asked curiously, genuinely wanting to know how much Tai Xiong had won. Tai Xiong chuckled, glanced at YeXuan and Qian Renxue, and whispered, "Not much, just about 200,000 gold soul coins. Barely counts as a small profit." As soon as Tai Xiong finished speaking, he felt something was off. He hadn't told Shi Jiao about his betting. How did Shi Jiao know he had won gold soul coins? "Tai Xiong, do you think your little tricks can fool the young master and miss? They already knew about it earlier, so there's no need for you to hide it. Besides, the miss has agreed to our betting in the soul arena, so there's no need to be mysterious about it," C.I. Shui remarked with a light laugh, observing Tai Xiong's reaction. "Miss, she has already agreed to our betting in the soul arena?" Tai Xiong asked, glancing at YeXuan and Qian Renxue, but quickly averting his gaze, pretending to be nonchalant. "Otherwise, how do you think we knew about your winning gold soul coins?" Shi Jiao looked at Tai Xiong, feeling that he was still the same stubborn person as before. How did Tai Xiong come up with the idea of secretly betting to earn gold soul coins? Hearing this, Tai Xiong decided to stop being secretive and boldly put away his gold soul card, then found a place to sit down and quietly wait for the next betting opportunity. Shi Jiao and C.I. Shui prepared their own gold soul cards in advance, ready to place bets as soon as the young master or miss started fighting in the soul arena. Of course, they weren't lacking gold soul coins. Given their status in the martial soul hall, they wouldn't normally be short of gold soul coins. However, who would ever complain about having too many gold soul coins? When YeXuan noticed that Qing Sheng's gaze was fixed on him, he couldn't help but speak up. "If you have something to say, just say it directly. There's no need to keep staring at me. I actually want to have a match with you, but I feel my chances of winning are not great," Qing Sheng admitted. So far, he hadn't seen YeXuan make a real move and didn't know how strong YeXuan was. Based on his previous cultivation, speed, and strength, he estimated that if he fought YeXuan now, he would likely lose badly. If his mindset hadn't been affected and he could cultivate normally for 4 years, he should have a 30% chance of winning. After all, he had seen YeXuan release his life domain and 10,000-year spirit ring. However, if YeXuan didn't have the domain and the 10,000-year spirit ring, his chances against YeXuan would probably be about 50-50. "If you fight me now, you have no chance of winning at all. You might even be instantly killed," YeXuan said, glancing at Qing Sheng as he picked up a piece of pastry to eat. Both he and Qing Sheng were descendants of divine beasts, and their cultivation talents brought by their martial souls were basically the same. The only possible difference was the purity of their bloodlines. His white tiger bloodline was 100 pure, but Qing Sheng's might not be the same. After all, he had emerged from the ancient tree of life, absorbing life energy, which ensured the purity of his bloodline. YeXuan didn't know how Qing Sheng came to be, but his bloodline purity couldn't be higher than his own. If there were a significant gap, it would probably be in terms of fate, as he was a second-generation deity with an advantage. The 3 great gods of the divine realm were all related to him, and the remaining evil and benevolent gods probably had some connection to him as well. Chapter 151. One against the team. Looking at YeXuan, Qing Sheng's eyes revealed a hint of combat spirit. Although he didn't have a great chance against YeXuan, he had his own trump cards. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to protect Ying Er for 4 years. It was important to note that Ying Er was afflicted with a mixed poison, not just a chronic one. The characteristics of mixed poison are that it is highly toxic, acts quickly, and is difficult to cure. The fact that Qing Sheng could protect Ying Er for 4 years was enough to prove the strength of his trump cards. Similarly, using those trump cards came at a great cost. He wasn't even sure if he could bear the cost of using his trump cards. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought about dying together with Ying Er in the extreme north from the beginning. In the private room, it was somewhat quiet since no one was speaking. The combat spirit in Qing Sheng's eyes gradually faded as he took out a wine jug, completely ignoring YeXuan's words. At that moment, the host's voice came from the competition stage, announcing, "The next soul battle is a cross-level fight, and it will be a 1-against-3 match. Our evil god contestant will battle against the soul emperor and 2 soul kings at level 14. Now, let's welcome our evil god contestant." When YeXuan heard the host's voice, he looked at Qian Renxue in his arms and playfully pinched her delicate nose. He then picked up a cup of tea from the table, stood up, and headed toward the exit of the private room. After exiting the private room, he took a beautifully designed mask from his soul guide device, put on his face, and slowly walked toward the competition stage. Qian Renxue picked up a piece of pastry, her gaze fixed on the audience below, but most of the audience had already stood up and left their seats. Rushing to the betting area, the audience in the stands numbered over 10,000, and they were mostly rushing to bet on the Soul Emperor's side to win. After all, how could a level 14 Soul Master possibly win against the Soul Emperor and 2 Soul Kings? Taking her time to eat the pastry, Qian Renxue took out a gold soul card from her possession and said, YeXuan, take my gold soul card to place a bet. No matter what the odds are, make sure to balance it. All right, miss, I'll go right away, YeXuan replied, quickly stepping forward, taking Qian Renxue's gold soul card, and heading toward the betting area. Shi Jiao and Tai Xiong followed closely behind YeXuan, heading to the betting area, as this was the best opportunity to earn gold soul coins. Missing it might mean they wouldn't have such chances in the future. Qing Sheng's gaze was also on the audience below, and he took out everything valuable he had, saying, Ing'er, take out all the gold soul coins you have. Let's bet everything we have. If we win, we can become instantly rich, and there's no way we can lose. Hearing this, Ing'er searched her belongings and took out a gold soul coin and a valuable jade pendant, handing them to Qing Sheng. Qing Sheng took what Ing'er had given him and ran out. He was currently broke and owed a debt of 100,000 gold soul coins. As long as he placed a bet, he could make a substantial profit. As for whether YeXuan could win, that was not even worth considering. A contestant with only one spirit ring might not necessarily be just a soul master of few levels. They could also be a twin martial soul user. For example, the current YeXuan has a second martial soul with only a 100,000 year soul ring, but his soul power is genuinely that of a soul king. So the possibility of losing doesn't exist at all. Ing'er reached out to pick up a piece of pastry, took a bite, and said, I wonder how many people will end up losing everything after this. Losing everything isn't likely. Aside from a few real gamblers in the soul arena, no one would risk all their savings. Qian Renxue smiled lightly, not really concerned. Unless the soul arena itself were to act as the house and open betting, no one would stake all their assets. If everyone bets on one person to win and no one bets on the loser, even if they were right, they wouldn't earn much gold soul coins. After all, the odds are set, and even if you bet on the winner and bet a lot, if the loser only has 10 gold soul coins, then you would only win those 10 gold soul coins in the end. At the betting area, Iron Bear, Snake Spear, Bloodthorn, and Qing Sheng looked at the amounts being wagered by both parties, smiling happily. The odds for both sides had already leveled out, and the amount of gold soul coins had exceeded 10 million. Moreover, the numbers were continuously increasing, with nearly 10,000 spectators. If each person bet 1,000 gold soul coins, that would be close to 10 million gold soul coins. Not to mention some are betting tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Therefore, the quantity of gold soul coins was rising rapidly. The four of them watched the increasing number of gold soul coins, all thinking the same thing. Keep betting, because soon it will all be ours. YeXuan leisurely sipped his tea as he walked up to the competition stage, waiting for the match to begin. Opposite him stood 3 middle-aged men, all wearing relaxed expressions, clearly not taking YeXuan seriously. In the audience, spectators were gradually returning, their eyes fixed on the competition stage. They didn't know why they were betting on a level 14 Soul Master to win, but that didn't matter. All that mattered was that the match started and they could win gold soul coins. The host looked at both sides' relaxed demeanor and immediately announced, the match officially begins. As soon as the host's voice fell, the Soul Emperor in the arena released his martial soul, 6 soul rings, white, yellow, purple, constantly flickering beneath him. The Soul Emperor chuckled and said, Kid, you might as well admit defeat. You're only a level 14 Soul Master. There's no need to fight. The gap in soul power. YeXuan glanced at his soul ring configuration, not intending to listen to his further words, and directly released his second martial soul, Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. After the martial soul was activated, a blood-red soul ring flickered beneath him. He extended a hand, gathering black-purple soul power in his palm, and the space on the competition stage seemed to be sealed off, with gravity in the arena continuously increasing. The 3 men in front of him had no time to react and found their bodies immobilized, unable to move. The soul ring of the sky blue bull python granted YeXuan 2 soul skills, spatial slowdown and azure travel of the phoenix. And YeXuan was currently using the soul skill, spatial slowdown. Chapter 152. As your travel of the Phoenix, YeXuan looked at the three immobilized figures in front of him, showing no hesitation, and directly unleashed his second soul skill, Azure Travel of the Phoenix. A strong blue light appeared in the arena, enveloping the entire competition stage in brightness, making it impossible to see what was happening in the match. However, the audience could see a dazzling light appearing in the arena. The brilliant light cut through the intense blue glow, appearing exceptionally beautiful. The light absorbed the spectators' gazes, and nearly all of them focused on that moving light. But that dazzling light was like a fleeting moment, disappearing in the blink of an eye. As the audience felt regret, they turned their eyes back to the arena, trying hard to see what had happened. At this moment, the blue light was gradually dissipating, and there were no sounds of fighting coming from the arena. When the light completely vanished, what appeared before everyone was YeXuan, leisurely drinking tea, and the three competitors lying motionless on the ground. In an instant, the entire arena fell silent. Even the host above was in disbelief, staring at the situation in the arena. The entire process was too fast. Even counting the time taken for the blue light to dissipate, it was only about 30 seconds, truly too quick. A level 14 Soul Master defeated a Soul Emperor and 2 Soul Kings in 30 seconds. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed unrealistic. However, the facts were right in front of them, making it impossible for them to deny. YeXuan finished his cup of tea and looked up at the host, saying, "Now, can we announce the result of the match?" Hearing the voice, the host quickly came back to his senses, glanced at the situation below, and said, "Incredible, simply unbelievable. Can someone tell me what just happened?" Our evil god contestant managed to defeat his opponents in less than 30 seconds. This is simply astonishing. I think even the legendary undefeated champion, the White Tiger, could not have done this. All right, I won't waste any more words. I now announce that the winner of this soul fight is our evil god contestant. When the audience heard the announcement, no one spoke. They simply stared quietly at YeXuan, who was leisurely drinking tea without uttering a word. After hearing the host announce the result, YeXuan walked off the competition stage. In the audience, a huge and chaotic noise erupted. Some were praising YeXuan's formidable strength, some were mocking the three competitors lying on the stage. But more were lamenting the loss of their gold soul coins. When YeXuan returned to the private room and found only Qianrenxue and Inger there, he immediately sat down beside Qianrenxue and asked, "Schwerer, where are the others? Why aren't they in the private room? They're probably calculating their winnings. After all, the amount of gold soul coins won this time won't be small." Qianrenxue smiled, not particularly concerned. After all, counting gold soul coins in the soul arena also takes some time. YeXuan nodded in response, then poured himself a cup of tea and began to savor it slowly. After this match, he estimated he could take a break in the soul arena for a while. After all, this was just the Soto Soul Arena, and there couldn't be many competitors at the Soul King level. As for the Soul Emperor level, there might only be one, and the Soul Ring configuration of that Soul Emperor was indeed quite pitiful. 2 10-year rings, 300-year rings, and 1,000-year ring. How did he even absorb them? Yinget also focuset hergaze on YeXuan, asking, YeXuan, just how strong is your power that you could defeat a Soul Emperor and 2 Soul Kings in such a short time? It's quite unbelievable. Naturally, Inger had watched the situation on the competition stage, but like the other spectators, she hadn't seen anything at all. So, she was quite curious. I've told you about my strength before, Schwerer, so you don't need to be too surprised. Once you see more in the future, you'll get used to it. YeXuan smiled, not overly concerned about Inger's question. Do you really have the strength to tie, or even defeat the title Douluo? There was a hint of surprise in Inger's gaze, but since Qianrenxue had mentioned it last time, she wasn't too shocked. YeXuan merely smiled faintly at the remark, offering no explanation. As he set down his teacup, Inger vaguely noticed a scar on his arm, which looked somewhat strange. Curiously, she asked YeXuan, "With your life domain presence, why don't you heal the scar on your arm? With such strong life energy, it should be easy to restore." Hearing her question, YeXuan rolled up his right sleeve, revealing 2 rows of clear bite marks on his fair arm. "Is this what you're talking about?" As he spoke, he glanced at Qianrenxue beside him, since those bite marks were indeed her handiwork. This was the only scar on his body. Qianrenxue also looked at YeXuan's arm, and upon seeing the 2 rows of bite marks, a smile crept onto her lips, as they were indeed her creation. "Yes, that's it. But it looks like bite marks to me," Inger said, nodding thoughtfully as she looked at the 2 rows of bite marks. "Not just looks like. They are bite marks." YeXuan nonchalantly pulled down his sleeve, his tone casual. "Then why don't you heal it?" Yinge up links heas, appealing QEs. "It doesn't affect me at all, so why should I heal it?" YeXuan stretched lazily, lying down with his head resting on Qian Rinchua's lap. He took a deep breath, the faint fragrance helping him relax both body and mind. Seeing this, Inger stopped questioning and simply sat there, quietly enjoying her snacks while occasionally glancing at the competition stage below, watching the intense soul battles between the two competitors. After a quick glance at YeXuan, she felt that the fierce soul battles were more captivating. Although they lacked the shocking instant kills brought by YeXuan, this intense competition was the most interesting aspect. Chapter 153. Fate plays tricks. Tai Xiong, Xi Miao, Ci Shui, and Qing Sheng returned to the private room with smiles on their faces. Ci Shui placed Qian Rinchua's gold soul card on the table and said, "Miss, you won nearly 10 million gold soul coins this time." As expected, winning gold soul coins is quicker when betting. Qian Rinchua picked up the gold soul card, glanced at the amount, and then put it away. Her gold soul card had increased by about 980,000, so it was indeed close to 10 million. Seeing the expressions of the four, Qian Rinchua understood that their winnings were also substantial. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so happy. Qing Sheng sat down beside him, also taking out a gold soul card from his body and placing it in front of her with a hint of regret, saying, "Our capital is too little. With such a great opportunity, we only won about 400,000 gold soul coins. 400,000 gold soul coins is already quite a sum. You should be satisfied." Inger rolled her eyes at Qing Sheng and directly put the gold soul card away. Qing Sheng smiled and took out a wine jug, taking a sip from it without saying anything further. 400,000 gold soul coins might be a considerable amount for an ordinary family, but in the eyes of some nobles, it was just SOSO. Now that we have money, when we go back in a few days, we can pay off our debts. We can also take you to see Dugabo and see if he can cure the poison in you, Qing Sheng said, gently stroking Inger's hair. A sweet smile appeared on Yinger's face, but she said nothing, just quietly watching Qing Sheng in front of her. YeXuan, lying on Qian Rinchua's lap, casually asked, "I'm more curious about who poisoned Inger and who your enemies are." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinchua also looked at Qing Sheng and Inger with curiosity, as she wanted to know who their enemies were. After all, people couldn't just be poisoned for no reason, especially not with mixed poison. Qing Sheng's actions paused slightly upon hearing YeXuan's words, his eyes reflecting memories, but soon those memories were replaced by intense killing intent. "When I was young and reckless, I killed an evil soul master, which led to being pursued by several black-clad evil soul masters. Only I managed to escape with Ing, but she was poisoned in the process." As he spoke, the killing intent in his eyes gradually faded. Now, he didn't even know who his enemies were, only that they were a group of evil soul masters. After that, those evil soul masters seemed to have vanished into thin air, as there were no further reports about them. YeXuan and Qian Rinchua both narrowed their eyes at the mention of the black-clad evil soul masters. For years ago, they were also chased by a group of black-clad evil soul masters in the extreme north. At that time, if it weren't for YeXuan having the right arm bone of the evil Sacred King, they might not have returned from the extreme north, although they couldn't be sure if it was the same organization. The boldness of their actions and the similarity in attire made YeXuan and Qian Rinchua confident that it was likely the same group responsible. Even if it wasn't, it didn't matter, as evil soul masters were universally hunted in the continent. As for Yi Xiusu, who was in the Starfall Palace, although she was also an evil soul master, no one could detect her. Moreover, she had hardly killed anyone. Even if discovered, others would only see her martial soul as somewhat evil, with no evidence to prove she was an evil soul master. Currently, evil soul masters rarely appeared in public, leading to a somewhat vague understanding of them within the soul master community. Unlike 1,000 years from now, when merely possessing an evil martial soul would label one as an evil soul master. Now, being identified as an evil soul master depended on whether one used shortcuts for cultivation, relying on devouring other soul power, soul rings, mental power, flesh souls, martial souls, and so forth to rapidly enhance their soul power. If one took such shortcuts, it would lead to mental instability, emitting a cyan black aura, and an overall feeling of evil and bloodiness that made others uncomfortable. YeXuan sat up, looking at Qing Sheng, and said, "Once the poison in your wife is cured, we might be able to find them and take revenge together. Revenge is something one must do themselves. Although we are brothers, if you use the Starfall Palace's power for revenge, it could greatly harm the palace's strength." Qing Sheng smiled, his expression returning to normal, his voice calm. Though he and YeXuan were brothers, if he used the Starfall Palace's influence for revenge, it would undoubtedly result in significant losses for the palace, possibly even crippling it. If it were truly to help him take revenge and cause the Starfall Palace to suffer, he would never be able to repay that debt. One must know that the hardest debts to repay in the world are those of human kindness. We also have some grievances with the Evil Soul Masters. Although we aren't sure if they belong to the same organization, Evil Soul Masters are universally hunted on the continent. So, we're not just helping. We're also seeking revenge. Qian Ruxue chuckled softly, and when she mentioned the Evil Soul Master, a sharp killing intent appeared in her eyes, but it quickly vanished. For years ago, the events that took place in the extreme north were still fresh in her memory, and they nearly took Xiao Xian away from her. If it weren't for the Snow Emperor and the life energy in the Divine Punishment Silver Spear, Xiao Xian could have truly been taken from her side. YeXuan smiled and extended a hand towards Qin Sheng, saying lightly, "Did you not call me brother? Since we're brothers, regardless of whether we're from the same organization or not, I'll do my best to help you take revenge, so you don't need to be polite with me." Qin Sheng looked at YeXuan's outstretched hand, momentarily taken aback. After a moment, he smiled and reached out his hand to shake YeXuan's, saying, "I will be polite with you. Don't think too much of it. I, Qin Sheng, will not be polite. I intend to fight the rich. How could I be polite?" Hearing this, YeXuan merely smiled, released his hand, and lay back on Qian Ruxue's lap, saying nonchalantly, "With your current strength, wanting to fight the rich is a bit unrealistic." Chapter 154. Treat it as sparring. Qin Sheng mimicked YeXuan's posture, leaning back and resting his head on Ying Er's lap. He paid no heed to YeXuan's words. He couldn't win a fight, but he could still manage to mooch food and drink off the rich. In the private room, Tai Xiong, Xi Miao, and Ci Shui watched the unfolding events and listened to the conversations. They exchanged glances, feeling that Qin Sheng was not simple. After all, he was the first person to call the young master brother. However, after glancing at Qin Sheng, the three returned their gaze, showing no intention to speak, as if they had seen nothing. Here comes a piece of news. The next contestant will be our evil god contestant. Furthermore, he will once again be fighting above his rank, but this time his opponent is only a soul king. Let us look forward to the evil god contestant as performance. The host's voice clearly reached the private room. Upon hearing the announcement, YeXuan helplessly sat up, poured himself a cup of tea, and said, "I originally thought I could take a break, but I didn't expect to match with someone." YeXuan picked up the cup of tea and headed towards the private room's exit, ready to quickly resolve the opponent. "Now, please welcome our evil god contestant and the angel contestant," the host's voice echoed in the private room. Everyone's eyes turned to YeXuan and Qian Ruxue. If they remember correctly, Qian Ruxue's codename in the soul fighting arena was indeed Angel. YeXuan also put down his teacup and looked at Qian Ruxue. He felt that the soul fighting arena really knew how to play. He and Qian Ruxue had teamed up for a 2-on-2 soul fight and were matched together. "Let's go. Xiao Xian, there's no point in fighting others. Let's treat it as sparring," Qian Ruxue said with a smile, standing up and taking out a beautifully crafted mask, putting it on her face before walking towards the exit. YeXuan also took out a mask, put on, and followed Qian Ruxue out. In the private room, Qin Sheng stroked his chin, feeling he might be able to make some money. Just now, YeXuan had directly taken down a soul emperor and 2 soul kings in an instant. Therefore, the audience below would mostly bet on YeXuan to win. After all, having just taken on 3 opponents and defeating them instantly, facing just 1 soul king should be no problem. But Qin Sheng clearly remembered that last time Qian Ruxue had explicitly stated she could defeat YeXuan. So, if he bet on Qian Ruxue to win, wouldn't he make a profit again? Thinking of this, Qin Sheng immediately stood up and said, "Ying Er, give me the gold soul card. We might be able to make a good profit." Ying Er nodded lightly, took out the gold soul card from her body, and handed it to Qin Sheng. Her gaze turning to the competition stage below, feeling that this match should be quite exciting. Qin Sheng took the gold soul card and saw Tai Xiong, Xi Miao, and Ci Shui rushing to place bets. Without any hesitation, he followed suit. When he arrived at the betting area, he found Xi Miao and Ci Shui looking at Tai Xiong with strange expressions. Qin Sheng curiously asked, "What happened, seniors? Did you place a bet? If not, go place your bet first, and then come back to ask," Ci Shui said, glancing at Qin Sheng and waving his hand. Qin Sheng nodded and went to the betting area, finding that the odds were basically as he expected. Most of the audience was betting on YeXuan to win, while there were hardly any bets on Qian Ruxue. The only bets on Qian Ruxue were probably from Tai Xiong, Xi Miao, and Ci Shui. Without hesitation, Qin Sheng placed 400,000 gold soul coins on Qian Ruxue to win, and then returned to wait for Xi Miao and Ci Shui's response. "You call a brother. Yet you didn't bet on him to win, Tai Xiong remarked, having clearly seen who Qin Sheng had placed his bet on. Seniors, did you bet on my brother to win? Qin Sheng's expression also turned a bit strange. Anyone who knew the inside story could see the likely outcome of this soul fight. He couldn't believe he had placed a wrong bet without knowing the insider information. Of course, the young master's strength is definitely much stronger than the young lady's, so I don't quite understand why you would bet on the young lady to win. Tai Xiong said, stroking his chin, looking puzzled at the three. Tai Xiong, have you ever seen the young master lose to someone of the same generation? YeXuan smiled. Recognizing die Xionkes strike forward naturiterning. Losing to someone of the same generation? How is that possible? When I followed the young master, I witnessed his undefeated record in the soul fighting arena, and almost all of them were against higher-ranked opponents. So losing to someone of the same generation is simply impossible. Tai Xiong said confidently, glancing sideways at YeXuan. Actually the young master has lost, and many times at that. Every time the young master and the young lady spar, he will lose half a move, but you just haven't seen it, Shi Miao chuckled. He wasn't sure if others would end up losing everything, but Tai Xiong would definitely lose everything. Why do I feel like you guys are trying to fool me? Tai Xiong crossed his arms and looked skeptical. We have no reason to fool you. At the beginning, the young master and the young lady were basically evenly matched. But later on, the young master would always lose half a move. According to the young master's own words, that is, when he likes someone, they are evenly matched. But when he loves them, he is slightly weaker. After saying this, YeXuan headed towards the private room, showing no intention of explaining further to Tai Xiong. Hearing this, Tai Xiong looked confused and turned to Shi Miao, asking Shi Miao, what does YeXuan mean by that? Figure it out yourself. Shi Miao tossed out a sentence and also turned to leave. Explaining such matters to someone as straightforward as Tai Xiong would certainly be a headache. Seeing them leave one after another, Qin Sheng had no intention of going down anymore. Watching them was less appealing than returning to the private room to accompanying heir. Moreover, he felt he could learn from YeXuan's approach. After everyone left, Tai Xiong rubbed his chin and began contemplating what YeXuan's words meant. However, after thinking for a while, he came up with no conclusions. Furthermore, in terms of strength, martial soul rings, and other aspects, he felt the young master had the advantage. In a situation where one has an all-around advantage, how could they possibly lose? Therefore, regardless of how Iron Bear sees it, young master will definitely win. Chapter 155. Stolen Learning on the Competition Stage. The host, upon seeing that both contestants had entered and were ready, immediately announced, the match officially begins. As the host's voice fell, YeXuan and Qianrenxue did not unleash their martial souls, but instead simultaneously activated their movement secret technique and charged towards each other. Their figures moved rapidly across the arena like phantoms, leaving behind trails of afterimages. Qianrenxue clenched her right fist and launched an attack at YeXuan, the howling wind blowing YeXuan's silver hair. Seeing the incoming attack, YeXuan stretched out a hand to grasp Qianrenxue's fist while sidestepping to evade her sweeping leg. YeXuan looked at Qianrenxue in front of him, smiled, and controlled his power to match her level before launching a counterattack. The two had similar levels of combat experience and were very familiar with each other's fighting styles, so there was no risk of accidental injury. Their figures twirled and maneuvered on the competition stage, making it difficult to see them clearly. Moreover, their speeds continued to increase, with each exchange generating howling winds. In the VIP box, Qin Sheng took a sip of his drink and watched intently as the match unfolded. There was a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Although he knew his current strength was inferior to YeXuan and Qianrenxue, he did not expect the gap to be so vast. Just from the speed they were displaying, even if he unleashed his martial soul, he might not be able to keep up. Furthermore, YeXuan and Qianrenxue had not even released their martial souls or used any soul power. Ing'er looked down at the competition and asked, Saint, if you were to compete against Sister Xue, what would your chances of winning be? Completely zero. None of them are comparable to me now. If my state of mind hadn't gone awry, I might have had a chance. But now, there's no comparison. After all, I haven't cultivated for 4 years. Qin Sheng replied casually, but his gaze remained fixed on the competition stage. Although Qin Sheng had his own trump cards, who could guarantee that YeXuan and Qianrenxue didn't have their own? Thus, Qin Sheng was very clear that he had no chance against either of them. However, he was not discouraged. Although he couldn't compare to the two, his talent and strength were still top tier among the younger generation. In the Soul Master world, very few reached the Soul Master level by the age of 16. Yet, Qin Sheng had reached it at 13. If not for issues with his state of mind, he would already be a Soul King, not just a Soul Master. Hearing this, Ing'er glanced at Qin Sheng, but quickly looked away without saying anything. On the competition stage, after an exchange, Qianrenxue quickly retreated, her 8-winged angel martial soul rising behind her, with 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black flashing on her body. Seeing this, YeXuan also released his martial soul. After the dark demon, evil god tiger martial soul was activated, a blood-red soul ring flickered around him. The collision of their soul powers seemed to turn the entire competition stage into 2 extremes. One side divine, noble, and bright, and the other purely dark and evil. Qianrenxue's 3rd soul ring began to flash rapidly, and she unleashed her 3rd soul skill, Angelic Light Feather. Light golden feathers fell around her, and with the boost of this soul skill, Qianrenxue's attributes increased by 10%, while YeXuan's attributes were suppressed by the same amount. Looking at YeXuan, Qianrenxue smiled faintly, and her 5th soul ring began to flicker. Her 5th soul skill, Holy Sword. A long sword formed from sacred flames appeared in her hand, and the purifying effect of her angelic soul power increased by 300%. She lightly tapped the ground with her toes and charged towards YeXuan. It's just a match. No need to be so serious, using your 5th soul skill already, YeXuan thought to himself, but his reaction was equally swift. He reached into his soul guide and pulled out a silver short sword, infusing it with his bloodline power. And the short sword radiated endless sharpness as he met her attack head-on. Although YeXuan usually used a silver spear, it did not mean he could only use a spear and not other weapons. He had a photographic memory, so he not only learned various theoretical knowledge quickly, but also learned techniques just as fast. In previous sparring sessions with Qianrenxue, he had already picked up much of her swordsmanship. During his time in the extreme north, he had also seen the Snow Emperor use sword techniques and learned almost perfectly. Although there might be some deviations in the operation of soul power, the basic moves were flawless. Furthermore, 1,000 years later, there would be 2 phrases to describe the Snow Emperor's 3 great ultimate skills. Fist and palm command the icy snow. The Emperor's sword and palm command the cold heavens. Although YeXuan had only stolen the techniques of the Snow Emperor's swordsmanship, their power was not to be underestimated. However, he was more accustomed to using a spear, which was why he had never used the sword techniques he learned. In fact, he had memorized every move of the gun techniques Qing Sheng demonstrated in front of him perfectly. However, since Qing Sheng's set of gun techniques did not suit him, he had no plans to use them. Sometimes, it wasn't that YeXuan wanted to steal knowledge. He just happened to see it and memorize the techniques. Once he noted down the techniques, as long as he tested the route of soul power operation, he had essentially learned it successfully. However, due to different soul power attributes, the power displayed varied. For instance, the Snow Emperor's sword techniques were ice attribute and extremely powerful. When YeXuan used them, they only had the sharpness brought by the light and metal attributes, which was significantly weaker than what the Snow Emperor could produce. As YeXuan's short sword collided with Qianrenxue's long sword, a crisp sound echoed. Although the short sword in YeXuan's hand was merely an ordinary weapon, infusing it with bloodline power allowed it to withstand the collision with Qianrenxue's long sword for a short time without issue. Chapter 156. Admitting defeat, YeXuan and Qianrenxue's long and short swords continued to clash, the sound of metal ringing through the arena. Qianrenxue looked at YeXuan's attacking short sword with a sly glint in her eyes. She showed no intention of evading and swung her long sword directly at YeXuan. However, contrary to Qianrenxue's expectations, YeXuan's short sword showed no signs of stopping and charged straight at her with great speed. Even if she wanted to defend now, it was too late. "Qian, what exactly are you trying to do?" Qianrenxue thought to herself as she watched the short sword come at her. However, she wasn't worried. She was confident that Qian would never hurt her. As YeXuan's short sword was about to attack Qianrenxue, the soul power in his hand surged, and the short sword was instantly shattered, falling to the ground in front of Qianrenxue. At the same time, YeXuan leaned back to dodge the sweeping long sword from Qianrenxue. A spatial crack appeared behind YeXuan, and after his body entered the crack, his figure disappeared from the competition arena. The dark demon evil god tiger possesses attributes such as evil, darkness, lightning, wind, time, and space. Therefore, when using the dark demon evil god tiger martial soul, he could enter the spatial crack even without relying on soul bones. However, there are some differences between the two. Entering the spatial crack using soul bones only allows for movement in space, and as long as one soul power is sufficient, the distance moved can be unlimited. In contrast, using a martial soul to enter the spatial crack allows movement, but the range is limited to 50 meters. However, He can stay within that 50-meter space and still see the situation outside. Staying in the space also consumes soul power, but the consumption is relatively small. Qian Renxue scanned her surroundings, but did not find YeXuan's figure. Even when she released her mental power to search around, she still could not find him. Where did Xiao Xian go using the spatial crack? Qian Renxue thought to herself, and the long sword formed from the sacred flame in her hand also disappeared. The audience in the stands looked at the unfolding situation with confusion. They had no idea what was happening. One moment the fight was going well, and the next, the person suddenly vanished. In the spatial crack, YeXuan observed the situation outside and appeared behind Qian Renxue, directly reaching out to lift her off the ground and walk out of the competition arena. Xin Renjue, seeing YeXuan Kadinhe, shot him a glance and then retracted her martial soul, allowing him to take her away. The host looked at the scene before him, somewhat stunned. He had hosted soul battles for many years, but he had never encountered such a situation. However, he quickly reacted and said, "Your soul battle has not ended yet. Even if you want to leave, you must first determine a winner. Otherwise, how should this soul battle be counted?" "Oh, no need to fight anymore. I admit defeat." YeXuan put away his martial soul and casually replied before leaving without any hesitation. As soon as YeXuan's words fell, the arena fell silent. The host looked in the direction the two were leaving, with a hint of speechlessness in his eyes. He had hosted soul battles for many years, but this was the first time he had seen someone admit defeat and leave while carrying their opponent. However, the result of the match still needed to be announced. Ahem. This was indeed an exciting soul battle, but our evil god contestant has admitted defeat. Therefore, the winner of this soul battle is our angel contestant. As soon as the host's words fell, a chaotic noise erupted in the arena. "Damn, I bet 5,000 gold soul coins on you. And just when you were about to win, you admitted defeat. Come on, you only bet 5,000, don't talk. I bet 80,000 gold soul coins. And I didn't say anything, but admitting defeat just before winning is really hard to accept. It's just a bit of gold soul coins. Don't take it too seriously. It's not like I'm short on gold soul coins. Brother, you're really carefree. I wonder how much you bet." "Not much. I just bet 50,000 gold soul coins on both sides, and the odds for the angel were a bit higher, so I could still make a small profit. I won't lose." In the box, Xi Miao, Ci Shui, and Qing Sheng walked out with smiles, ready to settle their gold soul coins. As they passed by Tai Xiong, Xi Miao reached out and patted Tai Xiong's shoulder, saying, "Tai Xiong, it seems you're going to lose everything this time." Ci Shui recalled Tai Xiong's happy expression earlier and couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Tai Xiong, don't think you're guaranteed to win until the last moment. Look, unexpected situations have occurred now." Qing Sheng looked at Tai Xiong but did not speak, only shaking his head and walking out to settle the bill. Tai Xiong's mouth twitched slightly. Just moments ago, when YeXuan entered the spatial crack, he was very happy, thinking he could make a profit again. However, he never expected that after the young master came out of the spatial crack, he would directly carry the young lady and admit defeat before leaving. The ups and downs of life are truly too fast. Just a few minutes ago, he was a person worth nearly 1,000,000 gold soul coins. But now, he never imagined that in just a few minutes, he would turn into a penniless person. Tai Xiong sighed and didn't care about losing the gold soul coins. With his status in the spirit hall, he wouldn't be short on gold soul coins, just feeling a bit unwilling about the loss. On the way back to the box, YeXuan looked down at Qian Renxue in his arms and said, "Aren't you afraid that I might not stop in time and hurt you? You just gave up your defense, not dodging or evading." "Afraid? Why should I be afraid? Getting hurt during a spar is quite normal, isn't it?" Qian Renxue glanced at YeXuan, revealing a proud expression on her beautiful face. YeXuan looked at her little proud appearance, smiled, and said indulgently, "All right, you little proud one, let's head back to the box first. I estimate we won't need to participate in soul battles for a while." In a soul battle without any opponents, what's the difference between participating or not? Qian Renxue looked at YeXuan with pride, extending her arms to embrace him, her voice showing a hint of indifference. If it weren't for Qing Sheng insisting they participate in the soul battle, they wouldn't have come to the arena at all. Chapter 157. Prepared for the unexpected 3 days later, in the box of the soul arena. After YeXuan saw Qing Sheng's final soul battle end, he said, "Tai Xiong, Xi Miao, Ci Shui, you three can head back first. We're leaving Soto City." Tai Xiong, Xi Miao, and Ci Shui exchanged glances before bowing to YeXuan and Qian Renxue, saying, "Young master, young lady, then we'll take our leave. Go back. There are some things I don't need to remind you about repeatedly." Qian Renxue waved her hand dismissively, glancing at the air in front, without elaborating. "Young lady, please rest assured, we understand." Tai Xiong, Xi Miao, and C.I. Shui replied, and then headed out of the box. As they left, Tai Xiong sent a message to Xi Miao and C.I. Shui, asking, "What did the young lady mean just now? Didn't you understand? Why are you still asking?" C.I. Shui glanced at Tai Xiong, his tone a bit helpless. "I didn't quite catch that earlier, but I saw you all agreed, so I went along with it." Tai Xiong scratched his head, showing a simple smile. "The young lady means for us to keep our identities hidden and not expose them." Xi Miao glanced at Tai Xiong and explained the young lady's meaning to him, then ignored Tai Xiong, who was being a bit dense. Upon hearing this, Tai Xiong didn't say anything further. He was completely unconcerned about hiding his identity. He had the identity of an elder from the Starfall Hall, so it was impossible for him to expose his true identity. After leaving the Soto Great Spirit Arena, Tai Xiong, Xi Miao, and C.I. Shui headed straight towards Tiando City and the Tiando Palace. Qing Sheng returned to the private room with a wine jug in hand, strolling back and said, "Brothers, we can go back now. Staying in the arena isn't very meaningful." "Then let's go. We can buy some things in Soto City," YeXuan said, loosening his hold on Qian Rinxue, who was in his arms. After Qian Rinxue got down from YeXuan, he also stood up, took her delicate hand, and walked towards the exit of the private room. Inger picked up a piece of pastry, took a bite, and followed behind the two as they left the private room. The four of them, YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, Qing Sheng, and Inger, went directly to a blacksmith shop after leaving the arena. The owner of the blacksmith shop smiled warmly at the newcomers and asked, "Young masters and miss, are you here to buy something, or do you need something forged?" "Neither. I need to reforge," YeXuan replied, taking out various weapons such as daggers, short swords, long swords, willow leaf blades, and tridents from his soul guide. Qing Sheng and the blacksmith owner were momentarily stunned as they watched YeXuan continuously pull out weapons, as there were more than 20 weapons in total. Normally, a person would carry 1 or 2 daggers for self-defense or when necessary, and that would be enough. Who would carry so many weapons without a reason? Besides, they were all soul masters. They could just use their martial souls to solve problems, so weapons were hardly needed. YeXuan ignored their gazes and directly asked the owner, "How long will it take to reforge all these weapons?" The owner picked up a weapon in front of him to examine it carefully, estimating the time it would take to reforge. After inspecting the weapons, he was certain that their identities were not simple, as these weapons were made from rare metals such as diamond fine gold, blazing iron, crystal steel, secret silver, fine gold, fine iron, and dark iron. The craftsmanship was superb. The weapons were not only extremely sharp, but also beautifully designed. Each weapon could easily be sold for thousands or even tens of thousands of gold soul coins. With 28 weapons here, even at the minimum price of 5,000 gold soul coins each, it would require a total of 14,000 gold soul coins, which was not something an ordinary person could afford. After a while, the owner finally said, "Young master, if it's just reforging 28 weapons, it can be completed tonight. I also want to poison them. I will give you the poison to be used later," YeXuan said, looking at the owner, hoping he could provide an accurate time frame. If poisoning was involved, it would take longer, and it would be completed by tomorrow morning. The owner smiled and didn't pay much attention. Although it was rare for someone to come to a blacksmith shop for weapon poisoning, it wasn't unheard of. Moreover, poisoning was not complicated. One just needed to pour the required poison onto the weapon being reforged and wait for it to cool down. The only difference was that poisoning took a bit longer. "No problem, you can start with the reforging, and I will bring you the poison to be used later." As soon as he finished speaking, YeXuan took Qian Rinxue's delicate hand and walked out of the blacksmith shop. After leaving, Qing Shen couldn't help but ask, "Brother, why are you carrying so many weapons, and why do you need to poison them?" "Just being prepared. You never know when they might come in handy," YeXuan replied with a smile, sounding somewhat casual. He had quite a few weapons in his soul guide, some ordinary and some made from rare materials that were very expensive. The expensive weapons were crafted a long time ago in the Spirit Hall, where he made 5 types of weapons, 7 of each type, totaling 35 weapons. He lost 5 during soul beast hunts, and 2 were in Qian Rinxue's possession. Thus, he only had 20 expensive weapons left. The function of these weapons was straightforward. During battles with others, he could throw smaller weapons like daggers, short swords, and tridents to attack opponents. There was no need to inflict harm. As long as he could throw accurately enough to make the opponent dodge or defend, that would be sufficient. After all, sometimes, the outcome of a battle hinged on a split-second opportunity. Seizing that moment could turn the tide. "Qing Sheng, let's split up and buy a portion of the toxic herbs from Soto City. I need them to poison the weapons," YeXuan said, looking at Qing Sheng with a calm voice. "Sure, I can help with this little task," Qing Sheng replied with a smile and immediately took Inger in a certain direction. Chapter 158. Weapon poisoning. YeXuan and Qianrenxue walked through the streets of Soto City, continuously purchasing toxic herbs. However, as they bought more and more herbs, Qianrenxue gradually felt some confusion, as YeXuan was not only buying highly toxic herbs, but also purchasing those with weaker toxicity. Xian, if you need to poison the weapons, using a few highly toxic herbs would be enough. There's no need to buy these herbs with weaker toxicity, Qianrenxue said, looking at YeXuan with a puzzled expression. Hearing her voice, YeXuan smiled and took out a snow-white, celestial herb from his soul guide. The herb was crystal clear and snow-white, with each leaf seemingly dripping with water, long and curved, resembling a swan's neck. Schwer, do you know what this celestial herb is? YeXuan asked with a faint smile. Qianrenxue leaned closer to the herb enveloped in soul power, carefully examining it. After a while, she shook her head and said, "How would I know what this celestial herb is if you don't tell me? This celestial herb is called snow-colored swan kiss. It has no poison of its own, but its effect is to multiply any virus by hundreds of times, and as long as it touches even a little, it will take effect no matter the part of the body," YeXuan explained, moving the snow-colored swan kiss back a bit to avoid accidentally letting Qianrenxue touch it. Upon hearing the effects of the snow-colored swan kiss, Qianrenxue instinctively stepped back. She also guessed why YeXuan was buying all the toxic herbs. Xian, using the snow-colored swan kiss to poison the weapons is too dangerous. The multiplication of any virus by hundreds of times isn't a joke if it accidentally touches you. It could be serious, Qianrenxue said with a grave expression in her eyes, looking at the snow-colored swan kiss. No matter what kind of virus it was, after being multiplied by hundreds of times, it would become a very terrifying existence. I intend to use the snow-colored swan kiss to poison the weapons, and the toxins pose no threat to me. After absorbing the celestial herb, I have already gained immunity to fire and water, as well as immunity to all poisons. Furthermore, I also possess the realm of life. In the realm of life, I am immune to all negative states. Therefore, I will not be poisoned at all, YeXuan said, putting the snow-colored swan kiss back in the soul guide, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. Using various toxic herbs along with the snow-colored swan kiss to poison the weapons would make the poisoned weapons a formidable existence. Imagine being hit or grazed by a weapon. With hundreds of types of enhanced toxins entering the body, who could possibly survive? Even if one wants to detoxify, it depends on whether there is time for detoxification. Moreover, after the toxicity has been enhanced 100-fold, the original detoxification methods may no longer work. After all, if the toxicity has increased, using the original detox methods would definitely not be effective. One must be cautious, as no one knows what might happen after the toxicity has been enhanced so greatly. Not to mention, there are also deadly poisons that can seal the throat upon contact with blood. Qianrenxue looked at YeXuan, her expression serious as she reminded him. Schwer, don't worry. When have I ever done something without confidence? YeXuan smiled, reaching out to lightly scratch her high nose bridge. Qianrenxue rolled her eyes at him, but said nothing more, just following him as they strolled through Suatoa City. The two of them wandered around Suatoa City, purchasing not only toxic herbs, but also daily necessities. After exploring nearly half of Suatoa City, YeXuan and Qianrenxue finally returned to the blacksmith shop. When they returned to the blacksmith shop, Qing Sheng and Inger had already been waiting for a long time, and beside them were several bags of toxic herbs. As night fell, YeXuan looked at the boss who was tempering weapons and said, "Boss, could you please prepare a room for us? We need to organize some things." "Not a problem. The room on your left is empty. You can use it to organize," the boss said, pointing to the room on the left while keeping his eyes on the weapons he was tempering. YeXuan opened a wooden door of the room and led Qianrenxue inside. Qing Sheng and Inger also picked up the bags of herbs and followed them into the room. Once inside, YeXuan took out a large iron pot from his soul guide, skillfully started a fire, added water, and prepared to boil the herbs. Although he didn't know how to extract the toxins from the herbs, he knew that the only way to do so was to boil them like making a medicinal soup. The resulting soup would definitely be toxic. As long as it was toxic, adding the snow-colored swan kiss would increase the toxicity 100-fold. Qianrenxue glanced at YeXuan, who was boiling the herbs, and began organizing the daily necessities they had just purchased. After neatly arranging the items, she placed them into her soul guide. Qing Sheng watched their actions and asked, "Brother, are you preparing for a long trip? You seem to have everything ready." "Yes, we are preparing for a long trip, which may take 3 to 5 months at the shortest, or 1 to 2 years before we return." YeXuan replied with a slight smile, as he added the snow-colored swan kiss to the pot. Where are you going that requires such a long time? Qing Sheng looked at them, confusion evident in his eyes. YeXuan placed his hands behind his head and replied, Shuer and I are going to star Luo Empire first to handle some matters, and then we will head to the City of Slaughter for some training. The City of Slaughter? You're going to train there. Do you know that once you enter the City of Slaughter, you may not be able to come out? Qing Sheng's voice carried a hint of shock. He had only heard vague mentions of the City of Slaughter and did not know the details. From what he knew, the City of Slaughter was inhabited by ruthless and degenerate individuals. Very few people who entered the City of Slaughter ever came out. And now YeXuan and Qianren Shui were going to such a place for training. Wasn't that a joke? Who told you that once you go in, you can't come out? The City of Slaughter is a great place for training. YeXuan chuckled. While others might not come out, he was sure he would. The City of Slaughter was the place of his inheritance. How could he not come out? Even without the Azura god's inheritance, he could still walk the path of hell and emerge. So there was no question of not being able to come out. Chapter 159. Inheritance and legacy. The City of Slaughter could not possibly be a good place for training. What normal person would go there to train? Besides, you have plenty of time and resources for cultivation right now. Your combat experience is also very rich. As long as you cultivate step by step, the achievements you could reach would surely be significant. So, I can't think of any reason for you to go to a place like the City of Slaughter. Qing Sheng said, his voice tinged with confusion. To him, the City of Slaughter was not a good place, so he could not understand the reasons for going there. YeXuan leaned back against the wall and said, the City of Slaughter is indeed a good place for training. Achieving 100 victories there can grant one the domain of the God of Slaughter, and we have our reasons for having to go. Perhaps in the eyes of many, becoming a title Douluo is the ultimate goal of a soul master, but in my eyes, that is merely a new starting point. A strange smile appeared on YeXuan's face, and his voice sounded calm and casual. On the continent, almost everyone believed that becoming a title Douluo is the pinnacle that soul masters strive for throughout their lives. Only a tiny fraction of people would know that there are gods beyond title Douluo. However, it has been 10,000 years since a god-level powerhouse appeared on the continent, which is why most people are unaware of it. Are you talking about inheritance? Qing Sheng looked at YeXuan, his voice showing some uncertainty. He had previously been the inheritor of the Azure Dragon, so he naturally knew of the existence of inheritance. Although he knew that YeXuan had the White Tiger inheritance, he still found it hard to believe what YeXuan was saying. Title Douluo is already a pyramid-like existence on the continent. How could it merely be a new starting point? In Qing Sheng's view, even if one successfully received the White Tiger inheritance, it would only make them a stronger title Douluo, and it could not possibly be as exaggerated as YeXuan claimed. It is indeed inheritance, but it is different from what you imagine. There is a fundamental difference between the two. YeXuan glanced at Qing Sheng without further explanation. The four symbols inheritance belongs to a master of a celestial phenomenon, governing the 5 elements, the great Tao, and the celestial stars. Although it is referred to as a divine lord, it does not belong to the divine position. Divine position inheritance requires one to comprehend the corresponding divine position laws, and thus inherit the divine position to enter the divine realm. Of course, if one does not have divine position inheritance, they can also create their own divine position to enter the divine realm. The self-created divine position will be related to the laws one comprehends. The stronger the laws one comprehends, the higher the level of the self-created divine position. Thus, there is a fundamental difference between the two. The 4 symbols inheritance allows one to customize and govern the rules of a region. There are no constraints. Everything is decided by oneself, and one can also govern a great path. In contrast, divine position inheritance can only utilize the power within one's divine position, and one must abide by the order and rules of the divine realm. If a deity dies in the process of pursuing laws, their divine position will need an inheritor, or if a deity actively gives up their divine position to pursue higher-level laws in a farther world, their divine position will also be relinquished. This transfer of position requires an inheritor. Qing Sheng listened to YeXuan's words, and a strong curiosity arose in his heart. He immediately asked, "Brother, do you mean there are other inheritances that exist, and they can far surpass the level of title Douluo?" I've already said before that title Douluo is just a brand new starting point. YeXuan smiled and walked to the pot where the herbs were boiling. Checking the herbs that were being cooked, he saw that the herbs, which were originally boiling in the pot, had disappeared at some point. Only a bubbling green soup remained in the pot. YeXuan looked at the green soup in the pot and nodded in satisfaction. He then extinguished the fire and waited for the soup to cool completely before taking it out to poison the weapons. After Qing Rinxue tidied everything up, she found a clean place to sit down, looking at YeXuan and quietly waiting. Qing Sheng was waiting for YeXuan to continue, wanting to know what the other inheritances YeXuan mentioned were. Due to the silence in the room, it felt a bit quiet. After a while, seeing that YeXuan had no intention of continuing, Qing Sheng could not help but speak up. Brother, what exactly is the other inheritance you mentioned? Don't just stop halfway. YeXuan, hearing the voice, casually found a place to sit down and said, once soul power reaches the limit of 99th level Douluo, there will be a bottleneck. As long as you pass through this bottleneck, you will reach a whole new level, which is also known as godhood at the 100th level. If you want to pass through that bottleneck, there are only two ways: to create your own divine position or to inherit a divine position. And the inheritance I mentioned is the inheritance of the divine position. Of course, for example, the inheritance of the four symbols can also help you pass through this bottleneck, but it cannot surpass the divine position. Upon hearing this, Qing Sheng was momentarily stunned. He knew about the level of limit Douluo, but he had never heard of the concept of godhood at the 100th level. Curious, Qing Sheng asked YeXuan, brother, after reaching godhood at the 100th level, what will be the difference compared to title Douluo? YeXuan looked at Qing Sheng, his voice sounding very calm. The difference between godhood at the 100th level and title Douluo is like the difference between heaven and earth. There is simply no comparison. Qing Sheng's eyes showed a hint of confusion. Since the gods are so powerful, why have I never heard of anything related to gods? He considered himself knowledgeable, but he had never heard about gods. YeXuan chuckled lightly. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. There hasn't been a god in the continent for thousands of years. Now, the number of people who know about gods can be counted on one hand. Qing Sheng didn't say anything further. He was just curious and had no intention of seeking a divine inheritance. After all, his own Azure Dragon inheritance was already gone, let alone other inheritances. Moreover, with his current physical condition, he was not someone a god would look up to, who would hand over their divine inheritance to a broken-hearted waste. Qing Sheng's gaze turned to Inger beside him, and a thoughtful expression appeared in his eyes. After a while, he finally spoke, brother, you two wait for me. I will take Inger to find Douluo tomorrow. Regardless of whether he can help Inger detoxify, I will go with you to the Slaughter City. You're going to the Slaughter City, which should be for the divine inheritance. Although my strength is not as good as yours, I am not weak either. I can help you clear some obstacles, Qing Sheng said seriously. Hearing this, both YeXuan and Qin Rinxue showed slightly different expressions. They were not surprised that Qing Sheng knew they were going to the Slaughter City for the divine inheritance, but they were surprised that Qing Sheng wanted to go with them. After spending a few days together, both YeXuan and Qin Rinxue understood Qing Sheng's character very well. He was the kind of person who meant what he said. Once he spoke, he would do his utmost to accomplish it. If you go with us to the Slaughter City, what will happen to Inger? YeXuan looked at Qing Sheng and teased. If the poison on Inger can be detoxified, then I must go with you to the Slaughter City. You just said that achieving 100 victories in the Slaughter City can grant a domain of the God of Slaughter. In that case, I would have a stronger power to protect Inger. If the poison on Inger cannot be detoxified, then as brothers, although my strength is not as good as yours, I can still help you clear some unnecessary obstacles. It would also be me doing something for you in the last moments of my life. Qing Sheng smiled lightly, his tone appearing somewhat flat, as if he were talking about something trivial. Hearing Qing Sheng's words, Inger blinked and immediately said, then I will go with you too. Perhaps I can help in some way. What are you going to do? The Slaughter City is a very dangerous place. Even if I were to go in, I might not be able to come out, let alone you, who has no combat experience as a great soul master. Qing Sheng looked at Inger beside him, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. If he went along, he could still help in some way, but if Inger went, she would just be a burden. After all, Inger was just a great soul master, and her combat experience was very lacking. She couldn't help at all. If something happened, he would have to divide his attention to protect Inger. Therefore, Qing Sheng was very unwilling to take her to the Slaughter City. If the poison on me can be detoxified, then I will also need to train and gain combat experience. Moreover, YeXuan also said that the Slaughter City is a good place for training. If the poison on me cannot be detoxified, then it doesn't matter if I go with you to the Slaughter City. After all, I won't live much longer anyway. I might as well use my last time to accompany you. Inger looked at Qing Sheng, a faint smile on her face. Qing Sheng, hearing this, did not say anything further. He only gazed at Inger with a hint of distraction in his eyes. The room fell into a slight silence. YeXuan and Qin Rinxue watched the unfolding situation in front of them without saying a word, quietly observing. Qing Sheng and Ying seemed to have forgotten that there were other people in the room. Qing Sheng reached out to stroke Ying's face and leaned down to kiss her. At that moment, the room seemed to fall completely silent, with no sound coming out. YeXuan and Qianrenxue looked at the situation in front of them, wanted to leave and give the two some space to be alone. However, Qing Sheng and Ying just happened to be standing at the door, and they couldn't get out at all. If they were to use a spatial tear to leave, YeXuan felt a bit uneasy, as there was a pot of poison in the room. Moreover, it contained the snow-colored swan kiss and various toxic herbs. If it were to spill, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the end, YeXuan and Qianrenxue had no choice but to get up and move to the corner of the room, try to lower their presence as much as possible. However, to be fair, YeXuan felt that this seemed to be the first time someone was showing affection in front of him. After a long while, Qing Sheng and Ying parted ways, and Qing Sheng looked at Ying with a hint of reluctance. However, Ying, catching a glimpse of YeXuan and Qianrenxue from the corner of her eye, quickly lowered her head, and a blush appeared on her face. Upon seeing Ying's reaction, Qing Sheng seemed to recall something and scanned the room. He happened to see YeXuan and Qianrenxue sitting in the corner, meditating with closed eyes. "Cough, brothers, why are you still in the room? Shouldn't you be out there poisoning the weapons?" Qing Sheng's voice came out somewhat awkwardly. When YeXuan heard Qing Sheng's voice, he opened his eyes and said, "We would like to go out, but did you give us a chance? You two are blocking the door. How can we leave? Also, you better keep Ying away from that pot of poison. I've added snow-color swan kiss to it. No matter which part touches it, the toxins will multiply 100-fold. Qing Sheng was startled upon hearing this, and without hesitation, pulled Ying away from the pot of poison. Once they reached a safe distance, Qing Sheng said, somewhat shaken, "Brother, why are you messing with this stuff? If Ying touches it, the consequences are unimaginable. Ying already has mixed toxins in her body. If that touches her, the mixed toxins would multiply, and we wouldn't even need to find someone to detoxify her. Because apart from death, there would be no other outcome for Ying. If that were the case, I would have left with Shui using a spatial rift long ago. How could I possibly stay in the room?" As YeXuan spoke, he stood up and approached the pot of poison, using his soul power to wrap the entire pot before carrying it out of the room. Qianrenxue, Qing Sheng, and Ying then maintained a safe distance from the pot of poison before exiting the room. In the blacksmith shop, YeXuan looked seriously at the owner in front of him and cautioned, "You must not touch this pot of poison with your body. Be careful not to let the poison splash onto you. The poison weapons are over there. Don't move them. I will come to collect them myself tomorrow. You must remember what I said. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe." The owner nodded earnestly and replied, "Young master, rest assured, I remember everything you said." Chapter 161. For your protection after leaving the blacksmith shop, YeXuan, Qianrenxue, Qing Sheng, and Ying returned to the Rose Hotel to rest due to the late hour. The next morning, in the early hours, YeXuan and Qianrenxue were sound asleep in their room when a hurried knocking sound echoed through the room. Qianrenxue, hearing the knocking, lazily opened her eyes, nudged YeXuan, and said, "Xiao Xian, go see who is knocking." Who else could it be but Qing Sheng? YeXuan got up from the bed, picked up his clothes, and began to get dressed, ignoring the urgent knocking sound. Qianrenxue sat up and also started putting on her clothes, not paying much attention to the knocking outside. After both had dressed, hearing the knocking grow increasingly urgent, YeXuan, somewhat impatient, walked to the door, opened it, and looked at Qing Sheng, who was about to knock again, saying, "What time is it now? We still need to wash up. What are you in such a hurry for? Big brother, it's already 7 o'clock. We need to go to the blacksmith shop to collect the weapons and then leave Suodo City." Qing Sheng looked at YeXuan, his voice sounding somewhat anxious. "If you're in a hurry, you can take Ying back to Tiando City first. You don't have to wait for us." After speaking, YeXuan turned back into the room to wash up. "If I take Ying back to Tiando City, even if we take a carriage, it will still take a day. How could that be faster than going back through a spatial rift with you?" Qing Sheng chuckled, took out a wine flask, and took a sip. Although the distance from Suodo City to Tiando City isn't too far, it's south not close either. Even by carriage, it would take nearly a day. In comparison, traveling with YeXuan would just require passing through a spatial rift to get back to Tiando City. After YeXuan and Qianrenxue finished washing up, they finally left the room. Qing Sheng returned to his room to call Ying out, and they all headed to the blacksmith shop together. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, they saw that the forge was neatly arranged with 20 weapons. Below the forge, there was also an iron pot containing some leftover poison. The owner of the blacksmith shop, looking at the group, displayed a hearty smile and said, "Young master, I've already poisoned the 28 weapons as you instructed, and they have not been moved an inch from where they were placed. The price for forging and poisoning a weapon is 1 silver soul coin. For a total of 28 weapons, I'll give you a discount. You can pay me 25 silver soul coins. Upon hearing the owner, YeXuan took out a gold soul coin and placed it in front of the owner, saying, "No need for change. You shouldn't use this forging table anymore. It might retain some toxins. Get a new one." The poison was made using snow color swan kiss, and no one knows how strong its toxicity is. It's possible that toxins could remain on the forging table. And if anything crafted on it carries the poison from snow color swan kiss, it could lead to trouble. If it were just weapons, it might be fine. However, if kitchen knives or agricultural tools were crafted with toxicity, the buyers could inadvertently transfer the poison to food, leading to serious consequences. After all, the function of snow color swan kiss is to multiply any toxin 100-fold, especially with various toxic herbs added. Who can guarantee that such a thing won't happen? Therefore, for safety's sake, it's better to buy the entire forge and destroy it in a safe place. All right, thank you, young master. The owner smiled and reached out to take the gold soul coin, putting it in his pocket. YeXuan didn't say anything further, but picked up a dagger from the forging table, cleaned it, and carefully examined the dagger in his hand. After being forged and poisoned, the dagger appeared sharper, with a green cold gleam flickering on the blade. It was clear that the toxicity had been infused into the blade. "Brother, aren't you going to taking air to find Douluo? This dagger, I'll give it to you for self-defense." YeXuan smiled and handed the dagger to Qing Sheng. Qing Sheng cautiously took the dagger and, somewhat confused, asked, "Brother, how can this dagger help me defend myself? If Douluo truly wants to attack me and in air, I won't be able to resist. So even with this dagger, it won't be of much use." "Who told you it's useless? The function of snow color swan kiss is to multiply any toxin 100-fold. Douluo is a poison-type soul master. If you can just cut him with the dagger, under the effect of snow color swan kiss, the toxins in his body will be amplified 100-fold. Moreover, the blade itself also carries enhanced deadly poison. Do you think this dagger is useless?" YeXuan chuckled lightly, looking at Qing Sheng with a teasing expression. Hearing this, Qing Sheng immediately fell into deep thought. After being enhanced 100-fold by the snowy swan's kiss, the poison in the dagger would likely be lethal even to someone at the title Douluo level. If a poison attribute soul master were to be struck by it, not only would they be poisoned by the dagger, but their own toxins would also be amplified exponentially under the effect of the snowy swan's kiss. Once their own toxicity increased, it was very likely that the soul master would be backfired by their own poison, making survival under the influence of both poisons nearly impossible. In other words, this dagger is essentially a nemesis for all poison attribute soul masters. But the premise is that you must be able to use the dagger to injure the opponent. If you can't even do that, then no matter how potent the poison is, it would be useless. Since it was a gift from you, my brother, I won't be polite and will accept it. After smiling, Qing Sheng carefully stored the dagger away. With his dagger in hand, it was like having an ace up his sleeve. Perhaps, at a critical moment, he could rely on the dagger to turn the tide of the situation. When Qian Ruxue heard the two talking, she looked at the weapons on the forging platform and reached for a longsword. However, just as her hand reached halfway, it was caught by YeXuan. Holding Qian Ruxue's delicate wrist, YeXuan softly said, "Swear, this weapon is very dangerous. What if you accidentally get poisoned? So I can't let you use it." Qian Ruxue looked at YeXuan, a bit dissatisfied, and said, "How could I get poisoned? Am I that careless? Swear, if you want a weapon, I can get you a better one later. This weapon is too dangerous. Even if you're very careful, it's still not safe. The toxicity enhanced by the snowy swan's kiss is no joke." YeXuan released Qian Ruxue's delicate wrist, his voice firm. He was completely ignorant about poison, and if Qian Ruxue were to get poisoned, he wouldn't be able to detoxify her. Moreover, this was mixed poison enhanced by the snowy swan's kiss. Whether anyone could dispel, it was an unknown factor. Hearing this, Qian Ruxue only let out a cold huff of dissatisfaction, but did not say anything further. It was just a weapon. She wouldn't mind not having it, and she wasn't lacking in weapons. Besides, Xiao Xian was just worried about her getting poisoned, which was why he didn't let her use it. YeXuan looked at Qian Ruxue's expression and gently brushed his hand across her high nose bridge, not saying anything more, but instead began to put away the weapons on the forging platform. Once everything was properly stored, YeXuan took out a few porcelain bottles from his soul guide and collected the remaining poisonous liquid from a pot, then placed the bottles containing the poison back into the soul guide. The empty pot was thrown into the forging furnace. After handling everything, YeXuan reached out and grabbed the forging furnace, easily lifting it up. A purple-black glow flickered on his left leg, and a spatial rift appeared in front of him. Under the astonished gaze of the boss, YeXuan, Qian Ruxue, Qin Sheng, and Inger stepped into the spatial rift one after another. Once all four had entered, the rift disappeared without a trace. After passing through the spatial rift, they arrived in a somewhat quiet forest, where a powerful force of destruction manifested in YeXuan's hand. The force spread from YeXuan's palm into the forging furnace. Under the influence of this destructive force, the forging furnace gradually turned to dust, dissipating before everyone's eyes. All right, the matter has been resolved. We can return to the Starfall Hall now. YeXuan clapped the dust off his hands, took Qian Ruxue's delicate hand, and opened a spatial rift in front of them, stepping directly inside. Seeing the two leave, Qin Sheng also took Inger and walked into the spatial rift. When they emerged from the rift, they were already in the rear hall of the Starfall Hall. Qin Sheng glanced at the familiar Starfall Hall and said, "Brother, I will take Inger to find Douluo. You two wait for a couple of days. We will go to the City of Slaughter together then." "Got it. You take Inger to find Douluo. We will wait for you two here in the Starfall Hall." YeXuan waved his hand dismissively. With his and Qian Ruxue's current strength, they wouldn't have any problems in the City of Slaughter. Even Qin Sheng would have the ability to protect himself there. The only one who might encounter issues was Inger. As long as Inger stayed within their line of sight in the City of Slaughter, they should be fine. After all, with the combined strength of YeXuan, Qian Ruxue, and Qin Sheng, protecting one person in the City of Slaughter wouldn't be a problem at all. Qin Sheng didn't say anything further and directly led Inger away from the Starfall Hall towards Douluo's residence. Watching the two leave, YeXuan turned to Qian Ruxue and asked, "Schwerer, I need to go to the front hall to handle some matters. Do you want to come with me?" Upon hearing this, Qian Ruxue immediately shook her head and said, "Xiao Xian, you go handle your business in the front hall. I will return to my room to cultivate for a while." "That's fine. You go back to your room to cultivate for a bit. I will come to get you for lunch." After looking at Qian Ruxue's stunning face, YeXuan kissed her on the lips before heading towards the front hall. Qian Ruxue merely shot him a glance and didn't say anything, turning directly to head back to her room. YeXuan arrived at the front hall and found Yi Shishui, who was busy handling matters. He opened his mouth to ask, "Aunt Yi, who killed Shinian, and where is Wu Chang now?" He still remembered that he had said back then that whoever killed Shinian would be rewarded with 2 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones. As the master of the Starfall Hall, he naturally had to keep his word, and since it was only 2 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones, he didn't lack them in the Starfall Hall, especially since they were rewards for his own people. "Master, the one who killed Shinian was Elder Luyan. As for Wu Chang, I have arranged for him to become an elder in the Starfall Hall, and he is currently here." Yi Shishui's voice sounded somewhat indifferent. "Auntie, please call Elder Luyan over, so she can receive a reward." YeXuan smiled. He initially thought he would have to deal with Wu Chang's matter himself, but it turned out Yi Shishui had already handled it. As expected, with Yi Shishui around, he could relax and not worry about the details. After all, Yi Shishui would take care of everything, and she was someone who was 100% loyal to him. What was there to be concerned about? "Understood, master." Yi Shishui answered before walking directly outside. YeXuan then sat down in the main seat, quietly waiting. After about 5 minutes, Yi Shishui returned with Elder Luyan. Elder Luyan bowed to YeXuan and said, "Subordinate greets the hallmaster." YeXuan waved his hand dismissively, signaling her to rise, then said, "Luyan, you killed Shinian. So naturally, I will keep my word and reward you with 2 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones." As soon as he finished speaking, YeXuan reached into his soul guide and took out 2 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones, placing them on the table in front of him, the left leg bone of the Azure Phoenix and a 10,000-year right arm bone. Elder Luyan looked at the 2 soul bones on the table, her eyes filled with a burning desire. She didn't care much about the 10,000-year right arm bone, but she was truly interested in the left leg bone of the Azure Phoenix. This was because the attributes of the Azure Phoenix's left leg bone were highly compatible with her own. Therefore, absorbing it would greatly enhance her strength. Moreover, the Jade Phoenix is a super soul beast. Although this left leg bone is only 60,000 years old, its power is likely not weaker than that of an ordinary 100,000 year soul bone. Lion picked up the 2 soul bones, bowed to YeXuan, and said, "Your subordinate thanks the Lord for the reward. You killed Shinian. This is the reward you deserve. You can go down and absorb the soul bones now." YeXuan smiled casually. Chapter 163. Meng Yi ran upon hearing this. Lai Yin bowed and then directly retreated. After Lai Yin left, YeXuan propped his feet on the table, clasped his hands behind his head, and asked, Aunt Yi, have Chao Tianxiang and Bai Fangyu returned? Master, Chao Tianxiang returned yesterday with Bai Fangyu. Along with them, there is also Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang's granddaughter. Meng Yiran, Yixishui replied before finding a seat to sit down. The granddaughter of the legendary Long Shi. How is her talent? Is it worth cultivating? YeXuan remembered that in the original work, Meng Yiran was considered a genius. However, the original work did not provide much description about Meng Yiran, so YeXuan was unclear about her true talent. If Meng Yiran's talent is high, then she is worth investing resources in. If her talent is average, then she is not worth much. After all, in any force, talented individuals are heavily cultivated, while those with average or no talent are generally neglected. After pondering for a moment, Yixishui said, Meng Yiran's talent can be considered a genius, but she is not outstanding among geniuses. If she works hard, she can reach the Soul Sage or Soul Douluo level in the future, and if she has enough opportunities, reaching title Douluo is also possible. Moreover, Meng Yiran has a very good hidden weapon technique. Overall, she is worth cultivating, but not to an excessive extent. Just providing her with more resources for training is enough. Listening to Yixishui's words, YeXuan closed his eyes and thought. Based on what Yixishui said, YeXuan could roughly infer that Meng Yiran's innate soul power should be around level 7 to 8. Strictly speaking, she is a genius, but among geniuses, she is of average standard. However, YeXuan is still very interested in Meng Yiran's hidden weapon techniques. After all, being called a good hidden weapon technique by Yixishui must mean it is not bad. In his own soul-guided devices, he has just poison daggers and short swords. Although he throws them accurately, they are certainly not comparable to true hidden weapon techniques. If he can learn Meng Yiran's hidden weapon techniques and use the poison daggers and short swords to launch a surprise attack, the effect would definitely be good. Ontye, please find Meng Yiran and Bai Fangyu and bring them to the garden in the rear hall. I will wait for them there. If Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang want to come along, they can join too. After giving the order, YeXuan stood up and walked towards the room. Yes, master. Yixishui replied and directly followed YeXuan out of the room. After leaving the room, YeXuan did not go straight to the garden, but first went to the dining hall, personally brewed a pot of tea, and then took the freshly brewed tea and 4 teacups to the garden. Upon arriving in the garden, YeXuan immediately sat in the pavilion, poured a cup of tea, and quietly waited for the others to arrive. In a room in the front hall, Meng Shu looked at his granddaughter and said with some emotion, Yiran, you need to cultivate well in the Starfall Hall. The training resources provided by the Starfall Hall cannot be compared to that of the Exotic Beast Academy. Being the so-called vice captain, there is of no use. Your own strength is the foundation of being a soul master. The Lord is only a few years older than you, but he is already a 5-ring soul king and can defeat title Douluo. Grandpa doesn't expect you to surpass title Douluo like the Lord. But as long as you can reach the soul master realm at the same age, I will be content. Hearing her grandfather's words, Meng Yiran felt a bit of a headache and rubbed her temples. Since she was brought to the Starfall Hall yesterday, she had heard the same words no less than 10 times and was already tired of it. Grandpa, don't worry. I will work hard and won't let you down. Meng Yiran's voice sounded rather perfunctory. To defeat a 9-ring title Douluo with the strength of a 5-ring soul king. Isn't that a far-fetched dream? The gap in soul power between the two sides is an insurmountable chasm. Whether others believe it or not, she doesn't care. After all, Meng Yiran will just treat it as a joke. You didn't see the Lord's strength at that time. If you had, you wouldn't be like this. The Lord's strength can be called the number 1 among the younger generation, which is not an exaggeration. I have never seen a young talent like the Lord. Meng Shu shook his head at his granddaughter's attitude without saying more. After all, defeating a title Douluo with the strength of a 5-ring soul king is indeed a bit far-fetched. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would believe it either. It is known that even if he and Chao Tianxiang used their martial soul fusion skill, they could only be comparable to a title Douluo. Whether they could defeat one was still uncertain. At that moment, there was a gentle knock on the door of the room. Meng Shu stood up to open the door, and upon seeing Yixishui at the door, he immediately said, Vice-All Master, have you come with something for me to do? I came to find you, but it's not for anything in particular. The Lord has returned and wants to meet your granddaughter Meng Yiran in the garden of the rear hall. If you want to come along, you can head to the rear hall garden with me. Yixishui said, her tone somewhat cold. The Lord actually wants to meet Yiran in the rear hall? Vice-All Master, please wait a moment. I will call Yiran and go to the rear hall with you. After saying this, Meng Shu turned around and walked into the room. Yixishui had no intention of going in. She just waited outside the door. After returning to the room, Meng Shu immediately said, "Yiran, come with me. I will take you to meet the Lord in the rear hall." "Understood, Grandpa," Meng Yiran replied and followed her grandfather outside. At the same time, she became curious about what kind of person the Lord was to receive such praise from her grandfather. "Yiran, the rear hall is not a place that just anyone can enter. Even I, your grandfather, have never been in the rear hall. Moreover, there are only a few people living in the large rear hall, so you must understand etiquette when you are there and cannot act willfully," Meng Shu reminded his granddaughter as they walked. "I know, Grandpa," Meng Yiran responded somewhat helplessly. Chapter 164. Hidden Weapon Techniques. Yi Shishui led Meng Shu and Meng Yiran through the front hall and directly to the rear hall. Walking on the flat path, Meng Yiran constantly scanned her surroundings. Compared to the front hall, the rear hall seemed very quiet, making it a perfect place for cultivation and self-cultivation. Yi Shishui brought the two to a room, called out by Feng Yu, and then led them towards a garden. Upon arriving in the garden, Meng Yiran's attention was immediately drawn to YeXuan. Meng Yiran looked at YeXuan's impeccable face and his ethereal demeanor, and couldn't help but whisper, "Grandpa, is this the Hall Master?" Meng Shu quietly reminded her, "That's right, this is the Hall Master. Just remember some etiquette later. You can't act on impulse." "All right, I understand. Grandpa, you don't have to keep reminding me," Meng Yiran replied softly, but her gaze remained fixed on YeXuan. YeXuan looked at the arriving guests, picked up the teapot, poured 3 cups of tea, made a gesture inviting them to sit, and indicated for everyone to take their seats. After everyone was seated, YeXuan placed a cup of tea in front of Yi Shishui, Meng Shu, and Meng Yiran, saying, "Try it. The tea I brewed is quite good." The 3 of them picked up the cups in unison and tasted the tea. Bai Fangyu glanced at the empty table in front of her, but said nothing. As a mere maid, being able to sit down was already quite good. After a while, Meng Shu put down his cup and couldn't help but praise, "Good tea. The Hall Master's tea is indeed good." "Hall Master, you called Yiran to the rear hall. Is there something you want her to do?" Meng Shu looked at YeXuan, eager to know why he had summoned Yiran. YeXuan smiled and said, "I just returned and heard Aunt Yi mention the granddaughter of Meng Tengzhu, Meng Yiran. Yiran has quite good talent and can be considered a genius. So I plan to provide her with more cultivation resources for her training. Moreover, I also heard from Aunt Yi that Meng Yiran has a very good technique with hidden weapons. So I want to see how she uses them. But I wonder if Tangzhu Meng will agree." YeXuan's gaze shifted to Meng Yiran, who had short blue-gray hair and a lovely face. "Yiran is indeed good at hidden weapons, but since the Hall Master wants to see, let her demonstrate for you," Meng Shu said with a hint of amusement in his voice. More cultivation resources would mean that his granddaughter's training speed would increase significantly. Although the cultivation of a soul master mainly relies on oneself, having rare materials and resources to assist undoubtedly accelerates the training process. However, after a long time, Meng Yiran still showed no intention of getting up to demonstrate, simply sitting in place with her gaze fixed on YeXuan. "Are you staring at me because there's something on my face?" YeXuan picked up the teacup in front of him, not paying attention to Meng Yiran's gaze. Seeing this, Meng Shu lightly coughed and raised his voice a bit, calling out Yiran. "Huh, what is it, Grandpa?" Meng Yiran snapped back to attention upon hearing her grandfather's voice. Meng Shu picked up his teacup and said, "The Hall Master wants to see your hidden weapons. Please demonstrate for him." "Okay, Grandpa," Meng Yiran replied and stood up to leave the pavilion. Meng Yiran's gaze turned to an ancient tree several dozen meters away, and she took out 12 soul-breaking daggers from her waist. As the breeze blew, leaves fell from the ancient tree, and the soul-breaking daggers in her hands shimmered with a cold light before simultaneously being thrown. YeXuan's gaze sharpened as he carefully observed the technique Meng Yiran used to throw the daggers. However, due to the speed of the motion, he couldn't remember everything, only about 60%. After all, throwing hidden weapons is almost a split-second action. The 12 soul-breaking daggers flew toward the ancient tree, their sharp tips piercing through the falling leaves and nailing them into the trunk of the tree. Thud, thud, thud. The 12 daggers embedded themselves into the trunk with a muffled sound. Each dagger was neatly nailed to the trunk, and each one had a fallen leaf stuck to it. "Very good hidden weapon technique, but I didn't quite catch it earlier. Could you demonstrate it again?" YeXuan looked at Meng Yiran with a smile. He was confident that if he observed it carefully once more, he could remember it all. "Sure, I have a total of 24 soul-breaking daggers, so demonstrating again is no problem," Meng Yiran agreed and took out another 12 daggers from her waist. "Let me help you shake the leaves down," YeXuan said, extending his hand toward the ancient tree. Silver soul power gathered in his hand, his fingers slightly bending, and the silver soul power acted on the tree. As the ancient tree was shaken by the soul power, leaves began to fall continuously. Meng ran through her 12 soul-breaking daggers again, aiming straight for the ancient tree. Thud, thud, thud. The daggers accurately pierced into the tree, producing a muffled sound. This time, YeXuan observed even more closely, so he remembered about 80% of Meng Yiran's throwing technique. The remaining 20%, which included the throwing skills and the points of force, couldn't just be memorized. They required continuous practice. Meng Yiran quickly approached the ancient tree and retrieved her 24 daggers, placing them back on her waist. After securing her daggers, she walked back to sit in the pavilion. YeXuan looked at Meng Yiran and asked, "Can I see your soul-breaking daggers?" "Sure. These daggers are all made by me. You can't find them anywhere else," Meng Yiran said as she took out a dagger from her waist and handed it to YeXuan. YeXuan took the dagger and began to examine it closely. The material of the soul-breaking dagger was merely ordinary refined iron, and its style appeared quite ancient. Holding the dagger, he recalled the technique Meng Yiran had used to throw it earlier, and with a slight movement of his hand, the dagger was thrown out. Meng Shu and Meng Yiran were momentarily stunned watching YeXuan throw the soul-breaking dagger, as his technique was nearly identical to Meng Yiran's. If there were any differences, it was that YeXuan's technique seemed a bit clumsy, clearly indicating he had just learned it not long ago, whereas Meng Yiran's technique was very skilled. Chapter 165. Compensation for you. Meng Yiran looked at YeXuan in disbelief and asked, "How did you learn my hidden weapon technique?" "I just learned it. I memorized your technique while you were demonstrating," YeXuan said, picking up the teacup in front of him, not paying much attention to Meng Yiran's question. "How is that possible? I only demonstrated it twice. How could you possibly memorize the technique?" Meng Yiran's voice carried a hint of disbelief. Yet the evidence was right in front of her. She couldn't deny it. A prodigy, truly a prodigy. The Hall Master was able to memorize Yiran's hidden weapon technique after just 2 looks. Such talent is something I have never seen in my life. Meng Shu placed his teacup down, his aged face full of astonishment. YeXuan smiled and said, "Tangzhu Meng, you flatter me. I only memorized the technique. I have no knowledge of the skills and points of force. If Yiran is willing to teach me the techniques and points of force for the hidden weapons, I can offer rare materials or 1,000-year-old soul bone as compensation. After all, strictly speaking, I've essentially learned her hidden weapon technique by stealth." A faint smile appeared on YeXuan's lips. If one were to be strict, his situation could indeed be considered as having learned it stealthily, so providing Meng Yiran with some compensation was understandable. Meng Yiran did not speak, but turned her gaze to her grandfather, wanting to see how he would respond. Meng Shu's eyes were slightly closed, as if he did not hear YeXuan's words or see his granddaughter's gaze. However, his lips moved slightly, using the method of sound transmission to transmit his voice into his granddaughter's mind. Sitting nearby, YeXuan suddenly focused her gaze on Meng Shu. With her strength, detecting such a small trick as sound transmission was naturally easy. However, she had no intention of speaking out. Although she did not know what Meng Shu had said, she could roughly guess that he was asking Meng Yiran to choose something as compensation. After all, even if he did not teach the techniques and PowerPoints, she could practice them through continuous training. It was just a matter of time. Thus, it was better to take this opportunity to choose something more beneficial for herself as compensation. After a while, Meng Yiran finally set her gaze on YeXuan and spoke. "If I teach you the techniques and PowerPoints for hidden weapons, can I make a request?" "Of course. Go ahead and tell me your request. If it's possible, I won't refuse," YeXuan replied with a light smile, putting down the teacup in his hand and looking straight at Meng Yiran. "I would like to be your disciple. If that's not possible, then being a disciple of the Vice Hall Master or the 2 elders would also be fine." Meng Yiran blinked, her eyes filled with anticipation. Although she did not know YeXuan's strength, she believed her grandfather, who definitely wouldn't steer her wrong. After all, her grandfather had mentioned that the Vice Hall Master was a 99th level limit Douluo, one of the top existences on the continent. The 2 elders of the Starfall Hall were also a 98th level super Douluo and a 92nd level title Douluo, respectively. Thus, no matter whom she chose as her master, she would be gaining without losing. Upon hearing this, YeXuan gently shook his head and said, "I don't have any plans to take on disciples for the time being, so I won't accept you as my disciple. Moreover, whether Yi and the 2 elders will accept you as a disciple is not for me to decide, as such matters depend entirely on the willingness of both parties. I have no right to interfere." As soon as he finished speaking, YeXuan took out a Millennium Soul Bone from his soul guide and placed it on the table, saying, If you're willing to teach me the techniques and power points for hidden weapons, this Millennium Soul Bone will be your compensation. If not, that's fine too. Just consider that I never mentioned it. YeXuan's voice sounded somewhat flat. Offering a Millennium Soul Bone in exchange for the techniques and power points for hidden weapons was already a significant loss. If Meng Yiran did not agree, he could simply take some time to practice the hidden weapons and develop the techniques and power points himself. As for taking on disciples, that was out of the question. At least for now, he had no thoughts of taking on a disciple. Meng Yiran looked at the Millennium Soul Bone on the table, but did not reach for it. Instead, she turned her gaze to her grandfather. Since the Hall Master has said so, you can put the Millennium Soul Bone away. Meng Shu said with a hint of regret in his voice. With the Hall Master's talent, his future achievements would surely be high. If Yiran could become the Hall Master's disciple, it would surely be nothing but beneficial. After hearing her grandfather's words, Meng Yiran reached out and picked up the Millennium Soul Bone from the table. She then stood up and walked directly to YeXuan's side, beginning to explain the techniques and power points for hidden weapons in detail. YeXuan lightly tapped the table, listening attentively. After Meng Yiran finished her explanation, YeXuan had a rough understanding. In simple terms, it required perseverance. The strength of the arm must be even, the wrist must exert force, and the gaze should lock onto the target. The eyes, hands, and target should form a straight line before throwing the hidden weapon. Meng Yiran looked at YeXuan and asked, Hall Master, did you remember it? If you didn't, I can explain it to you again in detail. If you remember, I will demonstrate some more advanced techniques for throwing hidden weapons and hitting targets. Yes, you can continue. I have basically remembered what you just said. YeXuan replied with a smile, sounding somewhat casual. He was only interested in learning the techniques and power points for hidden weapons to use them unexpectedly when necessary. Thus, he did not need to master the art of hidden weapons to perfection, hitting every target without fail. As long as he could use the hidden weapons flexibly, that would be enough. Meng Yiran then took out 12 broken soul daggers from her waist and began to explain more advanced techniques and demonstrate them. To allow YeXuan to see more clearly, Meng Yiran deliberately slowed down her movements when throwing the hidden weapons and only threw 3 broken soul daggers each time. After the 12 broken soul daggers accurately hit the target, Meng Yiran handed the remaining 11 broken soul daggers to YeXuan, indicating for him to practice a few times. Chapter 166. Exhausted, YeXuan reached out to take the 11 broken soul daggers that Meng Yiran handed over, closed his eyes, and recalled the methods Meng Yiran had just used, along with the techniques and PowerPoint she had explained. After a while, YeXuan opened his eyes, moved his arm, and exerted force with his wrist, sending 3 broken soul daggers flying out. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of sharp blades piercing into the ancient tree echoed as the 3 broken soul daggers embedded themselves into the tree. However, among the 3 broken soul daggers, only one had a leaf stuck on its tip, while the other 2 were empty. Meng Yiran looked at YeXuan's first practice result and blinked, saying, "Not bad. One of the broken soul daggers has hit the target. If you keep practicing hard, you will surely hit the target with every broken soul dagger, like me eventually." "Yes, I will practice whenever I have time," YeXuan replied with a faint smile, using his soul power to shake the ancient tree. Under the impact of the soul power, leaves began to fall from the tree, and the remaining 8 broken soul daggers in YeXuan's hand were also thrown out, flying straight towards the ancient tree. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of blades piercing into the ancient tree continued. With the experience from the last throw, 4 of the 8 broken soul daggers hit the target this time. Compared to the previous result, this time was much better. Seeing this, Meng Yiran said nothing more, but quickly walked up to the ancient tree to retrieve the 24 broken soul daggers and put them back at her waist. She had already said everything that needed to be said, and YeXuan had remembered it. The rest depended on YeXuan's continuous practice. Meng Shu then stood up and said, "Hall Master, Meng Yiran has already taught you the techniques and PowerPoints for hidden weapons. If there is nothing else, I will take Yiran back to absorb the Millennium Soul Bone." Meng Shu's voice carried a hint of laughter. Although he could not have his granddaughter become the Hall Master's disciple, obtaining a Millennium Soul Bone was still a good deal. Moreover, he might try to have his granddaughter become the disciple of the Vice Hall Master. Although the Poison Hall Master was somewhat cold in personality, his granddaughter's talent was not bad, so there might be a chance of success. Alright, then Meng Hall Master can take Yiran back to absorb the Millennium Soul Bone. After all, the quality of this Millennium Soul Bone is quite good, YeXuan said, glancing at Meng Shu without paying much attention. The 1,000-year Soul Bone is something he currently looks down upon, so it would be better to make practical use of it and give it to his subordinate. After Meng Shu took Meng Yiran away, YeXuan turned his gaze towards Bai Fangyu and said, Bai Fangyu, you need to be prepared. In a couple of days, we will head to the Star Luo Empire to help you return to the White Tiger sect. Bai Fangyu was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, but quickly recovered and replied, Young master, I've been ready for a long time. When the time comes, I will strictly follow your and Mrs. instructions. You just need to be prepared. You won't need to do anything at that time. As long as you can successfully return to the White Tiger sect, we will handle the rest, YeXuan said with a light smile, not paying much attention to Bai Fangyu's reaction. A hint of loneliness appeared in Bai Fangyu's eyes as she asked, Young master, after you take the White Tiger sect, can you not make them undertake dangerous tasks? Upon hearing her question, YeXuan chuckled and replied, Why would I send the White Tiger sect to do dangerous things? You don't need to think too negatively. As long as you all remain loyal to us according to the oath, that will be enough. Moreover, what the White Tiger sect gains by following me will be proportional to what they put in. Currently, the White Tiger sect is just one of the lower sects. But after following me, I can help the White Tiger sect become even stronger, and further progress is not impossible. YeXuan smiled. He was not just making empty promises. Once the Spirit Hall's plan is initiated, all forces on the continent will be reshuffled, and it won't be impossible for the White Tiger sect to replace the original upper 3 sections. Of course, the premise is that the people of the White Tiger sect must obediently listen. Otherwise, YeXuan wouldn't even need to act. The people of the White Tiger sect would be backlashed by the oath, making the White Tiger sect stronger and even advancing further. Bai Fangyu kept repeating this phrase. If what the young master said is true, then she would indirectly help the White Tiger sect become stronger. YeXuan glanced at Bai Fangyu's expression, not paying much attention to her thoughts, and turned to YeXuan, asking, Aunt Yi, I would like to trouble you to help me make a soul guide device. Master, what kind of soul guide device do you want to make? YeXuan's voice carried a hint of curiosity. Although the Starfall Palace stored many materials for making soul guide devices, they had not started the production yet. I want to make a long sword-type soul guide device that has both light and fire attributes, with an exquisite design. As for the level, let's start with a 9th level soul guide device. YeXuan stated his requirements clearly. He had promised Qian Rinxue to give her a better weapon, and a 9th level soul guide device would be sufficient as a weapon. Additionally, YeXuan was not only a limit Douluo, but also a soul engineer close to level 10. So making a 9th level soul guide device would not be a problem. Master, making a 9th level soul guide device is not an issue. It will just take a bit longer. After all, I need to manage the entire Starfall Palace and keep an eye on the situations of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Tiando Imperial Palace, leaving me little time to make soul guide devices, YeXuan said with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. She not only had to manage the Starfall Palace, but also needed to formulate its plans. If she had time, she would also need to pay attention to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Tiando Imperial Palace while being wary of that old fox Ningfengji. She truly had no extra time to make soul guide devices. Upon hearing YeXuan's words, YeXuan's expression turned slightly awkward. The Starfall Palace had been established for 6 years, and it was primarily YeXuan managing it. He had hardly managed it at all during that time. Moreover, dealing with that old fox Ningfengji was not something just anyone could handle. Only he or YeXuan could sit securely in the Starfall Palace. Once we return from the City of Slaughter, you can take it easier, YeXuan said, looking at YeXuan with a hint of apology in his voice. Although YeXuan was summoned by the system, she was still a person with her own emotions, not a machine. Asking her to do too many things would make her feel exhausted. It's fine. It will just take a bit longer to make the 9th level soul guide device, YeXuan said, a rare smile appearing on her face. Time is not an issue. We might stay in the City of Slaughter for a long time, probably 1 to 2 years before we can return. So for now, there is no hurry with the soul guide device. YeXuan simideth. Not caring too much about the longer time frame, they would definitely spend a considerable amount of time in the City of Slaughter, and the 1 to 2 years was just an estimate he made. When they would return was uncertain. Moreover, after they leave the City of Slaughter, with Qian Rinxue's soul power, she would likely be able to use a 9th level soul guide device normally. So, considering the timing, it would work out just right. If it's 1 to 2 years, then there's definitely enough time. My subordinates will surely have the soul guide device ready before you return, Master. YeXuan said as she picked up the teacup in front of her and took a sip of the tea. YeXuan checked the time, stood up, and said, Then I will trouble Aunt Yi with the matters of the Starfall Palace. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked straight out of the garden. YeXuan watched YeXuan's departing figure, also standing up to leave the garden, as she still had some unfinished tasks to attend to. In the garden, only Bai Fangyu remained. She looked around at the beautiful sea of flowers in the garden, sat cross-legged, and began to meditate and cultivate. YeXuan arrived in front of his room, pushed the door open, and saw Qian Rinxue sitting on the bed, meditating to cultivate her soul power. He walked straight up to her, reached out, and gently tapped her head, smiling as he said, "Schwerer, get up, it's time for lunch." Qian Rinxue immediately awakened from her cultivation upon hearing his voice, opened her eyes, and looked at YeXuan, saying, "Is it already noon? Time really flies." After saying that, she got off the bed and walked out of the room with YeXuan toward the dining room. When they arrived at the dining room, someone had already prepared the bowls and chopsticks for both YeXuan and Qian Rinxue, neatly arranged on the dining table. The two sat down at the table, picked up the bowls and chopsticks in front of them, and began to taste the dishes on the table. As Qian Rinxue ate, she looked at YeXuan and asked, "Xiao Xian, when we go to the Douluo Empire, are you planning to let Aunt Yi go with us?" The tasks that needed to be handled in the Starfall Palace were too heavy for her to leave. At that time, it would be enough to let Wu Changkong go with them to the Douluo Empire. YeXuan casually replied, not paying much attention to it. After all, there were no title law present among the lower force sects, and even without bringing anyone, his own strength was sufficient to go to the White Tiger sect. Bringing Wu Changkong along was just a precaution. When Qian Rinxue heard the name Wu Changkong, she blinked her eyes, asking, "Aren't there only two title Douluo in the Starfall Palace? Yishi Shui and Lai Yin? Who is Wu Changkong? Why have I never heard of him? Xiao Xian, who is this Wu Changkong? I don't know. Is there someone named Wu Changkong in your Starfall Hall?" Qian Rinxue looked at YeXuan with some confusion. Upon hearing this, YeXuan thought for a moment and said, "Wu Changkong is a new member of our Starfall Hall, and now he is our second elder. Wu Changkong is a level 98 Super Douluo, so there won't be any problems with him accompanying us to the Douluo Empire." Since Wu Changkong was summoned, he hadn't met Qian Rinxue yet, so she currently didn't know about him. A level 98 title Douluo, it seems our top-tier strength is going to be even stronger. A look of surprise appeared on Qian Rinxue's face. Although she had never heard the name Wu Changkong on the continent, she didn't pursue it further, thinking that he was a reclusive person who had to come out for certain reasons, so it was normal that she hadn't heard of him. Our top-tier strength has never been weak, and will only get stronger in the future. YeXuan smiled, poured a glass of water, and placed it in front of Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue picked up the cup in front of her, took a sip, and didn't say anything more. A faint smile also appeared on her stunning face. 5 days later, in the garden of the Starfall Hall, YeXuan was practicing with 3 short swords, continuously honing his skills with hidden weapons and the points of force application. After 5 days of constant practice, YeXuan's throwing technique with hidden weapons had become quite proficient. Now he could throw 8 daggers or short swords simultaneously, each accurately hitting the target. He could say that he had already mastered the use of hidden weapons flexibly. At least, when facing someone in combat, he could catch his opponent off guard with hidden weapons. Qian Rinxue was sitting in the garden, watching YeXuan practice with hidden weapons, and asked Xiao Xian, "We have been waiting for 5 days. When will Qing Sheng and the others return so that we can head to the Douluo Empire early?" YeXuan, upon hearing this, put the short swords back into his soul guide, stood up, and sat down next to Qian Rinxue. He reached out and pulled her into his arms, inhaling the faint fragrance on her body, and said, "I don't know when they will return, but here's some good news. At least Douluo Bo can detoxify Ying." After all, 5 days have passed. If Douluo Bo couldn't detoxify Inger, those two would have returned long ago and wouldn't have stayed with Douluo Bo for 5 days. Now that they haven't returned, it means they are working on the detoxification. YeXuan spoke with a hint of a smile in his voice. The fact that Inger's poison could be cured indicated that Qing Sheng's mental state could also be resolved, so he was quite happy for Qing Sheng. Of course, there was a second possibility, which was that Qing Sheng and Inger might have been taken down by Douluo Bo. However, this possibility was too slim. YeXuan didn't believe that Qing Sheng had no life-saving trump cards. Chapter 168. Journey to the Douluo Empire at 10 o'clock noon. Qing Sheng and Inger walked into the Starfall Hall with smiles on their faces. They walked straight through the front hall to the rear hall, searching for YeXuan and Qian Rinxue. It wasn't until they arrived in the garden that they saw YeXuan and Qian Rinxue, who also noticed the two returning. Especially upon seeing the smiles on their faces, YeXuan and Qian Rinxue already knew the outcome of the detoxification. If they hadn't already detoxified, the two of them wouldn't be able to show such genuine smiles. YeXuan looked at Qing Sheng in front of him and smiled, saying, "You two have finally returned. If you hadn't, Snow and I would have been preparing to head to the Douluo Empire." Upon hearing this, Qing Sheng didn't respond but instead released Inger's hand and walked straight to YeXuan, saying, Qin Sheng, thank you, brother, for saving my life. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Sheng prepared to bow to YeXuan. YeXuan was somewhat confused by Qin Sheng's actions, not understanding what was happening. The poison on Inger was solved by Douluo, and it had nothing to do with him, so why was Qin Sheng thanking him? Thinking this, YeXuan reacted quickly, directly reaching out to stop Qin Sheng from continuing his bow. However, YeXuan did not speak, quietly waiting for Qin Sheng's next words. After trying several times, Qin Sheng realized he couldn't complete the bow. No matter how much strength he used, he couldn't budge YeXuan's hands at all. If it weren't for you, brother, using your life domain to protect Inger's heart pulse at that time, the poison on Inger would never have been detoxified, and she would have survived. So, this bow, brother, you should accept. Qin Sheng looked at YeXuan, his voice extremely serious. I thought it was a big deal. Helping her with the life domain was just something I did casually. Moreover, you keep calling me brother. For such a small matter, is it necessary to bow in thanks? It seems you don't truly regard me as a brother, YeXuan said, using his hands to help Qin Sheng up. He didn't take Qin Sheng's words to heart at all. When he helped Inger with the life domain, it was merely because Qin Sheng had entrusted his gun control to him, and he had memorized all of it, which is why he helped Inger with the life domain. Qin Sheng shook his head and said, it's different. If it weren't for the massive life energy you left in Inger's body with your life domain, she would have perished during the detoxification. If it weren't for you protecting Yinger's heart pulse with your life domain, she wouldn't have been able to hold on until the detoxification. Regardless of anything, brother, I will always remember this kindness. Of course, I, Qin Sheng, also promised that after Inger's poison was cured, I would join your Starfall Hall. YeXuan smiled at Qin Sheng and said, you can remember it in your heart. As for thanks, let us skip that. After all, we are brothers. No need to be so polite. While speaking, YeXuan waved his hand, indicating to Qin Sheng that he didn't need to be so courteous. After all, he and Qin Sheng both belonged to the divine beast bloodline. Although their bloodlines were different, the four divine beasts were indeed of the same origin and belonged to the four symbols of heaven. Referring to each other as brothers was not inappropriate. Moreover, Qin Sheng was very loyal. He would keep his word. So helping him out a little was really not a big deal. Qin Sheng smiled and said, haha, since you say so, brother, I want to be polite with you. Actually, I have one more thing to discuss with you. I'm all ears. YeXuan looked at Qin Sheng, curious about what else he needed to say. Brother, I know your relationship with Douluo isn't good, but he did help Inger detoxify. So I hope you can be magnanimous and not make things difficult for Douluo in the future. Or I can act as a middleman to ease the tension between you. Besides, I feel that Douluo is a decent person. You two don't have any actual conflicts of interest, so there's no need for your relationship to be so stiff. Qin Sheng was paying close attention to the expressions of YeXuan and Qianrenxue as he spoke, trying to see if there was any possibility of easing the relationship between them and Douluo. After all, Douluo had helped Inger with her poison, which was a kindness that needed to be repaid. However, Qin Sheng was somewhat disappointed to see that there was no expression on the faces of YeXuan and Qianrenxue, so he couldn't read anything from them. After a long time, YeXuan finally said, it is basically impossible to ease the relationship with Douluo. You don't need to try to mediate between us. As long as he, Douluo, doesn't provoke me or become my enemy, I won't go looking for trouble with him. YeXuan had taken Douluo's ice and fire yin-yang eyes to use as a medicine garden. That place was very important to Douluo himself, as it contained not only celestial herbs, but also some top-grade medicinal herbs that he had planted. More importantly, the ice and fire yin-yang eyes could suppress the toxins in Douluo's body. After taking over the medicine garden, the possibility of easing the relationship with Douluo was basically gone. Moreover, Douluo was a dangerous character. Although he was the weakest in the title Douluo rank, no one could compare to him when it came to large-scale destruction. In the original story, Douluo poisoned hundreds of thousands of soldiers during the battle at Jialing Pass. To be serious, when Douluo was fighting in a group, he could basically reduce the Spirit Hall to only title dual-level fighters. Therefore, once a battle broke out, the first priority would be to eliminate Douluo, this dangerous character. After hearing YeXuan's words, Qin Sheng thought carefully and felt that Douluo would not take the initiative to provoke YeXuan. After all, the strength of the Starfall Hall was there. Douluo wasn't foolish enough to seek trouble for himself. With this thought, Qin Sheng felt relieved. He could repay Douluo's kindness later, but the person in front of him was his brother and had also shown him kindness. Therefore, Qin Sheng naturally leaned more toward YeXuan. Brother, when shall we head to the Star Luo Empire? Qingxing set aside the matter of Donggubo and turned to ask when they would set off. Anytime. I've already arranged everything regarding the Starfall Hall. YeXuan replied with a smile, his tone casual. Chapter 169. Meditation and Cultivation. Outside the Starfall Hall, a carriage stopped at the entrance, where Wu Changkong sat calmly waiting. YeXuan, Qianrenxue, Qingsheng, Ing Er, and Bai Fangyu walked out of the Starfall Hall and directly into the carriage. The carriage was spacious enough for all five of them without feeling crowded at all. After the five boarded the carriage, it began to move toward the Luo Empire with the sound of the horse's neighing. Inside the carriage, Qingsheng looked at YeXuan and asked, "Brother, can't you open a spatial rift? Wouldn't it be much faster to go to the Luo Empire through a spatial rift than by carriage? Opening a spatial rift consumes my own soul power. Moreover, the distance from the Starfall Hall to the Luo Empire is a full month's journey. With my current soul power, it's impossible to use a spatial rift to reach the Luo Empire," YeXuan replied, looking at Qingsheng with some exasperation, as if he thought Qingsheng believed that opening a spatial rift required no soul power at all. "Then we could cross the Stardow Forest. Once we get through the Stardow Forest, we can directly reach the territory of the Luo Empire. With our strength, it should only take about half a month to cross the Stardow Forest. This would greatly shorten our travel time," Qingsheng suggested seriously, stroking his chin. In his view, with Wu Changkong, a 98th level Superdoll, alongside their own strength, crossing the Stardow Forest would pose no issues. After all, in Qingsheng's understanding, the strongest old beasts in the Stardow Forest were just the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python. With Wu Changkong around, it would only require some caution, and they wouldn't face any real danger. However, Qianrenxue immediately interjected, "No, crossing the Stardow Forest is too dangerous. We aren't short on time, so there's no need to take that risk." Qianrenxue clearly remembered that last time in the Stardow Forest, even the limit Douluo YeXuan was injured by Ditian and Xiangjun. Furthermore, YeXuan had explicitly stated that Ditian's strength was on par with hers. Not to mention that Xiangjun had ambushed and injured YeXuan. If they encountered Ditian and Xiangjun while crossing the Stardow Forest, given their current strength, they might never come out of the Stardow Forest again. What danger could there be? The strongest soul beasts in the Stardow Forest are just the Sky Blue Bull Python, known as the Forest Emperor, and the Titan Giant Ape, known as the Forest King. We have Wu Changkong, a 98th level Super Doll, and with our strength, as long as we are careful, there shouldn't be any danger. Qingsheng looked at Qianrenxue, puzzled, completely unable to understand what kind of danger existed in the Stardow Forest. YeXuan leaned back against the carriage and said, "Crossing the Stardow Forest is indeed too dangerous. Last time we killed the Sky Blue Bull Python in the Stardow Forest, my second martial soul's 100,000 year soul ring came from it. However, the strongest soul beasts in the Stardow Forest are not just the Sky Blue Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape. Last time, our Vice Hall Master, a limit level powerhouse, was injured in the Stardow Forest. Moreover, she was accompanied by two 95th level title Douluos, but they all returned injured. So, Qingsheng, do you still want to cross the Stardow Forest?" YeXuan chuckled lightly, his voice sounding somewhat casual. Qingsheng listened to YeXuan's words, feeling somewhat incredulous. Were there such strong soul beasts in the Stardow Forest? But looking at YeXuan and Qianrenxue, their expressions did not seem like they were trying to deceive him. Moreover, they had no need to deceive him. Qingsheng curiously asked, "Brother, I'm quite interested to know what kind of soul beast could injure a limit Douluo." It was a 700,000-year-old golden-eyed black dragon king. "You might want to visit the core area of the Stardow Forest in the future. You might have some unexpected gains," YeXuan said, casting a meaningful glance at Qingsheng. The dragon clan was not doing well now. They could be said to be a few big cats and small cats, and they were also enemies with the divine world. If Qingsheng were to go to the core area of the Stardow Forest, the ancient Moon Na, who resided in the Lake of Life, might sense the azure dragon bloodline on him. Qingsheng shook his head immediately, saying, "I'm fine. Why would I go to the core area of the Stardow Forest? With my small frame, I probably wouldn't even be enough for the golden-eyed black dragon king to swallow in one bite." If he had any thoughts about crossing the Stardow Forest before, now Qingsheng had no such thoughts at all. After all, even limit level powerhouses had been injured by the golden-eyed black dragon king. With their strength, if they encountered the golden-eyed black dragon king while crossing the Stardow Forest, they would probably just be delivering themselves as food. Therefore, without the strength to do so, Qingsheng would absolutely not go to the core area of the Stardow Forest. It was too dangerous. Moreover, as Qianrenxue said, they were not in a hurry and had no need to take risks. After seeing Qin Sheng's reaction, YeXuan just smiled and said, "It's still a month away from the Star Luo Empire. We can take this time to practice well in the carriage. After all, a month can be considered neither long nor short." As soon as he finished speaking, YeXuan stretched his body and sat cross-legged in the carriage, meditating to cultivate his soul power. After all, traveling was dull and boring. Other than meditating to cultivate soul power, there wasn't much else to do. Upon seeing YeXuan enter a meditative state, Qian Renxue also sat cross-legged and began to meditate and cultivate her soul power. Seeing this, Qin Sheng exchanged a glance with Inger and slowly said, "Inger, let's practice for a while too. After all, you will also be going to the city of slaughter, and every bit of strength you gain will make you safer there." I know. I won't hold you back," Inger replied and began to meditate and cultivate her soul power with Qin Sheng. Bai Fangyu looked through the wooden window of the carriage towards the direction of the Star Luo Empire, as if speaking to herself. "Can I finally go home? Baihu sect. I will prove that I am not a disgrace to the Baihu sect." As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Fangyu withdrew her gaze and glanced at the others in the carriage, who were also sitting cross-legged, meditating to cultivate their soul power. Chapter 170. The Star Luo royal family. A month later, YeXuan and the others' carriage stopped in a quiet forest. After a month of traveling, they were now not far from the Star Luo Empire. As long as they passed through this forest, they would enter the territory of the Star Luo Empire. So they were not in a hurry. The five of them, YeXuan, Qian Renxue, Qin Sheng, Inger, and Bai Fangyu, got out of the carriage, found a spot, and took out an iron pot, clean water, and food to begin skillfully starting a fire to prepare a hearty lunch. Inger looked at the ingredients in front of her, eager to try, and said, "How about you all take a break first, and let me handle the cooking?" "No, Inger, the poison in your body has just been cured. It's not been long, and you need to rest well now. Leave the cooking to my brother." Qin Sheng directly rejected without hesitation upon hearing Inger's words. He then turned his gaze to YeXuan, who was cooking. He never expected YeXuan would actually cook for himself, and that what he made would be particularly delicious. So with YeXuan cooking, there was no need for Inger to lift a finger. Even if YeXuan didn't cook, he would rather eat some dry rations than let Inger cook, as she had just been cured of the poison and needed to rest well. After YeXuan put 2 fish and various ingredients into the pot, he covered it and then rekindled the campfire, placing the remaining meat and fish on it to roast. After a while, seeing that everything was almost done, YeXuan took out a set of bowls and chopsticks from his soul guide, served a bowl of fish soup, and handed a roasted fish to Qian Renxue beside him. Qian Renxue took the fish soup and roasted fish from YeXuan and immediately began to eat. The others also did not hesitate to take out their bowls and chopsticks, starting to savor the fish soup, roasted fish, and roasted meat. Qin Sheng took a sip of the fish soup and asked, "Brother, how did you make this? It's so delicious. I used my hands. How else could I have done it?" YeXuan replied casually while drinking the fish soup, not paying attention to Qin Sheng's question. While everyone was eating, YeXuan, Qian Renxue, Wu Changkong, and Qin Sheng seemed to sense something and simultaneously looked towards the front of the forest. They saw that something seemed to be happening in the forest, with birds being startled and flying away in all directions. Wu Changkong even released his mental power to investigate the situation ahead. After a while, he retracted his mental power and said, "Master, there are people ahead chasing a young girl, not much older than 8 or 9. They are coming in our direction. The pursuers are only at the level of soul masters to soul sect. Should we intervene and save that girl?" Hearing Wu Changkong's words, YeXuan withdrew his gaze from the front and said indifferently, "No need to pay attention to them. Let them do as they please. As long as they don't provoke us, it has nothing to do with us." Qian Renxue, after retracting her gaze, continued to drink her fish soup as if nothing had happened. Helping to save that girl would be an act of kindness. Not helping would be simply acting according to one's duty. There is a saying, if someone helps you, it is your luck. If no one helps you, it is fate's fairness. No one owes you anything because life is your own, and you must take responsibility for it. Just like the current situation, if they helped and saved that girl, it would be her fortune. If they chose not to help, it would be fate's fairness. After all, they were not acquainted with the girl and had no obligation to help. Qin Sheng and Bai Fangyu focused on eating the fish soup and roasted meat, as if they hadn't heard Wu Changkong's words. A look of reluctance appeared on Inger's face, and just as she was about to say something, she heard Qin Sheng's voice beside her. "Inger, have you forgotten what happened 4 years ago? Sometimes it's better not to get involved. We are not obliged to help," Qin Sheng said, drinking his fish soup with a calm tone. After hearing Qin Sheng's words, Inger seemed to recall something. After a moment, She merely sighed softly and quietly drank her fish soup, not saying anything further. Wu Changkong, seeing this, thought for a moment before saying, "Master, the girl being chased is only about 8 or 9 years old, and the pursuers are not strong, only at the level of soul masters to soul sect. I believe that even if we intervene to save the girl, it wouldn't be a problem. Let's eat first. After we finish, we can set off early. I hope we can enter the Star Luo Empire tonight. We've been in the carriage for a month without a proper rest," YeXuan said, glancing casually at Wu Changkong, not saying anything more. Wu Changkong also sat back down, not speaking further. But soon, in front of everyone's eyes, a girl suddenly ran out from the forest. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, her skin was fair, and her figure was very well developed. However, the expression on her face was very cold, a deep-seated coldness that was pure and unyielding. Her black eyes even carried no trace of anger, which clashed with her originally beautiful face. YeXuan looked at the girl in front of him with some surprise and said, "At 8 or 9 years old, she has developed like this. It's a bit abnormal, isn't it? Shouldn't she be rather ordinary?" "Brother, now that you mention it, her development is indeed a bit abnormal. It's progressing too quickly." Qing Sheng stroked his chin, nodding in agreement. Qian Renshua, sitting next to YeXuan, put down her empty bowl and silently watched YeXuan. When YeXuan felt Qian Renshua's gaze, he withdrew his surprised expression and looked at the girl's martial soul behind her, saying, "Martial soul, nether spirit cat. It seems she should be from the Zhu family." Bai Fangyu looked at the martial soul behind her and said, "She should be the second young lady of the Zhu family, Zhu Zhuqing. The Zhu family has intermarried with the Star Luo royal family for generations. So the reason she is being hunted should be due to the system of the Star Luo Empire. The system of the Star Luo royal family allows for competition among the princes, so it is quite normal for her to be pursued now." Chapter 171. Survival of the Fittest. YeXuan, Qian Renshua, and Qing Sheng all focused their attention on Bai Fangyu. They were all aware of the matters concerning the Star Luo royal family, and there was no need for Bai Fangyu to explain further. If we were to summarize the system of the Star Luo royal family in one sentence, it would be, there's only one emperor, and the princes must fight amongst themselves. The victor in the end can claim the crown, and the living are the winners. The Star Luo royal family allows the princes to fight, ultimately determining the outcome through martial strength. The victor not only can live, but also gains the right to inherit the throne of the Star Luo Empire, while the loser, let alone the throne, might even lose their life. In simple terms, it is, I exist, and he does not. He exists, and I do not. Survival of the fittest. The system of the Star Luo royal family has taken this to the extreme. Although it is somewhat cruel, this is the reality of the Star Luo Empire. If you are not capable, then someone else will take your place. For the princes of Star Luo, if they are not capable, they face not just defeat but death. Thus, this greatly stimulates the potential of the princes and promotes their growth, while the death of the losers prevents any retaliation from the other princes, thereby eliminating the possibility of rebellion against the state. Of course, there are exceptions, such as Dai Mubai, who has been overly stimulated. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fled the Star Luo Empire to seek pleasure in Suatawa City. When Zhu Zhuqing saw the crowd ahead, a contemplative look appeared in her eyes. But soon, she turned her body and changed direction, continuing to flee away from the crowd. Behind Zhu Zhuqing, more than 10 soul masters, who seemed to be free soul masters, were closely pursuing her, led by a 4-ring soul zone. The distance between both sides was continuously closing, and it wouldn't be long before Zhu Zhuqing would be caught. Wu Changkong looked at Zhu Zhuqing's reaction and couldn't help but say, "Master, mistress." From the girl's reaction just now, it is clear that she has a kind heart and does not want to harm the innocent. Otherwise, she could have easily led us into danger instead of turning around and continuing to flee. Therefore, I believe we might be able to step in and help her. Master, if you're worried about offending the Star Luo royal family, I can take full responsibility for any consequences. Hearing Wu Changkong's words, YeXuan waved his hand dismissively and said, "If you want to save her, then go ahead. It's not a big deal." YeXuan was not surprised by Wu Changkong's desire to save someone. After all, Wu Changkong was different from Yishi Shui. If it were Yishi Shui here today, she would have no thoughts of saving anyone. Moreover, since Wu Changkong wanted to save her, YeXuan had no reason to stop him. Though Wu Changkong was 100% loyal to him, he also had his own thoughts. He was a subordinate, not just a puppet who obeyed orders. "Yes, master." After agreeing, Wu Changkong stood up from his spot, and his martial soul, the heavenly frost sword, appeared in his hand. His feet glimmered with yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. black, 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 9 soul rings. A powerful soul power pressure emanated from Wu Changkong's body, and the heavenly frost sword in his hand slashed straight ahead, unleashing a sword aura formed from sky blue soul power that shot out directly. The more than 10 pursuers chasing Zhu Zhuqing immediately felt the pressure of Wu Changkong's soul power and found themselves frozen in place, unable to move an inch. In front of them appeared a crack cut by the sword aura. The leader turned his gaze to Wu Changkong and said, "Your Excellency, this matter concerns the Star Luo royal family. We are only following the royal family's orders to hunt down the second young lady of the Zhu family, Zhu Zhuqing. We hope Your Excellency will not interfere." Upon hearing the voice, Zhu Zhuqing also looked towards YeXuan and the others, unsure why they would step in to help her when they had no intention of doing so just moments ago. "I can't stand it. I want to step in to save her. If you have any objections, you can go back and tell the Star Luo royal family to come find me. I am Wu Changkong, titled the Douluo." Wu Changkong's somewhat aloof voice echoed in the area. The leader, upon hearing the voice, glanced at the 9 soul rings flashing beneath Wu Changkong's feet and immediately stated, "Douluo, we will report the matter truthfully to the Crown Prince of the Star Luo royal family." As soon as he finished speaking, the leader turned and led the others away. After seeing them leave, Wu Changkong also retracted his martial soul and soul rings and sat back down. YeXuan, seeing that the matter was handled, reached out to stroke Qian Rinchue's long hair and asked, "Shuer, are you full? If you are, we should set off for the Star Luo Empire. Maybe we can find a hotel to stay in before dark and have a good rest. I finished eating a long time ago. Let's set off early and find a hotel to rest well." After giving YeXuan a glance, Qian Rinchue walked directly towards the carriage. Although the space in the carriage was quite spacious and equipped with soft cushions, YeXuan, Qian Rinchue, Qing Sheng, and Bai Fangyu had not rested much in the carriage. They had mostly spent their time in cultivation. While meditative cultivation can alleviate fatigue to some extent, prolonged cultivation would still make one feel tired, so they still needed to find a place to rest and adjust their mental state. After seeing Qian Rinchue walk towards the carriage, YeXuan turned his gaze to Qing Sheng and said, "Get up and pack your things. We're preparing to set off again. Don't just sit there after eating. When have I ever not worked after eating?" Qing Sheng replied with a hint of helplessness before getting up to help YeXuan pack. Inger, sitting in the carriage, couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the two packing their things. Zhu Zhuqing, seeing them start to pack and prepare to leave, did not hesitate and walked directly towards them. When she reached a short distance in front of them, Zhu Zhuqing focused her gaze on Wu Changkong and said, "Thank you for saving me, but you should not go to the Star Luo Empire. Those soul masters, just now, are from Crown Prince Davis. If you go to the Star Luo Empire, he might come to trouble you." Zhu Zhuqing's voice sounded somewhat cold, but clearly reached everyone's ears. Chapter 172. Experience Baby. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Wu Changkong only looked at YeXuan and did not intend to speak. YeXuan merely chuckled lightly and replied, "I don't care about the entire Star Luo royal family. Why would I care about one Crown Prince Davis?" YeXuan's tone carried a hint of indifference. If Davis really dared to cause trouble, he wouldn't mind using Davis' bloodline to modify his evil eye. After all, raising an experienced baby like Dai Mubai was already enough. As for the Xing Luo royal family, he truly did not take them seriously. Even if there were titled Douluos among the Xing Luo royal family, none could be stronger than Wu Changkong. The only troublesome aspect was the large army present in the Xing Luo royal family. Although their small group could not contend with the Xing Luo royal army, YeXuan had a spatial rift. If he wanted to leave, not even 1,000,000 soldiers could stop him, unless someone could lead 1,000,000 troops through a spatial rift, which was simply impossible. If the Xing Luo royal family dared to mobilize their army to encircle and kill them, then YeXuan would have the courage to let Yishi Shui come to the Xing Luo Empire to gather vengeful spirits. With Yishi Shui's strength as a peak title de law, she could gather vengeful spirits in the Xing Luo Empire without restraint. Unless Qian Dao Lu from the Spirit Hall or Poseidon from Sea God Island intervened, no one could stop her. Moreover, he had a way to keep Qian Dao Lu from leaving the Elder Hall. So unless the Xing Luo royal family could summon Poseidon from Sea God Island, a bloodbath in the Xing Luo Empire was inevitable. Even if Poseidon were summoned from Sea God Island, he might not be a match for Yishi Shui on land. After all, Poseidon could not draw upon the power of the sea god on land, while Yishi Shui's 3-100-000 year spirit rings were not for show. Therefore, whether it was in terms of strength, influence, or background, YeXuan had never been afraid. In terms of strength, his current power could already rival that of title de law. In terms of influence, he had established the Starfall Hall, which stood shoulder to shoulder with the top 3 sections. As for background, he had the Spirit Hall behind him, along with the 3 great kings of life, destruction, and Azura from the divine realm, and even the remaining evil and good gods likely had some connection with him. The Spirit Hall was the strongest force on the continent, and with 5 divine kings in the divine realm, it could be said that no one on the continent had a background stronger than YeXuan's. Zhu Zhuqing listened to YeXuan's words and fixed her gaze on him, scrutinizing him carefully. The first impression YeXuan's words gave Zhu Zhuqing was that he was too arrogant. Who on the entire continent would dare to say they did not take the Luo Empire seriously? So far, she had only seen YeXuan be so bold. Although she found YeXuan to be quite arrogant, she did not voice her thoughts. After all, they had saved her, and it felt inappropriate to say anything negative. Zhu Zhuqing stood in place, thought for a moment, and said, "If you're going to Luo Empire, it would be better to be cautious. Davis is, after all, the crown prince of the Luo Empire. Just one Davis is nothing to worry about." YeXuan waved his hand dismissively, packed up his things, and walked straight to the carriage with Qing Sheng. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing stood still and said nothing further. After YeXuan and Qing Sheng boarded the carriage, Wu Chongkong turned his gaze to Zhu Zhuqing and asked, "Are you also going back to the Luo Empire? If so, you can come with us. It might not be safe for you to go back alone, and our master wouldn't mind giving you a ride." Zhu Zhuqing gently shook her head and replied, "I want to be returning to the Luo Empire, so there is no need to trouble you." If she returned to the Luo Empire with them, it might bring unnecessary trouble to them, and she truly did not need to go back. "Then I wish you good luck," Wu Chongkong said, watching Zhu Zhuqing's departing figure before turning his gaze back. With the sound of the horses neighing, the carriage sped forward. Although the carriage moved quickly, the people inside felt no bumps at all. Inside the carriage, YeXuan looked at the somewhat tired Qian Renshua, reached out to hold her in his arms, and softly said, "Schwer, do you want to rest for a while? We probably won't reach the Luo Empire until very late, and finding a hotel to rest might take even longer. After all, once they entered the Luo Empire, they would still need to go to a nearby city to find a hotel to rest properly." "That is fine, I'll rest for a while. Once we find a hotel, we can rest well." Qian Renshua agreed and leaned against YeXuan, preparing to rest. YeXuan then took a blanket from his soul guide and covered Qian Renshua with it to keep her warm. Qing Sheng looked at the soul guide in YeXuan's hands with some curiosity and asked, "Brother, what else do you have in your soul guide?" In the past month, Qing Sheng had seen YeXuan take out all kinds of things from his soul guide, not only weapons for self-defense, but also pots, bowls, and even tents and sleeping bags for resting in the wild, as well as a chessboard and pieces to pass the time. So he was very curious about what else YeXuan had in his soul guide. "Schwerer and I trained in the extreme north for nearly 4 years. So I basically have all the daily necessities in my soul guide," YeXuan replied casually, glancing at Qing Sheng. The items in his soul guide were replenished every once in a while, so whether it was for traveling or training, he would hardly lack anything. "Do you usually carry so many things with you?" Qing Sheng's eyelids twitched a couple of times. Although he didn't know what daily necessities YeXuan was referring to, he was sure it wouldn't be few. YeXuan smiled and said, "I just keep them in the soul guide most of the time. It's not troublesome. It's good to be prepared. You never know when it might come in handy." Chapter 173, You Still Can't Do It in the Deep of Night. YeXuan and the other's carriage entered a border town of the Luo Empire and slowly stopped in front of a hotel. YeXuan looked at Qian Renshua, who was sleeping against him, and took out a gold soul card from his soul guide, handing it to Bai Fengyu in front of him, softly saying, "Go into the hotel and book the 4 best rooms. After you're done, come out and tell us." "Understood, young master," Bai Fengyu replied, took the gold soul card, and walked straight down from the carriage toward the hotel. Seeing the hotel, Qing Sheng stretched and said with a slight smile, "Finally, we can have a good rest. This carriage ride has been really tiring." While speaking, Qing Sheng gently nudged Inger to wake her up from her sleep. Inger rubbed her eyes after being awakened and, still a bit sleepy, asked, saying, "What's wrong? Have we found a place to rest?" "We found one that looks decent. But this is a border town of the Luo Empire. Having such a hotel here is already quite good. At least resting in the hotel is much more comfortable than resting in the carriage," Qing Sheng said, looking out of the wooden window of the carriage at the hotel. The hotel's decoration wasn't very luxurious. On the contrary, it appeared somewhat simple. But in this border town of the Luo Empire, having such a hotel was already quite good. After all, this border town is not prosperous, probably just comparable to Nodding City within the Tian-Do Empire. A relatively remote, small town. Oh, then let's stay here for a while. Have a good rest before continuing our journey. Inger yawned, and after waking herself up a bit, her gaze shifted towards the hotel. I have already sent by Fangyu to book a room to see if there are any available rooms in the hotel. If not, we'll have to spend the night in the carriage. YeXuan smiled. If the hotel really has no available rooms, they would have to continue on their journey and rest in the carriage instead. We mustn't. It's impossible to rest well in the carriage, and it's very tiring. We need to find a hotel to have a good rest and adjust our condition. Qing Sheng shook his head. After spending a month in the carriage, not only was his body extremely tired, but even his spirit and state felt somewhat fatigued. Moreover, with the hotel so close, he didn't want to spend another night in the carriage. Then we can only see how lucky we are. If there are rooms, we can naturally rest well in the hotel. If luck is not on our side, then we can only spend the night in the carriage. YeXuan's voice carried a faint smile. If there are really no rooms, he would have no solution. After all, he couldn't ask someone to build 2 more rooms. Moments later, Bai Fangyu returned quickly with YeXuan's gold soul card, passed it through the wooden window of the carriage, and said, "Young master, I've booked the room. We can go in and rest now. Then let's go in and rest. Once we are well rested and adjust our state, we can head to the White Tiger sect." While speaking, YeXuan gently took back the blanket from Qian Rushua and stored it in his soul guide. Qing Sheng and Inger, hearing Bai Fangyu's voice, immediately couldn't wait to leave the carriage and hurried towards the hotel. YeXuan watched their reaction and just smiled, then picked up Qian Rushua and walked straight out of the carriage towards the hotel. Perhaps his movement was a bit too abrupt, waking the sleeping Qian Rushua. Qian Rushua opened her eyes in a daze, saw YeXuan holding her, stretched out her arms to hug him, then closed her eyes again and went back to sleep. YeXuan looked at Qian Rushua in his arms with affection, secretly activated the walking secret, took a step forward, and instantly appeared in front of Qing Sheng and Inger. Following the staff's guidance, they went straight up to the 2nd floor of the hotel, arrived at their room, opened the door, and walked directly inside. Qing Sheng watched YeXuan disappear in the blink of an eye and couldn't help but say, "Wow, is having a body technique that impressive? Showing off in front of me." A light blue soul power appeared around Wu Changkong as he passed by Qing Sheng, and a somewhat aloof voice came from his mouth. Not only is having body technique impressive, but having soul power is equally impressive. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Changkong's figure also vanished from sight. Bai Fangyu came to Qing Sheng's side and said, "I'm going back to my room first. Your room is the last one on the 2nd floor. Also, although I booked the highest grade rooms in the hotel, the last room is still a bit inferior compared to the others. Do you think your speed is faster than mine?" Qing Sheng glanced sideways at Bai Fangyu. Although he couldn't compare to YeXuan in body technique or to Wu Changkong in soul power, he was still superior to Bai Fangyu in both aspects. So how could he be slower? I don't have body technique, and my soul power level can't compare to yours, but I can walk through space. Bai Fangyu smiled and released her martial soul. Dark demon, evil god tiger. A yellow 100-year soul ring flickered under her feet, and with a step, she directly entered space. Walking through space. Do you think you're my brother, YeXuan? Qing Sheng chuckled, reached out to pick up Inger, and with a burst of blue soul power, quickly headed towards the 2nd floor. When Bai Fangyu emerged from space, she was surprised to find that Qing Sheng and Inger had already appeared in front of the room she had chosen and were looking at her with disdainful eyes. "It seems your ability to use space is not that great either. You should practice for another 2 years before competing with me," Qing Sheng said, leading Inger directly into the room, leaving Bai Fangyu standing alone, dazed in place. After a while, Bai Fangyu pouted, didn't say anything further, and headed straight for the last room. In YeXuan's room, he placed Qian Rushua on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and then turned off the room light. Lying on the soft and comfortable bed, he gently hugged Qian Rushua, closed his eyes, and prepared to have a good rest and adjust his state. Chapter 174. Heading to the White Tiger sect the next day, at noon, YeXuan and Qian Rushua, with slightly messy hair, got out of bed. Qian Rushua looked at YeXuan lying beside her and said, "Xiao Xian, I'm a bit hungry. Can you prepare some food for me? I'm going to take a shower first." "Okay, you go ahead. I'll prepare something to eat for you," YeXuan replied with a faint smile. Reaching for his clothes to get dressed, Qian Rushua got up directly, picked up her clothes, and headed straight for the bathroom. Once YeXuan finished getting dressed, he walked straight out of his room. As soon as he stepped into the hallway, he calmly stood there, looking at the other rooms, his eyes reflecting a thoughtful expression. Last night, since he and Qian Rushua were the first to enter their room to rest, he didn't know who was living in the other 3 rooms. Now YeXuan was looking for Bai Fangyu. After all, Bai Fangyu was Qian Rushua's maid, and it was only right to ask her to buy some dishes. YeXuan released his mental power, probing into the rooms. In just a moment, he found Bai Fengyu's room and walked straight to her door, knocking on it. With a creak, Bai Fengyu sleepily opened the door, looked at YeXuan with disheveled hair, and asked, "Young master, is there something you need me to do?" YeXuan took out his gold soul card, waved it in front of her, and said, "It's noon already. Take my gold soul card and go buy some food in the city. Also, ask the others what they want to eat and buy it all together. After lunch, we will head to the YeXuan sect." Bai Fengyu perked up at the mention of the YeXuan sect, took the gold soul card from YeXuan's hand with excitement, and said, "Okay, young master, I'll go right now. Make sure to be fast. Don't keep us waiting too long," YeXuan urged before heading back to his room. Bai Fengyu closed the door and quickly freshened up. After washing up, she went out to ask the others what they wanted to eat. As she left the room, she glanced towards the YeXuan sect and said with a smile, "YeXuan sect, I'm finally coming back. This time, I will prove to everyone in the YeXuan that I am not a disgrace to the sect." In the room, YeXuan was sitting cross-legged on the bed, meditating to cultivate his soul power. His soul power was only a step away from the 53rd level bottleneck. As long as he accumulated some more soul power, he could reach the 53rd level. However, due to the extreme purity of his soul power, the accumulation was very slow. If it weren't for the nearly month-long continuous cultivation on the carriage day and night, he would still need some time to elevate his soul power to the 53rd level Soul King. After about half an hour, the sound of water from the bathroom stopped, and Qian Rushua, dressed neatly, walked out of the bathroom, drying her wet hair with a towel. Upon seeing YeXuan meditating on the bed, she glanced around and asked, "Xiao Xian, where's my food?" Hearing Qian Rushua's voice, YeXuan opened his eyes, lay back on the bed, and replied, "I've already sent your maid, Bai Fengyu, to buy it in the city. Considering the time, she should be almost back now." "Oh, then let's wait a bit. After we finish eating, we'll head to the YeXuan sect." Qian Rushua sat on the bed, continuing to dry her hair with the towel. "The YeXuan sect isn't going anywhere. It'll eventually be ours, so there's no need to rush." YeXuan smiled, took the towel from Qian Rushua's hands, dried her hair, and then began to help her blow-dry it. "I know it will eventually be ours, but if we resolve the matters with the YeXuan sect sooner, won't we be able to head to the city of slaughter earlier?" Qian Rushua blinked, her voice carrying a hint of amusement. "There's no need to rush. Take your time. We'll be staying in the city of slaughter for a long time. Besides, anything that belongs to us won't escape. It will all be ours eventually." YeXuan's tone was somewhat profound. "That's true. Anyway, it will eventually be ours." A beautiful smile appeared on Qian Rushua's face. Before long, Qian Rushua's hair was dried. After gently stroking her smooth hair, YeXuan walked directly towards the bathroom to wash up and prepare to head to the YeXuan sect. Qian Rushua, feeling a bit hungry, waited idly in the room. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Qian Rushua got up to open it and saw Bai Fengyu standing at the door with the packed dishes. "Miss, these are the dishes prepared for you, along with the young master's gold soul card." Bai Fengyu handed the dishes and the gold soul card to Qian Rushua. "I understand. You can go back to your room and get ready. We'll head to the YeXuan sect shortly." After taking the dishes and the gold soul card, Qian Rushua put the gold soul card away and walked back into the room with the dishes. "Okay, miss, I've already prepared everything. We can head to the YeXuan sect now." Bai Fengyu's voice was filled with excitement. Go back first. When we're about to leave, I'll call you." Qian Rushua waved her hand dismissively, signaling Bai Fengyu to leave. "Yes, Mississippi," Bai Fengyu responded and excitedly walked back to her room after closing the door. Qian Rushua placed the dishes on the table, took a pair of chopsticks, and began to taste the food. The food tasted quite average and was not particularly delicious, but it was sufficient to fill her stomach. After a while, YeXuan emerged from the bath, looked at the dishes on the table and Qian Rushua, who was sitting on the bed looking somewhat bored, and asked with a faint smile, "Schwer, have you eaten enough?" "Yes, I saved some for you. Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, we'll head to the YeXuan sect." Qian Rushua nodded, her gaze shifting to YeXuan, who had just come out. YeXuan quickly finished the food in front of him, and then, together with Qian Rushua, left the room to call the others out. Looking at the somewhat excited Bai Fengyu, YeXuan asked, "You know the exact location of the YeXuan sect, right? Tell me, so we can use the spatial rift to get there." Chapter 175. Belief in the YeXuan. Bai Fengyu became exceptionally excited upon hearing YeXuan's voice and immediately responded. The specific location of the YeXuan sect is 30 miles east of Xinglua City. Once we get there, we will see the YeXuan sect. 30 miles east of Xinglua City? Then let's head to the YeXuan sect now. YeXuan extended his hand, taking Qian Rushua's delicate hand, and a purple-black light flickered on his left leg, creating a spatial rift in front of them. YeXuan, Qian Ruxu, Rut Shangkong, King Sheng, Ying Ar. And Bai Fangyu entered the spatial rift one by one. When they emerged from the rift, they found themselves in a beautifully serene valley. In front of them stood a grand and imposing sect, with 3 large characters reading YeXuan sect above it. On either side of the sect's entrance were 2 powerful stone tigers, giving off an impressive aura. YeXuan let out a gentle breath as he gazed at the YeXuan sect ahead. The journey from the border city to the YeXuan sect was still too far. Just opening the spatial rift had nearly drained all of his soul power. Bai Fangyu's gaze was fixed on the YeXuan sect, her breathing quickening with excitement. After a while, she finally said, "Young master, miss, let's hurry in. The scenery inside the YeXuan sect is no worse than that of the back hall of the Starfall Palace. Then let's go in." YeXuan pulled Qian Ruxue and walked directly towards the YeXuan sect, with the others following behind them. When they arrived at the entrance of the YeXuan sect, YeXuan reached out and knocked on the heavy door. With a creak, the door was opened from the inside by 2 disciples dressed in YeXuan sect attire. The 2 disciples glanced over the group before their eyes landed on Bai Fangyu. One of them displayed a look of surprise and exclaimed, "Third miss, you actually returned. Come in quickly. Don't let the elders see you." "What third miss? She's just a bastard daughter, and she's the shame of our YeXuan sect. She's already been expelled from the sect and has no right to enter. She's just a waste that can only serve as a pet." The other disciple looked at Bai Fangyu with disdain and disgust. Upon hearing the disciple's words, Bai Fangyu clenched her fists tightly. But a smile appeared on her face as she looked at the other disciple who called her third miss and said, "Bai Heng, I'm back, and today I will return to the YeXuan sect openly, without hiding." The disciple, named Bai Heng, was momentarily stunned upon hearing Bai Fangyu's voice, staring at her in disbelief. He felt that Bai Fangyu seemed somewhat different now. When Bai Fangyu was expelled from the sect, he remembered her ears were pure white, but now they had turned black, and it seemed like she was missing a tail. However, before he could speak, the other disciple beside him immediately mocked. "Returning to the sect? Openly? Do you still think you're that illegitimate daughter, the third miss? Wake up to reality. Our YeXuan sect only worships the white tiger, and you are just a disgrace that sullies the sect. You should find a place to serve as a pet. Our YeXuan sect doesn't need you as a vase, nor will we accept you back." Bai Fangyu listened to his words without saying anything, but her hands were tightly clenched, her nails digging into her palms without her realizing it, bright red blood dripping to the ground through her fingers. Qian Ruxue glanced at Bai Fangyu before turning her gaze to the disciple, raising her hand and slapping him without any hesitation. Slap! A crisp sound echoed in the air, leaving a clear palm print on the disciple's face. "When did it become your place to point fingers here?" Qian Ruxue's cold gaze fell on the disciple, her voice laced with a hint of frost. The disciple looked at the people before him in disbelief, never imagining that someone would dare to strike him in front of the YeXuan sect. "You dare to hit me in front of the YeXuan sect? Do you think our sect is easy to bully?" he exclaimed, pointing at the crowd with incredulity in his voice. YeXuan smirked at his words, kicked the disciple, and said, "So what if I hit you? If you dare to point fingers again, do you believe I won't kill you?" The disciple didn't even have time to react before he felt a sharp pain throughout his body, and he was sent flying, crashing into the YeXuan sect's gate with a dull thud. Bai Heng, witnessing the scene, immediately rushed over to help the disciple up, saying, "Bai Heng, are you okay? They might be friends of the third miss. Don't take it to heart. I'll take the third miss to see the sect leader, and then I'll have them leave immediately." How does that sound? Bai Heng, enduring the intense pain in his body, pushed Bai Heng away, glaring at YeXuan and the others, and said angrily, "Bai Heng, let me tell you, she is just an illegitimate daughter, a disgrace to our YeXuan sect, not some third miss. Moreover, I, Bai Heng, have never suffered such humiliation in my life. You want to take this disgrace to meet the sect? I'll go and summon the sect leader and the elders right now." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Heng staggered and walked towards the interior of the YeXuan sect. Seeing this, Bai Heng quickly reached out to stop him, saying, "Bai Heng, the third miss might just want to see the sect leader. Don't take it too seriously. What you said earlier was indeed a bit harsh. They want to help the third miss vent her frustrations, which is understandable. Get lost. Bai Heng, if you dare to stop me again, do you believe I will make you roll out of the YeXuan sect as well?" Bai Heng pushed Bai Heng aside and continued walking into the sect. Bai Heng's expression stiffened for a moment as he stood still, not daring to stop Bai Heng again. It seems Bai Heng holds a significant position in the YeXuan sect. Let's go inside and see what tricks he can pull. YeXuan chuckled lightly, not paying any mind to Bai Heng's departure, and directly pulled Qian Ruxue inside. Bai Heng, seeing this, was about to intervene when he heard Bai Fengyu's voice drifting in. Bai Heng, don't interfere. Just pretend you didn't TC anything. No matter what happens in the White Tiger sect later, you must act as if you didn't TC it. Chapter 176. Stealing the show, Bai Heng looked at their retreating figures, reached out as if wanting to say something, but ultimately held his tongue. YeXuan and the others walked through the White Tiger sect, observing the surrounding pavilions and towers as if strolling through their own backyard. Their faces relaxed. Following the guidance, they directly arrived at the main hall of the White Tiger sect, with countless sect disciples trailing behind them. These disciples all recognized Bai Fenyu, so they were curious about why she brought outsiders back to the White Tiger sect. However, among these disciples, 90 regarded Bai Fenyu as a disgrace to the sect. Upon arriving at the main hall, YeXuan unceremoniously picked up Qian Rushua and sat her directly on the main seat of the hall. Wu Changkong and Bai Fenyu stood quietly behind YeXuan and Qian Rushua. Qin Sheng, observing their actions, took air and sat down in the secondary seat of the hall. After all, he and YeXuan referred to each other as brothers, so he didn't need to stand behind them like a subordinate. The disciples of the White Tiger sect watched their actions and immediately erupted in chaos. A cacophony of voices rising in the hall. Who are you to sit in our sect leader's seat? Are you trying to steal the show? Get up. Or when the sect leader arrives, you won't even know how you died. They must be friends of that illegitimate daughter, acting so arrogantly in our White Tiger sect. They really don't want to live. Are you an idiot? Can't you see that the illegitimate daughter is standing behind them? Clearly, they're the ones in charge. Can't you tell? No matter who they claim to be in charge, how dare they look down on our White Tiger sect? Let's make sure they can't leave today. In the hall, YeXuan listened to their noisy voices, merely chuckling lightly without any intention of addressing them. After all, the entire White Tiger sect was practically theirs now. Why bother with meaningless words? YeXuan closed his eyes, began to meditate, and restore his soul power, as the recent spatial rift had nearly drained him of it, and he needed to recover. Qian Rushua sat on YeXuan's lap, looking back at Bai Fenyu, and said calmly, "You are my maid. Whatever happens, I will help you resolve it, so you can do as you wish. Being overly weak will only lead to more bullying and humiliation. If you want to return to the White Tiger sect based on your own abilities, then you must be strong. Of course, I can also help you return to the White Tiger sect. It all depends on your choice. Regardless, you will return to the White Tiger sect one way or another." Qian Rushua's gaze held a hint of indifference. No matter how Bai Fenyu chose, she would ensure Bai Fenyu returned to the White Tiger sect, albeit through different methods. One option was for Bai Fenyu to return based on her own abilities, and the other was for her to forcefully assist Bai Fenyu in returning to the sect. "Miss, please rest assured, I will definitely return to the White Tiger sect on my own strength. I will prove that I am not a disgrace to the White Tiger sect." Bai Fenyu's voice sounded unusually firm. "I respect your choice. I want to intervene unless absolutely necessary." Qian Rushua smiled and withdrew her gaze from Bai Fenyu. After a while, amidst the noisy crowd, a dignified voice rang out. "What is all this noise? Everyone disperse. Why are you all crowding in the hall?" As the authoritative voice sounded, the noisy chatter instantly ceased, and the disciples of the White Tiger sect parted to make way. YeXuan, who had been meditating, opened his eyes and looked towards the entrance. 6 people entered, led by an extraordinary-looking middle-aged man, followed by 4 elders. The recently beaten Bai Han was also among them, standing next to one of the elders. YeXuan and the middle-aged man locked eyes in silence, the hall quiet due to the lack of anyone speaking. Bai Han glared angrily at YeXuan and Qian Rushua, just about to say something when he was stopped by the elder beside him. Bai Fenyu's gaze also lingered on the middle-aged man, murmuring, "Father, I'm back and I've grown stronger. I am no longer the shame of the sect. I will prove it to you." After a while, the old man beside Bai Han spoke up, asking, "I wonder which major sect you disciples are from. To be so disrespectful as to intrude upon our White Tiger sect, unprovoked, and assault my grandson, and now audaciously sit in the main seat. Do you truly believe our White Tiger sect is easy to bully?" The old man's eyes were cautious as he looked at YeXuan and Qian Renshua, who were seated in the main position. Their extraordinary appearances and luxurious attire, especially the aura they exuded, were not something ordinary families could cultivate. Furthermore, he had just released his spiritual power to probe their soul power, but he could not discern what level their soul power had reached at all. Upon hearing the old man's voice, YeXuan withdrew his gaze from the middle-aged man, chuckled lightly, and said, "I am not a disciple of any major sect, nor do I have any background. I merely established a decent force myself and wanted your White Tiger sect to join us. I wonder how you feel about that." You certainly don't seem to come with an invitation for our White Tiger sect to join. Moreover, you lack any sincerity, the middle-aged man said. With his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on YeXuan, his voice appearing quite gentle. I know. Anyway, I didn't expect you to join. YeXuan replied with a faint smile, pointing to Bai Fangyu behind him. This third Miss White Tiger sect is also my wife's maid. Our purpose in coming today is simply to have her return to the White Tiger sect. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man turned his gaze to the standing Bai Fangyu, his eyes showing a complex expression, and he was silent for a long time. After a while, he finally spoke. She is my daughter. Since you have returned her to us, I, Bai Jian, am immensely grateful. However, it is absolutely out of the question for my daughter to serve as your maid. Given that you return my daughter, I will not pursue your previous offenses. You may leave the White Tiger sect now. Chapter 177. The bigger picture. Upon hearing this, YeXuan let out a light laugh, and the laugh was without any concealment, clearly heard by everyone in the room. Your daughter? She is my wife. A maid I purchased with gold soul coins at the Tiando auction house. Where were you when she was captured? When she was caged and sold as a pet? What were you doing? Just imagine how much torment your daughter endured while you, as her father, were nowhere to be found. As YeXuan spoke, he casually placed his feet on the table beside him, his tone exceptionally calm, showing no intention of leaving. Bai Jian, upon hearing YeXuan's words, turned his gaze to Bai Fangyu, remaining silent, but his hands clasped behind his back gradually tightened. Bai Fangyu lowered her head, not daring to look at her father. The old man beside Bai Han suddenly spoke. Sect Master, she has already been expelled from the White Tiger sect. She is no longer one of us. Let her serve others as a maid or live as a pet. It's not bad. After all, this is her own fate, and it has nothing to do with our White Tiger sect. As the sect master, you need to consider the bigger picture. Upon hearing the old man's words, a fleeting coldness appeared in Bai Jian's eyes, but quickly returned to normal, and his gradually tightening hands also relaxed. Meanwhile, the old man's gaze was fixed on YeXuan and Qianrenxue as he said, "And you, to so disrespect our White Tiger sect. It is absolutely impossible for us to let you leave so easily. I see you are not very old. You should at least tell us the names of your family elders. I might recognize them, and for their sake, I could spare you this time. My family elders' names are not something you can know. You need not consider their faces, as I have no intention of leaving the White Tiger sect at all." YeXuan scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the old man, completely ignoring his words. "Grandfather, look at how arrogant they are. They clearly have no regard for our White Tiger sect. Moreover, they assaulted me right in front of our sect. You cannot let them leave easily. Those two women must stay in our White Tiger sect," Bai Han said, pointing at YeXuan and Qianrenxue, while also glancing at Qing Sheng and who were watching the commotion from aside. "You are far too arrogant. Even if you are disciples of the top 3 sects, you must stay in our White Tiger sect to give us an explanation." The old man's face darkened. Although he was uncertain of their true identities, they had acted violently within the White Tiger sect, showing disdain for it. They were in a position of weakness and should first be detained for investigation. If they turn out to be someone they could not afford to offend, it would be easy to release them later. With this thought, the old man exuded a powerful aura, a white tiger with black stripes rising behind him, its body gradually flickering with 8 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. At the same time, a cold light appeared in the eyes of YeXuan and Qing Sheng upon hearing Bai Han's words. Wu Changkong, standing behind YeXuan, also released his martial soul upon seeing the old man's display. A force far exceeding that of the old man surged from Wu Changkong, revealing his martial soul, the heavenly frost sword, appearing in his hand, with 9 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 constantly flickering around him. Wu Changkong's gaze was locked on the old man, ready to strike at any sign of action. "I remember telling you at the entrance that if you dared to point fingers, I would kill you. But it seems you didn't believe me." YeXuan's cold gaze was fixed directly on Bai Han, feeling a stiffness in his body upon meeting YeXuan's gaze. Bai Han looked at his grandfather with a pleading expression, hoping he would help him bear the burden as he always did. However, the old man stood frozen in place, afraid to move, beads of sweat pouring down his forehead. The pressure from Wu Changkong was just too strong. He felt that he couldn't withstand even one move from Wu Changkong, and he never expected that behind these two stood a titled Douluo. This claim of having no background, yet standing behind a titled Douluo, the old man thought to himself, "I can't believe it." Meanwhile, he felt fortunate that he had only released his martial soul and hadn't acted rashly. Otherwise, judging by their attitude, Today's events would likely not end well. Upon seeing the 9 flickering soul rings on Wuchang Kong, Bai Jian's eyes shone with brilliance. He immediately stepped forward, sitting down directly at the position where Qing Sheng had been. Picking up the tea beside him, he said, "Elder, truly, you are risking everything to uphold the sect's dignity. I, Bai Jian, admire it greatly. But as the sect master, I must consider the bigger picture. Please forgive me, Elder." After finishing his words, Bai Jian directly sipped from the tea he held, as if he hadn't seen the situation unfolding before him at all. "Weren't you just saying I should consider the bigger picture and not concern myself with my daughter's affairs? All right, I will prioritize the big picture now. For you, a great elder, it's not worth it for the White Tiger sect to clash with a title de law. Moreover, behind these two, there's a title de law, and we don't know if there are other titled Douluos within the forces behind them. So, from the overall perspective, it really isn't worth it." Qian Renshua looked at the calm and tea-drinking Bai Jian, and from his previous reaction, it was apparent that there seemed to be discord between Bai Jian and the Great Elder. And until Bai Jian spoke those words, she could confirm that the discord between Bai Jian and the Great Elder was more than just disagreement. It was like a needle pointing at wheat-on. Perhaps it was because Bai Jian's strength was not as great as the Great Elder's, which is why he had been enduring. YeXuan's cold gaze fell on Bai Han, and in his mind, he spoke to the evil-eyed Saint King, asking, "The people of the White Tiger sect should also have your bloodline, right? After all, their martial souls are the same, so it should also be possible to modify my evil eye, right?" In the sea of knowledge, upon hearing YeXuan's voice, the evil-eyed Saint King immediately replied, "The White Tiger sect also has my bloodline, but it's just not as pure as that of the Shang Luo royal family. Using their bloodline to modify the evil eye is completely fine. In the future, using the Shang Luo royal family's bloodline to strengthen the evil, I will yield the same effect." Chapter 178. Do you dare move? After hearing the voice of the evil-eye Saint King, YeXuan prepared to put down Qian Renshua in his arms to obtain Bai Han's bloodline to modify his evil eye. Upon seeing YeXuan's actions, Qing Sheng sneered and said, "Brother, you sit for a while. Let me handle him. Don't kill him. Leave him for me. I still have use for him." Hearing Qing Sheng's words, YeXuan was about to put Qian Renshua down, but hugged her back instead. This made Qian Renshua unable to help but roll her eyes at him. Qing Sheng then directly stood up and walked straight to Bai Han. The light in his eyes is cold as 9 days of ice. "My grandfather is here. Don't act recklessly. Moreover, this is the White Tiger sect. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Bai Han looked at the coldness in Qing Sheng's eyes, and a sense of fear gradually emerged from his heart. However, he still released his White Tiger martial soul, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings appearing beneath his feet. "Your grandfather is an 8-ring soul Douluo. I indeed am not his opponent, but you can ask him if he dares to act now." Qing Sheng stepped forward, his azure dragon martial soul rising behind him, with 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings flickering beneath his feet. Moreover, there seemed to be a hint of spirituality in his azure dragon martial soul, no longer resembling a lifeless entity as before. The moment the poison on Ing Air's body was lifted, his mental state had already recovered more than half, although it was not completely restored. However, he could still practice normally, just at a slower pace. It was also because his mental state had largely recovered that his Azure Dragon martial soul exhibited some spirituality. The suppression brought about by the quality of the martial soul directly acted on by Han, making him feel as if his martial soul was trembling, unable to muster any fighting spirit. The other 3 elders, seeing this, showed expressions of shock. Although the suppression from the quality acted on by Han, they stood very close to him and could faintly sense the existence of the suppression. The White Tiger martial soul is recognized as a top-tier martial soul on the continent. Although it is somewhat inferior to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul, it can still stand toe-to-toe with it. However, now they felt a vague suppression from a dragon-type martial soul they had never seen before, which left them somewhat incredulous. Although they found it somewhat unbelievable, their reactions were not slow. They all released their martial souls, and the aura of 2 8-ring soul Douluos and 1 7-ring soul sage emanated from their bodies, intending to use their numerical advantage to reach a standoff with Wuchang Kong. One of them spoke up, "Your Highness, although our White Tiger sect does not have title Douluo level experts, we are not to be bullied. Today, we can take a step back and apologize to you. What do you think? After all, our White Tiger sect only worships the White Tiger and has no intention of being enemies with anyone." Wuchang Kong, hearing his words, showed no intention of acknowledging them, and the aura of a 98th level super Doa was released from his body without reservation. directly pushing back the aura released by the three. If it were just a 91st level or 93rd level title Douluo, they might be able to use their numerical advantage to achieve a standoff. However, Wuchang is a 98th level super Douluo, not just a title Douluo, so their thoughts could not succeed at all. It should be known that once a soul master reaches level 95, each level up requires not just simple soul power accumulation, but also personal comprehension. If one soul power accumulation is sufficient, but their comprehension is lacking, it is impossible to elevate their soul power to level 96. Because of the difficulty after level 95, there are basically no cases of fighting across levels. After level 95, the gap between each level is immense. Of course, there are exceptions, such as when a martial soul quality far exceeds the opponent's, or if there is a 10,000-year soul ring, or special techniques like Tang Hao's explosion techniques, etc. Otherwise, it is basically impossible to fight across levels. I also have no intention of being enemies with the YeXuan sect. I only want Baihan. If you want to protect Baihan and insist on being my enemy, then I have no choice. After glancing at them, YeXuan paid no attention to their words. This young master, one should spare others where one can. We have not offended you, so why be so aggressive? Why not let the big matter become a small matter and the small matter disappear? I can personally apologize on behalf of my grandson. What do you think? The great elder, under the pressure of Wuchang's aura, spoke with a solemn voice. The expressions of the other elders were also not good. They were now certain that Wuchang was definitely not a title Douluo, but a super Douluo above level 95. Otherwise, the pressure of the aura could not be so strong. You haven't offended me? Just now, Baihan repeatedly said he wouldn't let us leave the YeXuan sect and wanted to keep my wife here. Does that not count as offending me? As for the apology, I regret to inform you that I do not accept it. If you want to accompany your grandson to reunite below, I don't mind fulfilling your wish. YeXuan's voice was laced with an icy coldness. That was just a joke. My grandson Baihan is kind-hearted and would never do such a thing. Why must you be so aggressive? The great elder shifted his gaze from Wuchang to YeXuan. YeXuan looked at the great elder with a gaze of disdain, remaining silent. Actions speak louder than words. You say that was a joke. Isn't that funny? If their strength were not strong today, and Wuchang were not here, would Baihan's words have been a joke? Qing Sheng approached Baihan, glanced at the four suppressed elders, and directly attacked Baihan. Baihan clenched his fist tightly, just about to resist. However, Qing Sheng's soul power was already higher than Baihan's, coupled with the suppression from the quality of the martial soul. Baihan, who only had the strength of a three-ring soul master, could not resist at all. Qing Sheng grabbed Baihan's incoming fist and mercilessly punched him in the abdomen. The intense pain made Baihan instinctively cover his abdomen with his hand, his body curling up like a large shrimp, his eyes bulging out. Groans of agony escaped his lips, and his expression twisted in evident suffering. Chapter 179, Transformation of the Evil. I seeing this. The Grand Elder wanted to intervene and stop Qing Sheng, but as soon as he moved, the heavenly frost sword in Wuchang's hand slashed out directly, sending a blade of sky-blue sword energy, condensed from soul power, flying straight towards the Grand Elder. However, the sword energy did not harm the Grand Elder. It merely grazed his neck, leaving a deep sword mark on the ground, and a few drops of blood trickled from the Grand Elder's neck. Cold sweat appeared on the Grand Elder's forehead, and his body froze in place, too afraid to move. How could an attack from a super Douluo miss? It was clearly intentional, meant to warn him not to act recklessly. Otherwise, whether the next sword would miss was uncertain. Qing Sheng paid no attention to the Grand Elder, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks on Baihan, whose screams of despair echoed continuously. But Qing Sheng recalled YeXuan's words, and when Baihan was on the brink of collapse, he reached out and grasped Baihan's neck, lifting him in front of YeXuan and then releasing him, throwing Baihan onto the ground. YeXuan looked at Baihan on the ground and asked the evil I Saint King in his consciousness, "What must I do to have you use his bloodline to transform my evil eye?" Simple. Their bloodlines originate from me. As long as you release your martial soul and make contact with him, I can extract my bloodline. However, due to the presence of a large number of impurities in the bloodline, a significant portion will be filtered out, leaving only a small part of the purest essence to enhance your evil eye. The nonchalant voice of the evil I Saint King echoed in YeXuan's mind. Upon hearing this, YeXuan immediately released his grip and set Qian Renshua down. Qian Renshua looked at YeXuan with curiosity, wanting to know what purpose Baihan served. YeXuan rose from his seat, releasing his YeXuan martial soul, which exerted a pressure far surpassing that of Qing Sheng's martial soul on the members of the YeXuan sect. The 5 spirit rings of purple, gold, and black flashed continuously around him. The martial souls of the White Tiger sect were all tiger type, so they could feel an overwhelming pressure from YeXuan's martial soul, which stemmed not only from the quality of the martial soul, but also from the bloodline suppression, both by Jian, who quietly drank tea, and the four elders suppressed by Wu Changkong, could clearly sense that their martial souls seemed to tremble in fear, completely lacking any fighting spirit, which stirred up waves of panic within them, especially the four elders, whose strength was already far inferior to Wu Changkong's. Now, their martial souls were suppressed and couldn't exhibit any might, making it even more difficult to resist Wu Changkong's soul power suppression. The once upright bodies of the four elders gradually slumped down, beads of sweat dripping continuously from their foreheads. YeXuan looked at Bai Han on the ground and reached out to grasp his neck, lifting Bai Han up. At the moment, YeXuan activated his martial soul. The evil I Saint King sensed the external situation, and the three eyes of the evil I Saint King shone with red, blue, and gold light. YeXuan's third spirit ring also began to flicker rapidly, and beams of red, blue, and gold light shot out from the spirit ring, wrapping around Bai Han's body. Agonized screams erupted from Bai Han as his White Tiger martial soul manifested behind him, and the three spirit rings on him began to shatter one by one. Once the three spirit rings were destroyed, the White Tiger martial soul behind Bai Han began to flicker. As the red, blue, and gold lights left Bai Han's body, his martial soul gradually dissipated like a flower in a mirror or the moon in water. Bai Han, overwhelmed by the pain of having his bloodline stripped away, fainted. YeXuan released his grip, and Bai Han's body thudded to the ground. YeXuan did not pay any further attention to Bai Han, but focused on the red, blue, and gold lights. In the midst of these lights was a mass of bright red blood, which was continuously being extracted. The extracted blood fell straight to the ground. But before it could land, a bead emerged from YeXuan's body, absorbing the extracted blood. YeXuan stared at the scene before him, somewhat bewildered. The bead was the inner core of the dark demon Evil Soul Tiger, and what puzzled YeXuan was that the inner core was actually absorbing blood. Although he was confused, he had no intention of retrieving the inner core. He was curious about what changes would occur after the inner core absorbed the blood. As time ticked by, the blood within the light was reduced to just 2 drops of golden blood, and the light began to shoot those 2 drops towards YeXuan's eyes. After the inner core of the dark demon Evil Soul Tiger absorbed the extracted blood, it quietly floated before YeXuan, unchanged from before. Just as the 2 drops of golden blood merged into YeXuan's eyes, 2 beams of purple-black light shot out from the inner core of the dark demon Evil Soul Tiger, directly entering YeXuan's eyes. After releasing the 2 beams of light, the inner core of the dark demon Evil Soul Tiger flew into YeXuan's right arm, forming a strange purple pattern on his right arm. The Evil Eye Saint King was caught off guard by the sudden situation, completely unaware of what the 2 beams of light shot from the inner core were or what effect they would have. However, he was currently engaged in transforming YeXuan's evil eye and could not afford to stop. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. So the Evil Eye Saint King could only grit his teeth and continue the transformation. As he transformed, he silently hoped that nothing unpredictable would happen, or else he would surely face serious repercussions later. After the 2 beams of purple-black light entered YeXuan's eyes, his eyes involuntarily closed, and his body began to sway. Qianrenxue, seeing this, quickly reached out to support him, helping him sit back down on the main seat. Qianrenxue leaned close to YeXuan's ear and softly asked, "Qian, what is going on? Or has something happened?" "Shuer, it seems that the next matter requires you to handle it. I'm in the process of transforming the evil eye and cannot intervene for now." YeXuan kept his voice very low, only audible to him and Qianrenxue. "Okay, no problem. You focus on transforming the evil eye. I'll take care of the rest." After responding, Qianrenxue sat down beside YeXuan. Chapter 180. The arena battle. Upon hearing Qianrenxue's voice, YeXuan concentrated on sensing the transformation of the evil eye. The process of transforming the evil eye was not uncomfortable. On the contrary, it felt cool and very pleasant in his eyes. The Grand Elder looked at Bai Han lying on the ground, his eyes immediately turning blood red. He had witnessed the entire situation earlier. Although he did not know exactly what had happened to his grandson, he clearly saw the destruction of the spirit rings and the dissipation of the martial soul. However, he did not dare to act recklessly due to Wu Changkong's gaze fixed on him. Qianrenxue scanned the situation in the arena and said to Bai Fangyu behind her, "Aren't you supposed to rely on your own abilities to return to the White Tiger sect? The sect master and the elders are all present. What are you waiting for?" Upon hearing Qian Ringshu's voice, Bai Fangyu stepped forward, her gaze firm, and said, "In the White Tiger sect, there is an unwritten rule. Any disciple expelled due to talent reasons can return to the sect after winning 100 battles. Sect Master, Elders, does this rule still stand?" Bai Fangyu's gaze turned to her father, Bai Jian, filled with determination. "This rule certainly stands. But winning 100 battles means you must fight against the top 100 disciples of the sect and win 60 matches. Are you sure you want to do this?" Bai Jian also looked at his daughter, Bai Fangyu. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Jian's lips moved slightly, using a secret sound transmission technique to convey his voice to Bai Fangyu's ear. "Daughter, you've suffered all these years. You don't need to fight 100 battles to return to the White Tiger sect. Just wait 3 years, and I can find a reason to bring you back." Bai Jian looked at Bai Fangyu, his eyes filled with a sense of urging. The reason Bai Fangyu was expelled from the White Tiger sect was that she could not cultivate it all. Otherwise, as the sect master, even if his strength was not as strong as the Grand Elders and he was constantly constrained by the Grand Elder, he could still protect his daughter and prevent her from being expelled. "Then please prepare for the 100 battles, as I want to return to the White Tiger sect openly by winning them," Bai Fangyu said, not heeding her father Bai Jian's words, and she bowed respectfully to him. Seeing this, Bai Jian let out a deep sigh after looking at Bai Fangyu. His gaze fell on YeXuan and Qian Ringshu as he spoke. "Young sir, young lady, could you let this lord stop for now? My sect's 4 elders need to prepare for the 100 battles." Upon hearing this, Qian Ringshu nodded lightly, saying, "Wu Changkong, let them handle the sect's affairs first. Some matters can wait until they finish." While speaking, Qian Ringshu's gaze turned to the Grand Elder with blood-red eyes. The White Tiger sect will become a force loyal to them, so the issues between the Grand Elder and Bai Jian needed to be resolved. Otherwise, if the two of them fought for power, it would become quite troublesome. Moreover, judging by the expressions of Bai Han and the Grand Elder, it seemed she had already offended them deeply, so it would be sufficient to leave just one true power holder in the White Tiger sect. "Yes, mistress." After Wu Changkong responded, he withdrew his martial spirit, but his gaze remained fixed on the Grand Elder to prevent any sudden attacks that might harm YeXuan and Qian Ringshu. Once Wu Changkong retracted his martial spirit, the oppressive aura in the arena vanished completely. The 3 elders, except for the Grand Elder, also retracted their martial spirits, leaving only the Grand Elder with his martial spirit still active. The Grand Elder approached Bai Han, who was lying on the ground, slowly walking over to him. Wu Changkong remained vigilant, ready to act at any moment. However, the Grand Elder had no intention of making a move because he knew there was a super Douluo behind the two. If he acted recklessly, he would definitely suffer a bad outcome. As the Grand Elder crouched down to help Bai Han up and take him out of the hall for a proper examination, he suddenly heard Qian Ringshu's voice drift over. "You can leave to handle the sect's affairs, but Bai Han cannot go. Let him lie here for now." Hearing Qian Ringshu's words, the Grand Elder's eyes widened in anger as he spoke. "My grandson's soul ring has shattered, and his martial spirit has dissipated. He just made a jest. What more do you want?" "Ah, yes. If we were weaker than you, would you, Grand Elder, consider it a jest? Since you are weaker than us, does that make a jest?" Qing Sheng chuckled lightly, looking at the Grand Elder with mocking eyes. Qian Ringshu glanced at the Grand Elder, completely ignoring him. She was currently modifying the evil eye and might still need Bai Han later, so she would never allow the Grand Elder to take him away. The Grand Elder's gaze was fixed on YeXuan and Qian Ringshu, his eyes burning with fury, but when he saw Wu Changkong standing behind them, he forcibly suppressed his anger. His strength was already inferior to Wu Changkong's, and since his grandson was not dead, it would be better to leave and think of a way to get his grandson back later. With this thought, the Grand Elder angrily turned and walked out of the hall, casting a cold, furious glance at Bai Jian as he left. Bai Jian, however, ignored his gaze. Since he dared to brazenly watch the show, he naturally had his methods to deal with the Grand Elder, so he didn't care about the Grand Elder's glare. The remaining 3 elders exchanged glances with Bai Jian and the Grand Elder, their expressions contemplative, as if they were pondering something. Soon, the 3 elders returned to their senses, but did not intend to speak. Instead, they directly walked out of the hall to prepare for the 100 battles. Not long after, the disciples of the White Tiger sect began to take action, some setting up a rudimentary competition arena, while others arranged tables and benches neatly around the competition stage. Chapter 181. The price paid after seeing the 4 elders leave. Bai Jian turned his gaze to Qian Ringshu and said, "The matters of the 100 battles will probably be ready by tomorrow. Why not let you rest in our White Tiger sect's quarters first? I have a few words I would like to discuss privately with Fangyu, if that's all right." Qian Ringshu, upon hearing this, did not immediately respond to Bai Jian. Instead, she leaned closer to YeXuan's ear and softly asked, Xiao Xian, how much longer do you need to modify the evil eye? Do you need to find a room to rest first? I don't know how much longer it will take, but we can find a room to rest first. Besides, Bai Han is no longer of any use. There's no need to keep him. YeXuan replied softly, his eyes closed. Although he couldn't open his eyes at the moment, his awareness was still very strong. As long as he released his spiritual power, he could sense the surrounding situation. Bai Fangyu, you can stay in the hall and chat with your father. We'll rest for the night in the White Tiger sect. As soon as she finished speaking, Qian Ringshu stood up, supporting YeXuan as they headed toward the hall's entrance. As they passed by Bai Han's body, Qian Ringshu looked at Qing Sheng and said, Qing Sheng, you take care of Bai Han. Life or death is irrelevant. All right, sister-in-law, just leave it to me. Qing Sheng replied, picking up Bai Han and following Inger as they moved toward the door behind the two. Wu Changkong calmly followed a few steps behind them, heading straight for the entrance. Bai Jian, upon seeing them prepare to leave, immediately beckoned a disciple and instructed, take these esteemed guests to our Baihu sect's room to rest. Do not neglect them. Yes, sect master, replied the disciple, who then walked ahead of Qian Rinshui and the others, leading them to the Baihu sect's room to rest. After YeXuan and Qian Rinshui left, Bai Jian finally stood up and approached Bai Fangyu, carefully examining her. After a while, Bai Jian spoke, Fangyu, you have suffered over the years. Just wait for 3 more years, and I will bring you back to the Baihu sect. You don't need to take risks and fight in the 100 battles. If you have any second thoughts, you can have them take you away from the Baihu sect. Just wait for 3 years, and I will bring you back to the Baihu sect openly. Fangyu. Bai Fangyu looked at Bai Jian with her head lowered and said, Father, they will not leave the Baihu sect, and I will not have any second thoughts. I now have the ability to fight in 100 battles. I'm no longer that useless person who could not cultivate. As soon as Bai Fangyu finished speaking, the dark demon, evil god, tiger martial soul appeared behind her. With a yellow 100-year soul ring constantly flashing beneath her feet, Bai Han looked at her transformation with an expression of disbelief. At that time, he had invited a titled Douluo to check Bai Fangyu's physical condition, and the answer was that she would never be able to cultivate soul power in her lifetime, nor would she have her own martial soul, because her martial soul had already fused with her body. Therefore, it was impossible for her to have a martial soul. But now not only did she have a martial soul, but she also had a 100-year soul ring. Bai Jian quickly noticed something was off. He clearly remembered that his daughter's ears were pure white, but now they had turned black, and he had not seen the tail behind her just now. Fangyu, what exactly has happened to you? Tell your father properly, especially about your martial soul. Where did it come from? Why have I never seen it or heard of it before? Bai Jian's voice carried a hint of relief and a touch of surprise. After I left the Baihu sect, I found a place to hide, but I was still captured by the people of the Tiando auction house. When I was auctioned off, I was rescued by a young master and young lady. I paid a certain price to get their help to solve my physical problems. While resolving my physical issues, I consumed countless rare treasures and went through life and death experiences before successfully obtaining a martial soul and being able to cultivate soul power normally, Bai Fangyu said, lowering her head even further. When Bai Jian heard his daughter's voice, he was momentarily stunned, his gaze constantly appraising her. At that time, it would not be an exaggeration to describe his daughter as having nothing. What kind of price could she pay to resolve her physical issues? And how could she consume countless rare treasures? But soon, Bai Jian's expression became peculiar. There are 2 types of maids, ordinary maids and personal maids who take care of daily living. Given his daughter's previous situation, it seemed that there was only the second possibility. Fangyu, are you doing this willingly? What is his identity and background? If you are willing, and his identity and background are appropriate, I will not oppose it. If you are not willing, then I will certainly seek justice for you. Bai Jian frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on his daughter. Bai Fangyu, upon hearing her father's voice, suddenly looked up, a bit confused as she gazed at him. But soon, she reacted, her face slightly flushed as she said, Father, you are overthinking it. It is not what you think. I am just an ordinary maid, and the price I paid has not yet been fulfilled. As for his identity, they are all from the Xingyan Hall, and the young master is the hall master of the Xingyan Hall. Upon hearing this, Bai Jian let out a soft breath. The huge stone in his heart, finally he set down. Xingyan Hall, I have heard a bit about it. Wasn't it they who smashed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? Moreover, I also heard that there is a limit Douluo in Xingyan Hall, a new force on par with the 3 sects. I didn't expect he would be the hall master of Xingyan Hall. Bai Jian's gaze became calm again. However, Bai Jian's tone shifted as he asked, then Fangyu, what price did you pay? Your father will help you repay the price you paid. Father, please sit down first. I will tell you what the price is. Bai Fangyu said cautiously, glancing at her father, her voice lowered. Bai Jian, upon hearing this, did not mind and casually found a place to sit, picking up a cup of tea, ready to listen to what price his daughter had paid. Chapter 182. Agree or disagree. Bai Fangyu waited until her father was seated before lowering her voice and saying, Father, the price I paid is the entire Baihu sect. So they will never leave the Baihu sect. Bai Jian, upon hearing this, spat out the tea he had just taken a sip of and stood up from the chair, asking, Fangyu, what do you mean by this? What does it mean that the price is the entire Baihu sect? Please clarify. I once swore with my martial soul that I would be loyal to their lineage for generations to come, including my future clansmen and descendants, who will also be loyal to their lineage. Therefore, regardless of the outcome of the 100 battles, I will return to the Baihu sect, Bai Fangyu said, lowering her head to look at her feet, unable to meet her father's gaze. After hearing Bai Fangyu's words, Bai Jian felt darkness before his eyes, and a wave of dizziness struck him, causing his body to sway, nearly falling to the ground. He had finally gathered enough strength to suppress the Grand Elder. He only needed to give himself 3 years, and he could completely control the Baihu sect, turning it into his own domain. However, his daughter's vow almost turned his 10 years of planning into nothing. Moreover, with a limit Douluo station in Xingyan Hall and a super Douluo accompanying them, it was obvious they had come prepared. Even if he disagreed with his daughter returning to the sect, they would surely have a way to forcibly bring her back to the Baihu sect. As long as his daughter returned to the Baihu sect, the oath she made would not only apply to her, but to the entire Baihu sect. After all, her oath included her future clansmen and descendants. But soon, Bai Jian forcibly calmed down, sitting on a nearby chair, deep in thought. After a while, Bai Jian finally asked Bai Fangyu, Fangyu, do you know the specific strength of Xingyan Hall? Father, why do you ask this? Bai Fangyu's eyes showed a hint of vigilance. She had sworn with her martial soul to be loyal to their lineage, so she did not want to do anything that would harm them. After all, she cared very much about the oath she made. Moreover, the oath was made with her martial soul, and once sworn, it had to be fulfilled. After all, in the continent, martial souls are highly regarded, and no one would take their martial soul lightly. Furthermore, Bai Fangyu's martial soul was obtained after experiencing life-and-death situations, so she naturally cherished it even more. I just want to know how strong the Starfall Palace really is. And would your father harm you? Even if we have to make our White Tiger sect submit to them, we need to know their strength first. Bai Jian closed his eyes. During his earlier contemplation, he even entertained the thought of killing his own daughter. After all, it would be the best way to resolve the oath. But he quickly abandoned that idea. Even the tiger does not eat its young. So how could he, Bai Jian, bring himself to kill his own daughter? However, he was unwilling to be bound by an oath to be loyal to 2 young boys and girls for generations. After all, he had planned for over a decade. How could he easily give up? So he prepared to listen to the strength of the Starfall Palace before making any plans. Father, you don't oppose this? That's great. The Starfall Palace has an ultimate Douluo, a level 98 super Douluo, a level 93 title Douluo, and 3 soul Douluos. So our White Tiger sect has no ability to resist. Moreover, the young master himself said that he might make the White Tiger sect stronger in the future, making it comparable to the top 3 sections. Bai Fangyu's voice was filled with excitement. With her father's help, the pressure of returning to the White Tiger sect will be much less. I understand. Fangyu, you should go back and prepare for tomorrow's 100 battles. I'll handle the other matters. Just focus on your preparation for the 100 battles. I'm looking forward to your performance tomorrow. A calm smile appeared on Bai Jian's face as he waved to Bai Fangyu, signaling her to leave and prepare for the 100 battles. I understand, father. I won't let you down. I will prove that I am not a disgrace to the White Tiger sect. Bai Fangyu replied with a smile, and then walked straight out of the hall. After Bai Fangyu left the room, the smile on Bai Jian's face disappeared, replaced by deep contemplation. It was impossible to easily submit, although the strength of his White Tiger sect was far inferior to that of the Starfall Palace. The lower 4 sects were different from the top 3 sections. The top 3 sects were branches of the same tree, opposing the Spear Hall, but the lower 4 sects had always maintained good relations with the Spear Hall. Now that the White Tiger sect was in trouble, he could use the price of the White Tiger sect submission to the Spear Hall to exchange for their help. Surely, the current pope would not refuse. Moreover, submitting to the Spirit Hall was much better than being bound by an oath to them for generations. Even if the people of the Starfall Palace did not give the Spirit Hall face, he could randomly find a disciple of the White Tiger sect to test whether the oath had any effect. If the oath had no effect, then it was useless, and they wouldn't have to be loyal to two young boys and girls for generations. If the oath was effective, and the Spirit Hall could not stop the Starfall Palace, then it would not be too late for them to be loyal to the two young boys and girls. Thinking of this, Bai Jian's expression eased. In his view, since the Spirit Hall could stop the war between the two great empires, how could it not stop a Starfall Palace? Even if it couldn't stop them, the oath might not necessarily take effect. A smile appeared on Bai Jian's face as he took out paper and a pen in the hall and quickly wrote a letter. He took the letter and walked out of the hall, finding a reliable disciple, and said, "You will deliver this letter to the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, so that it can be sent to the Pope in the Spirit City." "Yes, Sect Master, I will be careful and deliver the letter to the Platinum Bishop." The disciple of the White Tiger sect replied and carefully tucked the letter away before heading straight out of the White Tiger sect. Bai Jian watched the disciple leave and silently thought, if you want the White Tiger sect to be loyal to you, first ask the Spirit Hall if they agree. Chapter 183. Illusory evil eyes in the room of the White Tiger sect. Qian Renxue stared intently at YeXuan, curious about what his evil eyes would look like after the transformation. YeXuan's consciousness entered a purplish-black world, surrounded by an endless sea of blood. The overwhelming stench causing him to wrinkle his nose involuntarily. In front of YeXuan, the inner core of the dark demon, evil god Tiger floated quietly, emitting a purplish-black light that directly shone on YeXuan's brow. Streams of information flowed from the light into YeXuan's mind, which he rapidly absorbed. As YeXuan absorbed the information, the surrounding blood sea began to churn as if it were going to engulf him. Time passed slowly, and the purplish light emitted from the inner core of the dark demon, evil god, Tiger, gradually faded. The surrounding blood sea seemed to lose its restraint. Instantly swallowing YeXuan. In the sea of consciousness, the evil eye Holy King breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the evil eye had been successfully transformed and that YeXuan had not encountered any unexpected situations. Outside, YeXuan, who had his eyes tightly closed, slowly opened them. Although his eyes were still silver, they appeared incredibly deep. Clearly, there was nothing in his eyes, but upon closer inspection, it seemed as if endless stars were swirling within, as if the sun and moon were shining in his gaze, then suddenly shattered like bubbles, disappearing without a trace, leaving only his profoundly deep silver eyes. YeXuan looked at Qian Renxue, who had been staring at him, blinked, and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Smiling as he spoke, "Shuer, what are you looking at so intently?" Qian Renxue, startled by his voice, snapped back to reality and looked at YeXuan's silver eyes, saying with some surprise, "Your eyes look no different than before, but they seem to hold an invisible power that makes one irresistibly fascinated. It's quite enchanting." As soon as Qian Renxue finished speaking, she turned her head away and stopped looking at YeXuan's eyes. Evil eyes, indeed a bit enchanting, but that's normal. Otherwise, why would they be called evil eyes? Besides, because of your stunning beauty, I don't know how many times I've been captivated. YeXuan's voice carried a hint of laughter as he gently stroked Qian Renxue's beautiful face. Qian Renxue shot him a glare and said, "Be serious. Bai Fangyu is having a private conversation with Bai Jian, and Bai Jian might figure out her plans. He might even personally stop his daughter from returning to the White Tiger sect." "Stop? Can he stop her? Isn't Bai Fangyu supposed to fight in the 100 battles tomorrow? Just let her go through the 100 battles. What reason does he have to stop her? And it saves us from having to act ourselves?" YeXuan chuckled, not concerned about the issues Qian Renxue raised. Bai Fangyu is currently just a soul master. Her hopes of winning through the 100 battles are quite slim. We should prepare to use the second plan instead. Qian Renxue shook her head, not optimistic about Bai Fangyu's chances of success. Although Bai Fangyu's martial soul quality was high, the quality of the White Tiger martial soul was also not low, and Bai Fangyu herself lacked combat experience, so her chances of winning were very slim. There is no need for that. Even if Bai Fangyu wanted to lose, it would still be a difficult task. YeXuan said while glancing at the sky outside, "Shuer, there's still some time left. I need to organize the information in my mind." "Okay, you organize it first. I'll practice for a while. Remember to call me when it's time for the 100 battles." Qian Renxue agreed and then sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning to meditate and cultivate her soul power. YeXuan also remained silent, closing his eyes to sort through the chaotic information within the dark demon, evil god Tiger's inner core, which took quite a bit of time due to its disorganized nature. However, overall, YeXuan's improvement this time was significant. Not only did he obtain a phantom evil eye, but he also learned the true usage of the dark demon, Evil God Tiger's inner core. His Phantom Evil Eye had 3 abilities: Evil Eye of Annihilation, Blood Shadow of the City, and Phantom of the Formless. Evil Eye of Annihilation releases red, blue, and golden light from his eyes, consuming a large amount of his mental power to forcibly attack the opponent's sea of consciousness. If the opponent's mental power is weaker than his, it will forcibly extinguish the opponent's sea of consciousness. Blood Shadow of the City converts his mental power into a beautiful sea of blood, launching a large-scale attack on the opponent, causing significant mental damage. If the opponent cannot withstand the mental sea and is covered by it, the mental sea will gradually erode the opponent's soul. Phantom of the Formless utilizes his mental power to create the most terrifying illusion in the opponent's mind, forcibly dragging the opponent's soul into the illusion. If the opponent cannot face their fear, their soul will be lost in the illusion. If the opponent's mental power exceeds his, this skill will fail to activate. After sorting out the information, YeXuan reopened his eyes and pulled up the sleeve of his right arm. He saw a strange purple pattern on his right arm, formed after the dark demon Evil God Tiger's inner core fused with it. This pattern represented all the evil god energy from the dark demon Evil God Tiger's inner core and a cursed weapon, the Hate Morning Sword, along with a set of sword techniques that accompanied it. The sword techniques included Frost Cold Star, Void Breaker, Blood Weeping Sunset, Hate Morning, Burn, Hate Morning, Decisive, Hate Morning, Extinguish, Hate Morning, Slay, and Hate Morning, Exhaust. There were a total of 8 sword moves. The first 3 could be used once learned, but the last 5 required the Hate Morning Sword to be used. However, there was one thing about the Hate Morning Sword that made YeXuan uneasy. It required blood to be used, and it wouldn't return unless it had drunk enough blood. In simple terms, while drawing out the Hate Morning Sword was easy, retracting it was difficult. To get it back, it needed to drink enough blood. Otherwise, it couldn't be retracted. YeXuan had no idea how many people's blood it needed to drink to be retracted. It could be a dozen, or it could be dozens, hundreds, or even thousands. Chapter 184. The beginning of the 100 battles, YeXuan quietly looked at the purple pattern on his right arm, recovered his sleeve, and silently decided that he would not use the Hate Morning Sword unless absolutely necessary. Although he only cared about those he cherished and was indifferent to the lives of others, he did not want to kill innocent people for the sake of cursed weapon. However, if it came to a desperate situation where others were slaughtering the innocent, he would have no qualms about doing the same, as long as the people he cared about were happy and lived well. He was completely unaware of the notions of self-sacrifice or eternal love. He only knew that if one does not care for oneself, they will face dire consequences. He only needed to take care of those he cherished, and that was enough. As for others, they had no relation to him. YeXuan looked outside. The sky had already brightened with dawn, clearly indicating that a night had passed, and it was now the morning of the second day. He stretched lazily, sat cross-legged, and began to meditate and cultivate his soul power while waiting for Bai Fengyu's upcoming 100 battles competition. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, there was a knock on the door of YeXuan and Qian Rinchue's room, accompanied by Bai Fengyu's clear voice. "Young master, miss. The arena for the 100 battles has been set up, and the 100 disciples of the White Tiger sect have been selected. Do you want to go watch?" Upon hearing Bai Fengyu's voice, YeXuan and Qian Rinchue immediately exited their meditation, opening their eyes. After exchanging a glance, they got up from the bed and walked to the door to open it. YeXuan looked at Bai Fengyu and said, "Go call Wu Changkong, Qing Sheng, and Ying Er, and bring them to the arena to see how you perform in the 100 battles." "Okay, young master." Bai Fengyu agreed and hurriedly went to call out Wu Changkong, Qing Sheng, and Ying Er from their rooms. Soon, everyone headed to the arena together. When they arrived at the arena, they found that Bai Jian, the sect leader of the White Tiger sect, and the 4 elders were already seated, calmly waiting for their arrival. YeXuan looked at where they were seated and was slightly surprised because Bai Jian and the others had actually given up the main seats and were all sitting in the secondary ones. However, YeXuan had no intention of being polite. He reached out and took Qian Rinchue's delicate hand, walking straight to the main seat and sitting down. Wu Changkong remained quietly standing behind them. Qing Sheng and Ying Er casually sat down in the secondary seats. Bai Fengyu walked directly onto the arena, looking at the crowd from the White Tiger sect, waiting for her first opponent to arrive. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Bai Jian stood up and said, "Now that everyone is here, the 100 battles competition officially begins. The disciples participating in the 100 battles will take turns to come on stage. If Bai Fengyu wins 60 matches in the 100 battles, she can return to the White Tiger sect. If she fails to win 60 matches, she cannot return. The rules of the competition are clear. no intentional heavy strikes to injure, and no lethal attacks to kill. You all understand? Bai Jian's voice resonated clearly in the arena, and the disciples of the White Tiger sect bowed to indicate they understood the rules of the competition. Soon, a disciple from the White Tiger sect stepped onto the arena, looking at Bai Fangyu. He released his martial soul, showcasing 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, flashing beneath his feet. Bai Fangyu looked at her opponent, her expression becoming serious as she released her dark demon, evil god, tiger, martial soul, a yellow 100-year soul, ring flashing above her. She prepared for battle. The White Tiger sect disciple, seeing the 100-year soul ring beneath Bai Fangyu, couldn't help but let out a light laugh and said, "You, the illegitimate daughter." She just stepped down. There's no need to fight anymore. Among the 100 disciples of the White Tiger sect, I'm the weakest, but I still have level 31 soul power. You have no chance of winning. Whether there's a chance of winning, we'll know after we fight. Relying solely on words is useless, Bai Fangyu retorted, showing no fear as she charged towards her opponent. Sitting in the main seat, YeXuan watched Bai Fangyu's actions, his expression turning speechless. Just by observing her movements, it was clear she lacked combat experience. When she rushed toward her opponent, she was filled with openings. Sitting in the secondary seat, Bai Jian covered his eyes with his hand, unable to bear to watch. With Bai Fangyu's soul power inherently inferior to her opponent's and her lack of combat experience, he saw no hope for her victory. YeXuan reached for a pastry beside him, while simultaneously activating his bloodline power as he moved towards the arena. The pressure originating from his bloodline directly affected the White Tiger sect disciples. The disciples of the White Tiger sect looked at Bai Fangyu rushing towards them with disdain on their faces. Just as they were about to counterattack, they felt an invisible pressure bearing down on them, causing their martial souls to tremble uncontrollably. It felt as if they were carrying a great mountain, making their movements sluggish. Additionally, due to their soul power being inferior to YeXuan's and their martial soul being suppressed by the bloodline of the divine beast, the White Tiger, their overall strength was significantly diminished. Even their attack speed was much slower than usual. Seeing their slow movements, Bai Fangyu showed no hesitation. The first soul ring under her feet began to flicker rapidly, and purple-black lightning appeared in her hands, releasing a dark and sinister aura. First soul skill, Dark Wing Thunder. The purple-black lightning in Bai Fangyu's hands vanished in a thin air, only to suddenly reappear in front of the White Tiger sect disciple and struck him. The disciple felt a severe pain surge through him and was sent flying off the arena, crashing heavily onto the ground. YeXuan paused his act of eating the pastry as he watched Bai Fangyu unleash her soul skill. He was curious about her thought process, since her first soul skill could conceal its trajectory in space, allowing her to catch her opponents off guard with a long-range attack. Why did she still rush in for close combat? Wouldn't it be better to use her soul skill from a distance? Or was her combat experience that poor that she had no awareness of it? Chapter 185. Do you have any opinions? Bai Jian and the other 4 elders turned their gazes towards YeXuan as they observed the situation on the arena. They had clearly felt the powerful suppression emanating from YeXuan, realizing that Bai Fangyu's victory was due to that overwhelming force. YeXuan merely shot them a glance without any intention of addressing them, instead picking up a piece of pastry from a nearby table and offering it to Qian Ruxu, saying softly, "Schwerer, do you want to have a bite? We didn't eat breakfast this morning. Let us have a little something first." Qian Ruxu looked at the pastry held to her mouth and took a small bite. Bai Jian cleared his throat lightly and spoke, "Lord Yi, the 100 battles is an internal matter of our White Tiger sect. If you intervene rashly, it may be inappropriate." Hearing Bai Jian address him as Lord Yi, YeXuan glanced at Bai Fangyu on the arena, chuckled lightly, and replied, "What is inappropriate about it? If you have any objections, you can discuss it with Wu Changkong behind me." Bai Jian and the other elders immediately averted their gazes, pretending they knew nothing. They were not foolish enough to confront the super Douluo Wu Changkong. YeXuan had no intention of continuing to engage with them, focusing his gaze back on the arena while his bloodline power continued to circulate within him. As long as anyone dared to step onto the arena, he would use his bloodline power to suppress the disciples of the White Tiger sect. Qian Ruxu, feeling somewhat bored, continued eating the pastry. The 100 battles of the White Tiger sect was simply too tedious, and they had to continue one by one. Without YeXuan's help, it would be nearly impossible for Bai Fangyu to return to the White Tiger sect through the 100 battles. On the arena, Bai Fangyu looked at the White Tiger sect disciple she had knocked off, her eyes revealing a hint of disbelief as she muttered to herself, "Am I really this strong? I can easily defeat a soul master of over level 30? However, the White Tiger sect disciples below did not give Bai Fangyu much time to ponder. A second disciple immediately stepped onto the arena, releasing his martial soul with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings flickering around him. But as soon as he released his martial soul, he was firmly suppressed by YeXuan's bloodline power. Bai Fangyu had no intention of wasting words. She directly used her first soul skill, Darkwing Thunder again. The same soul skill, the same stance, and the same unavoidable outcome. The second disciple was also heavily thrown out of the arena. But he quickly got back up and approached the sect master and the 4 elders in the audience, saying, "Sect master, elders, I felt a powerful suppression as soon as I stepped onto the arena. Therefore, I request the sect master and elders to uphold justice. Don't speak nonsense. You clearly just lost because you were outmatched. Now you're trying to accuse me of cheating," Bai Fangyu retorted disdainfully. "If you lose, you should accept it instead of coming up with ridiculous excuses. The sect master and elders are here. How could I cheat?" The disciple from the White Tiger sect glared at Bai Fangyu. "If it were a fair match, I wouldn't say a word if I lost. But I am certain that the suppression I felt was not an illusion." At that moment, the first White Tiger sect disciple who had competed stepped forward and bowed to the sect master and elders, saying, "Sect master, elders, I also felt that inexplicable suppression earlier. Bai Fangyu might indeed be cheating. I request the sect master and elders to uphold justice." Bai Fangyu looked at the two without saying a word, but her eyes were filled with deep disdain. Meanwhile, she silently cursed in her heart. "I didn't cheat at all. It's just that you guys are too weak to accept your defeat." Bai Jian subtly glanced at YeXuan and Wu Chongkong behind him before speaking. "I did not perceive any cheating behavior from Bai Fangyu. I wonder if the 4 elders have noticed any cheating on her part?" The 4 elders closed their eyes simultaneously and slowly replied, "Bai Fangyu has not engaged in any cheating behavior. The competition will continue. If she does cheat, we will certainly provide you with justice." As soon as they finished speaking, the 4 elders sighed inwardly. Bai Fangyu did not cheat, but someone was helping her cheat, and they had no ability to provide justice for the disciples. The 2 White Tiger sect disciples fell silent, glaring at Bai Fangyu before returning to their positions. Bai Fangyu continued to look at the 2 with disdain as they walked back, not saying anything further. Soon, a 3rd White Tiger sect disciple was about to step onto the competition platform when he was stopped by a young woman around 20 years old. The woman then walked directly onto the competition platform, releasing her martial soul, which had 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, all flickering around her. The woman's gaze did not turn to Bai Fangyu, but instead focused on the spectator seats, and she asked, "Father, if my younger sister can defeat me, does that mean she won't have to fight anyone else? I believe there is no disciple in the sect stronger than me." Bai Jian, hearing her voice, lightly tapped the table with his fingers and turned to the 4 elders in front of him, asking, "Elders, what do you think of Meng Chu's proposal? After all, among the younger generation of the Baihu sect, there's no one stronger than Meng Chu." The sect leader added, "If Bai Fangyu can truly defeat Bai Meng Chu, then she has proven her strength. It doesn't matter whether others fight or not." The voice of the Grand Elder was calm, suggesting that since there would always be someone supporting Bai Fangyu and cheating, it would be a waste of time to fight dozens of matches. A single decisive match would suffice. Since the Grand Elder agreed, as long as Bai Fangyu could defeat Bai Meng Chu, she could return to the Baihu sect. Bai Jian's voice resonated clearly throughout the venue. Chapter 186. Illusionary Disappearance. Qian Ruxue observed the situation on the platform and whispered to YeXuan, "Xiao Xian, how likely do you think Bai Fangyu is to win against the Soul King?" Although she asked this, Qian Ruxue had already begun preparing a second plan in her heart. Because a Soul Master fighting against a Soul King had no chance of winning at all, even if she and Xiao Xian encountered Soul King while being Soul Masters, they would have no chance either. The gap in soul power and soul rings was too great. There was no chance of winning. Even if I used bloodline pressure to help suppress her, Bai Fangyu would still have no chance. In terms of soul power, soul rings, and combat experience, she was completely overwhelmed. How could there be any chance of winning? However, I don't need to activate the second plan. I have a way to make Bai Fangyu win. YeXuan's voice sounded somewhat nonchalant. Although relying solely on bloodline pressure wouldn't allow Bai Fangyu to win if he wanted to control a Soul King, it would be like child's play. What method do you have? If you act openly, it might backfire. Qian Ruxue blinked her eyes, curious about what YeXuan would do. Just watch. Anyway, Bai Fangyu can't possibly lose. YeXuan chuckled lightly and reached out to scratch Qian Ruxue's delicate nose. On the platform, Bai Fangyu looked at Bai Meng Chu standing in front of her and called out, "Sister, are you going to fight me too?" "Fangyu, I just want to see how strong you really are and whether what they say about you using cheating methods is true. I will only use my first soul ring. If I can't defeat you within 20 moves, I will directly admit defeat and welcome you back to the Baihu sect, Bai Mengqiu replied with a hint of smile. Although she could feel a strong suppressive force acting on her, greatly limiting her strength, her remaining power was more than enough to deal with Bai Fangyu, a mere soul master. After all, the gap in soul power was something Bai Fangyu could never bridge. Sister, then I won't hold back. Bai Fangyu agreed, and, using her dark demon evil god, tiger, martial soul, opened a spatial rift in front of her and stepped straight inside, disappearing from the platform. Bai Mengqiu watched the situation without stopping her, standing still and releasing her mental power to sense what was happening around her. Suddenly, a spatial rift opened behind her, and Bai Fangyu's figure emerged, her fingers claw-like, with purple-black soul power clinging to her sharp nails. Without hesitation, she lunged for Bai Mengqiu's back. It was as if Bai Mengqiu had eyes on her back. She sidestepped Bai Fangyu's attack, while simultaneously turning her body, sweeping her right leg out directly, striking Bai Fangyu in the abdomen. Bai Fangyu felt a sharp pain surge in her abdomen, and her body immediately flew backward, crashing onto the platform. She clutched her abdomen with both hands, her expression showing signs of pain. Bai Mengqiu did not continue attacking, but quietly stood in place, looking at Bai Fangyu on the ground, and softly said, "That was the first move. There are still 19 moves left. Can you still fight?" Bai Fangyu, enduring the pain in her abdomen, got up from the ground, her gaze fixed on Bai Mengqiu, and she said firmly, "I will not lose. I must return to the Baihu sect." As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Fangyu did not enter the spatial rift again, but charged straight at Bai Mengqiu, her attacks coming without pause, one after another. However, her attacks were easily evaded by Bai Mengqiu. Moreover, Bai Mengqiu could see her chaotic and disorganized attack pattern, immediately concluding that her combat experience was severely lacking. A hint of disappointment appeared in Bai Mengqiu's eyes. She could now confirm that Bai Fangyu's victory over those two Baihu sect disciples was related to the strong suppression acting on her, not due to Bai Fangyu's true strength. Based on Bai Fangyu's current displayed level, it was practically hopeless for her to defeat those two Baihu sect disciples. After recognizing Bai Fangyu's true level, Bai Mengqiu reached out and grasped Bai Fangyu's attacking hand, softly saying, "Fangyu, admit defeat. I don't really hurt you. You have no chance against me. Impossible. I must rely on my own abilities to return to the Baihu sect. I will not lose." Bai Fangyu's eyes were determined, trying to pull her hand back with all her might, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not budge Bai Mengqiu an inch. "Then don't blame your sister. Your current strength isn't enough to return to the sect. Train outside for 2 years, sharpen your combat experience, and then try again in the 100 battles of the sect." Bai Mengqiu sighed and was just about to exert force, preparing to throw Bai Fangyu off the platform. YeXuan, sitting in the audience, saw this, and a strange light flashed in his silver eyes. The third skill of the illusory evil eye, illusory disappearance, was activated. Powerful mental energy instantly pulled Bai Mengqiu's soul into an illusion. Bai Mengqiu felt her head spinning when she regained consciousness, although she was still in the Baihu sect. The scene before her made her somewhat incredulous. In front of her, the entire Baihu sect had become a ruin. Countless disciples of the Baihu sect lay in pools of blood, and her father, Bai Jian's corpse, was among them, blood nearly staining the entire ground of the Baihu sect. Bai Mengqiu couldn't believe it and pinched herself, hoping the scene before her was just an illusion, but as she pinched her arm, she clearly felt pain. Her gaze became somewhat dazed, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, and a heart-wrenching cry escaped her lips as she ran straight to her father's side and knelt down, her tears falling like rain onto the ground. YeXuan's figure also appeared in the illusion. Looking at the kneeling Bai Mengqiu, he walked directly towards her, inhaling the strong smell of blood around him, feeling that the illusion he created was truly too real, almost identical to reality. Moreover, what appeared in the illusion was the thing he feared most. Without the ability to think calmly and face the fear, the soul would forever be lost in the illusion. When YeXuan reached Bai Mengqiu's side, he looked at her still sobbing and said, "Come with me. I'll take you away from here. This is just an illusion." Chapter 187 Despair and Hope. Bai Mengqiu heard YeXuan's voice and, somewhat dazed, lifted her head, asking with a slight tremble in her voice, "Is this really an illusion? What were you doing just now, don't you know? Do you think this could be an illusion?" YeXuan stood with his hands behind his back, calmly looking at Bai Mengqiu, who was kneeling on the ground. "What was I doing just now? I was on my way back to the sect. But as soon as I returned, I saw that the White Tiger sect had turned into ruins. Is this really just an illusion?" Bai Mengqiu seemed to grasp at the last straw, looking at YeXuan with hopeful eyes. YeXuan was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Bai Mengqiu to forget what had happened outside. In other words, he didn't anticipate the effect of the illusion would be so profound. Come with me. Everything here is just an illusion. I will take you out of it. As soon as YeXuan finished speaking, he turned around and walked straight ahead. Bai Mengqiu wiped away her tears and quickly followed him. As they walked, the ground beneath them shattered like a mirror, and after they exited the illusion, YeXuan's consciousness and Bai Mengqiu's soul returned to their respective bodies. Bai Mengqiu glanced around and then looked down at her arm. She saw that her originally fair arm now bore scratch marks from nails, with bright red blood flowing out continuously. However, she didn't pay attention to the wounds on her arm. Instead, she focused her gaze on YeXuan, who was sitting in the audience, murmuring to herself, "Was that really just an illusion? Why did it feel so real?" In the arena, Bai Fangyu looked at Bai Mengqiu, who had been knocked off the stage, and excitedly said, "Sister, I have one now. I can return to the YeXuan sect." The crowd's attention was on Bai Fangyu. They had all witnessed the scene just now. Bai Mengqiu had been about to counterattack, but her movements and body had suddenly stopped, giving Bai Fangyu the chance to knock her off the stage. Moreover, Bai Fangyu had also left scratch marks on Bai Mengqiu's arm. Hearing Bai Fangyu's voice, Bai Mengqiu withdrew her gaze from YeXuan and slowly looked back at Bai Fangyu on the stage, saying, "Congratulations, you have won. I welcome you back to the YeXuan sect in advance." A sincere smile appeared on Bai Mengqiu's face. She had no intention of revealing what had just happened. Moreover, she could roughly guess that her sudden entry into the illusion was definitely related to YeXuan. The feelings of despair and fear she experienced in the illusion were firmly etched in her heart, as was the feeling of hope, akin to grasping a lifeline. Meanwhile, YeXuan and Qian Ruxue in the audience turned their gazes toward Bai Jian, the sect leader. As long as she voiced her agreement, the next steps would be much simpler. Of course, if Bai Jian was not prepared to agree, they would have to resort to some forceful measures to make her comply. Feeling the gazes of the two, Bai Jian glanced at Wu Changkong, who stood behind them, then withdrew her gaze and stood up to say, "Since Mengqiu has confirmed that Fangyu has won, we will begin preparations for Bai Fangyu's return to the sect from now on. Tomorrow morning, we will hold the ceremony for Bai Fangyu's return. I wonder if the four elders have any suggestions. If not, let the disciples prepare for Bai Fangyu's return. I have some matters to discuss with the four elders." Upon hearing this, the four elders first glanced at YeXuan and Qian Ruxue, seeing their somewhat sharp gazes. They did not speak further, only nodding slightly to indicate they had no suggestions. It seemed that the four elders had no suggestions, so the Baijian competition officially ended. If any disciples of the YeXuan sect began preparing for Bai Fangyu's return, the four elders should follow me to the study so we can discuss matters slowly. Bai Jian's voice clearly reached the ears of the disciples below. "Yes, sect leader." The disciples of the YeXuan sect began to clear away the constructed arena after responding. Bai Jian exchanged an apologetic glance with YeXuan and Qian Ruxue, then led the four elders to a study to discuss some matters. Bai Fangyu, full of joy, walked down from the arena and headed straight to YeXuan and Qian Ruxue, looking at them with excitement and saying, "Young master, miss, I won. I actually beat my sister, the Soul King of the Five Rings. I didn't expect my strength to be so great." Qian Ruxue looked at her with an expression of disbelief and said, "I'm not trying to bring you down, but your strength is only considered low level among soul masters of the same rank. You have virtually no combat experience, and your understanding of your martial soul's capabilities is appallingly poor. If your sister Bai Mengqiu wanted to defeat or even kill you, just one move would be enough. Don't overestimate your own strength." Qian Ruxue's tone was very calm, and what she said was the truth. If Bai Mengqiu truly wanted to defeat her, the kick she delivered when she came out of the spatial rift would have been sufficient. Although YeXuan's bloodline suppressed her, most of her strength was still intact, and the gap in soul power between them could not be bridged. Thus, Bai Mengqiu's attack was already merciful. Otherwise, Bai Fangyu would have lost. "But miss, didn't you see the result of the competition just now? I clearly won. How can my strength be so weak?" Bai Fangyu blinked, her voice carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. Qian Ruxue merely smiled lightly and did not respond to her question. YeXuan placed his hands behind his head and asked Bai Fangyu, "When your father talked to you yesterday, did you reveal our purpose for coming to the YeXuan sect and our identities?" "That's right, and my father does not oppose your purpose. Young master, miss, you can rest assured." Bai Fangyu nodded seriously at the two. Chapter 188. Bai Jin Master hearing Bai Fangyu's words, YeXuan smiled and waved his hand, saying, "All right, I understand. You will be returning to the YeXuan sect tomorrow, so go and make some preparations. Okay, young master, I'll take my leave now. Bai Fangyu agreed, smiled, and left her seat in the audience. Bai Jian already knows our purpose for coming. It seems he is discussing strategies with the four elders to deal with us. Qian Rushua looked in the direction Bai Jian and the four elders had left. Let him discuss. In the face of absolute strength, any schemes and strategies are futile. Moreover, once Bai Fangyu returns to the White Tiger sect tomorrow, the matter will be settled and cannot be changed by human effort. YeXuan chucked it lightly, standing up to leave the audience. Therefore, tomorrow, no matter what, we must ensure Bai Fangyu returns to the White Tiger sect. Qian Rinshue's lips curled into a stunning smile, equally unconcerned about the matter at hand. Just as YeXuan said, in the face of absolute strength, any schemes and strategies are futile. With the 98th level Super Douluo Kong by their side, they undoubtedly held absolute power, even throughout the entire Star Luo Empire. There was no one who could match Kong at the same level. Qian Rinshue also got up from the audience seats, following YeXuan towards their room. Kong quietly followed behind the two. Qin Sheng and Ying Er also had no intention of staying in the audience seats, closely trailing after them as they left. After everyone returned to their respective rooms, YeXuan and Qian Rinshue sat on the bed in their room and began meditating. YeXuan had now reached a bottleneck at level 52. If he focused on meditation, breaking through to level 53, the Soul King, would only be a matter of days. In the study of the White Tiger sect, Bai Jian and four elders sat together, but no one spoke first. After a long time, the Grand Elder, somewhat impatient, asked, Bai Jian, why did you call us here? My time is precious, and I don't have time to waste with you. Grand Elder, do you know the identities of those who returned with Fangyu? Why do I call him Lord Yi? Bai Jian glanced at him, not caring about the Grand Elder's attitude. After all, their discord was not a new issue. He was already used to it. Their identities, with a Super Douluo following them, were certainly not simple. If you don't know their detailed identities, then there's no need to waste time. The Grand Elder merely shot a cold glance at Bai Jian, showing no intention of giving him face. Bai Jian chuckled lightly and said, Since I called you out, I naturally know their identities and backgrounds. They come from the Starfall Hall, and the one leading them is the Hall Master, YeXuan. Their purpose is to make our White Tiger sect submit to their Starfall Hall, and they have also killed your grandson, Bai Han. Now that our White Tiger sect faces a great enemy, Grand Elder, we should set aside our grievances and unite against external threats. When the Grand Elder heard that Bai Han was dead, his eyes instantly turned crimson, and his chest began to heave violently. He slammed his hand on the table in front of him and shouted angrily, Unite against external threats? Bai Jian, you make it sound easy. There is a Super Do-level powerhouse by their side. How can we unite against them? Moreover, I have heard that there is also an ultimate Douluo stationed in the Starfall Hall. With our current strength, it's not just about uniting against them. I see it as courting death. The Grand Elder stared coldly at Bai Jian. Although he felt endless rage at the news of Bai Han's death, he still had the basic ability to think. Grand Elder, please calm down. Since I can say unite against external threats, I have already thought of a countermeasure. Yesterday, I sent a letter to the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall. Once the Platinum Bishop sees my letter, he will surely forward it to the Pope in Spirit City. Our four sects have a good relationship with the Spirit Hall, and I believe the Pope will not sit idly by. A gentle smile appeared on Bai Jian's face, and his voice carried a light-hearted tone. The journey from Star Luo Empire to Spirit City takes at least half a month. By the time the Pope sees your letter and sends someone over, it will take about a month. By then, our White Tiger sect might have already submitted to the Starfall Hall. The Grand Elder forcibly suppressed his anger, but his voice revealed that he was already gritting his teeth in hatred. So what we need to do is buy time. Tomorrow, I will send someone to invite the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall. I believe that even if the Hall Master of the Starfall Hall is arrogant, he will still give the Spirit Hall some face. Moreover, we in the White Tiger sect must find a way to delay their time. Once the Spirit Hall's people arrive, we will no longer have to fear the Starfall Hall. The matter I want to discuss with you all is how we can buy time. Bai Jian spoke while appearing to be deep in thought, as if considering how to stall for time. The other elders were also frowning in contemplation. After all, with a Super Douluo-level expert by their side, buying time was not an easy task. After a long while, the Grand Elder extended his hand and slapped the table, looking directly at Bai Jian. Bai Jian, if you can invite the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall tomorrow, then leave the matter of buying time to me. If that's the case, then I will trouble the Grand Elder. Bai Jian appeared calm on the surface, showing no signs of any issues. However, inside he was laughing. He had not mentioned the vow made by Bai Fangyu, intending for the Grand Elder to see for himself whether that vow had any effect. As for whether Bai Han was dead or alive, Bai Jian had no idea. He only said Bai Han was dead to make it easier for the Grand Elder to fall into the trap. Bai Jian, after this matter is over, I will slowly settle our issues. The Grand Elder's words had just fallen when he stood up and headed for the door of the study. Chapter 189. Return to the sect. Bai Jian watched the Grand Elder leave and merely smiled. If he wants to slowly resolve our issues, he should first focus on surviving. To the three elders, since the Grand Elder is willing to handle the issue of buying time, we cannot delay. We must fully cooperate with the Grand Elder. As long as we work together, we can definitely overcome this crisis. Bai Jian's face bore a smile as he looked at the remaining three elders. If, as the sect master said, the Spirit Hall would intervene to help, then we must unite and overcome this challenge together with the White Tiger sect. The other three elders nodded in agreement and stood up, walking out of the study together. Bai Jian also left the study. But instead of returning to his room to prepare, he directly left the White Tiger sect and headed for the Spirit Hall in Douluo City. In the Spirit Hall, the Platinum Bishop, Milo, was looking at a letter in his hand, lost in deep thought. This letter had been sent by the White Tiger sect, and it stated that the White Tiger sect was preparing to submit to the Spirit Hall. This was originally a good thing. But the premise of submitting to the Spirit Hall was to have the Spirit Hall help the White Tiger sect against the Starfall Hall. If the White Tiger sect were to resist other sects, Milo would not hesitate to send the letter directly to the Pope in Spirit City. But who established the Starfall Hall? While outsiders may not know, Milo, as the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, certainly knows who established the Starfall Hall. The Starfall Hall is a force established by the son of the Spirit Hall. Now, the people of the White Tiger sect actually want to resist the Starfall Hall at the cost of submitting to the Spirit Hall? Isn't that a joke? What is the difference between the White Tiger sect submitting to the Spirit Hall or the Starfall Hall? After all, both forces are part of the same family. It doesn't matter which one they submit to. Milo casually tossed aside the letter sent by the White Tiger sect, completely disregarding any intention of forwarding it to Spirit City. At that moment, a temple staff member walked in and said, "Bishop, the leader of the White Tiger sect has come to visit and wishes to see you." "Let him in." Milo waved his hand dismissively, his tone casual. "Understood, Bishop," the staff member replied and promptly left the room. Shortly after, Bai Jian entered with a smile, addressing Milo, who was seated in the main position. "Bishop Milo, it's been a long time since we last met. Nothing brings people to the Three Treasures Hall without purpose. If you have something to discuss, just say it." Sect leader Bai, Milo glanced at Bai Jian and then lowered his head to organize the documents and reports that needed to be submitted to the Pope. Bai Jian cleared his throat and continued, "Bishop Milo, I sent someone with a letter yesterday. I believe you have seen it, and have already sent it to Wuhuan City. Our White Tiger sect needs you to help delay time tomorrow. I believe the people from Starfall Hall won't offend the Wuhuan Hall." Milo's gaze fell on the letter he had casually placed aside. He nodded and said, "Tomorrow, I will bring the white-robed bishops of the temple to the White Tiger sect." "Thank you, Bishop Milo. If you help us get through this crisis, our White Tiger sect will certainly reward you handsomely afterward." Bai Jian's smile grew even brighter. Milo merely glanced at Bai Jian indifferently, secretly thinking, "Help you? Don't think too much of it. I'm bringing people over to assist our Wuhuan Hall's young master. If anything happens that requires our handling, we can also leave a good impression in front of the young master." Although he thought this in his heart, Milo had no intention of voicing it. He waved his hand and said, "Understood. Sect leader Bai, you may leave now. I have some matters to attend to in the temple. Tomorrow morning, I will head to the White Tiger sect. Then I won't disturb you, Bishop Milo." Bai Jian replied and walked straight out of the room, preparing to return to his sect. The next day, in the early morning, YeXuan and Qianrenxue woke up from their training. After washing up, they slowly walked out of their room. Outside the room, Wu Changkong, Qing Sheng, and Ying Er were already waiting by the door. Qing Sheng looked at YeXuan as he came out and immediately asked, "Brother, is there anything today that I can help with?" "I don't know. Let's see how it goes. Anyway, the White Tiger sect shouldn't stir up much trouble. But I estimate there shouldn't be anything that requires your help." YeXuan chuckled lightly, taking Qianrenxue's delicate hand and walking directly towards the main hall of the White Tiger sect. Qing Sheng shrugged, not taking it to heart. With his current strength, he indeed couldn't offer much help. Watching the two leave, Wu Changkong, Qing Sheng, and Ying Er had no hesitation and followed them directly. As they walked through the White Tiger sect, observing the disciples busy with various tasks, they noticed nothing unusual. Everything seemed perfectly normal. It wasn't until they entered the hall that YeXuan and Qianrenxue could clearly feel a gaze filled with hatred directed at them. Following the gaze, they found that it belonged to the Grand Elder of the White Tiger sect. YeXuan turned to Qing Sheng and asked, "Qing Sheng, How did you deal with Bai Han? Sister-in-law said it was life or death, and I generally dislike trouble. So I chose the simplest solution and took care of Bai Han. Qing Sheng also noticed the Grand Elder's gaze, but had no intention of acknowledging it. That makes sense. It seems the Grand Elder already knows that Bai Han is dead. YeXuan casually glanced at the Grand Elder before retracting his gaze and walking straight toward the main seat. What intrigued YeXuan was that the hall of the White Tiger sect had two equal main seats on either side, and both the sect leader and the elder were seated in the secondary positions. It appeared that someone else would be arriving at the White Tiger sect today. YeXuan and Qianrenxue sat down in the left main seat. Wu Chongkong stood behind them, while Qing Sheng and Ying Er casually found a spot in the left secondary seat and sat down. Just as they settled in, Bai Jian said, "Lord Yi, please wait a moment. Once everyone arrives, we will begin the process for Bai Fangyu to return to the sect." Chapter 190. An explanation. YeXuan's gaze turned to Bai Jian, who was seated in the secondary position, and he nodded slightly, saying, "No rush, we can wait." At that moment, Bai Fangyu also changed into the attire of a White Tiger sect disciple and entered the hall, standing quietly within. Qianrenxue glanced at Bai Fangyu and quietly asked YeXuan, "Xian, who do you think has been invited by the White Tiger sect to deal with us?" It could be the Star Luo royal family. After all, both the White Tiger sect and the Star Luo royal family's martial souls originate from the same lineage. Of course, it's also possible that it could be someone from the Wuhuan Hall. The lower four sects have always maintained good relations with the Wuhuan Hall, which is hardly a secret, YeXuan whispered, low enough for only him and Qianrenxue to hear. If the person invited by the White Tiger sect is from the Star Luo royal family, that could be troublesome. But if they are from the Wuhuan Hall, then they're truly asking for trouble. A mysterious smile appeared on Qianrenxue's exquisite face. Whoever they invite doesn't matter. After today, the master of the White Tiger sect will no longer have the surname Bai. While speaking, YeXuan playfully brushed his finger against Qianrenxue's delicate nose. His eyes filled with affection. As time passed, Milo entered the hall of the White Tiger sect with the white-robed bishops of the Wuhuan Hall. Upon seeing Milo enter, Bai Jian immediately stood up to greet him, saying, "Bishop Milo, you came at just the right time. We were just about to begin. Please take a seat." Milo looked around the hall and noticed the remaining right main seat, while the left main seat was occupied by a young man and a young woman. Although he had never seen them before, their extraordinary appearance and luxurious attire, especially their aura, indicated that they were not from ordinary families. Thus, Milo speculated that the young man was likely the young master of the Wuhuan Hall, and the young woman was very likely the young lady of the Wuhuan Hall. He had heard that the young master of the Wuhuan Hall had silver hair and silver eyes, while the young lady had golden hair and golden eyes. The two sitting in the left main seat matched these descriptions perfectly. If these two were indeed the young master and young lady of the Wuhuan Hall, Milo certainly did not dare to take the main seat. It was known that only individuals of equal status could sit in the two main seats, representing equality, and Milo's status in the Wuhuan Hall was clearly insufficient. YeXuan and Qianrenxue exchanged glances with a teasing expression upon seeing the bishop of the Wuhuan Hall enter, but neither had any intention of speaking. After a moment, Milo withdrew his gaze from the two and asked, "I heard that the hall master of the Starfall Hall has come to the White Tiger sect. May I ask who that is?" Bishop Milo, sitting in the main seat on the left, was the master of the Starfall Hall, Yi. "Your position is in the main seat on the right." Bai Jian, with a smile on his face, introduced Milo. Upon hearing this, Milo secretly sighed, realizing that his guess was indeed correct. Sitting in the left seat were the young master and young lady of the Spirit Hall. Milo glanced at Bai Jian and said nonchalantly, "There's no need to sit. I have matters to attend to. It's better to resolve your White Tiger sect's issues sooner rather than later. Once your matters are settled, I can return to the Holy Hall to continue handling affairs. The matter of Fang Yu's return to the sect will still take some time. So Bishop Milo should take a seat first, and we can resolve this slowly. Moreover, the Spirit Hall is filled with talented individuals. Even if Bishop Milo is not present, all matters will be handled properly." Bai Jian did not mind Milo's tone at all. His smile was even brighter than before. Upon hearing this, Milo did not push back any further. If he continued to refuse to sit, it would raise suspicions among others. And if he inadvertently disrupted any plans the young master and young lady had, the consequences for him would be severe. However, he certainly did not dare to be on equal footing with YeXuan and Qianrenxue. Thus, when he arrived at the main seat on the right, he looked at Bai Fangyu, who was standing in the center of the hall, and asked curiously, "Sect Master Bai, she is the third young lady who was expelled from the White Tiger sect, right? I never expected her to return to the White Tiger sect." While speaking, Milo subtly shifted his position downward a bit, causing the two originally level chairs to become slightly uneven, with the left side being higher and the right side being lower. The crowd's attention was drawn to Bai Fengyu because of Milo's words, so apart from YeXuan, Qianrenxue, and Wu Chongkong, no one noticed Milo's small action. Haha, Bishop Milo is joking. The young lady's return to the White Tiger sect is thanks to Master Yi of the Starfall Hall. If it weren't for Master Yi, the young lady wouldn't know when she could return to the White Tiger sect, Bai Jian said with a hint of laughter before returning to his seat. Milo also stopped speaking and sat down in the main seat on the right, while the other bishops in white calmly stood behind him. Bai Jian looked around and said loudly, "Now that everyone is present, let us officially begin the ceremony for Bai Fengyu's return to the White Tiger sect." Bai Jian's words seemed to signal something. As soon as he finished speaking, the Grand Elder slammed the table, stood up, and asked, "Sect Master, the matter of Bai Fengyu's return to the sect can wait a moment. I have some personal matters to discuss with Master Yi of the Starfall Hall." "Grand Elder, but I have already announced the start. Why not wait until the matter of Fengyu's return is concluded before discussing your personal matters with Master Yi?" Bai Jian continually signaled the Grand Elder with his eyes, indicating that some issues needed to wait until Bai Fengyu returned to the sect. However, the Grand Elder completely ignored his hints and directed his gaze at YeXuan, asking, "Master Yi, where's my grandson Bai Han now? Is he alive or dead? If Bai Han is already deceased, please give this old man an explanation." Qing Sheng, upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, was about to speak up and say that he was the one who killed Bai Jian. However, before he could utter a word, YeXuan's indifferent voice rang out in the hall. "Bai Han is already dead, and I killed him with my own hands. Is that explanation sufficient?" Chapter 191. It's my family's matter. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's eyes narrowed immediately, and boundless rage surged from his heart as he directly asked, "The rumors are indeed true. Master Yi is quite arrogant. I just wonder how much strength lies behind your arrogance." The old man knew that he was not a match for the titled lord behind YeXuan, yet he still wanted to test YeXuan's abilities. "If Master Yi fears that the titled lord will fight with me, I have nothing more to say." YeXuan looked at the Grand Elder with a disdainful gaze, chuckling lightly as he said, "Provocation, interesting. Since the Grand Elder wishes to spar, I shall fulfill your request. However, the matter of Bai Fengyu's return to the sect has officially begun, so there is no need to pause. It won't take long anyway. Let's go outside, and we can have a formal competition. The people of the White Tiger sect will not interfere in our match." The Grand Elder, seeing the disdain in YeXuan's eyes, felt even more furious. As a Soul Douluo at level 89, he might not be able to defeat Wu Chongkong, but dealing with a 16 or 17-year-old boy should be a piece of cake. Moreover, he had seen YeXuan's soul rings last time. He was merely a 5-ring soul king. Although YeXuan's soul ring configuration was somewhat extraordinary, he was still just a soul king. "Grand Elder, rest assured, I don't need anyone else to help me deal with you. Let's go outside to compete. The matter of Bai Fengyu's return to the sect will continue," YeXuan said, standing up and walking toward the entrance of the hall. The Grand Elder did not hesitate at all and followed YeXuan outside. Bai Jian saw this and asked, "Bishop Milo, do you think we should continue or wait until they finish their match before proceeding with Fengyu's return?" "Master Yi is right. Since we have officially started, we cannot stop. Naturally, we will continue with the matter of her return," Milo replied. As soon as he finished speaking, he transmitted a message to the white-robed bishops standing behind him, instructing, "He is our young master from the Spirit Hall. We must not allow him to be injured in front of us. Otherwise, if the Pope finds out, we cannot bear the consequences." The white-robed bishops behind him did not speak, but their gazes were all fixed on the entrance of the hall. Qianrenxue glanced outside and felt no worry. Before Xiao Xian had the evil eye, he had fought against the radiant Sun Douluo of the Haoyin sect in close combat and had not fallen behind, eventually defeating him. Now, he was only dealing with the Soul Douluo, so there should be no problem at all. Outside the hall, YeXuan and the Grand Elder stood facing each other. The Grand Elder released his martial soul first, and 8 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Black flickered beneath his feet. YeXuan also released his White Tiger martial soul, and after the martial soul manifested, his 5 soul rings of purple, purple, gold, black. Black gradually shone on him. After activating the secret technique, he charged toward the Grand Elder first. In the Grand Elder's eyes, he only saw a series of afterimages appearing in front of him, and then a fair hand gradually enlarged before his eyes. The 5 fingers of the hand curled into claws, with silver soul power and purple lightning attached to them. When the Grand Elder saw the attacking hand, he had no time to think. He formed a palm with his right hand, white soul power enveloping it, and directly slapped toward the incoming hand. YeXuan's palm collided with the Grand Elder's palm, and the power of the divine beast White Tiger easily broke through the Grand Elder's soul power, slicing through the Grand Elder's palm. A few drops of crimson blood flowed from the palm of the Grand Elder. Under the dual suppression of YeXuan's bloodline and the skill, Sacred King pressure from his left arm bone, the Grand Elder's original strength of 10% was reduced to only 5%. If it weren't for the fact that the Grand Elder's soul power was higher than YeXuan's, he wouldn't even have retained 5% of his strength. A look of disbelief appeared in the Grand Elder's eyes. Although he could feel that his strength was significantly suppressed by two mysterious forces, he was still a soul, Douluo, with soul power over 30 levels higher than YeXuan's. How could he be so easily injured by YeXuan's soul power? Seeing the disbelief in the Grand Elder's eyes, YeXuan chuckled and said, "It seems the Grand Elder's strength is only this much. It's truly a bit disappointing. Don't be too arrogant. Let me make you understand that a Soul King is always a Soul King, and I am an 89th level Soul Douluo. The gap of over 30 levels in soul power is something you can never make up for." As soon as the Grand Elder's words fell, the 7th soul ring beneath him began to flicker rapidly. 7th soul skill, Martial Soul, True Body. After releasing his Martial Soul, True Body, the Grand Elder's attributes received a significant boost, and he directly attacked YeXuan. YeXuan looked at the Grand Elder's attacking palm with a disdainful smile. If it were someone else, the gap of over 30 levels in soul power would indeed be hard to bridge. But YeXuan had even defeated a title Douluo. How could he not make up for this 30-level difference? Moreover, the Grand Elder's current strength had already been suppressed by 50%. In YeXuan's hand, silver soul power and purple destructive power continuously gathered as he directly unleashed the secret of the word, engaging in close combat with the Grand Elder without dodging or evading. Seeing YeXuan's contemptuous smile, the Grand Elder could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and attacked without holding back. However, every strike from the Grand Elder was met with a strong counterattack from YeXuan. Furthermore, with each collision, destructive power seeped through the Grand Elder's palm into his body, causing him immense pain. Even with the Martial Soul, True Body activated, the Grand Elder could not gain any advantage and even seemed to be gradually suppressed by YeXuan. As time passed, the Grand Elder found himself at a disadvantage in close combat. Meanwhile, the 4th soul ring beneath YeXuan began to flicker rapidly. Intense and dazzling silver light quickly condensed around YeXuan, growing stronger until it was almost blinding. When the silver light reached its peak, it suddenly burst forth, showering the Grand Elder with countless silver beams, like a rain of silver light. 4th soul skill, Holy Light 10,000 feet. Chapter 192. The oath takes effect. The Grand Elder looked at the incoming rain of light and quickly retreated, trying to avoid it. However, he soon realized that the light seemed to have a will of its own, relentlessly pursuing him. The speed of the light was clearly much faster than his movements, leaving him unable to evade the oncoming attack. Since he couldn't dodge, then I won't either. I don't believe you can't withstand even one of my soul skills. With this thought, the Grand Elder fixed his gaze back on YeXuan and charged straight toward him, braving the rain of light. As the Grand Elder rushed toward him, YeXuan's 3rd soul ring began to flicker. His eyes transformed into a mix of red and blue, and with his evil gaze wide open, a mental attack infused with thunderous power shot directly at the Grand Elder. As the Grand Elder charged at YeXuan, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his mental sea. This pain was different from physical pain. While he could endure bodily pain, he could not withstand the agony that stemmed from his mind. The Grand Elder clutched his head with both hands, his face contorted in pain. Just as he halted, the rain of light descended upon him, striking him directly. The light pierced through the Grand Elder's soul power defenses like arrows, hitting his body. Crimson blood stained the white robes of the Grand Elder, and his body fell backward, lifeless. I forgot to tell you that my 4th soul skill has tracking and defense-ignoring effects. You could only use attacks to forcibly withstand it, but now, it's too late to tell you. YeXuan looked at the Grand Elder's corpse, withdrew his martial soul, and walked straight towards the hall. Although YeXuan's 4th soul skill was powerful, with tracking and defense-ignoring capabilities that could cause wide-range destruction to enemies, it also had a limitation. It could only be used once a day. Therefore, since gaining the 4th soul ring, he had rarely used it, often opting for the million-year soul skill from his 3rd soul ring to swiftly defeat opponents. Upon returning to the hall, YeXuan noticed that the members of the White Tiger sect were looking at him with disbelief. However, he paid no mind to their gazes, merely smiling as he said, "The matter has been resolved. Now, the issue of Bai Fangyu returning to the White Tiger sect has yet to be concluded, right? YeXuan's gaze was directed straight at Bai Jian, with a clear warning in his eyes. When Bai Jian saw the warning in YeXuan's eyes, his body trembled involuntarily. The Grand Elder was an 89th level Soul Douluo, yet he had been dealt with by YeXuan, a Soul King. Moreover, YeXuan was completely unharmed. Was this the power a Soul King possessed? Although Bai Jian was also a Soul Douluo, his strength was inferior to that of the Grand Elder. Since YeXuan could effortlessly eliminate the Grand Elder, he could similarly deal with him without harm. However, when he saw Milo sitting there, he seemed to gain some confidence, straightening his body and speaking without humility. Lord Yi, the matter of returning to the sect is nearly complete. As long as Fangyu's name is written down, she will be a disciple of my White Tiger sect, and it seems I am not too late. You may continue with Bai Fangyu's return to the sect without minding me. YeXuan casually replied and walked to his seat, sitting down directly. As YeXuan sat down, Qian Renxue also focused her gaze on him, examining him closely. After a while, Qian Renxue seemed to discover something, reaching out to touch YeXuan's torn sleeve and saying, "Xiao Xian, your sleeve is torn. You should change it to a new outfit when you get back." YeXuan looked down at his sleeve, noticing it was indeed torn, but he didn't pay it much mind. He nodded and said, "It might have gotten torn during the close combat with the Grand Elder of the White Tiger sect. It's quite normal. After all, it's close combat. Tearing a piece of clothing is nothing out of the ordinary. Yes, as long as you're not injured, that's all that matters. Bai Fangyu will soon return to the White Tiger sect." Qian Renxue moved her hand away from YeXuan's sleeve, her eyes filled with joy. Just because of him? Does he think he can hurt me? Swear, are you overestimating him or underestimating me? YeXuan reached out and playfully flicked Qian Renxue's high nose bridge, his eyes full of affection. Qian Renxue only glanced at him with a hint of arrogance, shifting her gaze from YeXuan to Bai Fangyu without saying a word. YeXuan, on the other hand, placed his hands behind his head and looked at Bai Fangyu, who was about to return to the White Tiger sect, remaining equally silent. In the hall, Bai Jian took out an ancient-looking book, opened it, and wrote Bai Fangyu's name inside. After writing the name, Bai Jian slowly closed the old book, stood up, and spoke loudly. From this day forth, Bai Fangyu officially returns to the White Tiger sect, becoming a disciple of our sect and my daughter, Bai Jian. With a thunderous sound, 3 lightning bolts suddenly struck the sky outside the hall just as Bai Jian finished speaking. Upon hearing the thunder, Bai Jian couldn't help but mutter to himself. Could Fangyu's vow have taken effect? To be cautious, I should find someone to test it later to see if the vow has truly taken effect. Bai Fangyu, however, paid no attention to the sudden thunder. She was completely immersed in the joy of returning to the White Tiger sect and had no desire to think about anything else. YeXuan and Qian Renxue both smiled almost simultaneously upon hearing the thunder. Though they were unsure if it was a sign that the vow had taken effect, they knew that since Bai Fangyu had returned to the White Tiger sect, her vow must have been fulfilled. Thus, from this moment on, the White Tiger sect was no longer a sect of the Bai family, and it had a sect that would be loyal to them for generations. Bai Jian scanned the surroundings and felt somewhat relieved when he saw Milo's calm expression. With the Pope of the Soul Palace present, there was no doubt they could hold off the people from the Starfall Palace. Chapter 193. I have connections in the divine realm after seeing that everything had concluded. YeXuan, not wanting to waste time, lightly tapped the armrest of his chair and directly said, "Bai Jian, is it you who should speak? Or should your daughter say it?" Upon hearing this, Bai Jian's expression stiffened, but he had no intention of speaking. Instead, he gave a glance to a disciple of the White Tiger sect. That disciple stepped forward and said, "Who do you think you are to directly call our sect master by name? Do you really think our White Tiger sect fears your Starfall Palace? Moreover, with the Pope from the Soul Palace here, do you dare to act recklessly in our White Tiger sect? Are you trying to make enemies with us or with the Soul Palace?" As soon as the disciple finished speaking, a purple lightning bolt suddenly struck down from the sky at incredible speed. The purple lightning split the hall's roof and directly struck the disciple. Dust filled the hall, causing everyone to instinctively close their eyes. Among those present, only YeXuan and Qian Renxue were mentally prepared. The others had no idea what was happening. YeXuan and Qian Renxue were prepared because they had connections in the divine realm, so the vow they made would not take effect. After a long while, as the dust began to settle in the hall, YeXuan brushed the dust off in front of him and said, "Bai Jian, it seems you aren't going to speak. So let your daughter, Bai Fangyu, say it." Upon hearing YeXuan's voice, everyone in the hall came back to their senses and looked toward the spot where the lightning had struck. They saw a large pit where the disciple had stood, with faint purple lightning flickering within it. The disciple had vanished, and no trace of him remained. No one dared to ask where he had gone, as it was clear he had been turned to ashes by the lightning. When Bai Fangyu heard YeXuan's voice, she patted her chest, somewhat shaken, and said, "I once swore before you, young master and young lady, using my martial soul, that I would be loyal to your lineage for all my lives, including my future clansmen and descendants, who would also be loyal to your lineage. Therefore, the entire White Tiger sect now belongs to you both." Moreover, the situation of that disciple, just now, was likely a backlash from a vow. Upon hearing Bai Fangyu's words, the members of the White Tiger sect looked at her in disbelief. They remained silent, staring at her without saying a word. The hall seemed to fall into a silence, perhaps more accurately described as a dead silence. After a long time, the remaining 3 elders of the White Tiger sect withdrew their gazes from Bai Fangyu and turned to Bai Jian, asking, "Bai Jian, did you already know about this? If you knew, why did you let Bai Fangyu return to the White Tiger sect?" Bai Jian glanced at the 3 elders, pulled his daughter behind him, and said, "That's right, I knew long ago, but I have a solution. Besides, Bai Fangyu is my daughter. She would return to the White Tiger sect sooner or later. What difference does it make whether it's sooner or later? You have a solution? What solution? The vow made using a martial soul is unbreakable. If you violate it, didn't you see what happened to that disciple just now? I want to see how you, Bai Jian, plan to resolve this." The voice of the elder of the White Tiger sect was filled with uncontrollable anger. Ignoring the 3 elders, Bai Jian turned to Milo, the Pope of the Soul Palace, bowed respectfully, and said, "Pope Milo, as agreed, our White Tiger sect is willing to submit to the Soul Palace. Please, Pope Milo, lend us your assistance." Milo merely raised an eyebrow, showing no intention of responding to Bai Jian. He walked directly to YeXuan and Qian Renshua, respectfully bowing and saying, "I am Milo, the Pope of the Soul Palace. It is an honor to meet you, young master and young lady." The white-clad bishops accompanying Milo also bowed to YeXuan and Qian Renshua, saying, "I am the white-clad bishop of the Soul Palace. Honored to meet you, young master and young lady." Bai Jian and the 3 elders of the White Tiger sect were shocked, confused, and incredulous. Bai Jian hurriedly asked, "Pope Milo, what do you mean by this?" Milo merely glanced at Bai Jian with a hint of mockery, showing no intention of answering. YeXuan rested his feet on Milo's seat, gently wrapped his arm around Qian Renshua, and said, "Bai Jian, let me formally introduce our identities. I, YeXuan, am not only the master of the Starfall Palace, but also a disciple of the current Pope of the Soul Palace and the son-in-law of the current Pope." As soon as he finished speaking, YeXuan pointed at Qian Renshua beside him and said, "This is my wife, Qian Renshua, and she is also the daughter of the current Pope. That is why the Pope of the Soul Palace addresses us as young master and young lady. In other words, the Soul Palace belongs to my family, but you now want to use my family's power to balance against me. I must say, you have quite the ambition." Qian Rengshu's face broke into a faint smile as she spoke. "If you, Bai Jian, hadn't sought help from the Spirit Hall, we might have needed some time to resolve this. But you really have helped us, and now we don't even need to waste time. I now present you with 2 choices. One is to adhere to the oath issued by Bai Fangyu, that the White Tiger sect will be loyal to our lineage for generations. The second is to violate the oath, suffer its backlash, and end up with no bones left." Upon hearing this, Bai Jian's eyes showed disbelief. He never imagined that the 2 powers, the Starfall Temple and the Spirit Hall, were actually established by the same family. Initially, he thought his plan was sound. However, with both powers being part of the same family, his idea of using the Spirit Hall to balance the Starfall Temple was utterly useless. Bai Jian glanced at Bai Fangyu behind him, then returned his gaze to Qian Rengshu and said, "The Spirit Hall and the Starfall Temple, what a grand game of chess this is. I, Bai Jian, admit defeat willingly. I am willing to be loyal to your lineage for generations." As soon as Bai Jian finished speaking, he directly bowed to YeXuan and Qian Rengshu, indicating his submission. Bai Jian was not a fool. The Starfall Temple had been established for 6 years, and during this time, no one had discovered that the Starfall Temple and the Spirit Hall were family. Moreover, he had never heard that the Pope had a daughter. He knew the Pope had a disciple, but that was Hulaina, who was known as part of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Thus, in the eyes of the outside world, these 2 did not exist in the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, the Starfall Temple was now a force that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the 3 sects, and was also a family of the Spirit Hall. Yet the outside world was completely unaware of the relationship between the 2. This showed that the ambitions of the Spirit Hall and the Starfall Temple were certainly not small. Most importantly, YeXuan and Qian Rengshu openly acknowledged their identities. This meant that only those who submitted according to the oath would survive today. Anyone who did not submit would face ruthless slaughter. After all, the best secret keepers are the dead. When YeXuan saw Bai Jian willing to submit, he lightly tapped the armrest of his chair and said, "This is the correct choice. Those who submit to us and pledge loyalty to our lineage for generations can be assured that the White Tiger sect will only grow stronger in the future. In fact, it's not impossible that it may even replace the original 3 sections." YeXuan's tone carried a casual feeling, but he spoke very seriously. The remaining 3 elders of the White Tiger sect turned gloomy upon seeing Bai Jian's submission. One elder stepped forward and asked Bai Jian, "Is your solution to directly submit to the Starfall Temple?" Bai Jian shook his head and replied, "Those who recognize the times are wise. The Starfall Temple and the Spirit Hall are family forces, and which faction on the continent can block both the Starfall Temple and the Spirit Hall? There is none. Our lower 4 sects cannot, and the upper 3 sects cannot either. As the leader of the White Tiger sect, I must prioritize the bigger picture. Choosing to submit is far better than choosing destruction. I, Bai Jian, am not someone who fears death, nor do I choose to submit out of fear. I am not alone. I have 2 daughters who are young and possess extraordinary talent for cultivation, with a bright future ahead. Should I let them die alongside me?" Bai Jian's voice was powerful, and he stood firm in the face of the elders' questioning. He was currently a sole Douluo, and barring any fortuitous encounters, it was impossible for him to break through to the title Douluo realm in this lifetime. However, his daughter, Bai Mengqiu, had a cultivation talent that could be considered extraordinary. If she worked hard, reaching the title Douluo realm was possible. His other daughter, Bai Fangyu, had also awakened her martial soul. Although she missed the best time and age for cultivation, her martial soul was not low, and if she worked hard, reaching the Soul Sage realm was definitely achievable. Moreover, he owed Bai Fangyu too much and had let her suffer too much. Therefore, even if it were only for his daughters, Bai Jian would choose to submit. Just as the elder was about to say something, 2 voices suddenly rang out beside him. White Tiger sect, 2nd elder. Willing to be loyal to the young master and young lady for generations. White Tiger sect, 4th elder. Willing to be loyal to the young master and young lady for generations. The 3rd elder of the White Tiger sect turned to look at the 2 who were bowing and asked, "2nd brother, 4th brother, you have also submitted to the Starfall Temple? Isn't our White Tiger sect only loyal to the White Tiger? How can we be loyal to these 2 young people?" Elder 3, the leader is right. Whether from a perspective of the sect's overall situation or our family, choosing to submit is the best option. We 3 are already half buried in the ground. We have long since become indifferent to life and death. But what about our children and grandchildren? They have bright futures ahead. Should they also accompany us 3 who won't live for long to die? The 2nd elder sighed, his voice tinged with helplessness. Indeed, we don't have many years left, but our children and grandchildren have bright futures. There's no need to let them die with us. The 3rd elder bowed his head and sighed, shaking his head, no longer looking at the 3rd elder. Upon hearing this, the 3rd elder fell silent, no longer speaking, and hesitation appeared in his eyes. The 1st elder had already been killed, and the 3 of them together could not match even a single Super Douluo. Moreover, they were bound by the oath. If they did not submit, the only path left was death. Outside the hall, the 1st elder's corpse was the best proof. Additionally, the 3rd elder was already old and did not have many years left to live. If he were to lose his children and grandchildren as well, allowing them to die alongside him would truly not be worth it. After a long time, the 3rd elder also bowed to YeXuan and Qianrengshu, saying, "White Tiger sect, 3rd elder, willing to be loyal to the young lady and young master for generations." Seeing that the leader of the White Tiger sect and the 3 elders had all chosen to submit, YeXuan and Qianrengshu couldn't help but smile. Now that all the senior members of the White Tiger sect had chosen to submit, dealing with the remaining disciples of the White Tiger sect would be much simpler. YeXuan sat in a chair and said, "Since you have all chosen to submit, then the matter of the White Tiger sect's disciples will be left to you to resolve. But you must remember, this must be kept confidential. No one outside the White Tiger sect must know. Moreover, the relationship between the White Tiger sect and the Starfall Temple must also remain a secret. Otherwise, the consequences of the oath backlash need not be reminded." Upon hearing this, Bai Jian and the 3 elders immediately bowed and replied, "Young master, please rest assured. We know what to do." As soon as the words fell, Bai Jian and the 3 elders prepared to get up and leave, heading towards the exit of the hall. However, after taking a few steps, they heard YeXuan's voice echoing in the hall. "Wait a moment, I still have something to say." YeXuan's gaze fell on Bai Jian, who had stopped, as well as the 3 elders of the Baihu sect, and he began to speak. Bai Jian, your two daughters have exceptional cultivation talent. Instead of keeping them in your Baihu sect, it would be better to send them to my Xingyan Hall for training. Although my Xingyan Hall is far away in the Tiando Empire, the cultivation resources we can provide them are far beyond what your Baihu sect can offer. Moreover, there are several titled Douluo in my Xingyan Hall who can guide them in their training, which is more than enough. As for the grandsons or granddaughters of the three elders, although I haven't seen them, I believe their talent must be good as well. It would be best to send them all to my Xingyan Hall, allowing them to train there in peace. Furthermore, during their journey to Xingyan Hall, there will be super Douluo protecting their safety, so you need not worry about their safety. What do you think? YeXuan smiled, his tone casual, but there was an undeniable meaning underlying his words. Upon hearing YeXuan's voice, Qian Rushue's eyes lit up, instantly understanding YeXuan's intention. Although the high-ranking members of the Baihu sect had expressed their submission and were bound by oaths, they were still not completely convinced. If someone dared to expose their identities, their future plans could become problematic. However, if they sent their daughters or grandsons and granddaughters to Xingyan Hall for training, it would give them something to think about. Simply put, it was like taking them as hostages. If the plan remained undisclosed, then the hostages sent to Xingyan Hall would be safe. But if someone were to leak the plan, then the hostages sent to Xingyan Hall would definitely not return. Moreover, having hostages would make the four of them vigilant and supervise each other. After all, the hostages sent to Xingyan Hall were not just one person. And if the plan leaked, no one would know if their respective hostages would be safe. Bai Jian and the three elders exchanged glances and understood what YeXuan meant. But none of them spoke first, choosing instead to stand quietly. After a long while, Bai Jian finally spoke. If they can enter Xingyan Hall for training, it is indeed much better than training in the Baihu sect. So, young master and young lady, when will you return to Xingyan Hall? I will have Bai Mengchu and Bai Fanyu accompany you back to Xingyan Hall. We will leave Baihu sect tomorrow, so you can let them go back and pack their things. We will leave Baihu sect early tomorrow morning. As YeXuan spoke, he closed his eyes and tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair, producing a clicking sound. All right, then I will take Fanyu back to pack her things. And tomorrow morning, I will have her leave Baihu sect with you. Bai Jian agreed and immediately walked towards the hall exit without any intention of lingering. Bai Fanyu glanced at YeXuan and Qian Rushue before following Bai Jian out of the hall. The three elders, seeing that Bai Jian agreed, also did not hesitate much and spoke. Young master, young lady, we will have him leave Baihu sect with you early tomorrow morning for training in Xingyan Hall. The three of us can return first to let them start packing. We want to have much time for you to spend together. But sending them to Xingyan Hall is the best choice, as the cultivation resources available there will exceed your expectations. YeXuan waved his hand, indicating that the three of them could leave first. The remaining three elders of the Baihu sect bowed to YeXuan and Qian Rushue before leaving the hall. After they left, YeXuan got up and took out paper and pen from his soul guide, quickly writing a letter. Once the letter was finished, he turned his gaze to the Platinum Bishop, Milo, and said, Milo, there is nothing else here. You can take your people back to the Wuhuan Hall. After returning to the Wuhuan Hall, deliver this letter to the Pope's Palace in Wuhuan City and tell my teacher that we are heading to the City of Slaughter, and she need not worry about our safety. Yes, young master, I will deliver the letter to the Pope's Palace in Wuhuan City, and I will convey your words to the Pope verbatim. Milo respectfully took the letter from YeXuan's hand and prepared to leave the hall with his people to return to the Wuhuan Hall. Qian Rushue, looking at Milo and the others preparing to leave, suddenly spoke. Wait a moment, I also have a letter that I need you to deliver to the offering hall. As soon as Qian Rushue finished speaking, she took the paper and pen from YeXuan's hand and quickly wrote a letter. After carefully reviewing the letter and finding no issues, she sealed it and handed it to Milo. Milo looked at the letter in his hand and felt it was somewhat difficult. He immediately spoke, Miss, with my status, I really have no right to go to the offering hall. How should I deliver the letter there? Just leave the letter in the Pope's palace. Someone will take it to the offering hall later. You don't need to worry about this. Just make sure it gets delivered. Qian Rushue glanced at Milo, not paying much attention to his concerns. As a platinum bishop, Milo indeed could not go to the offering hall. But as long as he placed both letters together in the Pope's palace, someone would naturally deliver them to the offering hall later. Yes, miss, I understand. Milo replied, and carefully tucked away both letters. After securing the letters, he led the people from the Wuhuan Hall to leave the hall. Chapter 196. Heading to the City of Slaughter, seeing that everything had been resolved, YeXuan directly stood up and said, Wu Changkong, you will take the people from the Baihu sect back to Xingyan Hall tomorrow. We need to head to the City of Slaughter, so we want to be returning to Xingyan Hall with you. Understood, master. Tomorrow morning, I will safely take them back to Xingyan Hall. Wu Changkong replied, but his body remained standing behind the two, not moving an inch. With your strength, it is basically impossible for any issues to arise. All right, let us rest well in the Baihu sect tonight. Tomorrow, while Wu Changkong takes the people back to Xingyan Hall, we will head to the city of slaughter. YeXuan smiled, not paying much attention to Wu Changkong's words. With Wu Changkong's strength as a 98th level super Douluo, it was highly unlikely that any problems would occur, unless they encountered a 99th level extreme Douluo. However, there were only a few extreme Douluo, so it was unlikely they would run into one. As soon as YeXuan's words fell, everyone got up and walked towards their rooms, preparing to have a good rest in the Baihu sect for the night. YeXuan and Qian Renshue, after returning to their room, directly sat cross-legged on the bed and began to meditate and cultivate their soul power. The next day, in the morning, while YeXuan was meditating and cultivating his soul power, he suddenly opened his eyes and came out of the meditative state. Within his body, there seemed to be a sound like glass shattering, constantly ringing in his ears. After the sound disappeared, YeXuan gently exhaled, stood up directly, got off the bed, and began to stretch his body. His soul power had already broken through to level 52, reaching the level of a soul king at level 53. Moreover, due to the purity of his soul power, the increase in strength at this level was extremely significant, and his current strength had improved by at least 20 compared to before. After stretching a bit, YeXuan checked the time, walked straight to Qian Renshue's side, and said in her ear, "Shuer, it's getting late. We need to leave the White Tiger sect and head to the city of slaughter." Upon hearing this, Qian Renshue immediately opened her eyes, stretched lazily on the bed, and said, "Then let's go. We've already resolved the matters with the White Tiger sect. There's no need to rush. We still have time to freshen up." YeXuan smiled and turned around to wash up. Qian Renshue rolled her eyes at YeXuan and got off the bed to wash up as well. After the two finished washing up, they walked out of the room together. As soon as they stepped out, they saw Qing Sheng and Inger waiting quietly outside the room. When Qing Sheng saw them come out, he stretched lazily and said casually, "Didn't I tell you? Before 8 o'clock, my brother won't come out of his room. Is it a problem that I asked you to get up early?" Inger looked at Qing Sheng, her eyes filled with amusement. "No problem, of course not." Qing Sheng smiled, his voice sounding somewhat casual. YeXuan looked at Qing Sheng and asked, "Have Wu Changkong and the others not gotten up yet?" "Brother, Wu Changkong left the White Tiger sect with the people from the White Tiger sect an hour ago. They should be on their way back to the Starfall Palace. How could they still be asleep?" Qing Sheng replied, looking at YeXuan with a hint of helplessness. "Then let's go. Let's hire a carriage in Xingluo City to head to the city of slaughter." YeXuan directly ignored Qing Sheng's expression, reached out to take Qian Renshue's hand, and walked straight ahead. "I think we can go to Xingluo City first, have breakfast, and then find a carriage to the city of slaughter." After saying this, Qing Sheng quickly followed Inger. After leaving the White Tiger sect, YeXuan, Qian Renshue, Qing Sheng, and Inger arrived in Xingluo City. The four found a restaurant that looked decent and walked in, preparing to have breakfast before hiring a carriage to the city of slaughter. The breakfast was not very lavish, just a simple meal that could fill their stomachs, which was enough. Soon, after finishing breakfast, YeXuan prepared to take out his gold soul card from his soul guide to settle the bill and leave the restaurant. However, after searching through his soul guide, he could not find his gold soul card. He was well aware of the placement of every item in his soul guide. There should not be a situation where he couldn't find something unless it was simply not in his possession. YeXuan searched his body again, but still couldn't find his gold soul card. He thought for a moment and remembered that the last time he was in the border city of the Xingluo Empire, he had given his gold soul card to Bai Fangyu to buy lunch for everyone. After she bought lunch, he seemed to have not seen his gold soul card again. Did Bai Fangyu forget to return to him? While YeXuan was lost in thought, Qian Renshue blinked and asked, "Xiao Xian, what are you looking for? My gold soul card is missing. It might be that Bai Fangyu forgot to return it to me when she bought lunch last time." YeXuan replied with a helpless smile to Qian Renshue. "Shuer, your gold soul card is still with you, right? Pay the bill first." YeXuan smiled helplessly, as he usually settled the bills, but this time his gold soul card was missing. "My gold soul card is out of money. But I remember Bai Fangyu gave me your gold soul card last time. Let me look for it." Qian Renshue agreed and began searching through her soul guide. After a while, she finally took out a gold soul card from her soul guide and handed it to the waiter nearby. After the waiter finished processing the card, he returned the gold soul card to Qian Renshue, who then placed it in front of YeXuan. YeXuan looked at the gold soul card in front of him, picked it up, and then placed it back in Qian Renshue's hand, saying, "Isn't your gold soul card out of money? Just use mine for now. When we return to the Starfall Palace, I'll get another gold soul card. Okay, then I'll keep your gold soul card for now. Qian Rinxue agreed and directly put away YeXuan's gold soul card. YeXuan didn't mind and directly stood up, taking her hand as they walked out of the restaurant. Qing Sheng and Inger exchanged glances, feeling as if they had been forgotten by the other two. However, they said nothing and stood up to follow. The group hired a luxurious and comfortable carriage in Xinglua City and set off for the City of Slaughter. Chapter 197, City of Slaughter. After traveling for half a month in the carriage, YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, Qing Sheng, and Inger arrived at a small town. As soon as they stepped into the town, they felt that the atmosphere around it was strange. YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, and Qing Sheng could sense a peculiar chill from the people around them. YeXuan scanned the surroundings and softly said, Qing Sheng, you better protect your Inger. It's best not to let her out of our sight. This place is not very peaceful. Brother, you can rest assured. Even if we can't help you much, we won't hold you back. I will protect Inger well. Qing Sheng replied, also scanning the surroundings with a hint of chill in his eyes. Am I worried about you holding us back? I'm just reminding you to be careful so that nothing happens to Inger because of her negligence, YeXuan said, disregarding Qing Sheng's words, and reached out to take Qian Rinxue's hand, heading towards a tavern ahead. Qing Sheng then took Inger and followed closely behind, already prepared for a fight. As they walked into the tavern, they couldn't help but frown. The reason for their frowns was not anything else but the heavily polluted air inside the tavern, which made them feel very uncomfortable. Moreover, the tavern's decor was all black. Even though it was daytime, stepping into the tavern gave a cold and dark feeling. There were not many people in the tavern, only about 30% of the seats were filled. Although the air was murky, very few people spoke, making the tavern exceptionally quiet. The arrival of YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, Qing Sheng, and Inger attracted the attention of most people in the tavern. Especially for Qian Rinxue and Inger, most of the gazes in the tavern were fixed on them, and there was a greedy look in the eyes of many people. YeXuan glanced around, the coldness in his eyes almost materializing, but no one in the tavern spoke. YeXuan, Xin Renjue, Xing Xing, and Inger sat in a corner of the tavern. A black-clad, indifferent-faced waiter approached and asked, What would you like to order? YeXuan looked at the waiter and replied, We want to go to the City of Slaughter. As soon as he finished speaking, a mocking smile appeared on the waiter's face, and the other patrons in the tavern burst into laughter. Ha! It turns out to be a few rookies who don't even understand the rules of the City of Slaughter and dare to come to a place like this. Is this even a place for you? Go home and leave those two pretty girls behind. I've lived this long and have never seen such beautiful girls. Let me tell you, entering the City of Slaughter requires qualifications, and the first thing you need to do is order a Bloody Mary. As a reward for telling you this, just give me those two girls. As for you two, go home and find your mothers for milk. Ha ha! Various vulgar words echoed in the tavern, as if the patrons had found a release point for their repressed emotions, mercilessly mocking everyone. YeXuan scanned the tavern with his cold gaze, showing no intention of speaking. Instead, he took out daggers, short swords, willow leaf knives, and tridents from his soul guide. Before the patrons could react, YeXuan used hidden weapon techniques to throw various weapons at them. The weapons flew at incredible speed, and about 80 of the patrons had no idea what was happening before they fell to the ground, lifeless. Of course, a few quick-reacting ones managed to activate their martial souls to block or dodge the incoming weapons. They reacted quickly, but YeXuan and Qian Rinxue were even faster. YeXuan's white tiger martial soul rose behind him, and after it manifested, 5 soul rings, purple, purple, gold, black, black, flashed around him. Without hesitation, he activated the secret technique and charged toward the remaining patrons. Qian Rinxue knew what YeXuan was going to do as soon as she saw him take out the hidden weapons, so she activated her martial soul almost simultaneously. The 8-winged angel martial soul emerged behind her with 5 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, black, black, flashing as she, too, activated the secret technique and rushed toward the remaining patrons. Qing Sheng, seeing the two charge out, had just released his Azure Dragon martial soul, which had 4 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, when the battle in the tavern was already over. There weren't many people in the tavern to begin with, and only a few survived YeXuan's hidden weapons. Coupled with the strength of YeXuan and Qian Rinxue, as well as the speed from the secret technique, the patrons they encountered were mostly eliminated in an instant. Therefore, in just a few blinks, the battle was over. YeXuan and Qian Rinxue retracted their martial souls and walked straight up to the waiter. YeXuan coldly asked, We should have the qualifications to enter the City of Slaughter now, right? No need to drink any Bloody Marys. YeXuan showed no signs of remorse for the people he had just killed, His expression remained unchanged. After all, no one who could come here was without a path to death, including himself, Qian Rinxue, Qing Sheng, and Ying Er. If their own strength had been insufficient, then the words spoken by the patrons would have been realized before their eyes. Being merciful to one's enemies is cruel to oneself. So they had already put away their mercy before coming to the city of slaughter. Only Ying Er, watching the situation in the tavern, closed her eyes in pity. But she did not speak. The waiter looked at the patrons lying on the ground and couldn't help but swallow hard. He hadn't expected that the young people before him would act so decisively and straightforwardly, without any hesitation. No, you already have the qualifications to enter the city of slaughter. No need to drink Bloody Marys. I'll take you to the city of slaughter right now, the waiter said, his voice trembling slightly. Chapter 198. Bloody Mary. The waiter went straight to the bar, and after opening it, a hollow appeared beneath the bar. YeXuan turned to Qing Sheng and said, "What are you waiting for? Let us go. We're entering the city of slaughter." As soon as he finished speaking, YeXuan took Qian Rinshua's hand and approached the hollow at the bar. Qing Sheng and Ying Er did not hesitate either and also went to the hollow. The four of them looked down into the hollow, feeling the cold wind blowing from it, but they showed no hesitation and jumped down into the dark hollow. Their bodies instantly enveloped by darkness. In the darkness, they fell a few meters before landing on solid ground. YeXuan looked around, although they were in darkness. His eyes had been transformed into evil eyes, allowing him to see everything clearly. It was a long passage that sloped downward, and a chilling aura continuously blew out from the passage, hitting them, but they walked down without hesitation. Above YeXuan's brow, a blood-red sword pattern appeared silently. As they walked through the dark passage, Qian Rinxue suddenly asked Xiao Xian, "What exactly is this Bloody Mary they mentioned?" Bloody Mary is simply a drink made from blood, and it contains slow-acting toxins. No matter what, we must not drink Bloody Mary in the city of slaughter, YeXuan replied seriously. Bloody Mary, a drink made from blood? That's disgusting. Who would drink something like that? Qian Rinxue looked at YeXuan, speaking firmly. As long as we don't drink Bloody Mary, that's enough. As for whether it's disgusting or if anyone drinks it, that's not our concern, YeXuan smiled, not caring about the issue of Bloody Mary since they wouldn't be drinking it anyway. After traveling over 1,000 meters, a cold voice suddenly echoed from all directions. Welcome to the city of slaughter. This is the capital of hell, a world full of slaughter. Here, you can obtain everything you desire, but the price you pay is your life. As the cold voice echoed, Qing Sheng looked around and said, "Brothers, this passage is a bit strange. My spiritual power can't penetrate it. That's normal. This passage is made of special materials. Not just you, even my spirit can't penetrate it." YeXuan said indifferently as he continued to walk forward. In the dark passage, YeXuan not only noticed that the passage could not be penetrated by spiritual power, but also sensed that someone was watching them, first observing their martial souls, then their bodies. Qian Rinxue subtly glanced around and wrote the words spying in YeXuan's palm with her finger. YeXuan felt a change in his palm, turned to Qian Rinxue, and shook his head, not saying anything. Suddenly, a voice echoed clearly in YeXuan's mind. "You have finally come to the city of slaughter. Your first assessment is to achieve 100 victories in the hell-killing field and obtain the domain of the god of slaughter. I have left a strand of divine thought on you. If you need anything, you can inform me through this divine thought. Also, as I mentioned before, I will give you both a divine bestowed soul ring. If you need to upgrade your soul rings, you can tell me through the divine thought, and I will grant them to you." Listening to the voice in his mind, YeXuan immediately recognized it as the voice of the Shura god. Following this, a system prompt sounded in YeXuan's mind. Ding dong, task issued. Task 1. Achieve 100 victories in the hell-killing field. Completion reward. 50,000 fortune points. Task 2. Integrate the laws of slaughter. Completion reward. Innate Supreme Treasure Phantom. Slaughter Supreme Treasure. After reviewing the system tasks, YeXuan bowed slightly to the front and said, "Senior Shura, I have remembered everything you just said." After bowing, YeXuan and Qian Rinxue strode forward. Qing Sheng and Ying Er looked somewhat confused, unaware of what YeXuan was doing. The corridor was completely dark, and although they could not see what was ahead, Qing Sheng was sure that there was nothing in front of them, only darkness. It was impossible for anyone to exist there. However, Qing Sheng and Ying Er did not ask questions and simply followed behind YeXuan and Qian Rinxue as they walked forward. In Qian Rinxue's eyes, a thoughtful expression appeared. She knew that the divine position inherited by Xiao Xian was that of the Shura god. and the senior Shura that Xiao Xian just mentioned must refer to the Shura god. As they turned a corner, the group saw a faint light ahead. Without hesitation, they quickly moved toward the light. As they exited the corridor, a group of black-armored knights appeared before them. There were about 100 black-armored knights, among whom only one was seated on a warhorse. The others wore black battle armor and held heavy swords, with their faces completely covered by helmets. Behind the black-armored knights stood a black city, with thick black walls that appeared extremely wide, and above the city hung a purple moon. The moon was low, only a few hundred meters away, and above the moon was darkness akin to night. The black-armored knights looked at the approaching group and immediately spoke. To enter the city of slaughter, please take your identification tokens. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the black-armored knights came forward with 4 tokens and handed them to YeXuan, Qian Renxue, Qing Sheng, and Ying Er. Looking at the token in his hand, YeXuan saw a skull pattern engraved on it, and below the skull was a number. His number was 7,200, Qian Renxue's was 7,201, Qing Sheng's was 7,203, and Ying Er's was 7,204. This is your proof in the city of slaughter. Please enter the city. After you enter, someone will guide you at the city gate. The voice of the black-armored knight was cold and devoid of any emotion. After YeXuan and Qian Renxue received their tokens, they headed straight for the city gate. Chapter 199, City of Slaughter 2. The pitch-black gate gave a very oppressive feeling, and the 4 large-character City of Slaughter hung high above the massive gate. There were 2 rows of black-armored knights standing silently on either side of the gate. YeXuan, Xin Renjue, Xin Xing, and Ying Er had not yet reached the gate when it opened, and a woman dressed in black emerged from the City of Slaughter. The black-clad woman looked at the 4 approaching and said, "Welcome to the City of Slaughter." As she spoke, she turned her body to the side, making way for them to pass. After glancing at the black-clad woman, YeXuan and Qian Renxue walked straight into the City of Slaughter, and the black-clad woman followed behind them into the city. Once they entered the City of Slaughter, the gate began to close slowly behind them. Upon entering, the world that appeared before them was one of purple and blue, with illuminating lights of both colors hanging on either side of the cracks. Moreover, there were quite a few people in the City of Slaughter. Aside from being a bit darker, it was no different from the outside world. The black-clad woman looked at the 4 who had stopped and slowly spoke. "I am your receptionist. If you have any questions within the next 12 hours, you can ask me. During this time, I will answer all your inquiries. I must remind you that in the City of Slaughter, all soul master skills cannot be used. You can only rely on your physical instincts and strength to survive, but soul power can serve as a source of your strength. Furthermore, the greatest rule of the City of Slaughter is that there are no rules, as long as your strength is strong enough. You can do anything you want in the City of Slaughter. Even titled Douluos from outside will become weak due to the disappearance of soul skills. Under the leadership of our King of Slaughter, we have no need to fear them. One more thing. There is no currency in the City of Slaughter. All food is provided for free. However, there's a possibility of it being poisoned. Here, only the dead are the most valuable, and everyone will use the number of their skulls as a symbol of strength." After glancing at the black-clad woman, YeXuan replied, "All right, we understand. First, take us to the most luxurious and comfortable accommodation, and then take us to the killing hell." The black-clad woman was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Are you sure? The best accommodations are in the inner city and are occupied by powerful individuals. Moreover, less than 1/10 of those who enter the killing hell come out alive. You could live in the City of Slaughter for a year. As long as you enter the killing hell once a year, that would be enough. Just take us there. Other matters seem to be outside your responsibilities," YeXuan said, casting a glance at the black-clad woman, his voice somewhat indifferent. "In that case, follow me." With that, the black-clad woman walked towards the inner city. YeXuan and Qian Renxue followed closely behind. Walking through the streets of the City of Slaughter, the gazes of those around YeXuan and Qian Renxue were filled with greed, with some even licking their lips. TSK. Newcomers have arrived in the City of Slaughter. It seems we will have some fresh Bloody Mary to drink. YeXuan and Qian Renxue paid no attention to the gazes or the words of the surrounding people, as if they hadn't heard anything. Soon, they entered the inner city of the City of Slaughter, which was more luxurious and chaotic compared to the outer city. In the inner city, various sounds echoed, including excited laughter, painful cries, and chilling noises. In front of them stood a large man, venting his anger in the street, surrounded by onlookers who cheered him on. Ying Er, observing the scene, couldn't help but close her eyes and said, "Saint, this place." The woman in black turned to her and chuckled lightly. "Little sister, in the City of Slaughter, please put away your cheap sympathy and don't try to save anyone. as it is futile and can harm yourself as well. She continued, for the next 12 hours, if you stay by my side, no one will dare to make a move against you. I am the messenger of the king of slaughter, and in the city of slaughter, no one dares to offend his authority. During these 12 hours, you are in your rookie protection period. With me by your side, you are well protected. But if you take the initiative to attack, the rookie protection will become void. Think carefully before making a move. After glancing at the crowd, the woman in black walked straight ahead. YeXuan and the others had no intention of speaking and followed the woman in black to a very luxurious courtyard, which had 3 floors. This is the most luxurious courtyard in the city of slaughter. But those who live here are strong individuals who have achieved 50 consecutive victories in the slaughter hell. Are you sure you want to enter? The woman in black looked at the courtyard with a somewhat indifferent tone. YeXuan, Qianrenxue, Qing Sheng, and Inger continuously assessed the courtyard with their eyes. YeXuan suddenly asked, Shuer, what do you think of this courtyard? If it's good, we can settle here. It's okay. But this is already the most luxurious courtyard in the city of slaughter. It seems there isn't a better one, so we might as well settle here for now, Qianrenxue replied, blinking her eyes. Although this was the most luxurious courtyard, in her eyes, it could only be considered acceptable. Then it's settled. Anyway, there are no rules in the city of slaughter. We could just take it by force, YeXuan said casually, smiling. Although he couldn't use skills in the city of slaughter, his gun techniques, swordsmanship, destructive power, and the secret technique were not categorized as skills. Moreover, his combat experience, physical instincts, and strength were also formidable. As YeXuan was about to walk into the courtyard, Qing Sheng reached out a hand to stop him, saying, I didn't have a chance to act outside, so let me handle the courtyard situation. Can you handle it? You can't use any skills in the city of slaughter. The people in the courtyard must have strong abilities since they achieved 50 consecutive victories in the slaughter hell. YeXuan looked at Qing Sheng skeptically. If skills were allowed, Qing Sheng could fight against Soul Emperor or even Soul Saint levels, but now he couldn't use any skills, and even his trump cards might not be usable. Even YeXuan himself couldn't use most of his trump cards. Why can't I? I haven't even fought yet. How do you know I won't win? Qing Sheng smiled, not minding YeXuan's words, and walked straight into the courtyard. YeXuan, Qianrenxue, and Inger exchanged glances, showing no hesitation as they followed him. The woman in black stood at the entrance of the courtyard, not entering. Qing Sheng arrived at the courtyard door, raised his foot, and kicked the door open. With a loud bang, the door burst open, startling the occupants inside. A rough voice shouted from within, Who dares to cause a ruckus in my house? Under Qing Sheng's gaze, a man over 2 meters tall, with several knife scars on his face, stepped out of the room. I have my eyes on your courtyard. I'm here to take you down and seize your territory, Qing Sheng said with a light laugh, drawing a pale blue spear from his sea of consciousness. Looking at the spear in his hand, Qing Sheng murmured, Qing Li, you have been with me for so long, and I have buried your brilliance, but don't worry. Today I will offer blood to honor the spear. As soon as he finished speaking, the Qing Li spear trembled slightly in his hand, as if in response to him. Without further ado, Qing Sheng charged at the large man with the spear. The Qing Li spear danced in his hands, creating several spear flowers, and the gleaming spear tip instantly targeted the large man's vital points. However, the large man reacted quickly, pulling out a massive iron hammer, his gaze sharpening as he swung the hammer down at the spear tip. The spear tip shone with a cold light, and the enormous iron hammer, carrying unparalleled strength, collided with it, producing a sharp ringing sound. After the sound, both Qing Sheng and the large man were jolted back by the force of the impact. The large man staggered back 3 steps but managed to stabilize himself, while Qing Sheng was pushed back over 10 steps before regaining his balance. Feeling a slight numbness in his hand, Qing Sheng shook his numbed arm and continued his aggressive assault, while the large man, not willing to back down, swung his massive hammer fiercely towards Qing Sheng. However, having learned from his previous setback, Qing Sheng did not engage in a head-on clash. Instead, when the hammer came down, he accurately caught it with the spear tip and, with a slight movement of his hand, used a technique to dissipate the force of the hammer completely. Moreover, the Qing Li spear was much more agile than the iron hammer, allowing for a speed of attack that the large hammer simply could not match. Without engaging in a direct confrontation, Qing Sheng had countless offensive methods available. The large man's attack methods were much simpler. Whenever Qing Sheng's spear came from a certain angle, he would just swing the hammer to smash it, relying entirely on brute force for both offense and defense. Because of this, both Qing Sheng and the large man found the battle quite difficult. Qing Sheng struggled against the large man's strength because no matter how clever his angles or how fast his spear strikes, the large man's hammer would smash through all of them. On the other hand, the large man was frustrated by Qin Sheng's technique of dissipating force, as no matter how much power he exerted, it felt like hitting cotton, soft and ineffective, causing no damage to Qin Sheng. Furthermore, Qin Sheng was incredibly fast, to the point where the large man could only defend himself and couldn't find any opportunities to counterattack. In the courtyard, the sounds of clashing echoed continuously. YeXuan, Qian Renxue, and Ying stood outside, watching their battle unfold. YeXuan and Qian Renxue quickly assessed the situation and estimated that Qin Sheng's chances of winning were about 60%. Although the battle appeared evenly matched, each swing of the massive hammer carried enormous strength, leading to significant stamina consumption for the large man. Meanwhile, although Qin Sheng's spear was swift, his stamina consumption was far less than that of the large man. If Qin Sheng could hold out until the end, he would have a 60% chance of victory. Of course, if he couldn't last until the end, then his chances would drop significantly, because Qin Sheng himself is an existence that can fight beyond his level. Although his skills cannot be used at the moment, his physique and strength are still formidable. However, even so, Qin Sheng is still no match for the big man in terms of power, which shows that the big man's soul power is much higher than Qin Sheng's. Ying looked at the battle situation and asked with concern, "Sister Shuer, will something happen to Qin Sheng? They seem to be struggling a lot." Qian Renxue thought for a moment and replied, "Nothing will happen. Their current battle situation is such that neither can do anything to the other. At most, Qin Sheng won't win, and it's basically impossible for him to get hurt." Upon hearing this, Ying seemed to let go of a heavy stone in her heart, gently exhaling and watching the battle ahead without blinking. You need to have some confidence in your Qin Sheng. His strength is not as weak as you think. Besides, Qin Sheng is my brother. How could I let him get hurt in front of me without stepping in to help? YeXuan said with a smile. Glancing at Ying, his expression appearing relaxed. Given the fighting distance between Qin Sheng and the big man, as long as YeXuan wanted to intervene, he could use the Xing's secret technique to instantly join the battle and replace Qin Sheng, making injury impossible. Chapter 201, City of Slaughter, 4. Qin Sheng looked at the big man in front of him, his eyes filled with determination. He spun his spear to deflect the big man's hammer, and then shifted his long spear from a nimble and varied style to a direct and aggressive attack, abandoning his defense and launching a full-scale offense. Each thrust of his spear aimed straight for the big man's vital points, and faced with the big man's swinging hammer. Qin Sheng did not dodge or evade, seeming prepared to perish together with the big man. The big man's hammer was about to strike Qin Sheng, but Qin Sheng's spear also thrust directly at the big man's heart, as if he didn't see the hammer coming at all. The big man, seeing this, swung his hammer but quickly pulled it back and smashed it straight toward the long spear. After deflecting the spear, the big man couldn't help but curse. Where did this crazy person come from? Do you want to die? If I were afraid of death, I wouldn't have come to the City of Slaughter, Qin Sheng replied, his spear continuing to attack the big man's vital points without any pause. What a madman, the big man cursed under his breath, swinging his hammer to block Qin Sheng's spear. While blocking the spear, the big man was also constantly adjusting his position to find a chance for a counterattack. Since he could achieve 50 consecutive victories in the Slaughter Hell arena, his combat experience was certainly not weak, and he could naturally see the flaws in Qin Sheng's fighting style. As long as he found an opportunity and paid some price, he could quickly turn the disadvantage around and regain the initiative. After a long battle between Qin Sheng and the big man's eyes suddenly lit up. As Qin Sheng's spear thrust forward, he slightly sidestepped to avoid the vital point and swung his hammer with tremendous force toward Qin Sheng. Seeing this, Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed. It was too late for him to withdraw his spear to block the big man's hammer. However, Qin Sheng's body tilted to the left to reduce the damage from the hammer. He increased the power and speed of his spear once again, thrusting directly at the big man, intending to exchange injuries with him. YeXuan observed the situation of the two and took out his divine punishment silver spear from his sea of consciousness, activating the Xing secret technique, and headed toward the battle between YeXuan and the big man. In the courtyard, YeXuan's figure created several afterimages, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in the midst of the two combatants. The divine punishment silver spear in his hand, wrapped in destructive power, thrust directly toward the hammer that was about to strike Qin Sheng. Clang! The divine punishment silver spear collided with the hammer, and the overwhelming force and destructive energy surged through the hammer into the big man's arm. The big man's eyes showed disbelief as the hammer slipped from his grip due to YeXuan's immense strength. Once the destructive power entered the big man's arm, It began to recklessly destroy the veins in his arm, causing him to feel a piercing pain rising from within. Meanwhile, Qin Sheng's spear penetrated the big man's shoulder without any obstruction. A scream of extreme pain erupted from the big man's mouth, but it did not last long, as his heart was pierced by the divine punishment silver spear, and he fell stiffly to the ground. Vivid red blood flowed from the big man's chest, staining his robe and dripping onto the ground. YeXuan pulled the divine punishment silver spear from the big man's chest, wiped the blood off, and then returned the spear to his sea of consciousness. After putting away his Qing Li spear, Qin Sheng looked at YeXuan and said, "His strength is not weak. It seems that my strength in the city of slaughter, while not very strong, is definitely not weak either. Your strength is already considerable. It's just that due to your soul power, you've been in a stalemate for so long. If your soul power were 10 or even 20 levels higher when fighting him, it definitely wouldn't be this difficult." YeXuan replied with a smile, not taking Qin Sheng's words to heart. In the city of slaughter, due to the inability to use any skills, not only was Qin Sheng's strength heavily suppressed, but even YeXuan's own strength was equally greatly restricted. However, YeXuan also had absolute confidence in his survival in the city of slaughter. At least he could bring them in just as easily as he could bring them out. Just then, a woman in black entered the courtyard, looking at the corpse lying in a pool of blood, and said, "Because you took the initiative to attack. The 12-hour protection period for newcomers has now expired. If you have any questions, you can ask them now. After answering your questions, I will be leaving." YeXuan chuckled softly, scanning the courtyard, and said, "We have no questions, but we don't know the way to the Slaughter Hell Arena, so we might need your help to take us there." "No problem. The Slaughter Hell Arena is very dangerous, especially for newcomers like you. So I suggest you prepare first before heading there. I can give you 10 minutes to prepare, and after 10 minutes, I will take you to the Slaughter Hell Arena." The woman in black finished speaking and stood quietly in place, waiting. YeXuan did not speak further, but went directly to Qian Rinxue and Ying Er. YeXuan looked at Ying Er and took out a poisoned longsword from his soul guide, saying, "This longsword is poisoned. Take it for self-defense. Be very careful when using it. Don't accidentally cut yourself with it. Otherwise, if you get poisoned, there may be no one on the continent who can cure it." Ying Er carefully took the longsword and replied seriously, "I understand. I will be extra careful when using it." Qin Sheng, as long as you can protect Ying Er well in the Slaughter Hell Arena, that's enough. You don't need to worry about anything else. Swear, when you're dealing with the fish that slipped through the net, make sure to protect yourself well. Leave the clearing of the area to me. That's enough." YeXuan said with a faint smile, explaining the layout of the Killing Hell Arena. Among the four of them, only Ying Er, the burden, might hold them back. So as long as Qin Sheng takes good care of her, that would be sufficient. Chapter 202, Killing Hell Arena. 1. Qian Rinxue listened to YeXuan's arrangements and couldn't help but furrow her brow, asking, "Am I really that weak? Am I going to hold you back by only being tasked with clearing out some stray fish? Swear, how could your strength be weak? This is just a general arrangement. The specifics need to be adjusted based on the circumstances in the Killing Hell Arena," YeXuan replied, reaching out to lightly scratch Qian Rinxue's nose, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. That's more like it." Qian Rinxue shot YeXuan a proud glance, but didn't say anything further. "All right, since there are no problems, we should head to the Killing Hell Arena." YeXuan looked at them, and seeing that they had no issues, he reached out to take Qian Rinxue's delicate hand and headed directly towards the courtyard gate. Qin Sheng and Ying Er quickly followed suit. As the woman in black saw them approaching, she turned and exited the courtyard, leading them towards the direction of the Killing Hell Arena. Walking through the streets of the City of Slaughter, YeXuan suddenly realized something. Within the City of Slaughter, his killing intent surged continuously. If he wanted to release this surging killing intent, it could only be done through slaughter. What shocked YeXuan even more was that the killing rules he obtained from the divine beast White Tiger seemed to be stirring restlessly. However, he didn't know why the killing rules were becoming agitated. But upon recalling the mission issued by the system, YeXuan thought to himself, "It seems I can try to integrate the killing rules." Under the guidance of the woman in black, the group arrived at the Killing Hell Arena. The arena was overall circular, or more accurately, in a regular cone shape. The area at the bottom of the Killing Hell Arena was the largest, tapering as it rose. Only at about 30 meters above ground did it maintain the same diameter, extending upward to a height of 50 meters. Moreover, the Killing Hell Arena covered a vast area, comparable to the Soul Arena of the Heavenly Fight City. Though upon closer calculation, the Killing Hell Arena might be slightly smaller than the Soul Arena. As they gazed at the black structure before them, the first feeling that rose was one of oppression. The woman in black looked at the Killing Hell Arena and introduced This is the Killing Hell Arena. There are two ways to participate: individual participation and team participation. However, I suggest you participate individually rather than as a team. If you participate as individuals, at least 10 out of 100 will survive, while in a team participation, your chances of survival are nearly zero. Because in team participation, out of 100 people, 96 will be your enemies. You need to kill all 96 to win, while the opposite is true for them. If they kill all 4 of you, they win. YeXuan nodded at the woman in black and said, "We understand. Thank you for the reminder. All right, you can either watch the matches in the Killing Hell Arena or directly participate. If you want to watch, you need a Bloody Mary. The Bloody Mary can be your own or someone else's. As long as you don't feel tired, you can continue watching. The matches in the Killing Hell Arena are ongoing. As long as someone registers and gathers 10 people, a match can begin." As soon as the woman in black finished speaking, she turned and left in the opposite direction of the Killing Hell Arena. YeXuan looked at the Killing Hell Arena and chuckled lightly, saying, "Let's go. We're going to participate in the matches of the Killing Hell Arena." Yes, the Killing Hell Arena sounds like it might be more interesting than the Soul Arena of Heavenly Fight City. Qianrenshua looked at the Killing Hell Arena with a faint smile on her lips. "I also want to see what the Killing Hell Arena is like." Qing Sheng stretched his body, a look of anticipation in his eyes. After stretching, Qing Sheng turned to Inger beside him and said, "Inger, you don't have to worry. I will protect you well in the Killing Hell Arena. I won't let you suffer even the slightest harm. Yes, I want you to protect me, and I won't hold you back. When it's time to strike, I won't show mercy." Inger looked at Qing Sheng seriously, nodding emphatically, her voice sounding very serious. They didn't say much more and walked directly into the Killing Hell Arena. YeXuan, Qianrenshua, Qing Sheng, and Inger entered the Killing Hell Arena and went straight to the registration area, taking out their identity tokens to hand over to the person in charge of registration. YeXuan looked at the person in charge and said, "We 4 want to participate in the team competition of the Killing Hell Arena." The person in charge, hearing this, reached up to rub their ears, asking incredulously, "What did you just say? You actually want to participate in the team competition of the Killing Hell Arena? Are you out of your mind, coming here to seek death? Whether we're awake or not is none of your business. Just help us register." YeXuan replied with a light laugh, not caring about the words of the person in charge. "Fine, I've registered you. You can go to the competition area and wait. Once the participants are full, the match can start. After you survive and come out, you can come back to me to collect your identity tokens." The person in charge said, pointing towards their competition area, indicating that they could enter and wait. Hearing the words of the person in charge, YeXuan and the others did not hesitate at all and turned directly towards their competition area. Watching them leave, the person in charge couldn't help but murmur, "TSK, TSK. What a pity. Those 2 young beauties are actually going to participate in the team competition of the Killing Hell Arena. For against 96. Isn't that just going to the Killing Hell Arena to die for nothing?" But looking at their appearance, they should have just arrived in the City of Slaughter. Young as they are, why come to the City of Slaughter to seek death? Chapter 2, Killing Hell Arena, YeXuan, Renjue, Sheng, and Inger entered the competition in the Killing Hell Arena and quietly waited for their opponents to arrive. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the Killing Hell Arena. The team competition in the Killing Hell Arena still needs 96 people. If anyone wants to register, please come to the registration area quickly. Hearing this voice, everyone's eyes lit up. Wow, there are actually people foolish enough to participate in the team competition of the Killing Hell Arena. Isn't that just seeking death? Why do you care whether they're seeking death or not? That's a fresh Bloody Mary. I can hardly remember the last time I had one in the inner city. And now one is being delivered right to my doorstep. How could I possibly miss this? My time in the City of Slaughter has just arrived. I need to fight in the Slaughter Hell Arena to earn a year of living here. Now that there's a team competition, how could I let this opportunity for a free year slip away? Let's go, we need to sign up quickly. There are only 96 spots available. If we're late, there won't be a chance left. The crowd in the Slaughter Hell all hurriedly rushed towards the registration area, fearing they would miss out and not secure a spot. Soon, all 96 spots were snatched up by the people of the City of Slaughter. Those who secured a spot wore smiles on their faces as they headed straight to the competition arena. Meanwhile, those who missed out walked dejectedly to the spectator stands, preparing to watch a battle that held no suspense. After all, with 96 people against 4, it seemed impossible for them to lose. In the competition arena, YeXuan, Qianrenshua, and others watched as competitors took to the stage, each drawing their weapons and preparing for battle. As the number of participants reached capacity, the Slaughter Hell match officially began. YeXuan twirled his divine punishment silver spear, pointing its tip towards the crowd ahead. The power of destruction emanated from his hand, wrapping around the spear. Activating the secret technique, YeXuan's figure created several afterimages in the arena as he charged forward to attack the crowd in front of him. Seeing YeXuan make the first move, Qian Rinxue, without any hesitation, wielded the angel sword and followed closely behind him, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Qin Sheng and Ying stayed at the back, not joining YeXuan and Qian Rinxue in their assault. Qin Sheng's task was to protect Ying, ensuring that her problems wouldn't hinder the two. Ying, on her part, was focused on protecting herself, avoiding any unforeseen troubles that might arise because of her. The remaining contestants in the arena shouted as they brandished various weapons, charging towards YeXuan and the others. However, their speed was simply no match for YeXuan. He reached them, and his divine punishment silver spear danced in the air, unleashing the power of destruction. With this enhancement, the spear's might increased exponentially. Anyone who came into contact with the spear, or whose weapon collided with it, found the power of destruction entering their bodies, damaging their meridians and causing them to scream in agony. Moreover, the strength within YeXuan and his own spear techniques were formidable as well. In an instant, several had already fallen beneath YeXuan's spear, crimson blood splattering into the air, forming blossoms of blood. Some even splashed onto YeXuan's white clothing, staining it with spots of red. Qian Rinxue wielded the angel sword mercilessly, her attacks sharp and her defenses impenetrable. Some who had just charged past YeXuan's assault were ruthlessly slain by the angel sword in her hands. Crimson droplets of blood dripped from the angel sword, but Qian Rinxue didn't even glance at it. With a slight force of her wrist, she shook off the blood and continued attacking the incoming foes. Qin Sheng kept a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Whenever someone attempted to bypass YeXuan and Qian Rinxue, he would strike instantly to prevent them from harming Ying. Ying also remained cautious, her grip tightening on the long sword that had been poisoned, silently resolving that she would act without hesitation if anyone charged at her. Although she couldn't contribute much, she absolutely wouldn't be a burden to the three of them. Despite YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, and Qin Sheng acting decisively, they were still outnumbered with only 4 of them, and strictly speaking, only 3 had any combat capability. Ying's strength was already lacking in the City of Slaughter, and compared to those who had participated in the Slaughter Hell arena, her combat experience was vastly inferior. Thus, she had no real combat ability in this setting. Due to the significant difference in numbers, YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, Qin Sheng, and Ying gradually found themselves surrounded. However, the distance between them was still close, and their attacks were fierce, so no one had been injured yet. Additionally, if any of them encountered an unexpected situation, the others could provide timely support, which meant that the crowd surrounding them had no way to deal with them effectively. YeXuan surveyed the surrounding crowd, his silver spear swinging faster as he fended off attacks while quickly thrusting several times to eliminate the weaker opponents nearby. During the fight, he also identified the biggest issue with their opponent's team. They had no coordination whatsoever. Despite their numbers, they fought as individuals, and some even accidentally injured their teammates while attacking. At times, he could use their attacks to deflect unnecessary strikes. Although Qian Rinxue was also surrounded, her combat was much easier than Qin Sheng's. She fought with ease, and it would be an exaggeration to say she could be injured. Conversely, Qin Sheng's battle was significantly more challenging as he had to fend off attacks from others while also protecting Ying. To put it simply, he was too preoccupied to focus solely on his own fight. Seeing Qin Sheng's difficult battle, Ying decided to ease his burden. She began using her poisoned long sword to attack others. Since the sword was poisoned with the blood swan kiss, the toxin was extremely potent and acted quickly. Just a single cut would allow the poison to enter the victim's body, and within a few breaths, those poisoned would cough up black blood and die. Watching his people succumb to the poison, Qin Sheng felt a shiver run down his spine, especially upon seeing Ying's erratic sword swings. He couldn't help but remind her, don't swing your sword carelessly. Conserve your energy. Just be quick, accurate, and ruthless when you strike. And remember, don't kill them, just wound them. Ying stopped her reckless swings at his words. Nodding, I understand, I will save my energy. Seeing that the two were still able to converse amidst the siege, one of the attackers shouted angrily, "You actually have the leisure to chat. But perhaps this will be your last words." Qin Sheng, uninterested in the speaker, swept his Qing Li spear forward. The gleaming spear tip slicing through the air and directly cutting through the man's throat, causing his body to fall backward. At that moment, amidst the crowd in the arena, some noticed that the 4 were preoccupied and took out several willow leaf knives, throwing them directly at YeXuan, Qianrenxue, Qingsheng, and Inger. The willow leaf blades shot out like unstrung swords, swiftly targeting a few people. After YeXuan killed one person with a single strike, he immediately sensed the incoming willow leaf blades. Thanks to his powerful abilities and his training in hidden weapon techniques with Mangaran, he almost instantly deduced who the blades were aimed at. Glancing at the three who were focused on their battle, YeXuan hesitated not at all. He swept his divine punishment silver spear horizontally, forcing back the person preparing to attack, and then threw the silver spear directly, hitting the willow leaf blade aimed at Qianrenxue. After striking down the willow leaf blade, the silver spear pierced through the bodies of 5 people before finally stopping and embedding itself in the ground of the arena. Qingsheng, be careful of the 2 willow leaf blades. YeXuan warned Qingsheng while drawing a longsword from his soul guiding device to deflect the willow leaf blade that was attacking him. Upon hearing the warning, Qingsheng immediately became alert, defending against the attack in front of him while remaining wary of the potential willow leaf blade attacks. Just as the willow leaf blades were about to strike the 2, Qingsheng lightly tapped the ground with his toes, leaping high into the air, and spun his Qingli spear in the air, knocking down the 2 attacking willow leaf blades. As he descended, Qingsheng completed a 360-degree spin, bringing down the Qingli spear with the force of his fall directly onto the attackers. At the same time, Qingsheng felt relieved that air was right beside him. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible to block the 2 willow leaf blades without getting hurt. The attackers surrounding YeXuan, seeing the longsword in his hand after he had swapped out his silver spear, began to speak up. Brothers, he has changed to a longsword. His strength is definitely not as strong as before. This is our chance. Let's all go together. If we kill him, we can then attack the others. And the victory in this battle will ultimately belong to us. This kid's spear skills are fierce. I don't believe his sword skills can be as powerful as his spear skills. Together, we can't possibly lose. Listening to their words, YeXuan curled his lips into a disdainful smile. To think they could kill him was simply a dream. Although his strength would decrease without the divine punishment silver spear, the extent of that decrease was very limited. After all, his divine punishment silver spear was a divine artifact, and YeXuan had comprehended the essence of the spear, not the essence of the sword. Thus, his strength would drop, but that didn't mean his sword skills were lacking. It was just that without comprehending the essence of the sword, his sword skills would be slightly weaker compared to his spear skills. It's important to note that YeXuan had secretly learned the sword techniques of the Snow Empress and Qianrenxue, as well as the sword techniques from the Sword of Hate and Sorrow, which he could also employ. Facing the attacks from the front, YeXuan executed the secret of movement, wielding his longsword mercilessly towards the front. Since the longsword was made of rare metals and could not bear the energy of the power of destruction, YeXuan did not infuse the sword with that energy. Nevertheless, each time he struck with the sword, he precisely killed one person. Moreover, the longsword was shorter than the divine punishment silver spear, making it more flexible and versatile to use. Combined with his secret of movement, he found it effortless, even appearing more adept. As time passed, fewer and fewer people stood in the arena. The attacks from YeXuan, Qianrenxue, and Qingsheng became increasingly fierce. Originally, there were 96 opponents, but now only a little over 10 remained. Furthermore, fear appeared on the faces of those 10 or so people, as up to this point, YeXuan and Qianrenxue, along with the others, had suffered no injuries at all, though there were some bloodstains on their clothes. Those were not theirs, but rather the blood splattered from their slain opponents. After gathering together, the remaining 10 people shifted their gaze past YeXuan, Qianrenxue, and Qingsheng, landing on Inger. They realized that in front of the other 3, they had no chance of survival. Only the weakest Inger was their breakthrough point and the only opportunity for them to survive. Without hesitation, the remaining 10 people attacked Inger from different directions. However, YeXuan and Qianrenxue were faster, heading straight for the remaining attackers. Qingsheng, wielding the Qingli spear, stood beside Inger to protect her safety. YeXuan and Qianrenxue wielded their long swords like the scythes of death, mercilessly reaping the lives of the remaining opponents. Soon, only one person remained, continuing to attack toward Inger. Yet before he could reach her, his body was pierced by Qingsheng's Qingli spear, and he slowly fell backward. Chapter 205. Killing Ground 4. Seeing that the battle in the arena had concluded, YeXuan pulled out the divine punishment silver spear embedded in the ground and said, "Let's go. Our battle is over for now, and we can go out and retrieve our identity tokens." After wiping the blood off the divine punishment silver spear, He did not return it to his sea of consciousness. The battle in the killing ground might have ended, but the fight outside the killing ground had yet to begin. Qian Ruxue, Qin Sheng, and Ying Er followed YeXuan's gaze toward the audience. They noticed that many people in the audience were focusing on them, and several gazes were filled with coldness and murderous intent. Xiao Xian, it seems our way back won't be peaceful, Qian Ruxue said with a light laugh, still holding her angel sword without putting it away. I only have 20% of my soul power left. If they catch us off guard, I might drag you down, Qin Sheng said, a hint of seriousness in his eyes. With only 20% of his soul power remaining, he was now in a weakened state. If faced with a large-scale ambush, he would have to protect himself and Ying Er, which might leave him with insufficient soul power. YeXuan smiled nonchalantly upon hearing this and replied, 20% soul power is enough for us to return to our residence. After all, they won't know how much soul power we have left. As long as we don't reveal any signs of weakness, there won't be many who dare to attack us. Moreover, our record of 4 people defeating 96 opponents is already quite intimidating. As long as we don't show any signs of vulnerability, there shouldn't be any problems. YeXuan took one last look at the hostile gazes in the audience before retracting his gaze, reaching out to take Qian Ruxue's hand, and walking straight out of the arena. After hearing YeXuan's words, Qin Sheng and Ying Er exchanged glances, considering carefully and feeling that YeXuan's reasoning was very sound. Their 4-person team had fought against 96 opponents and remained unscathed, which was indeed intimidating. As long as no one could figure out their current state, there would be few who dared to ambush them. After a moment, Qin Sheng and Ying Er shared a glance, then looked at YeXuan and Qian Ruxue ahead of them, and quickly caught up with their pace. After everyone walked out of the competition venue, they headed straight to the registration area. YeXuan saw the person in charge of registration and spoke up, we have already won the team competition. You can return our identity cards to us. The person in charge of registration looked up upon hearing YeXuan's voice and, seeing them unharmed, said with disbelief, you actually won? That's really hard to believe. But since you have won, you can live in the city of slaughter for a year, and you won't have to participate in the matches in the slaughter hell during that time. As the person spoke, they extended their hand to give YeXuan and the others their identity cards. We already know. No need to remind us again. After giving him a glance, YeXuan reached out to take their identity cards and handed each of their cards to Qian Ruxue, Qin Sheng, and Ying. After putting away their identity cards, the group had no intention of lingering in the slaughter hell and headed straight for the exit. The person in charge of registration watched them leave, but didn't say anything further. They simply turned their gaze away and began to sort the identity cards of the deceased. Once YeXuan and the others exited the slaughter hell, they remained vigilant, their bodies tense and ready to react at any moment should anyone dare to ambush them. As they walked through the streets of the city of slaughter, many people eyed them with predatory gazes, but seeing their calm demeanor and lack of weakness, no one dared to strike first. However, when they reached a dark alley, a gaunt figure, resembling a skeleton, suddenly jumped out with a long knife, attempting to ambush YeXuan, Qian Ruxue, Qin Sheng, and Ying Er. YeXuan quickly spun the divine punishment silver spear in his hand, thrusting it forward. The spear tip, glinting coldly, pierced the ambusher's shoulder directly. The intense pain made the ambusher let out a scream. But YeXuan paid no attention to his cries. He kicked out, stepping on the ambusher, and looked at him, saying, you kill him yourself. Me? Kill her? Ying Er's eyes widened in disbelief. Although she had injured a few people with her sword during the slaughter hell, those injured had died from the poison on her sword. But that was merely indirect killing. Now, being asked to personally take someone's life was something she found hard to do. Yes, it's you. You came to the slaughter hell for training, not for fun. Since it's training, you must act like it. YeXuan spoke seriously, with no hint of joking. In the city of slaughter, one's killing intent would continuously grow. And based on Ying Er's performance in the slaughter hell, it was impossible for her to release her killing intent. If the killing intent couldn't be released and reached a peak, it could lead to madness. Moreover, if it came to that point, killing one person wouldn't solve the problem. Ying Er looked at Qin Sheng beside her, her eyes filled with questioning. Upon seeing her gaze, Qin Sheng smiled faintly and said, Ying Er can't do it. If you think it's troublesome to kill him, then I can do it instead. Just as Qin Sheng was about to step forward to kill the ambusher, YeXuan's voice rang out. Don't interfere, just watch. This matter must be handled by Ying Er herself. In the city of slaughter, killing intent will keep growing. Do you think her performance in the slaughter hell allows her to release her killing intent? If the killing intent can't be released and reaches a peak, we all know what will happen. YeXuan shot a speechless glance at Qin Sheng before turning his gaze back to Inger. Chapter 206, Slaughter Hell 5. Upon hearing YeXuan's words, Qin Sheng immediately halted his steps. He, of course, understood what would happen when killing intent reached its peak. Moreover, judging from Inger's performance in the Slaughter Hell, it was indeed unlikely for her to release her killing intent. The number of people Inger killed in the Slaughter Hell was minimal. Most of the attackers had been killed by Qin Sheng, while Inger had only poisoned a few people when they were unprepared. Once they were on guard, Inger hardly killed anyone. Qin Sheng glanced at the person under YeXuan's foot and said, "Look at him now. Living is just suffering for him. If you kill him with one sword, you will free him, and he will thank you. No, please don't. I'm very happy living now. I'm not suffering at all. Just let me go, and I promise I won't appear before you again." The ambusher pleaded, looking at Inger with a beseeching gaze, hoping she would show mercy and let him go. After hesitating for a while, Inger approached the ambusher with her sword, closed her eyes, and mercilessly thrust the sword down. The sword pierced the ambusher's heart, and the poison instantly entered his body, causing black blood to flow from the wound. He was dead beyond recovery. After witnessing Inger kill the ambusher, YeXuan lifted his foot, reached out to pull Qian Renxue, and headed towards the courtyard they had chosen earlier. Qin Sheng walked over to Inger and said, "It's over. We can leave now. My brother is doing this for your own good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have insisted on you killing him. If the killing intent isn't released, it could lead to big trouble. I know. You don't need to explain. I'm not a fool. How could I not see that he was doing it for my benefit? Let's hurry and leave. If we wait any longer, they will get far away." Inger pulled out her sword, not looking at the corpse on the ground, and quickly followed Qin Sheng to catch up with YeXuan and Qian Renxue. On their way back to the courtyard, there were still a few ambushes, but unsurprisingly, they were all killed by the group. Once they returned to the courtyard, YeXuan, Qian Renxue, Qin Sheng, and Inger entered the room, carefully examining the decor inside. The room was quite well furnished, with 3 levels of space, more than enough for the 4 of them to live in. However, the arrangement in the room was quite messy, with some areas covered in a thick layer of dust, clearly not cleaned often. We will be living in the city of slaughter for a long time, so to be more comfortable, let's clean the room. Also, we can throw out all the bed sheets and blankets. As YeXuan spoke, his gaze continued to scan the room, as if searching for something. Qian Renxue glanced at the room, and then fixed her gaze on YeXuan, clearly indicating that she would not be cleaning the room. Inger looked at the messy room and said, "You all just finished the hell of slaughter, and it's the perfect time for you to rest. Leave the cleaning of the room to me. Although I can't help much in the hell of slaughter, I can still handle these small tasks like cleaning the room." YeXuan glanced at a square wooden board and, after hearing Inger's voice, nodded and said, "Then you can take care of the cleaning. I still have to tidy up the courtyard." As soon as he finished speaking, YeXuan walked over to the square wooden board, picked it up, and headed outside. Qian Renxue saw YeXuan's actions and said, "Xiao Xian, I'll help you." As soon as she finished speaking, Qian Renxue followed YeXuan out of the room. Inside the room, only Inger and Qin Sheng remained. Qin Sheng glanced at Inger and said, "I'll help you clean the room. Having 2 people will make it faster." "Okay, let's clean together," Inger replied with a faint smile, rolled up her sleeves, and began to clean the room. YeXuan and Qian Renxue arrived outside the room. YeXuan placed the wooden board on the ground, took out a long sword from the soul guide, and with a slight flick of his wrist, the sharp sword began to glide across the wooden board. Soon, YeXuan stopped swinging the sword, and the words "intruder dies" appeared on the board. YeXuan looked at the wooden board with satisfaction, put away the long sword, picked up the wooden board, and walked out the door. He took out 2 daggers from a soul guide and nailed the board to the left side of the entrance. Qian Renxue watched YeXuan's actions and asked, "Xiao Xian, what's the purpose of nailing this thing at the entrance? Do you think others will be scared and not dare to come in?" "It does have its purpose. As our winning streak in the hell of slaughter increases, the significance of this wooden board will become apparent." YeXuan smiled. "Right now, it doesn't serve much purpose. But once our winning streak rises, this board will have a deterrent effect. At least it can help ease their tension and allow them to relax a bit." After Qian Renxue glanced at the wooden board, she didn't say anything further and turned her gaze to the corpse in the courtyard, saying, "Xiao Xian, I think you should deal with this corpse. The scenery in the courtyard is nice, but it's all ruined by this corpse. I would have dealt with it even if you hadn't said anything. This is where we live. How could we leave a corpse in the courtyard?" YeXuan smiled and walked directly to the corpse, lifting it up and casually throwing it out of the courtyard, landing it on the streets of the city of slaughter. After the corpse was thrown out, Qianrenshua looked around the courtyard and felt that it was much more comfortable than before. Although there was no change in the courtyard, it certainly looked much better without the presence of a corpse. Chapter 207. The Arrival of Bibi Dong, Part 1. A month later, outside the city of Slaughter, a carriage stopped in front of a tavern. YeXuan and Gay Mei got out of the carriage, bowed to the carriage's compartment, and said, "Your Holiness the Pope, we have arrived at the entrance of the city of Slaughter." The door of the compartment opened, and a woman in a tight black outfit with long hair tied up, Bibi Dong, stepped out. She looked at the tavern in front of her and said, "YeXuan, Gay Mei, you two go wait for me at the exit of the city of Slaughter. I'll come out shortly." "Yes, Your Holiness." After responding, YeXuan and Gui Mei got back into the carriage and drove towards the exit of the city of Slaughter. Bibi Dong walked directly into the tavern and headed towards the city of Slaughter. Soon, Bibi Dong arrived in the city of Slaughter. Looking at the streets, she headed straight in one direction. Inside a dark and spacious room in the city of Slaughter, there was a gigantic chair inlaid with blue and purple crystals, shaped like a drum tower. Aside from this chair, everything else in the room was dark red. The door to the room was pushed open, and Bibi Dong walked in silently, looking at the figure sitting in the chair. A huge figure sat in the gigantic chair. Although the darkness made it hard to see clearly, it was vaguely apparent that it was a tall and slender man. In the dark room, a cold voice came from the man's mouth. "I wonder what brings the god of slaughter to my city of slaughter. I came to the city of slaughter to find a man and a woman. One has silver hair and silver eyes, and the other has golden hair and golden eyes. You, the king of slaughter, should know where they reside." Bibi Dong's voice carried a tone of certainty. The king of slaughter tapped the armrest of the chair with his hand, as if in deep thought. After a moment, he said, "They reside in the most luxurious courtyard in the inner city, at the entrance of which there is a wooden sign that reads, 'Intruder dies.' That's their courtyard. What do you want with them? If they have offended the god of slaughter, I might be able to help you keep them in the city of slaughter." As the king of slaughter spoke, his fingers continued to tap the armrest of the chair, the sound echoing clearly in the dark and silent room. Upon hearing the king of slaughter's words, Bibi Dong's eyes turned cold as she replied, "Besides looking for them, I have something to tell you about those two I've just mentioned. If one of them does not walk out of the city of slaughter, I will wash the entire city of slaughter in blood." Bibi Dong's icy gaze fixed on the king of slaughter sitting above. "Are you threatening me?" The king of slaughter also fixed his gaze on Bibi Dong, his voice sounding particularly grim. "If you think so, then you're not wrong." Bibi Dong's tone was somewhat flat, but it carried a hint of chill. "Do you really think that with the god of slaughter's domain, being in the city of slaughter, I would fear you?" As soon as the king of slaughter finished speaking, a powerful aura arose from him. "Do you think I would fear you?" Bibi Dong's gaze remained fixed on the king of slaughter as the god of slaughter's domain radiated from her body. Yellow, purple, black, and red. 9 soul rings flickered around her, and a similarly strong aura rose from her as well. The two invisible auras collided in midair, constantly canceling each other out. Yet neither the king of slaughter nor Bibi Dong withdrew their auras, maintaining their standoff. After a long while, the king of slaughter was the first to retract his aura, saying, "In consideration of your status as the god of slaughter, as long as they do not violate the rules of the city of slaughter, I will not act against them here. However, if they cannot make it out of the road to hell, then it has nothing to do with my city of slaughter." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong chuckled lightly and said, "King of slaughter, you better keep your word. Otherwise, I will surely wash your city of slaughter in blood." As soon as the words fell, Bibi Dong turned around and left, clearly not intending to engage in further conversation with the king of slaughter. After Bibi Dong left, the dark room was left with the king of slaughter's somewhat cold and wary gaze. Bibi Dong walked through the streets of the city of slaughter, her eyes constantly scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. Soon, her gaze landed on a luxurious courtyard, and at the entrance hung a wooden sign that read, "Death to intruders," in 4 large characters. Bibi Dong's eyes stopped on the courtyard where YeXuan and Qianrenshua were, and she paused her steps in the street, releasing her mental power to probe into YeXuan and Qianrenshua's courtyard. Inside the courtyard, YeXuan and Qianrenshua were sitting in front of a chessboard, each holding black and white pieces, playing a game of chess. Moreover, due to YeXuan's continuous battles in the slaughter hell over the past month and the fusion of the laws of slaughter, faint red patterns could be seen in his silver eyes. Qianrenshua placed a black piece on the board and said, "Xiao Xian, at the rate we're going in the slaughter hell, the originally estimated time will probably need to be extended. A little extension is fine. We still have 2 divine soul rings in the city of slaughter. Once we absorb those 2 divine soul rings, it won't be too late to leave the city of slaughter." YeXuan said with a faint smile, placing his white piece on the board without caring about the time extension issue that Qianrenxue mentioned. Although they had only fought a dozen matches in the slaughter hell over the past month, due to the team competition format, the number of people who died at the hands of YeXuan, Qianrenxue, and Qing Sheng exceeded 1,000. Even the weakest, Inger, had killed dozens in the City of Slaughter. After being baptized in blood, their combat experience and skills had improved significantly. Moreover, among the four of them, each person acted very decisively when making moves without any hesitation. Chapter 208, The Arrival of Bibi Dong. Part 2. Qianrenxue looked at the chessboard in front of her, blinked her eyes, and said, after absorbing the 2 divine soul rings and leaving the City of Slaughter, that would be fine. But I wonder what the maximum age of divine soul rings my current physique can withstand. Also, I won this game. Qianrenxue, with a hint of pride, looked at YeXuan after placing her black piece on the board. She had carefully observed the situation and found that the white pieces were already dead, with no possibility of turning the game around. In theory, as long as one's physique could withstand it, even a million-year soul ring could be absorbed. And the soul skills granted by divine soul rings were exactly what one needed. According to my estimation, Snow, with your current physique, the limit for you to withstand soul rings should be around 40,000 to 70,000 years, but everything still needs to be based on actual performance. YeXuan glanced at the chessboard and thought about the piece in his hand without placing it down. Instead, he put the piece back in the box and casually said, since you say you won, then let it be your win. What do you mean, let it be your win? Your pieces are already dead. How can you turn this game around? Qianrenxue squinted her eyes and pointed at the chessboard, checking again to find that there was absolutely no possibility of turning the game around. Then what if I can turn this game around? YeXuan's expression held a faint smile. Well, you do. Wait until you turn the chess around before talking. Qianrenxue glanced at the board, her voice sounding somewhat indifferent. Then watch closely. YeXuan took a white piece from the box and placed it on the board, instantly killing a large cluster of his own pieces, turning the originally dead pieces alive again. Look, is the chessboard alive now? YeXuan placed his hands behind his head, his eyes full of smiles. Qianrenxue's eyes widened as she looked at the chessboard, unable to help but exclaim, how can there be such a way to play chess? Actually killing a large number of your own pieces? But even if the game is alive, you still can't win. Qianrenxue withdrew her gaze from the chessboard and looked at YeXuan, unable to help but pucker her lips. I never said I could win. I just said I could bring the game back to life. As YeXuan spoke, he suddenly turned his gaze toward the door. Qianrenxue instantly became alert upon seeing YeXuan's expression and also looked toward the door. After exchanging glances, YeXuan and Qianrenxue both stood up and walked toward the door. They opened the courtyard door, and their gazes swept across the streets of the City of Slaughter. The streets were bustling with people, but their eyes almost simultaneously landed on the corner of the street. However, due to the crowd, they only vaguely caught a glimpse of a figure disappearing around the corner. Moreover, it was just a fleeting moment, so they couldn't see clearly. Qianrenxue looked toward the corner and asked, Xiao, did you sense something just now? I seem to have sensed someone probing us. YeXuan nodded in response, saying, I sensed it too. In the City of Slaughter, no one can use skills, and probing with mental power also falls under the category of personal skills. The only ones who can use mental power in the City of Slaughter, besides the enforcers, are those who possess the domain of the God of Slaughter. As for those who possess the domain of the God of Slaughter, I know of only 2 people, the already deceased Tang Hao and my teacher, who was in the Pope's Hall. Xiao, are you saying that the one who probed us just now could possibly be? Qianrenxue's voice carried a hint of incredulity. YeXuan withdrew his gaze from the corner and said, it could be my teacher, or it could be an enforcer of the City of Slaughter. It's hard to say who it is right now, but no matter who it is, since they've already left, it means they don't want to meet us. We just need to be cautious in the City of Slaughter. It's a pity we were a bit slow. If we had sensed it earlier, we might have been able to see who was probing us. Qianrenxue also withdrew her gaze from the corner and turned to walk back into the courtyard. YeXuan then reached out to close the courtyard door. Looking at Qianrenxue, who was about to leave, and directly picked her up around the waist, saying, swear about that chess game just now. I have to say, we need to discuss what to do in the room. Qianrenxue merely rolled her eyes at YeXuan without saying anything more. She could tell from YeXuan's gaze what he intended to do. Meanwhile, at the corner of the street, Bibi Dong stepped out, looking at the courtyard of YeXuan and Qianrenxue, muttering to herself, Xiao, Schwerer, your perception abilities are truly remarkable. You even detected my probing. As soon as she finished speaking, Bibi Dong turned around and walked briskly towards the exit of the City of Slaughter. With the existence of the God of Slaughter, Bibi Dong can be said to move freely in the City of Slaughter. She can come to the City of Slaughter whenever she wants. And leaving the City of Slaughter is equally easy. Outside the exit of the City of Slaughter, YeXuan and Gay may sit in a carriage, quietly waiting for Bibi Dong to emerge from the City of Slaughter. YeXuan looks at the exit of the City of Slaughter and remarks with a somewhat sarcastic tone, "Old ghost, how long do you think it will take for the young master and the young lady to come out of the City of Slaughter?" "I don't know, but I know that the young master and the young lady will definitely come out of the City of Slaughter." Guay Mei glances at YeXuan, his voice slightly hoarse. "What you said is no different from saying nothing." YeXuan chuckles lightly, his gaze slightly focused on the City of Slaughter, but he doesn't speak further. Guay Mei is the same. At the exit of the City of Slaughter, Bibi Dong's figure walks out and directly approaches the carriage, saying, "YeXuan, Guay Mei, return to the Papal Palace." "Yes, Your Holiness." YeXuan and Guay Mei respond and drive the carriage forward. Chapter 209. Merging the Laws of Slaughter. 1. Time flies like an arrow, and the years pass like a shuttle. Time is like a tide, never to return. 2 years seem to pass in the blink of an eye. During these 2 years, YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, Qing Sheng, and Ing'er have already achieved a record of 99 consecutive victories in the Hell of Slaughter. However, because YeXuan is merging the Laws of Slaughter, the 4 of them have not yet gone to the Hell of Slaughter to participate in the final match. Furthermore, after 2 years and the baptism of blood in the Hell of Slaughter, their strength has not only greatly improved, but their bonds of emotion and friendship have also deepened. Among them, YeXuan and Qian Rinxue's soul power has reached level 60, the bottleneck of Soul Emperor. Qing Sheng's soul power has reached the bottleneck of level 50 Soul King, and even the weakest Ing'er has reached the bottleneck of level 30 Soul Master. The reason YeXuan and Qian Rinxue have not absorbed the God-given soul rings to break through to Soul Emperor is due to YeXuan's merging of the Laws of Slaughter and Qian Rinxue's continuous physical training, which is why they have not absorbed the God-given soul rings. As for Qing Sheng and Ing'er, the reason they have not broken through is straightforward. There are no soul rings for them to absorb in the City of Slaughter. So even if they want to break through, they cannot. In the room, YeXuan sits cross-legged on the bed, focused on merging the Laws of Slaughter, and he is quietly integrated into the Laws of Slaughter. In the realm of the laws, YeXuan sits cross-legged on a towering peak, beneath which is a sea of corpses and a blood ocean. In this sea of corpses and blood, 2 armies are continuously engaged in battle. The sounds of battle and shouting soar into the sky, and blood and severed limbs splatter everywhere. Blood stains the entire ground, forming a blood-red stream. People from both armies continue to fall, their bright red blood flowing into the blood-red stream. Gradually, the stream becomes a blood-colored river, surrounding the people from both armies. However, the people from both armies remain unaware and continue to fight. Until all the people from both armies have fallen, the blood-colored river has transformed into a blood-colored ocean, flooding the entire world. An incredibly bloody scent constantly fills YeXuan's nostrils, causing him to involuntarily open his eyes. YeXuan looks around and finds that he has been submerged by the blood-colored ocean, and blood is even flowing onto the peak he sits on, about to spill onto him. YeXuan gazes at the blood-colored ocean before him, his eyes calm as water, without any ripples, and he says, "Laws of Slaughter. You and I are one body. Why struggle needlessly?" As soon as he finishes speaking, a monstrous wave of blood rises in the blood-colored ocean, and a blood tiger formed from blood stands atop the wave, continuously roaring and growling at YeXuan below, its eyes filled with killing intent and anger. At the same time, a divine beast, a white tiger with snow-white fur and wings, appears beside YeXuan. YeXuan gently strokes the head of the divine beast white tiger, smiling as he says, "Go, reclaim what belongs to us." Upon hearing YeXuan's words, the divine beast white tiger uses its limbs to exert force and leaps forward, charging towards the blood tiger standing in the blood wave. The blood tiger, unwilling to back down, steps onto the endless blood waves and meets the divine beast white tiger head-on. 2 earth-shattering roars echo from the blood wave as the divine beast white tiger and the blood tiger collide, immediately engaging in a fierce battle, their sharp claws striking mercilessly at each other's bodies. But after just a few exchanges, the blood tiger is firmly suppressed by the divine beast white tiger. And due to the divine beast white tiger's wings, it is far more agile than the blood tiger, able to evade most of the blood tiger's attacks. YeXuan observes the battle on the blood wave, chuckling softly, and says, "Laws of Slaughter, you have already been merged by me to 90%. You currently have no ability to resist at all, So why struggle needlessly? I possess the bloodline of the divine beast YeXuan, the only one in this world. I am destined to master the laws of slaughter. As the laws of slaughter, you are a part of me. No matter how you struggle, it is futile. The blood tiger lets out a thunderous roar, its eyes filled with killing intent and anger as it looks at YeXuan. But it is pinned under the paw of the divine beast YeXuan in the blood wave, unable to move at all. While the divine beast YeXuan opens its massive mouth and begins to devour the blood tiger. As the blood tiger is continually consumed, the blood ocean in front of YeXuan gradually recedes. After the blood tiger is completely devoured, the blood ocean disappears entirely, and a powerful aura continues to gather around the divine beast YeXuan. Time passes, and the divine beast YeXuan lets out a long howl, causing the world in front of YeXuan to shatter like a mirror, piece by piece. Outside, YeXuan still sits cross-legged on the bed, but the laws of slaughter left in his body by the divine beast YeXuan have already developed cracks, which are continuously increasing. Once the laws of slaughter are completely covered by the cracks, they shatter instantly, and the power belonging to the laws is released from the laws of slaughter, surging within YeXuan's body. Outside the city of slaughter, the stars belonging to the west begin to flicker continuously, and beams of starlight converge to form a massive column of light, piercing through the divine realm and heading straight towards the city of slaughter. In the divine realm, everyone looks at this enormous column of light, their expressions becoming a bit frantic, as such an event has never occurred since the birth of the divine realm. Waves of divine thoughts chase after the light column, sweeping across the continent. In the forest of life, the goddess of life watches the ancient life tree trembling before her, and without any hesitation, she steps forward, her figure disappearing from a spot. The Shura god looks at the column of light piercing through the divine realm, his mouth twitching involuntarily as his divine thoughts are placed on YeXuan. He naturally knows what is happening. He has known since YeXuan began merging the laws of slaughter. At first, he wanted to stop YeXuan from merging with the law of slaughter, because something like a law was not something YeXuan could touch with his current strength. It was precisely because the Azura god thought that YeXuan could never merge with the law of slaughter that he didn't bother with it. However, the Azura god did not expect that YeXuan actually succeeded in merging, and even caused such a huge commotion. Chapter 210. Merging with the law of slaughter. 2. While the Azura god was watching the beam of light that pierced through the divine realm, the figure of the goddess of life also walked over from a distance, coming directly in front of the Azura god, and asked Azura, "What happened to Xian in your city of slaughter?" The Azura god's gaze shifted from the beam of light to the goddess of life, and he replied, "That little guy didn't encounter any problems in the city of slaughter. He just merged with the law in my city of slaughter. Moreover, he succeeded in merging, which is why there is such a huge commotion. And now there's trouble because many other deities in the divine realm hold a lot of animosity towards that little guy. If it weren't for us, he wouldn't have survived until now." I still vividly remember that oppressive force that even we, the 5 great kings, dared not act against. The most important thing is the bloodline he possesses. If he truly grows up and possesses strength far beyond that of a king and turns against the divine realm, it would be a true disaster for the divine realm. The Azura god looked at the goddess of life, his voice carrying a hint of profound meaning. "Azura god, what do you mean by that? He was born from my ancient tree of life. He is my son." The gaze of the goddess of life grew somewhat cold. The Azura god chuckled and said, "What do you think I mean? He is also my successor. How could I have any harmful thoughts toward him? Moreover, if I truly had any harmful intentions towards him, I wouldn't pass the divine position to him. I just feel that we need to inform him and let him take some precautions. Some deities might not act openly, but behind the scenes, there might be deities who would take action. Back then, nearly 90% of the deities in the divine realm opposed him staying in the divine realm. Otherwise, you wouldn't have sent him to the continent." Upon hearing this, the expression on the goddess of life's face remained calm, with no changes. She directly turned around and walked back in the direction she came from, and a calm voice came from her mouth. "First, go to the Divine Realm Council to solve the current trouble. Then we can discuss other matters." Seeing this, the Azura god said nothing further and also walked toward the direction of the Divine Realm Council. On the continent, countless divine thoughts followed the beam of light and fell on YeXuan, continuously probing him. However, when those divine thoughts saw the blood-red long sword pattern above YeXuan's brow, they already knew his identity. After all, YeXuan's matters were not a secret in the divine realm. Therefore, when they realized YeXuan's identity, They withdrew their divine thoughts and had no intention of probing further. When the beam of light fell on YeXuan, he felt his body becoming scorching hot, with an incredibly powerful force helping him improve his physique and eliminate impurities from his body. This feeling was not only not uncomfortable, but rather very pleasant. Moreover, the beam of light had an enormous range, allowing him to move freely within it. In the room, Qianrushua looked at YeXuan, who was illuminated by the massive beam of light, and couldn't help but ask, "Xiaoxian, what are you doing? What's up with this beam of light?" YeXuan glanced at Qianrushua without speaking, instead directly reaching out to pull her into the beam of light. Now, both YeXuan and Qianrushua had reached the age of 18, and during their 2 years in the City of Slaughter, they had both grown significantly taller and had become more calm and composed. As Qianrushua was pulled into the beam of light, she immediately felt the immensely powerful force within it continuously improving her physique and eliminating impurities from her body. Her eyes involuntarily widened, feeling somewhat incredulous. YeXuan looked at Qianrushua's expression and reached out to stroke her golden long hair, saying, "This is a power condensed from the stars. It can help us improve our physique and eliminate impurities from our bodies, and it won't have any side effects. It's just a bit short, only half an hour." This beam of light was formed from the stars of the West, and, as the lesser Ein star of the West, YeXuan naturally knew what the effects of the beam were. Half an hour is already not short. Don't be unsatisfied. It has no side effects at all. Qianrushua glanced at YeXuan, her voice carrying a hint of joy. Leaning against YeXuan, Qianrushua felt warm all over, basking in the light of the beam, and felt incredibly comfortable, as if her entire body had relaxed. At that moment, the door to their room was suddenly pushed open, and before the person even entered, a somewhat anxious voice came from outside. "Brothers, are you okay? I just saw a beam of light falling directly into your room while I was in the courtyard." As soon as the voice fell, Qin Sheng's figure hurriedly walked in, and with him was Ying Er. "We're fine. Since you're here, you should come into the beam as well. It's very beneficial for your body, and there are no side effects. And remember to knock before coming in next time. I'll let it go this time," YeXuan casually said, stroking Qianrushua's long hair while glancing at Qin Sheng and Ying Er. After all, the effects of the beam would not diminish due to the number of people, and since the beam was large enough, YeXuan didn't mind them entering to improve their physiques. Qin Sheng and Ying Er exchanged glances, showing no intention of being polite, and directly walked into the beam of light. As soon as they stepped into the beam, they immediately felt the benefits it brought and that comfortable feeling. "It's good that you didn't have any issues. I was startled when I saw the beam of light fall into your room. I thought something unexpected had happened, so I came with Ying Er to check on you," Qin Sheng said while leaning back, closing his eyes and enjoying the comfortable sensation. YeXuan and Qianrushua smiled and said nothing. Living in the City of Slaughter, they hadn't felt such a comfortable and relaxed feeling for a long time. Although they had already gained considerable fame in the City of Slaughter, there were still many who wanted to challenge them and make a name for themselves. So their spirits had been in a state of constant vigilance. Chapter 211, Merging with the Law of Slaughter 3. YeXuan, Qianrushua, Qin Sheng, and Ying Er were all bathing in the beam of light, feeling incredibly comfortable and thoroughly enjoying it. However, the entire City of Slaughter seemed to be in an uproar because of the beam of light, starting to create chaos. Some curious individuals had even begun to run towards the beam to see what it was all about. However, when they arrived at YeXuan's courtyard and saw the 4 characters' intruder dies hanging at the entrance, all of them stopped in their tracks, not daring to step into the courtyard. Over the past 2 years, many people had entered the courtyard, but undoubtedly, none had walked out. As time passed, no one in the City of Slaughter dared to enter the courtyard because it was home to 4 killing gods, who had achieved a record of 99 consecutive victories in the team competitions of the Slaughter Hell. In the dark and spacious room of the City of Slaughter, the King of Slaughter sat in a huge chair, gazing at the light beam ahead, remaining silent for a long time. They had reached 99 consecutive victories, but had yet to enter the Slaughter Hell for the final match. Should we send someone to contact them? It has been a long time since any true powerhouses joined our City of Slaughter, and the 4 of them are indeed true powerhouses. If they complete the final match, given their strength, they will definitely pass through the Hell Road, and then our City of Slaughter will gain 4 more killing gods. A cold female voice sounded beside the King of Slaughter. "I know, there is no need to send someone to contact them." The King of Slaughter lightly tapped the armrest of the chair with his fingers, producing a rhythmic sound. "Why, great King, Do you not wish for our city of slaughter to become stronger? Our agreement with the Spirit Hall is unreliable. Who knows when the Spirit Hall might suddenly tear up the agreement? We must be cautious. The cold female voice carried a hint of urgency. There are two among them that we cannot touch. If we act, it will bring unprecedented disaster to the city of slaughter. Moreover, they will not join the city of slaughter. We do not need to waste time on them. The voice of the king of slaughter was very calm, as if stating something unrelated to himself. However, the appearance of every killing god is a tremendous crisis for our city of slaughter. If they really pass through the hell road, for killing gods will emerge. The cold female voice trembled slightly. There are two among them that we cannot touch. But I did not say that the other two cannot be touched. You do not need to send anyone to contact them. Whatever they wish to do not interfere. I have my own plans. The king of slaughter closed his eyes, and his fingers stopped tapping the armrest of the chair. Yes, great king. As the cold female voice fell, the dark room seemed to fall into silence, with no sound emerging from within. In the spirit hall of Spirit City, Bibi Dong stood at the entrance, her gaze fixed on the light beam descending from the sky, her eyes filled with confusion and puzzlement, murmuring to herself, "That direction is the city of slaughter. What has happened in the city of slaughter?" Moreover, Xiao Xian and Shui Er have already entered the city of slaughter for 2 years. With their strength, they should be about to come out. King of slaughter, you better remember what you said, or I will bloodily wash the entire city of slaughter. Bibidong's gaze shifted from confusion and puzzlement to coldness. But she continued to stare at the light beam descending from the sky. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, Chen Xian, and Gu Rong looked at the light beam falling from the sky, somewhat unclear about the situation. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, do you know what this light beam from the sky is about? Ning Fengji withdrew his gaze from the beam and looked at Chen Xian and Gu Rong standing beside him. I don't know. Never heard of it. Chen Xian and Gu Rong both shook their heads, indicating that they did not know. Forget it. Looking at the direction where the beam landed, it seems to be towards the city of slaughter, which has nothing to do with us at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Let's find our little princess from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and see where she has run off to play. Ning Fengji smiled and directly turned to walk towards the hall. Chen Xian and Gu Rong also withdrew their gazes and silently returned to the hall. In the Stardow Forest at the Lake of Life, a massive dragon head emerged from the lake, gazing at the direction where the light beam fell, and spoke. That little guy again, can't he be a little more settled? As soon as the words fell, the massive dragon head returned to the Lake of Life, and the lake returned to calm. At the same time, people across the continent had mostly noticed the beam of light descending from the sky, but very few truly cared about it. Most regarded it merely as a topic of conversation during meals. In the city of slaughter, in YeXuan's room, the massive light beam gradually shrank and ultimately disappeared. As the beam vanished, the onlookers in the city of slaughter also began to disperse. YeXuan, Xin Renjue, Xin Sheng, and Ning Er all stood up and stretched as the beam disappeared. Qian Renshua looked at the vanished beam, feeling a bit unsatisfied, and said, "That was really comfortable. I haven't relaxed like that in a long time." Half an hour felt a bit short. Who was it that said half an hour isn't long and told me to be content? Now who is being ungrateful? YeXuan smiled faintly, reaching out to gently stroke Qian Renshua's beautiful face. Upon hearing this, Qian Renshua merely shot YeXuan a glare and did not say anything further. Meanwhile, a long-lost system prompt sounded in YeXuan's mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Fusion of the Killing Law. Reward for the host, 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus, Phantom, 9 Heavens God-Slaying Spear, sealed at 99. As soon as the system prompt fell, YeXuan felt 2 items suddenly appear in his sea of consciousness. One was a black lotus emitting purple-black light, and the other was a long spear entirely black, radiating endless demonic energy and murderous aura. The 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus and 9 Heavens God-Slaying Spear are treasures of the demon ancestor Luo Hua from the primordial world, with power that could be described as world-destroying, which is not an exaggeration. The only thing YeXuan felt regretful about was that the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus was merely a phantom, and the 9 Heavens God-Slaying Spear was also sealed, with a sealing degree of up to 99, leaving only one of its power. Chapter 212 Fusion of the Killing Law 4. YeXuan looked at the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus and 9 Heavens God-Slaying Spear in his sea of consciousness and said to the system in his heart, "System, the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus is just a phantom, so that is fine. But why did you seal the 9 Heavens God-Slaying Spear? Can't you just let me use it directly?" The system's voice rang in YeXuan's mind. "Host, can't you use it now? Moreover, if I were to lift the seal on the Nine Heavens God-slaying spear, would you dare to use it? The Nine Heavens God-slaying spear is a primal innate killing treasure and the only innate demon weapon, known as the first killing weapon of the primordial world. If the host had not fused with the killing law, even 1% of the power of the Nine Heavens God-slaying spear would be impossible to use. Even if the host has fused with the killing law and can utilize 1% of the power of the Nine Heavens God-slaying spear, it is already the host's current limit. Furthermore, although the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus is merely a phantom, its power should not be underestimated. For specific functions, please check them yourself, and if there is nothing else, do not disturb this system. YeXuan heard the system's words and wanted to complain, thinking that he had been traversing for 18 years, and the system's notification sound was simply rare. However, he ultimately did not voice it, only silently muttering in his heart, "System, you are the master, you're just a nuisance." He then began to examine the 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus and the Nine Heavens God-slaying spear, two treasures in his mind. Item: 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus. Phantom. Function 1. Defends against all energy, weakens physical attacks, emits purple-black light, replenishes the soul power of the artifact's master. Function 2. Emits the terrifying aura of the Azura Annihilation Realm, disturbs the mind, and uses Annihilation Divine Light for long-range attacks. Function 3. Absorbs violent energy, assists the artifact's master in cultivating the mind and soul power. Item: Nine Heavens God-slaying spear. 99 sealed, grade, innate killing treasure description, an innate demonic weapon. The first killing tool of the primordial era. Once unsealed, no one can withstand its brilliance, and its power is incredibly strong. Note, although sealed, it must be used with caution. Otherwise, it will harm both others and oneself. YeXuan looked at the information of the two treasures, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Without a doubt, the 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus and the Nine Heavens God-slaying spear will become his greatest trump cards, which he would not easily use. Meanwhile, in his sea of consciousness, the evil Holy King and the dark demon Evil God Tiger trembled slightly at the sudden appearance of the 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus and the Nine Heavens God-slaying spear. Dark demon Evil God Tiger, go take a look at what those two things are. Don't let that little guy get harmed, or our beautiful future will be gone. The evil Holy King said, preparing to send the dark demon Evil God Tiger to check for danger. I'm not blind. I can see from here that it's a black lotus and a pitch-black spear. If you want to go look, you can go yourself. The dark demon Evil God Tiger replied, flapping its black wings and flying towards the left side of the sea of consciousness. It had a premonition that if it went over, it might die, and it wouldn't need to worry about any beautiful future anymore. Moreover, it felt that the evil Holy King had been deceiving it all along. Seeing the actions of the dark demon Evil God Tiger, the evil Holy King merely sighed and did not say anything further. He also had no intention of checking. Instead, he stood up and walked towards the direction of the dark demon Evil God Tiger, preparing to keep his distance from the two objects to avoid any accidents. The once vast sea of consciousness was now divided into three areas. The divine beast White Tiger occupied the central position, while the 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus and the Nine Heavens God-slaying spear occupied the largest area on the left, and the evil Holy King and the dark demon Evil God Tiger took up the smallest area on the right. Originally, aside from the position occupied by the divine beast White Tiger, the entire sea of consciousness was under the control of the two of them. After all, the divine beast White Tiger spent most of its time resting in the middle and paid no attention to them. However, since the appearance of the 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus and the Nine Heavens God-slaying spear, the two of them no longer dared to be so reckless, especially with the terrifying aura emitted by the two treasures, which instilled great fear in them. They even felt that stepping into the left area could lead to their demise in the sea of consciousness. In the outside world, YeXuan looked at the crowd in front of him and said, "I have now completely merged the killing law. Once Schwerer and I absorbed the two God-given soul rings. We can head to the Killing Hell Arena for the final match. As long as we finish the last match, we can obtain the Killing God domain, walk the path of hell, and leave the Killing City." Xiao Xian, have you completely merged the killing law? I'm curious what kind of abilities it has brought you. Qian Rinxua blinked her eyes, filled with curiosity. Perhaps due to my own strength. Although I have merged the law, it hasn't granted me any abilities. It has only slightly improved my overall strength, and I can borrow the power of the law when necessary. YeXuan smiled. Because his own strength was still insufficient to touch the law, the enhancement it brought him was not significant. That's a bit different from what I imagined. I thought you would gain some incredible abilities after merging the law, Qian Rinxue said, a hint of disappointment appearing in her eyes. After spending 2 years in the Killing City, she had hoped to merge the Killing Law. However, the enhancement after merging the Killing Law left her feeling a bit disappointed, making her feel that YeXuan's efforts were not worth it, especially since they had wasted a long time in the Killing City because of it. That's not to say that it's of no help to my strength now. Perhaps it's just because my own strength is insufficient. I can feel the powerful force contained within the law. It's just that the powerful force is not something I can control right now, YeXuan said, reaching out to gently stroke Qian Rinxue's hair. He then turned to Qing Sheng and Inger, saying, Qing Sheng, you two go pack up first. After we absorb the God-given soul rings, we will head to the Killing Hell Arena. Got it. You two focus on absorbing the soul rings in the room. We'll handle the other matters, Qing Sheng said, patting YeXuan on the shoulder with a smile before leaving the room with Inger. Chapter 213, God-Given Soul Rings, Part 1. After Qing Sheng and Inger left, YeXuan and Qian Rinxue sat on the bed. YeXuan used the divine consciousness left on him by the Shura God to speak to the Shura God, saying, Senior, we have now reached the bottleneck of level 60 and need 2 God-given soul rings to break through. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword pattern on YeXuan's forehead emitted a blood-red glow, which gradually coalesced in mid-air into a tall figure. The tall figure held 2 God-given soul rings in its hands, and this figure was none other than the Shura God, whom both YeXuan and Qian Rinxue had seen before. The Shura God looked down at the two sitting on the bed without speaking, instead tossing the God-given soul rings towards YeXuan and Qian Rinxue. As the 2 soul rings landed on them, the Shura God's figure transformed into specks of red light and returned to the sword pattern above YeXuan's forehead. Qian Rinxue looked at the now-vanished Shura God and couldn't help but say, Xiao Xian. I feel like this time the Shura God is a bit different from the one we saw last time. This one should be the Shura God's divine consciousness. After all, the Shura God is one of the 5 great kings of the divine realm and also the enforcer of the divine realm. How could he personally come to deliver the soul rings to us? YeXuan didn't pay much attention as long as he got the God-given soul rings. It didn't matter whether it was divine consciousness or the real body. That's true. Let's hurry and absorb the God-given soul rings. After absorbing them, we can quickly leave the Killing City. We've already spent 2 years here. I really miss the outside world, Qian Rinxue said, showing YeXuan a beautiful smile before sitting cross-legged on the bed to begin absorbing the God-given soul rings. As Qian Rinxue began to absorb the God-given soul rings, the rings on her body rapidly changed colors, first from white to yellow, then from yellow to purple-black, and finally from purple to black, which continued to deepen. After watching for a while, YeXuan also sat cross-legged on the bed to start absorbing the God-given soul rings on his body. The divine soul ring on his body was also changing colors at an incredible speed, shifting from white to yellow, purple, black, and finally stopping at red when it reached the red soul ring. However, the red soul ring on YeXuan's body continued to deepen in color. The deeper the color, the higher the age of the soul ring. What he wanted to attempt to absorb was not a 100,000-year soul ring, but a 200,000-year fierce beast soul ring. His physique, after undergoing continuous refinement through bloodline and enhancement from the laws of slaughter, as well as the boost from the light pillar earlier, had reached an astonishing level. It was precisely because of this that YeXuan dared to attempt to absorb the 200,000-year fierce beast soul ring. The red soul ring on YeXuan gradually changed from light red to bright red, then from bright red to deep red, when it turned to a blood red color. The speed of the soul ring's color deepening began to slow down, yet it continued to deepen. At this moment, sweat gradually appeared on his face, dripping from his forehead onto his snow-white robe, clearly indicating that he was nearing his physical limits. The soul ring on him had now reached the age of 240,000 years, the limit for a fierce beast soul ring. 240,000 years was already the maximum that his body could handle, and it was time to absorb it. After silently acknowledging this in his heart, YeXuan stopped increasing the age of the soul ring and began to absorb the immense and pure energy within the soul ring. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue's divine soul ring, although still a black 10,000-year soul ring, had begun to show a faint red hue. Although it had not yet reached the 100,000-year level, it was already close to that age, thanks to her long-term use of the 5-colored stone, which improved her physique and nourished her meridians. She was able to elevate her divine soul ring to nearly 100,000 years, but this was already the limit her body could currently bear. Upon noticing the age of her soul ring, Qian Rinxue wished to elevate it to the 100,000-year level. However, Her body had already reached its limit, and she could not further increase the soul ring's age. She could only stop the increase and start absorbing the nearly 100,000-year soul ring of 87,000 years. In the dark room, the King of Slaughter looked at the three figures cloaked in black robes before him and spoke. If you want to cooperate, you need to show sincerity. The leader of the black-robed figures asked, King of Slaughter, what kind of sincerity do you need to cooperate with us? A few people are about to achieve 100 victories in the slaughter hell, and with their strength, they can surely walk the path of hell. I do not wish to see someone become a killing god, but they cannot fall in the city of slaughter. This makes things difficult for me. The King of Slaughter tapped his fingers on the armrest of his chair, his tone seeming somewhat casual. If we help you solve this problem, can we then proceed with cooperation? A glint flashed in the eyes of the black-robed figure. Of course, if you help me solve this problem, our city of slaughter would be willing to cooperate with you. However, our people in the city of slaughter will not take action. The King of Slaughter's gaze was fixed on the black-robed figures below. You don't need to act. Just help us walk the path of hell and lift the restrictions in the city of slaughter. We'll handle the rest. Upon hearing this, the King of Slaughter clapped the armrest of his chair and said, No problem. You can walk the path of hell. And I will also lift your restrictions in the city of slaughter, but that is all I can do. All right, we will help you solve the problem. And we hope that you, King of Slaughter, do not forget our cooperation. As soon as the black-robed figure finished speaking, he left the dark room with the other two black-robed figures. After the three black-robed figures left, a cold female voice suddenly echoed in the dark room. Great King. Do we really have to cooperate with them? Cooperate? Who wants to cooperate with them? There's a saying, when the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits. Only when they help us solve our problem will I take action to kill them, using their bodies to quell the anger of that killing god. This matter has nothing to do with our city of slaughter. The King of Slaughter sneered, watching the direction in which the black-robed figures left, his eyes filled with mockery. Chapter 214, Divine Soul Ring, Part 2. A day later, YeXuan, who was sitting cross-legged in the room absorbing the Divine Soul Ring, slowly opened his eyes. He had successfully absorbed the Divine Soul Ring. Moreover, due to the long-term accumulation at the 60th level bottleneck, when he successfully absorbed the 6th soul ring, all the previously accumulated soul power erupted, causing his soul power to begin rising rapidly. It wasn't until he reached the level of a 66-level Soul Emperor that his soul power stopped climbing. Therefore, during his 2 years in the City of Slaughter, his soul power had increased by a full 13 levels, from 53 as a Soul King to 66 as a Soul Emperor. YeXuan's 6th soul level had 2 skills, Tiger's Roar of the Sky and White Tiger's Annihilation. Tiger's Roar of the Sky. The martial soul emits a deafening roar, shocking the minds of all enemies and impacting the spiritual sea of all opponents, increasing all of the user's attributes by 30. White Tiger's Annihilation locks onto a target, ignoring any defenses, dealing both physical and energy dual damage to the target, and weakening the target's attributes by 10. As soon as YeXuan opened his eyes, a stunningly beautiful face entered his view. Without any hesitation, YeXuan reached out and embraced her, saying, Schwerer, it seems you absorbed the Divine Soul Ring much faster than I did. Can an 87,000-year soul ring compare with a 100,000-year soul ring? It's normal for me to absorb it faster than you. Qianrenxue blinked her eyes as she looked at YeXuan. 87,000 years is already quite significant. A normal Soul Emperor can only handle a maximum of a 20,000-year soul ring when adding the 6th soul ring. YeXuan, you are now absorbing soul rings beyond your level, and the next time you add a soul ring, its age can reach a 100,000-year level. YeXuan smiled at Qianrenxue in his arms and playfully pinched her cheek. When I add the 6th soul ring, due to my long-term accumulation in the City of Slaughter, my soul power has now reached 69. So when I reach 70, I will need you to help me find a 100,000-year soul ring. A proud expression appeared on Qianrenxue's beautiful face as she spoke. Upon hearing this, YeXuan smiled and nodded gently, saying, Schwerer, even if you don't mention it, I will help you find a 100,000-year soul ring when you reach 70. All right, we have finished absorbing the Divine Soul Ring, and it's time to pack up and head to the Slaughter Hell to finish the last match and walk the path of hell, leaving the City of Slaughter. As soon as he finished speaking, YeXuan released his hold on Qianrenxue, scanning the room's layout to see what they needed to take with them and what could be left behind in the City of Slaughter. Qianrenxue got off YeXuan and walked straight to the wardrobe, putting the clothes inside into her soul guide. After tidying up her clothes, she also glanced around the room's arrangement. After a while, YeXuan finally said, Schwerer, we can leave now. There is nothing left in the room that we need to take. Then let's go to the killing hell and finish our last match quickly, so we can leave the city of slaughter sooner, Qian Rinxue replied, walking straight out of the room. Seeing this, YeXuan didn't say anything further and quickly followed her. When the two arrived in the courtyard, Qing Sheng and Inger were already standing there, waiting for their arrival. No one spoke. They all walked out of the courtyard where they had lived for 2 years, heading towards the killing hell. Upon arriving at the killing hell, everyone registered with ease and soon entered the competition arena. In no time, the arena was filled with participants. A flash of red light flickered in YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, Qing Sheng, and Inger's eyes, exuding a chilling murderous intent. The four drew their weapons, each taking a position, and as the match officially began, they showed no hesitation, directly attacking the other competitors in the arena. A one-sided slaughter fest unfolded in the competition arena. YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, Qing Sheng, and Inger targeted the enemy's vital points with every strike, without any flashy moves. Their attacks precise and decisive. Whether blood splattered onto their robes or their enemies fell in pools of blood before them, they didn't spare a second glance. Their weapons seemed to transform into the Grim Reaper's scythe, mercilessly reaping the lives of those before them. As the last opponent fell in the arena, YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, Qing Sheng, and Inger scanned the entire competition field with their eyes. A terrifying and bloody aura emanated from them, released without reservation. Congratulations. You have achieved 100 victories in the killing hell, a low and sharp voice echoed from all directions. As the voice sounded, the murderous intent released by YeXuan and Qian Rinxue was instantly suppressed back into their bodies. A hint of seriousness involuntarily appeared in YeXuan and Qian Rinxue's eyes, while Qing Sheng and Inger turned pale. In the air above the killing hell, a blood-red figure descended, revealing a man cloaked in a blood-red cape. YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, and the others had seen this man before in the city of slaughter. He was the king of slaughter. I am pleased to see 7 strong warriors in the killing hell today. Now, I invite the other 3 who have achieved 100 victories in the killing hell. The king of slaughter announced. As his words fell, 3 figures cloaked in black robes stepped out from the front of the killing hell. At that moment, a system prompt sounded in YeXuan's mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. 100 victories in the killing arena. Reward, 50,000 luck points. Ding. 50,000 luck points have been automatically converted into 50,000 luck value, which can be used to purchase items in the shop. The host currently has 51,900 luck value. YeXuan ignored the system prompt and focused on the 3 approaching figures in black robes. He had been in the killing hell for 2 years, but had never heard of anyone achieving 100 victories like them. Not to mention 100 victories. He had never even heard of anyone achieving 60 consecutive wins in the killing hell. The sudden appearance of 300 victory competitors made YeXuan feel wary. They were too suspicious. Chapter 215, The Path of Hell, Part 1. It wasn't just YeXuan who found the 3 black-robed figures suspicious. Qian Rinxue, Qing Sheng, and Inger also felt the same. However, after exchanging glances, they remained silent and focused their attention on the king of slaughter. The king of slaughter looked down at the crowd from his elevated position and spoke, according to the rules of the city of slaughter. You must walk the path of hell to obtain the title of God of slaughter. However, your strength is extraordinary. I can make you guest elders of my city of slaughter and personally grant you the title of God of slaughter. Of course, you can also choose to walk the path of hell and become true gods of slaughter, but the path of hell is extremely dangerous, and life is only given once. I hope you choose wisely. YeXuan glanced at the 3 black-robed figures and directly replied, No need. We choose to walk the path of hell. The black-robed figures also swept their gaze over YeXuan and the others, and a chilling voice emerged from them. We also want to see for ourselves what dangers the legendary path of hell holds. Then I can only wish you all good luck in passing through the path of hell and becoming true gods of slaughter. I will now open the door to the path of hell for you, the king of slaughter said. As soon as his words fell, a red light emanated from his body. A red barrier enveloped the entire killing hell, creating a massive crimson shield from which a bloody scent rose. Crimson blood flowed like a stream towards the central arena of the killing hell, gradually forming a huge blood-red pattern on the ground. The pattern resembled a bird, but looked somewhat strange, not like an ordinary bird. Just as everyone was watching the pattern, the eyes of the bird-like figure suddenly lit up, and the mental strength of everyone in the arena was almost instantly shattered, with a massive red light shooting up into the sky, enveloping everyone's bodies. Everything around them became blurry, and only the voice of the king of slaughter echoed in their ears. I wish you all good luck on the path of hell. As they were engulfed by the red light, everyone felt their footing vanish, and their surroundings turned illusory, as if all their senses had been sealed. However, a white ripple of murderous intent formed around them, protecting them within. The 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus, originally in YeXuan's sea of consciousness, also involuntarily blossomed around him, absorbing the murderous intent directed at him. At the moment the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus bloomed, YeXuan regained all his senses and scanned the surroundings, noticing that beside him, Qian Rinxue, Qing Sheng, and Inger were struggling, their faces pained as they resisted the relentless murderous intent. Without any hesitation, YeXuan reached out and lifted Qian Rinxue into his arms. With the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus continuously absorbing the incoming murderous intent, Qian Rinxue's complexion quickly returned to normal, and there was no longer any sign of pain on her face. As for Qing Sheng and Inger, YeXuan could only feel helpless. Although the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus could absorb murderous intent, it was merely a phantom and not the real 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus. Thus, the range of the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus was limited, and it couldn't accommodate a third person. Even if YeXuan wanted to help them, there was nothing he could do. Moreover, if the murderous intent entered their bodies, it would only make them feel uncomfortable, but it wasn't a big issue. As the saying goes, those who wish to achieve great things must first toil their muscles and bones and starve their skin. So, he considered this a training opportunity for the two. After the murderous intent ceased to attack, Qian Rinxue slowly opened her eyes, looking at YeXuan, who was holding her. She stretched out her fair arms and embraced him tightly. Qian Rinxue looked around and noticed a black lotus, like a phantom, rotating continuously around YeXuan, completely isolating the killing intent coming from outside. Although she felt a bit surprised and curious, she didn't ask any questions. Instead, she forcefully suppressed the intense curiosity that arose in her heart. Qian Rinxue kept blinking her eyes, even though she didn't speak. It didn't stop her from secretly guessing in her mind. After all, Xiao Xian was the offspring of a god king from the divine realm, and it was quite normal for his uncles and aunts in the divine realm to provide him with some good things. Just like the 5-colored stone on her body, as well as the black lotus surrounding him like a phantom, both could have been given to him by his relatives in the divine realm. The reason they couldn't tell her was likely due to the rules of the divine realm. After all, there are rules in the divine realm, and some things are not permitted under those rules, so they can only be done secretly. Precisely because of this, Xiao Xian couldn't tell her. The more Qian Rinxue thought, the brighter her eyes became, and the more she felt it was likely. She felt as if she had uncovered a layer of mystery and touched the truth of the matter. Qian Rinxue leaned closer to YeXuan's ear and softly asked, "Xiao Xian, have your uncles and aunts been secretly giving you good things?" While speaking, Qian Rinxue looked directly at YeXuan, trying to see if the matter was indeed as she had guessed. Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's words, YeXuan showed a mix of surprise, shock, and contemplation in his eyes for a brief moment. What surprised YeXuan was that he didn't expect Shuer to connect the matter to the divine realm. The shock came from the fact that Shuer had already provided him with an explanation. As for the contemplation, he was considering whether to go along with this excuse and attribute the system rewards to the divine realm. Seeing the 3 expressions in YeXuan's eyes, Qian Rinxue quickly calculated in her heart. The surprise was because she didn't expect to guess correctly. The shock was because she had indeed guessed right. And the contemplation was because she was thinking about how he would communicate with her. With that thought, an arrogant expression involuntarily appeared on Qian Rinxue's face, and she said in YeXuan's ear, "Xiao Xian, I've already guessed it, so you don't have to say it out loud, lest we accidentally disrupt the rules." YeXuan looked at Qian Rinxue's proud demeanor and the clarity and joy in her eyes, and he couldn't help but feel puzzled. It seemed he hadn't said anything, so what was Shuer guessing about, and where was her wild imagination leading her? Chapter 216, The Hell Path, Part 2. It was unclear how much time had passed, but a violent tremor caused the surrounding blood-colored light to gradually fade. YeXuan and Qian Rinxue landed steadily on a circular platform, which was only about 5 meters in diameter. Beside them lay the unconscious Qing Sheng and Inger, while 3 figures in black robes stood in front of them. YeXuan set Qian Rinxue down and said, "Shuer, go wake up Qing Sheng and Inger. These 3 black-robed individuals might not come with good intentions." "Okay, I'll wake them up and then come to help you." Qian Rinxue glanced at the black-robed figures, eyeing them ominously before quickly approaching Qing Sheng and Inger, preparing to wake them. The leading black-robed figure chuckled softly at their actions and said, "I admire your talents. So I think I'll give you a chance to join our Holy Spirit cult. We can help you leave the hell path. Otherwise, you will only become a pile of bones on this hell path." 6 years ago, black-robed individuals like you invited us in the extreme north, but they have already been buried in the icy plains of the extreme north, and you 3 will fall today on this hell path. YeXuan looked at the black-robed figure before him, his eyes filled with cold, killing intent. Qianren, upon hearing their words, turned to look at the black-robed figures in front of her, her eyes also revealing unabashed killing intent. "It's a pity. I originally wanted to leave you a way out, but now it seems that's unnecessary. If we can't use any skills in the City of Slaughter, then we might indeed be left behind on the hell path." As the words of the black-robed figure fell, soul rings began to flicker around them. 9 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 continuously flickered on the 3 black-robed figures. YeXuan looked at the 9 flickering soul rings, and a grave expression involuntarily appeared in his eyes. As a name floated in his mind, the King of Slaughter. The only thing that could allow them to use skills in the City of Slaughter, apart from the God of Slaughter domain, was the King of Slaughter. In Qianren's eyes, an unbelievable expression appeared. Although YeXuan had the strength to match a title Douluo, that was under the condition he could use skills. However, now in the hell path, they couldn't use any skills, and in this situation, encountering 3 title Douluo who could use skills left them with no chance of winning. Qianren glanced at the unconscious Qing Sheng and Ing Er, and instead of waking them up, she prepared to face the 3 title Douluo alongside YeXuan. However, before she could rise to walk towards YeXuan, she heard his voice resonating in the arena. "Leave those 3 to me. After you wake Qing Sheng and Ing Er, go ahead and walk the hell path. Are you trying to trick me into leaving first like you did in the extreme north?" Qianren shot an angry glance at YeXuan, who stood ahead. "Why would I trick you? There are more than just those 3 who can use skills here. I can still forcefully break the restrictions of the City of Slaughter." YeXuan chuckled lightly, taking out the 9 heavens god-slaying spear from his sea of consciousness. The spear spun in his hand, its tip pointing toward the 3 black-robed figures. The power belonging to the law of slaughter surged continuously within YeXuan's body. The stars from the western sky began to flicker as well. From the western stars, beams of light shot out, flying at high speed toward the City of Slaughter. Upon hearing YeXuan's words, the black-robed figures had no intention of attacking. Instead, they watched YeXuan with interest, curious about what tricks he would play. Qianren looked at YeXuan in confusion, unsure of what his words meant. Under everyone's gaze, a strong red glow first emanated from YeXuan's body, but seemed to be suppressed by something gradually diminishing. Then, countless silver rays descended from the sky, landing on YeXuan's body. With each ray that struck him, the momentum radiating from YeXuan would increase. By the time all the silver rays had landed on him, the red glow around YeXuan became incredibly strong. Sounds of glass shattering continuously echoed around him. The divine beast white tiger martial spirit appeared behind him, and after the martial spirit possessed him, 6 soul rings, purple, purple, gold, black, black, red, began to flicker on YeXuan. As a 6-ringed soul emperor, even if you can use skills, what kind of storm can you stir up in front of us? The black-robed figure chuckled lightly, seemingly unconcerned. Although the aura emanating from YeXuan made him feel a bit uneasy, the soul ring configuration on YeXuan was indeed a bit unbelievable. But the Soul Emperor is ultimately a Soul Emperor, and here they have 2 title Douluo and 1 super Douluo. So dealing with the Soul Emperor is not a difficult task at all. YeXuan has no intention of replying right now. He is currently borrowing the power of the laws of slaughter and the Western Stars, which allows him to forcibly break through the restrictions of the City of Slaughter. Although the power from the laws and stars is incredibly strong, borrowed power always needs to be returned, and after returning it, he will fall into a long period of weakness. The borrowed power lasts only for 2 hours, which means he needs to kill 3 black-robed individuals and traverse the Hell Road within 4 hours. Otherwise, he might really be trapped in the Hell Road. As YeXuan felt the incredibly powerful force within him, the life domain expanded around his body. The 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus spun continuously around him, and the 9 heavens god-slaying spear was held in his hand, directly attacking the 3 black-robed individuals. The spear emitted an endless aura of ferocity and slaughter, but the fierce and murderous aura that surged forth did not enter YeXuan's body. Instead, it was absorbed by the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus and transformed into pure soul power to replenish YeXuan's consumed soul power. This was also the reason for the sealing of the 9 Heavens God-slaying spear. Otherwise, with only the shadow of the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus, it would be impossible to absorb the fierce and murderous aura emitted by the spear. YeXuan approached one of the black-robed individuals, and the God-slaying spear in his hand radiated endless ferocity and murderous aura, piercing directly toward the black-robed individual in front of him. Chapter 217, Hell Road, Part 2. Seeing this, the 3 black-robed individuals immediately moved. One of them gathered Black's soul power in his hand, intending to use his own soul power to block the attacking God-slaying spear. The other 2 attacked YeXuan from both sides. YeXuan saw their attacks and had no intention of defending. With the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus protecting his body and the life domain continuously healing his injuries, he was not afraid of an exchange of injuries. Moreover, in such a fight, he would only be injured at most, while the black-robed individuals were risking their lives. No matter how it was calculated, YeXuan would not suffer losses. The God-slaying spear in YeXuan's hand easily pierced through the black-robed individual's soul power, instantly stabbing through his heart, with bright red blood flowing continuously from the black-robed individual's chest and dripping onto the ground. He couldn't understand how a mere soul emperor could break through his soul power and kill him. The attacks from the other 2 black-robe individuals also landed on the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus, which blocked 70% of their attacks, with only 30% hitting YeXuan. Despite this, YeXuan let out a muffled groan. After all, he was directly enduring a combined attack from Super Douluo and a Tidal Douluo. Even though the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus blocked 70% of the attacks, the 30% that hit him was enough to make his blood boil and inflict significant injuries. However, thanks to the presence of the life domain, the injuries on YeXuan's body were recovering at an extremely fast speed and would not affect the upcoming battle. YeXuan swept the God-slaying spear forward. The 2 black-robed individuals saw this and quickly dodged aside. The scene of the spear breaking through the soul power defense and killing one of their own was still vivid in their minds. So how could they not be cautious? YeXuan's gaze was fixed on the remaining 2 black-robed individuals, and without any hesitation, he targeted the one with weaker strength first, intending to eliminate the weaker one before dealing with the last Super Douluo. The weaker black-robed individual, seeing the stabbing God-slaying spear, dared not confront its sharpness and quickly retreated, dodging continuously. The God-slaying spear in YeXuan's hand was fierce and completely abandoned all defense. Every thrust aimed directly at the black-robed individual's vital points. He did not dodge or evade the black-robed individual's attacks. Instead, the God-slaying spear continued to stab at the black-robed individual's vital points, forcing the black-robed individual to dodge. The remaining black-robed individual, seeing this, had no intention of helping, but instead turned his attention to Qian Rinxue, Qing Sheng, and Ing Er on the platform, rushing toward them. Qian Rinxue saw the incoming black-robed individual, glanced at YeXuan, who was entangled with another black-robed individual, and without any hesitation, took out her angel sword, preparing for battle. At the same time, she kicked the unconscious Qing Sheng on the ground. Qing Sheng, in pain, let out a cry and groggily opened his eyes. In the midst of the battle, when YeXuan heard the cry, he suddenly snapped back to reality, slowing down his movements and instinctively looking in the direction of Qian Rinxue and the others. Upon seeing the remaining black-robed individual rushing toward Qian Rinxue and the others, YeXuan immediately wanted to return and block it. However, just as he moved, the black-robed individual in front of him attacked, entangling him and preventing him from leaving. As YeXuan attacked with the God-slaying spear, the black-robed individual quickly retreated to evade the spear's assault. Just when YeXuan tried to leave, the black-robed individual attacked again, not allowing him to depart. Seeing the black-robed individual getting closer to Qian Rinxue and the others, YeXuan no longer hesitated. The God-slaying spear in his hand spun, the spear tip turning backward, and he threw it toward the black-robed individual rushing toward Qian Rinxue and the others. At the same time, the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus around YeXuan was also thrown in the direction of Qian Rinxue. This was a necessary move. He was currently entangled by the black-robed individual and could not possibly support Qian Rinxue and the others in a short time. Moreover, the attack of a Super Doll was not something Qian Rinxue and the others could withstand, especially since they could not use any skills at the moment. If it were only Qing Sheng and Ing Er, YeXuan might have hesitated. But if Qian Rinxue was among them, he would not hesitate at all. The black-robed individual, seeing the God-slaying spear flying toward him, immediately stopped his steps and quickly retreated. The spear, losing its target, embedded itself in the platform in front of Qianrenxue. The 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus also landed on Qianrenxue, spinning around her body. "Kid, did you forget my existence?" A cold voice rang out in front of YeXuan. The 9th soul ring on the black-robed individual flashed rapidly, gathering purple soul power in his hand. Before YeXuan could react, he directly attacked him. Hearing the voice, YeXuan turned to look but felt a sharp pain in his body, causing him to involuntarily fly backward. YeXuan's figure landed on the platform, and just as he was about to steady himself, he crashed into a soft, delicate body, and a familiar fragrance rushed into his nose. "Xiao Xian, are you okay? Why did you throw that over? Don't you know that distracting yourself in battle is a major taboo? I told you before, I can protect myself. Why do you keep doing this?" Qianrenxue's anxious and concerned voice rang in YeXuan's ears. When YeXuan heard the sound, he suddenly felt an unusual aura, as if someone was secretly watching them, making him feel very uncomfortable. As this feeling arose, YeXuan forcibly suppressed the reverse blood surging from his chest. Enduring his injuries and pretending to be nonchalant, he said, "I'm fine, just a bit caught off guard and looking a bit disheveled." Upon hearing YeXuan's words and seeing his seemingly calm demeanor, Qianrenxue's heart, which had been suddenly lifted, also returned to normal, and she let out a long sigh of relief. Chapter 218. The Road to Hell, and, however, Qianrenxue felt that something was amiss. Before she could think more about it, she saw the leading figure in a black robe approaching them. The leader of the black robe group looked at the two with an appreciative gaze and said, "Kid, I don't know what method you use to enhance your strength so quickly, but I have to admit, you're quite strong, especially with that spear. Even I, a 97 ranked super Douluo, have to avoid its sharpness. But you were defeated by a matter of emotion. If you had ignored them earlier and let me kill them, with the strength you've shown now, you could have avenged them and walked out of the road to hell as a true killing god. Unfortunately, because of your feelings, you didn't do that, so you all have to stay in the road to hell today. However, I'm willing to give you a chance. If you're willing to join our holy sect, I can guarantee that with your talents, you will be key cultivators in our sect, and it's even possible for you to become our holy son or holy daughter. So what do you think? Will you consider it?" Qianrenxue looked at the approaching black-robed man, her expression thoughtful, but her hand quietly grasped the Jiuxiao Shirshan spear stuck in the ground. As the black-robed man came closer, Qianrenxue tightened her grip on the spear, looking at the black-robed man who was about to say something. With a sudden burst of strength, she pulled out the Jiuxiao Shirshan spear and, with an endless killing intent, shouted, "You will die." Holding the Jiuxiao Shirshan spear, Qianrenxue directly unleashed the third move of the Sea God S13 styles, One Way Never Returns. The spear seemed to transform into a cold light, piercing straight towards the black-robed man not far from them. When the black-robed man heard the sound, he tried to retreat to dodge. But he was too close to YeXuan and Qianrenxue, and with Qianrenxue's sudden attack, he didn't have time to react. Thus, as the black-robed man attempted to back away, the Shirshan spear had already pierced through his body, leaving a bloody hole. Blood continuously flowed from the wound, and the black-robed man seemed to lose all his strength, collapsing backward. As Qianrenxue struck, Qing Sheng had also fully awakened. However, given the situation, he knew that his presence would only complicate things, so he remained on the ground, quietly waiting for the right moment to act. Just as Qianrenxue killed the leading black-robed man, Qing Sheng and YeXuan moved almost simultaneously. Qing Sheng stood up, wielding the Qingli spear, and charged directly at the last black-robed man. YeXuan forcibly activated the walking secret to suppress the reverse blood surging within him. Taking the Shirshan spear and the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus from Qianrenxue's hands, heading straight for the last black-robed man. Qianrenxue watched YeXuan leave and felt a sense of worry. When she handed the Shirshan spear and the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus to YeXuan, she clearly sensed that something was off with his body. Just as she wanted to voice her concerns, YeXuan stopped her with a glance. Although she didn't know why he wanted to stop her, she ultimately held back her words. Qing Sheng rushed towards the black-robed man quickly, but he was sent flying back even faster. An attack from a title Douluo was not something Qing Sheng could withstand, especially since he was currently unable to use any skills. YeXuan appeared in front of the black-robed man, stabbing with the Shirshan spear again and again, showing no difference from before. The black-robed man's eyes filled with intense, killing intent, knowing that in this situation, he could not survive. Rather than continue to dodge, he decided to fight to the death. Thinking this, the black-robed man stopped avoiding and directly attacked YeXuan, saying, "I don't believe that after fully enduring my 9th soul skill, your body will be fine. The facts were right before his eyes. He had no choice but to believe it. YeXuan chuckled lightly, showing no intention of defending against the attack, continuing to focus solely on offense. The Black-Robed Man's attack, after being blocked by the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus, landed on YeXuan, causing his blood to surge, and he tasted a hint of blood in his mouth. After forcibly suppressing the surging reverse blood, YeXuan mercilessly pierced the Black-Robed Man's heart with the Shuriken spear, and the Black-Robed Man's body fell weakly backward. After finishing everything, YeXuan stood still, suppressing his injuries. He spun the Shuriken spear in his hand, pointing it in a direction, and said, "Killing God, you've watched the show from the shadows long enough. Isn't it time for you to come out? TSK. Your perception is indeed sharp. You can even detect my presence. But don't misunderstand. I'm here to take them back to the Killing City. I just learned that they violated the rules of the Killing City. However, it seems that I no longer need to bring them back." The figure of the Killing God emerged from the shadows, looking down at YeXuan and the others. In the eyes of the Killing God, there was a hint of apprehension. He was now certain that YeXuan and the others knew that he was behind this. After all, only he, the Killing God, could allow people to use skills in the Killing City. Moreover, the Killing God was eager to eliminate them because once they left, they would undoubtedly inform a certain Killing God about the events in the road to hell. Thus, the current situation was that regardless of whether they left or not, they would offend that Killing God. Since that was the case, it would be better to leave them in the road to hell. However, the Killing God was wary of YeXuan's current strength and even more wary of the Shuriken spear in his hand. Therefore, without fully understanding YeXuan's condition, he dared not attack them, fearing to end up like the 3 Black-Robed Men. You can choose to take their bodies back. If you have nothing else to do, we will continue walking the road to hell. YeXuan lowered the Shuriken spear in his hand, his expression appearing somewhat casual. Of course, you can continue down the road to hell. As for their bodies, let them remain here in the road to hell. As soon as the Killing God finished speaking, he turned and left the road to hell. Chapter 219, The Killing God, Part 1. After seeing the Killing God leave, YeXuan couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Although he had the life domain to continuously recover from his injuries, he had just forcibly withstood a title Douluo's 9th soul skill, and by continuously suppressing his injuries, the recovery effects of the life domain were essentially ineffective. Moreover, his injuries cannot be recovered in a short time. If the King of Slaughter attacks them while he is recovering from his injuries, they will truly be trapped in the road to hell. YeXuan's current strength is borrowed. Once time passes, he will fall into a long period of weakness. And, combined with his current injuries, he has basically lost his combat ability. At that time, the 4 of them, who cannot use their skills, will have no chance of surviving in the hands of the King of Slaughter. Let's not say anything, regardless of what happens. We will wait until we finish the road to hell before discussing it. YeXuan's gaze fell on Qianrenshua as he directly picked her up and headed towards a narrow path less than half a foot wide, just enough for their feet to stand on. The platform was surrounded by a bottomless abyss, and this narrow path was the only way to the outside world. Qin Sheng observed YeXuan's actions and immediately sensed that something was off with YeXuan's current state. Therefore, he didn't have time to wake up In, who was lying on the platform, but instead reached out and picked her up, quickly following YeXuan's figure. YeXuan moved rapidly along the narrow path, but he maintained a speed that Qin Sheng could keep up with, not leaving him behind. After they traveled several hundred meters, they felt the air around them gradually becoming warmer. YeXuan also keenly noticed a buzzing sound coming from ahead. However, he showed no intention of stopping and continued at a fast pace down the narrow path. Gradually, the buzzing grew louder, and a swarm of blood-red bats appeared, charging straight toward them. Each blood-red bat looked like a miniature version of the patterns left on the ground of the slaughter hell. Although they were smaller, each blood-red bat was over a meter long when its wings spread out. Moreover, there were not just a dozen or a few dozen blood-red bats, but more than 1,000 of them. In the dimly lit road to hell, these 1,000 blood-red bats looked like a mass of red clouds flying swiftly toward YeXuan and the others. The 3rd soul ring under YeXuan's feet began to flicker rapidly, and the 3rd soul skill, Holy King Tiger Roar, was unleashed. The divine beast, the White Tiger, behind YeXuan let out a thunderous roar, and the soul power within YeXuan quickly transformed into a mental shock that spread outwards. When the blood-red bats were hit by the mental shock, they all stopped flapping their wings and fell straight down. The majority of the blood-red bats had no chance of escaping. The only bat that remained suspended in the air was a massive dark gold 3-headed bat. The dark gold 3-headed bat let out an angry screech, unfurling its enormous wings and directly lunging at YeXuan and Qianrenxue. Before the dark gold three-headed bat reached them, an aura no less than that of a 10,000-year soul beast rose from its body, creating a strong wind that blew YeXuan and Qianrenxue's hair. YeXuan's eyes were filled with killing intent, but before he could act, Qianrenxue's voice rang in his ear. "Xian, put me down. Let me handle this. You can't suppress your injuries any longer. Not now. We can't afford any delays. We must exit the road to hell as quickly as possible. Just stay still and let me handle this." YeXuan glanced at Qianrenxue in his arms and had no intention of putting her down. YeXuan thrust the god-slaying spear directly at the oncoming dark gold three-headed bat. In the blink of an eye, the central head of the dark gold three-headed bat was pierced, and the remaining two heads let out piercing screams from the intense pain. The god-slaying spear swept from left to right, slicing through the remaining two heads, and the sound of the dark gold three-headed bat abruptly ceased as its wings stopped flapping, its body plummeting into the abyss below. After doing all this, YeXuan did not pause and continued forward along the narrow path. Meanwhile, the King of Slaughter, who had left, suddenly stopped in his tracks. During the 2 years in the City of Slaughter, he had been closely monitoring YeXuan and the others, so he understood their personalities very well. Furthermore, from the earlier situation with the black cloak person being able to use skills, it was clear that they could not be unaware of his interference behind the scenes. Knowing that the kid would not let him leave easily if he knew he was causing trouble, unless something was wrong with that kid. The King of Slaughter stood still in deep thought. But soon, a fierce killing intent appeared in the King of Slaughter's eyes, and a chilling voice escaped his lips. "What an interesting kid. You almost deceived me. If you really manage to leave the City of Slaughter alive, it will bring chaos to our city." The King of Slaughter turned and looked towards the direction of the road to hell, heading straight towards it. In the entire road to hell, only that narrow path led to the outside world. So he only needed to follow that narrow path to catch up, without worrying about not being able to find their figures. After a long time, YeXuan, Qianrenxue, and Qing Sheng felt the temperature around them rising, and sweat began to drip from their heads, yet they showed no intention of stopping to rest, continuing to move forward at a rapid pace. Due to the extreme heat, both YeXuan and Qing Sheng felt their stamina depleting quickly, but YeXuan was still able to use skills, so his stamina loss was not significant. YeXuan glanced back and said, "Qing Sheng, do you need me to slow down a bit?" "No need. Although I can't be of much help right now. I can still keep up with your pace." Qing Sheng chuckled lightly, his voice calm and unhurried. Upon hearing Qing Sheng's words, YeXuan did not say anything more and continued moving forward along the narrow path. Before them appeared a pair of fiery red eyes and a dark red body coiling around the narrow path. Upon seeing the situation ahead, YeXuan's eyes involuntarily narrowed. It was a giant snake, estimated to be about 10 meters long, with 9 protrusions on its head and back, each resembling a bright red mushroom, seemingly with blood flowing inside. When they saw the giant snake, it also spotted them. A forked tongue flicked out from the giant snake's mouth, and its fiery red eyes instantly brightened. Ancient exotic beast, 10-headed fiery sun snake, extremely poisonous, can exceed 10 meters in length when fully grown, possessing the strongest fire poison among snakes. It can form an inner Dan after 10,000 years of cultivation. When the inner Dan emerges, the world loses its color. If one obtains the inner Dan, the snake swarm will flee, making it the supreme being among snakes. YeXuan looked at the giant snake ahead and recited its information. Hearing YeXuan's words, Qianrenxue merely glanced at the giant snake before withdrawing her gaze and placing her hand on YeXuan. With strands of golden soul power flowing from her hand into YeXuan's body, constantly monitoring his injuries. At a distance of 20 meters from the 10-headed sun snake, it launched the first attack. A fiery red light sprayed from its massive mouth, spreading towards YeXuan and the others with a strong, fishy smell. The flames licked the slender ground, scorching the rocks as they rapidly advanced towards the group. The crackling sound of burning rocks echoed on the narrow path, accompanied by a thin layer of faint red mist in the flames. Without even thinking or asking, it was clear that the red mist was poisonous. However, YeXuan had no intention of stopping his advance. If he couldn't dodge it, he would charge through. In the realm of life, he could ignore any negative effects and didn't need to fear poisoning. YeXuan lightly tapped the ground with his toes, leaping into the air, and thrust the god-slaying spear directly downwards towards the head of the 10-headed sun snake. Although the 10-headed sun snake was significantly stronger than the dark gold, 3-headed dark gold bat, it was still nothing compared to YeXuan. who wielded the power of laws and starlight. Seeing the incoming god-slaying spear, the enormous snake head quickly recoiled, attempting to evade the attack. However, the spear seemed to have eyes of its own, piercing directly towards its head, making it impossible to dodge. With a splatter, the god-slaying spear pierced into the massive head of the 10-headed sun snake, and bright red blood erupted from the wound, splattering onto YeXuan and Qian Renchua's clothes. Yet, neither of them paid any mind to it. YeXuan withdrew the spear from the snake's head and flicked it against the snake's back, sending a small golden red ball flying into the air. Without YeXuan needing to say a word, Qian Renchua, who was in his arms, reached out and caught the falling ball. However, she didn't even look at it and casually tossed it into her soul tool, showing no concern for the small ball. They hesitated not at all and continued forward along the narrow path. However, the further they went, the more they felt the surrounding heat. There was also a peculiar atmosphere, a very oppressive feeling that emerged deep within their hearts, making them uncomfortable. The killing intent emanating from them involuntarily surged forth, released without reservation. With the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus, both YeXuan and Qian Renchua felt little discomfort, but Qing Sheng behind them found his vision slightly blurred, as the intense heat seemed to stimulate every cell in his body. Although Qing Sheng felt extremely uncomfortable, he managed to maintain his composure and keep up with YeXuan and Qian Renchua. The only issue was with the unconscious Inger in his arms, whose breathing was becoming increasingly rapid. Before them, a faint red mist began to appear. However, with the enhancement from the autumn water dew and the transformation from the evil Ice Saint King, YeXuan had no trouble seeing through the red mist. After passing through the mist, they could see the exit of the Hell Road, an oval-shaped light screen, marking the end of their path. Although the exit appeared ahead, they halted their steps, for there was no more road before them, only a churning sea of blood stretching for 1,000 meters. YeXuan set Qian Renchua down, chuckling softly, and said, "You all go ahead and exit the Hell Road. I'll hold off the approaching king of slaughter." YeXuan turned, his gaze fixed on the red mist, gripping the god-slaying spear tightly. Upon hearing his words, Qian Renchua and Qing Sheng's pupils constricted. "No, you can't delay your injuries any longer. You must heal quickly. If you suppress it further, it will only get worse." Qian Renchua's voice carried a hint of determination. "Besides me, none of you can stop the King of Slaughter, and I can still use soul skills now. If I want to leave, the King of Slaughter won't be able to stop me," YeXuan said, his eyes growing serious as he watched the rapidly approaching King of Slaughter. "Leave? None of you can leave. You'll all remain in the Hell Road." The King of Slaughter's figure pierced through the faint red mist, charging straight at YeXuan and the others. YeXuan lightly tapped the ground with his toes and raised the god-slaying spear to meet the incoming King of Slaughter, directly blocking it. Qian Renchua, watching YeXuan confront the King of Slaughter, gritted her teeth and said, "If we stay here, we'll only be a burden to him. We need to leave the Hell Road first. Only by leaving the Hell Road can we gain the domain of the God of Slaughter and then return to help Xian." Qian Renchua cast a worried glance at YeXuan before making up her mind, activating the walking character secret and heading straight towards the exit of the Hell Road. The 1,000-meter distance posed no problem for either Qian Renchua or Qing Sheng, so they quickly made their way towards the light screen beyond the Sea of Blood. Chapter 221, King of Slaughter, Part 2. Qian Renchua's figure was the first to enter the white light screen, and at that moment, everything around her began to change. It was a snowy white void, and looking out, all she could see was a vast expanse of whiteness. In this white world, she couldn't muster any power. Only a chilling sensation rose within her body. It felt as though endless coldness was gathering within her, causing her great pain. The purest killing intent continuously gathered within Qian Renchua's body, gradually forming a domain of killing intent around her. When the domain fully formed, Qian Renchua had already passed through the light screen, emerging into the outside world. She had no time to feel her domain of the God of Slaughter or assess her surroundings before she turned to re-enter the Hell Road. Just as she was about to turn, an elderly figure suddenly appeared before her, accompanied by a smiling voice that reached her ears. "Shui, why did you come out alone? Where are Xian and the others?" "Grandpa, we need to hurry back to save Xian. The King of Slaughter is after us, and Xian is blocking him at the exit of the Hell Road." Without providing further explanation, Qian Renchua reached out to grasp her grandfather's hand and headed straight back towards the Hell Road. Upon hearing Qian Renchua's words, Qian Daoliu's expression immediately darkened. He had originally come happily to retrieve Shui and Xian back to Spirit City. But hearing that the king of slaughter dared to attack them stirred a long-buried, killing intent within him. Moreover, with Qian Renxue now possessing the domain of the god of slaughter, even if they entered the Hell Road, Qian Daolu would face no restrictions, as any soul master could recover the use of their soul skills within the domain of slaughter. In the Hell Road, after thrusting the god-slaying spear, YeXuan felt a sense of urgency rise in his heart. The power within him was continuously waning, and it felt as if his soul rings were being pushed back into his body by some unseen force. Time was running out. His strength was gradually fading. YeXuan had just formed a thought in his mind when the king of slaughter, sitting opposite him, seized the opportunity to punch the spear of the god-slaying gun. YeXuan's body was sent flying and crashed heavily onto the narrow path. Due to the borrowed power, the time had come. The injuries in YeXuan's body could no longer be suppressed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he still relied on the god-slaying gun to force himself to stand up. At this moment, YeXuan's face appeared very pale, and he was experiencing excruciating pain coursing through his body and into his mind. Meanwhile, the king of slaughter was not in a good state either. With blood continuously dripping from his body and a bloody hole in his right shoulder, crimson blood flowing out as if it were free. YeXuan had left dozens of wounds on the king of slaughter with the god-slaying gun, the most serious being the wound on his right shoulder. If that thrust had not gone off course, perhaps the king of slaughter would have fallen on the road to hell. The figure of the king of slaughter landed on the narrow path, and a sharp voice came from his mouth. "Kid, do you have any last words before you die? If you have something to say, you can say it now. And rest assured, none of the three of them can escape. They will all accompany you. You just need to go first." YeXuan looked at the king of slaughter ahead, tightly gripping the god-slaying gun in his hand, his expression fluctuating between dark and light. However, he did not say anything. The borrowed power and the strength of the stars had reached their limit, and he was now deeply weakened, with serious injuries on his body. The fact that he could still stand was solely due to the god-slaying gun in his hand. At that moment, three voices rang out from the exit of the road to hell. "How dare you, Xiaoxian, brother!" Upon hearing this, both YeXuan and the king of slaughter turned their gazes towards the direction of the exit. They saw three people releasing their martial souls, rushing towards them at an incredible speed. When YeXuan saw Qian Renxue and Qing Sheng, he was not surprised, only giving a bitter smile in his heart. However, when he saw Qian Daolu, he was somewhat taken aback, and the bitter smile in his heart instantly vanished without a trace. Qian Renxue, Qian Daolu, and Qing Sheng landed directly beside YeXuan. Qian Renxue reached out to support YeXuan, using her soul power to check his condition. Qian Daolu stood in front of them, his gaze fixed on the king of slaughter, with 9 soul rings flashing ominously around him. Qing Sheng stood behind YeXuan, his eyes warily watching the king of slaughter. He had no choice but to stand at the back since the narrow path could only accommodate one person standing. Qian Renxue was supporting YeXuan, and Qian Daolu stood in front of them. After checking YeXuan's injuries, Qian Renxue's eyes revealed anger and killing intent as she looked towards the king of slaughter, directly saying to Qian Daolu, "Grandpa, I want him dead. Swear." "You can rest assured, he won't escape," Qian Daolu replied, an incredibly powerful aura erupting from him, pressing towards the king of slaughter. "Grandpa, be careful, he is Tangchun, but he has been parasitized by the blood-red, 9-headed Bat King, becoming the king of slaughter in the city of slaughter. Moreover, he possesses a super artifact, the Azura Demon Sword." YeXuan reminded him, then put away the god-slaying gun and the 12th grade extinguishing Black Lotus. Upon hearing YeXuan's words, Qian Daolu carefully scrutinized the king of slaughter before him. He was very familiar with Tangchun from the Haoyan sect, and upon closer inspection, the king of slaughter indeed bore some resemblance to Tangchun. The king of slaughter, meanwhile, was cautiously observing Qian Daolu, sensing danger from him. Additionally, Qian Daolu was within the domain of the god of slaughter, where any skills could be used, while he himself was currently injured, making it very disadvantageous for him to continue fighting. Thinking of this, the king of slaughter immediately turned to leave the realm of the god of slaughter and return to his city of slaughter. Chapter 222. The king of slaughter and the king of slaughter reacted quickly, but Qian Oliu's response was equally swift. The moment the king of slaughter turned around, Qian Oliu's figure was already moving towards him. "Whether you are the king of slaughter or Tangchun, you will remain here," Qian Daolu declared. The 6-winged angel martial soul behind him flapping its wings gently, rapidly closing in on the king of slaughter. Feeling the fierce wind approaching from behind, the king of slaughter hesitated no longer and quickly left the realm of the god of slaughter. As long as he was outside the realm of the god of slaughter, he would be safe and face no danger. The figures of the king of slaughter and Qian Daolu moved swiftly along the road to hell. And since the king of slaughter had no intention of engaging with Qian Daolu, he only kept dodging Qian Daolu's attacks. However, it wasn't long before the king of slaughter had already flown out of the realm of the god of slaughter, and Qian Daolu's figure halted at the edge of the realm. The king of slaughter looked back at Qian Daolu, who remained within the realm of the god of slaughter, and said, "There is a contract between our city of slaughter and the Spear Hall. My actions against them were merely a misunderstanding, not as you perceive. I acted against them just to test his strength, and, in the end, it was I who was injured. The injuries he has are unrelated to me. It was a person from an organization called the Holy Spirit Church who injured him. The Holy Spirit Church is composed of evil soul masters, and I think you, Spirit Hall, should focus your attention on the Holy Spirit Church rather than our city of slaughter. After all, our existence is beneficial to your Spirit Hall, and there's a contract between us. You wouldn't want to tear it up at this time, would you? There are evil soul masters from the Holy Spirit Church lurking in the shadows. The threat they pose to your Spirit Hall far exceeds that of our city of slaughter." The king of slaughter maintained a safe distance, neither too far nor too close, from Qian Daolu. This distance was very safe. The moment Qian Daolu stepped out of the domain of the god of slaughter, he would be restricted by the city of slaughter and would be unable to use any skills. Qian Daolu was aware of this, so he did not step out of the realm of the god of slaughter. He merely stood quietly at the edge. As for the Holy Spirit Church mentioned by the king of slaughter, he had never heard of it, and, in his understanding, although there were evil soul masters on the continent, they did not dare to appear before the world under the suppression of the Spirit Hall. So he did not take the king of slaughter's words seriously. After all, the six-winged angel martial soul was the nemesis of evil soul masters. Anyone with a six-winged angel martial soul could clearly sense the presence of evil soul masters around them. After the king of slaughter finished speaking, seeing that Qian Daolu showed no reaction, he turned and swiftly headed towards the city of slaughter. Qian Daolu watched the departing king of slaughter. Since the realm of the god of slaughter was only so large, if he stepped out of it, he would be restricted by the city of slaughter. At that point, not to mention killing the king of slaughter, whether he could survive was uncertain. Qian Daolu turned to look back at YeXuan, Qian Renxue, and Qing Sheng. He saw Qian Renxue constantly observing YeXuan with her gaze, completely unaware of the situation over here. Qing Sheng's gaze was fixed on Qian Daolu in midair, yet he remained stationary, not moving at all. YeXuan, on the other hand, was releasing his life domain to heal his injuries, with no time to pay attention to the situation of Qian Daolu and the king of slaughter. After a while, Qian Daolu slowly walked back from the air and said, "Let's go. We should leave the Hell Road and return to the Spirit City." Upon hearing Qian Oliu's voice, Qian Renxue turned her gaze around and, seeing no sign of the king of slaughter, couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa, where is the king of slaughter?" "He has already left. The range of the slaughter domain is limited. You two, who possess the slaughter domain, have been standing still without moving. How can I keep him here?" Qian Daolu looked at Qian Renxue, his aged face revealing a kind smile. "Grandpa, Xiao Xian is injured, and I need to support him. Moreover, he can only release his life domain to heal his injuries within the slaughter domain. How can I move?" Qian Renxue said, turning to glare at Qing Sheng, who was standing behind them. Qing Sheng also possessed the slaughter domain, but stood still, watching the king of slaughter escape. Seeing Qian Renxue's glare, Qing Sheng said, "Sister-in-law, why are you glaring at me? The path is so narrow, and you two are blocking it. Even if I wanted to get past, I would need a way to do so. Can't you use your martial soul to fly over?" After glaring at Qing Sheng, Qian Renxue turned her gaze back to YeXuan. "Ahem, sister-in-law, I can't fly and don't have any flying soul skills. Even if I wanted to fly, I wouldn't be able to," Qing Sheng replied, his voice carrying a hint of embarrassment. Qian Renxue's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Qing Sheng, but quickly withdrew her gaze, choosing not to say anything further. At that moment, YeXuan also retracted his life domain, slowly opened his eyes, and said, "Let's leave the Hell Road first. I'm the only one who hasn't obtained the slaughter domain yet." Qian Renxue nodded and said, "Yes, let's leave the Hell Road first. Once we are out, you can focus on healing your injuries." As soon as she finished speaking, the eight-winged angel martial soul behind Qian Renxue gently flapped its wings, carrying YeXuan toward the exit's light curtain. Qian Daolu glanced at Qing Sheng before directly following the steps of YeXuan and Qian Renxue, showing no intention of acknowledging Qing Sheng. Qing Sheng smiled and quickly caught up with the group. When entering the light curtain, YeXuan felt that cold sensation again, which was especially pronounced given his injuries. As he passed through the light curtain, the slaughtered domain involuntarily released around his body. The slaughter domain. Within the domain, the enemy's strength will be reduced by 10%, while the user can exert 110% of their power. Moreover, it will gradually increase the weakening and enhancement ratios in conjunction with the growth of the user's martial soul. After reviewing the effects of the slaughter domain, YeXuan retracted his own slaughter domain. Chapter 223, Returning to Spirit City, Part 1. As YeXuan retracted his slaughter domain, Qian Rinxue supported him as they sat in a carriage marked with the emblem of the Spirit Hall. There was another person in the carriage, the previously unconscious Inger. However, Inger had now awakened and was looking at them with a puzzled expression. After Qian Douluo, YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, and Qing Sheng boarded the carriage, Inger finally asked, "Saint, weren't we supposed to still be on Hell Road? How'd we come out directly? We've completed the Hell Road. I carried you the entire way out, and you were never in any danger," Qing Sheng said, placing his hands behind his head and leaning back against the carriage, sounding very relaxed and casual. During the entire process of traversing the Hell Road, it was indeed, as Qing Sheng described, they had run through without any danger. YeXuan had been leading the way, so how could there be any danger? Moreover, if it weren't for Qing Sheng and Inger being there at the end, YeXuan would have used the secret of movement to take Qian Rinxue out without needing to confront the King of Slaughter directly. Inger looked skeptically at the relaxed and casual Qing Sheng and then at YeXuan, who was lying on Qian Rinxue's lap, appearing pale and weak. Seeing their conditions, Inger couldn't help but ask, since it was so easy, why does Brother Qian look so weak? He was just responsible for carrying you while running behind, so of course, it was easy for him. The entire process was basically him clearing the path, Qian Rinxue said, shooting a glance at Qing Sheng before returning her gaze to close her eyes and rest in the carriage. Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's words, Qing Sheng merely smiled awkwardly. During the Hell Road, it wasn't that he didn't want to help, but he simply couldn't. Whether it was the three evil soul masters from the Holy Spirit cult or the King of Slaughter from the Slaughter City, they were not opponents that Qing Sheng could contend with at that moment. Moreover, the dark golden three-headed bat and the 10-headed fiery sun snake were dealt with by YeXuan in an instant. There was nothing he could do. The carriage was quiet since no one was speaking. YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, Qing Sheng, and Inger all closed their eyes to rest. During their 2 years in the Slaughter City, their emotions had been greatly affected, so they were all trying their best to adjust their mental state. After all, being outside was different from being in the Slaughter City. In the Slaughter City, they could engage in merciless slaughter at the slightest disagreement, but that couldn't happen outside. So they needed to readjust their emotions from their time in the Slaughter City. Qian Oliu's gaze fell upon the mark above YeXuan's brow, a faint smile appearing on his aged face. As a messenger of the angel god, he naturally knew what that mark represented. It could be said that as long as that mark appeared, it signified the official start of the divine position inheritance. Xiao Xian's divine position had officially begun. Qian Rinxue's divine position inheritance should also be starting soon. After glancing at Qian Rinxue, Qian Douluo closed his eyes and rested in the carriage, not disturbing the others. Meanwhile, as YeXuan adjusted his emotions, he prepared to open the system mall to see what items were available for purchase. After all, he had just obtained 50,000 fortune points, and it would be a pity not to browse the system mall. As soon as he opened the system mall, a dazzling golden light appeared before YeXuan's eyes. After the golden light faded, 2 package-like items appeared in front of him. Upon closer inspection, these 2 packages were a random package and a martial soul package, with the random package priced at 30,000 fortune points and the martial soul package at 20,000 fortune points. Together, they amounted to exactly 50,000 fortune points. Moreover, both packages were marked with the words, "Highly recommended" in bold letters. As if to ensure he wouldn't miss them, each letter was as large as the package itself, making them particularly eye-catching. Looking at these 2 packages, YeXuan asked in his heart, "System, what are these 2 packages and why are they priced so high?" The system's voice rang in YeXuan's mind. "Host, this question is very good. These 2 gift packs are specially customized for you based on your strength and luck value. The random gift pack can yield 5 random items, and it will definitely include 1 item from your past life mythology. Don't you feel envious of the innate spiritual treasures in them all? As long as you buy the random gift pack, you might obtain 1. The Martial Soul gift pack will greatly enhance you. Once you purchase it, you will randomly receive a Martial Soul, allowing you to possess a 3rd Martial Soul. This opportunity is rare, so I strongly recommend that you buy both gift packs. Once you purchase them, You might obtain an innate treasure or a martial soul beyond the divine level. Listening to the system's voice, YeXuan raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, "System, why do I always feel like you're trying to trick me? Trick you? What benefit would I get from that? What I give you is all good stuff. Do I need to trick you?" The system's voice echoed in his mind. "Of course you have benefits, don't you? Isn't the luck value one of them?" YeXuan looked at the 2 gift packs in front of him and hesitated. "Trust this system. Buying these 2 gift packs will definitely not be a loss for you. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. This system has said all it can. Whether to buy or not is up to you." As soon as the system finished speaking, there was no further sound in YeXuan's mind. He looked at the 2 gift packs in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and decided to buy them. His luck value dropped from 51,900 to 1,900 an instant. YeXuan focused on the 2 gift packs, each with an open button that could be activated with his thoughts. After using his thoughts to open the random gift pack, 5 dazzling golden rays shot up, and 5 items floated quietly in the golden light. "Congratulations, host! You've obtained milk candy, diamond chest, beauty elixir, elegant floating garment, and iron-eating beast." Looking at the items that appeared before him, YeXuan's expression darkened. He had spent 30,000 luck points to receive a piece of milk candy, a chest set, a bottle of beauty elixir, a woman's garment, and an iron-eating beast. It was a complete loss. Chapter 224, Return to Martial Soul City, Part 2. YeXuan looked at the items in front of him and immediately spoke to the system. "System, is this what you said I would definitely not lose? From my perspective, this is a complete loss." After a long while, the system's voice echoed in YeXuan's mind again. "Host, didn't you notice the iron-eating beast? In the ancient legends of your past life, the iron-eating beast was a mount of Chiyu. Moreover, Chiyu's iron-eating beast had immense power in its left arm and the ability to cover the sea with its right arm. Although this isn't Chiyu's iron-eating beast, it is definitely an iron-eating beast, so you can use it as a mount without any problems." YeXuan was skeptical and examined the 5th card. Item, Iron-eating beast alias. Panda description. In legend, it is Chiyu's mount. Note, a panda is a bear, not a cat. YeXuan looked at the information about the iron-eating beast, and his eyebrows twitched. He immediately said, "System, this is what you call an iron-eating beast with immense power? I could tolerate you giving me a soul beast with some ability, but how can you give me a completely useless panda? What is going on?" "Host is an iron-eating beast, but calling it a panda is also correct. You can use it as a mount, and don't underestimate the iron-eating beast. Just because it has no abilities now doesn't mean it can't be cultivated. Chiyu chose it as a mount for a reason. What reason could there be for Chiyu choosing it as a mount? I don't know. But what I do know is that Chiyu must have lost because of his mount. This panda is better off being kept as a pet. Using it as a mount is just a joke." YeXuan glanced at the card in his hand and casually put it aside. Having him, YeXuan, use a clumsy-looking panda as a mount was out of the question. His mount, at the very least, had to look imposing. Looking at the remaining items, milk candy, chess, beauty elixir, and so on, he didn't even need to check. He already knew what they were for. The only item he needed to check was the elegant floating garment. Item, elegant floating garment, sealed 99, grade, innate spiritual treasure description, an innate spiritual treasure formed from eggshells by Nuwa during the chaotic period. It possesses great power. Anything related to cause and effect will be blocked by it, and it cannot be harmed by any method. It can change color according to the wearer's intention. YeXuan looked at the introduction of the elegant floating garment and instantly felt that his 30,000 luck points were well spent, though he personally had no use for it since it was a woman's garment. The style and appearance of this elegant floating garment were quite nice, and it didn't look flashy. Instead, it had a sense of ancient elegance. If he gave it to Schwerer, she would probably like it. YeXuan thought to himself as he gazed at the elegant floating garment. After a long while, he put away the elegant floating garment, planning to give it to Qianren Shui after returning to Martial Soul City. YeXuan's gaze shifted to the Martial Soul gift pack, eagerly anticipating what his 3rd Martial Soul would be. After using his thoughts to open the Martial Soul gift pack, a strong blue light radiated from it, and a powerful aura emanated. The blue light enveloped YeXuan's body, and a blue lotus appeared before him. The blue lotus gradually bloomed, and, as it opened, a purifying force that seemed to cleanse all things was released from it. Once the blue lotus fully bloomed, it quietly flowed within, seemingly embodying the creation of heaven and earth, perpetually alive and endlessly flowing. Ding dong, congratulations, host, you have obtained the 3rd Martial Soul, Purifying Blue Lotus. 3rd Martial Soul, Purifying Blue Lotus attributes. Ultimate defense, ultimate purification, ultimate creation power as soon as the prompt finished. The purifying blue lotus transformed into a blue light and entered YeXuan's sea of consciousness. In the sea of consciousness, the purifying blue lotus floated in midair, emanating pure, purifying power that directly suppressed the divine beast white tiger, the 9 heavens god-slaying spear, the 12th rank annihilation black lotus, phantom, the evil eye saint king, and the dark demon evil god tiger. When the divine beast white tiger sensed the power suppressing it, it immediately opened its eyes and looked at the purifying blue lotus in midair. The 9 heavens god-slaying spear seemed to have received some provocation, its body trembling continuously. The 12th rank annihilation black lotus floated quietly, showing no signs of movement. The evil eye saint king and the dark demon evil god tiger exchanged glances and retreated a short distance, clearly not intending to get involved. As soon as the divine beast white tiger stood up, the 9 heavens god-slaying spear shot out directly towards the purifying blue lotus, cleanly and efficiently knocking the martial soul, purifying blue lotus away. Although the purifying blue lotus was strong, it was still just a martial soul. How could it compare to the true 9 heavens god-slaying spear? Seeing this, the divine beast white tiger, which had just stood up, lay back down and closed its eyes as if it hadn't seen anything at all. The pure world Qinglian, which had been blown away, also withdrew the purifying power it had released and quietly floated in the sea of consciousness. The 9 heavens god-slaying spear returned to its original position, no longer moving. YeXuan looked at the situation in his sea of consciousness, simply smiled, and did not say anything further, directly exiting the system mall. This time, spending 50,000 luck points was practically a sure win, just for the martial soul. The pure world Qinglian, he had already made a significant profit. Outside, the sky had darkened, and the carriage continued to speed towards the martial soul city. YeXuan opened his eyes, looked inside the carriage, and noticed that everyone else was resting with their eyes closed. Just as he was about to release his life domain, he heard Douluo's voice echoing in the carriage. "Xian, tell Grandpa what happened during the 2 years you spent in the city of slaughter." Upon hearing this, YeXuan sat up in the carriage and recounted everything that had happened during the 2 years in the city of slaughter to Douluo. Listening to YeXuan's narration, Douluo's brows involuntarily furrowed, and he spoke. "Xian, you just mentioned that you encountered 2 titled law and a super level evil spirit master on the Hell Road. That's right, they are from the Holy Spirit sect. Moreover, 6 years ago, Schwer and I encountered an evil spirit master from the Holy Spirit sect in the extreme north. However, we were always in danger without suffering any harm." YeXuan placed his hands behind his head, his eyes appearing calm, but amidst the calmness, a hint of killing intent emerged. Chapter 225, Returning to Martial Soul City, Part 2. Douluo gazed at the killing intent in YeXuan's eyes, pondering for a moment before saying, "Xian, I will send someone to investigate the Holy Spirit sect on the continent. You don't need to spend your energy on it. Furthermore, since your divine inheritance has officially begun, you need to focus on the Holy Spirit sect and not on anything else. Of course, there's one more thing you and Schwer need to pay attention to. You both are already 18 years old, which is not a small matter. I have only 2 wishes now. The first is to see you both become deities, and the second is to see the angel martial soul continue to be inherited. Our Qian family's angel martial soul has always been passed down through one lineage. If the angel martial soul fails to inherit, I fear I will have no face to meet the angel god in the future." As Douluo spoke, he let out a soft sigh, his gaze resting on YeXuan and Rinxue. After hearing Douluo's words, Rinxue opened her eyes, her face slightly flushed, but she did not say anything. YeXuan then reached out, gently stroking Rinxue's hair, and softly said, "Grandpa, we will surely fulfill your 2 wishes. It's just a matter of time." A faint smile appeared on YeXuan's face. Whether the angel martial soul would fail to inherit was still uncertain. After all, YeXuan now possessed 3 martial souls. And regardless of whether it was the divine beast white tiger or the pure world Qinglian, their martial soul ranks were higher than that of the 8-winged angel. Therefore, who would inherit which martial soul was truly unpredictable. Douluo looked at YeXuan, a hint of helplessness appearing in his eyes. YeXuan's response was essentially no different from silence. A matter of time. When exactly would that be? But Douluo did not say anything further. Instead, he closed his eyes, beginning to rest. YeXuan released his life domain, starting to recover from his injuries. Within the life domain, his injuries could be healed rapidly. Even after his injuries healed, he would be unable to use his martial soul for combat for a month. While on the Hell Road, he had borrowed the power of the stars and laws, allowing him to quickly kill Title Douluo and even Super Douluo. However, once the borrowed power faded, he would enter a month of weakness. Moreover, during this period of weakness, he could not use his martial soul for any combat. Aside from the inability to use his martial soul, other aspects had no impact on YeXuan. Given his current strength, even without using his martial soul, he could easily deal with Soul Kings or Soul Emperors while recovering from his injuries. YeXuan also pondered the issues regarding his martial souls and spirit rings. He now had 3 martial souls. Apart from the divine beast, White Tiger martial soul, which had full spirit rings, the dark demon, evil god tiger, and the pure world, Qinglian martial soul were both capable of adding additional spirit rings. The dark demon, evil god tiger currently had 100,000 year spirit ring and could add 5 more spirit rings. The pure world, Qinglian martial soul, having no spirit rings at present, could add 6 spirit rings, making a total of 11 spirit rings. If all 11 spirit rings were added with spirit rings of 100,000 years or more, his soul power could rapidly increase in a short time, potentially even reaching the level of an 80th rank Soul Douluo. While there were not many spirit beasts over 100,000 years on the continent, there were still quite a few. YeXuan needed to contemplate which spirit beasts could be hunted and which ones could not be touched for the time being. For example, the Emperor Tian and Xiong in the Douluo Forest were definitely off limits. Otherwise, provoking Guanyin from the Lake of Life would not be a pleasant affair. Although Guanyin was currently recuperating in the Lake of Life, she surely still possessed deity-level strength. If she were truly provoked, unless a deity descended from the divine realm, it could be said that whoever went would die. The Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor in the extreme north were also definitely not to be messed with. During their time in the extreme north, the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor had taken good care of them. Moreover, during the more than 3 years in the extreme north, YeXuan and Qianrenxue had developed a very good relationship with the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor. Therefore, YeXuan would never consider hunting them down for just 1 spirit ring. YeXuan did not care about the lives and deaths of others because he did not know them. Thus, their lives and deaths had nothing to do with him. However, when it came to those he knew and was familiar with, he would never shirk from helping when needed. As for how far he would help, it depended on his relationship with that person. If they were close friends, he would help with anything, as long as it did not touch his bottom line. If they were merely acquaintances, whether to help or not would depend on YeXuan's mood. After ruling out the spirit beasts that could not be hunted, the remaining known spirit beasts over 100,000 years were only the Titan giant ape in the Douluo Forest and the Dark Phoenix in the Mysterious Valley. Although YeXuan had never seen the Dark Phoenix in the Mysterious Valley, the fact that it could speak human language indicated that its cultivation age had certainly reached over 100,000 years. Moreover, YeXuan had been hunted by the Dark Phoenix's controlled spirit beasts in the Mysterious Valley, so the Dark Phoenix had already made it onto his hunting list. Aside from these 2 spirit beasts, the only other places with spirit beasts over 100,000 years were the southern grasslands and the endless sea. YeXuan did not know how many 100,000-year spirit beasts were in the southern grasslands, but he was certain that there were plenty in the ocean. After all, the ocean's area was much larger than that of the land. As for spirit beasts under 100,000 years, they were completely out of YeXuan's consideration. Moreover, he was not interested in 10,000-year spirit rings. At the very least, they had to be 100,000-year spirit rings. YeXuan, after thinking about the matter of the soul rings, retracted his thoughts and focused on healing his injuries. With the powerful recovery effects of the life domain, YeXuan's injuries were rapidly healing at an astonishing speed. At his current recovery rate, it would take him about 3 days to fully recover. And with the life domain's effects, he would not be left with any after effects. Qianrenxue watched YeXuan begin to heal and extended her hand to check his condition with her soul power. When she noticed that YeXuan's injuries were recovering at a very fast pace, she let out a gentle sigh of relief in her heart. Chapter 226. Return to Wuhuan City. End. A few days later, YeXuan and Qianrenxue were in a carriage, playing chess, while others sat nearby watching. Qianrenxue looked at her remaining pieces, then at YeXuan's remaining pieces, picked up her pawn, placed it on her knight, and then moved 2 pieces onto YeXuan's king with a smile, saying, "Checkmate, I win." YeXuan looked at Qianrenxue's move, confused, and asked Schwerer, "How can your pawn and knight move in a straight line to checkmate my king? A pawn riding a knight is just cavalry, right? Charging straight ahead, what's the problem?" Qianrenxue's gaze was fixed on the chessboard, her eyes filled with interest. She had never seen such a chess game before, so it felt very novel and intriguing to her. While speaking, Qianrenxue rearranged her pieces, clearly intending to play another round. YeXuan listened to her response, thought for a long time, and found himself speechless. Upon riding a knight is cavalry, and cavalry charges straight ahead. Well, the logic is clear. There's nothing wrong with it. YeXuan also rearranged his pieces, always on guard against Qian Rinxue's cavalry. After a long time, YeXuan looked at Qian Rinxue, who had fallen into a deadlock, and said, "Schwer, you're in a deadlock now. What else is there to think about? Let's start a new game." Who said I'm in a deadlock? I'm clearly winning this game, Qian Rinxue said, looking at the chessboard, picked up her rook, placed it on the knight, and then moved her king onto the rook, before taking 3 pieces and moving her king out of the 9-square grid. Xue, your king cannot move out of the 9-square grid. And can you tell me what this is? YeXuan looked at Qian Rinxue's move, his brow twitching involuntarily. My king didn't move out, it left in a carriage. A horse plus a carriage is a carriage. What's the problem? Qian Rinxue blinked her eyes at YeXuan. YeXuan was also looking at Qian Rinxue, and a horse plus a carriage equals a carriage. The king didn't move out of the 9-square grid. It left in a carriage. Well, the logic is clear. There's no way to refute it. No problem at all. After a moment, YeXuan said, "Schwerer, you really are amazing. In chess, I truly feel inferior to you." As he spoke, a faint smile appeared on his face. It's just a game of chess. Winning or losing doesn't matter. As long as Schwerer is happy, it doesn't matter how they play. You don't need to say that. In chess, I naturally excel over you. Qian Rinxue's beautiful face showed a proud expression. YeXuan was about to say something when suddenly the voice of the Shura god echoed in his mind. "Very good. You have passed my first assessment. But I now give you 2 choices, the Shura 9 tests and the Shura 3 tests. Which one do you choose?" Upon hearing this, YeXuan immediately asked, "Senior, what is the difference between the 9 tests and the 3 tests?" The others in the carriage, hearing YeXuan's seemingly self-talking words, all turned their eyes to him. But they remained silent, just quietly watching him. In fact, there is no difference at all. No matter which one you choose, as long as you pass the assessment, you can receive my inheritance. However, the Shura 9 tests are simpler than the Shura 3 tests, but they will take longer. The Shura 3 tests are very difficult, but they take a very short time, and the reward for passing each time are richer than those from the 9 tests. If you choose the 3 tests, you can choose one person to accompany you during the assessment. Moreover, the companion will receive the same rewards as you each time they pass, and it will not affect you in any way. Listening to the Shura god's words, YeXuan looked at Qian Rinxue in front of him. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Senior, I choose to accept the Shura 3 tests, and the accompanying person will be Schwerer in front of me." "Very good. You indeed chose the Shura 3 tests, just as I expected, rather than the Shura 9 tests." As soon as the Shura god's voice fell, the pattern above YeXuan's forehead emitted a red light, enveloping both him and Qian Rinxue. YeXuan and Qian Rinxue's consciousness seemed to arrive in a void world, and before them stood the serious-faced Shura god. The Shura god looked at the two and said, "Are you willing to accompany him in the Shura 3 tests? As long as you participate in the Shura 3 tests, every time he passes the assessment, you will receive the same rewards as him, and it will not affect him in any way. The only difference is that after the final assessment is passed, he will inherit my divine position, while you will only receive other rewards." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue glanced at YeXuan, then at the Shura god in front of her, nodded, and said, "I am willing to accompany Xiao Xian in the Shura 3 tests." The Shura god extended his hand from afar and gently pointed at Qian Rinxue's forehead. A red light flew from the Shura god's hand and directly entered Qian Rinxue's forehead. A blood-red pattern formed above Qian Rinxue's forehead, appearing for just a moment before disappearing. "My second assessment for you is to defeat the King of Slaughter in the City of Slaughter before your soul power reaches Seoul, Douluo, and seize the Shura demon sword from him." The Shura god's gaze then turned to Qian Rinxue, and he said, "And what you need to do is to accompany him through the assessment." YeXuan listened to his second assessment. Although he felt it was quite challenging, it was not impossible to accomplish. Defeating the King of Slaughter and seizing the Shura demon sword before reaching Seoul Douluo meant he needed to complete the assessment while still at the Soul Saint level. After informing YeXuan of the second assessment, the surrounding scene began to gradually fade, and YeXuan and Qian Rinxue's consciousness returned to their bodies. Qian Daolu, seeing the red light around them disappear, immediately asked, "Xiao Xian Schwerer, did you just see a deity from the divine realm?" "Yes. It was the Shura god who came to tell me what the second assessment is." A faint smile appeared on YeXuan's face. Then, "Xiao Xian, what is your second assessment? Do you need Grandpa to give you some advice?" Qian Daolu's face revealed a kind smile. "My second assessment is to defeat the King of Slaughter in the City of Slaughter and sees the Shura demon sword before my soul power reaches Soul Douluo. A hint of contemplation appeared in YeXuan's eyes. This assessment was neither overly difficult nor overly simple. The main issue lies with the Shura demon sword. If the King of Slaughter hides the Shura demon sword and doesn't bring it out, then it would indeed be very difficult. Chapter 227, The God of Evil Thoughts, Part 1. Upon hearing this, Douluo couldn't help but ask, Xiao, your second assessment is really a bit too difficult. You mentioned during the Hell Road that the King of Slaughter is Tang Chun from the Haotian sect. I am very familiar with Tang Chun's strength. He is a level 99 extreme Douluo. If you want to defeat him and seize the Shura sword with your Soul Sage level strength, then the chances of success are quite slim. Of course, although Tang Chun is strong, he is still a bit inferior compared to your grandfather. I lost to him half a move due to carelessness back then. Hearing his words, YeXuan directly ignored the latter part, thinking that losing is losing, and there is no point in making excuses. However, he only thought about it in his heart and did not speak it out loud, as he felt he should give face to his elder. Grandfather, you don't need to worry about this. He is just a King of Slaughter. When I reach the Soul Sage realm, defeating him will not be a difficult task. A confident smile appeared on YeXuan's face. A few days later, YeXuan and the other's carriage slowly entered Wuhuan City, driving straight to the Pope Hall before coming to a stop. Douluo, YeXuan, Rinxue, Qing Sheng, and Ying Er got off the carriage, their gazes directed at the Pope Hall, each displaying different expressions. YeXuan reached out and took Rinxue's hand. Just as he was about to walk toward the Pope Hall, when he heard Douluo's voice drift over, Xiao, swear, and you too, don't go to the Pope Hall. Come back to the offering hall with me. Upon hearing this, YeXuan and Rinxue exchanged puzzled glances. They hadn't returned in 2 years, and hadn't seen Bibi Dong in the same amount of time. It would be reasonable to first go to the Lake Heart Pavilion to see Bibi Dong. However, when they saw the serious and solemn expression on Douluo's face, they didn't ask any questions and followed him toward the offering hall. Qing Sheng and Ying Er, being newcomers to Wuhuan City, were unfamiliar with their surroundings. So upon seeing YeXuan and Rinxue following Douluo, they wasted no time and directly stepped forward to join them. When they arrived at the offering hall, Douluo suddenly turned around and said, Swear, you take your 2 friends and wander around the offering hall for a bit. Xiao, come with me. I have something to discuss with you. Okay, grandfather. Rinxue responded somewhat confusedly, and then led Qing Sheng and Ying Er to wander around the offering hall. YeXuan followed Douluo into a room. Inside, Douluo casually found a place to sit down and said, Xiao, just sit comfortably. There is no need for any restraint here with your grandfather. Grandfather, may I ask why you called me here? Is there something you need to tell me? YeXuan sat down in front of Douluo, his voice carrying a hint of curiosity. Xiao, if in the future, Bibi Dong and Shuer become adversaries, whom would you choose to help? The teacher who raised you or your wife, Shuer? Douluo's voice was calm, but his gaze remained fixed on YeXuan. Grandfather, what do you mean by that? I'm a little confused. How could teacher and Shuer possibly become adversaries? As he spoke, YeXuan unconsciously lowered his head, gazing at the floor, unsure what to think. Due to some reasons related to your Uncle Qian, Bibi Dong harbors a deep hatred for our Qian family and also for Shuer. Although a few years ago, for reasons unknown, the relationship between Bibi Dong and Shuer improved. Bibi Dong has always harbored animosity towards us. Years ago, I could see through Bibi Dong's strength, so I didn't pay much attention to this matter. But now, I can no longer see through her, and I have sensed the aura of a god from her. It is a very evil aura, belonging to the god of evil thoughts. If anyone else in this continent could become a god besides you and Shuer, it would only be her, Bibi Dong. The god of evil thoughts is the Rakshasa god, and the Rakshasa god is our angel god's mortal enemy. That is why I asked you whom you would choose to help if Bibi Dong and Shuer stood on opposing sides in the future. After finishing his words, Douluo closed his eyes and sat quietly, waiting for YeXuan's answer. Meanwhile, YeXuan sat in place, head down, silent, but there was a look of struggle in his eyes. On one side was his wife, who had been with him since childhood. On the other was the teacher who raised him and imparted various theories and knowledge to him. How should he choose? The current YeXuan was not the same as 12 years ago. 12 years ago, he had yet to awaken his martial soul, and in the face of Qian Xuanji's incident, he could do nothing. Moreover, some matters, if spoken too much about, would leave him in a position where he would be disregarded by both sides, and who would care about the words of a child? So he chose to pretend to know nothing. Because of that incident, there had always been a sense of guilt in his heart, a guilt towards Qian Rinxue. But now that he had the strength to rival a super Douluo, should he still choose to act as if he knew nothing and let things develop freely? Although Qian Daolu spoke in hypotheticals, what if it really happened? In the Pope Hall, in the pavilion of the Lake Heart Pavilion, Bibi Dong and Hu Laina sat together, and before them were neatly arranged delicacies, along with 4 pairs of untouched bowls and chopsticks. Hu Laina looked at the dishes in front of her, then glanced at the sky, and said, "Teacher, didn't you say that senior brother and sister Schwer have already returned to Wuhuan City? Why haven't they come back to the Lake Heart Pavilion for so long?" Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong waved her hand to summon a maid and instructed, "Go check the Pope Hall and see if Xiao Xian and Schwer have returned. If they haven't, ask the palace knights where they have gone." "Yes, your holiness," the maid replied and headed straight toward the Pope Hall. Chapter 228, The God of Evil Thoughts, Part 2. Soon, the maid returned from the Pope Hall, bowed to Bibi Dong, and said, "Your holiness, the young master and young lady have returned long ago. However, they went back to the offering hall with the grand offering and did not come to the Lake Heart Pavilion." "I see. You may leave." Bibi Dong waved her hand, signaling the maid to withdraw, then closed her eyes, waiting calmly. Seeing Bibi Dong's demeanor, Hu Laina also stopped speaking and quietly sat at the dining table, waiting. As time passed slowly, the sun gradually tilted towards the west, and the sky became darker. Sitting at the dining table, Bibi Dong couldn't help but clench her hands tightly. Yet her expression remained calm as she said, "Laina, go tell the maids to remove the dishes. If you're hungry, let them prepare something fresh for you." As soon as she finished speaking, Bibi Dong opened her eyes, stood up, and left the pavilion. At the moment she turned around, there was a fleeting look of loneliness in her eyes. "Okay, teacher," Hu Laina replied, watching her teacher's departing figure, feeling that something was off. But she couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. In the offering hall, YeXuan suddenly lifted his head and stood up, preparing to leave the room. Upon sensing YeXuan's movement, Qian Daolu also opened his eyes and asked, "Xiao Xian, have you thought it over? Will you help Bibi Dong? Or will you help your wife, Schwer?" Qian Daolu emphasized the words wife and Schwer, as if reminding him of something. "Grandpa, I don't need to think about who to help, because what you mentioned is simply impossible. There is no possibility of ifs or maybes." YeXuan similed faintly, clasping his hands behind his back, and walked straight out of the room. Qian Daolu watched YeXuan's departing figure, shook his head, and murmured, "I hope it will be as you said, and that situation won't arise. But if it really does, Xiao Xian, who will you choose to help?" After YeXuan left the room, he found Qian Rinxue, Qin Sheng, and Inger sitting quietly in the hall of the offering hall, waiting. YeXuan walked up to Qian Rinxue, directly lifted her up by the waist, and said, "Schwer, we should head back to the pavilion. If we don't go back soon, I think teacher will get anxious. Qin Sheng, Inger, you should come with us to the pavilion. It's just right to arrange a place for you to stay there." Hearing this, Qin Sheng immediately said, "Finally, we can leave the hall. We've been drinking tea in the hall all day waiting for you." With that, Qin Sheng and Inger stood up and followed behind YeXuan, heading toward the pavilion. YeXuan just smiled and didn't intend to reply. Qian Rinxue looked at YeXuan and asked, "Xiao Xian, what did Grandpa tell you? Why did it take so long?" "Well, he talked about quite a lot of things." "What do you want to hear, Schwer?" YeXuan looked at Qian Rinxue in his arms, his face showing a faint smile, his eyes filled with affection. "Then just pick the important things to talk about. There's no need to mention the unimportant stuff," Qian Rinxue said, a slightly proud expression appearing on her face. YeXuan pondered for a moment, and under Qian Rinxue's expectant gaze, he said, "The most important thing is, of course, to protect you well, Schwer. I cannot allow you to suffer any harm. Of course, my answer is very decisive. As long as I am here, no one can harm you even a bit. Moreover, I feel I have been quite competent in this regard." Upon hearing YeXuan's words, Qian Rinxue blinked her eyes and said, "Who needs your protection? With my strength. Do I really need you to protect me? Also, I feel like these words are not what Grandpa told you." Although Qian Rinxue still had a slightly proud look on her face, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl into a beautiful arc. Clearly, she was very happy in her heart, but she just didn't show it. "Schwer, you're the best among the younger generation. In front of you, I have to bow down. How could I possibly need anyone else's protection? Even if I did need protection, it would only be yours." YeXuan said with a faint smile, his tone very casual. As long as you know your strength, that's good. But since you want to protect me so much, I will reluctantly give you a chance to protect me when I need it." Qian Rinxue stretched out her hands and hugged YeXuan, her eyes filled with joy. "All right, you little proud one." YeXuan glanced at Qian Rinxue in his arms and discreetly patted her bottom. Qian Rinxue's eyes widened for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. After giving YeXuan a sidelong glance, she didn't say anything further. Soon, YeXuan, Qianrenxue, Qing Sheng, and Inger arrived at the pavilion. After setting Qianrenxue down, YeXuan said, "Shuer, you help Qing Sheng and Inger arrange a suitable room to rest first. I will go meet teacher." "Okay, Xiaoxian, you go ahead. After I arrange their rooms, I will find you." Qianrenxue replied and waved to Qing Sheng and Inger, preparing to arrange a suitable room for them. YeXuan then headed straight to Bibi Dong's room. When he arrived at the door of Bibi Dong's room, YeXuan respectfully knocked on the door and called out, "Teacher, are you in the room?" After waiting for a long time, YeXuan still didn't hear any response from inside, but the light in the room was still on, indicating that Bibi Dong was indeed inside. YeXuan knocked on the door again, but after waiting a long time, there was still no sound from inside. This time, he didn't knock again, but directly pushed open the door and scanned the room's layout. The room was well lit, and everything was neatly arranged in various positions, looking very normal. But Bibi Dong was nowhere to be seen. At this time, where could teacher be if she wasn't in the room? YeXuan sat down on a chair in the room, casually picked up the teapot, poured himself a cup of tea, and began to savor it. Chapter 229, The God of Evil Thoughts, Part 2. YeXuan sat quietly in the room, enjoying his tea, when suddenly a clicking sound echoed. YeXuan looked towards the source of the sound and saw the floor in the center of the room being moved aside, revealing a dark entrance. Bibi Dong's figure then emerged from the entrance. Upon seeing YeXuan quietly sitting there enjoying tea, a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. However, the look of surprise quickly vanished, replaced by an expression of calmness. YeXuan's gaze fell on the area above Bibi Dong's brow, where a black pattern resembling a sickle had appeared. However, the pattern quickly disappeared, as if it had never been there. YeXuan set down the teacup in his hand, stood up, and respectfully bowed, saying, "Disciple YeXuan pays respects to teacher." Bibi Dong looked at YeXuan's actions, chuckled lightly, and waved her hand, saying, "All right, you don't need to go through all this formality with me. Just say what you want." Bibi Dong's hands were crossed, and her gaze was constantly sizing up YeXuan. "Teacher, you are currently undergoing the divine position inheritance assessment of the Rakshasa god." After standing up, YeXuan's gaze fixed directly on Bibi Dong. "Did Qian Douluo tell you?" Bibi Dong's voice was calm, as if she was not surprised by YeXuan's question at all. "Yes and no. Actually, I already knew that you were undergoing the Rakshasa goddess assessment." YeXuan sat back in a chair, picking up the teacup from the table and shaking it in his hand. Bibi Dong looked at YeXuan with some surprise, curious about when he had learned that she was undergoing the Rakshasa goddess inheritance. However, Bibi Dong did not ask, but rather spoke. "If I am not mistaken, Qian Douluo should have told you quite a bit. Now you can share your thoughts." In Bibi Dong's eyes, there was no emotion, only calmness. When she learned that Qian Douluo had brought them to the Hall of Offerings, she could basically guess what he would say, because she had once revealed a divine aura in front of Qian Douluo, and as a divine messenger, it was impossible for him not to notice the divine aura. Since YeXuan came to see her, it indicated that he had his own thoughts, so Bibi Dong wanted to hear what his thoughts were. "Teacher, there are countless divine positions in the divine realm. With your talent, finding a more suitable divine position should not be a difficult task." YeXuan put down the teacup in his hand and looked directly at Bibi Dong. "So?" Bibi Dong closed her eyes, her voice exceptionally calm. "So I would like to ask you, teacher, to change to a different divine position. The position of the Rakshasa god is not suitable for you. I will help you find a divine position that is more suitable for you. In fact, the items needed to inherit the sea god position are already in my hands. If you do not like the sea god position, there are other divine positions in the divine realm, and there will definitely be a suitable one for you." As YeXuan spoke, he stood up and respectfully bowed to Bibi Dong. When Bibi Dong heard YeXuan's words, she did not open her eyes or say anything, but quietly sat on the bed, remaining silent. YeXuan maintained his respectful bowing posture, standing still, waiting for Bibi Dong's response. After a long time, Bibi Dong opened her eyes, looking at YeXuan, who was still bowing, and spoke. "Xiaoxian, is this your thought?" "Yes, the Rakshasa god is not suitable for you, so you do not have to insist on inheriting the Rakshasa position." YeXuan spoke seriously without getting up. "I will not give up the Rakshasa position. I have accepted the inheritance of the Rakshasa god for over 10 years. Are you asking me to give up my efforts and contributions over the past 10 years? Xiaoxian, I know what you're worried about, but you can rest assured that no matter when, I will not harm you or swear. So your concerns will not happen." Bibi Dong stood up and walked in front of YeXuan, helping him up and looking at the patterns above his brow, revealing a faint smile. Moreover, There is a constraint between the positions of the Shura god and the Rakshasa god. What do you have to worry about? Bibi Dong looked at YeXuan, who was much taller than her, and couldn't help but think of the little guy who used to cling to her, learning various theories and knowledge. In the blink of an eye, 18 years had passed, and that little guy who used to cling to her had become her disciple and son-in-law. After YeXuan was helped up by Bibi Dong, he looked at her smiling face and showed a thoughtful expression in his eyes, but ultimately did not mention changing to another divine position. At that moment, Qian Rinchue's figure also walked in from outside, looking at the two in the room, and said, "Mom, Xiao Xian, what are you two talking about? You look very happy. We were discussing our experiences in the Killing City to see if you two have been slacking off in your cultivation during the 2 years in the Killing City." Bibi Dong returned to the bed and sat down, looking at the two with a smile in her eyes. "How could we slack off in our cultivation during our 2 years in the Killing City? I am now a level 69 Soul Emperor. As long as I have 2 more months, I can break through to the Soul Saint realm. Xiao Xian is just a little behind me, currently at level 66 Soul Emperor." Qian Rinchua sat down on a chair, picked up the teapot and teacup from the table, and poured herself a cup of tea to savor. YeXuan just smiled and did not say anything. In terms of soul power, he was indeed a little behind Qian Rinchua, but in terms of real strength, the difference between the two was not just a little. You both have already reached the Soul Emperor level. It seems that you did not slack off in your cultivation in the Killing City. Bibi Dong looked at the two and nodded in satisfaction. She knew that both YeXuan and Qian Rinchua had the ability to fight beyond their level, so their real strength was definitely not just that simple. "Tell me about your experiences during the 2 years in the Killing City." Bibi Dong clasped her hands together, ready to listen to their stories. Chapter 230, The God of Evil Thoughts, and upon hearing this, YeXuan and Qian Rinchua immediately recounted the events that took place in the Killing City and Hell Road to Bibi Dong. As Bibi Dong listened, the faint smile on her face gradually faded, becoming somewhat gloomy. After listening to their account, Bibi Dong gently nodded and said, "Xiao Xian, Shuer, you have just come out of the Killing City, and your emotions have not yet adjusted. You should go back and rest well. Moreover, before you adjust your emotions, do not focus too much on cultivation. You can read books or engage in music, which will help you quickly adjust your emotions." YeXuan and Qian Rinchua exchanged glances and said simultaneously, "Teacher, Mom, then we'll go back to rest." Go back." Bibi Dong waved her hand, indicating that they could leave. YeXuan and Qian Rinchua each set down their teacups and walked towards the door. After watching them leave, Bibi Dong turned her gaze towards the direction of the Killing City and coldly said, "Holy Spirit Church, King of Slaughter, you are really something, especially the Holy Spirit Church, which actually has 2 title Douluo and 1 super Douluo level Evil Soul Master. I really don't know what the people below are doing. The Spirit Hall spreads across the entire continent, yet I have not heard anything about the Holy Spirit Church." After leaving Bibi Dong's room, YeXuan and Qian Rinchua went straight back to their own room. Looking at the clean and tidy room, with everything placed back in its original position, a faint smile appeared on their faces. Without any hesitation, YeXuan lay down on the bed and said, "Sure enough, sitting in the carriage is not as comfortable as lying on the bed. No matter how good the carriage is, it cannot compare to a soft and comfortable big bed." Qian Rinchua glanced at YeXuan lying on the bed, took out a set of clean clothes from her soul guide, and headed towards the bathing area. Seeing Qian Rinchua's actions, YeXuan got up from the bed and took out a revitalizing pill, a Lingxiu flowing clothes, and a card from his soul guide. After placing the revitalizing pill and Lingxiu flowing clothes on the bed, YeXuan focused his gaze on the card in his hand and said, "Iron-eating beast, I want to see what the difference between you and a panda is." YeXuan exerted a slight force in his hand, and the card instantly shattered, emitting a strong light, gradually revealing a creature similar to a bear. When the light completely disappeared, a plump, bear-like creature with black and white fur appeared before YeXuan. YeXuan squinted his eyes, examining the iron-eating beast in front of him. He reached out to touch the beast's head and used his soul power to check its condition. Finally, he concluded that this was just an ordinary panda, the most ordinary kind. A panda is a panda. Why call it an iron-eating beast? I have never seen how powerful Chiyo's iron-eating beast is, but this one in front of me is definitely just an ordinary panda. YeXuan secretly scoffed to himself. Although this was just an ordinary panda, it wouldn't be bad to keep as a pet. At least it looked quite cute and clumsy. The panda lay on the ground, using its eyes to observe YeXuan, showing a pleasing expression and occasionally rolling on the ground, looking very adorable. YeXuan only glanced at the playful panda for a moment and did not pay much attention to it. Instead, It lay back on the bed, quietly waiting for Qian Ruxue to come out. After seeing that YeXuan ignored it, the panda also smartly lay down on the ground, not moving at all. But its eyes occasionally blinked. After a long while, Qian Ruxue walked out of the bathroom, wiping her wet hair. When she saw a panda lying in the room, she was almost startled. However, upon realizing it had no cultivation and was just an ordinary panda, her previously raised guard was put back down, and she curiously asked, "Xiaoxian, where did this bear come from? How did it end up in our room?" Upon seeing Qian Ruxue come out, the panda immediately stood up, blocking YeXuan in front of it, and let out a low growl. Its previously clumsy and cute demeanor disappeared, and it looked at Qian Ruxue with a vigilant expression. YeXuan got up and patted the panda on the head, saying, "What are you growling for? She is your mistress, and you have no cultivation at all. Just lie down." Upon hearing YeXuan's voice, the panda's eyes sparkled with intelligence, its growl disappeared, and it returned to its clumsy and cute appearance, rolling its body and moving to the side. Qian Ruxue couldn't help but chuckle at the panda's antics as she walked over to sit next to YeXuan and asked, "Xiaoxian, where did this bear really come from? It's quite interesting. Sent down from above. Its name is Iron-Eating Beast, or you can call it Giant Panda. It has no cultivation at all and can only be kept as a pet," YeXuan replied. He reached out to take the towel from Qian Ruxue's hand and helped her dry her hair. Sent down from above? Qian Ruxue's eyes showed a hint of confusion as she couldn't help but speculate in her heart. The land above is the divine realm. If it was sent down from there, that means this iron-eating beast came from the divine realm. Thinking of this, Qian Ruxue didn't ask further, but observed the giant panda with interest. Soon, after helping Qian Ruxue dry her hair, YeXuan pointed to two items on the bed and said, "Sure, the youth preservation pill and the elegant garment on the bed are for you, a small gift." Upon hearing this, Qian Ruxue looked at the bed and noticed a beautifully shaped jade bottle and a piece of clothing that looked ancient and elegant. Curious, she asked, "Xiaoxian, what is this youth preservation pill? And since you have clothes to give me, why didn't you give them to me earlier?" The youth preservation pill, when taken, can preserve youth forever. There are 10 pills in one bottle. However, taking just one is enough because no matter how many you take, the effect remains the same. As for the clothes, you will need to take them off later anyway, so it doesn't matter when I give them to you, YeXuan said, pulling Qian Ruxue into his embrace with a hint of a smile in his voice. Chapter 231, The Divine Beast Iron-Eating Beast, Part 1. Upon hearing YeXuan's words, Qian Ruxue rolled her eyes at him and then picked up the jade bottle from the bed, pouring out a crystal-clear pill and swallowing it without hesitation. After taking the youth preservation pill, she felt nothing, and there were no changes in her body. She looked at YeXuan and asked, "Xiaoxian, can taking the youth preservation pill really preserve youth forever?" "Of course. If you don't believe it, time will prove it for you. I have taken the youth preservation pill too. In a few years, we can see if our appearances change, and then we will know if the youth preservation pill works." YeXuan smiled, gently stroking Qian Ruxue's stunning face. "There are still 9 youth preservation pills left. I'll give one to my mom tomorrow and keep the rest. This is a good thing that can preserve youth." After capping the jade bottle, Qian Ruxue placed down the table. YeXuan then got up and went to the panda, bringing it outside the room and saying, "You stay here at the door and don't run around. Be careful not to get picked up for the dining table. I want to take responsibility for you." The panda seemed to understand YeXuan's words, nodding its head, and then lay down at the door, not moving at all. Although YeXuan felt the panda's intelligence seemed a bit high, he didn't think much of it and turned back into the room, casually closing the door behind him. After returning to the room, YeXuan took out a set of clean clothes from a soul guide and headed towards the bathroom to take a shower and rest properly. Meanwhile, the panda lying outside suddenly opened its eyes and looked toward a large tree ahead. There on the tree stood a dark phoenix. After countless resources nurtured by the Pope's palace, the dark phoenix had reached about 7,000 years of cultivation. As a super soul beast, although the dark phoenix only had around 7,000 years of cultivation now, if a fight broke out, a typical 10,000-year soul beast would not be a match for it. Moreover, as a pet of the Pope Bibi Dong, the dark phoenix was like a little tyrant in the entire lake pavilion, and very few dared to provoke it. When the dark phoenix saw the panda, a look of disdain appeared in its eyes, and with a slight flap of its wings, it charged directly at the panda. Seeing the dark phoenix rushing towards it, the panda stood up, and when the dark phoenix was right in front of it, raised its paw and swatted at the dark phoenix. A sound of bones cracking echoed from within the dark phoenix's body, and it was sent flying backward, crashing into the large tree. After shaking a bit, the tree fell to the ground with a loud crash. After everything was done, the panda shot a mocking glance at the dark phoenix, then closed its eyes as if nothing had happened, continuing to lie at the door. The dark phoenix, on the other hand, lay on the ground, constantly emitting mournful cries, blood dripping from its body, and many black feathers had fallen. Although it was not dead yet, it was clearly seriously injured. The loud noise caught Qian Ruxue in the room off guard. She got up and walked to the window, opening it to look around. She saw the large tree had fallen. The dark phoenix was lying on the ground, crying out in pain, while the panda lay at the door with its eyes closed, as if it were sleeping. What happened? Why did the tree fall for no reason? And why is the dark phoenix lying on the ground crying? In Qian Ringshu's eyes, there was a look of confusion, unable to comprehend what had just happened. It should be known that this was the pavilion in the center of the Pope's palace, where the guards, the hall knights, were on high alert outside, and within the Pope's palace, there were titled Douluos, Super Douluos, and Limit Douluos stationed, making it impossible for anyone to break into the pavilion. Moreover, the dark phoenix clearly showed signs of having been heavily injured by someone, yet aside from a bear outside, there were no other figures in sight. Qian Ringshu, puzzled, used her spiritual power to continuously probe the panda. But the results were the same as what YeXuan found using his soul power. The panda had no cultivation at all. Qian Ringshu then used her spiritual power to carefully investigate the surroundings, but found no clues whatsoever. YeXuan stepped out of the restroom, drying his wet hair with a towel, and asked Shuer what just happened. Why was there a sound of something heavy falling? A tree had fallen in front, and the dark phoenix appeared to be severely injured. Yet there were no signs of any battle around. While speaking, Qian Ringshu pointed to the fallen tree and the dark phoenix outside the room. How could a tree fall for no reason? The dark phoenix was the teacher's pet. Who would dare to attack it in the pavilion? YeXuan, feeling perplexed, quickly walked to Qian Ringshu's side and looked out the window at the situation outside. After seeing the scene outside, YeXuan also felt confused. After using his spiritual power to scan the area, he turned his gaze to the panda lying at the door, but quickly withdrew his gaze. It was just an ordinary panda. How could it have done all this? I'll go out and take a look to see if I can find any clues, YeXuan said, walking towards the door with the towel in his hand. Xiaoxian, I'll go with you. You can't use your martial soul right now. It'll be safer if we go together, Qian Ringshu said, quickly following him. YeXuan smiled at her words, but didn't say anything. There was no danger in the pavilion. Did they really think the elders and priests in the Pope's palace were just idling around? As soon as YeXuan and Qian Ringshu opened the door, the panda at the entrance opened its eyes and rubbed against their thighs with its head. However, they ignored it and went directly to check the fallen tree and the dark phoenix. The panda quietly followed behind them, occasionally casting a sarcastic glance at the dark phoenix. When the dark phoenix saw the panda approaching, fear appeared in its eyes, and its cries became sharper. The sound of the dark phoenix's cries was particularly piercing in the quiet of the night at the pavilion, and it was loud enough to wake several people who had already gone to rest, including Bibi Dong, Hulaina, Qingsheng, and the maids who had been awakened by the noise, all of whom came out of their rooms to see what was happening. Hearing the dark phoenix's shrill voice, Qian Ringshu couldn't help but say, "What are you crying about? It's so noisy. Don't you need to rest at this time of night?" The dark phoenix ignored Qian Ringshu's words, only looking at the panda behind them with fear. YeXuan and Qian Ringshu were focused on examining the fallen tree and didn't notice the dark phoenix's fearful gaze. After their careful inspection, YeXuan stroked Qian Ringshu's smooth long hair and said, "Shuer, the tree must have fallen due to a powerful impact. And looking at the position of the dark phoenix, we can deduce that it was the dark phoenix that collided with the tree." Qian Ringshu squatted down to examine the injuries of the dark phoenix, noticing its fearful expression. She looked into the dark phoenix's eyes, but saw nothing except for the panda's figure. Xiaoxian, the dark phoenix's injuries were also caused by a great force. Moreover, since I didn't hear any sounds of battle in the room, it means the dark phoenix was taken out in one hit. But the fear in its eyes seems to be directed at the panda. Qian Ringshu's voice contained disbelief. YeXuan and Qian Ringshu had both carefully examined the panda. It was just an ordinary panda. How could it instill fear in a dark phoenix with a cultivation of 1,000 years? Upon hearing Qian Ringshu's words, YeXuan looked slightly stunned and turned to look at the panda behind him. The panda was sitting on the ground, looking very cute. YeXuan asked the panda, "You can understand what I'm saying, right? If you can understand, nod your head." Upon hearing YeXuan's voice, the panda's eyes sparkled with intelligence, and it immediately nodded its head. YeXuan and Qian Ringshu exchanged glances, both surprised at the panda's response. YeXuan directly asked, "Did you cause what happened with the dark phoenix and the tree? If it was you, nod your head. If it wasn't you, shake your head." The panda nodded and then looked at the dark phoenix on the ground with a sarcastic gaze. Xiao Xian, when I opened the window to check. It was already lying at our door and hadn't moved at all. And it has no cultivation. How could it possibly defeat the 1,000-year-old dark phoenix without us knowing? Qian Rengshu's voice was filled with disbelief. YeXuan pondered for a moment, glancing towards the door and then at the tree. He realized that the tree and the door were basically in a straight line, and the panda had been lying at the door the whole time. All of this made it plausible that the panda could have done it. Swear, I actually think it's very possible. Look, our door and the tree are almost in a straight line. If the dark phoenix flew down from the tree directly towards our door and was knocked back by the panda's paw, it would hit the tree perfectly. The tree fell due to the impact, and the dark phoenix slid down along it. Moreover, the panda might not be without cultivation. It could be that its cultivation was so high that we couldn't detect it with our soul power. Perhaps we shouldn't call it panda. We should call it iron-eating beast. YeXuan looked at the iron-eating beast before him, his eyes filled with surprise. He remembered what the system had said. Chio's iron-eating beast had the power of 10,000 Jun in its left arm and the ability to cover the sea in its right. Although the iron-eating beast he had obtained was not the same as Chio's, it was indeed a true iron-eating beast, so even if it were weaker than Chio's. How weak could it be? Moreover, in his past life, Chiyu was known as the demon god. An iron-eating beast that could be Chio's was definitely not an ordinary panda. Thinking of this, YeXuan couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the system in his heart. And in his heart, he asked the system, what level of power does this iron-eating beast actually have? For the juvenile iron-eating beast, what level of power has it reached? The host needs to test it themselves. Don't ask the system about everything. The voice of the system echoed in YeXuan's mind, but quickly disappeared, as if it had never appeared at all. You're the boss. You're amazing. If I have to test it myself, then I'll just test it myself. Even if I can't get an accurate result, getting a rough idea is still fine. YeXuan secretly grumbled in his heart and focused his gaze on the iron-eating beast, carefully examining it. Qian Renchue's gaze was also fixed on the iron-eating beast, scrutinizing it from top to bottom. Meanwhile, the dark phoenix beside them had been selectively forgotten by the two. At the same time, Bibi Don, Guanyin, Qing Sheng, Inger, and a group of maidservants arrived one after another from different directions. Guanyin was the first to reach YeXuan and Qian Renchue, asking, Senior brother, Sister Shui, or what happened? How did you beat the dark phoenix like this? And where did this bear come from? I didn't see it at the lakeside pavilion. Bibi Don also arrived not far from the two, looking at them and the seated iron-eating beast with a puzzled expression. Qing Sheng and Inger were the last to arrive, asking the two brothers what happened here. YeXuan and Qian Renchue exchanged glances, and YeXuan spoke up, nothing much happened. It's just that the pet I brought back got into a fight with the teacher's dark phoenix, and this tree was broken during their fight. Just let the maidservants clean it up. Upon hearing this, everyone looked towards the iron-eating beast in front of the two, their eyes filled with confusion. Bibi Don even released her spiritual power, continuously checking the iron-eating beast. Although she couldn't determine its cultivation level, she could sense a hint of danger emanating from it. Chapter 233, Divine Beast, Iron-Eating Beast. Part 2, Bibidon's gaze shifted away from the iron-eating beast as she surveyed the situation in the area and said, since nothing is wrong, let the maidservants clean up and take the dark phoenix down for treatment. The rest of you should go back and rest. Yes, your holiness. The arriving maidservants responded and began to clean up, while others took the dark phoenix down for treatment. YeXuan smiled lightly and said, Teacher, Shui, and I happen to have something to give you. How about we have a cup of tea first, and then bring out the items before going back to rest? Something for me? What is it? If it's a soul bone or something, you don't have to bring it out. You can keep it for yourselves. After all, the papal palace doesn't lack soul bones, Bibi Don said with a faint smile on her face. Teacher, just come with us and you'll see what we're giving you. Also, Qing Sheng and Inger, you two should come with us as well, YeXuan said, pulling Qian Renchue beside him and gently kicking the iron-eating beast to signal it to walk ahead. Once the iron-eating beast understood YeXuan's intention, it immediately got up and walked towards the room. YeXuan, Qian Renchue, and Bibi Don walked directly into the room without any hesitation. Qing Sheng and Inger exchanged respectful glances with Bibi Don before quickly following the others. When the iron-eating beast reached the doorway, it did not enter the room but laid down beside the door. YeXuan merely glanced at the iron-eating beast without saying anything and pulled Qian Renchue back into the room. Qing Sheng was the last to enter, and he closed the door behind him. After seeing them all enter the room, Guanyin scanned the situation and said nothing further, walking directly to her own room. Inside the room, YeXuan picked up a bottle of youth preservation pill from the table and placed it in front of Bibi Don, saying, "Teacher, the youth preservation pill in this jade bottle will allow you to maintain your youth forever. I wonder if you're satisfied with the gift we've prepared for you?" Bibi Don reached out to take the jade bottle, opened it, and poured out a youth preservation pill, examining it in disbelief as she said, "Just one pill can keep me youthful forever? That is hard to believe. If it can keep you youthful forever, you'll know the effect after you take it." "Teacher," YeXuan said, stroking Qian Rinxue's long hair, his voice filled with laughter. Although both he and Qian Rinxue had already taken the youth preservation pill, they were only 18 years old, so even after taking it, their appearance would not change. However, Bibi Don was different. While she looked young, she was still older. Therefore, after taking the youth preservation pill, her appearance would become even younger. Bibi Don looked at the youth preservation pill in her hand without hesitation and swallowed it. The pill melted in her mouth, and its pure medicinal power began to take effect in her body. Bibi Don's appearance visibly transformed, becoming younger at a noticeable speed until it stopped when she looked around 18 years old. YeXuan, Xing Renjue, Xing Xing, and Inger all watched Bibi Don's transformation with surprise. YeXuan knew the youth preservation pill had the effect of maintaining youth, but didn't he expect it to work this well? Qian Rinxue picked up a mirror and held it in front of Bibi Don, smiling as she said, "Mom, take a look at the changes in your appearance. You'll definitely be shocked." "Not just shocked. Teacher, if you walk alongside Shui now, you'll definitely be mistaken for sisters," YeXuan said, placing his hands behind his head, his voice tinged with amusement. Bibi Don took the mirror in front of her, looked at her reflection, and showed a hint of disbelief in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. "Xiaoxian, Shui, I'm very satisfied with the gift you sent. I really like it. However, there are still 8 youth preservation pills in the jade bottle. I'd like to take one more. Is that okay?" Bibi Don looked at YeXuan and Qian Rinxue, her eyes filled with inquiry. In Bibi Don's heart, the youth preservation pill could maintain youth, and its effect was so amazing that it must be a very precious item. Therefore, even though she wanted to take one more, she would first ask the two, "Teacher, since you've mentioned it, it wouldn't matter if you took the whole bottle of youth preservation pills. However, if it's for Junior's sister, it's best to wait until she turns 18 before giving it to her. Moreover, the youth preservation pill only has the effect of maintaining youth. It doesn't have any other effects," YeXuan said casually. The youth preservation pill could be purchased in the system's mall, and it was very cheap. Not considered a precious item. "I'll take one. That's enough. You and Shui can keep the rest." Although the effect of maintaining youth may not seem useful to some people, for others, this effect is already astonishing enough. After Bibi Don smiled and took one youth preservation pill from the jade bottle, she placed the bottle back in front of YeXuan and Qian Rinxue. YeXuan picked up the jade bottle, took out 2 youth preservation pills from it, and threw them to Qing Sheng and Ing Er before placing the jade bottle in Qian Rinxue's hands. Qing Sheng and Ing Er received the thrown pills, merely exchanged grateful glances without saying anything. After noticing their looks, YeXuan directly ignored them and said, "Teacher, I have 2 more matters to trouble you with." "What is it? Just say it." Bibi Don glanced at Qing Sheng and Ing Er, but did not ask who they were. There were not many people who could enter the lake pavilion, and since these 2 were here, they were undoubtedly brought in by YeXuan and Qian Rinxue. Moreover, from their earlier interactions, it was clear their relationship was not simple. YeXuan smiled and said, "Actually, it's nothing much. I just want to ask you, teacher, if you can tell the specific cultivation level of the iron-eating beast, and also about Qing Sheng and Ing Er. Qing Sheng is my brother, and Ing Er is his wife. Ing Er's martial soul is the purple-winged phoenix butterfly. You know that the purple-winged phoenix butterfly is adept at speed and poison attributes, but she herself does not understand poison, so I would like to ask you to teach her about poison." Chapter 234, Divine Beast, Iron-Eating Beast, and Bibi Don listened to YeXuan's words, closed her eyes, and pondered for a moment before saying, "I can't tell what cultivation level your iron-eating beast is at, but I sense a hint of danger from it. As for Ing Er, I won't teach her because I don't have the time. However, I can give her books on poison. How much she learns from them depends on her own ability and comprehension." Bibi Don opened her eyes and glanced at Ing Er, sitting nearby, but quickly withdrew her gaze. Ing Er's eyes lit up with surprise upon hearing Bibi Don's words, and she immediately said, "Thank you, Your Holiness. There's no need to thank me. I'm not teaching you anything, just giving you a book. What you learn from it depends on your own comprehension. Moreover, Xiaoxian is proud. The fact that you could become friends and even call each other brothers indicates that both of you have something extraordinary about you. All right, it's getting late. I need to go back and rest. Tomorrow, I will give you the books, Bibi Dong stood up and walked towards the door. She felt that staying here would make them feel constrained, so it was better for her to leave and let the young ones communicate freely. Once Bibi Dong left, both Qing Sheng and Ying Er let out a long breath. Qing Sheng looked in the direction Bibi Dong had left, then glanced at YeXuan and said, "Brother, you are also the master of the Starfall Palace, so why does your holiness exude an air of authority while you do not?" "It's normal because I leave the management of the Starfall Palace to my subordinates, and I rarely handle its affairs. Besides, what you should focus on is the book my teacher is giving to Ying Er tomorrow," YeXuan replied casually, pouring himself a cup of tea from the teapot on the table. "What is there to be concerned about with a book? Books on poison are not rare. You can buy them with money outside." Qing Sheng did not pay much attention. If Bibi Dong would take Ying Er as a disciple, he would be surprised. But he knew that although Ying Er was talented, she would not be noticed by Bibi Dong. "The book my mother gives is not something you can buy outside. If I'm not mistaken, the book she gives is her own writing on poison, which must contain her insights and knowledge about poison." Qian Rinxue glanced at Qing Sheng and then withdrew her gaze, placing the jade bottle into her soul guide. Upon hearing this, Qing Sheng and Ying Er exchanged knowing smiles, looking at YeXuan with gratitude. Just as they were about to say something, they heard YeXuan's nonchalant voice echoing in the room. "All right. There's no need for you two to express gratitude. I just mentioned it casually. Whether Ying Er can learn anything depends on her own abilities. Also, it's quite late now. You both can rest, but Snow and I need a rest." YeXuan's gaze turned to the door of his room, his meaning very clear. "Haha, given our relationship, we indeed don't need to be polite with you. Since it's getting late, Ying Er and I will take our leave," Qing Sheng chuckled, directly pulling Ying Er and heading out. After the two left, YeXuan looked at the iron-eating beast lying at the door, his eyes full of smiles. He had made a huge gain this time. From Bibi Dong's earlier words, it could be inferred that the iron-eating beast's current strength had likely reached the super Douluo level. After all, if it made Bibi Dong feel a hint of danger, its strength was certainly not weak. Moreover, the iron-eating beast was still in its juvenile phase. Once it fully matured, reaching the level of a god would be a piece of cake. Qian Rinxue also looked at the iron-eating beast at the door and said, "Xiao Xian, it truly is a divine beast sent from the divine realm. If we can raise it, its strength will definitely be formidable." There was no doubt that the iron-eating beast was powerful, but whether they could raise it was uncertain. They could only do their best. YeXuan looked at the serious expression on Qian Rinxue's face, smiled, and directly picked her up, walking towards the bed. "Snow, it's already quite late. We should rest early," YeXuan said, glancing at Qian Rinxue in his arms while turning off the room's lights. Qian Rinxue smiled, saying nothing, and allowed YeXuan to carry her towards the bed. In the starry night sky, suddenly, the main stars in the east, south, and north flickered for a moment, but quickly returned to calm, as if it were an illusion, and nothing had happened. However, in a void space, a rough voice filled with laughter echoed, "Qinglong, Zhuke, come and see my successor. See how he is. Aside from being slightly lacking in bloodline purity, he's quite good in other aspects. But compared to that little guy from the White Tiger, your successor is somewhat lacking." An ethereal female voice resonated in the void space. "Is this still considered good? I think it's a bit forced to call him okay." A proud and disdainful voice followed. When Xuanwu heard this voice, his expression immediately darkened as he said, "Qinglong, you actually abandoned your own bloodline descendant to choose an outsider as your successor. How can you still have the face to say that your successor is not good?" "Humph, since he doesn't have the ability to be my successor. What's wrong with me choosing someone capable to be my successor?" Qinglong chuckled lightly, not caring about Xuanwu's words. "There's no problem, but I just want to know how unqualified your bloodline descendant is for you to abandon him." Xuanwu's voice carried a hint of laughter, eager to hear Qinglong's own assessment of his descendant's inadequacy. Upon hearing this, Qinglong looked at the inheritor of Xuanwu with a very proud gaze and coldly said, "Although my descendant is not capable, they're still far better than your inheritor." Xuanwu's expression immediately darkened, and just as he was about to say something, an ethereal voice echoed, "All right, both of you, let's keep the chatter to a minimum. It seems that the only one who can compete in strength with that little guy from Baihu is my inheritor." Chapter 235, Inner Emotions in the Early Morning. YeXuan opened his eyes, glanced at the still sleeping Qian Rinxue, and after covering her with a blanket, he got up, dressed himself, and went to wash up. After finishing his grooming, YeXuan left the room and headed towards the library, intending to take a few books to read and adjust his own emotions. Upon arriving at the library, YeXuan looked at the neatly arranged books around him and directly climbed to the third floor without stopping on the first or second floors. On the third floor, After selecting a few books that piqued his interest, he took them and headed straight towards the garden. In the garden, various colorful flowers were in full bloom. A gentle breeze blew through, causing the flowers to sway, resembling a vast sea of flowers, looking exceptionally beautiful. The tranquil environment of the garden was perfect for adjusting one's emotions. YeXuan entered the garden, placed the books on a stone table in the pavilion, then fetched a pot of tea and a plate of pastries before sitting down at the stone table. He looked at the books in front of him, occasionally sipping his tea or taking a bite of the pastries. Before he knew it, it was already noon, and Qian Rushue's figure appeared in the garden. YeXuan looked up and saw Qian Rushue dressed in a graceful robe, holding an ancient zither, walking towards the garden. Qian Rushue sat down next to YeXuan, picked up a pastry, took a bite, and curiously asked, "Xiao Xian, where did you get this outfit? It can change color according to my own wishes. The outfit you are wearing is called the graceful robe, and its defensive capabilities are incredibly strong. It can be said to be invulnerable to all methods. Most importantly, there is only one graceful robe on the continent. Besides the one you are wearing, you absolutely won't find another one." YeXuan closed the book in front of him and looked at Qian Rushue with a smile. Hearing YeXuan's description of the graceful robe, Qian Rushue couldn't help but look at the outfit she was wearing. In her heart, she began to speculate that since there was only one graceful robe on the continent, it might not belong to the continent, but rather to the divine realm, which is why there is only one on the continent. Thinking of this, Qian Rushue's eyes brightened. Glancing at YeXuan beside her, she took another bite of the pastry but did not voice her thoughts, instead smiling as she ate. YeXuan then poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of Qian Rushue, gently saying, "Shuer, just eat a little to ease your hunger. It will soon be lunchtime. If you fill up now, you won't be able to eat later. I know when mealtime is at the lakeside pavilion." How could I forget? Qian Rushue finished the pastry in her hand and took a sip from the tea YeXuan had poured. Hearing Qian Rushue's words, YeXuan just smiled indulgently and did not say anything more. Qian Rushue then placed the ancient zither on her lap and began to gently pluck the strings. As Qian Rushue's fingers moved rhythmically across the strings, beautiful and melodious music emanated from the zither, filling the garden. YeXuan listened to the enchanting music, picked up his cup of tea, and sipped it, no longer looking at the books, just quietly enjoying the melody. When Qian Rushue entered the garden with the ancient zither, YeXuan already knew that she, like him, had come to the garden to adjust her emotions. However, their methods of choice were different. YeXuan chose to read, while Qian Rushue chose to play music. Although their methods differed, the effect was essentially the same, whether reading or playing music. Both could achieve the effect of nurturing one's character. At that moment, the figures of Qing Sheng and Ying Er also appeared in the garden, walking directly towards YeXuan. They sat at the stone table, listening to the beautiful and melodious music, not speaking to avoid disturbing Qian Rushue, who was playing the zither. After a long while, the music stopped. Qian Rushue's hands rested on the strings, and she opened her eyes to look at Qing Sheng and Ying Er in front of her, a bit curious about what they were doing in the garden instead of researching books on poison. "Unexpectedly, sister-in-law, you actually understand music. This beautiful zither sound is simply heavenly," Qing Sheng said with a faint smile, placing the book on poison in front of YeXuan. Understanding music is not unusual in any major sect or noble family. Who wouldn't understand music? Moreover, music and etiquette are the most basic things, right? Qian Rushue picked up a pastry and began to eat it slowly, not paying attention to Qing Sheng's question. As she said, understanding music and etiquette is fundamental among major sects or noble families. It would be strange if someone didn't understand them. YeXuan reached out to flip through the book Qing Sheng placed in front of him to see if there was any issue. However, after flipping through a few pages, he found no problems with the book, and every page had very detailed annotations, so there would be no difficulty in understanding. YeXuan closed the book in his hands, looked at Qing Sheng, and asked, "What's wrong? I just read a few pages and found no issues, and there are annotations present. You should find it hard to understand, right?" Ying Er, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "Brother Qian, this book doesn't have any issues. I can understand the contents. The only problem is that the herbs mentioned in the book, both Qing Sheng and I basically don't recognize. So we came to ask you if you have any books about herbs. There are a few books on herbs in the library, but given your status, you can't take them out. I can take you to get them, but the books in the library cannot be damaged or lost. Once you're done, you need to return them to the library." YeXuan placed the book in front of the two of them and then stood up, heading towards the library. Chapter 236. Xuanwu and Zhuke, seeing YeXuan stand up and walk out of the garden, Qing Sheng and Ying Er did not hesitate and quickly followed him. "Qian Rushue, Seeing them leave, just blinked her eyes and did not follow them, but closed her eyes, continuing to play the zither, with a beautiful and melodious music resonating throughout the garden. YeXuan, Qing Sheng, and Ing Er arrived in front of the library. Just as they were about to enter, YeXuan and Qing Sheng suddenly turned their gazes toward the clear sky. In their sight, the main stars in the south and north gradually emitted a faint glow. However, before YeXuan and Qing Sheng could think much about it, two thunderous beast roars echoed in their minds. At the moment the roars sounded, YeXuan and Qing Sheng felt a sense of dizziness, and soon their consciousness detached from their bodies, arriving in a void space. YeXuan looked around and found himself on a square platform, with wide and flat paths leading in the four cardinal directions. At the ends of these paths stood four gigantic and lifelike stone statues, a Qinglong in the east, a Zhuke in the south, a Baihu in the west, and a Xuanwu in the north. However, YeXuan and Qing Sheng quickly became alert as three figures appeared on the square platform. They examined the newcomers and saw that the three were a burly young man with a simple smile and a girl dressed in red, with neatly arranged fiery red hair, fair skin, and delicate features. Upon seeing the last person, YeXuan felt a hint of surprise. It was Tang San. YeXuan did not expect that Tang San had survived the Stardow Forest and even obtained the legacy of the Qinglong. Qing Sheng's gaze was also fixed on Tang San, carefully observing him to see what made him special enough to replace himself as the inheritor. The young man and the girl looked at Qing Sheng and Tang San with some oddity, sensing the presence of divine beast blood in Qing Sheng. Yet he had no divine beast inheritance. Meanwhile, Tang San had the divine beast inheritance, but lacked the divine beast bloodline. Tang San stared at YeXuan with a gaze filled with hatred, but did not speak, merely watching YeXuan silently. When YeXuan noticed Tang San's gaze, he chuckled lightly and said, "Tang San, you really are lucky to have come out alive from the Stardow Forest. And you don't need to look at me like that. Your gaze won't kill me, especially since we were just consciousnesses." YeXuan paid no mind to Tang San's glare. In this void space, there were merely threads of consciousness. Although they could attack each other, it was impossible to kill one another. If you, YeXuan, are not dead, how could I, Tang San, possibly die? The hatred of my father's murder cannot coexist under the same sky. YeXuan, I will make your Starfall Palace pay in blood for the blood debt. Tang San's eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent as he looked at YeXuan. Blood debts for blood payments? Just you, Tang San, or your backing, the Haotian sect? I don't even regard the entire Haotian sect, let alone you, Tang San. If you want revenge, I'll give you a chance. The soul ring of the Titan Giant Ape is quite good. I will go hunt the Titan Giant Ape in the Stardow Forest after some time, and I will wait for you there. YeXuan glanced at Tang San, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. YeXuan, you dare. Tang San clenched his fists tightly, his killing intent growing stronger. Hunting a soul beast is nothing for me to fear. If you have the ability, try to rescue the Titan Giant Ape from me. YeXuan coldly sneered, ignoring Tang San. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't kill Tang San in this state of consciousness, he would have already acted, rather than let Tang San speak for so long. Qing Sheng listened to their conversation and immediately deduced that they already knew each other and were enemies, not friends. The young man and the girl continuously observed the three, but they had no intention of speaking, merely watching calmly. At that moment, the platform suddenly trembled slightly, and the sound of heavy footsteps echoed on the platform. Everyone turned their gazes toward the direction of the sound, and saw a giant tortoise with a scaly shell appear at the northern end, with a black giant snake coiling around its back. As they looked at the giant tortoise and the snake, a single name floated in their minds, Xuanwu. Xuanwu looked at the people on the platform with its enormous eyes and spoke, "Very good. It seems that you little ones have all gathered, and you have already met each other. What do you mean everyone is gathered? Clearly, there is an extra person here. Moreover, I have already given up on his qualification for inheritance. Why have you brought his consciousness here?" A somewhat proud voice came from the eastern end, belonging to the Qinglong. The people on the platform subtly shifted their gazes to Qing Sheng. It was clear they all knew who the extra person the Qinglong referred to was. Qing Sheng's mouth twitched involuntarily as he thought to himself, "Do you think I wanted to come? I was forcibly pulled in by you all. Since you think I'm extra, why did you bring me here?" However, he only thought this in his mind and did not voice it. It was reasonable for him to be brought here since he had the bloodline of a divine beast, although he had been abandoned as a candidate for inheritance. The blood flowing in him was still the bloodline of the Qinglong. A somewhat ethereal voice came from the southern end, belonging to the Zhuke. YeXuan looked toward the south and saw a Zhuke engulfed in flames, tall and robust, with a fiery red body and sharp eagle-like eyes and beak. As for the western end, YeXuan did not even look, because the remnant soul of the divine beast Baihu had completely dissipated back in the extreme north and could not possibly appear in this void space. Now, the Xuanwu, Qinglong, and Zhuke were merely remnants of their souls. Chapter 237. A thread of remnant soul, the Qinglong, Zhuke, and Xuanwu looked at the people standing on the platform, with the Qinglong speaking first. Around you, there are 4 paths, each corresponding to your own bloodline and inheritance. You can go to your respective places of inheritance to take a look. However, since your strength is not yet sufficient to accept the inheritance, you are merely allowed to enter your inheritance places to have a look in advance. Of course, the purpose of bringing your consciousness here is to let you meet in advance. I originally thought you would meet in a pleasant manner, but some of you have disappointed me. As the Qinglong spoke, it directed its gaze at YeXuan, and in its eyes, there seemed to be an invisible pressure that pressed directly onto YeXuan on the platform. When YeXuan felt the pressure, his eyes narrowed, and the bloodline of the Baihu within him began to circulate. A roar like thunder erupted from behind him as the Baihu martial soul manifested. YeXuan and the Baihu martial soul directed their gaze at the Qinglong in the east, and a powerful aura rose from YeXuan, clashing invisibly with the pressure released by the Qinglong in midair. If the Qinglong were a true divine beast and not just a remnant soul, it could easily use its own pressure to suppress YeXuan. But now the Qinglong was merely a remnant soul. No matter how strong it was still just a remnant soul. Furthermore, the Azure Dragon has no suppression on YeXuan in terms of martial soul and bloodline. Moreover, YeXuan has integrated the laws of slaughter and possesses the power of the laws. So Azure Dragon's idea of trying to pressure YeXuan with just a remnant soul is destined to fail. Kid, is this how you treat your predecessor? By seniority, I am of the same generation as the previous White Tiger, while you are merely its bloodline descendant, just a junior in my presence. Now you, as a junior, dare to glare at your predecessor. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? The proud gaze of Azure Dragon fixed on YeXuan. Predecessor? You came up and directly used your pressure to intimidate me. Could I still resist? Or do you think it's appropriate for a predecessor to pressure me for no reason? And my resistance is disrespectful to you? YeXuan chuckled lightly, looking at Azure Dragon with a mocking gaze. You little brat did something wrong. Am I not allowed to speak as your predecessor? A hint of anger appeared in Azure Dragon's somewhat proud eyes. I did something wrong? What exactly did I do wrong? If you can't explain it today, I'll have a good debate with you, Azure Dragon. YeXuan looked at Azure Dragon ahead, his momentum unwavering. Azure Dragon's dragon-like eyes narrowed slightly as it spoke. In the place of inheritance, you openly threatened my inheritor. This is your first mistake. Disrespecting your elders, ignoring teachings, and opposing your predecessors is your second mistake. Openly wanting to fight your predecessor, violating hierarchy, is your third mistake. Now that you have these 3 mistakes, do you acknowledge them or not? Azure Dragon's gaze fixed on YeXuan, a powerful pressure gradually emanating from its body. Upon hearing this, YeXuan chuckled lightly and said, I don't acknowledge any of the 3 mistakes you mentioned. You say I threatened Tang San. I want to know, does his first remark about making my Starfall Palace pay blood for blood count as a threat to me? Moreover, I said I would go to the Star Doe Forest to hunt soul beasts. Do I not have the right to hunt soul beasts in the Star Doe Forest for soul rings? As for the second mistake of disrespecting elders, I certainly don't acknowledge that either. My White Tiger inheritor is the only one of its kind in the world. You, on the other hand, are merely a remnant soul of the Azure Dragon and not my bloodline predecessor. I call you predecessor out of respect. If I didn't, who knows what you are? Regarding your third mistake, you don't even count as a predecessor to me. What's wrong with fighting you? If you weren't just a remnant soul right now, I'd want to eliminate you as a soul ring. You don't give your own bloodline descendant your inheritance, but choose an outsider instead. Should I say you are selfless? Or should I say you are blind? Choosing someone with the blue-silver Emperor bloodline over your own Azure Dragon bloodline. Of course, I suggest you choose a new inheritor. What if your current inheritor is killed by someone at some point? So, it is very necessary for you to select a brand new inheritor. YeXuan looked at Azure Dragon ahead without fear, his eyes filled with sarcasm and coldness. He was now certain that the remaining strength of Azure Dragon's remnant soul would not be very strong. Otherwise, it wouldn't need to waste words with him. It could just suppress him with its powerful strength. Moreover, in this void space, it was not only Azure Dragon's home ground, but also YeXuan's. Since he was the last person with the White Tiger bloodline, He could freely manipulate the power of the Western stars in this space. Although YeXuan did not yet hold the position of the main star of inheritance, Azure Dragon was merely a remnant soul, so if a real fight broke out, the outcome was still uncertain. Most importantly, in this space, no one could die. Even if a fight broke out, if YeXuan lost, Azure Dragon could not kill him, which was why YeXuan was fearless and did not care about Azure Dragon at all. When Azure Dragon heard YeXuan's words, endless anger appeared in its eyes, and a voice tinged with coldness came from its mouth. What a sharp-tongued brat. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? With a roar, a dragon's cry erupted from Azure Dragon's mouth, and a strong azure light radiated from its body, an incredibly powerful might gradually emanating from it. This overwhelming might pressed down on everyone on the platform, causing all but Tang San to frown. A sharp screech rose from behind the girl in red as the Zhuke martial soul appeared behind her, directly blocking the incoming might outside her body. The burly boy stepped forward, and the Xuanwu appeared behind him, shielding him. YeXuan reached out and pulled Qingsheng behind him, while his white tiger martial soul let out a tiger roar, blocking all the might in front of them and protecting both YeXuan and Qingsheng. Although Qingsheng was protected behind YeXuan, his martial soul and bloodline were both Azure Dragons, so under the dual pressure, he still felt very uncomfortable. Tang San, on the other hand, stood calmly in place, unaffected, as the might emitted by Azure Dragon completely avoided his body. Chapter 238. Ruins as time passed. The burly boy was constantly retreating under Azure Dragon's might. Qingsheng's face turned pale, and he was gasping for breath, looking very uncomfortable. The girl in red showed no change in her expression, even seeming somewhat relaxed, clearly not exerting her full strength. YeXuan stood calmly in place, his gaze fixed directly on Azure Dragon. Although the might emitted by Azure Dragon was very powerful, it could not do anything to YeXuan. Xuanwu and Zhuke observed the situation on the platform and communicated through thought. It seems your inheritor is stronger. My inheritor is always a bit weaker. It seems that only my inheritor can match that white tiger kid's strength. Your inheritor may not be able to, but your inheritor is slightly stronger than that Azure Dragon bloodline. Zhu Chue's voice carried a hint of amusement. Can they win? I feel the gap in strength between them is not that great. The strangest thing is, I can't see their strength at all. Although I'm just a remnant soul now, with my power, I shouldn't be unable to perceive their strength. Yet, I can't see anything at all. That girl is your inheritor. You should understand her strength. We can also estimate the strength of that white tiger kid. Xuanwu's voice was filled with curiosity and doubt. Zhuke, upon hearing this, did not answer immediately, but began to estimate silently in her heart. She naturally understood her own inheritor very well. The only difficult estimation was YeXuan, because they, as remnants, could not perceive his strength at all and could only guess a rough idea. After a while, Zhuke finally transmitted. The odds for those two should be between 2 and 8 or 1 and 9. After all, since we can't see his strength, we can only estimate a rough idea, which is bound to be a bit off. Your inheritor's strength is surprisingly strong compared to that white tiger kid. He has at least an 80 chance of winning. Xuanwu's eyes widened, feeling somewhat incredulous. When I fell, I burned my own body and transformed it into 6 pieces of inherited soul bones using the power and laws from the Southern Stars. My inheritor has absorbed my 6 pieces of legacy soul bones, which is why you cannot see through her strength. Moreover, when I mentioned the odds of 2 and 8, or 1 and 9, I was referring to my inheritor having a 20% chance of victory, and that is only when using the soul bone armor. Zhuke sighed, as this was a result it had estimated for a long time. You transformed your own body into 6 pieces of legacy soul bones. How did you come up with such a method? And having only a 20% chance of victory while using your soul bone armor. How strong is that little guy from the white tiger? In Xuanwu's eyes, there was a look of shock. It was not shocked by YeXuan's strength, but by how Zhuke thought of using its own body to transform into 6 pieces of legacy soul bones. However, upon careful consideration, it felt that Zhu Chue's move was very ingenious. Being in a situation where death was certain, why not burn its own body before dying to pave a smooth path for its bloodline descendants? A look of reminiscence appeared in Zhu Chue's eyes as it slowly spoke. It was not me who thought of burning my own body to transform into legacy soul bones, but the white tiger. I merely imitated him. Moreover, the white tiger had said back then that he had no bloodline descendants left in this world, which is why he burned his own body. He just never expected that by burning his own body, 6 pieces of legacy soul bones would appear. I just don't know how a descendant with such high bloodline purity could emerge. It's possible that the white tiger intentionally paved the way for him, which is why he concealed his identity. Of course, there's another possibility, which is that he comes from the same place as us. However, this possibility is quite slim, so I believe he is intentionally hidden by the white tiger to pave a smooth path for him. Listening to Zhuge's words, Xuanwu shook its head gently and said, coming from the same place as us is practically impossible, so he should indeed be someone the white tiger is hiding. We should also let Qinglong stop now. That proud nature of his can spark a quarrel with anyone. It's surprising that he is now at odds with a junior. Upon hearing this, Zhuge sighed lightly and said, Qinglong is too proud, too arrogant, and too concerned about his image. If he is not given a way out, he will never stop. You know that. Although Zhuge said this, it still flapped its wings and let out a sharp cry, completely blocking the pressure emitted by Qinglong. Xuanwu then stepped forward and said, Qinglong, you should stop now. No matter how you put it, they are still seniors. If you really get into a fight with them, regardless of whether you win or lose, it won't reflect well on you. If you win, it's bullying the weak. If you lose, it's a matter of skill, not being up to par. It won't do you any good. So why not give me some face and let this matter go? Qinglong glanced at the people on the platform ahead and said, fine, I'll give you this face today, and won't stoop to their level. Lest they say I'm bullying a few juniors. After saying that, Qinglong directly withdrew his aura and turned to leave, disappearing from everyone's sight. All right, you can also retract your martial souls now. You can go to your respective legacy places. We will be waiting for you in the legacy area. Zhuge's gaze turned to YeXuan, and an ethereal voice came from its mouth. Little one, although the remnant soul of the white tiger has disappeared, he left something for you in the legacy area. You can go in and take a look. Okay, thank you for informing me, senior. YeXuan looked at Zhuge in the south, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The people on the platform, upon hearing Zhuge's words, showed no hesitation and immediately walked toward their respective legacy places. The girl in red suddenly turned around before heading toward the southern passage, looking at YeXuan and saying, you are quite strong. I look forward to battling with you. Chapter 239, Ruins, Part 2. YeXuan listened to the girl's words and immediately replied, if you want to fight, you can find me at the Starfall Hall outside of Tiando City. I'll accompany you for a battle. Tiando City, Starfall Hall. All right, I'll remember that. The girl in red responded and walked straight toward the southern passage. YeXuan then reached out and patted Qin Sheng's shoulder, smiling lightly as he said, they've already left. What are you still looking at? And you'd better not have any ideas about her. Her strength is quite formidable. What are you thinking? Do I look like that kind of person? I just find it strange that among the five of us, aside from Tang San, who replaced my inheritance, I can't see through the strength of any of you. Am I the weakest among the divine beast bloodlines? A look of confusion appeared on Qin Sheng's face. His strength had already reached level 50, but he hadn't added any soul rings to advance. If it were just YeXuan and the girl's strength that he couldn't see through, he wouldn't think much of it. However, he couldn't even see through the burly boy's strength, which was somewhat absurd. A strong physique combined with a simple smile doesn't seem like someone with high talent. How could I not see through him? If we only consider the four of us, then I really am at the bottom. The inheritor of Xuanwu is stronger than you in both strength and soul power. I can't see the strength of the Zhuge inheritor either, let alone yours. YeXuan glanced at Qin Sheng with a hint of a smile, wanting to see his reaction. You can't see her strength, which means her strength is even stronger than yours. We are all about the same age. How did her strength improve to the point that even you can't see through it? Qin Sheng's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. He knew that YeXuan currently possessed strength on par with a super Douluo, and now YeXuan couldn't even see through the girl's strength, which meant her strength was above super Douluo. It's not as exaggerated as you think. Although I can't see her strength, it definitely won't be stronger than mine. In fact, her strength isn't even stronger than Shue's. YeXuan chuckled lightly, patted Qin Sheng's shoulder, and said, since you have nowhere else to go, why not come with me to see my legacy place? It's just right to see what the legacy area looks like. Upon hearing this, Qin Sheng glanced at the directions of the eastern and southern passages and said, let us go then. I'll go with you to see the legacy area. I also want to see what it looks like. YeXuan didn't say anything else and headed straight toward his legacy area. Qin Sheng showed no hesitation and quickly followed. The figures of YeXuan and Qin Sheng disappeared at the end of the western passage. At the end of the west, there was a massive stone door. The door was covered in countless patterns, and in the center of the door was a circular groove filled with faint golden blood. The faint golden blood just filled the entire groove, and from the appearance of the groove, it seemed that if even a drop more of blood were added, the blood would overflow. If a drop less were added, it wouldn't fill the groove. YeXuan reached out and touched the stone door ahead. The moment his hand touched the door, the blood in the groove seemed to boil, gradually flowing along the lines on the stone door. Soon, golden blood began to flow along the entire outline of the stone door. YeXuan and Qingsheng looked at the outline filled with golden blood and were astonished to find that it was actually the image of a divine beast, the white tiger. The massive stone door gradually opened to the left and right, and after it was fully ajar, a silver light curtain appeared before them. Because of the existence of the silver light curtain, they could not see what was inside the stone door at all. YeXuan and Qingsheng stepped directly into the light curtain, which was very ordinary. Aside from blocking their line of sight, it served no other purpose. So the two passed through it without hesitation. After passing through the light curtain, they looked around and were momentarily stunned and incredulous. Before entering, they had imagined what the place of inheritance would be like, and they thought that as the place of the divine beast white tiger's inheritance, it couldn't possibly be lacking in grandeur. At the very least, it should be magnificent or resplendent. However, YeXuan and Qingsheng never expected that the dignified inheritance place of the divine beast white tiger would actually be a scene of crumbling ruins. Indeed, it was crumbling ruins. The surrounding starlight flickered continuously, and not far away, there was even a river of stars made up of starlight, which looked quite beautiful. Yet such a beautiful scene was completely marred by the crumbling ruins. Beneath the starlight, there were ruins left by collapsed houses, congealed dark red blood, and in some places, they could even see eerie white bones. It was as if something terrible had happened here that erased everything. Qingsheng looked at the scene before him, unable to believe it, and asked, "Brother, are you sure this is your place of inheritance? Did we come to the wrong place? Why does it seem to me that this doesn't look like what a place of inheritance should be?" "I don't know either. Let's take a look around," YeXuan replied. "But since the vermilion bird said, there is something left for me, it must be true." YeXuan scanned the surrounding ruins and walked straight ahead. Qingsheng did not say anything further and quickly followed in YeXuan's footsteps. As YeXuan walked straight ahead, he gradually felt that his white tiger martial soul seemed to be undergoing some changes. To elaborate, his white tiger felt an emotion, a sadness stemming from the loss of a companion. Gradually, the white tiger martial soul involuntarily released itself from YeXuan's body, leading the way in front of him. They did not know how long they walked, but every place they passed was in ruins with not a single intact structure. If there was any difference, it was that the amount of congealed blood around them was increasing, and the smell of blood was becoming stronger. The intense smell of blood filled the nostrils of both YeXuan and Qingsheng, but they had already reached the end of the path. Before them stood a grand hall that had collapsed by more than half. This hall was the most complete structure they had seen along their journey. For the collapsed hall, they could tell just how magnificent and grand it must have been before its collapse. YeXuan and Qingsheng looked at the hall ahead, their expressions differing. Qingsheng sensed the somewhat dead atmosphere around them and smiled faintly, saying, "Brother, not bad. At least there's a hall that's relatively intact." "Yeah, at least there's still half of it left. Let's go inside and take a look," YeXuan said with a light chuckle as he stepped into the hall. Qingsheng, seeing YeXuan's figure in front, followed without any hesitation. Inside the hall, rubble was strewn everywhere, covered in dust. But the most eye-catching feature was a stone pillar in the center. On the stone pillar lay the body of a girl entangled by unknown vines. If one looked closely, they would see that the features of the girl's body bore some resemblance to YeXuan, such as her silver hair and silver eyes. YeXuan and Qingsheng looked at the girl's body, their eyes filled with complex emotions. Qingsheng reached out, wanting to tear the vines off the body to bring the girl down. However, Qingsheng's hand passed directly through the vines, failing to touch them at all, let alone bring the girl's body down. "No need to try anymore. We're just a wisp of consciousness now. We can't possibly touch the vines. To bring her down, we can only do so when we truly enter the place of inheritance," YeXuan said as he turned around, no longer looking at the girl's body. The white tiger martial soul let out a low roar, and both YeXuan and Qingsheng could hear the sadness in the sound. Qingsheng also stopped looking at the girl's body because, as YeXuan said, although they had entered the place of inheritance, they had not truly entered it. They were merely a wisp of consciousness. Although they could see the scenes of the place of inheritance, they could not change anything. In other words, the place of inheritance truly existed, while YeXuan and Qingsheng were in a state of consciousness, a void existence. So they could only observe and not alter anything in the place of inheritance. At that moment, a phantom figure suddenly materialized on the seat in front of them. This figure was very tall. Although they could not see its face, they could see its silver hair and silver eyes. A voice with a regal presence came from the tall figure. My bloodline descended. You have finally arrived at your place of inheritance. I know you must be very surprised right now, because you know that when I saved you in the extreme north, I had already completely dissipated in this world. But you certainly did not expect that I would leave behind a phantom to communicate with you in the place of inheritance. Moreover, I know you must have many questions to ask me, but for now, do not say anything or ask anything. Just listen quietly to me. Because what I left behind is just a phantom. Even if you ask, I cannot answer. When I fell, all the members of the White Tiger bloodline perished in this place of inheritance. So it is impossible for me to have any bloodline descendants left in this world. Your appearance has surprised me greatly, because it came so suddenly. Although I do not know why you possess the bloodline of the White Tiger, I suspect you might come from the same place as us. Therefore, I have decided to pave a smooth path for you. As for why I chose you as my successor, the reason is very simple. You are the only one left in the world with the bloodline of the White Tiger, so I can only choose you. Moreover, you should now have seen the state of your place of inheritance. You need not think that it was destroyed by someone. If all goes well, you will not touch that level, so there's no need to worry. If you truly touch that level and hear the words, since it has departed, why return? There are distinctions between primary and secondary. They cannot interfere with one another. Then before you have absolute certainty, do not challenge the limits of the rules. Just quietly accumulate your strength, and you will eventually be able to break the limitations of the rules. Also, the thing I left for you is within the stone pillar in the center of the hall. When you truly enter the place of inheritance, come and open the stone pillar to retrieve what is inside. Now I have finished what I wanted to say. You can return now, or you can continue to look around in the place of inheritance. The place of inheritance has now turned into a desolate ruin, with nothing much to see. YeXuan and Qing Sheng stared intently at the tall figure ahead, but that tall figure began to gradually dissipate. Soon, in just a few blinks, the tall figure had vanished as if it had never existed. YeXuan and Qing Sheng both let out long breaths, their expressions varying. Qing Sheng asked with some confusion, "Brother, what did that tall phantom mean just now? I didn't quite understand." "I don't know either. Let South leave the place of inheritance first. Right now, we're just a wisp of consciousness and can't do anything here. Even if we stay, we can only look at a desolate ruin," YeXuan said, shaking his head lightly. Without any hesitation, he turned around and walked directly toward the exit. Qing Sheng glanced at the direction YeXuan was leaving, then looked at the ruins of the place of inheritance, thought for a moment, and followed YeXuan toward the exit. As they passed through the exit barrier, YeXuan and Qing Sheng noticed that others had also left the place of inheritance, but their faces showed expressions of contemplation or thought. The only constant was the killing intent and endless coldness in Tang Sanna's eyes. However, YeXuan completely chose to ignore the way Tang San looked at him, and didn't look at him at all. This was because YeXuan was pondering something. From the words of the phantom, it could be inferred that the four divine beasts, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, might not originally belong to this world. They must have come from other worlds. Otherwise, the phantom wouldn't have mentioned that it might come from the same place as him. But this was just YeXuan's speculation. Perhaps they didn't come from the same world, but rather from a certain place. As for whether they truly came from other worlds, or where they came from, perhaps only the four divine beasts would know. Chapter 241. Consciousness returned. Qinglong, Zhuke, and Xuanwu looked at the people on the platform, and Zhuke spoke up. "You should know what you need to know, and there is no need for us to say anything more. Now, we will send you back." As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for the people on the platform to respond, Zhuke let out a sharp cry. The consciousness of everyone gradually departed from the void space. In front of the library, YeXuan and Qing Sheng's consciousness returned to their bodies. They looked at the time and realized they had been gone for several hours. "Brother Xian, Sheng, what are you two looking at? You've been staring for hours. I called you, but you didn't hear me," Ying said with a puzzled look at the two. "It's nothing, just got a bit lost in thought." "Let us go to the library first and get the books you need," YeXuan said, shaking his head and stepping directly toward the library. "I feel the same way. I got a bit lost in thought as well," Qing Sheng said with a faint smile, pulling Ying along and quickly following after YeXuan. After YeXuan, Qing Sheng and Ying took their books from the library. They left the library, and YeXuan headed toward the garden. As soon as he entered the garden, a beautiful and melodious sound reached his ears. YeXuan walked straight into the pavilion, sat down at the stone table, picked up the tea on the table, and listened to the enchanting music. Soon, The music stopped, and Qian Rinxue opened her eyes, looking at YeXuan in front of her, and asked Xiaoxian, "Where have you been? You even missed lunchtime." "I was looking at the star patterns in front of the library, got a bit lost in thought and forgot the time." YeXuan took a sip of his tea, his voice carrying a hint of a smile. Looking at star patterns in broad daylight, and getting lost in thought. Qian Rinxue blinked, feeling a bit strange, but she didn't ask further. YeXuan smiled and said, "It's quite normal. I can see the star patterns clearly that others can't see. Besides, we should first adjust our own emotions. Once we've adjusted, we'll return to the Starfall Hall and prepare for hunting soul beasts." "Hunting soul beasts? Xiaoxian, are you going to give your second martial soul a soul ring?" Qian Rinxue blinked her eyes, noting that there had never been a martial soul of over 10,000 years on the continent. Hearing Qian Rinxue's words, YeXuan raised a finger and shook it in front of her, saying, "If I wanted to hunt a 10,000-year soul beast, I would need to return to the Starfall Hall for preparation. Besides, I'm not interested in a 10,000-year soul ring at all. I'm aiming to hunt soul beasts of over 100,000 years. Returning to the Starfall Hall is just to prepare for heading to the southern grasslands and the endless seas. There are definitely many soul beasts over 100,000 years on the continent, especially in the seas, which are much larger than the land." Of course, YeXuan's first target was the Titan Great Ape in the Douluo Forest. Although he was somewhat wary of the ancient Yuna in the Lake of Life, the Titan Great Ape was at most just a gatekeeper. As long as he didn't disturb those fierce beasts, ancient Yuna shouldn't come out. "Xiaoxian, there are only a few well-known soul beasts, and although there might be soul beasts of 100,000 years in the southern grasslands and the endless seas, we've never heard of them. If we were to search aimlessly, it would be too time-consuming, especially in the endless seas, where no one knows how vast it is. If we were to search by boat, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Soul beasts in the sea can move, and we can't search in the sea. We can only travel by boat." Qian Rinxue picked up a pastry from the stone table, took a bite, and looked at YeXuan in front of her. The sea is indeed too vast. Searching for a soul beast of 100,000 years by boat would basically be like searching for a needle in the ocean. After all, a soul beast of 100,000 years isn't foolish. It wouldn't just stay in one place waiting for you to find it, especially in the endless seas. So let us first go to the Douluo Forest, then to the Panlong Forest, the southern grasslands, and the mysterious canyon. Finally, if I still lack a soul ring, we'll head to the sea and try our luck. If we can't find anything, we'll just treat it as a trip to enjoy the scenery," YeXuan said with a smile, not paying much attention to Qian Rinxue's concerns. If they couldn't find anything in the sea, they could just enjoy the scenery. After all, there was no loss. Enjoy the scenery? That works too. Let's just try to go see what the endless sea is like. A beautiful smile appeared on Qian Rinxue's face. "We might as well visit the Sea God Island and take part in that old sea goddess assessment," YeXuan thought to himself, estimating the feasibility of this idea. In the end, he discovered that this idea seemed feasible. Although he was the inheritor of the Shura god, there was no problem in accepting the sea goddess assessment. After all, he wouldn't inherit the sea goddess position, just taking advantage of the rewards from the sea goddess assessment. As long as the sea god initiated the assessment, he would be able to benefit from the rewards. If the sea god didn't initiate the assessment, he could just turn around and leave without any loss. "Xiaoxian, didn't you already inherit the divine position? Why do you still need to go to Sea God Island to accept the sea god's assessment?" There was confusion and disbelief in Qian Rinxue's eyes. YeXuan shared his thoughts with Qian Rinxue, and her eyes began to brighten as she quickly calculated the feasibility in her heart. In the end, she found that this seemed quite feasible. Moreover, YeXuan felt that if he could defeat the deep-sea demon whale king and take away the whale pearl, wouldn't that drive the sea god mad? After all, if the item was in his hands, the sea god would definitely not be able to take it back. The only one who could stop him on Sea God Island was Poseidon, and as long as he brought YeXuan with him, there would be no problem. As for the sea god, he definitely wouldn't dare to take action, not to mention the existence of the rules of the divine realm. Even if he dared to ignore the rules, he would have to consider the three great kings behind him: destruction, life, and Shura. Therefore, YeXuan felt that doing this was completely fine. As for why he had to target the sea god, YeXuan stated that he was not targeting the sea god. He certainly couldn't let go of the million-year soul ring from the deep-sea demon whale king, and the whale pearl was definitely a good item. Anything that fell into his hands was his. Chapter 242. Return to Starfall Hall 3 months later, after bidding farewell to Bibi Dong, YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, Qing Sheng, and Inger left the Pope's Hall with the iron-eating beast and headed toward Heaven Do City and Starfall Hall. During these 3 months, they had adjusted their emotions. Moreover, during this time, Qian Rinchua's soul power had risen from level 69 Soul Emperor to the bottleneck of level 70, with the addition of a soul ring. She could reach the level of Soul Saint. After leaving the Spirit Hall, YeXuan calculated his own soul power and the distance from the Spirit Hall to Starfall Hall. After a rough calculation, a purple-black light flickered on his left leg, directly opening a spatial rift in front of him. YeXuan pulled Qian Rinchua and walked into the spatial rift, while the iron-eating beast quietly followed behind them. Qing Sheng and Inger looked at the spatial rift before them without any hesitation and directly followed YeXuan and Qian Rinchua inside. After passing through the spatial rift, they appeared directly in front of the door to Starfall Hall. After completing a long-distance spatial movement, YeXuan felt that his soul power had almost dissipated in an instant. After a long exhale, YeXuan pulled Qian Rinchua and stepped into Starfall Hall. They did not linger in the front hall and went straight to the back hall. When they arrived at the back hall, Qing Sheng and Inger did not follow YeXuan and Qian Rinchua. Instead, they returned to their own rooms. Although Qing Sheng had joined Starfall Hall, he did not hold any position there. YeXuan, as the hall master of Starfall Hall, had not returned for 2 years. Although YeXuan didn't manage the affairs of Starfall Hall much, he still needed to understand the general situation. So it was of no use for Qing Sheng to follow him. It would be better for him to return to his room to cultivate for a while. YeXuan and Qian Rinchua arrived in front of the study, directly pushing open the large door to enter. YeXuan was in the study, organizing and reviewing the affairs of Starfall Hall. Upon seeing YeXuan and Qian Rinchua enter, she immediately rose from her seat and said, "Master, Mistress." YeXuan and Qian Rinchua sat down in the main seats. YeXuan waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "Aunt Yi, please briefly tell us what has happened in Starfall Hall over the past 2 years." Hearing this, YeXuan organized the necessary reporting matters in her mind before saying, "Master, Starfall Hall is currently in a stage of stable development, and nothing significant has happened. However, our Starfall Academy has been established, and a considerable number of students have already enrolled. The Academy is fully prepared and can start classes at any time. Here is the list of students who have enrolled in Starfall Academy. Please take a look, Master. Also, the soul-guided devices you instructed me to make have been completed." As soon as she finished speaking, YeXuan took out a stack of lists and a pale golden longsword from her soul-guided device and placed them on the table in front of YeXuan. YeXuan picked up the pale golden longsword, took a glance, and handed it to Qian Rinchua beside him, saying, "Swear, this is a soul-guided device for you. You should like its design, and its power will definitely not be weak." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinchua extended her hand to take the pale golden longsword and examined it carefully. The design of the longsword had many similarities to her angel sword, and based on her estimation, it should have been crafted according to her angel sword. Watching Qian Rinchua examine the longsword, YeXuan also picked up the list on the table and began to look through it carefully. After browsing for a while, YeXuan discovered that most of the people on the list were from small families, small sects, or some nobles. Apart from a few talented commoners, there were basically no commoners present. YeXuan closed his eyes, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table in front of him, and asked, "Aunt Yi, are there no commoner students enrolling in Starfall Academy?" "Master, most commoner students cannot afford the tuition, and their talents are generally low. Therefore, apart from a few with better talents, other commoners are not on our admission list." YeXuan gently shook her head, her voice sounding somewhat flat. YeXuan did not respond immediately, but continued to tap on the table, quietly contemplating. After a long while, YeXuan finally spoke, "Adjust the admission list. We will not accept any students from noble families, sects, or families, regardless of their talent. Starfall Academy will only enroll commoners. Even if they have innate soul power of half a level, we will accept them. Additionally, we will also accept commoners who have just awakened their martial souls. The teaching will cover everything from primary to advanced levels. Only those who graduate from the primary education in Starfall Academy and are over 17 years old can directly enter Starfall Hall. Those who graduate from intermediate education before the age of 17 can directly enter Starfall Hall and become stewards. Those under 25 years old who graduate from advanced education can take positions, and those over 25 who graduate from advanced education can enter Starfall Hall and be assigned positions based on their capabilities. For commoners enrolling, the tuition will be halved, and the remaining half can be earned through work study in the academy to pay for their tuition with corresponding gold soul coins. Of course, if they do not wish to join Starfall Hall after graduation, we will not force them. It will be entirely based on their own will." Listening to YeXuan's words, YeXuan quickly calculated in her heart. Using age to measure graduation time would definitely be very accurate. After all, the graduation standard for primary education is reaching a 2-ring Great Soul Master. If one were to graduate from primary education at 17, their talent would not need further discussion. Even if they entered Starfall Hall, they would only be an ordinary disciple. If one graduates from advanced education before the age of 25, their talent would surely be excellent, and they would be worth cultivating even in Starfall Hall. The tuition is halved, and if students work part-time in the academy to earn money to pay for their spirit coins, it's basically just transferring money from their left pocket to their right pocket. The students do tasks, the academy pays them, and then they use the money they earn to pay tuition and for meals, so in the end, they won't owe much. Leave request: I have a bit of fever today, so I'm taking a day off. I will continue updating tomorrow or the day after. The author is a newcomer, and this book isn't very good, but I will finish it and won't abandon it midway. Here, I want to thank some friends who have been supporting me. I want to mention names one by one. Thank you all for your support along the way. Chapter 243. Gathering personnel, YeXuan opened his eyes and looked at Yi Shishui in front of him, saying, Aunt Yi, gather all soul emperors and above in the Starfall Palace, and they should head to the Douluo Forest by tomorrow morning. As for the matters of the Starfall Academy, just let Tai Xiong handle it alone, as I mentioned earlier. Master, shouldn't we leave someone to guard the Starfall Palace? The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the Guanyin sect are not very friendly towards us. If we don't leave anyone to guard, what if someone comes to cause trouble at our Starfall Palace? Yi Shishui's voice carried a hint of caution. Because of the incident years ago when YeXuan destroyed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's main hall and killed Tang Hao. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the Guanyin sect had a hostile attitude towards the Starfall Palace. It was only because Yi Shishui was stationed in the Starfall Palace that they didn't dare to make any small moves. No need to leave anyone to guard. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the Guanyin sect are just minor matters. If anyone dares to cause trouble, I don't mind taking them out first. YeXuan spoke DivineTiger. Currently, the strength of the 3 upper sects is not enough in front of the Starfall Palace or the Spirit Hall. If they want to, they can easily suppress the 3 upper sects. Yes, Master, I will gather all soul emperors and above in the Starfall Palace right away. Yi Shishui agreed and immediately turned to leave the study to summon people in the front hall. Qian Renxue, after seeing Yi Shishui leave, finally spoke to YeXuan. Xiaoxian, I think we still need to be a bit cautious in the Douluo Forest. After all, Aunt Yu was injured there back then. We won't be entering the core area of the Douluo Forest. We're just hunting a 100,000-year Titan giant ape, so there shouldn't be any problems. YeXuan placed his hands behind his head, and although he spoke lightly, there was a thoughtful look in his eyes. Gathering all soul emperors and above in the Starfall Palace to head to the Douluo Forest is naturally not just to hunt the Titan giant ape. The main goal is to use the Titan giant ape to lure Tang San out. The Titan giant ape can be spared, but Tang San must die. Of course, if Tang San does not come to save the Titan giant ape, then YeXuan has nothing to say. He can only hunt the Titan giant ape, and then continue hunting soul beasts elsewhere. As for whether other fierce beasts in the Douluo Forest will come out, YeXuan said he didn't know. They could discuss it when they come out later. Qian Renxue just blinked her eyes, put away the sword in her hand, and didn't say anything more. Whatever she could think of, Xiaoxian could surely think of as well, so there was no need to say more. YeXuan then reached out and lightly scratched Qian Renxue's high nose, smiling as he said, Schwerer, your soul power has already reached level 70 soul sage. Have you thought about what kind of 100,000-year spirit ring you want? Any 100,000-year spirit ring would be fine. No need to be picky. I feel that the Titan giant ape or that rabbit from back then would be great. Of course, if I can find a 100,000-year soul beast that matches my martial spirit attributes, that would be even better. Qian Renxue leaned against the chair nonchalantly, looking at YeXuan in front of her. A 100,000-year spirit ring is already a very rare existence. Having one is enough, so there's no need to be picky. What use is a rabbit? It has no attack and no defense. It's completely useless. The spirit ring from the Titan giant ape is much better, at least stronger than a rabbit. We'll see when we get to the Douluo Forest. If there are no other 100,000-year soul beasts, then I'll absorb the Titan giant ape's spirit ring. YeXuan smiled and didn't care much about the 100,000-year spirit ring from the Titan giant ape. Xiaoxian, a 100,000-year spirit ring is something that soul masters dream of. How can you still look down on a 100,000-year soul beast? If other soul masters knew this, they would surely be furious. After all, that is what they long for, and you actually disdain it. Although Qian Renxue said this, a faint smile appeared on her face. What does it matter to me if they get angry? I don't know them anyway. YeXuan waved his hand dismissively. He truly looked down on the 100,000-year spirit ring of the rabbit. The only decent skill it had was the invincible golden body, which was comparable to the void effect of his right leg soul bone. All right, let us go back and rest for a day. I need to recover my soul power. Tomorrow morning, we'll head to the Douluo Forest to hunt 100,000-year soul beasts. A faint smile appeared on YeXuan's face, secretly thinking, Tang-san, you must go to the Douluo Forest, or else my preparations for you will be wasted. Qianrenxue nodded gently. Then let us go back to our room and have a good rest for a day before heading to the Douluo Forest tomorrow. YeXuan and Qianrenxue got up and left the study, heading straight back to their room. Meanwhile, all the soul masters above the Soul Emperor level in the Starfall Palace sprang into action after receiving YeXuan's orders. Now, the overall strength of the Starfall Palace is much stronger than it was 2 years ago, with high-end combat power, including 1 limit de, 1 super de 1 title de, 3 soul de law, 25 soul sages, and over 50 soul emperors. In the 2 years, YeXuan has gathered many small families or sects, as well as free soul masters to join the Starfall Palace. With the resources secretly provided by the Heavendoe Empire, the development of the Starfall Palace has been very stable, with basically no obstacles. Even if there are some minor obstacles, they are small problems that YeXuan can easily resolve. After all, YeXuan has not only strength but also cunning, often taking unconventional paths and not playing by the rules. On the morning of the second day, a very luxurious carriage was placed at the entrance of the Starfall Palace. The carriage was open on all sides, allowing a clear view of the outside scenery from inside. Surrounding the carriage were neatly arranged high-end combat forces of soul emperors and above from the Starfall Palace. YeXuan, Qianrenxue, Xingsheng, and Ying stepped out of the Starfall Palace and entered the carriage. Wu Changkong and Lai Yin stood on either side in front of the carriage, while YeXuan sat in the carriage with YeXuan and the others. After all, YeXuan's strength and experience are the strongest in the Starfall Palace, so it was no problem for her to sit in the carriage. Moreover, the carriage was very spacious, and having 5 people inside didn't feel cramped at all. Chapter 244, Titan Giant Ape with the Neighing of the Scale Horse. The carriage began to move towards the direction of the Douluo Forest. Because they needed to use the Titan Giant Ape to lure Tang-san out, YeXuan did not choose to travel via spatial rifts, but instead made a grand entrance to the Douluo Forest. Days later, YeXuan and the others' team entered the Douluo Forest in a grand manner. They headed straight towards the core area of the Douluo Forest, but they did not enter the core area. Instead, they stopped not far from it. YeXuan looked at the crowd in front of him and instructed, "You all hide around. Once the Titan Giant Ape comes out, trap it here. No one is allowed to kill the Titan Giant Ape without my command." "Yes, Lord." The members of the Starfall Palace responded and immediately scattered, hiding their figures in the surroundings. YeXuan then took out the vast sea and sky shield from the soul guide, hiding the horse-drawn carriage. He looked at Qing Sheng in front of him and said, "Qing Sheng, I need you to help me. Go to the life lake in the core area and lure the Titan Giant Ape out." "No problem. But how do I lure the Titan Giant Ape out? A soul beast that has lived for 100,000 years has intelligence that is not lower than ours," Qing Sheng said, somewhat puzzled. "It's not easy to trick a 100,000-year soul beast, let alone to provoke it into coming out from the life lake in the core area. It's simple. Just say that Xiao Wu is in our hands. If it wants Xiao Wu to live, it should come with you. If it doesn't want Xiao Wu to live, then I'll send it a piece of 100,000-year rabbit meat to try later." YeXuan's voice sounded rather calm, as if he didn't take the matter to heart at all. Qing Sheng blinked and asked, "Is it really that simple?" "Yes, it is that simple. The Titan Giant Ape will definitely come out," YeXuan said confidently. Based on the original story, and the last time they saved Xiao Wu, he was sure that as long as the Titan Giant Ape heard this, regardless of whether it was true or false, it would come out to check. "All right, then I'll give it a try. You all wait for me here. Just bring back good news." Qing Sheng agreed and directly got off the carriage, heading towards the core area. Ying looked at Qing Sheng leaving the carriage and cast a somewhat reproachful glance at YeXuan, saying, "Brother Xian, that's a 100,000-year soul beast. What if Sheng gets hurt inside? Don't worry. Your Qing Sheng will be perfectly safe in the core area, safer than anyone else." YeXuan chucked it lightly. He couldn't guarantee whether others would face danger in the core area of the Douluo Forest, but Qing Sheng would definitely not be in any danger. Whether it was Guanyin or Tian in the core area, neither would attack Qing Sheng. After all, Qing Sheng also had the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, specifically the bloodline of the Azure Dragon among divine beasts. The current situation of the Dragon Clan was quite dire, with only a few remaining and at odds with the gods of the divine realm. Thus, Guanyin would not attack, and might even protect Qingsheng when necessary. After all, those with pure dragon bloodlines were extremely rare now. As for why YeXuan didn't go himself, the reason was very simple. He was currently inheriting the position of the Shura God. If he went to the core area of the Stardow Forest, it was needless to say that he would likely not make it out. After all, the Dragon God was once split in half by the Shura God of the Divine Realm, and as his inheritor, going to the core area would definitely not end well. Moreover, it would be the kind of situation where he couldn't even escape. Although he could walk through spatial rifts, Guanyin could control elements, and if she wanted to catch him, it would probably be as easy as playing a game. When Qingsheng arrived at the core area, he saw the Titan giant ape climbing within the range of the life lake, its eyes like lanterns, filled with murderous intent as it looked at him. Qingsheng immediately spoke, "Titan giant ape, Xiao Wu is in my hands. If you want her to live, come with me. If you don't want her to live, I can bring you some 100,000-year rabbit meat to taste later." Upon hearing Qingsheng's words, the Titan giant ape's eyes filled with cold, murderous intent, and an angry voice came from its mouth. "Human, you're seeking death." Upon hearing this, Qingsheng did not hesitate at all. He immediately turned around, released his martial soul, and ran back in the direction he came from. The attack of a 100,000-year soul beast was not to be trifled with, and the Titan giant ape was clearly very angry. The Titan giant ape also showed no hesitation, letting out a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the Stardow Forest as it chased after Qingsheng. Meanwhile, the Silver Dragon King Guanyin, who was in the life lake, suddenly opened her eyes and communicated, "Ditian, protect him from the shadows, and bring him to see me at the right opportunity." Ditian stepped out from the shadows of the life lake and asked, "My lord, what should we do about the Titan giant ape?" "Survival of the fittest. Life and death are predestined." "Yes, my lord." Ditian responded and vanished from spot. After Qingsheng ran out of the core area, he did not stop at all and continued running forward. The Titan giant ape followed behind at a leisurely pace. With its strength and speed, it could easily catch up to Qingsheng. However, the Titan giant ape wanted him to lead the way, so it didn't rush forward to catch him. Qingsheng still had no idea who Xiao Wu was and why a single sentence could provoke such anger from the Titan giant ape. Back in the carriage, YeXuan did not act immediately upon seeing the Titan giant ape, but waited for it to enter the encirclement. Thanks to the vast sea and sky shield, he could see the situation outside clearly from within the carriage, but those outside could not see the carriage at all. Just as the Titan giant ape entered the center of the encirclement, YeXuan softly said, "Move. Temporarily trap the Titan giant ape in the encirclement or make it lose all compatibility." Yeshi Ushu, Wuchankon, and Lai Yin immediately burst out of the carriage upon hearing YeXuan's words, releasing their martial souls as they charged towards the Titan giant ape. The hidden members also rushed out without hesitation, heading towards the Titan giant ape after seeing Yishio Shui and the others act. Chapter 245. Tang San appears. The Titan giant ape saw the crowd rushing out and immediately wanted to retreat and escape. It recognized Yishio Shui, knowing that the sky blue bull python had essentially fallen at her hands back in the day. However, it was clear that it was already too late for the Titan giant ape to escape now. Yishio Shui hovered in the air, blocking the Titan giant ape's retreat path, while Wu Changkong and Lai Yin led the members of the Starfall Palace to surround the Titan giant ape and continuously launched attacks. Although Yishio Shui did not strike, the Titan giant ape quickly began to show visible wounds under the combined attacks of a level 98 Super Douluo, a level 92 Title Douluo, and the joint efforts of Soul Masters at the Soul Sage and Soul Emperor levels. The roars of the Titan giant ape echoed throughout the Stardow Forest, causing surrounding soul beasts to quickly flee in the opposite direction upon hearing the roar. However, since YeXuan had ordered not to kill, no one was using lethal force. Gradually, some members of the Starfall Palace began to get injured. Although Wu Changkong was the main force restraining the Titan giant ape, the Soul Saints and Soul Emperors present could easily sustain serious injuries if they were hit by the Titan giant ape's attacks. After all, it is not an easy task to trap the Titan giant ape without killing it. YeXuan and Qian Renxue put away their Hanhai Qianquan shield and focused on the group fighting the Titan giant ape ahead. Upon seeing someone injured, both of them released their respective domains, the Life Domain and the Angel Domain. The Life Domain was used to heal everyone's injuries and restore their soul power while draining the life force of the Titan giant ape. The Angel Domain was used to enhance their own strength and restrict the Titan giant ape's movement. At this moment, Qingsheng also returned to the carriage and said, "Brother, you really hit the nail on the head. I just mentioned that, and the Titan giant ape came running out after me. If it were useless, why let you talk to the Titan giant ape? YeXuan chuckled softly, his gaze calm as he looked at the besieged Titan giant ape. Now everything was ready. They just needed to guard the Titan giant ape and wait for Tang San to arrive. Of course, they wouldn't be holding their position indefinitely. There was a time limit. If Tang San hadn't arrived in 7 days, they could kill the Titan giant ape and take its soul ring and soul bone. As time passed, the Titan giant ape sustained more wounds, blood dripping onto the ground. YeXuan closed his eyes to rest. Qian Renxue observed the Titan giant ape's condition. Although she didn't understand YeXuan's intent to surround but not kill, she didn't ask questions because she knew he must have his reasons. Time passed, and suddenly YeXuan, Qian Renxue, Yi Shixue, and Wu Chongkong all looked up into the sky. Almost simultaneously, Yi Shixue and Wu Chongkong rushed towards the carriage. As for the Titan giant ape, it had already suffered serious injuries and had its life force drained by the life domain, incapable of stirring up any more trouble. However, Yi Shixue and Wu Chongkong were still some distance away from the carriage, and before they could reach it, a massive Haotian hammer fell from the sky, directly smashing toward the carriage. In the carriage, YeXuan instantly released his white tiger martial soul, 6 soul rings, purple, gold, black, and red, flashing continuously around him, and the divine punishment silver spear appeared in his hand. YeXuan's figure flew out of the carriage, and with the divine punishment silver spear, he directly thrust it towards the descending Haotian hammer. The divine punishment silver spear collided with the Haotian hammer, producing a tremendous cracking sound, and the shock waves from the energy collision spread outwards. YeXuan's figure quickly fell from the air, sliding several meters on the ground before stabilizing himself. Yi Shixue and Wu Chongkong also arrived in front of YeXuan, their gazes fixed on the sky. Qian Renxue, Qing Sheng, and Ying Er rushed out from the carriage, standing beside YeXuan, their eyes also focused on the sky. YeXuan looked up and said, Tang Xiao, are you planning to become our enemy at the Starfall Hall? I, Tang Xiao, have already severed ties with the Haotian sect. Everything I do today has nothing to do with the Haotian hammer. Tang Xiao's figure materialized in the air, staring down at the crowd. At the same time, a voice echoed from not far away. Ming, we're here. Upon hearing the voice, the Titan giant ape looked in that direction and immediately called out, Sister Xiao Wu. Hurry up. YeXuan's gaze also shifted towards the source of the voice, discovering that quite a few people had arrived. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, the original Shrek 7 monsters were all present. In front of the Shrek 7 monsters stood Zhao Wujin, Flinder, and an unfamiliar woman. YeXuan's gaze landed on Ning Rongrong, and he curiously asked, Ning Rongrong, are you here to represent the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect and oppose us at the Starfall Hall? I am not here to represent the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. They're my friends. I hope you can spare them for the sake of our friendship with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Ning Rongrong scanned the scene, and upon seeing that the higher-ups of the Starfall Hall were mostly present, a bad premonition arose in her heart. Sure, you can take your friend away, but we're just hunting soul beasts. It seems like you all jumped out voluntarily. Now you want me to spare them? I really can't understand. YeXuan chuckled, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. The friends I mentioned include the Titan giant ape. Can you spare it for the sake of our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect? Ning Rongrong glanced at Xiao Wu and the Titan giant ape, her eyes showing a hint of hope. Spare the Titan giant ape? Do you think I would consider it a soul ring? Your 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect has no status here, but I can let you leave for Qinshin's sake. Otherwise, I will keep you here with them. YeXuan's gaze carried a chilling intent. If it weren't for Qinshin helping him comprehend the intent of the spear back then, he wouldn't even bother talking to Ning Rongrong and would have left them all behind. Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned by YeXuan's words and then said, YeXuan, have you forgotten who helped you build the Starfall Hall? If it weren't for our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, there would be no Starfall Hall today. And you are completely disregarding our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. I don't even care about your father Ning Fengji, let alone you, Ning Rongrong. For Qinshin's sake, I can let you leave. If you don't leave, you can stay here with them. YeXuan directly ordered, clearly not intending to waste more time talking to Ning Rongrong. The people surrounding the Titan giant ape, apart from Lai Yin and the 3-souled Douluos, turned their directions and attacked towards Tang San and the others. Zhao Wujin looked at the current situation and suddenly asked, Flinder, what should we do now? What to do? Others are coming to fight, and you're still here asking what to do. The woman in front glanced at them and immediately released her red dragon martial soul, with 7 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, flashing around her, instantly charging forward. Erlong, wait a moment. Flinder, seeing Lu Erlong had already dashed out, hesitated not and released his own martial soul. Flashing 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and also charged out. Little monsters, you all should leave first. We will handle this here. Zhao Wujin glanced back at the group behind him, then looked at YeXuan, releasing his martial soul and standing in front of the Shrek 7 monsters. The Shrek 7 monsters exchanged glances, and no one left. They all released their martial souls, standing ready. Aunt Yi, today anyone can leave alive, except for Tang San, who wields the blue-silver grass martial soul. You don't need to worry about Tang Zhao's matters. Leave it to me. YeXuan's gaze was cold as he looked at Tang San, filled with murderous intent. Yes, master. Yi Shishui fixed her gaze on Tang San. Although she didn't understand why the master was so focused on a 3-ring soul master, since the master had given the order, it meant he could not leave here alive. YeXuan did not speak, his toes lightly tapping the ground as his figure charged directly towards Tang Xiao in midair. The divine punishment silver spear in his hand ruthlessly aimed for Tang Xiao's vital points. Tang Xiao, watching YeXuan's approach, remained vigilant. 2 years ago, YeXuan was already capable of defeating Tidal Douluo, and now, after 2 years, his strength could match that of a super Douluo. This was evident from their earlier exchange. After all, when Tang Xiao struck, he held nothing back, yet YeXuan not only withstood his full force attack, but did so without sustaining any damage. Thus, Tang Xiao had to be cautious. His only advantage over YeXuan was his thicker soul power, with no advantages in other areas. Although Tang Xiao had 9 soul rings and YeXuan only had 6, YeXuan's soul rings included 1 million-year soul ring and 1 200,000-year soul ring, which was enough to offset the gap of 3 soul rings. Qian Renxue, seeing YeXuan and Tang Xiao trembling together, scanned the surroundings as if searching for someone. Finally, her gaze landed on Xiao Wu, and she said, "You all should help out too. I'll go play with that rabbit for a while." With that, an 8-winged angel martial soul appeared behind Qian Renxue, the 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black flashing continuously as she activated her movement technique and headed toward Xiao Wu. Yi Shishui and Wu Changkong rushed straight towards the Shrek 7 monsters. Qing Sheng looked around with a hint of helplessness and shrugged, saying, "Inger, I'll protect you here. We won't be of any help anyway." "Protect what? Do you think we can rush over and attack them?" "We should go help," Inger replied, glancing at the situation around her, contemplating where to assist. The problem was, where to help. The Titan giant ape was currently being overwhelmed. As for her brothers, they couldn't help at all. The battles in front were all at least at the Soul Emperor level. "Inger, with your strength, you can't participate at all." Qing Sheng pointed to 3 battle sites. His eyes filled with helplessness. The 2 of them couldn't intervene at all, especially with the battles ahead involving an ultimate Douluo and a super Douluo, alongside Soul Saints and Soul Emperors, creating an overwhelming advantage. Just then, 2 voices sounded from outside. 7th Soul Skill, 10,000 swords returned to the origin. 7 Treasure, True Body. Countless swords, formed from condensed soul power, rained down towards the crowd from above. When Yi Shishui noticed the descending swords, she immediately rushed in front of Qian Renxue to block them all. Wu Changkong's 6th soul ring flickered rapidly, and his 6th soul skill, Frost Condensation, was released, completely blocking the swords aimed at him. The others quickly dodged the incoming swords, and a few who couldn't evade were hit, but thanks to the effects of their life domains, their injuries were rapidly healing. Chun Xin and Ning Fengji also appeared on the scene. Ning Fengji observed the situation and looked serious as he addressed Yi Shishui, asking, "Deputy Hall Master Yi, our Rongrong has offended your Starfall Hall. What does your sudden attack mean?" Yi Shishui replied, "Sect Master Ning, this is something we should ask you. Our Starfall Hall is here hunting a 10,000-year soul beast, and your daughter suddenly appears, claiming this old beast is her friend and asking us to spare it. You should know the value of a 10,000-year soul beast. Are you from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School planning to rob it from us? Moreover, Tang Xiao directly attacked our Hall Master. Can I assume the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Haoyan School have joined forces to rob the 10,000-year soul beast from our Starfall Hall?" Ning Fengji's gaze swept around, as if looking for a countermeasure. At that moment, no one noticed the faint white mist drifting towards them, resembling a large circle that enveloped everyone. Chapter 247. The yellow sparrow behind the white mist came quickly. In fact, it was very fast. When it appeared in everyone's line of sight, confusion filled their expressions. Some even released their mental power to probe the situation within a mist. However, as soon as their mental power touched the mist, it was repelled back, unable to detect anything inside. YeXuan and Tang Xiao also descended from midair, their eyes fixed on the approaching mist, both sensing a bad premonition arise in their hearts. Aunt Yi, can you detect what's inside the white mist? Or is there something within it? YeXuan quietly asked. I can't detect anything, but to be cautious. The master can gather all of our Starfall Hall members together and be on guard for any potential occurrences, YeXuan replied, her tone serious. She had reached the peak of the continent's power, yet she couldn't probe the mist's contents, clearly indicating that the mist was abnormal. Upon hearing this, YeXuan immediately said, all members of the Starfall Hall, gather together and be on guard for any potential occurrences. Do not act recklessly. Yes, Hall Master. After the members of the Starfall Hall responded, they gathered together, vigilantly watching their surroundings. Even those who were attacking the Titan giant ape abandoned it and moved towards the direction where everyone was gathering. Ning Fengji, Chun Xian, Tang Xiao, Tang San, and others also saw the Starfall Hall's reaction and gathered together, keeping a wary eye on their surroundings. The Titan giant ape remained in place, but due to its instinct as a soul beast, it did not move as it sensed danger within the white mist. The feeling of danger from a mist was even stronger than that posed by the members of the Starfall Hall. The 7 treasure glazed tile school, the Guanyin school, and the Starfall Hall are all top powers on this continent. Plus, there are 2 10,000-year soul beasts. It seems our visit this time will yield significant rewards. A hoarse voice echoed through the mist, and then the white mist completely enveloped everyone. Before their eyes turned into a blank white, mental power was unusable, and visibility was reduced to just a few meters. Even YeXuan's enhanced and modified eyes could only see about 10 meters in the mist, highlighting its eerie nature. Within the mist, dozens of cloaked figures walked leisurely towards the direction of the Starfall Hall and Shrek Academy. The leaders scanned the surroundings and slowly spoke. Those above titled Douluo level will be stopped by the elders and offerings. I will personally intercept that level 99 ultimate Douluo. You do not need to worry. The others are of no value to keep anyway. They won't join us. A faint smile appeared in the leader's eyes, clearly pleased with this unexpected gain. Not only could they obtain 2 10,000-year soul beasts, but they could also weaken the power on this continent, achieving 2 goals with 1 action. Yes, Master. The men in black responded and split into 2 directions, heading straight for the Starfall Palace and Shrek's direction. Most of them charged towards the Starfall Palace, with only a small number heading towards Shrek Academy. In the eyes of the crowd, evil spirit masters, exuding malevolent martial souls and an aura of wickedness, appeared before them. They were advancing rapidly, launching fierce attacks. The people from the Starfall Palace had been vigilant, so they were already prepared for battle when the men in black appeared. In the face of the evil spirit masters' attacks, the Starfall Palace's people did not back down, launching a vigorous counterattack. Moreover, they had the recovery and enhancement effects of the Life Domain and Angel Domain, allowing them to fight back without any issues as long as they avoided critical hits. Since their injuries could heal quickly, while the evil spirit masters could not recover from their wounds. YeXuan, Qian Rengsu, King Sheng, Yingye, and others were surrounded and protected by the people from the Starfall Palace. YeXuan observed the situation in the white mist and immediately said, "This white mist must have a limited range. It's not wise to fight them within it. Let us break out of the mist first, and then we can deal with the evil spirit masters." YeXuan's voice carried a hint of seriousness. The limitations within the white mist were too great. Not only was mental power unusable, but visibility was also limited to just a few meters. The evil spirit masters seemed unaffected and could see their movements at all times. As YeXuan, Wu Chongkong, and Lai Yin rushed out, they were intercepted by the evil spirit masters, whose strength was comparable to theirs, making it impossible to determine a winner in a short time. In particular, the evil spirit master entangled with YeXuan turned out to be a rank 99 limit Douluo, and their battle was such that no one else could intervene. The situation on Chun Xian and Tang Zhao's side was similar. They had just rushed out when they were also blocked by the evil spirit masters, unable to leave or interfere in the battle below. YeXuan assessed his side situation and did not immediately join the fight, as he was uncertain if there were other evil spirit masters who could stop him. He turned his gaze to the Titan Great Ape and asked Qian Renshua beside him, "Shuer, if you can use your martial soul true form." How much will the enhancement effect of the angel domain increase? Qian Rinxue pondered for a moment before answering. If I can use my martial soul true form, the enhancement effect of the angel domain can reach at least 30%, which is a 20% increase from now. If it can increase by 30%, that would be enough to turn the current situation around. Let's go kill the Titan Great Ape and use it as your 7th soul ring, YeXuan said, reaching out to pull Qian Rinxue as they headed toward the Titan Great Ape. The Titan Great Ape was already seriously injured, and even at its peak, it might not be YeXuan's opponent, so killing the severely wounded Titan Great Ape would be quite easy for him. Chapter 248. Titan sacrifice. YeXuan and Qian Rinxue arrived before the Titan Great Ape, but the Titan Great Ape did not look at them. Instead, it gazed anxiously towards Xiao Wu, as if wanting to help but unable to move due to its injuries. As YeXuan raised his divine punishment silver spear, just as he was about to act, he heard the Titan Great Ape's voice. Human, I can see the current situation. I can't survive now, so I want to make a deal with you. The Titan Great Ape shifted its gaze from Xiao Wu back to YeXuan. A deal? What makes you think you have the right to negotiate with me? YeXuan did not intend to heed the Titan Great Ape's words and thrust his divine punishment silver spear directly at it. I want to trade my soul ring and soul bone. If you refuse, I will destroy my soul ring and soul bone before giving them to you. The Titan Great Ape's voice was calm. It understood the current situation. Regardless of which side emerged victorious, it would not survive, and even if it were to escape, it would not live much longer. What deal? You can tell me, and if it's acceptable, I might agree. YeXuan glanced at the situation on the battlefield. The evil spirit masters were capable of fighting above their rank, and even with the life domain and angel domain support, the Starfall Palace side was already at a disadvantage. Moreover, the top combatants of the Starfall Palace were being held back, making it impossible for them to assist in the fight. In the white mist, YeXuan was uncertain if there were hidden title Douluos or even super Douluos among the evil spirit masters. As for Shrek's situation, YeXuan did not know, but he guessed it wasn't much better than his side. It truly was a case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I can sacrifice myself for you, but you must swear by your martial soul to help rescue Sister Xiao Wu and never harm her again. Otherwise, I would rather destroy my soul ring and soul bone than give them to you. The Titan Great Ape's gaze was fixed on YeXuan and Qian Rinxue, filled with hatred and killing intent, which eventually turned into resignation. You are threatening me. Do you think we can't find a solution without your soul ring and soul bone? YeXuan raised his divine punishment silver spear again, the gleaming tip pointing at the Titan Great Ape. Do as you wish. I can't survive anyway. If you don't swear by your martial soul, I won't give you my soul ring and soul bone. I still have the ability to destroy my own soul ring and soul bone, the Titan Great Ape said, then turned its gaze back to Xiao Wu, ready to destroy its own soul ring and soul bone at any moment. YeXuan and Qian Rinxue exchanged glances, their expressions thoughtful. The high-ranking members of the Starfall Palace were all present. Losing even one person would be a significant loss for them. If the loss was severe, the Starfall Palace would surely be crippled, a situation YeXuan did not want to see. At this moment, Long Gong Mengshu and Shi Pachao Tianxiang from the Starfall Palace stood together, scanning their surroundings. In front of them was a soul, Douluo, and 7 evil spirit masters at the soul sage level, all glaring at them. Mengshu observed the situation and said, "The Vice Hall Master and others have been held back. We can only rely on ourselves now." I didn't expect the evil spirit masters to be so rampant now. Thinking we are easy targets to bully, Sheepa snorted coldly, her eyes filled with a chilling intent. Mengshu and Chao Tianxiang spoke simultaneously. Dragon Master, Serpent Blade. Martial Soul Fusion, Dragon Serpent Strike. Their soul rings and bodies fused together, transforming into a greenish-blue giant dragon that attacked the surrounding evil spirit masters. For a time, they were evenly matched against the soul, Douluo, and the 7 evil spirit masters. Meanwhile, elsewhere, people from either the Starfall Palace or the evil spirit masters continued to fall. The sounds of battle echoed through the white mist, and various energy attacks splattered everywhere. A green spear appeared in the hands of the Green Saint, blocking in front of Inger. After killing a Dark Soul Master, his gaze swept around continuously. He saw 3 evil soul masters of the Soul Sage level charging directly towards him and Inger. The clothes of the Green Saint were already stained with a lot of blood, some from the Dark Soul Masters and some from himself. Inger was covering her arm with her hand, from which bright red blood was continuously flowing, clearly indicating that she was injured. Just as the 3 Dark Soul Masters were about to reach them, a figure in black suddenly appeared in front of the Green Saint, and a voice came from his mouth. "Get lost." The figure quickly struck out, and the three charging dark-robed figures were instantly sent flying, disappearing from the Green Saint's sight. "The master wants to see you. Come with me. And this little girl seems to be with you, so she'll come with us too. It's not safe for her to stay here." As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out his hand, taking the Green Saint and Inger towards the core area of the Stardew Forest, not giving them a chance to speak. While deep in thought, YeXuan suddenly turned around and said, "I swear by my martial soul that as long as the Titan Great Ape voluntarily sacrifices itself, I will do my best to help the Titan Great Ape rescue Xiao Wu. Moreover, as long as she doesn't provoke me in the future, I will not attack her. Titan Great Ape, this is my final concession. If you disagree, then you can destroy your own soul rings and soul bones." YeXuan did not look at the Titan Great Ape while speaking and kept his gaze fixed ahead, his body entering a battle stance. "All right, remember your vow. Help me rescue Sister Xiao Wu, and you cannot harm her proactively in the future." The Titan Great Ape glanced one last time at Xiao Wu's direction before turning its gaze to Qianrenxue in front of it. A strong light appeared on the Titan Great Ape, forming a domain around it, and a powerful force radiated from it, landing on Qianrenxue. As the sacrifice was being formed, a Dark Soul Master appeared in front of YeXuan, with 9 soul rings flashing in yellow, purple, and black. YeXuan tightened his grip on the silver spear, glanced at the sacrifice scene, and directly attacked the Dark Soul Master. Once the sacrifice began, it could not be interrupted, and no one could approach the form domain, so YeXuan did not need to worry about Qianrenxue being harmed. Chapter 249. True body of the angel. The battle in the white mist continued, but the scales of victory were continuously tilting towards the Dark Soul Masters. The top combat powers of the Starfall Hall had been held up, and no one could escape to support the battle of the Starfall Hall, especially the battle between YeXuan and the leader of the Dark Soul Masters, where anyone below level 95 could not get close. A vacuum zone formed around the two combatants, and no one dared to approach their fighting range. Even the energy ripples generated during their confrontation could severely injure a title Douluo, so those below level 95 could not join the fight. In addition to their battle, other title Douluo level battles had never stopped, but the situation was somewhat different. Wu Changkong was entangled with a Dark Soul Master at the Super Douluo level, and it was impossible to determine a victor in a short time. Lion was fighting against the Dark Soul Master at the title Douluo level and was already at a disadvantage. Not to mention supporting below. Even whether he could win was in question. YeXuan was battling a Dark Soul Master at the Super Douluo level with the God Punishment Silver Spear in hand. The silver spear flickered with a cold light as it continuously attacked the Dark Soul Master in front of him. His gaze swept over the Dark Soul Master, as if searching for some flaw. Meanwhile, the Titan Great Ape, in the midst of the sacrifice, suddenly let out a thunderous roar. Within its voice were killing intent, reluctance, and unwillingness, but its eyes were already closed, and its body had fallen, making it impossible to stand again. On Qianrenxue, 7 soul rings in yellow, purple, black, and red were constantly flashing. At this moment, the 7th soul ring under her feet began to flash rapidly. The 8-winged angel martial soul behind her also emitted a strong golden light, dazzling and brilliant. As a voice came from her mouth, 7th soul skill, true body of martial soul. Under the enhancement of the true body of martial soul, Qianrenxue's own strength was rapidly increasing, and even the power amplification within the angel domain increased from 10% to 30%. The members of the Starfall Hall within the angel domain felt their strength amplified and immediately launched a fierce counterattack. Meanwhile, the strength of the Dark Soul Masters within the angel domain was weakened by about 10%. Additionally, the angel domain was filled with holy energy that had purification and dissolving effects, continuously eroding the soul power of the Dark Soul Masters. Even the Dark Soul Masters below Title Douluo found their movements becoming difficult. It could be said that the battle situation for the Starfall Hall had instantly reversed in this back-and-forth scenario. The members of the Starfall Hall, who were originally at a disadvantage, almost in an instant turned the situation around and were gradually gaining the upper hand. Qianrenxue continuously scanned the battlefield. With the enhancements of the true body of martial soul and the angel domain, her strength had risen to the level of title Douluo, and her senses were greatly heightened, allowing her to perceive the entire situation in the white mist. The Sword of Angels appeared in her hand. Instead of helping with the battles at the title Douluo level, she activated the secret art of movement and instantly attacked the Dark Soul Masters who were fighting against the members of the Starfall Hall. Every swing of the Sword of Angels in Qian Rinchue's hand caused soul saints or soul emperors to fall. She showed no intention of holding back. Regardless of the distance in the arena or the scales of victory, they began to clearly tilt towards the Starfall Hall. The Dark Soul Masters were completely suppressed and were now at a disadvantage. The situation where the Dark Soul Masters had restrained the top combat powers of the Starfall Hall had also turned into YeXuan and others restraining the top-level powers of the Dark Soul Masters. Seeing this, the leader of the Dark Soul Masters decisively said, "Let the people from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Haotian sect leave. You all retreat and kill that little girl. You dare to be distracted while fighting me? Do you really think I don't exist?" YeXuan's cold voice echoed before him. YeXuan's movements did not slow down, and his palm, infused with soul power, ruthlessly struck him, sending the leader of the Dark Soul Masters flying until he crashed into a towering ancient tree, finally stabilizing his figure. "With your strength, why should you bow down to others? Why not join my holy sect, and I will stand on equal footing with you? What do you think?" The leader of the Dark Soul Masters extended his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice sounding quite sincere. "Equal footing? You think you deserve to stand on equal footing with me?" YeXuan looked at him with disdain, completely unwilling to say more, and directly launched an attack. "It seems that we truly cannot work together. I originally wanted to invite you to join our holy sect, but now it seems you should just die." A cold, killing intent appeared in the eyes of the leader of the Dark Soul Masters as he charged towards YeXuan. He had only been attacked by YeXuan because he was distracted by the situation on the battlefield. He and YeXuan are both limit Douluo at level 99, and the only difference lies in their martial souls and soul rings. Therefore, it is not a simple matter for the two to determine a winner with a smile. Meanwhile, the evil soul masters besieging them retreated instantly, heading towards the direction of the Starfall Palace for support. Even the evil soul masters blocking Tang Xiao and Chen Xian also retreated, rushing towards Qian Rinchue's direction. Seeing this, Tang Xiao said, "Ning's Sectmaster, Chen Xian, you take them away first. I will observe the situation here." Ning Fengji covered his bleeding arm with his hand and nodded slightly, saying, "All right, Uncle Jian and I will take them away first. I really don't understand how they suddenly appeared on the continent. Moreover, their audacity is growing. They actually dared to appear openly in the Stardew Forest. If the Evil Soul Masters were timid, would they still be called Evil Soul Masters?" Jianxin Zhuge Lai Di. He was not surprised by the appearance of Evil Soul Masters. What surprised him was that there was actually a limit Douluo at level 99 among them. Otherwise, the people from the Starfall Palace would not have been at a disadvantage earlier. Tang San pulled Xiao Wu and ran toward the outside of the Stardew Forest. When he noticed Xiao Wu looking towards the direction of the Titan Giant Ape, he softly said, "Xiao Wu, we will temporarily keep a record of the blood debts. I will definitely make the Starfall Palace and YeXuan pay for the blood debts in the future. I just can't understand why Erming would sacrifice himself for them. However, the blood debt of Erming must be placed on YeXuan. If it weren't for him, Deming and Erming would not have died." Xiao Wu's voice was filled with endless hatred. Chapter 250. Unexpected attack. When YeXuan saw someone rushing towards Qian Rinchua, his eyes narrowed slightly. The phantom of the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus and the Nine Heavens God-slaying spear appeared in his mind, while the Divine Punishment Silver Spear was returned to his sea of consciousness. The 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus spun around his body, protecting him within. The Nine Heavens God-slaying spear spun in his hand, using the technique from the Sea God S13 styles, Irreversible, to attack the Evil Soul Master in front of him. The Evil Soul Master swung a serrated large knife towards the spear tip. YeXuan had already used this move against him before, so he employed the same method to counter it. However, the Divine Punishment Silver Spear was incomparable to the God-slaying spear. When the God-slaying spear collided with the serrated knife, the knife instantly broke into two pieces, and the spear continued its course, piercing the Evil Soul Master's heart. His body fell from midair, crashing straight to the ground. YeXuan then activated the movement secret technique, instantly appearing in front of Qian Rinchua, blocking the two Evil Soul Masters charging at her. Seeing this, Qian Rinchua also did not hesitate, attacking the relatively weaker Evil Soul Master to help YeXuan share some of the pressure. In the mist, Tang Xiao watched their battle, feeling a strong, killing intent rising in his heart. He thought to himself, "This kid's talent is too monstrous. Since our Haotian sect is at odds with him, this kid must not be left alive. Otherwise, given time, he will definitely become a great threat." With this thought, determination appeared in Tang Xiao's eyes. He had already distanced himself from the Haotian sect and everything he did had nothing to do with them. So he did not care if YeXuan would attack the Haotian sect. If trouble were to come, it would be trouble for him, Tang Xiao, not the Haotian sect. Moreover, now was a rare opportunity. The top combat power of the Starfall Palace was too preoccupied to care, and YeXuan and Qianrenxue were dealing with the evil soul masters in front of them. If he did not strike now, he might not find such an opportunity again. Tang Xiao's gaze sharpened slightly, just as the two evil soul masters launched their attacks. His Haotian hammer grew large and smashed down towards YeXuan and Qianrenxue from above. YeXuan and Qianrenxue realized too late that Tang Xiao was attacking them. The evil soul masters' attacks were about to reach them, and the Haotian hammer was also coming down from above. They could only defend against one direction's attack. With no time to block from both directions, YeXuan wasted no time, protecting Qianrenxue under him and employing the seamless switching technique of martial souls that Bibi Dong had once taught him. Switching his divine beast white tiger martial soul to the purifying blue lotus martial soul. 3 attacks fell on them, raising huge clouds of dust around them, obscuring the situation within the dust. As the dust gradually settled, a large blue lotus appeared in everyone's view. The lotus petals were tightly closed, and no one knew what was happening inside. Gradually, the petals began to open, revealing the figures of YeXuan and Qianrenxue, unharmed before everyone's eyes. Dang Xiao, you actually helped the evil soul masters. Or are you saying that your Haotian sect is colluding with the evil soul masters? YeXuan's voice was filled with endless coldness and overwhelming killing intent. I, Tang Xiao, have already distanced myself from the Haotian sect. Everything I do has nothing to do with them. Moreover, I am not helping the evil soul masters. I just want to avenge my brother, Tang Xiao said. After his attack failed, he retracted his Haotian hammer and quickly headed towards the exit of the Stardow Forest without any hesitation. After all, with his sneak attack and unexpected assault failing to harm them, staying there was pointless. YeXuan and Qianrenxue must have already been on guard and would not give him such an opportunity again. After hearing Tang Xiao's words, YeXuan sneered and thought to himself, distancing from the Haotian sect has nothing to do with him? Do you think only you, Tang Xiao, can play this game? Once this is over, I will show you what it means to truly have nothing to do with it. Despite these thoughts, YeXuan quickly retracted his thoughts, as there were still 2 evil soul masters above the tidal Douluo level in front of them, leaving no extra time to ponder about the Haotian sect. YeXuan once again used the seamless switching technique of martial souls, switching from the purifying blue lotus martial soul back to the divine beast white tiger martial soul. Then, wielding the 9 heavens god-slaying spear, he launched rapid and sharp attacks at the 2 evil soul masters in front of him, each thrust aimed directly at their vital points, with no flashy or unnecessary movements. Although the moves were not flashy, they were truly lethal. Coupled with the unparalleled attack power of the 9 heavens god-slaying spear, the evil soul masters opposite were unable to defend against them and could only dodge. Qianrenxue's angel sword was also wielded at tricky angles that were difficult to anticipate, and with her strength enhanced, she had reached the level of tidal Douluo. Therefore, the 2 evil soul masters in front of them did not dare to ignore Qianrenxue's presence. Although the evil soul master side had 2 super Douluos and several soul sage-level evil soul masters joining in, the scales of victory still tilted continuously towards the Starfall Palace. Currently, the evil soul masters of the Soul Douluo, Soul Sage, and Soul Emperor levels have been completely suppressed by the Starfall Palace, while the top-level combat powers were entangled and could not break free to assist them. Moreover, if the current situation continued developing, the ultimate victory would completely belong to the Starfall Palace. If this dragged on, perhaps the evil soul masters above the tidal Douluo level might have a chance to escape, but those below tidal Douluo would have no possibility of fleeing at all. The leading evil soul master could see this point, so he had no intention of continuing to tangle with YeXuan. Originally, he thought he could keep the people from the 3 factions in the Stardow Forest. But now it seemed that not only could he not keep them there, but whether he could escape alive was also uncertain. Continuing to fight would be meaningless, only adding to casualties. It will be better for us to stop here. After all, our goal is just 200,000 year soul beasts. Now that you have already absorbed one, let the remaining rabbit be given to our holy church. From now on, our holy church and your Starfall Palace will keep to our own waters. What do you think? The hoarse voice of the evil soul master resonated in the area. Chapter 251, Soul Hunting Operation, Part 1. Upon hearing this, YeXuan chuckled lightly and said, "Stop here? You must be dreaming. This matter cannot end so easily. This isn't the first or second time. In the extreme north, you once attacked us. On the Hell Road, you even tried to kill us. Do you really think I would simply let this go? The people in my church, were they killed by you? In the extreme north, you disrupted my plans, and on the Hell Road, it was you again who ruined my plans. Do you really think our Holy Spirit Church is something you can manipulate at will? The voice of the man in the black robe carried a hint of coldness, as if there were endless anger in his heart. If your people had not provoked me, why would they have fallen? I originally wanted to send someone to look for your whereabouts, but it seems that is unnecessary now. Since you have come to the Douluo Forest, then you will all stay here. YeXuan merely sneered, not caring about his words at all. The people from the Starfall Palace had no intention of stopping. They launched attacks on the evil Soul Master in front of them, driving him back step by step. Starfall Palace? What is Starfall Palace? This leader will remember you. And I will also remember you, the leader of this Starfall Palace. We will meet again one day, but today this leader has no time to continue fighting with you. We are leaving. There is no need to continue fighting them today. We will have the opportunity to settle all grievances in the future. The leader's voice was very decisive. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left without caring about the other members of the Holy Spirit Church. Some quick-reacting evil soul masters, upon hearing the leader's voice, forced back their opponents and turned to chase after the leader. However, some slower evil soul masters did not have time to push back their opponents and were tightly entangled by the people from the Starfall Palace, with no possibility of escape. In a short period, 2/3 of the evil soul masters fell in the Douluo Forest, while the number of escaping evil soul masters was less than 1/3 of the original. The Starfall Palace side suffered minimal casualties due to the presence of the life domain, but there were still quite a few injured. Even the title Douluo Level Flame Elder suffered significant injuries. YeXuan looked in the direction they left and did not immediately order a pursuit, because Qianrenxue was continuously releasing the angel domain. Her own soul power consumption was also enormous. Moreover, she had also defended against a super Douluo level evil soul master. So even if they caught up, leaving all of them in the Douluo Forest would still cost the Starfall Palace dearly, and they might even lose a top combat force at the title Douluo level. YeXuan retracted his martial soul and said, "Count the casualties of the Starfall Palace. Those who are injured should recover first and take a short rest. We will return to the Starfall Palace." "Yes, Palace Master." Everyone responded and began to tally the casualties of the Starfall Palace. Some seriously injured individuals sat cross-legged to absorb the life domain to recover their injuries. Qianrenxue stood beside YeXuan and said softly, "Xian, I may have exposed my identity. The next plan might be hard to keep under wraps. It's fine. Anyway, the situation is already set. It doesn't make much difference whether the identity is exposed or not. We can only start the soul hunting operation early." A cold killing intent was present in YeXuan's eyes. Time was running out. Even if we sent someone to relay the message back to the Pope's palace, a round trip would take nearly 2 months. By then, it would likely be too late. Relying solely on the Starfall Palace would not allow us to quickly clear the 3 major sects at the same time. A bitter smile appeared on Qianrenxue's face. There is still time. Quickly clearing the 3 major sects is not impossible. We can discuss the details when we return to the Starfall Palace. YeXuan carefully organized his thoughts in his mind to see if there were any omissions. Qianrenxue had just released her martial soul avatar. Although the angel martial soul Ning Fengji might not necessarily recognize her, Chen Xian and Tang Xiao had definitely seen her. Therefore, Qianrenxue's identity was basically impossible to hide. To be safe, they could only start the soul hunting operation early. Upon hearing this, Qianrenxue did not speak again, but stood in place, quietly pondering how confident she was about launching the extermination operation now, and whether she could simultaneously clear the 3 major sections. Time passed slowly, and soon someone from the Starfall Palace came to them and said, "Palace Master, our Starfall Palace has lost nearly 30 Soul Emperors, several Soul Saints, and 3 Hall Masters. An Elder Flame has also sustained serious injuries. 2 people are missing. Their figures cannot be found in the area, nor are there any bodies." Listening to his words, YeXuan could not help but ask, "Those 2 missing people, the area is only this big. How could they disappear inexplicably?" "The missing ones are the Palace Master's 2 friends. There are no bodies or figures present. So my subordinate speculates that they may have seen the situation was not right and fled first." The person spoke while lowering his head. "Impossible, they would not run away. Expand the search area and look carefully around. 2 living people cannot just disappear for no reason." YeXuan's voice was very firm. YeXuan had known Qing Sheng for more than 2 years and understood his character very well. At a critical moment, Qing Sheng would never be ambiguous. so it was absolutely impossible for them to run away. Master, there's no need to search. They have been taken away by someone and should now be in the core area of the Stardow Forest. Yixishui's somewhat indifferent voice sounded ahead. Taken away? By whom? When did this happen? Why didn't I notice anything? Although Yi Xian's voice carried some confusion, he already had an answer in his heart. After all, Yixishui had already said that Qin Sheng and Inger should be in the core area of the Stardow Forest, so who took them was also obvious. It was either the beast god Ditian or the soul beast sovereign Guyuna, but Yi Xian felt that the possibility of it being Ditian was greater. If it were Guyuna, with her strength, it would be nearly impossible for Yixishui to detect it. Master, it was Ditian who took them. Do you need me to go to the core area of the Stardow Forest to bring them out? Yixishui glanced at the core area of the Stardow Forest while speaking. Chapter 252, Soul Hunting Operation, Part 2. Yi Xian thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, no need. He is very safe in the core area of the Stardow Forest and will not have any problems. You don't need to take the risk, Aunt Yi, to bring him out. Moreover, unless something unexpected happens, you won't be able to bring him out either. So what do you mean, Hall Master? A hint of confusion appeared in Yixishui's eyes, not understanding why Yi Xian would say that. Although Ditian has the strength of a limit Douluo, she's also a limit Douluo. If it were just the two of them, there wouldn't be any problem. After all, she had fought against Ditian before and had some understanding of his strength. For now, we won't worry about Qin Sheng. Let's take a moment to rest and return to the Starfall Hall, as there are important matters to discuss. Qin Sheng and the others will return on their own. Yi Xian's voice sounded somewhat resolute. He was sure that Qin Sheng would be fine in the core area of the Stardow Forest. Their current mission is the soul hunting operation, and even if they all went to the core area of the Stardow Forest, they might not be able to bring Qin Sheng out. After all, he knew that there were not just Ditian but also other fierce beasts and the soul beast overlord, Guyuna, in the Stardow Forest. Time continued to pass, and the members of the Starfall Hall had basically recovered from their injuries within the life whale. So Yi Xian retracted his life domain, opened a spatial rift in front of him, and led everyone from the Starfall Hall into the rift. After passing through the Starfall Hall, they returned to the Starfall Hall. Yi Xian scanned the crowd and said, Aunt Yi and the two elders, come with us to the study to discuss matters. The others can go back and rest. Waiting for further instructions. Yes, Hall Master. The crowd responded and began to retreat to rest, leaving only Yixishui, Wu Changkong, and Lai Yin present. Yi Xian and Qian Renxue did not speak further and directly walked toward the study in the back hall, with Yixishui and the others quietly following behind them. Upon arriving in the study, everyone took their seats in order. Yi Xian looked at the three of them and said, I'm going to start the soul hunting operation. Without relying on the Hall of the Pope, how confident do you feel about swiftly clearing the three major sects? Hearing this, Lai Yin lowered his head directly, showing no intention of speaking. Relying solely on the Starfall Hall to swiftly clear the three major sects was basically impossible. Wu Changkong frowned in contemplation, as if he were thinking about something. After a while, he finally spoke. Master, it is basically impossible to swiftly clear the three major sects, but we might still be able to heavily injure them simultaneously. Yi Xian and Qian Renxue did not reply, but turned their gaze to Yixishui on the left main seat, wanted to see if she had any way to swiftly clear the three major sections. Master, given the situation, our personnel in the Starfall Hall cannot simultaneously clear the three major sections. However, if we gather all our forces, it may be possible to clear two sects at the same time. Yixishui shook her head, not having a good solution either. Yi Xian tapped the table lightly with his hand and said, if there is no way, then we can only force a try. Wu Changkong, you go to the Tiando Imperial Palace and secretly gather all the soul masters there to the Starfall Hall. Elder Lai Yin, you go to the Wuhuan Hall and have Salus secretly gather all the soul masters in the hall to the Starfall Hall for unified deployment. Wu Changkong and Lai Yin exchanged glances and nodded slightly, saying, yes, we will go to the Tiando Imperial Palace and the Wuhuan Hall right away. After the two left, Yi Xian turned his gaze to Yixishui and asked, Aunt Yi, if you were to go to the Haotian sect without holding back, could you eliminate the entire Haotian sect? Master, I do not understand the strength of the Haotian sect, so I cannot make a judgment. However, if I were to go without holding back, I could give it a try, Yixishui replied, her voice carrying a hint of uncertainty. Although they knew the location of the Haotian sect, they were not clear about its specific strength. Thus, even as a limit Douluo, Yixishui could not be certain if she could single-handedly eliminate the entire Haotian sect. Yi Xian's fingers lightly tapped the table, and from the patterns on his arm, He took out a black-purple long sword and placed it on the table in front of him. Although the long sword had a sheath, one could still feel the evil aura emanating from it. This long sword was the Hate Morning Sword. After the inner core of the dark, evil god tiger formed a pattern on his arm, YeXuan had never taken the Hate Morning Sword out again because it was easy to draw but required a lot of blood to return it to its sheath. Aunt Yi, this sword is entrusted to you, but you must remember that once the Hate Morning Sword is drawn, it must drink blood to return to its sheath. However, I do not know how much blood it needs to drink to be satisfied. It might only require the blood of a few people, or it could be thousands or even tens of thousands. So unless it is absolutely necessary, try not to use the Hate Morning Sword, YeXuan said seriously. If it were not for the urgency of the situation, he would not have handed the Hate Morning Sword to Yishishui. Of course, one person from the Haotian sect should be enough to make the Hate Morning Sword draw its blade. If, after being drawn, it does not return to its sheath, then YeXuan would have no solution. After all, the Haotian sect must be destroyed. They really think that just because you, Tang Xiao, have left the Haotian sect, what you do is unrelated to it. YeXuan could play the game as well. If you play the first day of the month, then I will play the 15th. After all, you, the Haotian sect, are evil soul masters and have nothing to do with my Starfall Hall. Douluo has not violated the original agreement. Yishishui picked up the long sword from the table and continuously examined it with her gaze. After a long while, she finally said, Master, please rest assured. I know what to do. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I will not use the Hate Morning Sword. Aunt Yi, then you can go down and prepare. Tomorrow night is the time for the soul hunting operation, aiming to swiftly clear the 3 major sections. Swear, write a letter and have someone deliver it to the teacher. At least let the teacher know the situation. YeXuan had already secretly decided in his heart to have the Starfall Hall, Tiando Imperial Palace, and Wuhuan Hall all attack the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and he himself would go to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, where there was only 195 level YeXuan. As long as he could hold him off, waiting for Yishishui or the support from the Starfall Hall, there was still a good chance to swiftly clear the 3 major sections. Chapter 253, Soul Hunting Operation, Part 2. Qian Renxue took out paper and pen in the study, wrote a letter, placed it on the table, and asked Xiao Xian, we could be considered to have solved the Haotian sect issue, but with our remaining personnel, we still cannot handle the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Xuya, you take everyone in the Starfall Hall to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect tomorrow night. I will go to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family alone. After clearing the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, we will deal with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family together and rename the Tiando Empire to the Wuhuan Empire, mobilizing all the troops in the Empire to guard Tiando City until the teacher arrives. YeXuan's voice was filled with determination. It's a bit too dangerous for you to go to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family alone. Although there's only one YeXuan who is a titled Douluo in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, there's still many disciples. If they all attack together, how will you defend yourself? Qian Renxue gently shook her head, a hint of worry appearing in her eyes. It's fine. If I want to leave, a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family won't be able to keep me. I am openly challenging you, and they have no reason to act against me. As long as you can quickly eliminate the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, we have a great chance to simultaneously clear the 3 major sections. YeXuan smiled and reached out to pinch Qian Renxue's face. An open challenge. Who do you want to challenge? Is there anyone worthy of your challenge among the younger generation of the Blue Electrotyrannosaurus family? Qian Renxue asked, but she already had an answer in her heart, though she wasn't very sure. Of course, it's challenging YeXuan. On the entire continent, there are only 2 people in the younger generation who can fight with me. One is you, Shuer, and the other is a friend from the south. YeXuan Chocolate Josuali. Among the younger generation of the entire continent, YeXuan, could definitely rank first. And even among the older generation of powerhouses, his strength could also be among the top. Except for the 2 limit Douluos, Qian Douluo and Poseidon. Even if he couldn't win against others, he wouldn't lose. At this point, there is no other way. I hope nothing goes wrong, and we can quickly eliminate the 3 major sections. Qian Renxue spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Even if the combined forces of the Starfall Palace, the Heaven Do Imperial Palace, and the Spirit Hall were added together, they wouldn't have as many people as a major sect. Relying on this number of people to quickly clear the 3 major sects, while not impossible, was still a slim hope. YeXuan picked up the letter on the table and didn't say anything, but directly took Qian Renxue out of the study and headed toward the main hall. Upon arriving at the main hall, YeXuan handed the letter in his hand to his soul master in front of him and said, "You will take this letter to Spirit City at the fastest speed and deliver it to His Holiness the Pope." "Yes, Palace Master. I will ensure that the letter reaches His Holiness the Pope." The soul master took the letter and walked directly out of the Starfall Palace. After YeXuan watched him leave, he waved to another soul master in the hall and said, "Help me write a challenge letter to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, scheduled for tomorrow night at their Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, and the challenger will be YeXuan." "Yes, Palace Master. I will write the challenge letter and send it to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family right away." As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up the paper and pen and began to write the challenge letter. After finishing the letter, he left the Starfall Palace and headed toward the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. At the same time, soul masters from the Heaven Do Imperial Palace and the Spirit Hall secretly headed to the Starfall Palace and gathered there. However, the Starfall Palace appeared very calm, as if it were the calm before the storm. Time passed little by little, and soon a day had gone by. The sky was gradually darkening, and in the front hall of the Starfall Palace, over 1,000 soul masters stood neatly, including soul masters from the Spirit Hall, those stationed in the Heaven Do Imperial Palace, and those present in the Starfall Palace. In front of the soul masters stood 6 people, quietly standing at the forefront. These 6 individuals were Wu Changkong, Lai Yin, Tai Xiong, Xi Miao, Si Shui, and Ling Ge, the 6 title Douluos. YeXuan had already left the Starfall Palace yesterday and went alone to the Awakens sect. YeXuan and Qianrenxue walked out from the back hall, looking at the crowd standing in the front hall, and said, "We're going to attack the 7-treasure glazed tile school this time, and the commander of this operation will be Schwer. You all need to follow Schwerner's orders. Do you understand?" "Palace Master, rest assured, we all understand." The crowd responded in unison. YeXuan looked at their expressions and gently nodded, saying, "Schwer, the 7-treasure glazed tile school is up to you to deal with. I need to go to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family to challenge them. Be careful. After we finish with the 7-treasure glazed tile school, we will go to help you at the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family." Qianrenxue earnestly reminded, her expression serious. "Rest assured, I won't have any problems here. You should be careful as well. Tang Xiao may be at the 7-treasure glazed tile school or at Shrek Academy. Even if Tang Xiao is at the 7-treasure glazed tile school, there's nothing to be afraid of. We have 5 title Douluos and 1 super Douluo on our side. And in terms of top-tier combat strength, we completely have the upper hand. The only disadvantage is in numbers." Although Qianrenxue's voice seemed somewhat unconcerned, she quickly calculated the next action plan in her heart. "All right then, I'll head to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family first." YeXuan gently stroked Qianrenxue's face and then turned to leave the Starfall Palace, heading toward the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Qianrenxue looked at the darkening sky and immediately said, "Let's set off as well, heading to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. After today, there will no longer be 3 major sects in the Heaven Do Empire." After speaking, Qianrenxue led the crowd from the Starfall Palace straight toward the 7-treasure glazed tile school. YeXuan walked alone on the way to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, looking at the moonlight tonight, muttering to himself, on a dark and windy night, a night for killing and arson. After tonight, the 3 major sects will cease to exist. I hope there won't be any fish that slip through the net. Otherwise, it will be a bit troublesome to handle. Chapter 254, Soul Hunting Operation, End. When YeXuan arrived at the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, he found the gate wide open. Outside the gate, a simple arena had already been set up. Entering the gate, YeXuan and the elders and disciples of the entire family were sitting inside, quietly waiting. As soon as YeXuan walked in, everyone's gaze was on him, but no one spoke. Until YeXuan opened his mouth and said, "Palace Master Yi, you really have guts to come alone to our Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to walk out of our Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family? If I want to leave, your Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family can't keep me. Even if YeXuan, make a move, you won't be able to stop me either." YeXuan looked at YeXuan in front of him, feeling a slight difference. Because now YeXuan no longer had the spirited appearance he once had. His figure, even his hair, had turned quite gray, looking like an ordinary old man without the demeanor of a patriarch of the top 3 clans. "It has been 8 years since you last challenged our Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, yet you're still as arrogant as ever. But you had the capital to be arrogant among the younger generation 8 years ago. I wonder if you still have the strength to be arrogant in front of me now." YeXuan stood up and walked directly toward the arena in the center. Moreover, with each step YeXuan took, a powerful aura emanated from him. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus martial spirit appeared behind him, with 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black continuously flickering around him. My arrogance and pride are innate and cannot be changed, but you engine, have changed too much. In just 8 years, I can no longer see the spirited look on you. YeXuan clasped his hands behind his back and slowly walked toward the arena. He came to delay time, so he wasn't in a hurry to fight you engine. There's no point in talking too much. Let's see the real skills. I won't show any mercy. Let's see how much you've grown in these 8 years and what capital you have to be so arrogant in front of me. You engine's voice sounded very calm, completely disregarding YeXuan's words. You will soon know what I have, but you engine, are not my opponent right now. Behind YeXuan, the divine beast white tiger martial soul rose, with 6 soul rings of purple, gold, black, and red flashing around him. You engine did not speak. His right hand transformed into a dragon claw, blue lightning appearing in his hand, and he instantly attacked YeXuan in front of him. In YeXuan's hand, a purple force of destruction emerged, and without any evasion, he punched out, directly meeting you engine's dragon claw. When fist and claw collided, blue and purple light intertwined as if they were going to swallow each other. Both figures were pushed back by the impact, but while YeXuan took 2 steps back, you engine retreated 3 steps. From this single clash, their strength was immediately evident. You engine's eyes involuntarily narrowed, and without any pause, he charged towards YeXuan. YeXuan also did not hesitate and attack you engine, both of them leaving no defense and putting all their strength into every move. 300 miles east of Tiando City, YeXuan was shrouded in a black robe, his face hidden behind a black mask, making it impossible to see his features. YeXuan looked at the Haotian sect in front of him, and behind him rose the martial blood soul demon puppet, with 9 soul rings of black and red flashing at his feet as he walked directly into the Haotian sect. 2 Haotian sect disciples at the entrance, seeing the approaching figure in black, were about to speak when 2 beams of bloodlight shot towards them. The 2 disciples of Haotian sect did not even have time to react before their bodies fell straight back to the ground. Crimson blood flowed from them, but the blood seemed to be drawn by something, flying towards the blood soul demon puppet behind YeXuan, and was ultimately absorbed by it. YeXuan walked into the Haotian sect as if no one was there, his blood soul demon puppet shining with red light. Countless vengeful spirits flying out from the red glow. The wails of the vengeful spirits echoed, and a chilling wind swept through the Haotian sect. Who dares to be reckless in my Haotian sect? A furious shout echoed in the main hall of the Haotian sect, and 5 figures emerged from the hall. YeXuan turned his gaze towards the source of the voice, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth beneath the mask, secretly thinking. 5 titled Douluo? Their strength is already impressive. It's well-deserved for them to be the #1 sect in the world. The 5 who emerged also looked at YeXuan, who walked in as if in an uninhabited realm, but their expressions quickly turned grave, radiating an aura of evil. The martial soul was absorbing the blood of their Haotian sect disciples. It was clear that this was an evil soul master. Moreover, from the soul rings and the aura emanating from him, they immediately judged that this was not something they could contend with. YeXuan glanced at them and extended his hand, grabbing 5 vengeful spirits from the void, launching them towards the 5 in front of the hall. The speed of the vengeful spirits was incredibly fast, leaving them no time to react. In the blink of an eye, they were already in front of the 5 and then exploded. The overwhelming energy instantly sent the 5 titled Douluo flying, and those with weaker strength spat out blood, clearly heavily injured, while those a bit stronger also suffered significant injuries. She is not someone we can contend with. Quickly let the disciples of the sect retreat first. We will hold her off to buy you time to escape. After one of the lightly injured individuals spoke, they released their martial soul and attacked YeXuan directly. The remaining 3 focused their soul power and shouted loudly. Disciples of Haotian sect, retreat in different directions. Don't die in vain. Preserve the seed of our Haotian sect. As soon as the words were spoken, the remaining 3 also attacked YeXuan. The 5 titled Douluo had all sustained significant injuries from a single strike, and any other disciples rushing in would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Rather than dying in vain, it was better to let them retreat first. With only one evil soul master, allowing the disciples to retreat from different directions could save many, while they fought to buy more time for the retreating disciples. Chapter 255. The 3 Major Sects, Part 1. Outside the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Qianrenxua hid with her companions in the woods. Her gaze fixed on the 7-treasure glazed tile school, her expression contemplative. Beside her was a seemingly honest and cute iron-eating beast. A gentle breeze blew, and the clouds in the sky covered the moonlight that was falling, making the already dark night even darker. We'll go take care of the guarding disciples and the surrounding scouts. After dealing with them, we will directly attack the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and not give them any time to react. Qian Renshue's voice was soft, but there was a trace of coldness in her tone. Miss, let me and Tsishua handle it. It's only a dozen or so people. We can ensure they won't make a sound. Shima and Tsishua used their mental power to lock onto the disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the surrounding scouts. All right, I leave it to you too. Be very careful and try not to make any noise. Qian Renshue reminded, her gaze still focused on the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but her hand brushed against the side of the iron-eating beast. No one knew exactly how strong the iron-eating beast was, but it could match a tidal Douluo or even a super Douluo without any problem. After hearing Qian Renshue's words, Shima and Tsishua moved stealthily in the dark. They headed towards the hidden scouts separately to infiltrate the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School without alarming anyone. They first needed to eliminate the surrounding scouts before dealing with the guarding disciples. Both were tidal level fighters, and under the cover of night, the scouts had no way of detecting their presence. Their strikes were also very clean and decisive, with no hesitation. Each time they struck, a scout fell to the ground without making any sound. After a while, the surrounding scouts were cleared by Shima and Tsishua. After exchanging glances, they simultaneously approached the entrance of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Once they dealt with the two guarding disciples, they could directly attack the school. After waiting for the right moment, they struck almost simultaneously, catching the two disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School off guard, directly grabbing their throats. With a slight squeeze, the sound of bones shattering echoed as the two disciples permanently closed their eyes. Seeing this, Qian Renshue and the others immediately emerged from the shadows and charged towards the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School without any disguise. As they entered, Lion looked around at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Destroying the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School really gets the blood boiling. 8th soul skill, blood boiling. Lian's palm gradually tightened, a scorching heat radiating from him, flames burning in his hand. In midair, feathers continued to fall, and as they landed on the buildings and ground of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, they quickly ignited. Qian Rengshu looked at the scene in front of her and immediately said, "Attack the Seven Treasures Glazed sect with full force. Even if we can't completely eliminate the sect, we must deal it a heavy blow." Upon hearing Qian Rengshu's words, the crowd immediately dispersed and headed in various directions towards the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Many disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect had just run out of the burning buildings when they were attacked by soul masters from the Starfall Palace, the Spirit Hall, and the Tiando Imperial Palace. Only 6 peak powers at the tidal Douluo level remained stationary, focusing their attention on the direction of the main hall. At that moment, Wu Changkong, who was standing still, suddenly moved, and his martial soul, the Heavenly Frost Sword, appeared in his hand. 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black shimmered around him. Wu Changkong's figure appeared in the direction of the main hall, blocking the way of Chun Xian, who had just rushed out from the hall. The others were not slow either, releasing their martial souls and charging towards the main hall. Following closely behind Chun Xian, Gu Rong and Tang Xiao were also intercepted by the other 5 tidal Douluos, quickly entangling in combat. 7 treasures turn out to be glazed. First is strength. Second is speed. Third is soul. Fourth is defense. Fifth is attack. Sixth is enhancement, true body of the 7 treasures. Ning Fengji's voice rang out in front of the main hall, and 7 beams of different colors fell on Chun Xian, Gu Rong, and Tang Xiao. Ning Fengji appeared in front of the main hall, looking down at Qian Rengshu, and said, "You are indeed a member of the Spirit Hall, or rather, the entire Starfall Palace is an extension of the Spirit Hall's power. The Spirit Hall, the Starfall Palace, and the Tiando Empire. What a grand chess game you've set up. You Spirit Hall really have the ambition of a wolf." Ambition of a wolf? The things we plan are grand, but what you, Ning Fengji, plan is merely small. It's just a pity that your years of planning have come to naught in an instant. Qian Rengshu chuckled lightly, not paying any mind to Ning Fengji's words. "Since you've already come out, why should YeXuan hide? Aren't you two always inseparable?" Ning Fengji did not engage with Qian Rengshu on the same topic, but instead asked about YeXuan's whereabouts. After all, in his impression, YeXuan and Qian Rengshu were basically always together, which could not be overstated. Moreover, just now in the main hall, Tang Xiao had clearly stated that he might not be YeXuan's opponent. It should be noted that Tang Xiao was currently a 96th level super Douluo, and he had clearly stated that he might not be YeXuan's match, which indicated that YeXuan must at least possess the strength of a super Douluo. If a super Douluo were hiding in the shadows, striking at a critical moment, the consequences would be unimaginable. Are you that afraid of YeXuan? Unfortunately, he's not currently in the Seven Treasures glazed sect, so there's no need for you to worry. While speaking, Qian Ringshu patted the head of the iron-eating beast and softly said, "Iron-eating beast, do you see that person at the door? Kill him, and afterwards I'll take you to eat plenty of heavenly treasures." Upon hearing Qian Ringshu's words, the iron-eating beast's innocent and adorable demeanor vanished, and it waved its claw and charged towards Ning Fengji. The iron-eating beast let out a beastly roar, sending the disciples of the Seven Treasures glazed sect who were blocking its way flying, as if there was no one there, heading straight for Ning Fengji in front of the main hall. Chapter 256, The Three Great Sects, Part 2, seeing the iron-eating beast charging towards Ning Fengji. Gu Rong immediately abandoned his opponent and headed in Ning Fengji's direction. The snake spear and blood stab, who were trying to entangle Gu Rong, were blocked by Tang Zhao's Haotian hammer. Although the snake spear, blood stab, iron bear, spirit turtle, and blazing flame were all titled Douluos and outnumbered, Tang Zhao's soul power was already above theirs, and with the assistance of the Seven Treasures glazed tower, they were unable to quickly defeat Tang Zhao and were even at risk of being entangled by him. Gu Rong's figure appeared in front of Ning Fengji, and he threw a punch directly at the charging iron-eating beast. The iron-eating beast was equally unwilling to back down and swung a claw to meet Gu Rong's fist. When the fist and claw collided, Gu Rong's body involuntarily stumbled backward, while the iron-eating beast only swayed slightly before continuing its charge towards Ning Fengji. An incredulous look appeared in Ning Fengji's eyes. Gu Rong was a 95th level title Douluo, yet in front of this bear, he was already at a disadvantage after just one exchange. How unbelievable was that? 9th soul skill, Bone Transformation Divine Dragon, Heavy Strike. Gu Rong's 9th soul ring flashed rapidly beneath his feet. A massive bone dragon phantom appeared in front of Gu Rong, directly attacking the iron-eating beast. The iron-eating beast let out an angry roar as it sensed the bone dragon phantom approaching, emanating a powerful aura and increasing its speed by a third. Charging head-on at the bone dragon phantom without dodging, the bone dragon phantom and the iron-eating beast collided, and a wave of powerful energy spread outwards. The iron-eating beast burst through the bone dragon phantom and clawed at Gu Rong. The force of the attack sent Gu Rong flying backward until he crashed against the wall of the main hall, finally stabilizing his form. The iron-eating beast, seemingly enraged by the attack, became furious and berserk. "Grandpa Bone, are you alright?" Ning Rong also rushed out from the main hall, helping the fallen Gu Rong up, her eyes cold and filled with killing intent as she glared at Qian Ringshu below. However, her gaze was completely ignored by Qian Ringshu, who had no intention of acknowledging her. "I'm fine. Your Grandpa Bone is still quite sturdy. To think a mere bear could harm me is simply wishful thinking." Gu Rong stood up, his gaze focused on the iron-eating beast ahead, his expression serious. The members of Shrek also walked out of the main hall one by one, standing behind Ning Fengji and looking gravely at Qian Ringshu and the ongoing battles. As time passed, more and more disciples of the Seven Treasures glazed sect fell to the ground, blood flowing freely and bodies scattered everywhere. Wu Changkong seized a flaw in Chen Xian's defense, and his heavenly frost sword fell mercilessly. Chen Xian reacted quickly, blocking with his 7-killing sword. Although Chen Xian managed to deflect Wu Changkong's longsword, Wu Changkong's soul power was ultimately higher than Chen Xian's, leaving a long sword mark on Chen Xian's arm. Chen Xian retreated to stand in front of Ning Fengji, scanning the surroundings with a vigilant gaze. Tang Zhao also retreated to the front of the main hall, looking gravely at the people before him. Wu Changkong, Snake Spear, Blood Stab, Iron Bear, Spirit Turtle, and Blazing Flame returned to Qian Ringshu's side. Only the iron-eating beast continued charging toward Ning Fengji. Altogether, don't give them a chance to breathe. We must eliminate the Seven Treasures glazed sect today. As Qian Ringshu spoke, she released her angel domain, rapidly spreading outwards. Ning Fengji watched as the disciples of his sect continued to fall, his eyes reddening, his chest feeling tight, especially when he saw more and more people from the Starfall Palace rushing in from all directions. Ning Fengji spat out a mouthful of blood. Every direction for which people were rushing towards the main hall represented that there would likely be no surviving disciples of the Seven Treasures glazed sect in those areas. Although the number of disciples in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect was considerable, they were mostly support soul masters, which meant they were significantly weaker compared to battle soul masters. It can even be said that the people from the Starfall Hall fought very comfortably. After all, they were battle spirit masters. And when it came to fighting support spirit masters, they could be described as very relaxed. Ning Fengji looked at Qian Rinxue with eyes that seemed to tear, and said word by word, "Spirit Hall, if the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School survives today by luck, we will definitely go to war with your Spirit Hall, not stopping until death. That would be a great pity. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will surely be destroyed today, and there is no possibility of surviving by luck." Qian Rinxue coldly laughed. The disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had suffered heavy casualties, and as long as Ning Fengji, Chun Yi, and Gu Rong were killed, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would no longer be a concern. Even if there were a few survivors, they wouldn't stir up any trouble and could be ignored. At that moment, after Chen Xen, Gu Rong, and Tang Xiao exchanged glances, Gu Rong and Tang Xiao immediately rushed out to hold back the attacking members of the Starfall Hall. Meanwhile, Chen Xian's aura continued to rise. When Chen Xian's spirit power reached level 97, the ninth spirit ring beneath his feet began to flicker rapidly. Ninth spirit ability, Divine and Demon Dual Slash. The seven killing sword in Chen Xian's hand began to gather intense spirit power. When the spirit power reached a peak, he quickly slashed out with the seven killing sword. Gu Rong and Tang Xiao, upon seeing the sword energy formed by the spirit power, quickly retreated to avoid the incoming massive sword energy. Wu Changkong, Xi Miao, Xi Shui, Tai Xiong, Ling Gui, and Lai Yan also retreated upon seeing the sword energy, trying to dodge Chen Xian's attack. Chen Xian and the others saw their reaction and without any hesitation, took Ning Fengji and the people from Shrek, heading towards the direction outside the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chen Xian's figure transformed into a sword light, and in just a few blinks, he was about to disappear from everyone's sight. Xi Miao looked in the direction they were leaving and asked, "Miss, should we chase after them to eliminate them?" "No need. Sweep through the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and see if there are any fish that escaped the net. If there are any survivors, let them remain in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School permanently. If not, we will immediately head to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family to help Xiaoxian wipe out the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family." Qian Rinxue's voice carried a hint of calmness, as if she didn't care at all about the few who had escaped. Chapter 257, Three Major Sects, Part 2. In the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, YeXuan, who was engaged in battle with YeXuan, suddenly heard a system notification sound in his mind. Ding dong, the Haotian sect has been destroyed, rewarding the host 10,000 luck points. Ding dong, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has been destroyed, rewarding the host 10,000 luck points. When YeXuan heard the system notification, a flicker of joy flashed in his eyes. The system's notification meant that both Yi Shixue and Qian Rinxue's actions had been successful. Although he didn't know the specifics of the battle situation, as long as they succeeded, that was a good thing. Moreover, the system rewarded him with 20,000 luck points, which was a timely help, at least allowing the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family to be completely cleared out. YeXuan instructed the system in his heart, "System, buy me 2 Extreme Douluo cards and use them." Ding dong, the host purchased 2 Extreme Douluo cards, costing a total of 20,000 luck points. Ding dong, using Extreme Douluo cards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Long Xiaoyao, Yunming. Character, Long Xiaoyao Martial Soul, Dark Holy Dragon Strength. Level 99 Extreme Douluo Character, Yunming Martial Soul, Sky Raising Spear Strength. Level 99 Extreme Douluo Quasi-God. When YeXuan heard the name Yunming, his expression almost couldn't be hidden, because Yunming was not just an Extreme Douluo, but a Quasi-God. Moreover, Yunming was recognized as the strongest on the continent in the Douluo 3, and in terms of strength, he could crush the beast god Emperor Tian. The sky-raising spear in his hand was renowned for its ability to reach the sky and delve into the abyss. If the divine realm hadn't disappeared during the Douluo 3, Yunming would have already ascended to godhood. It can even be said that the gap between Yunming and the protagonist was merely the absence of a protagonist halo. YeXuan looked at Yu Engine in front of him and suddenly said, "Elder Yu, I greatly admire you. I can see that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is gradually declining. I can give you an opportunity to make your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family strong again." "An opportunity with me? Are you suggesting that the Starfall Hall join our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? If so, Yu Engine, would very much welcome your joining. If not, then you, YeXuan, should remain silent. YeXuan chuckled lightly. He naturally understood what YeXuan meant, but he took pride in his martial soul. How could he allow his blue lightning tyrant dragon family to join the Starfall Hall? Ah, Elder Yu, I really admire you. After all, those who dare to confront the Spirit Hall directly are indeed few and far between, and you, YeXuan, are one of them. The number one sect in the world back then, the Haotian sect, chose to retreat and hide from the Spirit Hall's sharp edge. Yet you, YeXuan, dare to confront the Spirit Hall head-on. YeXuan's voice carried a hint of emotion. He genuinely wanted to give YeXuan a way out. But looking at YeXuan's demeanor, he understood that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family would never join the Starfall Hall. There was no point in saying more. It was better to resolve the current battle before addressing other matters. As YeXuan spoke, the sixth spirit ring beneath his feet began to flicker rapidly. Sixth spirit ability, Breaking Sky Dragon Roar. A loud, explosive dragon roar erupted from his mouth. The air surged with a booming sound, directly attacking YeXuan. Indeed, this battle should come to an end. As YeXuan spoke, the killing god domain was released from his body, and the sixth spirit ring beneath his feet also flickered rapidly. Sixth spirit ability, Tiger Shakes the Sky. The white tiger martial soul behind YeXuan let out a thunderous roar, attacking YeXuan's mind, and his overall attributes increased by about 30% in an instant. The roar of the tiger and the dragon's roar collided in midair, creating an invisible wave of energy that spread outward. The disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family watching the battle, upon hearing these two sounds, instinctively covered their ears, and some were even shaken to the point that their ears rang, revealing expressions of pain. YeXuan and YeXuan continued to battle. But with the release of the killing god domain, YeXuan had completely suppressed YeXuan, who was now at a disadvantage. The disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family looked at the battle situation and showed concern in their eyes, as it was clear to anyone that YeXuan had fallen into a disadvantage, and it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. At that moment, the ninth spirit ring beneath YeXuan's feet began to flicker rapidly. His immense spirit power, combined with the thunder power within his martial soul, coalesced into 9 massive thunder dragons, attacking YeXuan. Ninth spirit ability, True Dragon's Fury, shocking the 9 heavens. YeXuan looked at the 9 thunder dragons charging towards him, took out the divine punishment silver spear from his sea of consciousness, spun the silver spear in his hand, and plunged it into the ground in front of him. A powerful destructive force flowed from his hand into the divine punishment silver spear, with purple lightning coiling around it. Compared to martial souls, your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is lacking. Compared to the power of lightning, your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is equally inadequate. YeXuan pulled out the divine punishment silver spear stuck in the ground and thrust it directly towards the incoming lightning dragon. The purple power of destruction had completely enveloped the divine punishment silver spear, and the originally silver long spear had now turned purple, with the power of destruction constantly flickering on it. The moment the silver spear collided with the lightning dragon, the lightning dragon was completely destroyed by the power of destruction within the spear and then vanished without a trace. YeXuan quickly thrust out 9 spears, and all 9 lightning dragons also disappeared. YeXuan's figure retreated slightly as he collided with the lightning dragons, while YeXuan's figure quickly retreated backward until he exited the arena, finally stabilizing himself. YeXuan looked at YeXuan on the arena and said, "In this match, YeXuan lost. You, YeXuan, have completely won. Your strength is unmatched among the younger generation. Patriarch Yu, let me ask one last time. Does your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family truly refuse to join our Starfall Palace? If you do not join after tonight, there will no longer be a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family on the continent." YeXuan raised the silver spear in his hand, pointing it towards YeXuan. "What do you mean?" YeXuan's expression darkened, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. "What I mean is, if your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family does not join, then only annihilation awaits." Qian Rinchue's voice echoed outside the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Chapter 258, 3 Major Sects, and YeXuan looked at the people from Starfall Palace who had entered, and especially when he saw the bloodstains on them, he already knew. They must have come after a fierce battle, and YeXuan's purpose for coming was very simple. He was here to buy time. "Patriarch Yu, let me reintroduce myself. I am YeXuan, the master of Starfall Palace, and also a disciple of the current pope. Now that the Haotian sect and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect have been destroyed, if your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family joins Starfall Palace, you will be able to survive and grow stronger. If you do not join, your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family will face the same fate as the Haotian sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Annihilation, vanishing into nothingness. YeXuan put away the divine punishment silver spear, clasped his hands behind his back, and looked calmly at YeXuan. Join your Starfall Palace? You, YeXuan, are simply daydreaming. A dragon can only be a dragon, forever a dragon. There is no way we would serve anyone as a dog. If you want to annihilate our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, then you will have to pay with your lives. YeXuan chuckled lightly, releasing a powerful aura from his body without reservation. The other disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family also stood up in front of YeXuan, releasing their martial souls and soul rings, confronting the people from Starfall Palace. Long Xiaoyao, Yin Ming, you can come out now. No need to hide in the shadows. YeXuan's calm voice rang out in the arena. Yes, master. Two voices emerged above the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Accompanying the voices were two figures standing in midair, exuding an incredibly strong pressure that pressed down directly on the people of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Everyone looked up into the sky and saw an old man and a middle-aged man quietly standing in midair. The old man was tall, with meticulously combed silver hair, a rosy complexion like that of a baby, long eyebrows hanging down at both sides of his face, and his hands clasped behind his back. His martial soul, the dark holy dragon, appeared behind him with 9 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, red, constantly flickering. The middle-aged man was very handsome, with an elegant demeanor and gentle eyes, looking like an ordinary person. However, in his hand, he held the martial soul, the sky-soaring spear with 9 soul rings, black, 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 red, red, gold, constantly flickering. Especially the aura emanating from him was even stronger than that of the old man beside him. Two extreme Douluo, you Starfall Palace and Spirit Hall are truly hiding deep. YeXuan's voice sounded quite indifferent. If he was not afraid of death, how could he fear two extreme Douluo? Long Xiaoyao, Yin Ming, you two are in charge of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family's affairs. Surrendering can spare you from death. After YeXuan said this calmly, he turned and walked off the arena, coming to Qian Rinchue's side, taking her soft hand and walking towards the outside of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Yes, master. Long Xiaoyao and Yun Ming exchanged glances with the people from Starfall Palace before withdrawing their gazes. Surrender to spare your life? Is there anyone in my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family willing to surrender? If there is, feel free to speak up. I will not blame you. YeXuan glanced at his clansmen, his eyes devoid of joy or sorrow. But among the disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, not a single person spoke, merely gazing resolutely at the people from Starfall Palace. No need to waste words. We can begin the attack now. The sooner we end this, the sooner we can report back to the master. Long Xiaoyao looked at YeXuan in front of him and took a step forward, charging straight at YeXuan. The serpent spear, Douluo raised his hand with the serpent spear, saying, begin the attack. Surrendering can spare your life. As soon as the words fell, the people from Starfall Palace charged directly at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, attacking mercilessly. Yin Ming stood quietly in midair, with no intention of making a move. One extreme Daw, one super Daw, and 5 tidal Daw had already formed a crushing situation against the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. So there was no need for him to take action. Outside the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, YeXuan and Qian Rinxue sat down in front of a dirt slope. YeXuan ignored the dust on the ground and lay directly on the ground, gazing at the starry sky at night without saying anything. Qian Rinxue looked at YeXuan, puzzled, and asked, Xiao Xian, since you have 2 hidden extreme Douluo subordinates, why not let one of them go with me to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect? That way, Ning Fengji and the others wouldn't be able to escape. I didn't know about their existence before. It was only after I arrived at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family that they came over. If I had known about them earlier, we could have simultaneously wiped out the 3 major sects without such trouble. YeXuan smiled, reaching out to embrace Qian Rinxue in his arms, his eyes filled with laughter. Qian Rinxue blinked, her eyes showing a look of realization, as if she had thought of something. But she did not say it out loud. Instead, she turned and said, Xiao Xian, with the addition of the 2 extreme Douluo, the strength of your Starfall Palace will surpass that of the Offering Hall and the Pope Hall. YeXuan looked at Qian Rinxue's expression and chuckled lightly, unsure of where her thoughts had wandered. However, YeXuan did not elaborate on this matter, but took out a token from his soul guide and placed it in front of Qian Rinxue. This is the master token of Starfall Palace. From now on, You will be the master of Starfall Palace. What do you think? YeXuan's face bore a light smile. You should keep the master token for yourself. I don't want it. Anyway, what is yours is mine. It makes no difference whether I have this master token or not. Qian Renxue glanced at the master token in front of her, but showed no intention of reaching out to take it. Upon hearing this, YeXuan put away the Hall master token in his hand and said, "That's true. Anyway, the Starfall Hall will merge with the Spirit Hall eventually. So it doesn't matter whether we have this Hall master token or not. The issues with the three major sects are basically resolved. As long as we rename the Heavendo Empire to the Spirit Empire tomorrow, everything will be completely settled. Although the plan has been advanced, it doesn't affect the overall situation at all. This is already the best outcome." A faint smile appeared on Qian Renxue's face. Now we have the strength to push across the entire continent. With the army of the Heavendo Empire and the sole masters of the Spirit Hall, the Xingluo Empire has no capital to resist at all. YeXuan's tone was very casual now. The four-limit Douluo, along with the army of the Heavendo Empire and the sole masters of the Spirit Hall, had no power to stop them on the continent. Chapter 259. Spirit Empire. As time passed little by little, the sky gradually brightened, and the sounds of battle from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan gradually ceased, with flames and black smoke rising from within the clan. After a while, Long Xiaoyao and Yun Ming, along with the members of the Starfall Hall, walked out from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and directly approached YeXuan and Qian Renxue, saying, "Master, the matter with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has been handled. Except for Yulomian, no one else in the clan surrendered." YeXuan sat up from the ground, his gaze fixed on Yulomian, unsure of what he was thinking. After hearing YeXuan's question, Wu Changkong immediately replied, "Master, we have lost nearly 2/3 of our high-level combat power in the Starfall Hall. Among the 3 Hall Masters, except for Meng Shu, all have fallen, and the remaining ones are injured to varying degrees. The losses are indeed very heavy. Order that any family members of those who fell in this operation, if they are ordinary people, may receive 10,000 gold soul coins from the Starfall Hall to ensure they can live without worries. If they have the talent to become soul masters, they may enter the Starfall Hall for vigorous training. If they wish to leave in the future to become free soul masters, the Starfall Hall will not obstruct them." YeXuan waved his hand, assigning the aftermath to Wu Changkong. "Yes, master," Wu Changkong replied, and then stood quietly in place, waiting for YeXuan's next instruction. YeXuan's gaze turned to Yulomian, and he asked, "In the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, are you the only one left, or are there other survivors?" "You should know very well. Hall Master, aside from me, there are 3 others who were not at the clan and survived by chance. They are Yu Tianxin, Yu Tianheng, and my illegitimate daughter, Lu Erlong." Yu Luomian bowed and shared what he knew. "Yu Tianxin and Yu Tianheng?" YeXuan chuckled lightly and stood up, saying, "The matter is resolved. Wu Changkong, Lai Yin, you two take everyone back to the Starfall Hall. Long Xiaoyao, Yin Ming, Xi Miao, Ci Shui, Tai Xiong, Ling Gue, you all come with me and Shuer to the Heavendo Imperial Palace. As for you, Yulomian, just go back with Wu Changkong and rest in the Starfall Hall to recover from your injuries. We'll discuss your arrangements once everything is resolved." YeXuan glanced at Yulomian, not paying much attention to his presence, but Yulomian was, after all, a soul de law, and keeping him around would still be somewhat useful. "Yes, Master, Hall Master," everyone responded, and Wu Changkong and Lai Yin led the group back toward the Starfall Hall to rest and recuperate. Meanwhile, Long Xiaoyao, Yin Ming, Xi Miao, Ci Shui, Tai Xiong, and Ling Gue followed YeXuan and Qian Renxue toward the Heavendo Imperial Palace. Upon arriving at the Heavendo Imperial Palace, YeXuan and Qian Renxue had no hesitation and directly walked inside, sitting down in the dragon chair at the main seat of the palace hall. The person impersonating Shui, Qinghe, stood respectfully in front of them, waiting for their instructions. "Shui Qinghe, mobilize all the armies of the Heavendo Empire and impose martial law on the entire Heavendo city. Then announce to the entire Heavendo Empire that effective immediately, the Heavendo Empire will be renamed the Spirit Empire, and the throne will be ceded to the current pope." YeXuan lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest of the dragon chair, making a clicking sound. "Understood, young master, young lady. I will go down and inform them, and prepare for the abdication." Shui Qinghe respectfully bowed to the two and immediately went down to prepare the necessary arrangements. Long Xiaoyao, Yin Ming, Xi Miao, Ci Shui, Tai Xiong, Ling Gue, you 6 will stay at the Heavendo Imperial Palace. If anyone dares to intrude, kill without mercy. After saying this, YeXuan picked up Qian Renxue and carried her toward the direction of the harem. Long Xiaoyao, Yunming, and the others took their respective positions within the Heaven Do Imperial Palace, ready to receive news at the first moment if anyone dared to break in. Meanwhile, the entire army of the Heaven Do Empire also began to take action, imposing martial law on the entire Heaven Do city. Soldiers from the Heaven Do Empire could frequently be seen patrolling the streets. The news that the Heaven Do Empire was renamed the Spirit Empire and that the throne was ceded to the current pope quickly spread across the continent. A few days later, in the Spirit City, within the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong looked at the messages in her hand and the letter personally written by Qian Renshua, and she already understood the ins and outs. Bibi Dong put down the letter and said, YeXuan, Mei, send someone to seal off the borders of the Spirit Empire and closely monitor the movements of the Xing Luo Empire. If they make any moves, report immediately. If they do send troops, stop them at the borders of the Spirit Empire. Everyone in the Pope's Hall, along with all the Guardian Knights. Follow me to Heaven Do City. For the time being, I will leave all matters in Spirit City to the Grand Offering. A pleasing arc appeared on Bibi Dong's lips. Although the plan had been advanced, it did not affect the overall situation, and only slight adjustments were needed. Yes, Your Holiness, YeXuan and Mei replied, and then went down to give orders. In no time, all the soul masters in the Pope's Hall, as well as the Guardian Knights, began to take action and quickly assembled. Even the Grand Offering, Qian Daolu, and several other offerings in the Offering Hall stepped out to prepare to handle matters in Spirit City. In front of the Pope's Hall, a long line was neatly arranged, with a luxurious carriage at the front, surrounded by Guardian Knights on guard. Bibi Dong and Hulaina walked out from the Pope's Hall and approached the carriage, boarding the luxurious carriage. As they did, the long line began to move. Upon arriving at the Spirit Academy, the procession suddenly stopped. Bibi Dong said, Laina, go and fetch Xiaoyu and Yin, and have them come with us to Heaven Do City. Okay, teacher, I'll go get them right away. Hulaina replied and immediately jumped down from the carriage, running toward the Spirit Academy. Watching Hulaina's departing figure, Bibi Dong secretly thought, the growth speed of the golden generation is somewhat slow. Calm cultivation is indeed not as effective as practical experience. Chapter 260, The Spirit Empire, Part 2, a month later. In the harem of the Spirit Empire, YeXuan and Qian Renshua were leisurely eating breakfast in front of them. Their hair was slightly disheveled, clearly indicating that they had just woken up. YeXuan was sipping a bowl of meat porridge, while Qian Renshua put down her bowl and chopsticks, blinked her eyes, and smiled as she said, Qian, I have something to tell you. What is it? Just go ahead and say it, Snow. You don't need to ask me first. YeXuan replied casually and continued drinking his porridge. Qian, we're going to have a child soon. My grandfather's wish will also be fulfilled, Qian Renshua said, blinking her eyes, filled with joy. Hearing Qian Renshua's words, YeXuan's actions came to a halt. He had just taken a sip of porridge and immediately spat it out, as if he had choked on it, and began to cough uncontrollably. Qian, what's wrong? How could you choke on something while eating? Qian Renshua looked at YeXuan, puzzled. Cough, it's nothing, just ate a bit too hurriedly and choked a little. Let me catch my breath. YeXuan placed his bowl and chopsticks on the table, his mind repeatedly echoing Qian Renshua's words. In YeXuan's own thoughts, having a child should happen when they were around 23 or 24 years old. It felt a bit early now. However, since it had come to this, it was impossible to backtrack. After a moment, YeXuan adjusted his emotions and said, Snow, once the teacher arrives, we should put everything aside and return to recuperate peacefully. No matter what happens, we should not concern ourselves with anything for the time being. YeXuan reached out to stroke Qian Renshua's long hair, his eyes filled with affection. Qian, should we go back to the Spear Hall or stay in the Spear Empire? Qian Renshua asked, a beautiful smile on her face, her voice filled with happiness. Wherever you want to go, we will go there, as long as I am here. No one can harm you on the road, YeXuan smiled. Currently, no top-tier force on the continent could compare to the Starfall Hall. After all, Yunming's quasi-divine strength was no joke. Even limit Douluos would be instantly defeated in front of him. It was worth noting that the divine realm had not disappeared. If Yunming continued to create a divine position, becoming a god would just be a matter of time. Moreover, the Starfall Hall also had Yixi and Long Xiaoyao, two limit Douluos. It could be said that unless a deity came down from the divine realm, the strength of the Starfall Hall was basically invincible on the continent. Even if Poseidon from Sea God Island and Tangchun from the City of Slaughter came out together, they would still be crushed. Just then, a voice from outside the door interrupted. Young Master, Miss, His Holiness the Pope has arrived and is currently waiting for you in the palace. We know. Snow, and I will wash up first and then head to the palace, YeXuan replied, and he and Qian Renxue got up to wash up and change their clothes. After washing up, they left the room and headed toward the palace. When YeXuan and Qian Renxue arrived at the palace, they saw Bibi Dong sitting on the main dragon throne, with other soul masters and palace knights standing respectfully on either side. YeXuan and Qian Renxue stepped forward and called out, "Teacher, mother." Seeing their arrival, Bibi Dong smiled and said, "Qian Snow, although you have advanced the plan, you have done well, and it has not affected the overall situation of the plan at all. However, you both should prepare yourselves. The Starfall Hall can merge into the Spear Hall now. I will also use my identity as the Pope to make you the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Spirit Hall. At that time, Qian, you will also inherit the position of Pope. But before that, there is one matter that you need to handle. The upper 3 sects have already been eliminated, and the lower 4 sects White Tiger sect has also been subdued by you. Now there are 3 sects remaining in the lower 4 sects. You need to deal with these 3 sections. I need to handle the affairs of the Spirit Empire, and I really can't spare the time." Bibi Dong's face showed a faint smile. Now that the Spirit Empire was newly established, there were too many matters for her to handle, so she could only leave the affairs of the lower 4 sects to YeXuan and Qian Renxue. After all, she was very reassured about their ability to handle things. Upon hearing this, YeXuan immediately said, "Teacher, I'm afraid Snow and I won't be able to handle the affairs of the lower 4 sects. Moreover, the position of Pope doesn't really suit me. You should give it to Snow." Bibi Dong looked at YeXuan's words with a hint of confusion and said, "I will consider the matter of the Pope's position, but you two must handle the affairs of the lower 4 sects for me to feel at ease. If you really have something you can't handle, I can have someone else do it. Teacher, Snow is currently pregnant, so we don't want to handle any affairs during this period. I hope you won't refuse our request," YeXuan said, wrapping his arm around Qian Renxue, his face showing a gentle smile. After hearing YeXuan's words, Bibi Dong's gaze fell on Qian Renxue, continuously examining her, with a look of shock and surprise flashing in her eyes. But soon, Bibi Dong chuckled and said, "How could I refuse? Since you don't want to handle any affairs, then take this time to rest well. You have been out training for a long time. It's time to recuperate. However, the merger of the Starfall Hall into the Spirit Hall still needs you to arrange. After all, the people of the Starfall Hall still need you, the Hall Master, to make arrangements." Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue immediately smiled and said, "Mom, you don't need to worry about the matters of the Starfall Hall. Qian has already arranged everything and can merge into the Spirit Hall at any time, becoming the 3rd hall of the Spirit Hall. All right, since you have already handled the matters of the Starfall Hall, you can return to rest. But you need to prepare. The ceremony for conferring the Holy Son and Holy Daughter will be held in a few days, and you just need to go through the motions. As for the position of Pope, I need to think about it carefully, so you don't need to rush for now." Bibi Dong smiled gently, waving her hand to indicate that they could leave and do as they wished. Chapter 261, The Spirit Empire, Part 2. YeXuan and Qian Renxue walked out of the palace, looking at the bustling streets around them. YeXuan asked Snow, "Do you want to stroll around the Heaven Do City, or should we go back to the Starfall Hall? Since there is nothing to do with the Starfall Hall right now, let us stroll around Heaven Do City," Qian Renxue said, her gaze fixed on the most prosperous street as she walked in that direction. Seeing this, YeXuan just smiled and didn't say anything, but quickened his pace to catch up with her. As they walked through the crowded streets, the most discussed topics were the destruction of the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Electric Overlord Dragon family, as well as the renaming of the Heaven Do Empire to the Spirit Empire. However, YeXuan and Qian Renxue had no interest in what they were discussing and did not pay much attention. Soon, Qian Renxue stopped in her tracks, her eyes fixed on a stall selling candied hawthorns. She said, "Qian, I want to eat candied hawthorns. If you want to eat, I'll take you to buy some." YeXuan smiled lightly and took Qian Renxue's hand, walking directly towards the stall selling candied hawthorns. The stall owner was an old man, and as soon as they reached the stall, they heard him discussing recent events with someone. "What you're talking about is something that everyone in the entire Tiando City basically knows now. Let me tell you something you haven't noticed." "What is it that we haven't noticed?" "The recent events, aren't they just about the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan being destroyed overnight, as well as the Tiando Empire turning into the Spirit Empire? What else could there be? Hee, you might not know this. You should all know about the Starfall Palace outside Tiando City, right? The master of the Starfall Palace was someone who dared to smash the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan as main hall back in the day. But now, the master of the Starfall Palace has been challenged. Guess what happened? What? Stop keeping us in suspense. Did the master of the Starfall Palace accept the challenge? Who is challenging the Starfall Palace? And when are they going to compete? Maybe we can go and watch the fun." you probably won't be able to see the fun. As far as I know, the master of the Starfall Palace hasn't responded for half a month now. He is probably afraid of fighting. Afraid? That's impossible. As far as I know, the master of the Starfall Palace could single-handedly suppress the younger generation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. How could he be afraid? It's not impossible. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan has been destroyed, and the master of the Starfall Palace being afraid isn't out of the question. After all, when did we ever think that two major sects would be destroyed overnight? When did we think that the Tiando Empire would suddenly turn into the Spirit Empire? Qian Renshua listened to their words, her brows slightly furrowed. Just as she was about to say something, she saw YeXuan pick up a skewer of candied hawthorns and bring it to his mouth. Qian Renshua took a bite of the candied hawthorn in her hand and didn't say anything further, but she glanced at the stall owner with her eyes. The owner noticed their presence and immediately smiled, saying, "Young master, young lady, the total for the candied hawthorns is 5 copper soul coins." YeXuan tossed a gold soul coin in front of the owner and said, "No need for change. Consider the rest a gift from me for my good mood." "Thank you so much, young master. I can tell you're a good person." The owner accepted the gold soul coin and bowed to YeXuan and Qian Renshua in gratitude. However, YeXuan and Qian Renshua showed no intention of responding and walked straight ahead. After moving away from the stall, Qian Renshua took a bite of the candied hawthorn in her hand and asked Xiao Xian, "Aren't you going to check out who is challenging you at the Starfall Palace?" "Why would I? Don't you want to explore Tiando City? We can go back to the Starfall Palace after we've had enough of wandering." YeXuan smiled, not caring about being challenged at all. "You're quite open-minded about this. The people outside are saying you're afraid to fight. Aren't you going to come out and clarify? After all, we've only just learned about the challenge." Qian Renshua blinked, her voice sounding quite serious. "Let them say what they want. Why should I care? As long as I know the truth, there is no need to bother with what others say. Let us first explore Tiando City, and then we can see who wants to challenge me." YeXuan gently stroked Qian Renshua's hair, his voice light and carefree. "All right then, let us explore Tiando City first, and then we'll see who wants to challenge you." Qian Renshua took another bite of the candied hawthorn, her eyes filled with happiness. She understood YeXuan's character very well. He was very proud. Knowing that someone was challenging him, he would almost certainly not refuse to fight. But now, knowing someone wanted to challenge him, he still chose to accompany her shopping, which made Qian Renshua very happy. The two wandered through the various streets of Tiando City, enjoying themselves until the sky gradually darkened, and they headed towards the Starfall Palace. At this time, there were significantly fewer people in the Starfall Palace than before, especially among the high-ranking members, which had decreased by nearly 2/3. After the soul-hunting operation, the Starfall Palace had suffered heavy losses, and it was currently in a recovery phase. Upon entering the Starfall Palace, they saw YeXuan handling various matters. Others were either assisting YeXuan or busy with their own tasks. When YeXuan saw YeXuan and Qian Renshua approaching, she immediately stood up and said, "Master, mistress, you've worked hard. I need you to reorganize everything in the Starfall Palace." A hint of apology appeared in YeXuan's eyes. Ever since the establishment of the Starfall Palace, it had always been YeXuan handling various matters. Now that the Starfall Palace had suffered a heavy blow, with 2/3 of its high-ranking members lost, YeXuan was still needed to manage everything. "Master, it's not that hard, but our Starfall Palace has suffered some serious losses. It will probably take at least 1.5 years to recover." YeXuan smiled bitterly. Managing the Starfall Palace wasn't hard, but replenishing the high-ranking members was a difficult task. After all, among Free Soul Masters, there are very few who can reach the levels of Soul Sage and Soul Douluo. If they wanted to quickly replenish the high-ranking members of the Starfall Palace, they would need to recruit some small sects or families. Regarding replenishing the high-ranking members of the Starfall Palace, there is no need to rush. We can take our time, and our Starfall Palace now has enough time to recuperate, so there is no need to hurry. As long as we merge the Starfall Palace into the Spear Hall, our Starfall Palace can rest for a while. Yulomian is also a Soul Douluo and can take a high-ranking position in our Starfall Palace. But Yulomian is not reliable. We can give him a high-ranking position, but not the power that comes with it. Also, has anyone come to the Starfall Palace recently to challenge me? YeXuan chucked, indicating to YeXuan not to be overly anxious. "Master, I think we can let Yulomian become the Hall Master of our Starfall Palace. But the Hall Master's full powers can be divided out. Recently, someone indeed came to the Starfall Palace to challenge the Hall Master. However, the Hall Master was in the Royal Palace at the time, so I suppressed the matter." YeXuan's voice was calm, and in her heart, This was just a trivial matter that didn't require attention. Yant, please pass the word down that I accept his challenge. Tomorrow I will be waiting for him in the Starfall Palace. I want to see which young talent from which sect is challenging me. I hope it can bring me some enjoyment in battle. YeXuan casually said this and walked out of the Starfall Palace with Qian Renshua, heading towards the royal palace. As it was about that time when Bai Dong should have finished her business in the palace. By the way, Yant, you don't need to do everything yourself. Sometimes you should relax a bit too. How about you come with us to the royal palace? There will be surprises you wouldn't expect. YeXuan turned to look at Yi Shishui, a faint smile on his face. Long Xiaoyao has already come out and is currently in the Tiando Royal Palace, right? It's necessary for the two of them to meet, as there might be unexpected surprises. My lord, the matters of the Starfall Palace have not been resolved yet. If I go to the palace, who will handle these issues? Yi Shishui looked at the tasks that needed to be addressed in the Starfall Palace, a hint of confusion in her eyes. It's fine. Let Lai Yin and Wu Changkong handle the Starfall Palace matters. You should come with us to the palace. After YeXuan said this, he directly walked out of the Starfall Palace with Qian Rengshu. Yi Shishui saw this and didn't say anything further, instead following behind the two, heading towards the palace. Upon arriving at the palace, YeXuan and Qian Rengshu headed straight for the harem, while Yi Shishui quietly followed behind them. In the palace garden, Bibi Dong and Hu Laina sat quietly at the dining table, as if waiting for someone to arrive. YeXuan and Qian Rengshu stopped in the harem, and YeXuan spoke up. Long Xiaoyao, Aunt Yi has arrived. You don't need to hide in the palace any longer. Yes, my lord. Long Xiaoyao's figure appeared in a corner of the palace, his gaze fixed on Yi Shishui. After hearing YeXuan's words, Yi Shishui looked in Long Xiaoyao's direction. She had sensed a familiar gaze on her since entering the palace, but she hadn't paid it much attention. Aunt Yi, old Long, you two a good chat. Schwerer and I are going to eat in the garden, so you can relax and don't need to handle anything. YeXuan smiled and directly took Qian Rengshu away, leaving the two of them alone. After they left, Yun Ming's figure also appeared from the shadows, saying, the scenery on the west side of the palace is quite nice, suitable for a walk and a heart-to-heart. With that, Yun Ming headed towards the east side of the palace. Long Xiaoyao and Yi Shishui exchanged glances for a long time without speaking, only sharing a smile. Even the usually indifferent Yi Shishui had a faint smile on her face at this moment. The two walked towards the west side of the palace, occasionally chatting about something. In the garden, Bibi Dong and Hu Laina sat quietly at the dining table, where neatly arranged dishes and 4 sets of chopsticks were placed, as if waiting for someone. After YeXuan and Qian Rengshu arrived in the garden, they directly sat at the dining table, picked up the chopsticks, and prepared to taste the delicious dishes in front of them. Seeing the two arrive, Bibi Dong also smiled lightly, picking up her chopsticks and saying, Xiao Xian, Schwer is currently in a very special period. You must take good care of her, understand? Bibidong's voice sounded calm, but her gaze remained on YeXuan and Qian Rengshu. Teacher, do you not trust me to handle things? When have I ever let Schwer get hurt? As long as I'm here, no one can harm her. While speaking, YeXuan discreetly placed a plate of delicacies in front of Qian Rengshu. I trust you to handle things. I'm just reminding you. After all, Schwer is in a very special period right now. Bibi Dong smiled and didn't pay attention to YeXuan's small action. By the way, I brought the golden generation with me. Their growth has been a bit slow, and since you haven't had much to do recently, you can guide them in their cultivation. Bibi Dong glanced at Hu Laina. The growth speed of the golden generation was not slow, but compared to YeXuan and Qian Rengshu, they were indeed lacking. YeXuan paused his eating, looking at Hu Laina and saying, Teacher, I think we can send them to the Slaughter City to experience a baptism of blood. As long as they train there, they will lack nothing. Well, that's a good idea. They should indeed train in the Slaughter City, but their current strength is still a bit insufficient for it. Wait a few more years, and then you can take them to the Slaughter City to train. Bibi Dong looked at YeXuan, chuckling softly, directly handing the matter over to him. YeXuan knew that he couldn't avoid the matter of the golden generation, so he could only agree. Chapter 263, Training the Body. The meal quickly came to an end. YeXuan pulled Qian Rengshu up and said, Sister, call Shiyue and Yen, and come with us to the Starfall Palace. I'll have time to guide you in your cultivation. Okay, brother, I'll go get my brother and Yen now. Hu Laina replied and walked towards a direction in the palace. YeXuan stayed in place, quietly waiting, while Qian Rengshu chatted and laughed with Bibi Dong. Soon, Hu Laina returned with Shiyue and Yen. Shiyue and Yen bowed to Bibi Dong and said, Greetings, Your Holiness the Pope. Get up. You three will follow Xiao Xian to the Starfall Palace and train for a while. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask Xiao Xian. He will guide you. Bibi Dong waved her hand, indicating that the three could leave with YeXuan. YeXuan easily assessed their current strength. Both Xiyue and Yin were now soul masters at level 40. Hulayina was slightly weaker, although her soul power hadn't reached level 40. She was on the verge of a breakthrough. Brother Xian, it's been a long time. I've missed you. Yin smiled and greeted YeXuan. All right, there is no need for pleasantries. You all come with me to the Starfall Palace. I'll set up a training plan for you. YeXuan reached out, pulled Qianringsha close, and opened a space crack in front of them. Teacher, Mom, we're going back to the Starfall Palace now. After greeting Bibi Dong, YeXuan and Qianringshu stepped into the space crack. Teacher, I'm going to the Starfall Palace with my brother. After saying this, Hulayina followed them into the crack. Xiyue and Yin then bowed to Bibi Dong before stepping into the space crack. Bibi Dong watched them leave, simply smiling, without saying anything more. YeXuan, Qianringshu, and Hulayina appeared directly in the garden of the Starfall Palace after stepping out of the space crack. YeXuan glanced at Qianringshu beside him, reached out to pick her up by the waist, and sat down on a chair in the garden. Looking at Hulayina, Xiyue, and Yin in front of him, he said, "You three, start from the garden and run around the Starfall Palace as fast as you can, and I'll time you." Hulayina asked, somewhat confused, "Brother, it's already late. Why do we need to run around the Starfall Palace?" The speed of cultivation mainly depends on innate talent, which I can't teach or guide. But I can help you train your physique. YeXuan glanced at them and gestured for them to hurry. Hulayina, Xiyue, and Yin stood still for a moment, then used their fastest speed to run out of the garden. During the run, Yin released his martial soul, and his body shimmered with yellow and purple colors. 4 soul rings appeared, and after the martial soul was activated, his speed increased by more than 30%, rushing to the front in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyu also activated his soul power, closely following behind Yin, while only Hulayina did not use any soul power, relying entirely on her physical strength to run quickly. YeXuan observed their performance without speaking, calculating the time for the three of them in his mind to avoid any discrepancies. Xiao Xian, should we let them run a lap first to train their physiques? Why not just let them start training directly? Qianringshu turned to look at YeXuan, unsure of the intention behind this approach. Shuer, do you think a person can run faster under a 100-pound load than their fastest time without any load? YeXuan chuckled lightly and asked Qianringshu in return. Impossible. Under a 100-pound load, it is impossible to surpass one's fastest time. Qianringshu shook her head in denial, but guessed YeXuan's method of training Hulayina and the others. First, they would run to establish a time record at their fastest speed, and then they would train under the maximum weight their bodies could bear to surpass that time. If they succeeded, not only would their physical strength increase, but their speed and endurance would also improve significantly. Although this method had little effect on soul power cultivation, it was extremely beneficial for physical training. Xiao Xian, how did you come up with this method? Qianringshu's eyes lit up. This approach was perfect for laying a foundation for soul masters in the early stages. It's quite simple, really. Most soul masters focus on cultivating their soul power and neglect their physical training. Starting to train from a young age can effectively enhance the lifespan of soul ring absorption. YeXuan smiled and did not pay much attention to Qianringshu's question. At that moment, Lai Yan's figure appeared in the garden, heading straight towards YeXuan and Qianringshu. When he reached them, Lai Yan spoke up, "Master, there is a matter that requires your decision." "Elder Lai Yan, what is the matter that needs my decision? Please tell me," YeXuan replied with curiosity, as there were no major issues in the Starfall Hall at the moment, and the remaining matters could generally be resolved by the Elder Lai Yan. "Master, originally there were 3 Hall Masters in our Starfall Hall, but due to the last operation, Hall Masters Yishao and Zhangchen fell. Hall Master Yishao has a 6-year-old daughter, and my subordinate just want to bring her to awaken her martial soul. Her martial soul has mutated, and she only has a 1st-level innate soul power. So I wanted to ask you how to handle her situation." Lai Yan said with a wry smile, unsure of how to deal with this matter. "If she has no soul power, we can keep her in the Starfall Hall until she grows up, or, if she wants to leave, we can give her 10,000 gold soul coins to ensure she can live without worries. But now she has soul power, yet her talent is too poor. With only 1st-level innate soul power, at most she can only cultivate to the Great Soul Master level. Without other opportunities, it is basically impossible for her to break through to Soul Master," Lai Yan continued. Upon hearing this, YeXuan immediately spoke. "Yishao was a Hall Master of our Starfall Hall, and since he fell during the last operation, we naturally need to take care of his daughter. Bring her here and ask her what she wants, and we will handle things according to her wishes." Understood, master. YeXuan responded and quickly stepped back to bring the girl. YeXuan merely nodded slightly, but remained seated, showing no intention of getting up. Before long, YeXuan returned with a small girl, around 5 or 6 years old, looking delicate and beautiful. The girl hid behind YeXuan, appearing timid. Master, this is Yi Zhao's daughter, Yi Bing. YeXuan pointed to the girl behind him and introduced her to YeXuan. YeXuan looked at Yi Bing and offered a warm smile, asking Yi Bing, "Do you have any other family members?" "No, my dad is gone, and I have no other family." Yi Bing peeked out from behind YeXuan, her voice sounding a bit timid. "Do you want to go to the academy to study, or stay in the Starfall Hall? If you choose to stay in the Starfall Hall, you can leave whenever you grow up if you wish." "The same goes for going to the academy," YeXuan said gently to the girl peeking out. Qian Renxue also looked at Yi Bing with interest, feeling that the little girl was very intriguing. "I want to stay here. My dad brought me here before, so I want to stay here and become a soul master," Yi Bing said, gripping YeXuan's clothes, her eyes scanning the surroundings. "Okay, then you can stay in the Starfall Hall. I will find someone to teach you the cultivation of a soul master. If you want to be apprenticed to someone, it could be anyone who is willing." YeXuan smiled and did not mind the girl staying in the Starfall Hall. After all, the vast Starfall Hall was not short of one more mouth to feed. "Can I choose anyone as my master?" Yi Bing blinked her eyes and stepped out from behind YeXuan, looking directly at YeXuan. YeXuan chuckled softly and replied, "Of course, you can choose anyone as your master, but the condition is that the person you want to apprentice to must agree. After all, the matter of apprenticeship should be mutual. I cannot interfere too much." Upon hearing this, Yi Bing's eyes darted among YeXuan, Qian Renxue, and YeXuan, as if she were contemplating. Finally, her gaze settled on YeXuan, and she said in a crisp voice, "I want to be your disciple. Is that okay?" When YeXuan heard this, he was somewhat surprised. This was the first time he met this little girl, and he did not understand why she wanted to be his disciple. Moreover, judging from her earlier behavior, she should have a close relationship with YeXuan. If she wanted to be an apprentice, she should have chosen YeXuan instead. YeXuan, feeling puzzled, asked, "Why do you want to be my disciple?" "When I was at home, I often heard my dad say that the master of the Starfall Hall is the best among the younger generation, unmatched by anyone. And Aunt YeXuan just called you master, so you must be very powerful, which is why I want to be your disciple." Yi Bing replied straightforwardly, blinking her eyes. "I need to tell you that being strong doesn't necessarily mean being a good teacher, and on the continent, a person can usually only choose one teacher. Are you sure you want to be my disciple?" YeXuan held Qian Renxue a little tighter, looking at Yi Bing with calmness in his eyes. "I'm sure. My dad said you're the best among the younger generation, so it must be true." Yi Bing hesitated slightly before continuing to look at YeXuan. YeXuan did not speak, as if he were pondering something. According to talent, Yi Bing, with only first-level innate soul power, was not within the range of disciples he would accept. Moreover, he had never thought of taking on a disciple. But his father, Yin Xiao, was loyal to the Starfall Palace and had made significant contributions within it. In the end, he fell during an operation of the Starfall Palace. If it weren't for this, Yin Bing wouldn't have become an orphan. Qian Renxue was also watching Yin Bing, and she wasn't optimistic about Yin Bing wanting to take YeXuan as her master. After all, Yin Bing's talent was truly poor, with only a first-level innate soul power, making her future cultivation speed very slow. Without any extraordinary encounters or opportunities, her achievements would be very limited. After a long while, YeXuan finally said, "Yin Bing, release your martial soul. I want to see what it has mutated into." Upon hearing this, Yin Bing hesitated not at all and immediately released her martial soul. Behind her, a martial soul appeared, its body a greenish color, resembling neither a dragon nor a snake. It was said to resemble a dragon because it had 2 pairs of dragon horns on its head, and it resembled a snake because its body was that of a snake. However, ordinary snakes do not have horns, making it look somewhat peculiar. "Xiaoxian, what kind of martial soul is this? I've never seen anything like it." Qian Renxue looked confused, although she wasn't well-versed in martial soul theory. She recognized most martial souls and could name them. But Yin Bing's martial soul seemed strange to her no matter how she looked at it. Yin Zhao's martial soul was the Azure Sky Serpent, and hers should have mutated towards a dragon, but due to her insufficient innate soul power, the mutation failed, resulting in the current martial soul that resembled neither a dragon nor a snake. As for the abilities of her current martial soul and its strengths, she was also unclear. After all, her martial soul had already partially mutated, and it was hard to say which abilities had disappeared and which remained. YeXuan lightly tapped the tabletop with his fingers, his voice carrying a hint of contemplation. Bing looked at YeXuan with a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Although she didn't understand what YeXuan had just said, she felt that he was impressive for being able to pose so many questions. Your innate talent and the level of your martial soul are not within the range of my accepting disciples. Moreover, I currently have no intention of taking disciples. However, considering your father Yin Zhao's unwavering loyalty to our Starfall Palace and his many contributions, I can make an exception and accept you as my disciple. But how much you can learn and what achievements you can attain in the future depends on your own efforts. Of course, if you change your mind and decide you don't want to take me as your master, that's fine too. It's entirely up to your own will. YeXuan's fingers lightly tapped the table, his tone somewhat indifferent. If it weren't for Yin Zhao's loyalty to the Starfall Palace and his numerous contributions, he would never consider accepting her as a disciple. Chapter 265. The challenger arrives upon hearing this. Bing looked steadfastly at YeXuan, bowed deeply, and said, Disciple Bing pays respects to the master. All right, here we don't have so many rules. No need to bow all the time. Since you've chosen to take me as your master, start by running around the entire Starfall Palace as fast as you can. I will time you. YeXuan glanced at Bing and waved his hand, indicating that she could start running. Okay, master. Bing responded and immediately started to run toward the outside of the Starfall Palace. The distance around the Starfall Palace wasn't too big, but it was also not small, and for a 6-year-old child, it was quite a challenge. YeXuan watched as Bing ran out and said, Lian, follow Bing in secret. But don't give her any help. Let her complete the run by herself and report the entire process of her running back to me. Yes, Palace Master, Lian replied and walked outside the garden. With her title Douluo strength, it was incredibly easy to follow a child in secret. After they left, Qian Renxue suddenly spoke up. Xiao Xian, how do you plan to train her? With innate level 1 soul power, even with the resources of the Starfall Palace, Bing's future achievements will still be very limited. How to train her depends on her willpower. Although her talent is a bit lacking, her martial soul is not a useless one. I still have a few strains of celestial herbs, as well as the 10-headed flame snake we killed in the City of Slaughter. The 10-headed flame snake is an ancient beast, and its inner core along with the celestial herbs might help Bing's martial soul transform into a dragon. Of course, this is premised on it matching her martial soul's attributes. So, I need to observe her willpower and the attributes of her martial soul before deciding. Bing's martial soul has partially mutated, so YeXuan can't currently determine its attributes and whether they match the celestial herbs in his possession. The inner core of the 10-headed flame snake can actually help Bing's martial soul transform into a dragon. Qian Renxue glanced at the soul guide in her hand, where the inner core was currently stored. The inner core of the 10-headed flame snake is a valuable item. The 10-headed flame snake is indeed a prestigious snake, possessing the strongest fire poison and being able to nullify any snake poison while restraining all snake types. Bing's current martial soul is in a phase that resembles neither a snake nor a dragon, but if the attributes match, it might allow her martial soul to transform into a dragon and obtain a 10,000-year soul ring. YeXuan Simidet. In the original work, Ma Hongjun refined the inner core of the 10-headed flame snake, which not only evolved his martial soul to a new level, but also granted him a 10,000-year soul ring. Ma Hongjun's martial soul is a bird, and it only matched with the attributes of the 10-headed flame snake's inner core. However, Bing's martial soul, which now belongs to the category of snakes, certainly matches better than a bird. Qian Renxue blinked and said, Xiao Xian, celestial herbs and inner cores are both rare treasures. If we easily give them to Bing, we might suffer a loss if she leaves the Starfall Palace in the future. Of course, Bing's father, Yin Zhao, was loyal to the Starfall Palace and made many contributions, ultimately falling in action. We can't disregard his daughter. So, I think we should first observe Bing's character before deciding whether to give her the celestial herbs and inner core. Qian Renxue's gaze was on YeXuan, her eyes containing a hint of a smile. She wasn't unwilling to give the items to Bing. It was just that celestial herbs and the inner core of the 10-headed flame snake were both rare and precious, so they couldn't be given away easily. They needed to see Bing's character and willpower first before making a decision. Swear, I understand what you're saying. Although she is now my disciple, I still need to see her willpower and character before deciding how to train her. Moreover, the celestial herbs in my possession might not necessarily match her martial soul's attributes, so I need to study her martial soul's attributes further. YeXuan reached out and gently brushed Qian Renxue's delicate nose with his fingers, his eyes filled with affection. I'm just giving you a suggestion. As long as you know it, Qian Rinxue picked up a teacup from the table and poured herself a cup of tea, her voice sounding somewhat indifferent. YeXuan simply held Qian Rinxue tighter in his arms without saying anything more, closing his eyes and quietly waiting. Time passed, and soon, Yin was the first to return, saying, "Xiange, how was it? Was my speed okay?" "Not bad. Just sit and wait for the others to come back." YeXuan replied casually without opening his eyes, indicating for Yin to find a place to rest for a while. Following closely behind, Yin was Xiaoyu. Although Xiaoyu used his soul power, his martial soul was an equipment martial soul, which did not enhance his body, so he ran back slightly slower than Yin. Just as Xiaoyu was about to say something, he saw YeXuan waving his hand, indicating for him to find a place to rest first. After seeing YeXuan's gesture, Xiaoyu scanned the surroundings and directly sat down next to Yin. Hulayina arrived the latest because she did not use any soul power or release her martial soul, which is why her return speed was the slowest. Once the three of them returned, YeXuan opened his eyes and said, "Very good." Yin took 15 minutes to return, Xiaoyu took 17 minutes, and Hulayina took 25 minutes. Your speeds are all quite good. Starting tomorrow, you will get up at 6 in the morning to go for a morning run to strengthen your bodies until you surpass your fastest times. Tomorrow, I will have someone prepare special items for you. Remember, you cannot use any soul power or release your martial souls. If any of you fails to surpass your time record in a month, I will train him in practical combat experience, and I will not hold back. As soon as he finished speaking, a silver soul power appeared on YeXuan's fingertip, gently tapping the stone table in front of him. The stone table began to crack continuously. Soon, the cracks spread across the entire surface of the table. Finally, the stone table collapsed with a loud crash, hitting the ground and making a huge noise. Hulayina, Xiaoyu, and Yin involuntarily swallowed hard, nodding in acknowledgement. Qian Rinxue smiled at this, as she could naturally see that YeXuan used a small technique to break the surface, which created such a shocking effect. Chapter 266, The Arrival of Challengers, Part 2. Time passed slowly, and Yinbing's figure appeared in the garden, panting as she approached YeXuan and said, "Teacher, I have completed a lap." As she spoke, sweat continued to drip from her forehead. Sit down and rest. I will introduce you to the people here." YeXuan gently nodded, signaling Yinbing to sit down and rest. "Yinbing, this is your master, Qian Rinxue, and the girl sitting on the left is my junior sister, Hulayina. According to seniority, you should call her Annie. Do you understand?" YeXuan pointed to Hulayina, who was sitting in the left chair, his voice sounding very calm. Upon hearing YeXuan's words, Yinbing immediately stood up, bowed to Qian Rinxue and Hulayina, and said, "Master Annie, get up." As Xiao Xian said, "You don't need to bow every time in front of us." Qian Rinxue gave YeXuan a glance, raised her hand toward Yinbing, signaling her to get up. Hulayina, Xiaoyu, and Yin looked at Yinbing with surprised expressions. Hulayina asked in disbelief, "Senior brother, she is your disciple?" "Yes, I just accepted her as a disciple. Is there a problem?" YeXuan glanced at Hulayina, not caring about her question. "No problem, just didn't expect you to take a disciple." Hulayina shook her head, her eyes sizing up Yinbing. YeXuan scanned the surroundings and said, "There's nothing to be surprised about. Tomorrow morning, Yinbing will train with you to strengthen her body. It's getting late now. You can go back to rest or practice. There are many empty rooms in the back hall of the Starfall Palace. You can choose any room you like." "Okay, senior brother, Xiange. Then we'll go choose our rooms first." After saying this, Hulayina, Xiaoyu, and Yin stood up and left the garden. YeXuan then picked up Qian Rinxue and said, "Yinbing, come with us. I will arrange a room for you and teach you how to meditate and cultivate." "Okay, teacher," Yinbing replied and got up, following behind the two as they walked out of the garden. YeXuan arrived in front of an empty room, set Qian Rinxue down, pushed open the door, and said, "Yinbing, this will be your room from now on. If you have any questions, you can find a maid or come to me." I understand, teacher." Yinbing walked into the room, her gaze scanning around. The room was large, very clean, and equipped with everything necessary. "All right, now I will teach you how to meditate and cultivate. Sit cross-legged on the bed, close your eyes, calm your mind. Feel the energy around you, and absorb that energy." YeXuan explained the basics of meditation and cultivation, which was essential for soul masters and not difficult at all. Following YeXuan's instructions, Yinbing sat cross-legged on the bed, closed her eyes, calmed her mind, and began to feel the energy around her. YeXuan and Qian Rinxue stood at the door, quietly watching. However, not long after, they actually heard a faint snoring sound. When YeXuan heard the snoring, the corners of his mouth twitched. He had asked Yinbing to try meditating and cultivating, but he didn't expect her to fall asleep. Qian Renxue chuckled and said, Xiao Xian, Yinbing is only 6 years old and just did intense exercise, plus it's getting late. It's only natural for her to fall asleep. Forget it. Let her rest well. We can start formal training tomorrow. YeXuan smiled, walked over, and covered Yinbing with a blanket before leaving the room with Qian Renxue. As soon as they stepped out of the room, Lian emerged from the shadows and reported, Palace Master, Yinbing did not rest at all during her run. Even when she was exhausted, she kept pushing herself. I know. Lian, you should also go back and rest. It's getting late. YeXuan turned to look at the sleeping Yinbing in the room, nodded in satisfaction, and then took Qian Renxue back to his room. Lian said nothing more and walked out of the back hall toward his residence. The next day, in the morning, a boy and a girl slowly approached the Starfall Palace. The boy was tall and had a faint smile on his face, while the girl wore a red long dress and had an expectant look in her eyes. Sister Li Shang, did we come all this way just to challenge him? The boy turned to ask the girl. He is very strong, and I look forward to battling him. You should have seen the scene at that time. We should unite. The girl's crisp voice floated out. Sister Li Shang, what about the inheritor of the Azure Dragon? Should we also go find him and challenge him? The boy scratched his head, sounding somewhat confused. His strength is too weak. There's no need to challenge him. Besides, he doesn't even have a bloodline. Can he even be considered an inheritor? The girl chuckled lightly, not caring about his question at all. Soon, the two arrived in front of the Starfall Palace, where a soul master guarding the entrance stopped them and said, You two, this is the Starfall Palace. You can't just barge in. Do you have any business here? If not, please leave quickly. I am here to challenge your palace master, and your palace master agreed to my challenge yesterday. Can we go in now? The girl's gaze glanced at the soul master at the entrance, her tone neither humble nor arrogant. Please wait a moment. I need to report this matter before allowing you in. All right, you go ahead and report. We can wait outside for a while. As soon as the girl's voice fell, she stood quietly in place and closed her eyes. The gatekeeper soul master then turned and walked into the Starfall Hall to report the situation. In the back hall, YeXuan and Qian Renxue were sitting in the dining room eating breakfast when Wu Chongkong suddenly walked in and said, Master, the challengers have arrived and are currently waiting at the entrance of our Starfall Hall. Please let them in and entertain them in the front hall. We'll come over after finishing breakfast. Let them wait for a bit, YeXuan said leisurely while eating his breakfast, showing no sign of urgency. Yes, Master, Wu Chongkong replied and went down directly. Chapter 267. The Challenger Arrives, Part 2. After finishing breakfast, YeXuan and Qian Renxue walked together towards the front hall to see who the challengers were. Upon arriving at the front hall, YeXuan looked at the young man and woman seated there, a faint smile appearing in his eyes. He had seen them before, as they were the inheritors of Xuanwu and Zhuke. Qian Renxue, noticing the smile in YeXuan's eyes, couldn't help but ask, Xiao Xian, do you know those two? Well, they can be considered my friends, and they're among the few people who can spar with me, YeXuan replied, glancing at the young man before focusing on the young woman. He could easily discern the young man's strength, but he couldn't gauge the young woman's, making him curious about her true power. It's really not easy to meet you and have a match. The challenge letter we sent took a month to get your response, the young woman said, placing her teacup down and looking at YeXuan with anticipation. I wasn't in the Starfall Hall for some time, so I didn't receive your challenge letter. I only found out yesterday that someone had challenged me, YeXuan said with a nonchalant smile before asking, which of you is challenging me, or are both of you? Li Shangjia, you rest for a while. Let me have a match with him. I really want to know how much of a gap there is between us. The young man stood up and said to the young woman, then fixed his battle-ready gaze on YeXuan. You can't, the gap between us is too big. There's really no need for a match. However, if you insist on sparring with me, I don't mind. YeXuan shook his head, indicating that the young man wasn't strong enough. Whether I can or not, I'll know after the match, and I feel like you're a bit too arrogant. The young man frowned, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. Although he knew his strength might not match YeXuan's, hearing YeXuan say it directly still made him uncomfortable. Suit yourself, since you want to spar. Let's do it outside the hall. The things in the Starfall Hall are quite expensive, and it would be troublesome to replace them if they get damaged. YeXuan smiled nonchalantly and walked towards the hall's exit. The young man quickly followed, believing himself to be a top contender among the younger generation. Aside from losing once to Li Shangjia, he hadn't lost yet, so he didn't believe the gap between him and YeXuan was that significant. Qian Renxue exchanged glances with the young woman, but said nothing, preparing to follow out and watch the excitement. However, just as Qian Renxue was about to step forward, she heard the young woman's voice beside her. You're quite strong. If possible, I'd also like to have a match with you. The young woman's tone was very calm, but a strong fighting spirit rose within her. Not bad. I'm just a bit stronger than you. If you want to match with me, I don't mind. Qian Rinxue smiled and directly walked towards the outside of the Starfall Hall. The young woman was slightly taken aback, but said nothing further and quickly followed out. Outside the Starfall Hall, YeXuan and the young man faced each other, quietly observing one another. The young man unleashed his martial soul, 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black flickering around him, and he looked at YeXuan, saying, Xian Kuei, martial soul, Xuanwu, level 55 battle soul king, YeXuan, martial soul, white tiger level 69, soul emperor. During this time, YeXuan had used the 12th rank destruction Black Lotus to absorb the violent energy from the 9 heavens god-slaying spear, raising his soul power by 3 levels, from level 66 Soul Emperor to level 69 Soul Emperor. When Xian Kuei saw that YeXuan had no intention of unleashing his martial soul, he couldn't help but ask, Where's your martial soul? Why aren't you releasing it? There's no need to unleash my martial soul. The gap between us is too large. Releasing it would be a bit unfair. YeXuan's voice was very calm, as if stating a fact. I really don't know whether to call you arrogant or presumptuous for not even releasing your martial soul. Xian Kuei narrowed his eyes, feeling a strong sense of displeasure rising in his heart. YeXuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, Say what you want. Let's get this match over with quickly. After the match, I still need to take my disciple to Tiando City to buy some things. Xian Kuei's expression darkened instantly, and he had no intention of speaking further. Gathering his soul power in his hands, he directly attacked YeXuan. YeXuan looked at the attacking Xian Kuei, activated the movement technique, and the power of destruction surged within him, purple lightning appearing on his body. He took a step forward, and his figure instantly created multiple afterimages in the arena. Seeing YeXuan appear before him, Xian Kuei attacked without hesitation, throwing a punch. The expected sensation didn't occur. Xian Kuei's fist passed right through YeXuan's body, and YeXuan gradually disappeared. This is an afterimage. As the thought arose in Xian Kuei's mind, he scanned the surroundings warily. He saw YeXuan standing not far away, quietly watching him, and in YeXuan's hand, there was suddenly a cup of tea. Your strength is quite good, but your accuracy is lacking a bit. YeXuan took a sip of the tea in his hand, his voice sounding somewhat unhurried. Xian Kuei's already darkened face became even gloomier, and without saying a word, he charged at YeXuan again, his third soul ring flashing rapidly beneath his feet. Xian Kuei's soul power condensed on his body, and his speed increased by about 30% in an instant. Facing Xian Kuei's attack, YeXuan's figure moved quickly around the arena without any intention of striking back, only continuously dodging. Hulaina, Xieyu, Yin, and Yinbing walked out from the Starfall Hall and came to Qian Rinxue's side, all looking at the two sparring in the arena with expressions of surprise. Yinbing tugged at Qian Rinxue's sleeve and asked in a crisp voice, Teacher, do you think the master will win? I don't see him fighting back at all. The outcome of their match was determined from the very beginning. Now it's just an old man playing with a child. Qian Rinxue patted Yinbing's head, signaling her to watch the match carefully. Chapter 268. The challenger arrives, and, as time passed, Xian Kuei felt increasingly frustrated. Every time he unleashed his full power, he only struck at YeXuan's afterimage, not even grazing the hem of his clothes. If you have the ability, stop dodging. What kind of skill is it to keep running away? Xian Kuei stood still, his voice filled with frustration. Well, then our match can end here. YeXuan nodded lightly in agreement, remaining stationary as he gathered a strong force of destruction in his hand and launched an attack at Xian Kuei. Xian Kuei's fifth spirit ring flickered rapidly beneath his feet, and a battle armor formed from water appeared on his body and arms, completely covering him and protecting him within. Fifth spirit ability, Water Spirit Armor. Xian Kuei looked at YeXuan's approaching fist and channeled all his strength to punch back at YeXuan's attack. Qian Rinxue, Hulaina, Xieyu, Yin, and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. YeXuan's attack was infused with purple lightning. Yet Xian Kuei was actually using the water armor to confront YeXuan head-on. Doesn't he know that water conducts electricity? The girl placed her hand on her head, involuntarily whispering, Xian Kuei, can you use your brain when you're competing? Don't you know water can conduct electricity? Seeing this, YeXuan displayed a strange expression, but he didn't hesitate and directly withdrew the force of destruction he had gathered back into his body. When their fists collided, the water spirit armor on Xian Kuei shattered instantly due to the immense recoil, and his body uncontrollably staggered backward, sliding several dozen meters on the ground before stabilizing himself. After regaining his footing, Xian Kuei let out a long breath, retracted his martial soul, and looked at YeXuan ahead, saying, "You are truly strong. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. You are the second person who can defeat me without using a martial soul, aside from Sister YeXuan. It's normal. The gap in strength between us is too great, and your spirit power is not as high as mine, so this is to be expected. There's no need to be too surprised." YeXuan replied with a somewhat indifferent tone, not paying much attention to Xian Kuei's words. They already had a 14-level difference in spirit power. Even though Xian Kuei could fight above his level due to his martial soul advantage, YeXuan could also fight above his level. Therefore, the gap between them did not diminish just because YeXuan was not using his martial soul. But your arrogance is really annoying. Even if you can defeat me without your martial soul, you should at least use it to put on a show, right? Give me some face. Xian Kuei said, somewhat disgruntled before walking towards the girl, completely uninterested in continuing to fight YeXuan, as it was too frustrating. The girl stepped into the arena and stood in front of YeXuan, saying, "Yuli Shang, level 71, Soul Sage, please give me some guidance." As soon as she finished speaking, Yuli Shang released her Zhuke martial soul, 7 soul rings flashing. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and prepared for battle. Behind YeXuan, the white tiger martial soul appeared, 6 soul rings flashing. Purple, purple, gold, black, black, red, also prepared for battle. Iwa Lishan, seeing the soul rings on YeXuan, felt a sense of seriousness and decided in her heart that this match must be quick, as only then would she have a chance to win. From the previous match between YeXuan and Xian Kuei, she could tell that her strength was inferior to YeXuan's. While she could also defeat Xian Kuei without using her martial soul, it was certainly not as easy as it was for YeXuan. Moreover, from the soul ring ratio, the gap between her and YeXuan was even more significant. So if she wanted to win, it had to be a quick victory. With this in mind, fiery red battle armor appeared on Yuli Shang's body, covering her entirely, and the armor looked lightweight rather than cumbersome. Once the armor enveloped her, it added a heroic aura to the already beautiful Yuli Shang, making her appear valiant and spirited. The battle armor was formed from 6 Zhuke soul bones, allowing Yuli Shang to control the soul bone armor at will. After the soul bone armor covered her, the red wings behind Yuli Shang gently flapped, and she flew up into the air, choosing the best combat environment for herself. Seeing this, YeXuan chuckled and said, "Choosing to fight in the sky? You seem to have made a mistake. My white tiger martial soul also has wings. So whether in the sky or on the ground, there's not much advantage for you." With that, YeXuan also took to the air and began to engage Yuli Shang in battle. Yuli Shang's hands produced scorching flames, and each strike came at an incredibly fast speed, raining down like raindrops upon YeXuan. However, YeXuan's counterattacks were equally swift, while defending against Yuli Shang's attacks. He also found openings to strike back. His expression remained relaxed, clearly not using his full power. Yuli Shang's 5th soul ring began to flicker rapidly, and intense flames enveloped her. When the flames reached a peak, they shot into the sky, heading straight upwards. 5th soul skill, Meteor Fire Rain. The sky above YeXuan turned crimson as fire and meteors rained down like raindrops, crashing towards him. Yuli Shang did not stop her assault, continuing to attack YeXuan. Seeing this, YeXuan hesitated for no moment. His 1st and 3rd soul rings flickered rapidly. 1st soul skill, White Tiger, Meteor Destruction. 3rd soul skill, Holy Light Barrier. YeXuan punched towards the sky, and countless beams of light shot from his hand to meet the falling flames and meteors. A barrier formed of light also appeared around his body. In the sky, flames and meteors continued to rain down, and the 2 figures, YeXuan and Yuli Shang, continued their aerial battle. The difference was that YeXuan maintained a relaxed expression, while Yuli Shang wore an expression of extreme seriousness and tension. Qian Renxue watched the flames and meteors falling from the sky and pulled Yin Bing behind her, releasing her spirit power to shield them from the fire and meteors. Yin Bing clutched Qian Renxue's clothing, her eyes fixed on the battle in the sky. Chapter 269. The match ends. YeXuan and Yuli Shang continued their aerial combat, with flames and meteors endlessly falling around them. "This is my strongest attack. If you can block it, then you win this match. If you can't, just get out of the way." As she spoke, Yuli Shang quickly retreated, revealing a red fan in her hand. YeXuan, watching Yuli Shang's movements, lost his relaxed expression and became serious. He sensed a hint of danger from the fan in her hand. Yuli Shang waved the fan, and the surrounding flames ceased to fall, instead swirling around YeXuan's body. The flames grew increasingly red and the temperature rose. As the flames increased, They finally formed a fiery shield that enveloped YeXuan entirely. And the temperature of the flames was incredibly high. Even those standing below, like Qian Renshue and others, felt waves of scorching heat. Yin, don't you often say that you're a master of playing with fire? Why don't you challenge Li Sang later? When Xiaoyu felt the incoming heat wave, he immediately released his soul power to resist it. You go if you can, if not, then don't say anything. Yin also released his soul power to withstand the waves of heat, with his martial soul being the Fire Lord, a top-tier dual fire, and Earth, a tribute martial soul. But in the face of the incoming heat wave, he felt that the fire attribute of his martial soul was like a small flame, while Yu Lishang's fire was a raging inferno that burned everything, making them incomparable, even though they released their soul power to resist. Sweat still dripped from the foreheads of Hulaina, Xiaoyu, Yin, and Yinbing. Yinbing even felt that her clothes had become extremely hot, as if they were about to catch fire. However, when she grabbed Qian Renchue's clothes, she found them cool and very comfortable. She simply hid her body behind Qian Renshue, peeking out with her little head to watch the battle in midair. Meanwhile, YeXuan, who was inside the fire dome, felt it most deeply, as the temperature within the dome seemed to have no limit, continuously rising while the dome gradually shrank. His clothes and hair occasionally caught fire due to the intense heat. But as soon as the flames appeared, they were extinguished by YeXuan's soul power. Although YeXuan had consumed octagonal profound ice grass and fire apricot during the ice and fire duality eye, allowing him to be immune to both water and fire. It was clear that Yu Lishang's flames were not ordinary, and thus he was not immune. YeXuan took out the divine punishment silver spear from his sea of consciousness and quickly swung it within the fire dome. Silver soul power appeared at the tip of the spear, and each swing created a howling wind that stirred the fire dome formed by the flames. Seeing that the fire dome was shaking irregularly, Yu Lishang frowned, injecting her fiery soul power into her fan, trying to regain control over the fire dome. The soul powers of YeXuan and Yu Lishang were not much different, and both were proud individuals, so neither changed their methods and instead competed in midair. Their soul powers were similar, so the situation in the air became somewhat stalemated, but they continued to release their soul power. Whoever had less soul power or lower quality would lose, while the one with more and higher quality soul power would win. Yinbing watched the battle in the air and tugged at Qian Renchue's clothes, asking, "Teacher, will he win? I see he's already wrapped in flames. Do you think your teacher earned the title of the first person of the younger generation for nothing? They're just competing in soul power. As I said, your teacher hasn't gotten serious yet. Otherwise, this match would have already ended." Qian Renshue chuckled lightly, not paying much attention to Yinbing's question. She knew that YeXuan still had many trump cards he hadn't used. If he used them, the match would already be over. As time passed, beads of sweat began to drip down Yu Lishang's face, and the fire dome enveloping YeXuan started to shake violently and irregularly, clearly indicating that Yu Lishang was losing control of the fire dome. Yet, inside the fire dome, YeXuan remained calm, and the movements of the silver spear became increasingly rapid. Although YeXuan looked somewhat disheveled, he had not sustained any substantial injuries. His clothes had been damaged by the intense heat, and his silver hair had been slightly scorched. Gradually, the fire dome surrounding him began to rotate along with the movements of the spear tip. While it was still evident that Yu Lishang was trying hard to control the fire dome, it was clear she was struggling. "Open up." YeXuan swung the silver spear at an even faster speed, causing the surrounding fire dome to gradually form into a fire serpent that followed the spear tip. Once the fire dome slipped from Yu Lishang's control, her body involuntarily began to fall downwards. Due to the excessive consumption of her soul power, sweat continuously flowed from her forehead, and her chest heaved violently. Her martial soul also retreated back into her body. YeXuan's silver spear shot straight down towards the empty ground, and the blazing fire serpent was also drawn downwards. With a loud boom, the ground began to crack, and the intense flames shot into the sky, sending heat waves spreading outwards. Qian Kuei reached out to support the descending Yu Lishang and released his martial soul to shield her from the incoming heat waves, preventing her from being harmed. Qian Renshue, Hulaina, Xiaoyu, Yin, and others also released their martial souls to resist the heat waves. Yinbing also pulled her head back completely, hiding behind Qian Renshue. As the flames that soared into the sky vanished and the heat waves ceased, the area became refreshing again, with a gentle breeze blowing through, creating an indescribable comfort. YeXuan's figure also appeared in front of everyone, and Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin looked at YeXuan's somewhat disheveled appearance, all expressing disbelief, with Xiaoyu even laughing out loud. "Nana, Yin, Have you ever seen such a disheveled Xiange? This is a historic first, very memorable. Xieyu's voice was not loud, but the atmosphere was very quiet at that moment, so his words clearly reached everyone's ears. Chapter 270, The Return of Qing Sheng. After hearing Xieyu's words, YeXuan put away the divine punishment silver spear, walked over with a smile, and said, I feel that the first blow of the martial soul empire's founding is also very memorable. Do you want to give it a try? Ahem, Xiange, you're being a bit too polite. Such a memorable thing should be left to Yin. I feel I'm not yet capable of bearing such a significant event. Xieyu wore an embarrassed yet polite smile and pointed at Yin, who was standing aside watching the commotion. Yin felt a strong urge to say something, but, upon glancing at Hulayina, chose to remain silent, turning her gaze aside as if she had seen and heard nothing. All right, you all go change your clothes. Xian Kuei and Yu Li Sang are here. I should at least show some hospitality. YeXuan waved at them, but his gaze was directed at Xian Kuei and Yu Li Sang. Xian Kuei turned to look at Yu Li Sang, his eyes filled with questioning intent. Yu Li Sang gently nodded, saying, as the master of the Starfall Palace, since you are treating us, we certainly won't refuse. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from behind everyone. Brother, you're treating us and didn't even call me. And you left us in the Stardow Forest to find our way back alone. I thought you had fallen in the Stardow Forest. I even prepared a tombstone, but it seems I won't need it now. A faint smile appeared on YeXuan's face as he turned to look in the direction of the voice. He saw Qing Sheng and Inger walking towards them leisurely, both wearing faint smiles on their faces. Sigh, as the saying goes, surviving a great disaster will bring future blessings. Not only did I not fall in the Stardow Forest, but I also obtained a soul ring with Ing, and our adventures in the Stardow Forest are simply unimaginable. However, brother, what happened to you? It's only been a short time since we last met, and you've changed so much that if I weren't familiar with you, I wouldn't believe you were my brother. Qing Sheng's gaze swept up and down YeXuan, as YeXuan's appearance was indeed quite disheveled. All right, since you're back, let us go together later. I'll go change my clothes first. YeXuan waved his hand nonchalantly and directly led Qian Renshua and Im Bing towards the back hall. After watching them leave, Qing Sheng didn't pay much attention and turned his gaze to Xian Kuei and Yu Li Shang, carefully examining the two of them. Yu Li Shang and Xian Kuei were also sizing up Qing Sheng, and Xian Kuei rubbed his chin, pondering aloud, I originally thought I was the weakest among us. But it turns out you were the one at the bottom. Who is at the bottom is hard to say. According to attributes, wood restrains water, so don't speak too confidently. Qing Sheng's mouth twitched slightly. If it had been before, he might not have been Xian Kuei's opponent. But now it's hard to say. Although he still couldn't see through Xian Kuei's strength, he felt that their strengths were about evenly matched. As for Yu Li Shang, Qing Sheng admitted he was not her opponent. After all, the disheveled appearance of YeXuan clearly indicated he had been burned, and the only one present who could use fire and put YeXuan in such a state seemed to be Yu Li Shang, who is at the bottom will be clear after we compete later. However, the time for the competition isn't now. I just exhausted a lot of soul power from the previous competition, so we can only choose a time to compete. Xian Kuei's voice was filled with fighting spirit, and he had a look of eagerness in his eyes. No problem, I'm ready to compete anytime. I also want to see who among us is really at the bottom. Qing Sheng nodded lightly, agreeing to the competition with Xian Kuei. Yu Li Shang glanced at the two of them, just chuckling softly without saying anything. In the room, YeXuan changed into a new outfit, looking at his singed hair with a bitter smile as he said, if I had known, I wouldn't have competed with Yu Li Shang in soul power. Now my hair is even burned. Who told you not to tie your hair up? Now the burnt hair can only be cut off. Qian Renshua laughed and took out a pair of scissors from the room to cut off the burnt parts of YeXuan's hair. My burnt hair seems to have nothing to do with whether I tied it up or not. Even if it were tied up, it would still burn under high temperatures. YeXuan turned to look at Qian Renshua behind him, his eyes full of amusement. Sit still, don't move around. Qian Renshua patted YeXuan's shoulder, signaling him not to fidget. Soon, the burnt parts of his hair were cut off, and YeXuan took a look at his current appearance, directly tying his hair up instead of letting it hang loose. After doing all this, YeXuan and Qian Renshua walked out of the room. Outside the room, Im Bing was sitting on the steps, quietly waiting for the two to come out. Im Bing, let's go. Today the teacher will take you out for a big meal. YeXuan called out to Im Bing and walked forward with Qian Renshua. Okay, teacher's wife. Im Bing responded, bouncing along behind them towards the outside of the Star Falling Hall. When they exited the Star Falling Hall, Hulayina, Xieyou, and Yin had also changed into new outfits and were waiting for YeXuan and Qian Renshua to arrive. YeXuan opened a space crack in front of him, glanced at everyone, and said, let us go. We're heading to Tiando City for dinner, just to welcome Xian and Yu Lishang and to show our hospitality. Then me and Lishang one tea hold back. If we don't have a good meal, it would be disrespectful to travel so far to challenge you. Xian smiled and fixed his gaze on YeXuan. As you wish, eat however you want, as long as you're happy. YeXuan waved his hand dismissively and stepped into the space crack with Qianrenxue. The others, seeing this, hesitated for no moment and followed YeXuan and Qianrenxue into the space crack. After stepping out of the space crack, everyone appeared in front of an extremely luxurious restaurant. This restaurant was the best in Tiando City, with a total of 4 floors, each more luxurious than the one below. Of course, the prices in the restaurant were also very high. Chapter 271, The Truth Revealed. After entering the restaurant, YeXuan led Qianrenxue directly to the front and said, "We've booked the 4th floor of your restaurant today. If there are no issues, please serve everything on the menu." "No problem. The 4th floor is empty. Please make your way up there and wait a moment. We will quickly bring your orders up," the waiter said while bowing and gesturing for them to go to the 4th floor. YeXuan nodded lightly and, along with Qianrenxue, headed towards the 4th floor first, while the others looked around, following closely behind without falling behind. Upon reaching the 4th floor, everyone surveyed their surroundings and discovered that not only was it luxurious, but the scenery was also beautiful. Standing by the window, they could see most of the scenery in Tiando City. Besides its luxury and beautiful view, there were also dedicated, beautiful reception staff. In the center, there was a transparent dining table that looked like it was carved from crystal, leading to a series of private dining rooms. "How is it? Isn't it nice here? We'll be welcoming Xian and Yu Lishang here today," YeXuan said with a light smile, looking at everyone around him. "Not just nice, it's simply too luxurious. Sister Lishang has never been to such a luxurious place." Xian looked at the decorations around and the central table that looked like crystal. This was all money well spent. Once you reach a certain level, gold soul coins are just a string of numbers. There is no need to worry too much about it. YeXuan waved his hand dismissively, leading Qianrenxue to sit at the dining table and signaling everyone to take their seats. Whether it's the Star Falling Hall, the Spirit Hall, or the Spirit Empire, they're all not lacking in money, especially after destroying the Haotian sect, the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School, and the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon family. The treasures in the Star Falling Hall's treasury could be described as piled up like mountains. After all, the treasures that existed among the 3 major sects were definitely not few, especially considering that among them was the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School, known to be as rich as a nation. However, the treasures from the 3 major sects now belonged entirely to YeXuan's Star Falling Hall. After everyone sat down one by one, the reception staff brought them tea and pastries. Yu Lishang picked up the tea in front of her and said, "Actually, we came here not only to compete with you, but also for another matter, which I'm unsure whether to mention." As she spoke, Yu Lishang subtly glanced at the surrounding reception staff, making her intentions clear. "You all can leave now. We will call you when we need something." YeXuan understood the meaning of Yu Lishang's words and immediately signaled the reception staff to leave. He then kept silent, quietly waiting for Yu Lishang to continue. After the reception staff had left, Yu Lishang took a deep breath and began to speak. "Xian and I are currently being hunted, so we seek refuge in your Starfall Palace. The force pursuing us is quite powerful. If you do not agree, we will have no complaints and will leave after today." "What force is chasing you, and why are they after you? Can you tell me in detail?" YeXuan lightly tapped his fingers on the table, not agreeing immediately, but wanted to hear more about the force pursuing them and the reasons behind it. Hearing this, Yu Lishang took a deep breath and slowly said, "The force chasing us is called the Holy Spirit Sect. We do not know how strong the Holy Spirit Sect is, but I do know that there is an ultimate Douluo among them. Xian and I are not from this continent. We fled from the Sun and Moon continent to this one, and the Holy Spirit Sect followed us here. They are after us because of our talents. They want to turn us into evil spirit masters within their sect, which is why they pursue us. About 2 months ago, we were found by the Holy Spirit Sect in the Stardow Forest. What was different this time was that it was led by their leader, not some minor character. However, strangely enough, they only chased us halfway before stopping, which allowed us to escape from their hands once again. But based on my own speculation, the Holy Spirit Sect members may have all come to this continent and are hiding in the shadows." After finishing, Yu Lishang picked up the teacup in front of her and took a sip. YeXuan, Qianrenxue, Qin Sheng, and Inger listened to Yu Lishang's words, feeling very familiar. When they calculated the time, it was around 2 months ago when they encountered the evil spirit masters of the Holy Spirit Sect while hunting the Titan Great Ape in the Stardow Forest. When you escaped in the Stardow Forest, were you near the core area? Qian Renxue calmly asked while picking up a piece of cake. Huh? How did you know we were near the core area of the Stardow Forest when we escaped? A hint of confusion appeared in Yu Lishang's eyes. She had not mentioned their escape route. So how did Qian Renxue know they fled from the core area of the Stardow Forest? YeXuan, Qian Renxue, Qing Sheng, and Inger exchanged glances, and they could now confirm that the Holy Spirit sect they encountered in the Stardow Forest was definitely chasing after Yu Lishang and Xian Kuei. As for why the two of them could escape, it was because the members of the Starfall Palace had engaged in battle with the Holy Spirit sect. I want to know why you two were able to escape easily. Did the Holy Spirit sect not pursue you? Qing Sheng casually placed his hands behind his head, appearing relaxed. Why? Do you know? Xian Kuei glanced sideways at Qing Sheng, somewhat unsure of what he meant. I not only know, but I was also involved. About 2 months ago, the high-ranking members of the Starfall Palace mobilized to hunt the Titan Great Ape near the core area of the Stardow Forest. But they were ambushed by the evil spirit masters of the Holy Spirit sect and engaged in a fierce battle, which is why you two were able to escape easily from the hands of the Holy Spirit sect. Qing Sheng also looked sideways at Xian Kuei. He felt anger about that event, because if Di Tian had not appeared at that time, he had no confidence in protecting Inger, and he might have even fallen in the Stardow Forest himself. Chapter 272. Toasting and celebrating upon hearing this, Yu Lishang and Xian Kuei exchanged incredulous glances. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite possible. After all, they had indeed heard the roar of the Titan Great Ape back then. YeXuan furrowed his brow and said, I will help you with your matters, but I need to know the exact location of the Sun and Moon Continent and the Holy Spirit sect. Moreover, you can't seek refuge in my Starfall Palace for free. YeXuan now had an idea. After the Spirit Hall unified the Douluo Continent, they would attack the Sun and Moon Continent and eliminate the Holy Spirit sect as well. Not only YeXuan, but even Qian Renxue beside him shared this thought. And since Yu Lishang and Xian Kuei came from the Sun and Moon Continent, they surely knew its location. They were also certain that after Bibi Dong received this news, she would have plans to conquer the Sun and Moon Continent. No problem. We naturally know the exact locations of the Sun and Moon Continent and the Holy Spirit sect, and we will not seek refuge in your Starfall Palace for free. We are willing to join your Starfall Palace. After all, we came here with the intention of seeking your protection, especially since we are both descendants of divine beasts, Yu Lishang said with a faint smile on her face. Since YeXuan agreed, it meant that the Starfall Palace had the strength to resist the Holy Spirit sect, and she and Xian Kuei would no longer have to hide on the road. It would be best if you joined the Starfall Palace. We are currently in need of high-level personnel, and I will reassign the high-ranking positions in the Starfall Palace at that time, YeXuan said, also smiling. After all, they already had enmity with the Holy Spirit sect, and now, because of the Holy Spirit sect, Yu Lishang and Xian Kuei were joining the Starfall Palace, which was practically no loss at all. At that moment, more reception staff continuously brought a variety of delicious dishes to the table, and there were even colorful drinks being served. All right, we won't discuss anything today. We're just here to have fun. You don't need to be polite. Feel free to enjoy the delicious food in front of you. If the drinks are insufficient, just let the reception staff bring more. There are also rooms available for you to rest in, YeXuan said, pouring a cup of juice for himself, Qian Renxue, and the others had no intention of being polite either and poured themselves a drink from the table. It could be said that apart from YeXuan, Qian Renxue, and Inger, the rest were drinking alcoholic beverages, while only the three of them had juice. After taking a sip of his drink, Qing Sheng sighed. The alcohol worth over 100,000 gold soul coins is indeed different from the ordinary drinks outside. But at a time like this, how can you drink juice instead of alcohol, brother? Isn't that a bit too dull? Indeed, we four descendants of divine beasts are gathered together now. It is indeed a bit too dull for you to be drinking juice, Xian Kuei also chimed in after tasting the drink. Although Yu Lishang did not speak, she shook the wine glass in her hand, making her intentions very clear. Brother Xian, he can't drink alcohol for a reason. Although we are meeting for the first time, our relationship with you is quite good. Shouldn't it be fine for us to drink on his behalf? Xie Yu and Yin picked up their glasses, looking at Yu Lishang and the others. Yu Lishang and Xian Kuei looked at YeXuan with questioning eyes. They had no objection to drinking, but they couldn't drink without knowing who was present. At the very least, they needed to know the identities of those around them. YeXuan saw this and smiled lightly as he said, This is my wife, Qian Renxue, who is currently pregnant and cannot have alcohol, so I hope you understand. To my right is my newly accepted disciple, Yin Bing, and to my left are my junior sister, Hulaina, and my two friends, Xie Yu and Yen. As for Qing Sheng, I believe I don't need to introduce her. Beside her is her wife. After introducing everyone present, YeXuan began to serve Qian Rinxue her favorite dishes, placing them in her bowl. Moon Lishang and Xian Kuei, upon hearing this, no longer insisted on drinking, but introduced themselves instead. I am Moon Lishang, and this is Xian Kuei. We hope to be in your good graces in the future. All right, now that everyone is basically acquainted, there's no need for further politeness. Let's enjoy the fine wine and delicious dishes before us, Qing Sheng said, directly picking up the wine cup in front of her and looking provocatively at Xian Kuei, clearly wanting to have a contest with him at the drinking table. Moon Lishang, Hulayina, and Inger were chatting and laughing while toasting each other from time to time. Xiaoyu and Yan scanned the dining table. With Qing Sheng and Xian Kuei competing and drinking, they felt they couldn't join in. Since Moon Lishang, Hulayina, and Inger were all women, it would be inappropriate for the two of them to suddenly join in. YeXuan and Qian Rinxue's attitudes indicated that they would not drink, so they directly ignored the two. After ruling out their targets, Xiaoyu and Yin found that it seemed like only Yinbing was left in the room. But drinking with a 6-year-old girl was clearly something they couldn't do, so they could only drink among themselves. Yinbing, however, was entirely focused on the delicious food in front of her, fiercely battling with her plate, and perhaps eating too hastily, she suddenly choked a little. Slow down. No one is competing with you for food. Why are you in such a hurry? YeXuan noticed Yinbing's situation and poured a glass of juice, placing it in front of her. Yinbing picked up the juice, took a sip, patted her chest, feeling much better, and then said, "Thank you, teacher. There's no need to say that. Just work hard in your training and use your future achievements to prove my teaching ability. That would be the best gratitude for me. After all, I don't want to be known as a teacher who misguides students," YeXuan casually replied, then began to savor the dishes in front of him. Yinbing blinked her eyes and seriously said, "Teacher, you can rest assured. I will definitely train hard and won't embarrass you. Training hard is necessary, but don't be overly obsessed with it. Proper relaxation helps with training. As long as you don't meditate and train like last night, you can just sleep." Qian Rinxue recalled last night's situation and couldn't help but chuckle, lightly tapping Yinbing on the head. Chapter 273. A welcome gift. After hearing this, Yinbing's little face turned slightly red, and she immediately promised, "Teacher, that was an accident. I definitely won't fall asleep while training again. All right, let's eat quickly. After we finish, let me study your martial soul and see if we can make up for your innate shortcomings," YeXuan said, and then he no longer paid attention to Yinbing. Yinbing, being very perceptive, quietly sat beside and ate the delicious food in front of her without speaking. Laughter and cheerful voices occasionally came from the dining table, and the staff occasionally brought bottles of wine to the table for them to enjoy. After YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, and Yinbing finished eating, they did not disturb the others, but directly walked into a nearby room. The others saw this and didn't say anything, continuing to drink and laugh, filling the dining table with cheerful sounds. In the room, YeXuan signaled Yinbing to release her martial soul, then began to study it, occasionally using soul power to enter Yinbing's body to check on the condition of her martial soul. After a while, YeXuan frowned slightly, sitting silently on the bed, deep in thought. Seeing this, Qian Rinxue glanced at the somewhat nervous Yinbing and asked, "Xiao Xian, how is it? What attributes does Yinbing's martial soul have? And which attributes are missing?" Her martial soul has no attributes, possibly due to mutation. The original attributes of the Qingxiao snake martial soul have also disappeared. Now her martial soul is like a blank sheet of paper, with no attributes existing except for the enhancement it provides to her. YeXuan's voice carried a hint of contemplation. Every martial soul has its own attributes, and even a waste martial soul has corresponding attributes. However, now Yinbing's martial soul has no attributes, which made YeXuan feel a bit troubled. No attributes? Qian Rinxue, upon hearing this, felt a bit surprised, but did not disturb YeXuan's thinking, signaling Yinbing to remain silent as well. Time passed slowly, and it seemed like YeXuan had thought of something, his eyes suddenly brightening. He took out a red herb from his soul guide, which had leaves shaped like a rooster's comb. "Yinbing, this is the immortal herb, Rooster Comb Phoenix Sunflower. You should take it, and then use your own soul power to refine and absorb the medicinal properties within. However, it may be a bit uncomfortable when you take it, so you need to endure it, all right?" YeXuan handed the Rooster Comb Phoenix Sunflower to Yinbing, indicating that she should take it and absorb it. "I understand, teacher. I will endure it," Yinbing replied, taking the Rooster Comb Phoenix Sunflower and following YeXuan's instructions to consume it. As soon as she consumed the Rooster Comb Phoenix Sunflower, Bing's little face twisted in discomfort, but she forced herself to endure it, sitting cross-legged on the ground, beginning to refine and absorb the energy from the herb. Xiao Xian, her soul power is only level 1. Is it a bit too early to let her absorb the immortal herb? Qian Renshua looked at Bing as she entered the absorption state and finally voiced her concerns. My purpose is not to let her absorb the immortal herb to increase her soul power, but rather to see if her martial soul can exhibit attributes after absorbing the herb. Because of the mutation, her martial soul is like a blank sheet of paper with no attributes. If, after absorbing the phoenix sunflower, her martial soul shows a fire attribute, then as long as she trains her physique and absorbs the inner core of the 10-headed sun snake, her martial soul can basically transform into a dragon. YeXuan wrapped his arms around Qian Renshua, his voice carrying a hint of light laughter. What if it fails, and her martial soul doesn't exhibit a fire attribute? Qian Renshua blinked her eyes, looking at YeXuan. If it fails, she can still increase her soul power. It won't harm her at all. I will think of other methods, YeXuan replied casually. It was just an immortal herb after all, and he was not overly concerned about it. You really are generous. Such a precious immortal herb, and you use it for testing. If someone needed it, it could be of great use. Qian Renshua pouted but didn't say anything more. The value of an immortal herb does not lie in how rare it is, but in its worth. If used correctly, it is naturally precious. If left unused, it loses its original value. Moreover, since Bing has taken me as her teacher, I must fulfill my responsibility as a teacher. If I don't teach her well, that's my problem. If I teach her, and she doesn't study diligently, then that's her own issue. YeXuan gently stroked Qian Renshua's hair, his voice soft yet very serious. You know, don't you? How can I not know? Qian Renshua glanced at YeXuan, then shifted her focus to Bing, contemplating what gift she should present as a meeting gift for Bing. After all, according to the customs of the continent, a student must receive a gift upon meeting their teacher, and the celestial herb YeXuan brought out was equivalent to such a gift. Moreover, since Bing referred to her as Shni, teacher's wife, she felt obligated to give a proper meeting gift. Schwer, keep an eye on Bing for me. I'll go check on those two friends. After all, they came from afar, and I should at least see them, YeXuan said, releasing Qian Renshua and walking out of the room. All right, you go ahead. I can take care of Bing. Qian Renshua waved her hand, glancing at YeXuan before continuing to ponder what she should gift. After YeXuan left the room, he noticed that the people at the dining table had mostly finished drinking, and the sky was gradually darkening. The only ones still relatively sober were Qing Sheng, Xiaoyu, and Yin. The others were either slumped over the table in a daze or lying on the ground fast asleep. Since they've all had enough to drink, let us help them to their rooms to rest properly, YeXuan thought as he walked to the table, helped Xian Kuei up, and headed toward the room. Qing Sheng picked up Inger and went to an empty room. Xiaoyu supported Hulaina, placed her on the bed, then left the room to find another empty room to rest. Just as Yin was about to help Yu Li Sang, he saw her alertly raise her head from the table. After assessing her surroundings, she softly said, "Thank you." She then stood up, slightly swaying, and walked toward an empty room. Yin wiped the sweat from his forehead. Just a moment ago, he had genuinely felt the overwhelming spirit power that Yu Li Sang had suddenly unleashed. Chapter 274. Sincerity leads to success. After YeXuan exited Xian Kuei's room, he found Yin waiting at the door. Though he didn't pay much attention and walked straight to the dining table. Upon reaching the table, he poured himself a glass of juice and began drinking, while Yin quietly followed behind him, not saying a word. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't keep hovering behind me. YeXuan glanced at Yin, confused about why he was pacing behind him. Xingu, I have something to ask you. Yin said as he pulled up a chair and sat down in front of YeXuan, looking somewhat serious. YeXuan raised his hand to indicate he should get to the point without beating around the bush. Yin glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one else was present, then spoke. Xingu, here's the thing. I really like Nana, but I don't know how to approach her or what to do. You're experienced in this area, so I came to ask for advice. YeXuan appraised Yin for a moment and nodded slightly, saying, the simplest method is to be direct and touch her with sincerity. After all, there's a saying, sincerity leads to success. What about the complicated methods? Yin asked, stroking his chin, deep in thought, explaining that would be quite troublesome. Just know to start from her character, interests, and so forth, leaving a deep impression, progressing gradually. YeXuan replied while continuing to sip his juice. Xingu, I didn't quite understand. How did you do it back then? Could you share your experience? Yin coughed lightly, adopting a humble demeanor. Do you see my face? If you look like me, you're halfway there. But you have little hope. After all, my looks are at the pinnacle of the continent, YeXuan said, resting his hands behind his head, his silver eyes half squinted. Yan's mouth twitched slightly. YeXuan's response surprised him. He had prepared for a lengthy lecture and was caught off guard by such a remark. All right, just remember that sincerity leads to success. It's getting late. You should head back to rest, YeXuan said, grabbing an unopened bottle of juice and walking towards his room. Sincerity leads to success. But what if it doesn't work? Yan mused, stroking his chin, suddenly finding the phrase profound. As the sound of the door closing echoed, YeXuan entered his room, leaving Yan alone at the dining table, quietly sitting there, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. In the room, YeXuan placed the juice on the table, looking at Bing, who was still absorbing the celestial herb, and sat on the bed, asking, so, did anything unexpected happen while Bing was absorbing the celestial herb? No problems, it's just that her soul power is only at level 1. So the absorption speed is a bit slow. Qianrenxue leaned her body against YeXuan, her voice laced with a hint of laziness. A slower absorption speed is fine. After all, we have plenty of time. YeXuan gently embraced Qianrenxue, smiling as he asked, Schwerer, are you planning to rest tonight or meditate and cultivate? I'll meditate, as I can't neglect my training. Qianrenxue replied with a playful blink, her gaze filled with joy as she looked at YeXuan. YeXuan nodded gently, not saying anything further. He took out the 9 heavens god-slaying spear and the 12th grade world-destroying black lotus from his sea of consciousness and placed them in front of him. YeXuan extended his hand, releasing the violent aura contained within the 9 heavens god-slaying spear and using the 12th grade world-destroying black lotus to absorb and transform that violent energy. The violent aura, after being absorbed and transformed by the 12th grade world-destroying black lotus, turned into an incredibly pure energy that floated around YeXuan and Qianrenxue. Both YeXuan and Qianrenxue sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning to absorb the extremely pure energy surrounding them for meditation and cultivation. Cultivating in this manner was at least 10 times faster than their usual practice. Moreover, no matter how much they absorbed, the violent aura in the 9 heavens god-slaying spear would diminish in the slightest. The method of absorbing energy from the 9 heavens god-slaying spear was something YeXuan discovered by chance. Initially, he intended to absorb the violent aura for his own use. But when he began the absorption, he realized that the violent aura was several levels higher than the power of destruction. If it weren't for the existence of the 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus, he would have been in real danger. However, because of this, YeXuan not only discovered this fast cultivation method, but also understood a principle. Not all energy can be absorbed into one's body. Otherwise, one could easily end up harming themselves. As for the incident with absorbing destructive energy, that was purely due to his good luck, which allowed him to succeed by chance. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. Time passed bit by bit until noon the next day, when YeXuan and Qianrenxue finally opened their eyes from meditation and both focused their attention on Bing. They saw that Bing's martial soul was gradually changing, with 4 claws resembling eagle talons growing from her martial soul, while the horn on her martial soul's head was gradually disappearing. YeXuan put away the 9 heavens god-slaying spear and the 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus, carefully watching Bing to ensure that nothing unexpected happened during her martial soul evolution. Xiao Xian, are you sure her martial soul is transforming into a dragon? She doesn't look much like a dragon to me. Qianrenxue looked at Bing's martial soul transformation, her eyes filled with confusion. She had seen many dragon-type martial souls, but they all had horns, while the horns on Bing's martial soul were disappearing. It is indeed a dragon, but her current martial soul is not a purebred dragon. It is a flood dragon. Flood dragons have no horns, but they are indeed a type of dragon martial soul. YeXuan's gaze was fixed on Bing's martial soul, his voice sounding very certain. The appearance of Bing's martial soul was exactly like the description of a flood dragon. One could say it was spot on. As for why the dragon horns disappeared, based on YeXuan's own speculation, it should be because Bing absorbed the celestial herb, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, which provided enough energy for the transformation. However, in the process of transformation, a new attribute appeared in the martial soul, causing a mismatch with the attributes of the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, and that is why the originally transformed dragon horns disappeared. Chapter 275, A Little Interlude, Flood Dragon. Is there really such a dragon? Qianrenxue felt somewhat puzzled, but did not ask. There are countless martial souls in the world, so it's normal not to know about some of them. After about half an hour, Bing slowly opened her eyes. Although she hadn't slept all night, she was full of energy and even had a happy expression on her face. Bing stood up and came to YeXuan, happily saying, "Teacher, my martial soul has changed. It's different from before, and my soul power has increased by 9 levels. I am now at level 10 soul power and can attach soul rings. Don't move. Let me check your martial soul to see if there are any deficiencies." YeXuan extended a finger and touched Yinbing's forehead, using his soul power to check her body and the condition of her soul rings. Gradually, YeXuan's expression became somewhat strange because Yinbing's martial soul was still incomplete, although it had undergone a transformation and exhibited a water attribute. YeXuan could feel that her martial soul was not whole. "What's wrong, Xiaoxian? Is there a problem?" Qian Renxue asked upon seeing YeXuan's odd expression. She observed that Yinbing's martial soul looked like an ordinary martial soul without any apparent differences, so it should be fine. There's no problem. Yinbing's current body and martial soul are normal, and there are no other issues. At least she can cultivate normally. YeXuan shook his head, patted Yinbing on the head, indicating that she could retract her martial soul. Qian Renxue glanced at Yinbing, then at YeXuan, whose contemplative look indicated that there must still be some issues with Yinbing's martial soul. It just wasn't appropriate to say so in front of her. "Yinbing, since your soul power has reached level 10, I'll have someone take you to hunt soul beasts and attach soul rings." YeXuan stood up and walked out of the room. Yinbing bounced along behind him as they exited. After seeing them leave, Qian Renxue also got out of bed, and followed them. Once the 3 of them left the room, they found that some people were already up earlier than them and were sitting at the dining table. YeXuan looked at Yin, who was sitting at the dining table, and walked over, saying, "Yin, go downstairs and tell the reception staff to prepare some delicacies to send up, and also buy a weapon for Yinbing in Tianzhou City. Later, you and your golden generation will take Yinbing to the Sunset Forest to obtain a soul ring." "Obtain a soul ring? Brother Xian, how many years of soul ring does Yinbing need?" Yin turned around to look at Yinbing, unsure of how many years of soul ring Brother Xian was planning to give her. "Just attach the soul ring based on the optimal configuration for her." YeXuan stretched lazily, his voice sounding very calm. "Yinbing's physique is not very strong, so the soul ring can be based on the optimal configuration. If the years are too high, it's very easy for her to explode and die." "All right, Brother Xian." Yin agreed and headed downstairs to prepare the delicacies and buy a weapon in Tianzhou City. Meanwhile, YeXuan, Qian Renxue, and Yinbing sat quietly at the dining table. Perhaps due to drinking too much the previous day, Hulaina, Xieyu, Qing Sheng, Ying'er, Yulis Hang, Xian Kuei, and others had not yet come out of their rooms. As time passed, reception staff came up with trays of delicacies, placing them on the dining table, and gradually, people began to walk out of the rooms. When Qing Sheng and Ying'er walked out, they found the dining table nearly full. After sitting down at an empty spot, they asked, "You all got up quite early and even prepared breakfast. It's already nearly 1 in the afternoon. It's not that we got up early. It's that you all got up too late. Besides, the soundproofing of this room seems to be poor. Next time, keep the noise down." Xian Kuei glanced meaningfully at Qing Sheng and Ying'er before continuing to eat. Qing Sheng's mouth twitched slightly, while Ying'er lowered her head, a blush appearing on her face. The others pretended not to hear and continued enjoying the delicacies in front of them. At that moment, Yin returned from the stairs and walked directly to YeXuan, saying, "Brother Xian, I've already bought the weapon for Yinbing. She will definitely be satisfied. Just give her the weapon. Let's eat first. After eating, you all take her to hunt soul beasts and attach soul rings." YeXuan waved his hand dismissively. It was just a weapon. What was there to be satisfied or dissatisfied about? "Okay, Brother Xian." Yin responded and took out a pink small axe from his soul guide, placing it in front of Yinbing. Yinbing was stunned, even forgetting to swallow the food in her mouth, while the others were also taken aback, but quickly began to laugh. YeXuan looked at the pink small axe that Yin brought out, feeling speechless. Just imagine a delicate little girl wielding a small axe, chasing after soul beasts to chop them. The picture was too delightful. Yinbing is at least a little girl. Did you consider her feelings when you bought the weapon?" YeXuan rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. "I thought about it. I even specifically had the blacksmith recolor it. It looks pretty good, doesn't it?" Yin pointed at the color of the axe, indicating that he had considered it seriously. Yinbing blinked in confusion, clearly unable to process it at the moment. "Nana, I mentioned long ago that Yin lacks everything except a bit of emotional intelligence." Xieyu suppressed a laugh and poked Hulaina beside him. "All right, let us eat first. After eating, you all take Yinbing to the blacksmith shop to choose a weapon for herself. As for this weapon, it's still Yan's intention, so Yinbing, you can accept it for now." YeXuan chuckled softly and didn't say anything more. "Teacher, if I accept it, how am I supposed to carry it?" Ying Bing blinked her big eyes, looking at the small axe on the ground. She couldn't just carry a small axe around everywhere, could she? Lei Yin, hold on to it for you. Your teacher didn't say you had to carry it all the time. Qian Renxue, holding back her laughter, pointed at the standing Yin. This is just a small episode that no one in the group paid attention to. After having their fill, Hu Laina, Xieyu, and Yin took Ying Bing to the Sunset Forest, while YeXuan and Qian Renxue's group returned directly to the Starfall Hall after settling the bill. Chapter 276. The merging of the two halls. Upon returning to the Starfall Hall, YeXuan and Qian Renxue found that Yixishui, Long Xiaoyao, Yunming, and others who were originally in the palace had actually returned to the Starfall Hall. Currently, all the high-ranking officials in the Starfall Hall were quietly standing in the main hall. YeXuan and Qian Renxue took their seats in the main positions of the hall. YeXuan asked, Aunt Yi, is there any major news in the Starfall Hall that needs to be announced? Why have all the high-ranking officials been called here? Master, I am announcing the merger of the Starfall Hall with the Spirit Hall, becoming the third hall in the Spirit Hall. Moreover, Her Holiness, the Pope, has reinstated the position of the Pontiff and allocated it to our Starfall Hall. Additionally, due to the shortage of high-ranking officials in the Starfall Hall, I am preparing to reassign all positions within the Starfall Hall. Here is the list of all positions in the Starfall Hall for your review, Yixishui said, handing a list to YeXuan, then quietly standing behind the two. After receiving the list, YeXuan and Qian Renxue began to review it together. The list of positions was very detailed, arranged from top to bottom as follows: Hall Master, Deputy Hall Master, Pontiff, Worshipper, Elder, Protector, Hall Master, Envoy, Deacon Member. YeXuan looked at the list, lightly tapping the armrest with his fingers, and said, Indeed, the high-ranking officials in the Starfall Hall are quite lacking. It is time to let capable individuals take on higher positions. I will now reassign all positions in the Starfall Hall. The position of Deputy Hall Master will be held by Long Xiaoyao and Yunming. The position of Pontiff will be held by Yixishui. The Worshipper will be held by Wu Chongkong. The Elder will be held by Lai Yin. The Protector will be held by Meng Shu and Yu Luo Mian. The Hall Master will be held by Yuli Shang. The Envoys will be held by Qing Sheng, Xian Kuei, Chao Tianxiang, and others. Among them, Qing Sheng and Xian Kuei can temporarily act with the rights of Hall Master, and when they reach Soul Saint level, they will officially become Hall Masters. The Envoys will be held by individuals at the Soul King level, and the Deacons will be held by individuals at the Soul Sect level. Additionally, we will announce that the Starfall Hall is recruiting free Soul Masters and small sects or families to join. Those who join the Starfall Hall will be assigned positions according to their strength. Super Douluo could directly become worshippers. Title Douluo will become elders. Soul Douluo will become protectors. Soul Saints will become Hall Masters. Soul Emperors and Soul Kings will become envoys. And Soul Sects will become deacons. Do you have any questions? If so, feel free to ask. I will listen to your suggestions. YeXuan's hands were clasped behind his head as he scanned the crowd below. Upon hearing this, Lai Yin stepped forward and said, Master, I have no objections to your assigned positions. However, Deputy Hall Master Yi has made irreplaceable contributions to the Starfall Hall. If she is only given the position of Pontiff, I feel this is somewhat unfair to Deputy Hall Master Yi. It was Deputy Hall Master Yi who single-handedly supported the entire Starfall Hall back in the day. Without her, the Starfall Hall might not have the glory it has today. Therefore, I believe the position of Deputy Hall Master should rightfully belong to Deputy Hall Master Yi, rather than just a mere Pontiff. YeXuan and Qian Renxue exchanged glances and both smiled lightly. YeXuan replied with a faint smile, Schwerer, why don't you explain to them how the position of Pontiff is? The merging of the Starfall Hall into the Pope's Hall means that the position of Hall Master is on par with the Pope, and the position of Pontiff is likewise. In the Pope's Hall, the position of Pontiff is not subordinate to the Pope. In fact, it can be said that it is equal to the Pope. Lai Yin, do you still think the position of Pontiff is low? As Qian Renxue spoke, she pouted, looking somewhat displeased. YeXuan gently stroked Qian Renxue's hair in a comforting gesture. The position of Pontiff had been abolished long ago, and now that Bibi Dong has reinstated it and allocated it to the Starfall Hall, it is clearly intended to restrict the future Pope. The allocation of the Pontiff position to the Starfall Hall is obviously not meant to restrict YeXuan. After all, if the intention was to restrict YeXuan, it would have been more appropriate to allocate the Pontiff position to the Worship Hall. Not restricting YeXuan and still allocating the Pontiff to the Starfall Hall clearly indicates who it is meant to constrain. It can be said that the authority of the Pope's Hall has basically diminished, unless YeXuan becomes the Pope. Otherwise, no matter who becomes the Pope, if YeXuan wishes, he could easily turn the Pope into a puppet. After all, the Hall Master of the Starfall Hall, is already on par with the Pope. And the position of Pontiff can not only be equal to the Pope, but also exercise the Pope's authority. Not low. It was my lack of understanding regarding the position and authority of the Pontiff, YeXuan said as he stepped back. Aunt Yi, is there anything else? If not, we can let them all leave. There's no need for everyone to remain in the main hall. YeXuan turned to Yi Shishui behind him. Since the position of Pontiff has already been assigned, the choice for the Pope should also be established. Master, Mistress, Her Holiness the Pope instructed me to tell you that tomorrow you will be enshrined as the Holy Son and Holy Daughter in the palace. And the next Pope will be decided by a vote from the Pope's Hall, Starfall Hall, and Worship Hall, YeXuan said, casting a discreet glance at Qian Rinxue before quickly retracting her gaze. What are the voting rules? YeXuan, with his arm around Qian Rinxue, looked at YeXuan, wanting to know what kind of voting rules his teacher, Bibi Dong, would establish. Only elders and those in worshiper positions and above can participate in the voting. YeXuan replied in a calm voice, though her gaze occasionally flickered toward Qian Rinxue. All right, I understand. Tomorrow, all those above elder rank in the Starfall Hall will vote for Schwer. If there is nothing else, you can all leave and attend to your own matters. YeXuan said, rubbing his temples, feeling that things were getting somewhat complicated. After all, in a vote, the Pope has the right to cast 3 votes. And many of the title de law under his teacher Bibi Dong are powerful. If they genuinely want to push someone into power, the number of people from the Starfall Hall and Worship Hall might not match up to the Pope's Hall. The Starfall Hall only has 5 elders and worshippers combined. And even with himself, there are only 6. The Worship Hall currently only has 7 worshippers, totaling 13 votes altogether. Meanwhile, the Pope alone has 3 votes. Plus the hidden elders, it's clear that the Pope's Hall has more than just 13 votes. Chapter 277. The arrival of the Golden Crocodile. The high-ranking officials of the Starfall Hall gradually left the main hall, leaving only YeXuan, Qian Rinxue, Qing Sheng, Yuli Shang, Xian Kuei, and others remaining. After a while, YeXuan let out a bitter smile and said, "You don't need to stand in the main hall. You're not my subordinates. Yuli Shang, Xian Kuei, you don't have a place to stay yet, right? The scenery in the back hall of our Starfall Hall is quite nice. You can stay there." YeXuan stood up, taking Qian Rinxue with him as they headed toward the back hall. However, there was a hint of displeasure on Qian Rinxue's face. Qing Sheng and Inger also noticed that the two seemed to have something on their minds, so they remained silent and quietly followed behind them toward the back hall. When they arrived at the back hall, both Yu Lisheng and Xian Kuei felt a sense of tranquility and relaxation in the environment. "How is the environment in my back hall? It's not bad, right?" YeXuan asked with a faint smile, looking at the expressions of Yu Lisheng and Xian Kuei. "Not just good, it's simply perfect for cultivation. If possible, we would really like to stay here." Yu Lisheng nodded gently, glancing around from time to time. "I said you can stay here, so you can indeed stay. However, the rooms near the garden are mostly occupied. Only the rooms on the east side are available now. You can choose freely from the east side rooms." YeXuan and Qian Rinxue sat down in the garden, indicating for Yu Lisheng and Xian Kuei to pick a room on the east side. "Okay, then we'll go check out the east side rooms," Yu Lisheng replied, and took Xian Kuei away from the garden. Qing Sheng and Ing Er also found an excuse to leave the garden. YeXuan and Qian Rinxue's expressions clearly showed that they had something on their minds, so the two of them decided not to stay in the garden. After they all left the garden, YeXuan gently hugged Qian Rinxue beside him and said with a faint smile, "Schwer, the teacher has decided on a fair vote, so you shouldn't be unhappy. What I care about is not the position of the Pope, but her attitude. Do you think this vote will be fair?" Qian Rinxue pouted. Bibi Dong clearly wants to push someone to the top, and she has even prepared a backup plan in case the push fails. What's the difference? My things are your things, right? No matter who the position of the Pope falls to, it's basically the same. And we are all going to become gods in the end. All positions will ultimately fall into his hands. YeXuan comforted Qian Rinxue with a faint smile. After all, the current Pope is still Bibi Dong, and she has basically controlled the entire Spirit Hall, with only the 7 offerings of the Offering Hall not under her control. "I know, but I'm just a bit unhappy about her attitude this time. I clearly haven't done anything wrong. So why did she make such a decision?" Qian Rinxue leaned against YeXuan, her voice showing confusion. "Who knows? Maybe there are some unavoidable difficulties. If there were no difficulties, why would the teacher make such a decision?" YeXuan chuckled lightly, his voice appearing very calm. In the distance, YeXuan walked over with an old man, and both YeXuan and Qian Rinxue showed a hint of surprise upon seeing the old man's appearance. They both stood up almost simultaneously and respectfully called out, "Grandpa Genie." Even the great offering Qian Daolu had to show respect to Jin, so Yi Xian and Qian Rushua's attitude toward Jin was also very respectful. Haha, Xuya, YeXuan. You two are quite remarkable now, actually managing to destroy the 7-treasure glazed tile school and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family by yourselves. Genie laughed heartily as he walked directly to sit in front of them. Grandpa Genie, how come you have time to come to my Starfall Hall? If we had known you were coming, we would have come out to greet you, Yi Xian said with a faint smile, pouring a cup of tea for Genie and placing it in front of him. Isn't there a vote to choose the Pope? My big brother asked me to represent all the people of the offering hall to vote. I can't get used to that place in the palace. So I came to your Starfall Hall to see you two little ones. Genie picked up the tea in front of him and took a sip. I didn't expect that. Upon coming here, I would be so surprised. I never thought there would be someone of my big brother's level in your Starfall Hall, and not just one. It seems that in the future, the 3 halls will be centered around your Starfall Hall. Genie said with a faint smile as he looked at Yi Xian and Qian Rushua. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian shook his head and said, Grandpa Genie, you're joking. The Spirit Hall has always been centered around the Pope's Hall. The other halls are independent, so how can my Starfall Hall be central? Genie nodded in agreement and said, I agree with what you said. The Spirit Hall has always been centered around the Pope's Hall, and the other halls are independent. Xiao Xian, I remember you were very smart as a child, and that kid Qian Xuanji said you had an extraordinary memory when he brought you into the library back then. Now it seems that not only do you have an extraordinary future, but perhaps I will also see the day when you and Schwerer become deities. Genie's gaze was not on the two, but rather looking down at the teacup in his hand. When Yi Xian heard Genie's words, a complex expression flashed in his eyes, but quickly returned to calm, revealing no unusual feelings. Qian Rushua showed a hint of astonishment. She could naturally understand what Genie meant. As the former pope was Qian Xuanji, and mentioning Qian Xuanji was clearly a hint. Yi Shishui, standing aside, narrowed her eyes and looked up and down at Genie. In the garden, there was a moment of silence. Yi Xian lowered his head in thought, while Qian Rushua and Yi Shishui looked at Genie with their gazes. Yi Xian felt a strange sense of annoyance rising in his heart. Now he was caught between the Pope's Hall and the Offering Hall. One side wanted to push him to the top, while the other told him not to rise to power, even bringing Qian Xuanji out. He now had to think about how to avoid offending either side, while achieving a result that would satisfy both. Yi Xian's gaze suddenly turned to Qian Rushua beside him. His eyes brightened for a moment as he carefully calculated his thoughts in his heart. Chapter 278. The Ceremony of Enfeoffment After Careful Consideration. Yi Xian found that his idea seemed entirely feasible and could satisfy both the Pope's Hall and the Offering Hall. Grandpa Genie, you can rest assured. I naturally understand what to do. Yi Xian's face reappeared with a faint smile, and his voice sounded exceptionally calm. Sigh, Xiao Xian, as long as you understand, that's good. All right, I won't disturb you any longer. The ceremony of enfeoffment will take place tomorrow, so you and Schwerer need to be prepared. Genie sighed and prepared to leave the garden, secretly thinking. As expected, my big brother is perceptive, and the outcome is just as he guessed. However, my image in Xiao Xian's heart might not be very good now. Grandpa Genie, since you've come, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Schwerer has something that can make you happy for a long time, so why not stay in the Starfall Hall tonight to rest? Yi Xian chuckled and called out to Genie, who was about to leave. Yes, Grandpa Genie, why are you so anxious to leave? Could it be that you didn't come to see us, but rather for the ceremony of enfeoffment? A faint smile also appeared on Qian Rushua's face. Oh, what is it that can make the old men of our offering hall happy? Our mindset is not something you young people can compare to. Even if we call our mindset like still water, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. Genie, who was about to leave, sat back down, very curious about what news the two had that could make them happy. Yi Xian took out a celestial herb from his soul guide and placed it in front of Genie, saying, Grandpa Genie, you've been stuck at the 98th level for many years, right? This is the dragon gold gourd of the immortal herb, which perfectly matches your martial spirit. The golden crocodile king. It might help you break through the bottleneck of level 98. Upon hearing this, the golden crocodile's eyes showed an expression of disbelief. A single immortal herb could help break through the bottleneck of level 98 and reach the level of the ultimate Douluo. Grandpa, golden crocodile. There's one more thing I need to tell my grandpa when you go back. Xiao Xian and I already have a child. He should be very happy to hear this news, right? A faint smile appeared on Qian Rinshue's face. The golden crocodile's gaze scanned Qian Rinshue up and down, unable to speak for a long time. Schwerer, when my brother hears this news, he will be more than just happy for a long time. He will be so happy that he might eat 2 more bowls of rice. But you too. How could you not say such things earlier? If you had said it sooner, my brother wouldn't have had to get angry about the Haotian sect. A smile appeared on the golden crocodile's aged face, with laughter evident in his eyes, as he discreetly put away the dragon gold gourd. Grandpa, how could he get angry about the Haotian sect? Did something happen in the Haotian sect? Qianrenshua blinked her eyes and pretended not to know as she asked. The Haotian sect was destroyed by someone, and my brother had said back then that no one under him could enter the Haotian sect. But now that the Haotian sect has been destroyed, who else but the Spirit Hall could have that capability? Therefore, my brother suspects it was Bibi Dong who did it, but he currently has no evidence. As the golden crocodile spoke, he felt something was off. It seemed that the Starfall Hall also had the capability to destroy the Haotian sect. From what he had seen of the Starfall Hall's strength, they definitely had the ability to destroy the Haotian sect, as there were more than one ultimate Douluo present in the Starfall Hall. Xiao Xian, Schwerer, you two didn't destroy the Haotian sect, did you? The golden crocodile looked at the two suspiciously, feeling it was very likely they were involved. YeXuan and Qianrenshua exchanged a glance, and, in perfect harmony, shook their heads in denial. Grandpa Golden Crocodile, after the Starfall Hall destroyed the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Electric Overlord Dragon clan, we were already severely weakened. How could we possibly have the ability to destroy the Haotian sect? That's right, Grandpa Golden Crocodile. Moreover, before we destroyed the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Electric Overlord Dragon clan, we encountered an organization formed by evil soul masters, and there were even ultimate Douluos among them. In order to repel the evil soul masters, the Starfall Hall suffered serious injuries to two ultimate Douluos. Qianrenshua earnestly explained to the golden crocodile, wanting to dispel his doubts. From what the Lord and the Lady have said, I believe that the destruction of the Haotian sect was likely done by the evil soul masters, with the purpose of making the Starfall Hall or the Spirit Hall take the blame. YeXuan calmly stated, then closed her eyes, quietly standing behind the two. Since the Lord and the Lady didn't want to expose who destroyed the Haotian sect, she naturally had to help the two and dispel the golden crocodile's doubts. Why have we never heard of evil soul masters at the ultimate Douluo level, especially as an organization? It seems strange to me, the golden crocodile said, deep in thought. No, Grandpa Golden Crocodile, you may not know, but my grandpa definitely does. Because the evil soul masters who attacked us in the City of Slaughter are from the same organization. Furthermore, we have received reliable information that this organization is not on our continent, but on another continent. A serious expression appeared on Qianrenshua's face, as if they were completely unaware of the situation regarding the Haotian sect. My brother also sent people to investigate. The people of the Haotian sect all died from losing all their blood. Now that you mention it, it indeed seems possible that it was the evil soul masters who did it. The golden crocodile nodded thoughtfully, feeling that what the three said made a lot of sense. So my grandpa did not break the original agreement, and it was not us from the Spirit Hall who destroyed the Haotian sect, but those evil soul masters, which has nothing to do with us. After all, it's quite normal for evil soul masters to destroy sections. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the Haotian sect for their bad luck in being chosen by those evil soul masters. Qianrenshua sighed as she spoke. Hearing this, the golden crocodile said, When I go back, I will tell my brother about this. However, these evil soul masters are still a threat and cannot be left alone. We must investigate and see where they are hiding to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Chapter 279. The Saint Son and Saint Daughter YeXuan and Qianrenshua exchanged glances, smiled, and did not speak further. After all, their purpose was merely to find a way for Qian Daolu to save face. The actual truth was not important. They only needed an excuse. A way to let Qian Daolu save face. As for whether the evil soul masters were truly responsible, that was definitely the case, since YeXuan was an evil soul master herself. Therefore, regardless of who investigates, it would always point to the evil soul masters. All right, I won't disturb you any longer. You two should prepare well for the enfeoffment ceremony tomorrow, the golden crocodile said with a smile as he got up and left the garden. After the golden crocodile left, Qianrenshua turned her gaze to YeXuan and asked, Xiao Xian, how do you plan to handle tomorrow? If not handled well, one side will definitely be displeased. It's simple. If neither of us becomes the Pope, then the problem will be solved, YeXuan replied with a faint smile, his gaze lingering on her belly. Qianrenshua was slightly taken aback, but when she saw YeXuan's gaze, she immediately understood his thoughts. All right, it's time for us to prepare for tomorrow's enfeoffment ceremony. After the ceremony, everything will temporarily have nothing to do with us. No matter what happens, we won't deal with it or pay attention to it. YeXuan chuckled and directly picked up Qianrenxue, heading towards their room. YeXuan walked towards the front hall. Since YeXuan and Qianrenxue were not handling things, it was clear that all matters in the Starfall Hall would be handled by her. However, with Long Xiaoyao and Yunming present, she didn't need to handle everything herself. At least some important matters could be entrusted to them. Thus, the burden on YeXuan was significantly reduced. The next day, in the morning, YeXuan and Qianrenxue walked out of the Starfall Hall, followed by Yunming, YeXuan, Long Xiaoyao, Wu Chongkong, Lai Yin, Golden Crocodile, and others. After all, they all belonged to the highest level of the Starfall Hall and needed to vote today. Moreover, Golden Crocodile was representing the entire worship hall, so they all had to be present. Today, the city of Tiandou was particularly lively, with people gathering in front of the palace to watch the upcoming enfeoffment ceremony. A high platform had also been erected in front of the palace, with chairs placed on both sides of the platform. Bibi Dong sat in the main seat in the center, with elders from the Pope Hall filling the seats on her left, but YeXuan and Guanyin were not among them. The seat on her right was empty, with no one seated there temporarily. YeXuan and Qianrenxue's group walked up to the high platform and took their seats on the right, quietly waiting for the ceremony to begin. Bibi Dong stood up from her seat and spoke. Today is a very grand day, and there are 4 matters that need to be announced. First, the Starfall Palace is merging with the Spirit Hall, becoming the 3rd palace of our Spirit Hall. Second, the Tiandou Empire is now history, and therefore, Tiandou City no longer needs to exist. From now on, Tiandou City will officially be renamed Spirit Empire City. Third, the abolition of the slave system and the noble system. From now on, anyone who dares to buy or sell people and engage in slavery will be executed without mercy. Furthermore, within the Spirit Empire, there will be no existence of noble families. The status of any noble family will be the same as that of commoners, without any special privileges. If there are any noble families present who have issues or opinions, they may voice them now. If there are no objections, then please abide by the rules of the Spirit Empire. Otherwise, I do not mind showing you the might of the Spirit Empire and the strength of the Spirit Hall. As Bibi Dong finished speaking, the crowd below had mixed reactions. Some were joyful, while others were worried. The commoners cheered loudly, while the noble families wore expressions of concern, bowing their heads in silent contemplation. No noble dared to stand up, as they were not foolish enough to oppose her at this moment. Bibi Dong calmed the crowd with her hand and continued. Since no one has any objections, I will announce the 4th matter. The grand ceremony of the canonization officially begins. The cheers from the crowd subsided as everyone turned their gaze to the high platform. YeXuan and Qianrenxue also stood up and quietly positioned themselves behind Bibi Dong. I now canonize YeXuan and Qianrenxue as the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of our Spirit Hall, and we will vote to select the next pope from among them. As soon as Bibi Dong's words fell, someone approached holding 2 light golden robes. YeXuan and Qianrenxue looked at the robes and followed the person down the high platform to change into the garments of the palace. After they left, the voting among the elders and worshippers began. Everyone communicated their votes to Pope Bibi Dong, who then counted the votes for the 2 candidates to determine the next pope. As time passed, Bibi Dong looked at the vote counts and a faint smile appeared on her face. Currently, YeXuan and Qianrenxue had the same number of votes, 12 each. However, the 2 spirits, Guanyin and YeXuan, were not present on the high platform, but their voting rights were still in Bibi Dong's hands. Additionally, as Pope, Bibi Dong had the right to cast 3 votes, which meant she effectively held 5 votes, more than enough to push one person into position. YeXuan and Qianrenxue returned in their new robes and stood on the high platform, quietly waiting for Bibi Dong to announce the voting results. Now that the candidates for the Holy Son and Holy Daughter have been established, I will announce the voting results. The Holy Daughter has 12 votes, and the Holy Son has 17 votes, which is widely accepted. Therefore, the next pope will be the Holy Son, YeXuan. Does anyone have any objections? Bibi Dong's gaze swept across the crowd, finally resting on Genie. Besides the members of the Pope's Hall, only those from the Starfall Palace and the Worshippers' Hall were present. The Starfall Palace was established by YeXuan, so there was no way they would have any objections. The only person who might object was Jean E, representing the Worshippers' Hall. However, upon meeting Bibi Dong's gaze, Jean E remained seated, showing no intention of opposing, as if everything was under his control. Seeing Jean E's demeanor, Bibi Dong merely chuckled lightly and subtly glanced at YeXuan. Chapter 280. Endure it for now. YeXuan looked around and noticed that no one was speaking up, so he bowed to Bibi Dong and said, Teacher, endure it for now. Return to your place. and we will talk after the ceremony is over. Bibi Dong interrupted him before he could finish. Teacher, I return and endure it. No matter what, wait until the ceremony is over to speak. Since the elders and worshippers had no objections, the Holy Son will now succeed to the position of Pope, and the canonization ceremony is hereby concluded. Bibi Dong gave no one a chance to speak and directly walked off the high platform after announcing the end of the ceremony. YeXuan and Qianren were somewhat stunned. They remembered that the process of succeeding the Pope's position was usually quite complicated. Yet it had gone so quickly that they had no time to react. In just a few sentences, a decision had been made. He was also puzzled. It was clear that YeXuan had something to say, but before he could finish, Bibi Dong had rebuffed him and given no chance to speak, making a decisive decision. He watched Bibi Dong's departing figure and immediately stood up, saying, "Your Holiness, wait." As soon as He began to speak, the elders of the Pope's Hall all stood up and knelt on one knee, addressing YeXuan. "We pay our respects to Your Holiness." The members of the Starfall Palace, including Yi Shishui, Long Xiaoyao, and Yun Ming, exchanged glances and without hesitation also knelt on one knee, saying, "We pay our respects to Your Holiness." With the elders of the Pope's Hall leading the way, the crowd below also echoed in unison, "We pay our respects to Your Holiness." At this moment, Bibi Dong turned around, looking at Yi, and said, "Second worshipper, I am not currently the Pope of the Spirit Hall, but the Empress of the Spirit Empire. If you have something to say, it should be to the Pope, not to me. And do not make that mistake again." Although Pope and Empress differ by only one word, their meanings are world apart. Bibi Dong chuckled lightly and walked directly into the palace, showing no intention of staying there. YeXuan looked at the people around him, feeling that everything was a bit too sudden. He and Qianren had prepared how to speak, but they were not given the opportunity at all. Bibi Dong made a decisive decision, and the elders of the Pope's Hall surrounded them, bringing in the people from the Starfall Palace to cheer and establish connections with the crowd below. YeXuan and Qianren exchanged glances, both smiling wryly. Bibi Dong's decisiveness exceeded their expectations, and they had not anticipated that they would not even have a chance to speak. He focused his gaze on YeXuan. When YeXuan noticed Ji's gaze, he helplessly shrugged. He too was pushed into position without any opportunity to speak. What could he do? After a moment, Ji sighed and said, "I have seen the Holy Pope." YeXuan rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. He scanned the surroundings, feeling somewhat helpless. It seemed he could only accept this now. He couldn't announce his resignation right after taking office. If he did, the news of the Spirit Hall changing popes 3 times in one day would spread throughout the continent at lightning speed. Everyone, please rise. The canonization ceremony has concluded, and we still have important matters to attend to. The issues on this platform will be handled by the Pope. YeXuan glanced around, directly took Qianren's hand, and quickly headed towards the palace. As their figures disappeared from the high platform, Yi Shishui's expression showed surprise. Shouldn't the Pope be the one to organize the subsequent matters? How did it come to the point where she had to handle it as the Pope? Although Yi Shishui was somewhat surprised, she didn't say much and began to arrange the next matters in an orderly manner. YeXuan and Qianren entered the palace and saw Bibi Dong sitting in the main hall, leisurely sipping tea. The two of them went straight to Bibi Dong and sat down, each picking up a cup of tea from the table and taking a sip. "Teacher, your decision was made a bit too quickly, so fast that neither Schwerer nor I had a chance to react," YeXuan said with a faint bitter smile after taking a sip of tea. "Mom, even if you're pushing Xiao Xian to take the position, you should at least let us speak. How can you not even give us a chance to talk?" Qianren pouted, showing some unhappiness on her face. "If I let you speak, can I still push Xiao Xian to take the position? Moreover, the position of the Pope carries too much weight and responsibility, and I don't want Schwerer to bear that, so I can only push Xiao Xian to take the position," Bibi Dong replied, sipping her tea while looking at YeXuan and Qianren, her voice sounding very calm. "Ahem, teacher, I think you might be overestimating me. The responsibilities that come with the Pope's position are not something I can necessarily bear. Besides, my entire Starfall Palace has always been managed by Aunt Yi." YeXuan coughed lightly, hoping Bibi Dong would reconsider the choice for Pope, as he had seen the mountain of political affairs in the Pope's palace. "Whether you want to bear it or can't bear it, I know very well, and you know it too. If you don't want to bear it, you can let Schwerer take it on. The current Pope is you, not me. However, Schwerer is now pregnant. Can you bear to let her handle those political affairs and carry so much responsibility?" Bibi Dong glanced at YeXuan, her voice carrying a hint of amusement. YeXuan looked at Qianren beside him and felt that he might not be able to escape this position. He placed the teacup in front of him and said, Forget it, I'll take it. I suddenly feel that the position of Pope suits me quite well. However, I'm also the master of Starfall Palace. Is it inappropriate for me to hold two positions? Although Starfall Palace had merged into the Spirit Hall, the two palaces were originally independent, so YeXuan felt it would be inappropriate for him to manage both. Moreover, if there were major matters in the Spirit Hall, they would require voting to decide. If YeXuan managed both palaces alone, there would be no need for voting. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Anyway, they will all belong to you in the future, and no one will oppose you managing both palaces. Bibi Dong waved her hand dismissively, not caring about YeXuan's concerns. Chapter 281. Noble families. Bibi Dong looked at YeXuan and Qian Renxue in front of her and said softly, "All right. You two arrange the matters of Starfall Palace, and then return to Spirit City. After all, Xian, you are now the Pope of the Spirit Hall and need to go back to handle the affairs of the Pope's Palace. Teacher, can I bring people from the Pope's Palace back to Spirit City? Otherwise, it will be very difficult for me to manage an empty Spirit Hall." YeXuan knew that Bibi Dong had brought people from the Pope's Palace. If it was just him and Qian Renxue returning to the Spirit Hall, he would be in a dire situation with no one under him. The Pope's Palace needs people, and the Spirit Empire needs people as well. You can bring 500 knights of the palace back to Spirit City and leave the two elders, Guanyin and YeXuan, in the Pope's Palace. As for the others, they belong to the Spirit Empire. Xian, if you can create such a large Starfall Palace from nothing, then with a certain foundation given to you now, managing a Pope's Palace should not be too difficult. And there is a saying, a new emperor brings new ministers. Since the choice of the Pope has changed, the people below also need to change, Bibi Dong said calmly, her voice showing no fluctuations, as if stating a fact. However, YeXuan below could not remain calm. The personnel of the Pope's Palace were very large. 500 knights of the palace seemed like a lot, but their duty was to protect the Pope and the safety of the Pope's Palace, making it basically impossible for them to handle the affairs of the Pope's Palace. Besides the 500 knights of the palace, there were only Guanyin and YeXuan left, but they were currently at the border of the Spirit Empire, monitoring the situation of the Douluo Empire, and could not get away. So, upon careful calculation, the Pope's Palace would be left with only YeXuan and Qian Renxue. Bibi Dong took out a list and placed it in front of them, saying after the destruction of the Haotian sect, 7 treasure glazed tile school, and blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, there's still quite a few families and sects affiliated with the top 3 sections. I have already organized them into a list for you. If you can subdue these families and sects, along with the lower 4 sects, it will be enough to fill the personnel of the Pope's Palace, and even fill the vacancies in your Starfall Palace. YeXuan and Qian Renxue looked at the list in their hands, quickly thinking about how to subdue these families, as they included not only the lower 4 sects, but also the single attribute 4 sects of the Haotian sect, as well as some small families and small sections. After a while, YeXuan put away the list and said, "Shuer, wait for me in the palace for 3 months. I will handle these families and sections. During this time, if you need to go out, let Aunt Yi or Yunming accompany you for protection. We will return to Spirit City in 3 months." While speaking, YeXuan gently kissed Qian Renxue on the cherry lips, and Bibi Dong pretended not to see their actions. "Don't you plan to take me with you?" Qian Renxue blinked, looking directly at YeXuan. "After the long journey, why take you with me? Just rest well in the palace. I will handle everything." YeXuan smiled, not saying much more, and directly turned to walk out of the palace. However, as he turned, Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue both clearly saw the fleeting killing intent in YeXuan's eyes. Bibi Dong looked at YeXuan's departing figure and said intentionally, "There are some things that I can't handle openly. You can take care of them. As the Pope, you must have an iron-fisted approach. I heard that there seems to be human trafficking in the Tindo auction house. You can check it out." Upon hearing this, YeXuan did not speak, but nodded lightly to indicate he understood. After leaving the palace, YeXuan found that the crowd in front of the palace had dispersed, and Yixishui, Long Xiaoyao, and Yunming were quietly waiting at the entrance of the palace. "Aunt Yi, I need you to handle the matters of Starfall Palace. Yunming, I leave Schwinner's safety to you. Long Xiaoyao, come with me to the Tindo auction house to handle some matters." YeXuan glanced at the 3 of them and directly walked towards the direction of the Tindo auction house. "Yes, master," Yixishui Long Xiaoyao and Yunming responded and then went their separate ways. As soon as YeXuan and Long Xiaoyao entered the Tindo auction house, a steward from the auction house came up and said, "Your Holiness the Pope, your visit to our Tindo auction house truly brings us great honor." YeXuan directly sat down on the chair, placing his feet on the table in front of him, hands behind his head, and said, "There's no need for pleasantries. I'm short of a few obedient maids. Do you have any at the Tiando auction house? Your Holiness is joking. The Martial Soul Empire has explicitly prohibited the trade of people and slaves. How could we possibly have any? The steward replied. However, our reception staff is quite decent. If your Holiness finds someone suitable, I can arrange for you to take them. The steward clapped his hands, and several reception staff dressed in bold and revealing outfits approached. YeXuan glanced at these receptionists, their eyes hollow and lifeless, then turned his gaze back to the steward, kicking over the table in front of him, and coldly said, Do you think I'm easy to fool? What I want are maids who can serve me. Where are these? We both know. Do I need to spell it out? Your Holiness, please calm down. We truly do not have that kind of maid. Moreover, the Martial Soul Empire strictly prohibits the trade of people and slaves. Even if we wanted to, we wouldn't dare to engage in such trade. The steward lowered his head, his expression shifting between gloom and uncertainty, unable to conceal his thoughts. Is it really that there are none? Or are there some, but they don't want to sell to me? YeXuan's gaze turned cold, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Forgive me, Your Holiness, but we really do not have any. If we did, we would certainly give them to Your Holiness. Why would we provoke Your Holiness? The steward's face showed a serious and bitter smile, as if he were genuinely saying there were none. Tiando Auction House has truly disappointed me. I've heard that your auction house dares to sell anything as long as the money is right. Yet now you tell me there are none. YeXuan sneered, standing up and heading towards the Tiando Auction House. Chapter 282, A Cake. After leaving the Tiando Auction House, YeXuan took out a list from his soul guide, his gaze scanning over the names as if selecting a target. Long Xiaoyao followed closely behind YeXuan and suddenly spoke. Master, do you need me to investigate the Tiando Auction House to see if they're indeed engaging in the trade of people and slaves? No need. They're definitely involved in the trade of people and slaves. There's no need to investigate. Besides, the Tiando Auction House is merely a front set up by the nobility. Even if we found evidence, there would still be the Martial Soul Auction House or other auction houses, which would have no substantial significance. YeXuan had no intention of having Long Xiaoyao investigate, as it was unnecessary. The Tiando Auction House is just a facade put forth by the nobility. Even if we expose them and destroy the auction house, it won't have any substantial meaning. The nobility behind them is the real issue. After all, during the Tiando Empire, the trade of people and slaves had already been explicitly prohibited. The Snow Knight Emperor is not blind. How could he not know that people are trading under his nose? The Snow Knight Emperor is aware but cannot intervene, so he allows it to continue. One noble may not be very powerful, but what if the entire empire's nobility participates and shares this enormous cake? While there may be a few virtuous nobles who would not participate, they are merely a minority. Thus, the power behind the Tiando Auction House may not be very strong, but it certainly won't be weak. YeXuan's gaze fixed on a name, his eyes reflecting deep thought, as if he were contemplating something. After a while, YeXuan walked in a certain direction, with Long Xiaoyao quietly following him. After a long time, the two arrived in front of a duke's residence. However, they did not enter, but instead sat down in a tea house across from the duke's residence. Quietly sipping tea, until late at night, they continued to sit in the tea house, seemingly waiting for someone to arrive. Inside the duke's residence, someone opened the door a crack, peering in the direction of YeXuan, then quickly closed the door again. How is it? Is His Holiness still across the street? A somewhat refined voice echoed within the residence. Your Grace, His Holiness is still sitting in the tea house across the street. A servant-like person quickly reported what they had seen. If it is a blessing, it is not a disaster. If it is a disaster, it cannot be avoided. Send word to prepare a banquet, and have someone invite His Holiness in. The refined voice sighed, laced with a hint of helplessness. Yes, Your Grace. The servant replied, and prepared to open the door to invite YeXuan and Long Xiaoyao in. Forget it. You go and instruct someone to prepare the banquet. I will personally invite His Holiness. A middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothing, with a handsome face, stepped out from the shadows, directly opening the door and walking out. The middle-aged man approached YeXuan, bowed respectfully, and said, Your Holiness, it may be somewhat inappropriate for you to be sitting in the tea house at this late hour. Why not come to my residence and sample the tea we have? That sounds good. I haven't tried the tea at the Duke's residence yet. I wonder how it compares to this tea house. YeXuan placed his teacup down, looking at the Duke before him. In front of Your Holiness. How can I dare to call myself a Duke? Just call me Yi Ming, the Duke said with a smile, gesturing for YeXuan to enter. YeXuan and Long Xiaoyao stood up and walked toward the Duke's residence. Upon entering, the lavish decor of the Duke's residence was striking, and the grandeur of the hall could only be described as resplendent. Various precious items were present in abundance. YeXuan sat down in the hall of the Duke's residence, smiling lightly as he said, Duke Yiming, I have a question. I wonder if I can ask it? Your Holiness, if you have something to ask, please feel free. I will certainly answer without reservation, Yiming replied, picking up a teapot and casually brewing tea. The Tindo auction house is said to be wealthy and able to sell anything, yet when I wanted to buy a few maids, they claimed there were none. Do you think this is a problem with the Tindo auction house, or with the directives behind the auction house? YeXuan closed his eyes, tapping the armrest with his fingers, his voice carrying a mix of amusement and coldness. Your Holiness is joking. The Martial Soul Empire has explicitly prohibited the trade of people and slaves. Your Holiness should adhere to this prohibition rather than violate it. A refined smile appeared on Duke Yiming's face, as he did not directly answer YeXuan's question, but instead mentioned the Martial Soul Empire's prohibition. Then who do you think holds a higher position, the Pope or the Empress? YeXuan opened his eyes, a hint of amusement in them as he stared directly at Duke Yiming. Duke Yiming's eyes showed a flicker of difference, but he quickly composed himself and said, in the Martial Soul Hall, naturally, Your Holiness has a higher position. In the Martial Soul Empire, the positions of the Pope and the Empress should be equal. However, this is just my personal opinion. If I speak incorrectly, I hope Your Holiness will forgive me. YeXuan scanned the surroundings and said, Duke Yiming, could you ask these inconsequential people to leave? I have matters I wish to discuss with you. Since Your Holiness has spoken, that can certainly be arranged. Duke Yiming agreed, and immediately waved his hand to dismiss the maids in the hall. Long Xiaoyao, you should also step back. I need to talk to Duke Yiming privately, YeXuan said, gesturing for Long Xiaoyao to leave. Yes, my lord. Long Xiaoyao replied and walked out the door, standing quietly at the entrance of the hall. Only YeXuan and Yiming remained in the hall. Yiming approached with a cup of tea, smiling lightly as he said, Your Holiness, if you have something to say, please feel free. If you need any assistance, everyone in the Duke's mansion is at your service. I do have something I need your help with, but I'm afraid your Duke's mansion may not be willing. YeXuan said, picking up the cup of tea Yiming handed him and shaking it in his hand. Your Holiness is joking. As long as you speak, we will do our utmost to assist you, no matter what it is. However, if we fail to accomplish it, please do not blame us, Yiming replied, looking at YeXuan while quickly pondering the purpose of YeXuan's visit. Chapter 283. Noble Cooperation. YeXuan looked at Yiming, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest, producing a rhythmic sound as he slowly began to speak. I am very interested in the position of Emperor, so I want to cooperate with you nobles. You have already seen the attitude of the Empress. It is clear that she is suppressing you nobles and supporting those commoners. This is just the first step. In the future, there may not be any nobles left in the Martial Soul Empire. By cooperating with me, you nobles can obtain everything you desire. And even sharing the Martial Soul Empire equally with you is not impossible. Duke Yiming, what do you think? Upon hearing this, the expression in Yiming's eyes became unpredictable. But soon he slammed his hand on the armrest, stood up, and pointed at YeXuan, saying, Your Holiness, our Duke's mansion has always been loyal to the Martial Soul Empire. If you are here to seek cooperation, you may have come to the wrong place. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause echoed as YeXuan stood up while clapping his hands, saying flatly, I originally thought Duke Yiming was a wise man, but it seems he is not. Since you are unwilling to cooperate, then your Duke's mansion no longer needs to exist. The White Tiger Martial Soul instantly appeared behind YeXuan, completing its possession, with 6 soul rings in purple, gold, black, and red flashing around him. YeXuan's hand grasped Duke Yiming's neck, lifting him up, a strong killing intent appearing in his eyes as he slowly spoke. Duke Yiming, I give you a chance to say your last words. Seeing the intense killing intent in YeXuan's eyes, Yiming was initially shocked, but then a look of joy appeared as he quickly said, Your Holiness, our Duke's mansion is very willing to cooperate with you. I just wonder how certain you are of success. Cooperate with me? Why should I trust you? Isn't your Duke's mansion loyal to the Martial Soul Empire? YeXuan chuckled lightly, increasing the pressure in his hand. The killing intent in his eyes seemed almost tangible. We can contact all the nobles in the Empire on your behalf. With our help, no matter your chances of success, they will be greatly increased. Yiming's face gradually turned red, and his breathing became very difficult. You have one chance to convince me to trust you. Otherwise, your Duke's mansion will no longer exist. After all, if this matter leaks out, it will cost lives. YeXuan tightened his grip even further, yet the killing intent in his eyes showed no signs of diminishing. Your Holiness, I can contact all the nobles in the Empire right now and have them come to our Duke's mansion to discuss the matters you mentioned. Moreover, you have a subordinate who can accompany my people, while I will stay in the Duke's mansion as your hostage. Yiming felt his mind spinning, and speaking became extremely laborious. Yet joy appeared in his eyes. Find a suitable place in your Duke's mansion for a secret discussion, and don't play tricks. Otherwise, I may not die, but your Duke's mansion will definitely disappear. YeXuan withdrew his martial soul and loosened his grip on Yiming. Yiming fell to the ground, gasping heavily, but there was joy in his eyes. The nobles were indeed thinking about how to respond to the policies of the Martial Soul Empire. Unexpectedly, the one to first overthrow the Martial Soul Empire would be the newly appointed Pope. And after the earlier test, he was 100% convinced that the Pope was serious and not merely testing them. After all, if it were a test, there would be no need for such caution or suspicion. Anything could be faked, but the killing intent in one's eyes could not be. After catching his breath for a while, Yiming got up and went to the door, opening it and summoning a guard. Sing, go invite all the nobles from Martial Soul City to the Duke's mansion for a discussion. Yes, my lord. The guard replied and began to walk out of the Duke's mansion. Long Xiaoyao followed him. I want to know every detail of his communications. YeXuan's calm voice echoed in the hall. Yes, my lord. Long Xiaoyao followed without hesitation. After both left, YeXuan slowly walked out of the hall, looking at Yiming with a killing intent in his eyes, saying flatly, you just mentioned all the nobles in the empire. Why are there only those from Martial Soul City now? Your Holiness, please don't be impatient. It takes time to gather all the nobles in the empire. Moreover, those minor nobles look to us for guidance. As long as we finalize the plan, we can let them execute it. Let's first find a place suitable for a secret discussion and wait calmly, Duke Yiming said, making a gesture of invitation before leading the way. YeXuan quietly followed behind him, not saying anything. The two twisted and turned through the Duke's mansion until they arrived at a very hidden room. The room's decor was not luxurious. Rather, it was quite simple, with only a long table and neatly arranged chairs, devoid of any excess items. YeXuan sat down at the main seat, propping his feet up on the table, clasping his hands behind his head, and closed his eyes to wait quietly. Yiming sat down beside YeXuan, smiling as he said, Your Holiness, you mentioned needing a maid. I have a daughter who is quite presentable. How about I send her to Your Holiness to serve as a maid? Of course, Your Holiness can rest assured. My daughter is very clean and not like the receptionist at the auction house. Bring her here to take a look. If I'm satisfied, I might agree. YeXuan slightly raised his eyelids, waving his hand dismissively. Yiming walked to the door, waved to summon a maid, and instructed, Go bring the third young lady here. Remember to change her clothes and make her presentable before bringing her over. Yes, my lord, the maid replied. After giving the instructions, Yiming returned and sat back down beside YeXuan. Duke Yiming's family upbringing was indeed strict. As the third young lady of the Duke's mansion, even changing her clothes required Duke Yiming to specifically remind the maid. Yiming, hearing this, didn't pay much attention and said, Your Holiness, you may not know, but she does not have the talent to become a soul master. She will only be an ordinary person for her entire life. Even if she marries into another noble family, her qualifications are still lacking. Chapter 284. Almost believed that YeXuan just chuckled lightly, without any intention of speaking, simply waiting quietly in the room. Time passed slowly, and the door to the room was pushed open from the outside. A young girl in a light blue dress, looking somewhat pale and sickly, yet with exquisite features, entered slowly, carrying a tray of snacks and a pot of tea. The girl approached YeXuan, placed the snacks and tea on the table, and took out a teacup to pour the tea. Unknowingly, or perhaps intentionally, her hand trembled slightly while pouring, causing the teacup to spill onto the table, scalding hot water splashing onto YeXuan. Seeing this, Yiming immediately slapped the table and stood up to scold her. How can you do such a simple task as pouring tea so poorly? What use are you? The girl said nothing but quickly lowered her head, took out another teacup, poured a cup of tea, and placed it in front of Yiming. However, in the moment she bowed her head, a flash of hatred appeared in her eyes. Forget it, it's just a small matter, no harm done. YeXuan waved his hand dismissively and began to examine the girl before him. To be fair, she was quite beautiful, especially with her somewhat sickly pallor, which made one feel a sense of pity. But that was all. YeXuan wasn't particularly interested in her, and continued to close his eyes to rest, not touching the tea or snacks in front of him. What are you still doing here? You can't even handle this little task properly. Get out. Yiming glanced at her and directly pointed towards the door, indicating she should leave quickly. The girl looked at Yiming, lowered her head without a word, and walked toward the outside. Come back. You are now my maid, and until I tell you to leave, who dares let you go out? YeXuan's calm voice echoed in the room. Upon hearing YeXuan's words, the girl paused slightly, But Yiming didn't speak, and she continued walking towards the door. Your Holiness, didn't you hear me calling you back? Yiming shot a glance at the girl, his voice tinged with anger. Taking a deep breath, the girl clenched her fists and turned to face YeXuan, asking, Your Holiness, if I am your maid, do I belong to the Duke's mansion or to you? Watch your wording. You are not my person. You belong to the Spirit Hall. YeXuan replied, glancing at her. Playing word games with me. You are still a bit too naive. The girl was slightly taken aback by this, but quickly regained her composure, saying, Then do I have any relationship with the Duke's mansion in the future? That depends on your own will. If you say there is a relationship, then there is. If you say there isn't, then there isn't. YeXuan's tone was indifferent, as the Duke's mansion would no longer exist in the future anyway. As for whether this girl could survive, that depended on whether she was under the Duke's watch. Without the talent to become a soul master, as a 5-ring soul king. If you tell me you don't have the talent to become a soul master, if it weren't for my strong mental power allowing me to see her strength, I might have really believed it. Then from now on, I have no relationship with the Duke's mansion. I am merely your Holiness's maid. As she spoke, the girl shot a look of hatred at Yiming. Impudent. You have no talent to become a soul master. The Duke's mansion raised you, and this is how you repay us. Yiming slammed the table hard, soul power surging from his body, appearing very angry. Hey, raise me? You treated me as a tool. The hatred in the girl's eyes deepened, as if she were facing a mortal enemy. Seeing the two of them, YeXuan took out a short sword and stabbed it into the table in front of him, smiling lightly as he said, From the looks of you two, it seems like you want to fight to the death. I detest internal strife the most, so I've decided to give you a fair chance to duel. There's a short sword in front of you. You can pick it up and kill each other. Duke Yiming, you cannot use soul power. Otherwise, I will kill you too. You can start now. Let me see if it's a daughter killing her father or a father eating his child. YeXuan gestured for them to begin their performance. Yiming and Yang were momentarily stunned upon hearing this, and the room fell silent. Yang kept blinking, seemingly asking what to do. After a while, Yiming slammed the table and coldly said, You are now the maid of your Holiness, so I'm giving your Holiness face by not killing you now. But if you dare step into the Duke's mansion again, even your Holiness can't protect you. Out of gratitude for raising me, I want to fight you. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Yang pulled out the short sword from the table and handed it back to YeXuan. After YeXuan took the short sword back, Yiming returned to his position, looking furious, while Yang walked behind YeXuan and began to massage his shoulders. Acting like a maid, YeXuan closed his eyes, beginning to rest, completely ignoring the two of them. After about 2 hours, the door to the room was pushed open again, and several elegantly dressed individuals walked in. When they saw YeXuan sitting in the main seat, different expressions appeared in their eyes, but they all tacitly refrained from asking questions and took their seats. YeXuan scanned the people around him and found that most of the nobles on the list had arrived. He tapped the table with his hand, signaling Duke Yiming to state the purpose of this meeting. Seeing YeXuan's gesture, Yiming immediately understood and stood up to say, Everyone, I believe you have seen the attitude of the Empress of the Spirit Empire. It is clear that she is suppressing our nobility and supporting those commoners. Now, your Holiness is very interested in the position of the Emperor, so he wants to cooperate with us nobles. In the future, whatever we nobles want, your Holiness can provide for us. If anyone wants to join, feel free to speak up. Upon hearing this, the people present exchanged glances and finally focused their attention on Yiming, who nodded slightly. Our family will not participate in this action. If we do not see eye to eye, then we shall take our leave. A middle-aged man scanned the crowd and stood up, walking towards the door. Chapter 285. An informant YeXuan watched the departing figure, scanned the people present, and said softly, Long Xiaoyao, see him off. Yes, master. Long Xiaoyao replied and followed the middle-aged man out of the room. Now, anyone who wants to leave can feel free to walk out of the room. I will not stop you. YeXuan smiled lightly, pointing towards the door with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. The people in the room exchanged glances, and no one stood up to leave. They clearly understood the implication behind YeXuan's words about sending him off. After a moment of silence, someone spoke up and asked, Your Holiness, we would like to know how confident you are in succeeding. If your confidence is not high, we still need to plan carefully. After all, this matter is of great importance, and we need to be cautious, and more cautious. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family have both been destroyed by me. I currently have a 50% chance of success, but the final outcome will depend on the strength you nobles can muster. YeXuan lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze curiously surveying the nobles in front of him, genuinely interested in the strength among them. Upon hearing this, the people in the room immediately began to discuss. YeXuan quietly listened to their conversation, wanting to see what conclusion they would reach. As time passed, the nobles came to a decision. Duke Yiming stood up and said, "Your Holiness, among our nobles, we can provide 2 title Douluo, 10 soul Douluo, several dozen soul saints, as well as some soul masters and military support to assist you. However, we will need 3 days to prepare. When does your Holiness plan to take action?" The Duke's voice carried a hint of amusement. If they succeeded, the issue of suppressing the nobles could be resolved, and if they failed, all blame would fall on the Pope. Then let's act 3 nights from now. At that time, all of you present, if even one person dares not to come, I will directly annihilate all the nobles in the Spirit Empire City. Don't think I wouldn't dare. I know all of you. If any of you think you can withstand 3 limit Douluo, then feel free not to come. YeXuan chucked it lightly, his gaze cold as he looked at the nobles seated before him. Your Holiness, you can rest assured that we are now all in the same boat. We share glory and disaster together, and we will certainly not disappoint you. However, after the matter is resolved, we nobles hope to share the Spirit Empire with you. Your Holiness, after all, you still need to manage the Spear Hall, and we nobles can assist you in managing the Spirit Empire, which can also alleviate your pressure. The Duke's voice was filled with cheerfulness, as if he saw a bright future ahead. Whether or not you can share it with me will depend on how much effort you can put in. If you can't help at all, the first to be eliminated will be your empire. YeXuan sneered, thinking how good it was. He didn't even dare to think about sharing the Spirit Empire, yet they wanted to share it. 3 days later, our nobles will take the lead, and your Holiness's people only need to provide support. Duke Yiming's face broke into a radiant smile, and his expression seemed very sincere. All right, I will wait for your nobles to take the lead, YeXuan said, standing up and walking toward the exit. Ying followed closely behind YeXuan, heading outside. Just before she exited the door, Yiming knocked 3 times on the table, as if reminding everyone of something. When YeXuan left the Duke's mansion, Long Xiaoyao also emerged from the shadows and said, "Master, I have already taken care of the matter you instructed earlier. Where shall we go now?" "We are not going anywhere. We are returning to the Starfall Hall. The nobles will start preparing, and we at the Starfall Hall must also not fall behind. We need to prepare as soon as possible," YeXuan said indifferently, casting a discreet glance at Ying. The nobles had basically fallen into the trap. Whether they could send the nobles into the abyss depended on this informant. After the 3 returned to the Starfall Hall, YeXuan announced everything in front of Ying and instructed all the high-ranking members of the Starfall Hall to prepare. After giving all the orders, YeXuan took Ying back to the study in the back hall. In the study, YeXuan held a blueprint of the palace, examining it carefully, and asked, "Ying, where did you get this blueprint? I don't even have a blueprint of the palace, yet you have one." "I took this from the Duke's mansion. When a maid mentioned it was for your Holiness, I took the blueprint from the Duke's mansion, hoping it could assist you. Your Holiness." Ying's voice carried a hint of flirtation. "Very good, truly good. I never expected that your Duke's mansion would still have a palace blueprint. If I am not mistaken, this blueprint was drawn when the Snow Knight Emperor was in power, right?" YeXuan glanced at Ying from the corner of his eye, a strong killing intent rising in his heart. "This blueprint has been preserved in our Duke's mansion for many years. Although some parts have been rebuilt, it does not affect the accuracy of the blueprint at all." Ying nodded lightly. This map was indeed secretly drawn by their Duke's mansion during the reign of the Snow Knight Emperor. "All right, I understand now. You go outside and pour me a cup of tea. I need to take a good look at this blueprint." YeXuan waved his hand, signaling her to leave. "Okay, your Holiness." Ying responded and walked towards the study door. After leaving the study, Ying waved her hand to summon a pigeon hidden in the tree, quickly wrote a note, tied it to the pigeon's leg, and sent it flying out of the Starfall Hall. After completing all this, Ying clapped her hands, as if talking to herself, and said, "The master of the Starfall Hall, the current Pope, and the elders and offerings in the Starfall Hall, are they really that impressive?" Ying chuckled softly and walked in one direction, preparing to fetch the tea. After all, her current identity was the Pope's maid. "Sisterly Shang, should we capture her, or continue to play along for a while?" Xian Kuei's voice sounded from a dense ancient tree. "Let us play the whole act. We shouldn't alarm the snake for now. Keeping her around will definitely be useful. You keep an eye on her in the dark. I'll make a trip to the palace." After Moon Li Shang gave the order, her figure silently disappeared from the ancient tree. Chapter 286. Life or Death. 3 days later, the Spirit Empire City was exceptionally quiet. The nobles stepped out of their homes, hiding in the shadows of the palace, quietly waiting. In the Starfall Hall, Ying returned to the study, walking straight to YeXuan's side, seemingly wanted to sit on him. "These past 3 days have truly troubled you, You actually managed to send messages for so long. YeXuan saw Yi Ying's actions and directly stood up to look her in the eye. Your Holiness, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand. I have no talent for becoming a soul master. How can I send messages under your Holiness's nose? Yi Ying smiled, yet her body subtly retreated towards the door. Whether you understand or not doesn't matter. I can give you a chance now. As long as you can run out of the Starfall Hall, you can continue to live. If you can't escape, it seems you will have to stay here forever. YeXuan leaned against the wall, indicating that she could run now. Yi Ying did not hesitate at all, directly turning around and running towards the room's exit. While running, she released her martial soul, 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black flashing on her body, her speed continuously increasing. However, just as she had taken a few steps, her body was caught by a fair hand. And the voice of Moon Lishang echoed in her ear. Where do you think you are going? You can't escape from here. As soon as the words fell, Yu Lishang's hand suddenly exerted force, and Yi Ying's body was pulled by a tremendous power, then heavily slammed onto the ground. The ground cracked under the impact, and a painful groan escaped Yi Ying's lips, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Hey, Li Sang, could you be a bit gentler? Repairing the back hall's floor is quite expensive, and you're a girl. You should be a bit more gentle. A faintly smiling voice came from an ancient tree. If you dare to talk more, I'll hit you too. Li Sang shot a glance at Qing Sheng, then forcefully lifted Yi Ying's body again and slammed it down. This time with significantly greater force, even causing stone chips to fly up from the ground. Qing Sheng's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything further. He had faced Li Sang before and suffered a complete defeat without any suspense, especially when she unleashed flames that seemed to have no upper temperature limit, continuously increasing. Looking at the half-dead Yi Ying, Li Sang asked, should I keep her or just eliminate her directly? Qing Sheng shook his head and replied, sister, just do as you please. I'm just here to watch. No need to ask me. Yu Lishang's phoenix eyes widened, flames faintly appearing in her hands as she turned to look at Qing Sheng, who was sitting on the ancient tree. Cough, Li Sang, let's talk it out. We have other matters to deal with later. As for her, just do as you wish. If you want her to live, she can live. If you want her dead, she definitely won't survive. Qing Sheng wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, genuinely fearful of Yu Li Sang, whether in a competition or a real fight. She would not hold back. All right, both of you be serious. We need to deal with other matters. Leave Yi Ying to the nobles. At least there are a few nobles who are quite obedient. YeXuan, dressed in white, walked out of the study, his voice calm. Upon hearing his voice, Yu Li Sang immediately released her grip on Yi Ying. A middle-aged man also stepped out from the shadows, wiping away the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead as he approached Yi Ying. This middle-aged man was the noble who had left the Duke's residence 3 days ago. To avoid affecting the execution of events, YeXuan had Dragon Xiaoyao bring him to the Starfall Hall, where he had stayed for 3 days. Lu Zheng, I'll leave her in your hands. Whether she lives or dies is entirely up to you. I admire your decisive departure that day, but it's also regrettable that a noble managed to survive. YeXuan walked up to him, a hint of regret in his voice. Your Holiness, you jest. Our Lu family is non-noble. In the Martial Soul Empire, there are no nobles. We are merely commoners with a bit of wealth. Lu Zheng's body trembled slightly, feeling fortunate about his decision at that time. Otherwise, he would have ended up completely disappearing like the nobles tonight. An 89th level soul, Douluo, claiming to be just a commoner with some wealth? Isn't that a joke? I truly admire you. After all, you are one of the few nobles in the Martial Soul Empire. YeXuan chuckled lightly, glancing at himself, seemingly having nothing terrifying about him, wondering how he could frighten soul Douluo like this. Your Holiness, we really aren't nobles. We are merely commoner soul masters of the Martial Soul Empire. But we will definitely be loyal to the Martial Soul Empire. Lu Zheng felt his heart racing. After dealing with those nobles preparing to rebel tonight, they should also handle those nobles who did not participate in the actions. So if he behaved well now, perhaps his fate would be better. All right, we have things to handle. After we finish our tasks, we'll deal with those nobles who didn't participate. Of course, you can prepare in advance. Perhaps your fate will be better. YeXuan said, Aunt Yi, Dragon Xiaoyao, Yu Li Sang, Qing Sheng, let's go see how the preparations in the palace are going. YeXuan finally patted Lu Zheng's shoulder and walked ahead. Yi Shishui and Dragon Xiaoyao also emerged from the shadows, quietly following behind YeXuan as they moved forward. As Yu Li Sang passed by Lu Zheng, flames appeared in her palm, waving in front of Lu Zheng to signal him to behave and not to make any small moves. Although Yu Li Sang was currently only a soul saint, dealing with a soul Douluo who wasn't top tier was not difficult at all. Moreover, over the past 3 days, She had also sparred with Lu Zheng. His strength was just average, even inferior to the current Yulua crown. Qin Sheng jumped down from the ancient tree and directly followed behind YeXuan, heading toward the outside of the Starfall Hall. The other high-level officials stayed behind in the Starfall Hall, as YeXuan did not allow them to accompany him to the palace. After all, their goal was not to kill, but to subdue the power held by the nobles. Chapter 287. Only punish the principal offender as YeXuan and his group arrived in front of the palace. Yi Shishui and Dragon Xiaoyao both sensed the hidden nobles lurking in the shadows, but they did not mention it, quietly following behind YeXuan. YeXuan stopped not far from the palace, scanning the surroundings and said, Aunt Yi sent a message to them, telling them to come out and take the lead. We will arrive soon. Yes, master. Yi Shishui nodded lightly and transmitted YeXuan's message to the hidden people. The surroundings were very quiet, as if there was no one around, but YeXuan was not in a hurry, just standing still, waiting quietly. After a while, someone finally emerged from the shadows and quickly headed toward the palace. YeXuan watched the group rushing toward the palace, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The palace gates were easily pushed open, and the crowd quickly surged into the palace. YeXuan and his group walked leisurely toward the palace, and after they entered, Dragon Xiaoyao reached out to close the palace doors. Inside the palace, Bibi Dong sat at the entrance of the main hall. Behind her stood the elders of the Pope Hall, while neatly arranged palace knights and troops of the martial Soul Empire surrounded them, their gleaming weapons pointing at the intruding crowd. You nobles are quite bold, daring to charge into my martial Soul Empire's palace in the dead of night. What do you intend to do? Bibi Dong's voice carried a hint of coldness. The nobles present, realizing they had been set up, understood that this trap was laid by both the Martial Soul Hall and the Martial Soul Empire. Enough. I don't want to waste time with you. Those who surrender can join the Martial Soul Hall and avoid death, except for all the leaders of the nobles. YeXuan's eyes glinted with growing killing intent as he looked at the nobles in front of him. In the palace, the sounds of battle echoed continuously but soon came to a halt. 3 months later, a luxurious carriage traveled out of Martial Soul City, surrounded by palace knights and attendants dressed in Martial Soul Hall attire, quietly following on both sides. Inside the carriage, YeXuan and Qian Renxue sat quietly, looking at the scenery along the way. Qian, it seems we won't be able to leave for a while after returning to Martial Soul City. Qian Renxue blinked, looking out the window, a hint of boredom appearing in her eyes. What does it matter? Even if we don't participate, the outcome of the Star Luo Empire won't change at all. We should return to the Spirit Hall City and focus on our recovery and training. YeXuan smiled indifferently and went to quietly cultivate for a while, adding soul rings to his 3 martial souls until he passed the second assessment in the City of Slaughter. This is a rare opportunity. It would be a pity not to participate. Qian Renxue pouted. With the current strength of the Spirit Empire, destroying a Star Luo Empire is really not a difficult task. It's even a very simple matter. All right, let's not overthink it. It's just a Star Luo Empire. There's no need to care too much. Let's focus on cultivating well. With the 9 Heavens God-slaying spear and the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus, we only need to cultivate for a year, which is equivalent to 10 years of training. Moreover, there are many matters in Spirit Hall City that need my attention. We should concentrate our energy on Spirit Hall City and cultivation, and not think too much about other things. YeXuan reached out and gently patted Qian Renxue's head, his eyes filled with affection. Yes, it's for you to handle, not me. You are the Pope of the Spirit Hall, I am not. A faint smile appeared on Qian Renxue's face as she leaned against YeXuan, looking at the scenery outside the carriage. A few days later, when YeXuan and his group returned to the Pope's Hall, YeXuan used the personnel he brought back to fill the vacancies in the Pope's Hall, allowing it to operate normally again. After handling the affairs of the Pope's Hall, YeXuan and Qian Renxue went to the offering hall to visit Qian Douluo. When Qian Douluo saw the two return, a smile appeared on his aged face as he said, Xiao Xian, swear, you two still remember to come back to the Spirit Hall, huh? Jean, he has already told me about everything. I originally thought you would be back soon, but I didn't expect it took more than 3 months for you to return. By the way, Schwer, has this kid bullied you during this time? If he has, just tell Grandpa. I can teach him a lesson for you. Qian Douluo looked at Qian Renxue's slightly rounded belly, his eyes narrowing as he glanced at YeXuan, who was standing nearby. YeXuan's burov, taichit unjontrolab. He remembered that Qian Daoliu's attitude towards him didn't seem to be like this before. Why did it feel like something was off upon returning? Grandpa, how would Xiao Xian dare to bully me? Even if there was bullying, it would only be me bullying him. Qian Renxue's eyes narrowed into crescents, laughing happily. Qian Douluo nodded in agreement, poured a glass of water for Qian Rinxue, and placed it in front of her, while subtly glancing at YeXuan, saying, "Shao Xian, you are now the Pope of the Pope's Hall. Surely there are matters that need your attention? The Pope's Hall can operate normally now, and there isn't anything I need to handle for the time being. I've delegated all the administrative affairs of the Pope's Hall to the people below. If there's something they can't handle, they will bring it to me. So I'm quite relaxed right now." YeXuan found a spot to sit down, not minding Qian Douluo's attitude. After all, Qian Rinxue was pregnant, and it was normal for her attitude to be a bit unusual. You don't come to review the administrative affairs of the Pope's Hall and just throw them to the people below. If there are important matters, and they don't report to you, won't you know nothing? Qian Douluo's voice carried a hint of disapproval. If everything needs me to do it personally, then what's the use of the people below? As for them not reporting important matters, that's impossible. The personnel of the Pope's Hall are divided into 3 parts: left, middle, and right. The left part is responsible for reviewing various affairs. The right part is responsible for approving various affairs, and the middle part is just there to supervise. We only need to check if the number of reviews and approvals matches, and in the face of strength, any little tricks are futile. YeXuan smiled indifferently. Although his method wasn't very correct, as long as his strength was strong enough, the people below wouldn't dare to make any small moves. Chapter 288. 7 months later, moreover, YeXuan's strength had now reached the bottleneck of level 70. He just hadn't added soul rings yet. After all, his soul power wouldn't stop growing. It just wasn't displayed temporarily. It is true that as long as one's strength is strong enough, the people below wouldn't dare to make any moves. But you still need to check on them from time to time. After all, over time, they might develop some thoughts. Qian Douluo nodded lightly and specifically reminded him, "I understand. Just because I don't want to handle matters doesn't mean I don't know what they are doing." YeXuan smiled. He doesn't want to deal with trivial matters, but if something major came up, he would still handle it seriously. "All right, since you already know, I don't need to say more. During this time, you should take good care of Schwer." Qian Douluo smiled and shook his head, not saying anything more. Even if this matter wasn't mentioned, I would still take good care of Schwer, especially since this is in Spirit Hall City. There shouldn't be any problems at all. Grandpa Jin E, after absorbing the immortal herb, did he break through to the 99th level ultimate Douluo? YeXuan smiled and asked about Jin E after all. He was someone who could reach the 98th level title Douluo. With the help of the immortal herb, breaking through to the 99th level ultimate Douluo should be no problem. Jin E lacked nothing in talent, soul power accumulation, or comprehension. The only thing he lacked was a bit of opportunity. Yes, Jin E has already broken through to the 99th level ultimate Douluo. However, I sent him to the border of the Spirit Empire. I heard that the army of the Star Luo Empire has already gathered at the border. Having Jin E stationed at the border of the Spirit Empire makes me feel more at ease. Qian Douluo smiled, seemingly happy for Jin E's breakthrough to the 99th level ultimate Douluo. YeXuan, Xin Renjue, and Qian Douluo continued to converse in the offering hall until the sky gradually darkened. Only then did YeXuan and Qian Rinxue return to their room. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 7 months have passed. In these 7 months, the only major event that occurred was the destruction of the Star Luo Empire by the Spirit Empire. And all the territories of the Star Luo Empire were entirely claimed by the Spirit Empire. The only thing YeXuan found somewhat regrettable was that Ning Fengji and others escaped just before the Star Luo Empire was destroyed. As for where they could escape to, based on YeXuan's analysis, it could only be Sea God Island. After the destruction of the Star Luo Empire, Bibi Dong returned to Spirit City with the Golden Generation and YeXuan's disciple Yin Bing. During these 7 months, YeXuan and Qian Rinxue either cultivated in the Pope's Hall or roamed around Spirit Hall City. And with the presence of the 9 Heavens God-slaying Spear and the 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus, their soul power growth was remarkably fast. Although YeXuan was still at level 70, it was only because he hadn't added soul rings to his martial souls yet. As long as he added 1 soul ring, all the soul power he had accumulated in these 7 months would be revealed. Therefore, YeXuan himself didn't even know what level his soul power had reached. In just 7 months, Qian Rinxue had advanced from the 72nd rank Soul Sage to the 78th rank Soul Emperor. Thanks to the 10-fold cultivation speed provided by the 9 Heavens God-slaying Spear and the 12th rank World-destroying Black Lotus, which is why their soul power increased so rapidly. In the Pope's Hall of the Spirit City, at the center of the Lake Pavilion, Bibi Dong, Qian Douluo, Hulaina, and Yin Bing sat quietly in front of the room of YeXuan and Qian Rinxue. In front of them, YeXuan was pacing back and forth, his gaze not directed towards the room, where a head of silver hair was in disarray from his scratching, his face showing signs of anxiety. losing the calmness and composure he usually had. Xiao, can't you just sit down and wait quietly? Why do you have to walk back and forth in front of us? Those who aspire to achieve great things need to remain calm and composed even when faced with great challenges, Bibi Dong said, resting her hand on her forehead, looking speechless. Cough, teacher, my wife is inside. I am calm, but I can't help feeling a bit restless, YeXuan replied, seeming a bit agitated as he ran his fingers through his hair, feeling like a long time had passed, yet there seemed to be no result. Xiao, stay calm. Only 5 minutes have passed. Shuer is giving birth, not drinking water. Just sit down and wait quietly instead of pacing around, Qian Daolu said, sipping his tea, occasionally glancing at YeXuan, his voice calm. Cough, senior brother, it really has only been 5 minutes. You don't need to wander around. It's making my eyes dizzy, Hulaina added, unable to hold back. Bing held a glass of juice, her big eyes blinking, quietly sipping her drink. Has it really only been 5 minutes? It feels like a long time, YeXuan said as he sat down on a chair, looking a bit puzzled. To be precise, it has been 5 minutes and 20 seconds. So just wait here peacefully. The professionals inside are taking care of everything, and besides, Shuer is a soul sage. So there won't be any problems, Bibi Dong said, shaking her head with a light laugh. Her fingers gently tapping the armrest of her chair while she mentally calculated the time. YeXuan felt it was hard to believe. The previous 5 minutes had seemed to pass quickly, while now it felt longer than 5 hours. Just then, Xiaoyu and Yin slowly walked over from the distance, coming directly in front of YeXuan, handing him a glass of juice, and said, Brother Xian, it seems we just went to grab a glass of juice. Why do you look a bit restless? YeXuan took the juice and took a sip, replying, Really? Am I that restless? How come I don't know? And you too. Why did it take so long just to get a glass of juice? Look at how much time has passed. Xiaoyu and Yin exchanged glances and looked at the time, realizing that only about 7 minutes had passed since they walked from the Lake Pavilion to the Pope's Hall and back, which seemed quite normal for that duration. Cough. Brother Xian, it seems only 7 minutes have passed. Yin cleared his throat and stated the time. Chapter 289. Conclusion. YeXuan glanced at Yin, but didn't say anything more. Just as he was about to get up, he felt hands pressing down on both his shoulders, forcing him back into his seat. To sit down and wait patiently for a while. Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu's voices echoed in his ears. YeXuan could only sit back down helplessly. Time passed slowly, and the door to the room opened. A woman walked out holding a baby, but before she could say anything, she felt a figure brush past her. Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu felt their hands empty, glancing at YeXuan's spot, only to find he had already disappeared. The two shook their heads and smiled. Bibi Dong was the first to stand up and take the baby from the woman, carefully examining it, discovering that it was a girl with a fair complexion and silver eyes. Inside the room, YeXuan sat in front of the bed, his gaze scanning Qianrenxue. Qianrenxue sat up and asked, Xiao, where's our child? She should be with the teacher or grandpa. YeXuan blinked, his voice carrying a hint of uncertainty, as he had been a bit anxious when he walked in and forgot. Qianrenxue's voice held a slight note of reproach, and just as she was about to say something, Bibi Dong walked in, placing the baby in front of Qianrenxue. This little one looks quite like both of you. You two need to come up with a name, Bibi Dong said, her voice laced with amusement. YeXuan, let's name her this. YeXuan casually suggested after glancing at the baby. Is it that casual? You don't want to think it through? Although the name is nice. It feels a bit too hasty, Bibi Dong chuckled lightly, noting how quickly YeXuan had chosen a name. Forget it, let's call her YeXuan, YeXuan Simidet. Reaching out to hold YeXuan in his arms, examining her closely with a happy expression. Then let's call her YeXuan. That name sounds nice and is easy to say. Qianrenxue smiled, leaning closer to look at YeXuan in YeXuan's arms, her face adorned with a gentle smile. 3 years later, in the city of slaughter, YeXuan looked at the Shura demon sword in his hand, a faint smile on his lips as he communicated with the Shura god in the divine realm using his spiritual sense, saying, Senior Shura, I have passed the second assessment. The figure of the Shura god appeared before YeXuan, scanning him and nodding slightly, saying, Your soul power is intentionally capped at level 80, without additional soul rings. Sort of, but not really. I myself don't know what level my soul power is at now. Over the past 3 years, I've hunted many soul beasts on the continent, and all 3 of my martial souls have 7 soul rings now. However, I haven't found suitable soul rings, which is why I haven't continued to add any, plus there's the reason for the second assessment. YeXuan's voice was calm. 2 years ago, Qianrenxue began to officially accept the assessment from the angel god, and he also left the spirit city, spending 2 years searching for soul beasts on the continent and in the ocean, adding a soul ring to all his martial souls. This is your reward for the second assessment. 6 divine level soul rings and an increase of 5 levels in your soul power. The third assessment is for your soul power to reach the limit of level 99 as a title Douluo. However, I think we can wait until you absorb the soul rings before directly giving you the reward for the third assessment and the divine position. The Shura god quietly stood aside, watching YeXuan absorb the soul rings. After absorbing the 6 soul rings, the suppressed soul power combined with the assessment reward caused YeXuan's soul power to directly reach the limit of level 99 as a title Douluo. The reward for the third assessment is to elevate all your soul rings to 100,000 years and grant you my divine position. After you become a god, you can stay on the continent for 100 years, but after 100 years, you must enter the divine realm, where you will face sanctions from the divine realm committee. However, even if you don't go up, it seems it doesn't matter, since the divine realm committee is ultimately at your family's discretion. The Azura god smiled and handed over his divine position to YeXuan. After receiving the Azura god's divine position, YeXuan looked towards the direction of Sea God Island, took a step forward, and vanished from the city of slaughter. When he reappeared, he was already on Sea God Island, sitting on the statue of the sea god, watching Tang Sin below, and struck him down on Sea God Island. Soon after, his figure disappeared from Sea God Island and returned to Spirit City, where he found Qian Rinxue, who was accepting her divine position, and asked, "Shuer, how many more assessments do you need to become a god at level 100? 2 more assessments, and my mother still needs 4 more assessments to inherit the divine position." "Why, Xiao Xian, have you already inherited the divine position?" Qian Rinxue's eyes held a hint of a smile. "Yes, I have officially accepted the inheritance of the divine position and reached level 100 to become a god. And I also have a way to help you all become gods faster." A faint smile appeared on YeXuan's face. "A way to help us become gods faster? What is it?" Qian Rinxue's voice showed some surprise. "Give me your necklace, and you'll know." YeXuan smiled gently as he took out the 9 Heavens God-slaying spear and the 12th rank world-destroying Black Lotus, pointing to the colorful stone on Qian Rinxue's chest. Qian Rinxue took off the colorful stone and handed it to YeXuan, wanting to see what method he had to help them quickly become gods. YeXuan took the colorful stone, shattered it with the 9 Heavens God-slaying spear, and a powerful energy surged out from the colorful stone. He used the 12th rank world-destroying Black Lotus to transform the surging energy and then drew a barrier with the 9 Heavens God-slaying spear, sealing the transformed energy within the barrier. "Shuer, you absorb the energy in the barrier first, and I'll go get Qianer and the teacher." YeXuan smiled and gently patted Qian Rinxue's head. "Don't forget, there's also my grandfather." Qian Rinxue reminded her, then sat in the barrier absorbing the incredibly powerful energy. YeXuan flickered a few times and went to the Pope's Hall and the Offering Hall, notifying Bibi Don and Qian Daolu, and then found YeXuan in the garden, bringing her to the barrier. "Daddy, what is this white mist? It feels so comfortable when it enters my body." YeXuan looked at the mist around her, her face showing a comfortable expression. "This is power, unparalleled power. Focus on absorbing it while sitting in the barrier. Once your mother and the others become gods, all this mist will be yours. Then we can go to the divine realm together." YeXuan sat in the barrier with YeXuan, watching the others absorb energy, his face showing a faint smile. Once they all finished absorbing, it would be time for them to ascend to the divine realm together. Introduction. Arriving in the Douluo Continent, awakening martial soul at the age of 6, killing divine beast White Tiger, activating the White Tiger bloodline. Initially wanting to be a slacker, but strength does not allow it. Avalokiteshvara has tears. Today, even if the Tathagata comes in person, it won't help. The White Tiger is here, let us wreak havoc. Its momentum is unstoppable. All gods yield, all Buddhas retreat.